I closed my eyes and blindly guessed C for everything just to dodge the campus bell, but who knew ID had accidentally snatched first place in the whole school before I could even pack my bags and run. I was kidnapped by this Yandere Heiress tied up to the four corners of a bed to force me into being her boyfriend. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw her in a soaking wet white shirt pinning me down. My life force is seriously getting completely drained this time. The campus belle once declared that whoever scored higher than her on the exam, she would become their girlfriend. This terrified you so much that during the monthly exams, you kept your eyes shut and blindly chose C for every single question. Ah, yes, the universal guessing strategy. You thought you had safely dodged a bullet this time. Who knew that when the results came out, you were sitting firmly at first place in the whole school? Scared out of your wits, you packed your bags overnight, ready to make a run for it. Who is this campus belle, you ask? The eldest daughter of the Tianmu Group, the primary investor of Modu University. If you get targeted by this iceberg heiress, it definitely won't end well for you. However, you still miscalculated before you could even step out of your dorm room. You were tied up like a sticky rice dumpling by her bodyguards, and from then on, you lived a miserable life of dealing with black silks and white stockings by day, and whips and hot wax by night. A moment of silence for our fallen brother. Right now, Tang Lemon's eyes were freezing cold. Her sharp little canine teeth bit directly into your lip. The metallic taste of blood began to spread in your mouth. You struggled endlessly, but alas, you were tied up way too tightly. There was absolutely no chance of breaking free. This scene lasted for a solid few minutes. It was not until you completely gave up resisting that Tang Lemon sneered with a gloomy expression. No one has ever dared to stand me up. Mew, avocado, you have got some nerve. But the more you try to resist, the more interested I am in you. Classic Yandere boss energy right here. You shrank into the corner of the bed and cursed out loud. Is your brain fried or something? This is the men's dormitory. Did not. I just take your first place. I will just let you have it next time. All right? Hearing this, Tang Lemon's face darkened even more. You said you will let me have it. Are you implying that I am inferior to you? Her cold eyes stared right through you, as if she wanted to pierce through your very soul. You inexplicably felt a bit guilty and wanted to retort, but with her 3 bodyguards glaring at you viciously, who would not be scared. If only you knew, you would not have dozed off during the exam. Now that you got first place, you completely threw your own life away. Tang Lemon clapped her hands and ordered the bodyguards 5 minutes. I want to see him downstairs. Downstairs at the men's dorm, a red Maybach was parked right there. The vibrant body of the car screamed stupidly expensive. Inside the luxuriously decorated backseat, Tang Lemon sat with her slender jade legs crossed, raising her hand to check the time. 1 minute left. The very next second, you were tossed inside, falling right at Tang Lemon's feet. Tang Lemon looked down at you from above, then raised her foot and stepped on your head. A cold smirk curled up the corners of her mouth. Are you satisfied with this kind of treatment? You cursed 1,000 WTFs in your head. This girl is definitely a psychotic sadist. You opened your mouth to beg, my dearest lady. What exactly do you even see in me?
I will change it. Okay?
Are you really that unhappy being with me?
Tang Lemon was slightly angered, staring at you with a dangerous gaze. She frowned. Then why do you want to be with me? You should know that before yesterday, we had not even spoken a single word to each other. Tang Lemon suddenly laughed. Let us make a deal. I like being around outstanding peers. Right now, you barely count as own. As long as you, from now on, stay by my side as my boyfriend, I can give you unimaginable wealth and glory. How about it? Sounds like a pretty good deal, right? In Tang Lemon's eyes, anyone who is not a total idiot would agree to her terms. After all, she is the campus belle of Modu University, and her background goes without saying. However, you rejected it directly without a second thought. Tang Lemon was incredibly displeased. Your reason, she demanded. You replied, first of all, you are completely not my type. Second, I have zero interest in the so-called wealth and glory coming from your mouth. I'm a guy with very few ambitions. As long as I live decently well, that is enough. Having too much money is just a waste. Third. As for the third reason, you looked at Tang Lemon, a trace of disgust flashing in your eyes. I have absolutely no interest in playing house. Is not what you want just some trivial little friendship game? I can't be bothered to entertain a child's game. Oh, snap. Shots fired. At this, not only was Tang Lemon stunned, but even the driver, who was focused on the road ahead, could not help but glance at the rearview mirror. He muttered secretly in his heart, "Child, you are still too young." Just as expected, the very next second, the smile on Tang Lemon's face completely vanished. She completely ignored you, and instead turned her head to instruct the driver, head straight back to the villa. Now you started to panic a bit. You thought to yourself, is she trying to kidnap me and take me home, and then brutally torture me? You yelled, "Let me out! Do not push me too far." You kept shouting, I am the dual-wielding champion, and I have decades of cultivation in the nine yin bone claws. But before you could even finish your sentence, you were knocked out cold by a swift karate chop to the neck from Tang Lemon. By the time you woke up, you found that your limbs were already chained to the four corners of a massive bed. You could not break free at all. You thought to yourself, holy crap, what is that crazy woman trying to do to me? Right at that moment, the door to the quiet bathroom swung open. White steam billowed out. Accompanying it in the air was a burst of enchanting, subtle fragrance. You turned your head to look, and a flush of red instantly crept up your face. You could not help but shut your eyes and yell you were insane. Tang Lemon stepped out of the bathroom. Her wet hair was still dripping with water. More importantly, she was only wearing a thin white button-down shirt because she had just taken a shower. The white shirt was soaked by the water on her skin, becoming semi-transparent and clinging tightly to her body. Her snow-white skin was faintly visible. When Tang Lemon saw the fleeting blush on your face, the corners of her mouth curled up. She stood on the bed, looking at you provocatively, keeping your eyes tightly shut. You yelled with a slightly trembling voice, I'm warning you, even if you can get my body, you will absolutely never get my soul. Classic damsel in distress line. Beautifully delivered. Sis, what exactly do you want from me? Please just let me go. Okay, I promise I won't fight you for first place next time. Just let me go. Tang Lemon stood barefoot on the bed. She sneered. Did not you say I was just playing house? Now I'm going to let you know whether or not I'm actually playing house. Saying that, she sat directly on your stomach. She cupped your face with both hands and pressed her red lips against yours. Her fragrant tongue quickly pried your teeth apart. You forcefully widened your eyes, your breathing turning rapid. Only the sound of two people panting heavily remained in the room. Tang Lemon let go, looking at you triumphantly. Now, do you still think I'm playing house? You glared back at her fiercely. Tang Lemon smiled disdainfully. What a stubborn mule. Then, under your terrified gaze, she asked, do you yield? I do not yield. Do you yield? I won't. Wait, I yield. I yield an hour later. Your nose was bleeding? You finally could not take it anymore. Bro got entirely drained. Seeing this, Tang Lemon revealed a satisfied smile. She thought to herself, as expected to deal with a stubborn mule like him, you have to use tougher methods. She opened her mouth and asked, so, are you willing to be my boyfriend? I am, you replied instantly, with the sound of chains loosening. Your bound limbs were finally freed. You glared fiercely at this woman, gritting your teeth and thinking, just you wait. Crazy woman, if I do not get my revenge.
My name is not Moo Avocado.
Tang Lemon looked at you trailing sluggishly behind her and said coldly, I think there is a need to discipline you a little more. Do not you think so? You shuddered and quickly quickened your pace, scurrying into the car in a flash. Only then did Tang Lemon nod in satisfaction, instructing the driver to head to Tianhua Mall. Tianhua Mall is the largest shopping center in Modu, and it is also a property of the Tang family's Tianmu group. Because it was the weekend, there were a lot of people at the mall today. Most of them were in groups, making the place seem a bit crowded. Tang Lemon's stunning looks instantly drew the attention of many people, making her the absolute center of attention. But her eyes were staring coldly at you walking ahead. You suddenly felt a chill down your spine and turned around to find Tang Lemon standing right where she was, showing no signs of walking forward. Only then did you awkwardly walk back to her. Tang Lemon glared at you and asked, what is our relationship right now? A hint of hesitation flashed across your face. You thought an unconfirmed boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, but it was precisely this fleeting hesitation that made Tang Lemon's mood even worse. She coldly ordered, turn around. Although you had no idea what she was planning to do, you obediently turned your back to her. You thought, if I do not do as she says, God knows if this crazy woman will slap me right here in public. As you turned around, Tang Lemon raised her little white shoe and delivered a vicious kick right to your butt.
Holy crap.
Caught completely off guard, you were kicked flying forward. She said coldly, this kick is because you still have not truly accepted me as your girlfriend in your heart. Therefore, I am very unhappy. You had a look of utter speechlessness. You thought, we have known each other for less than 2 days. It would be a miracle if I actually saw her as a girlfriend right now. As the onlookers gradually dispersed, your eyes darted around, and a spark of inspiration hit your brain. You are not in the villa right now. You could totally use this chance to escape. Although this crazy woman is pretty strong, she is still a girl at the end of the day. She definitely can't outrun you. Thinking of this, the anger on your face completely disappeared, replaced by a sincere smile. Ah, the classic tactical retreat smile. You walked straight over, held Tang Lemon's small hand, and laughed mischievously. I was just being ignorant earlier. After all, we have not known each other for long. Be the bigger person. And let me off the hook this time. Yeah. The dissatisfaction in Tang Lemon's heart dissipated a little. She said, "At least you know what is good for you. I will let you off this once." Saying so, she allowed you to lead her by the hand into the mall. To outsiders, the two of you looked exactly like a sweet couple in the honeymoon phase. Just as you were planning to use a bathroom break as an excuse to run, Tang Lemon directly dragged you into a Rolex boutique. A female manager in a professional suit walked over and spoke respectfully to Tang Lemon. "Miss Tang, how may I assist you?" Tang Lemon let go of your hand and said to the manager with a cold voice, "Find him a suitable watch. I want the absolute best." 5 minutes later, you walked out of the boutique with a completely dazed look, being led by the hand by Tang Lemon. Except your net worth had gone from an outfit worth less than $500, skyrocketing to nearly 40 million. Sugar Mommy acquired. Tang Lemon leaned close to your ear, breathing softly as she spoke. "Now that you have a watch, if you ever dare to be late for a date again, I guarantee you will regret it for the rest of your life." Your mouth twitched. You thought, so she bought me such an expensive watch just to make sure I'm never late for our dates. You gotta admit, rich people are just built differently to get away as fast as possible. You pointed to a milk tea shop in the distance and suggested, "How about
I buy you some milk tea?
Tang Lemon glanced at the milk tea shop not too far away. She rarely drank this kind of commoner beverage, but since it was your first time treating her to a drink, she reluctantly agreed. "Whatever you want." Hearing this, you happily led her over. The queue was not short. Tang Lemon sat on a bench by the entrance to wait, while you went to line up for the drinks. Taking advantage of this time, you secretly scouted out the surrounding environment. Finalizing your escape route, you casually ordered 2 cups of milk tea. After handing own cup to Tang Lemon, you just held your own cup and started drinking. Tang Lemon looked at the milk tea in her hand, then glanced at the Owen you had just sipped from. Then, she straight up snatched your cup out of your hand and declared, "I'm drinking this Owen." Indirect kiss secured. You curled your lip but did not say anything. After strolling around for a bit longer, seeing that the timing was about right, you put on a natural expression and said, "I'm gonna use the restroom. Wait for me here for a sec." Tang Lemon nodded without a shred of suspicion. You were overjoyed in your heart and immediately jogged in the direction of the restroom. You could finally escape the clutches of this female demon. Walking into the restroom, you sprinted to the ventilation window, pushed it open, and looked down. You were currently on the 2nd floor of the mall. With your level of physical fitness, this height was still manageable. Grabbing onto the window frame, you crouched onto the windowsill. Then, looking at the lawn below, you leaped. "Freedom, here I come." Thud. You landed perfectly on the grass. Glancing back up at the 2nd floor, you smiled with disdain, thinking, "Trying to trap me? You can play house all by yourself." After saying that, you dashed out of the mall premises without looking back. A youthful smile radiated on your face, full of hope for the future. Right when you were escaping the mall under the guise of a bathroom break, a taxi coincidentally drove over from a distance. You instinctively opened the door and hopped inside, yelling at the driver, "Sir, get to Modu University as fast as you can." However, after the door shut, you froze. The smile on your face instantly stiffened. Sitting inside were several burly men in black suits, as well as Tang Lemon, her face covered in frost. Cue, the directed by Robert B. Wido outro. Why are you here? This makes no sense. My plan was flawless. How could I possibly be caught? Tang Lemon sat in the car, sneering at you. "You are quite the runner. Are not you? I was wondering why you were so obedient earlier. Turns out you were just plotting your escape. Since things had reached this point, you stopped pretending. You simply laid your cards on the table. That is right. That is exactly what I was planning. What are you going to do about it? Kill me if you have the guts." You glared at the woman, not backing down in momentum whatsoever. But then you noticed the shadows on Tang Lemon's face deepen. "Very well. Since you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish." Tang Lemon straight up ordered the driver, "Drive. Find a deserted place and bury this guy." Well, that escalated from 0 to 100 real quick. Your body gave an imperceptible shiver, but you maintained an expression of forced calmness. You stealthily pulled your phone out from your jacket and fired off a desperate message. Meanwhile, far away in dorm 731 of Modu University, G. Boda was furiously grinding a ranked match in League of Legends. He glanced at his phone. The notification read, "Boda, come save your dad, dorm dynamics, where everyone is everyone else's father," followed by a crying emoji. Below that was a live location sharing pin, showing your current position moving continuously, heading straight towards the outskirts of Modu. Jiboda looked at the SOS message on his phone, and then looked at his ongoing ranked game. A wave of hesitation flashed across his face. Then he slapped himself. "I am such a scumbag. To think I actually hesitated between my son and a ranked game." Saying that, he grabbed his e-bike keys and rushed out of the dorm. A true bro right there. Half an hour later, on a desolate hill in the Modu suburbs, 3 bodyguards and the driver were grunting and sweating as they dug a hole while you were tossed to the side, completely tied up. Fear flickered in your eyes. Are you effing serious? Is it too late to regret this now? You looked incredulously at Tang Lemon sitting in the car as time ticked by. Very soon, a 3-meter deep pit was excavated. Seeing this, Tang Lemon stepped out of the vehicle. She squatted down, pulled the sock out of your mouth, and asked, "Do you have any last words? Although I won't help you fulfill them, I can at least lend an ear." You looked at her pitifully. "Sis, I really know I messed up this time. Please, spare me just Owen more time." "Yes, you're wrong." Tang Lemon tilted her head, the absolute apathy in her eyes crystal clear. "But I already gave you a chance. You are the Owen who threw it away." You started to panic, tied to the ground, begging with a bitter face, "Just give me Owen more chance. I will definitely treasure it this time." Tang Lemon's pitch-black pupils stared right at you, as if she was debating whether or not to actually give you Owen last shot. Just then, a small e-bike charged over from a distance. Jibota was steering with own hand, wielding a gleaming kitchen chopper in his left. He shouted, "Fear not, my son. Your father is here to save you." Seeing Jibota's sudden entrance, a wave of relief washed over your face, and you laughed, feeling like you finally had backup.
Ha ha ha! Boda, I knew I did not misjudge you. Quick!
"Come, untie me." Tang Lemon shot a look at the bodyguard standing to the side. She gave him a signal. The bodyguard understood and stepped right into Jibota's path. Approximately 2.5 minutes later, Tang Lemon was squatting expressionlessly in front of both you and Jibota. She tossed the toy kitchen knife in her hand. When she dropped it, the rubber knife even bounced twice. A toy knife. "Are you kidding me?" Your mouth twitched violently. You looked at Jibota, who was now also tied up like a mummy, veins popping out of your forehead. "I told you to come save me, and you brought a crappy toy knife just to feed them a free kill." Tang Lemon looked at you with amusement. "Now your backup is here to keep you company. If you have any other tricks up your sleeve, feel free to use them." You thought to yourself, what tricks could I possibly have left? It is really over this time? Jibota was shivering beside you, seeing that they were about to be buried alive. He hurriedly urged you, "Bro, if you ask me, just give in. Sister Tang is beautiful and loaded. Other guys would kill for this opportunity, but I am a proud 7-foot man. You want me to play house with a woman? Let me tell you, it is impossible." Tang Lemon completely lost her patience. She stood up and bluntly ordered, "Bury them." After that, she turned and walked towards the car, without stopping for a single second. "Screw you, man." Jibota roared at you in dissatisfaction. "Could not you just pretend to yield first? We can talk after we get out of here." Watching the 2 bodyguards approach, you finally started to feel weak in the knees. Is my brilliant life really going to end by being buried alive in this crappy ditch? Listening to Jibota still loudly urging, "Hurry up and yield. I am too young. I do not want to die. I have not even deleted my browser history yet. The ultimate motivation to survive, and my 100,000 file study folder." Seeing that Tang Lemon had already opened the car door, you finally could not hold out anymore and shouted, "Sis." I was wrong, however. Tang Lemon made no move. She just held the door open, standing quietly with her back to you. As if she was waiting for something, a light bulb went off in your head, and you shouted again, "Wifey." I was wrong. Hearing this, Tang Lemon finally smiled, turned around, and told the bodyguards, "Untie them. Bring them into the car." Both you and Jibota finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Shortly after, you were tossed into the car, while Jibota tragically had to ride his little e-bike all the way back by himself. The car slowly started moving, and the doors were forcefully locked tight. You were backed into the car window by Tang Lemon. Trembling, you asked, "What? What are you trying to do?" Tang Lemon reached out and wrapped her arms around your neck, straddling you directly on your lap. She whispered softly, "Kiss me." You shook your head in refusal without hesitation, thinking to yourself, boys must always protect themselves when they are outside. Besides, I'm still a pure, innocent bachelor. Tang Lemon's face darkened. She grabbed you by the neck with Owen hand. "Did you get something twisted? I am ordering you, not discussing it with you." Boss music intensifies. Your face flushed red. "You could only compromise. I will kiss you. I will kiss you. All right." Bro folded immediately. Tang Lemon leaned against you again, her voice turning gentle once more. "Hold my waist and kiss me." Having no other choice, forced by the circumstances, you could only slowly wrap your arms around Tang Lemon's soft waist, lower your head, and kiss her red lips. Just as you awkwardly and lightly gave a peck, she grabbed the back of your head. The roles instantly reversed as Tang Lemon took the offensive. You widened your eyes trying to push this woman away, but no matter how hard you tried, it was useless. Helpless, you could only clench your teeth shut. After Tang Lemon's attacks failed a few times, she straight up punched you in the stomach. Critical hit. You subconsciously opened your mouth in pain. It is over. Your innocence is completely gone. Rip to your purity. A long time passed. As the car drove back into the city, Tang Lemon pressed her face against your heaving chest. I hope you have learned your lesson this time. From now on, you do exactly as I say. Do not try to disobey me. Understand, you remain silent, not saying a word, and could only let her do as she pleased, looking dead inside. Tang Lemon was sitting on your lap. The car finally stopped at the entrance of Modu University. Tang Lemon said plainly, "Give me your phone." You curled your lip, took out your phone, and handed it over. Not long after, Tang Lemon handed it back. There was now a new number saved on it, with the contact name Wifey. Tang Lemon crossed her arms and warned, "From now on, if I call and you dare not pick up, you are dead meat." Before leaving, she did not forget to shoot you a threatening glare.
What kind of mess is this?
You slouched towards the dormitory, feeling utterly defeated. Feeling like your future was completely pitch black. You got back to the dorm? Just as you lay down on the bed, you heard your phone ring. It has only been a few minutes. That woman is already calling you. You angrily pulled out your phone, but realized it was not Tang Lemon, that vicious woman. It was your good friend from high school, Liu Ruyan, Mu Avocado. Where are you? At the dorm, just about to sleep. What is up? Liu Ruyan laughed and said, "Did not we agree before? To go mountain climbing together? I just got the news that the sophomore classrooms are undergoing maintenance in a few days. So I was thinking, taking advantage of the break the day after tomorrow, we should go mountain climbing. I know you applied for self-study, so you must have a lot of free time right now, huh?" Liu Ruyan's tone carried a hint of a threat. Why are all the girls in this universe like this? Your mouth twitched. Are all women nowadays this bossy? The first own is like this, and the second own is too. Can a guy catch a break? After agreeing to it, you lay back on the bed and muttered, "Damn it, I can't just swallow this grudge. I need to find a chance to get my revenge." Jiboda, who was currently watching a certain action movie, mocked you without even turning his head. That is the eldest miss of the Tang family. You really dared to dream? You should be glad she is not causing you trouble. I just can't swallow this anger. I was almost buried alive. A gentleman must have his revenge. As long as you're willing to help me, I will give you my entire secret stash. How about it? The ultimate bargaining chip. Jiboda's eyes instantly lit up. Are you serious? Cut the crap. Just tell me, are you in or not?
I am in. Jiboda stopped watching his movie.
Walked straight to your bed and sat down. How do you want to play this? Actually, he wanted revenge too, but Tang Lemon's influence was just too massive. He did not even know where to start. You mysteriously pulled out from under your bed a yellow fertilizer sack. A sinister smile crept onto your face.
Holy crap.
Where did you even get a fertilizer sack? Do not worry about it. I do not believe those bodyguards will follow that woman around 24/7. She is just a bit strong. That is all. When the time comes, the two of us will rush her together. Are you afraid we can't take her down? A golden light flashed in Jiboda's eyes. Deal. It is settled then. When do we make our move? Tonight. I will ask her out later. As long as she does not bring her bodyguards, she will be completely at our mercy. Thinking of Tang Lemon's bossy attitude, if she got bagged in this fertilizer sack, who knows what kind of expression she would make? Thinking of this, you could not help but let out a despicable, villainous chuckle. Top 10 moments before disaster. First, after you and Jiboda finalized the revenge plan, you called Tang Lemon. Tang Lemon, who was taking a bath in her villa, received your call and was somewhat surprised. She did not expect you to actually take the initiative to call her. On the phone, you said to her, I want to talk to you. Can we meet up? Tang Lemon's eyes immediately sparkled. What? Do you want to talk about our future? You did not refute her to avoid blowing your cover. You said directly, I will wait for you at the Qingqing Lakeside. Come alone. After saying that, you hung up the phone immediately. He is even acting shy. Tang Lemon smiled and saved the call log. Then she quickly changed clothes and headed out, her face full of anticipation. Half an hour later, at Qingqing Lakeside, Jiboda was wearing a black ski mask on his head with the yellow fertilizer sack placed next to him. He said somewhat timidly, will this plan really work? If anything goes wrong, we are both super dead. You patted his shoulder and said, relax. That woman is so obsessed. She will definitely come. Right at that moment, a car drove straight toward your location from a distance. Holy shit! She is here already. Jiboda did not dare to hesitate and immediately ducked into the nearby wooden cabin. The red Maybach stopped right in front of you. Tang Lemon stepped out of the car and could not wait to embrace you, pressing her entire body against yours. Baby, did you miss me this quickly? You did not expect this woman to come up and initiate such intimate contact right off the bat. Your old face could not help but blush. I missed you. At the same time, you gave Jiboda, who was hiding in the cabin, a hand signal. Then you pulled Tang Lemon to sit down on the bench and asked, I just want to know, what exactly do you see in me? Tang Lemon sat with her back facing the cabin and smiled. Of course, I like everything about you. To distract her, your expression suddenly became exceptionally serious. And you said to her, I like you too. Hearing this, Tang Lemon was indeed stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Boda, who had quietly snuck up behind her, held the fertilizer sack and lunged to pull it over Tang Lemon's head. You also reveal the smile of a successful conspiracy, already starting to imagine how you would exact your revenge and wipe away your humiliation. Who would have thought that Tang Lemon, as if anticipating this, simply stood up and took 2 steps forward, making Boda pounce completely on thin air. Mission failed. We will get him next time. Her face instantly turned ice cold. I was wondering why you suddenly asked me out. Turns out it was for revenge. You and Boda exchanged a glance and then charged forward together. There was no turning back now. You had to take this woman down tonight. Tang Lemon just let out a calm, cold sneer. A few minutes later, you and Boda slumped on the ground with bruised faces and swollen noses, your clothes torn to shreds. Never mess with a martial arts master, boys. You both started begging for mercy incessantly, sis. We were wrong. Please. Spare us. Boda, sporting a fresh panda eye, sold you out without a second thought. This whole thing was Moo Avocado's master plan. It has nothing to do with me. You were not looking any better. Several spots on your body were already swelling up. You begged. Wifey, I was really wrong. Please, just let me go. Tang Lemon simply picked up the fertilizer sack from the ground and tossed it in front of you. Get in. You hesitated a bit. This was originally prepared for Tang Lemon. And now you were really lifting a rock only to drop it on your own feet. You asked, Can I not get in? Tang Lemon pulled out a small knife and threw it on the ground. Castration or the fertilizer sack. Pick, own yourself. Helpless, you had no choice but to pick up the sack and crawl inside. Seeing this, Boda even considerately handed over a rope, laughing cheekily. Sis, tying it with this will definitely be secure enough. Top 10 anime betrayals. When the opening of the sack was completely sealed, Tang Lemon effortlessly lifted the fertilizer sack with you inside it using own hand and walked toward the car just like that. The farce of the kidnappers getting kidnapped ended. The red Maybach sped away from the lake. Boda stood silently in place, mourning for you in his heart. Have a safe trip, bro. I will take good care of your hidden stash for you, truly reliable friend. Tianyun Villa District. The red Maybach slowly parked in front of the courtyard of a villa. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, respectfully opening the car door. Tang Lemon stepped out of the driver's seat with a cold face, instructing the 2 bodyguards wash him clean and send him to my room. After saying that, she headed upstairs. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa, Tang Lemon sat dejectedly on the bed, resting her chin on her knees, looking down at her fair little feet. Who knows what she was thinking about? This scene looked somewhat desolate, sitting all alone on the bed. This was how she had spent the past 20 years, living an aimless life, just getting by day, with nothing exciting to speak of. Therefore, she took first place in everything. But these were not actually what she wanted. A life where you can see the end at a glance was nothing but boring until she was academically, effortlessly surpassed by you. Just as she was deep in thought, a knock came from outside the door, followed by your loud yelling, "You guys, let me go. I have practiced Wing Chun. IP Man is facepalming right now. Watch out or I will use my ultimate move and floor you all." The door was pushed open. 2 bodyguards, Owen in front and Owen in back, carried you and walked in. Tang Lemon snapped out of her daze and said plainly, "Throw him on the bed." The bodyguards respectfully tossed you onto the bed and then left without a word. You regained your freedom, but in front of Tang Lemon, you absolutely did not dare to make a peep. Tang Lemon hugged her legs, looking at you with calm eyes. "I am in a bit of a bad mood right now. You better behave yourself tonight. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how heavy-handed I might get." After saying that, she lifted the blanket herself and lay on her side on the bed. Your eyes darted around. After waiting for a full half hour, you sneaked off the bed quietly, planning to take this opportunity to escape. However, just as your hand touched the doorknob, you heard Tang Lemon, whose back was turned to you on the bed, say,
5 minutes.
"If you do not get back into bed, I will show you what true cruelty means." Hearing this, your hand trembled. Finally, you sighed, walked back obediently, lifted a corner of the blanket, and crawled inside. Who knew that the moment you closed your eyes, you immediately felt a warm, soft body wrap around you. One of her legs also wrapped around you, holding you tightly like a teddy bear. You lay in bed, not daring to move a muscle, crying tears of despair in your heart. Tang Lemon kept her eyes closed, her body pressed tightly against your back. Smelling the fresh lemon scent on you, she seemed exceptionally attached. Who knows how long passed? A steady breathing sound came from behind you, unknowingly. You also closed your eyes, not knowing when you drifted off to sleep. When you opened your eyes, it was already morning. There was no Own beside you, but the bed sheet still held a lingering warmth. There was a set of men's clothes placed at the head of the bed. Just by looking at the fabric and texture, you knew it was definitely stupidly expensive. Downstairs, Tang Lemon was eating breakfast. She glanced at the time. It was almost 8 of the clock. That lazy bum actually has not gotten up yet. Just as she was preparing to go upstairs and teach you a lesson, you walked downstairs. Yawning, a maid hurriedly stepped forward and pulled out a chair for you. You sat down in front of Tang Lemon, feeling a bit awkward. It was your first time receiving such high-class treatment. Soon, the maid brought you a serving of steak, with a glass of milk placed on the side. Tang Lemon set her knife and fork aside, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and then just rested her head on her hand, staring at you quietly. After what happened last night, you were not as afraid of her anymore. You figured since she already treated you like that, what else was there to fear? At this moment, you looked at the more than half-finished steak left on Tang Lemon's plate and asked curiously, is your appetite really that small? Just not much of an appetite, Tang Lemon replied plainly, still staring straight at you. You cut a piece of steak, put it in your mouth, and chewed twice. It did not taste that great to you. So you spoke up and asked Tang Lemon, I'm not really used to this kind of steak. Can I go process it myself? Hearing that you actually knew how to cook, a hint of interest arose in Tang Lemon's heart. She nodded.
Of course.
You directly took the steak and walked towards the kitchen. Then, under the astonished gaze of the chef, you skillfully turned this piece of steak into beef stir-fry with scallions. Then you returned to the dining table and started scarfing it down piece after piece. It looked exceptionally appetizing. Smelling the aroma, Tang Lemon could not help but swallow her saliva. The way to a Yandere Heiress' heart is through her stomach. Then she snatched the plate right out of your hands. You yelled, what are you doing? Did not you say you were full? Tang Lemon ignored you. She directly picked up your fork, stabbed a piece of beef, and put it in her mouth after only chewing twice. A look of pleasant surprise instantly flashed in her eyes. This actually tastes pretty good. She did not expect a stinky guy like you to have such cooking skills. Then, as you gritted your teeth in frustration, Tang Lemon directly ate this entire plate of beef stir-fry with scallions until it was spotless. Then she handed the empty plate back to you, totally satisfied. You really could not bear it anymore. You were going way too far. However, you were only halfway through your sentence when Tang Lemon shot you a cold glare, her eyes full of threat. You had to swallow the rest of your words and silently went back to the kitchen to make another portion for yourself. Just like that, you were tormented by her for the entire weekend. Monday, Tang Lemon held your hand as you both walked towards the teaching building. Along the way, the gazes of the students swept back and forth over you. Filled with both envy and sympathy, you said somewhat awkwardly, I have already applied for self-study. Why do not you just go to class by yourself? Tang Lemon seemed to remember something. She turned to look at you and asked calmly, did you get first place in the monthly exam just to apply for self-study? You replied you could say that, mostly because I have already learned all the university courses. Spending every day at school is too boring. Flexing on her academically, I see Tang Lemon glanced at you. Then go back to your dorm and pack up. Get your things together and move into my place this afternoon. Hearing this, you screamed, oh crap, internally. Right now, she is thinking about how to discipline you every single day. If you actually move in together, who knows how much more suffering you will have to endure. You quickly refused. No way. Absolutely not. We have only just met. Moving in together right now. Is not the progress a bit too fast? Let us wait a while longer. Tang Lemon stared at your side profile for a moment and did not force the issue, although she really did like you a bit in her heart. After all, you were the first guy in so many years who had truly caught her interest. So Tang Lemon had plenty of patience. Right then, I will call you after class. If you dare not pick up, you are dead. After giving her orders, Tang Lemon headed toward the teaching building, calculating in her head whether she should also apply for self-study. You returned to the dorm and began preparing the gear for tomorrow's mountain climbing trip with Liu Ruyan, thinking about how you would not have to see Tang Lemon's cold face for the next 3 days. The corners of your mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. You and Liu Ruyan, along with Ji Boda, were all members of the camping club. Of course, there were also 2 registered members who were Liu Ruyan's best friends. At this moment, Ji Boda was also packing his bags. He definitely would not miss an event like mountain climbing. You asked casually, what time is the ticket for tomorrow morning? Did not Liu Ruyan tell you? Ji Boda shot you a confused look. It is not a morning ticket. It is a 12 a.m. bullet train ticket for tonight. We will arrive right on time tomorrow morning. Hearing this, you felt a surge of secret delight. The sooner the better. The next day, at Tianyun Villa, Tang Lemon looked at the steak in front of her, feeling it was completely tasteless. It was not even close to being as delicious as the beef stir-fry with scallions you made. Moreover, eating alone just made her feel incredibly stuffy. She still needed to drag that guy back here. Otherwise, she could not feel at ease. Thinking of this, Tang Lemon took out her phone and gave you a call. But the very next second, her face instantly turned pitch black.
Hello.
The user you're calling is currently on another line. Please try again later. The call was hung up instantly. It did not even ring once. What did this mean? Tang Lemon slammed her fist onto the dining table, her expression visibly darkening. Very well, Moo Avocado. You have got some nerve. Have not you? You actually dared to blacklist me. As expected, men really need to be properly disciplined. Tang Lemon instantly lost her appetite. She grabbed her coat and stormed out of the villa, her face so dark it looked like water could drip from it. Moo Avocado. You're really something else. You already have a girlfriend, yet you still dare to go mountain climbing with another woman. And most importantly, you did not even tell her. Her heart was like an erupting volcano. She could not wait to immediately give you a taste of family discipline. Approaching noon, you and Lu Ruyan, after a long and grueling climb, finally reached the peak of Mount Yu. Looking at the misty, cloudy scenery below, Lu Ruyan spread her arms out and took a deep breath. Moo Avocado, we have known each other for almost 5 years now, right? Just about? What is wrong? You turned your head to look at her in confusion. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, her gaze staring earnestly at you. She mustered up her courage and said, Moo Avocado, actually, Just as the last 3 words were about to slip out of her mouth, the sudden roaring sound of helicopter propellers appeared. The massive commotion echoed in everyone's ears, making people instinctively cover them. The words Lu Ruyan was about to say also came to a halt at this moment. As she looked toward the source of the noise, you all saw a latest model helicopter continuously ascending. Rich people sure love dramatic entrances. Eventually stopping right in front of you and Lu Ruyan, as if you suddenly realized what was happening. Your face instantly went pale. Oh crap, GG. Sure enough, the very next second, the cabin door of the helicopter slid open. Tang Lemon jumped down from it with a freezing cold face, her gaze quickly locking onto you. And Lu Ruyan beside you, well, you really did come out to find another woman. Just watch how I deal with you. You immediately bolted down the mountain, disappearing in a puff of smoke in the blink of an eye.
Bro used flash.
Are you kidding? If she catches you now, you are absolutely going to meet your maker. You still dare to run. Tang Lemon glared and chased after you. Her speed is not the slightest bit inferior to your desperate running for your life sprint. Everyone watched this comical scene dumbfounded. Moo Avocado, stop right there if you have the guts. You were already starting to pant slightly at this point. Yelling back, only an idiot would not run. Do not chase me if you have the guts. It took me a whole morning to climb to the top of the mountain. Yet it only took you half an hour to run down. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug. You looked at the main entrance ticket office not far ahead, then turned your head to glance behind you, not seeing any trace of that woman. You thought you had finally shaken her off. However, before you could even celebrate, several men in black suits suddenly rushed out from the ticket office. Holy crap, that is fighting dirty. They camped the spawn point. Very soon, you were carried back by a bodyguard looking like you had lost all hope in life, and were directly locked inside the red Bentley. Several bodyguards patrolled and guarded the area around the car. Miss, the young master has already been brought back to the car. Tang Lemon took a sip of water, walked straight toward the car, and got inside. Then, with a loud bang, she forcefully slammed the door shut. Not long after, your miserable wails echoed from inside the car, accompanied by your begging for mercy. Not the face. I just wanted to take advantage of the holiday to relax a bit. I accidentally blocked you. Tang Lemon kept a dark face, stepping on your face with her bare jade-like foot, pinning you down firmly. Spill it. Who was that woman sitting with you just now? Trembling, you answered She's just a friend. We really are not in the kind of relationship you think we are. Tang Lemon's foot stepping on your face, continuously pressed down harder. Are you sure? If you dared to lie to me, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fishes right now. Classic mafia boss dialogue. It is all true. How could I dare lie to you? You were in so much pain that you broke into a cold sweat, nodding frantically. After staring into your eyes for a good while, Tang Lemon finally released her foot, rolled down the window, and said coldly to the bodyguards outside, drive back to Modu. Soon, the several cars left the area one after another. Lu Ruyan and Boda arrived late to the scene, only in time to see the fading taillights of the cars in the distance. Speeding on the highway, you were treating your wounds with band-aids. This woman is way too ruthless. She showed absolutely no mercy. Tang Lemon suddenly leaned toward you and lay directly in your arms, smelling the lemon scent coming from you. Her heart seemed to instantly calm down. Pressing her face against your chest, she said softly, hold me. You felt completely helpless. You could only put down the band-aid and gently embrace Tang Lemon, who was lying in your arms, smelling the faint fragrance coming from her. Your mouth could not help but feel a bit dry. Glancing to the side, you saw the mineral water bottle Tang Lemon had casually tossed aside when she got in. It was still more than half full. You reached out and grabbed it. Just as you tilted your head back to take a sip, it was suddenly snatched away by Tang Lemon. She lifted her chin slightly. What, you're thirsty? You could only nod, having absolutely no way to deal with this witch. Tang Lemon sat up slightly, shook the water bottle in her hand, and then took a big gulp. She held it in her mouth without swallowing. She looked at you with a provocative gaze and pointed at her own red lips. The meaning was glaringly obvious. If you wanted water, you had to snatch it from her mouth. She really knows how to play the game. You shook your head. Forget it. You drink it. Hearing this, Tang Lemon's face instantly turned cold. She swallowed the water in her mouth and threatened you coldly if you do not drink it right now. I guarantee you won't get a single drop of water for 3 days. After saying that, she took another large gulp and held it in her mouth. Then she opened the car window and threw the bottle right out. Littering is bad, but being thirsty is worse. For a moment, a dead silence fell over the car, just as Tang Lemon was preparing to swallow this mouthful of water as well. You finally made a move. You leaned in and kissed Tang Lemon's red lips. All the water held in her mouth was taken by you. Your face flushed slightly as your eyes subconsciously looked out the window. But Tang Lemon, how could she let you off so easily? She leaned right back in and kissed you again. 2.5 hours later, Tang Lemon went limp in your arms. Her face flushed red. You looked at her with complex eyes. Your mind subconsciously recalled every single scene that just happened. Since you have already gone through all that together, if you wanted to ignore this woman from now on, it probably would not be possible anymore. You were not the type of guy to just hit it and quit it. Even though there was definitely an element of her seducing you just now, you could only blame yourself for being weak. Bro lost the battle of willpower. Tang Lemon stared at you in dissatisfaction. What? Are you that unsatisfied with me? You gave a slight shiver, quickly shaking your head. No, do not misunderstand. I just feel it is a bit of a pity. I finally made it to the top of the mountain, but I had to run before I even got a good look at the scenery. Tang Lemon scrutinized you with her gaze for quite a while, then snorted coldly. Do not even think about going back to the dorm tonight. Move straight into my place. Whatever you're missing, I will take you to buy it tomorrow, to prevent you from trying to slip away again. You were just about to protest when Tang Lemon hooked her arms around your neck again and forcefully kissed you for 3.5 minutes. That is a very specific amount of time. You belong to me. She declared her sovereignty. Before I get tired of you, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will catch you and bring you back. You let out a bitter laugh. Then you would better get tired of me fast, so you can spare my life. You would better give up on that thought right now. Tang Lemon said, I am extremely obsessed with things I like. I might not get tired of you for my entire life. Yandere vibes intensifying to maximum. Tang Lemon suddenly turned sideways, looking at you triumphantly. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might even reward you with plenty of benefits. You were teased until your body started heating up again. Luckily, by this time you had already returned to the villa courtyard. The driver tactfully opened the door and stepped outside. She was still sitting on your lap. Her red lips parted slightly as she hugged you. Acting spoiled, baby? Carry me out. You twitched your mouth. You really wanted to say, do you not have legs? But you managed to hold it in. Gathering Tang Lemon into your arms, you walked straight up to the second floor, placed her on the bed, and turned around to leave the room. Stop right there. Tang Lemon's face turned cold. Where are you going? You scratched your head awkwardly. I'm going to sleep in the guest room. What? Hearing this, a rolling wave of chill emanated from Tang Lemon. She reached out, grabbed you by the collar, and said coldly, what did you just say? Say it again. You felt guilty inside, quickly correcting yourself. I meant I'm hungry. I want to go down and cook something to eat. Nice save, bro. Nice save. Only then did Tang Lemon realize she was also a bit hungry. After all, she went out early in the morning to hunt you down, and had not eaten anything up until now. She let go, and instead wrapped her arms around your waist. I thought you were trying to run away again? Go on. Make a portion for me while you're at it. You let out a sigh of relief, instantly pushed the door open, and dashed towards the kitchen. Tang Lemon watched your fleeing, panicked figure, and a cunning, sly smile appeared on her face. She turned around and opened the wardrobe. Inside, uniformly and neatly arranged, was a whole collection of stockings. White stockings, black stockings, fishnets, everything was available in full supply. Wardrobe of doom right there. She glanced at her long, slender jade legs. Finally, Tang Lemon picked up a pair of black stockings and put them on. You simply made 2 portions of fried rice. 2.5 minutes later, carrying the fried rice, you returned to the second floor. Without turning your head, you spoke to Tang Lemon, who was lying under the covers, shouting, hey, time to eat. But before you could even sit down, a pair of small hands hugged you from behind. Then came Tang Lemon's gentle voice. Will you feed me? You shivered, but agreed. Fine, but can you let go of me first? It is really easy for things to misfire like this. However, Tang Lemon sat right down on your lap. That pair of black stockings was exceptionally eye-catching. You struggled to look away, but the silky smooth sensation coming from your legs constantly tugged at your heartstrings every single second. Tang Lemon smirked at you. Well, does it look good? Just average, I guess. Bro is fighting for his life lying like that. You awkwardly picked up the bowl and started feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Tang Lemon obediently sat on your lap eating her food, occasionally swinging her long jade legs. Fortunately, relying on your extraordinary willpower, you managed to push through it. I'm going to wash the dishes. You go ahead and sleep, saying that you wanted to quickly escape this den of tigers and wolves. However, before you could even stand up, your path was blocked by Tang Lemon's red lips. The dishes can be washed anytime. What do you think you should be doing right now? But right after those words were spoken, Tang Lemon suddenly felt extremely dizzy. The very next second, her eyes rolled shut and she collapsed completely. You hurriedly reached out to catch her, looking at her peacefully sleeping side profile. You breathed a huge sigh of relief in your heart. You laughed somewhat smugly. Did not expect it to take effect this fast. That kid Jiboda really did not lie to me. This bottle of extra strength sleeping pills, I guarantee that Owen pill is enough to make someone sleep for a whole day straight. Bro drugged her fried rice. Top 10 anime betrayals. You laid Tang Lemon down on the bed, tucked her in properly, and gleefully walked out of the room. Under the cover of the night, stealthily like a ghost, you climbed down from the guest room's window. After landing, you glanced at the patrolling bodyguards around you and walked toward the gate acting as if nothing happened. Very quickly, you were spotted by a squad of patrolling bodyguards and apprehended. The leading bodyguard was exactly the same guy who caught you earlier today. Sir, going back so late. He knew that his young miss highly valued you, so his tone was naturally much more respectful. You gave a bitter laugh, pretending to be helpless. Did not I make your young miss mad? She told me to go back and sleep at my own place tonight. The captain of the bodyguards put on an I totally get it expression. Bro thinks he knows what is up. Oh, so that is how it is. Take care on your way back then. Saying that, he stepped aside, not suspecting your words in the slightest. After all, he had witnessed Tang Lemon's temper firsthand. You breathed a sigh of relief and calmly walked toward the villa exit. The next day, the dazzling sunlight shone on Tang Lemon's face. In her sleep, she subconsciously rolled over, wanting to hug something, but grasped nothing but thin air. Her eyes fluttered open. She looked in confusion at the empty spot next to her. She guessed it almost instantly. He definitely tampered with that fried rice. Damn it. How dare he drug me? As the eldest miss of the Tianmu group, someone actually had the guts to drug her. Damn you, Moo Avocado. You were seriously dead meat this time. Tang Lemon stormed downstairs with a cold face, drove her red Maybach directly, and sped fiercely toward Modu University. Arriving at the university, Tang Lemon, harboring extreme fury in her heart, marched straight toward the dormitory building. Her bodyguards following closely behind, the group quickly arrived at your dorm because there were no classes today. At this moment, Jiboda was in the dorm hugging his blanket fast asleep. Every now and then, he would let out a perverted chuckle. Right at this moment, the dorm door was violently kicked open by someone. The wooden door smashed hard against the wall, letting out an enormous bang. Holy shit, who the feck dares to kick the door? Jiboda, startled awake, looked furiously toward the door. He muttered, I was just about to kiss her in my dream. Damn it all. But before he could finish his sentence, he was completely terrified by the bodyguard storming in through the doorway, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. He hurriedly curled up in his blanket, shivering uncontrollably. Tang Lemon's sharp gaze swept a full circle around the dorm room. Where is Mew Avocado? She asked coldly. Where is that guy? Jiboda, trembling, poked half his head out of the blanket. On the verge of tears,
I do not know either.
Was not he taken away by you? He still has not come back. Tang Lemon walked over to your bed and reached out to touch the mattress. It was cold. It seemed you really had not returned. She ordered Jiboda with an icy expression. Call Mew Avocado. Ask him where he is right now. Curled up on the bed, Jiboda did not dare hesitate and quickly dialed your number. At this time, in a motel in some small town in the suburbs, you picked up the phone. Recognizing Jiboda's voice, you asked, Hello?
Boda, what is up?
Jiboda, on the other end of the line, had actually been signaled by Tang Lemon's glare before he opened his mouth. Therefore, in his voice, was a hint of unconcealable trembling. Where the hell did you run off to? Man, you did not come back all night. You instantly picked up on the abnormality in his voice. Frowning, you asked Boda, is there someone else over there with you? Hearing you ask this, Tang Lemon, inside the dorm, directly grabbed a fruit knife from the side and stared threateningly at Jiboda. Boda shuddered all over and quickly replied to you on the phone. No, you're overthinking it, bro. Now, you were 100% sure there was someone else on the other line. It must be that woman, Tang Lemon, showing up at the door. Thank goodness you were smart and did not go back to the dorm. Thinking of this, your eyes darted around, and you laughed slyly. All right, Boda. You even learned how to speak in code. Tell me honestly, did that crazy woman go knock on our door? Inside the dorm, the cold tip of the blade was already pressed against Boda's throat. If Tang Lemon pushed just a little harder, it would pierce right in. Boda, at this moment, was already cursing you out relentlessly in his head. Moo avocado, you mother, code my ass. Are you trying to get your father killed? Just so you can inherit my seed downloads. A true man of culture until the very end, but outwardly he could only speak through gritted teeth. I really do not have company. Stop making wild guesses. You playfully teased, feigning surprise. Oh, listening to the background noise. It is not just her. Those bodyguards are there too, right? After saying that, you hung up the phone straight away and happily lay back down on the bed to catch some more sleep. Tang Lemon had completely lost her patience by now. She waved her hand at the bodyguards and turned to head downstairs. Not long after, Boda's miserable screams echoed throughout the dorm. For Boda, sitting back in the car, Tang Lemon made a phone call and asked coldly, well, did you find him? A respectful voice came from the other end of the line. We found him, miss. We hacked into Mr. Mew Avocado's bank account and discovered his last transaction from yesterday was at a motel in the suburbs. Send me the location. Tang Lemon ordered. Her mind was already formulating exactly how to punish you later. I patiently tried to respect you, Tang Lemon thought to herself. But to think this guy is actually pushing it further and further. It seems this time she absolutely has to discipline him properly until he submits. On the other side, you, who were still sound asleep, were completely unaware that the major turning point of your life was about to arrive. In a motel in the suburbs of Modu, the motel owner had his mouth taped shut and was crouching obediently in the corner. Tang Lemon walked straight upstairs, the chilling aura radiating from her striking fear into people's hearts. Shortly after standing at the door of your room, she coldly ordered the bodyguards behind her, without my orders. No one is allowed near this room. Later, no matter what noises you hear, do not come in. She walked through the door, seeing you still lying on the bed, sleeping like a log, occasionally smiling from the corners of your mouth, seemingly dreaming of something fun. Tang Lemon was not in a rush to make a move. Instead, after locking the door, she sat on the edge of the bed and took off her shoes, revealing her snow-white jade-like feet. Then, she stepped onto the bed. You are sleeping quite soundly. Tang Lemon looked down at you from above, then raised her foot and viciously stomped right on your stomach. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. The very next second, your shrill, agonizing scream rang out in the room. Even the bodyguards guarding outside felt pity upon hearing it. You curled your body up with a pained expression, looking at Tang Lemon, who was close at hand in sheer disbelief. Why are you here? Tang Lemon sneered. In this entire city of Modu, as long as I want to, there is not a single place I cannot find. Saying so, she crouched down slightly, grabbed your collar with Oan hand, and effortlessly lifted you up. Her eyes radiated a terrifying cold intent. Was I not good enough to you? I even let you touch me, and you still actually thought of running away? Do you hate me that much? You were just about to explain, when a gust of wind swept past your ear. The crisp sound of a slap resounded throughout the room. On your right cheek, visibly to the naked eye, an extra red handprint appeared. Your anger instantly erupted. You roared at Tang Lemon. Are you crazy? Tang Lemon's gaze darkened. I won't be the only crazy on today. You will be too. Except you will be driven crazy by my discipline. Let us see if you dare run away ever again. Following that, your wails echoed incessantly in the quiet room. The sharp sounds of slapping were absolutely endless. Tang Lemon was completely straddling you right now. Her expression crazed as she rained down punches on you. Run, will you disobey me? Will you? Hook up with wild women, will you? You originally wanted to fight back, but after trying a few times, you realized that the strength disparity between you and this woman was completely not on the same level. After beating you up for over 10 minutes, Tang Lemon seemed a little tired. She paused temporarily, looking at you while panting slightly. You looked back at Tang Lemon, gritting your teeth, you crazy woman. Just you wait. Seeing your unyielding reaction, Tang Lemon smiled. Mixed within her smile was a hint of madness and sickness. She reached out again, moving to stroke your face. You instinctively closed your eyes, but felt a soft, warm touch on your cheek. Tang Lemon's gaze suddenly became tender. She stared at you, seemingly infatuated. Then, before you could even react, her passionate and fiery red lips kissed you hard. Both of your hands were pinned down completely by her left hand. You could not break free at all. Tang Lemon licked the corner of her lips and sneered coldly. If you do not want to suffer anymore, you would better not struggle. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I will be able to hold back after struggling for a while. You closed your eyes in resignation, completely giving up your resistance, and letting Tang Lemon, this crazy woman, do whatever she wanted to you. This education session lasted for well over an hour. When everything was finally over, even Tang Lemon lay panting beside you. As for you, you were already in a half-dead state. Bro got disciplined to the brink of death. There was no longer any desire for life in your eyes. You had been utterly ravaged beyond human recognition. Tang Lemon was extremely satisfied. She reached out, caressing the side of your face and smiling. Tell me, what exactly do you not like about me? I treat you so well. If it were anyone else, they probably would not even be able to reach my social class in a lifetime. You stared expressionlessly at the ceiling, your voice frighteningly calm. If you mean knowing each other for 3 days, repay you 3 times for something like that. I do not think I could ever accept it in my lifetime. Tang Lemon pinched your cheek. She frowned in displeasure. Did not I already give you a reward? Do not think you can just run your mouth because I'm tired right now. You would better watch your words. Consider this a lesson. I have told you before, until I am tired of playing with you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Do not you dare doubt the truth in my words. You rolled your eyes in disdain, and then another crisp slapping sound echoed through the room. This crazy woman.
You were utterly speechless with her.
Inside the speeding Maybach, you looked on with a bitter smile as she sat on your lap, with her arms wrapped around your neck. What are you unhappy? Tang Lemon shot you a sideways glance. Her voice held no hint of a threat. But you knew better. You knew that if you dared to nod, the next second would probably involve 2 more slaps to the face. Seeing your silence, Tang Lemon huffed coldly. She pressed her face against your chest, looking for all the world like a sweet, obedient girl. You would never guess she was the type to engage in domestic violence. To be honest, if this woman was not so violent, you might have actually fallen for her. But alas, fate had other plans. The memories of the daily beatings were still painfully fresh. Judging by the current situation, it seemed Tang Lemon had decided to stick to you like glue. You just could not figure it out. A proper young lady from a wealthy family. Should not she be gentle and elegant? Why were her violent tendencies so severe? At that moment, neither Tang Lemon nor the bodyguards following behind had noticed a black car to their right rear, with 3 men sitting inside. They had been watching you the entire time. The skinny man in the passenger seat picked up his phone. We have found her location. Now seems like a good opportunity. The Tang family's young miss only has 3 or 4 bodyguards. There is a young man with her too. They are acting very intimately. Looks like they are a couple. So what is the plan? Should we make our move? After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, a decision was finally made. Do not act rashly just yet. I am bringing people over right now. You must keep your eyes on the target. Half an hour later, the Maybach stopped at the entrance of a shopping mall. Tang Lemon was the first to push open the door and step out. Then towards you, who was already numb from her torment. She extended a hand. You knew this was to prevent you from escaping. You had no choice but to take that fair, small hand. The 2 of you walked into the mall, fingers intertwined. Tang Lemon pulled you into a designer clothing store. Buy whatever you want today. It is all on me. You looked helpless. I have my own clothes. You really do not need to buy me anything. No, Tang Lemon cut you off. Ass, my man, you can't be dressed so shabbily. Are you trying to embarrass me? She turned directly to a female salesperson nearby and ordered, bring out all of your store's newest men's arrivals. The size should be based on my man here. Tang Lemon pointed at you as she spoke. The salesperson glanced at you in surprise, thinking to herself, he has reached the pinnacle of life at such a young age. I am so jealous. After roughly estimating your measurements, she asked you both to rest on the sofa. She then went to retrieve the clothes. Tang Lemon once again took your hand and sat on the sofa, her body pressed tightly against yours with no gap in between. Then, she tilted her head to look at you. So how does it feel to be kept by a rich woman? She smiled. Your mouth twitched. It is. Average, I guess. But Tang Lemon continued to tease. Oh, you're just putting on a brave face. Deep down, you're overjoyed. After all, a sugar mommy as beautiful and rich as me is someone you could not find even with a spotlight. You could not refute that statement. You thought, if only her violent streak was not so severe, it would indeed be quite nice. Tang Lemon snorted. It is not easy for me to finally find a man I like. If I let you get away, how could I ever show my face in Shanghai's high society again? Hearing this, you looked at Tang Lemon with curiosity. So, by that logic, you have not had any boyfriends before. Tang Lemon's smile faded. She said calmly, do you want me to have had? Being stared at by Tang Lemon with such a calm gaze for the first time, you found yourself saying, as if possessed, of course not. The words were out. By the time you realized what you had said, it was too late. A charming smile appeared on Tang Lemon's face. She hugged your arm tightly. Do not worry. You are my first boyfriend, and you will be my last." Just then, the salesperson returned, pushing a rolling clothes rack from the stockroom. It was filled with a dazzling array of men's clothing. The designs were gorgeous, clearly the work of a master designer. "Miss Tang, these are all our new summer arrivals for this year. Please, take your pick." Tang Lemon beckoned to you with her finger, gesturing for you to come over. You had to obediently stand up and walk towards her. Next, you took a few outfits and headed into the fitting room. Just as you were about to close the door, Tang Lemon followed you inside. Your face froze in shock. What are you doing in here?" Tang Lemon closed the fitting room door. She sat down calmly on the chair inside. She crossed her arms and looked at you, a slight smile on her face. "Of course, I'm afraid you will run away." Your mouth twitched. You thought, "This fitting room does not even have a window. Could your lie be any more obvious? You just want to watch me change." Tang Lemon rolled her eyes at you. She smiled and extended a long, slender leg to nudge you. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and change. It is a perfect chance for me to see if they fit." At this moment, you were incredibly grateful that this pile of clothes did not include underwear. Otherwise, your chastity might have been lost here today. And so, you slowly took off your shirt, revealing a well-defined, muscular torso. The sight made Tang Lemon involuntarily lick her lips. Her scorching gaze made you feel a little uncomfortable. You quickly changed into the new clothes, afraid this woman would not be able to resist and would devour you right here and now. Sitting to the side, Tang Lemon's face showed a hint of disappointment. She had not had her fill of looking yet. "It is over already." But then she remembered she could look all she wanted when they got home tonight, and even touch, and her heart filled with joy. Her gaze then fixed on you, now fully dressed. It has to be said, clothes really do make the man. In your new getup, you were instantly transformed. You even had a hint of roguish charm. Nope, she absolutely could not hold back any longer. Tang Lemon grabbed you by the collar, and her red lips immediately pressed against yours. Your eyes widened. You could only make muffled sounds. By the time you left the mall, the sky had already grown dark. Looking at the bright moon hanging in the dim sky, you suddenly realized this afternoon had felt surprisingly fulfilling. In the past, you would probably be in your dorm getting ready for bed by now. But being with this woman, Tang Lemon, it was as if time had a fast-forward button. The hours flew by. Tang Lemon teased. "So, what do you think? Being with me has made you a lot happier, has not it?" You retorted stubbornly. "Being with you has only brought my heart endless torment." Tang Lemon snorted and closed the car door. She expertly settled back onto your lap, wrapping her arms around your neck. The red Maybach sped off into the distance. Tang Lemon rested her face on your chest, listening to your steady breathing. A corner of her mouth lifted. "He fell asleep before we even got home," she thought. "What a lazy pig!" She gently laid you down, letting your head rest on her lap so you could sleep more comfortably. At this point, the road was empty of other vehicles. Suddenly, the driver's expression changed. "Miss, we have a situation." The bodyguards in the car behind also noticed something was wrong. They quickly got out of their car and surrounded the red Maybach on high alert. In the distance, glaring headlights shone towards them. 3 vans sped towards them, screeching to a halt with the sound of tires rubbing against asphalt. A dozen men in masks got out of the vans and completely surrounded you. One of the men shouted, "Miss Tang, do not hide. Come out and play with us." Before you could even figure out what was happening, Tang Lemon cupped your face in her hands. She looked at you seriously and said, "In a moment, I'm going to create an opening for you. When I do, you just run. Do not look back. Remember, do not look back. Understand?" By now, you had also seen the thugs surrounding the car. These people were definitely after Tang Lemon. After giving her instructions, Tang Lemon pushed open the car door and stepped out. She scanned the kidnappers around her with a cold gaze. 14 people in total. Each own was holding a knife. There were not many security cameras on this street. This was clearly a premeditated kidnapping. This kind of situation was not the first time Tang Lemon had encountered it, so her mind was perfectly clear. She looked coldly at the scar-faced man in the lead. "How much money do you want?" she asked. The scar-faced man sneered, as expected of the Tang family's eldest daughter, still so calm at a time like this. "We need you to come with us, Miss Tang. Do not worry. As soon as we get the money, we will let you go immediately." Tang Lemon took a dagger from one of her bodyguards. A murderous glint appeared in her eyes. "Looks like there's no room for negotiation then." The 3 bodyguards and the driver stepped forward, forming a tight shield in front of their miss. They watched the men warily. The scar-faced man's gaze turned cold. His goons, who had been waiting eagerly, immediately closed in with sinister smiles. Soon you heard the sounds of fighting outside. This was the first time you had been in a situation like this. Your heart trembled as you peeked through the car window. The next second, your face turned pale. It was chaos outside. One of the bodyguards moved swiftly, snapping the neck of one of the thugs, but just as quickly, a knife was plunged into his back from behind. The sight made your lips turn white. Your legs felt weak. Tang Lemon herself was holding off 2 criminals, not losing any ground. After she cleanly stabbed one of them, wounding him, she shouted to you inside the car, Now, go! You did not hesitate, pushing open the door and running. Your phone still in hand, dialing for help. Seeing this, the scar-faced man's face darkened. What are you useless fools doing? He roared. Finish them off quick. If the police get here, we are all done for. His goons immediately rushed forward as Owen. This time they were fighting with a life-or-death desperation. Soon, the bodyguards and the driver could not hold on. Tang Lemon's expression was grim. She knew that today things were probably not going to end well. But the thought of you having escaped brought a wave of relief. This is not so bad, she thought. At least that idiot is safe. You ran for your life, your eyes darting around constantly, looking for someone to go back and help. But you ran and ran without seeing a single soul. It was too strange. Even in a wealthy district, it was impossible for it to be completely empty. It was only then that you suddenly saw it. A roadwork ahead sign at a distant intersection, and standing guard nearby was a man in a mask. Your heart skipped a beat. You quickly ducked behind a lamppost. After observing for a moment, you were certain that man was definitely with the kidnappers. You quickly tried to think of a plan. You were definitely no match for that guy. But taking a detour would waste precious time. By the time you found help and got back, it might be too late. You did not dare to think about it any further. But the bloody scene from just moments ago was seared into your mind. You imagined Tang Lemon lying in a pool of blood. At that thought, you slapped yourself hard across the face. You useless coward. You cursed, leaving a woman behind to run by yourself. Even if she is not your girlfriend, you have been intimate with her. Gritting your teeth, you turned and sprinted back the way you came. A crazed, ruthless light shone in your eyes, running frantically down the deserted street. You suddenly started to laugh. You must have been influenced by that crazy woman, you thought, to have such an insane suicidal idea. Meanwhile, the situation back at the car was dire. Under the bright streetlights, only Owen bodyguard remained, still standing in front of Tang Lemon. But he was at his limit. Blood was flowing freely from a wound on his arm from the start of the fight until now. Nearly 20 minutes had passed. In this situation, waiting for police backup was just wishful thinking. The scar-faced man clearly did not want to waste any more time. He gave a look to his two remaining lackeys, and the three of them charged forward together. Miss, I will hold them off. You run? The bodyguard yelled, but Tang Lemon stubbornly shook her head, her fists clenched, refusing to flee. She knew it was too late to run now. The charging scar-faced man sneered. His muscular frame easily bypassed the bodyguard, and he rushed towards Tang Lemon behind him. He threw a punch straight at her face. With no intention of showing any mercy, Tang Lemon was clearly more experienced in combat. She ducked low, dodging the punch. She then aimed a kick straight at the scar-faced man's groin. However, the scar-faced man easily caught Tang Lemon's leg. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he slammed her against the nearby wall. Tang Lemon was thrown hard against the wall and crumpled to the ground. Her gaze was icy, staring daggers at the scar-faced man walking towards her. At this moment, the scar-faced man's face was plastered with a victorious grin. He was sure he had won. Miss Tang, if you want to keep that pretty face of yours, I would advise you not to struggle. If my hand were to slip and accidentally cut you, that little boy who ran off might find you disgusting. Who would want to marry an ugly woman, after all? However, just as he took out a rope, intending to tie Tang Lemon's hands, a flash of silver appeared. It pierced through the scar-faced man's palm. You damn bitch. The scar-faced man clutched his injured left hand, his face contorted with rage. He was clearly truly provoked. Fine, since you are so eager to die, I will grant you your wish. He picked up the blood-stained sharp dagger from the ground and lunged, stabbing towards Tang Lemon's abdomen. At this point, Tang Lemon was completely out of strength. A flicker of fear finally appeared in her eyes. She closed her eyes helplessly. With a sickening squelch, a warm liquid dripped onto Tang Lemon's face. She instinctively opened her eyes. Her pupils contracted violently. Your figure was standing in front of her. Tang Lemon looked at you in disbelief. Why did you come back? She trembled. You had been stabbed in the abdomen. Blood was steadily dripping from the wound onto the ground. You gritted your teeth against the pain and swung your own knife towards the scar-faced man's neck. The scar-faced man reacted quickly, easily dodging the attack. He mocked, I did not expect a pretty boy like you to have the guts to come back. You must really like this bitch, huh? But the next second, he slipped. His body instantly lost its balance and he fell to the ground. It turned out that in a moment of pure cartoon physics, a banana peel had appeared under his foot. You did not let this opportunity slip. Enduring the excruciating pain, you threw yourself on top of the scar-faced man. In the end, your vision blurred as you looked up at the dark night sky. You suddenly smiled. You never thought that there would come a day when you would risk your life for someone else. Morning. A ray of sunlight shone through the window into the hospital room. Tang Lemon, wearing a thin dress, was slumped over the side of the bed, still fast asleep. You were dressed in a hospital gown, your complexion looking a little better. You groggily opened your eyes, looking at the white ceiling with some confusion. A dull ache from your abdomen jolted you into a more wakeful state. You remembered what had happened before you passed out. A wave of fear washed over you. It seemed you had been taken to the hospital. You glanced at Tang Lemon sleeping by the bed. and sighed, nudging her gently with your hand. Tang Lemon sat up, rubbing her eyes. Then, her eyes lit up with joy. "You're awake," you nodded. "How long was I out?" you asked faintly. "Just a full day." Tang Lemon stared at you intently. "Why did you come back before?" she asked. "I guess I must have been crazy," you said lightly. "My mind was not clear. What happened to those kidnappers? Do not worry. The police came later and took them all away. As if afraid you would feel guilty about killing someone, Tang Lemon quickly tried to console you. As for that scar-faced man, he died on the spot. But do not worry about it. A scumbag like that is better off dead. Besides, he was a wanted fugitive. He had over a dozen lives on his hands. You're a hero now." Your eyes suddenly lit up. You asked excitedly. "I am the ON who took him down. The bounty should go to me, right?" Tang Lemon was speechless. "And here I was trying to comfort you for half an hour, and all you can think about is the bounty money." Facing your expectant gaze, she still nodded. "The bounty on that guy was as high as 100,000. Are you happy now?" You shouted excitedly in the hospital room. 100,000. Do you know how many years of struggle that saves me?" Hearing this, Tang Lemon frowned.
She grabbed your ear?
"As my boyfriend, why would you need money? Are you having second thoughts? Is not it good enough that I will buy you whatever you want? If you marry me, half of my family's fortune will be yours." In your mind, you were still happily calculating that 100,000. You paid no attention to Tang Lemon's words. Only an idiot would marry her. To risk your life for a bit of family fortune, that was a terrible deal. Tang Lemon's expression instantly turned cold. She slipped under the covers and hugged you. "Let me tell you," she said fiercely. "In life, you are mine. In death, you are my ghost. So you can forget about that. 100,000. It is all being confiscated." After speaking, she leaned in to kiss your lips, but you dodged just in time. About that, you said? "I think between us, it is probably better if we maintain a certain distance. Look at me. What is so great about a poor kid like me?" A moment later, your pained cries echoed through the hospital room. "Stop. Stop. I was wrong. I was really wrong after a bit of roughhousing." Tang Lemon rested her face on your chest, a look of satisfaction on her face. She licked her lips, as if wanting more. You, on the other hand, were forced to hold her soft waist, with 2 red handprints on your face, and red marks on your neck. You looked quite pathetic. "Do not you need to go back to class?" you suddenly asked. A smile played on Tang Lemon's lips. She caressed your face.
Of course I do.
"And it is not just me. You are coming with me." "But I applied for independent study," you said confused. "I do not have to go back to school for classes." "Nope." Tang Lemon placed a finger on your lips. She smiled triumphantly. "I use my connections to cancel your independent studies status. So once you have recovered, you will be a good boy and come to school with me." You were completely dumbfounded. My voice raised a few notches. "What? The self-study privilege I worked so hard to earn by getting first place. You just canceled it just like that. What are you unhappy about it?" Tang Lemon shot you a sidelong glance. Her hand, hidden under the blanket, grabbed your vitals. Critical hit. It is super effective. Your whole body went soft, and you lay on the bed, wanting to cry but having no tears, inadvertently looking down at something. You could not help but swallow hard. Tang Lemon lifted her head slightly, catching your somewhat fiery gaze. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she leaned her body closer to yours, feeling that soft touch. Your Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. You looked away, trying hard to suppress your turbulent and restless mood. I mean, who could withstand this first thing in the morning? Tang Lemon forcefully turned your head back around. She leaned in and stared deeply into your eyes. "Oh my, it seems your thoughts are not very pure right now. Call me wifey and I will help you out. How about that?" "No need." You inexplicably felt a bit guilty in your heart. Really? Tang Lemon's eyes danced with amusement as she continuously tempted you physically. Her red lips pressed against your ear as she whispered seductively, "Last chance. Are you going to say it or not?" While speaking, she did not forget to grab your hand and place it on her leg. Her red lips kept blowing air into your ear. "Say it." Under her relentless pressure, you finally managed to spit out that word with great difficulty. Bro folded again. She smiled with utter satisfaction. "Good boy. Then I will give you a little reward." This kind of interaction lasted for a solid 2.5 hours. Stamina stats maxed out. Tang Lemon tossed the crumpled tissues into the trash can and said to you, "Reward given. From today onwards, you are my man. Understand?" After surviving this life or death crisis, you also started to see things more openly. You thought to yourself, "I'm not even afraid of death. So why should I be afraid of a crazy woman? Date her then." Who is afraid of whom? Tang Lemon's mood also lifted considerably. She could tell that you were starting to accept her. She thought, "I chased you for so long. At least my efforts were not in vain." Thinking of this, Tang Lemon suddenly sat up looking at you seriously. Promise me, if anything dangerous like this ever happens again, you will obediently listen to me. You gave a perfunctory nod. Tang Lemon knew you definitely did not take it to heart, but there was nothing she could do about it. She secretly thought to herself, lately, the security around her had indeed been a bit too lax to actually be threatened by a bunch of third-rate kidnappers. It was simply a humiliation. Meanwhile, you stared blankly at the snow-white ceiling. You thought to yourself, so I have a girlfriend just like that, and a wealthy heiress on top of that. Life really is unpredictable. Thinking back to just a few days ago, your main goal was still to earn a scholarship, and maybe open an appliance store after graduation to live out your days. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, just a few days later, you would be snagging a sugar mommy? Task failed successfully. Perhaps the only fly in the ointment is that this rich heiress has a bit of a nasty temper. You will probably have your fair share of suffering in the days to come. The moment Tang Lemon supported you and walked back into the villa, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit had already been waiting for quite a while. Tang Lemon asked expressionlessly, "Why are you here?" The man called Dad, Tang Yaoing, exuded a natural authority. His gaze lingered on you for a few seconds before turning back to Tang Lemon. "I heard you ran into some kidnappers, so I came to check on you. Are you hurt?" "I am fine," Tang Lemon coldly replied with just those two words, and then supported you as she headed upstairs. Tang Yaoing did not stop her. He silently watched his daughter support an unfamiliar man up to the second-floor bedroom, unsure of what he was thinking. He let out a sigh. Tang Lemon helped you sit down on the edge of the bed and warned, "Stay up here and be a good boy. I will be back in a bit. You better not let me catch you eavesdropping from upstairs, or you're dead meat." Watching Tang Lemon's retreating figure, you were rather curious about the relationship between this father and daughter. Just as the thought of standing by the door to eavesdrop popped into your head, you heard the bedroom door being locked from the outside. She knows you too well. Walking down to the living room on the first floor, Tang Lemon stood before her father without a shred of friendliness on her face. "What are you doing here?" Tang Yaoing was already used to his daughter's attitude. "He said that kid's name is Mu Avocado, right? I have investigated him. His family runs a restaurant, and they barely count as middle class. Although I do not know what you see in him, listen to your dad's advice. The two of you are not from the same world." Ah, the classic, "Here's a check, leave my daughter set up." The atmosphere in the living room instantly dropped a few degrees. Tang Lemon's face remained completely unchanged. Only her voice grew a bit more impatient. "Did you come over here just to spout this nonsense at me?" Tang Yaoing met Tang Lemon's eyes. "I am doing this for your own good, and for his good as well. You and him are completely not on the same level. Enough." Tang Lemon's cold eyes carried a hint of anger. "Get out. You are not welcome here." Tang Yaoing ultimately shook his head and began to walk out of the villa. "Own day, you will understand. Your mother and I are only doing what is best for you." The main doors of the villa slowly closed. Only Tang Lemon was left standing alone in the living room. A fleeting look of helplessness flashed in her eyes. In the second-floor bedroom, you were lying on the soft, massive bed, resting with your eyes closed. Suddenly, a beautiful silhouette threw herself at you. Looking at Tang Lemon, who had just pounced on you, you were slightly taken aback. You thought to yourself, "What is wrong with this woman now?" Tang Lemon hugged you, her voice trembling a little. "Do not move. Just let me hold you like this for a while." Although you were confused about what had happened, feeling your shoulder getting soaked with tears, after a brief hesitation, you chose to hug her back. This embrace lasted for the better part of an hour. It was not until you heard the person in your arms breathing steadily. She had actually fallen asleep right on top of you. You did not complain. With gentle movements, you helped Tang Lemon lie down properly on the bed and tucked her in. She lay in bed with her eyes closed, tiny teardrops still hanging from the corners of her eyes. She had clearly just been crying. You reached out and wiped her tears away. Looking at her peaceful, sleeping face, you really could not figure out in your heart just what kind of incident could make a person like Tang Lemon shed tears. You thought to yourself, sleep well. After a good sleep, you will forget all those sad things. Hopefully, when she finds out how well you took care of her, she might hit you a little lighter in the future. Bro is playing the long survival game. Tang Lemon groggily opened her eyes, only to find herself lying alone in the bed. A hint of disappointment leaked from her eyes. A self-deceiving smile appeared on her lips. She thought bitterly, as expected, he still refuses to accept me. Am I really that annoying? Just as Tang Lemon was lying in bed, feeling secretly crestfallen, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. You walked into the bedroom carrying a steaming, fragrant bowl of noodles. As soon as you turned around, you saw Tang Lemon staring blankly right at you. You instinctively pulled the bowl back a little. You thought, if you want to eat, go cook it yourself. I am a patient right now. Seeing your protective reaction over your food, Tang Lemon could not help but laugh out loud. She beckoned you over with her finger, patted the empty space beside her, and ordered with an unquestionable tone, "Come here." You hesitated for a moment, but still limped over. Tang Lemon calmly took the bowl of aromatic noodles from your hands. Not bad at all. As expected of my man, great cooking skills. Noticing your resentful glare, Tang Lemon picked up a chopstick full of noodles and brought it to your lips. You dodged it directly, saying, "Forget it. I will just go cook another bowl." Catching that fleeting look of disdain in your eyes, Tang Lemon reached out and pinched your cheek. "I am in a very good mood right now. Messing with me at a time like this is not a wise decision." Saying that, she pushed the noodles in her hand closer to your mouth again. "Eat it. If you dare to leave even a single drop of broth today, I will make you pay for it." But you already ate from this. You looked at the noodles at your lips, feeling conflicted, but seeing Tang Lemon's gaze growing colder and colder, looking like she was on the verge of erupting, you helplessly chose to open your mouth. Indirect kiss secured. After eating and drinking your fill, you slipped back under the covers. Tang Lemon closed her eyes, hugged you, and said softly, "Sleep a little longer. I have to go to the university in the morning, and you're coming with me." You thought in dissatisfaction, "What does you going to school have to do with me? I am a patient right now." Tang Lemon's hand under the blanket patted your waist, and she said, "Be good. If you do not want to suffer, then obediently do as I say." You dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. You resentfully thought to yourself, "What a total dog of a woman. I wasted my time helping you to bed. I should have just kicked you under the bed back then." At 8 a.m., having finally managed to fall asleep, you were forcefully dragged out of bed by Tang Lemon. The vehicle headed towards Modu University. Just like usual, Tang Lemon sat directly on your lap. You weakly wrapped your arms around her waist, complaining dissatisfied. "Why do you have to go to school? Do not tell me you're actually going to study." Tang Lemon smiled brightly and said, "You know about the student council. I plan on making you join it." You immediately refused. "I'm not going," you thought to yourself. "I absolutely cannot let this woman coerce me again this time. Besides, once junior year starts, I have to begin my internship. I will only be able to come back to campus occasionally." Before Tang Lemon could speak, you continued with a firm tone, "Give it up. Even if you beat me to death, there is no way I'm joining the student council." Tang Lemon sat up slightly, raised her hand, and held up 2 fingers. You were a bit confused? "What does that mean?" 20,000. As long as you join the student council, I will give you 20,000 in pocket money. Furthermore, when you're a junior, I will even find you a cushy job where you can slack off all day. How about it? You felt deeply insulted and declared, "Do I look like the kind of person who would fold over a measly 20,000 bucks?" I said, "It is impossible." And I mean impossible, bro, is standing his ground. For now, true. You should just stop dreaming about it. Tang Lemon said with some regret. "Well, alright then. 20,000 in pocket money a month was already the limit of what I could offer you." Wait, what? Your previously drowsy brain instantly snapped fully awake. Just by joining the student council, you could get 20,000 bucks a month. No matter how you look at it, this is a massive steal. Sis, I will join. I will definitely join. You immediately grabbed onto Tang Lemon and laughed shamelessly. Morals left the chat. Seeing your money-grubbing appearance, a playful smirk curled onto Tang Lemon's lips. She felt like she had already completely grasped your weakness. She thought, if I had known earlier, I would have just slapped 2 stacks of cash on his face right from the start. Why did I put so much effort into making him accept me? Arriving at the gates of Modu University, Tang Lemon stepped out of the car first. The moment she appeared, she immediately attracted the gazes of all the students. "Look, it is Senior Tang Lemon. She is so gorgeous. Man, I really wish she was my girlfriend. Then she could trample on me every day with that cold face of hers." Down bad alert. "Let us go," Tang Lemon said, raising her hand towards you. On her fair, slightly pinkish cheeks, she wore a faint, subtle smile. Just as everyone was still shocked about your identity, you had already incredibly naturally held Tang Lemon's small hand and walked through the campus gates together. Holy crap. Which brave warrior is that, to actually dare be so physically intimate with the eldest miss of the Tang family? Is he not afraid of Su Jincheng coming after him? That guy is definitely screwed. Knowing Su Jincheng's temper, there is no way he will let him off easily. You and Tang Lemon went straight to the student council office. Hearing the commotion, a girl looked up. She gave the entering Tang Lemon a somewhat reserved smile. "President, what brings you here today?" "President?" You looked at Tang Lemon in surprise and said, "No wonder you insisted on me joining the student council. After all that, it turns out you are the student council president." Tang Lemon looked at you strangely. "What else would I be? Did you skip the freshman orientation ceremony?" You scratched your head awkwardly, explaining, "I think I took a sick day back then and stayed in my dorm playing games all day. Plus, my social circle only consists of a handful of people, so it is totally normal that I did not know." Tang Lemon shot you a speechless look. Then she pointed at the girl and said, "That is Shen Yu, currently one of the 2 members of the student council. Although her personality is a bit complicated, her abilities are outstanding. The girl named Shen Yu extended her hand somewhat shyly. "Hello, my name is Shen Yu. Just like you and the president, I'm also a sophomore." Just as you were about to reach out to shake her hand, you heard Shen Yu laugh with a hint of pride. "By the way, the time you went mountain climbing, I was the one who hacked your phone and gave the president your location." Top 10 anime betrayals. Your mouth twitched. Now you finally understood what Tang Lemon meant by a complicated personality. You thought, "You little jerk, you are the reason I got beaten up by her, and now you're telling me with a huge smile on your face that you are the true culprit. Where are the rest of the student council members?" You scanned the layout of the student council office. Seeing only Shen Yu working alone, you asked in confusion. "There are none." Tang Lemon took off her shoes and placed her snow-white little feet onto your lap. "The entire student council right now, including you, only has 3 people in total, so there's a lot of work to do." You felt instantly speechless. A student council with only 3 people. It is a miracle she even manages to keep this organization running normally. At this time, Shen Yu walked over holding a blank application form. "This is the student council application form. Welcome aboard, Vice President Mew." You looked at Tang Lemon in shock. "I am the vice president," just like that. Tang Lemon let out a soft mum. "Hurry up and fill out the application, and then get to work for me. If your performance does not satisfy me,
Watch out, or I will dock your pay."
Seeing that mischievous, teasing smile on her face, you suddenly felt a pang of regret about your decision to join the student council. You thought, "This is not a trap, is it?" Through Shen Yu's introduction, you finally gained a basic understanding of the student council. She said because the school is hosting a fireworks festival in a couple of days. "I'm going to be quite busy recently. If there's anything else you do not understand, just come ask me then." You nodded and thanked her. You were aware of the fireworks festival? It was a traditional annual event at Modi University, specially held to welcome the incoming freshmen. It had already been a month since the semester started, so preparations for this year's fireworks festival were indeed due to begin. Tang Lemon said with a sweet smile, "Now that you understand, let us go. It is so hot today. I want to go take a bath." Thinking of Tang Lemon's perfect figure, certain indescribable scenes unconsciously popped into your mind. "Ayo, keep it PG." A flash of awkwardness inadvertently crossed your face. Tang Lemon had already grabbed your arm, dragging you outside. Feeling the soft touch pressing against your arm, you subconsciously swallowed hard, your body growing a little hot. Inside the car, Tang Lemon lay on top of you as usual, her hands restlessly tracing circles on your chest. You gave a shudder, thinking, is not this a bit inappropriate? Is this woman planning to do it right here? But Tang Lemon's tone was incredibly cold. Did you just try to shake hands with Shen Yu? When did I ever give you permission to shake hands with other girls? Even if she is my friend, it is not allowed." Saying that, she forcefully slapped right on the wound on your waist. Your pupils shrank, and you instantly gasped in a breath of cold air, almost screaming out loud from the pain. You could not help but think it was just a handshake. Do you really have to be this controlling? Tang Lemon's voice instantly turned freezing. "You are my boyfriend now. Without my permission, you are not allowed to have any intimate contact with other women." Finishing her sentence, she wrapped her arms around your neck and kissed you greedily. Faced with this sudden kiss, you were completely caught off guard. You reached out to push her away, but seeing her eyes filled with madness, a surge of fear gripped your heart. "I hope this is the last time I have to warn you." Her voice echoed against your lips. "Do not have any intimate interactions with any woman other than me. Otherwise, I will make you understand just how helpless a canary trapped in an iron cage truly is." Only at this moment did you realize your girlfriend might not just be a little domineering, she might also be a bit of a yandere. Bro finally figured it out. The driver kept his eyes glued straight to the road ahead, absolutely not daring to glance at the rearview mirror. You simply could not resist Tang Lemon's tyranny. You could only let her plunder you recklessly. Who knows how long passed before Tang Lemon finally stopped, looking satisfied. "Since we have only just gotten together, I will let you off the hook this time. Remember this lesson? I hope there won't be a next time." Her voice echoed in your ears, making you shudder uncontrollably and giving you the creeps. If there was a next time, would this woman actually try to kill you? Meanwhile, in a dorm room at Modu University, Lu Ruyan was staring intently at her phone screen with a nervous expression. After a few minutes passed, her phone vibrated slightly. Seeing the OK emoji you sent, she instantly relaxed. The Capital Grand Bathhouse was a property of Tang Lemon's family. Only the finest facilities were used here. Even the bathwater was steeped in incredibly expensive medicinal herbs. After replying to the message, you placed your phone into the wooden locker. Wearing nothing but a bath towel, you walked toward the entrance. Tang Lemon was lying comfortably in the medicinal bath with her eyes closed. She raised her soft, delicate little hand, and water droplets continuously fell from her palm, splashing into ripples below. You slowly walked to the edge of the medicinal bath. Not knowing what exactly you just saw, your face rapidly flushed red. You hurriedly turned around, turning your back to Tang Lemon. Why are not you wearing anything? You thought to yourself, holy crap, is this woman insane? To actually be this bold. Tang Lemon turned to look at you. She narrowed her eyes and said softly, what is the big deal? We are boyfriend and girlfriend, so what if you look? It was your first time seeing such an alluring scene. For someone like you, who was still an honest, innocent guy when it came to romance. This was way too stimulating. The sound of splashing water behind you clearly reached your ears. The very next second, a pair of soaking wet hands wrapped around your waist, hugging you tightly from behind. Water droplets were still dripping from them continuously. Tang Lemon whispered intimately into your ear. Why are you still being shy even now? Were not you enjoying it a lot when I helped you out earlier? You had an aggrieved expression on your face. You thought, damn it, his woman is intentionally trying to mess with me. Do you want me to help you again? Tang Lemon's voice echoed in your ears once more, like the whisper of a demon. You quickly shook your head. Are you kidding? In a place like this, you could not guarantee you would be able to control yourself. You thought, if we actually cross that line and do the deed, I will be under this woman's control for the rest of my life. Are you sure? An enchanting smile appeared on Tang Lemon's lips. She hugged you tightly and then rubbed up and down against you. It was like you had been electrocuted. Your body instantly stiffened and your mind went completely blank as countless crazy thoughts began surging up. You hurriedly begged for mercy. Sis, I'm begging you. We are still in college. We really can't do anything drastic. Hearing this, Tang Lemon's dissatisfaction completely erupted. She thought it was Owen's thing to reject me the first time, but this is the second time now. He is really asking for it. The very next second, she shoved you straight into the bath, yeeted into the water. You were just about to open your mouth to speak when you violently choked on a huge gulp of bath water. Your eyes turned red from choking. The bath towel wrapped around you also slipped off and fell into Tang Lemon's hands. She gave it a casual glance and tossed the towel aside. Following that, she jumped into the pool as well. Who knows how much time passed. But inside the steam-filled bath, Tang Lemon leaned against your chest and whispered softly as expected, men's words are all lies. Did not you just say you did not need it? Your face flushed red. Unable to refute Tang Lemon's words, you could only hold her a little tighter. Tang Lemon secretly shot you a sideways glance, feeling smug in her heart. She knew that after crossing such a massive boundary together, you would never be able to shake her off. She thought to herself, man, you can no longer escape the palm of my hand. Cue the evil villain laugh. On the sports field of Modu University, Su Jinqing looked at the messages popping up on his phone. Revealing a profound, meaningful smile, he gazed at the white clouds drifting in the distant sky and murmured, New avocado. Is it? How interesting. This is quite troublesome. To think my fiancé was snatched away by someone else first. What is a fiancé like me supposed to do about this? Oh, great. A love triangle approaches. Early the next morning, using the flimsy excuse of going to the hospital to change your dressings, you slipped out alone and headed straight to the Modu Genesis exhibition hall. Lu Ruyan was standing downstairs at the exhibition hall, wearing a carefully selected snow-white short blouse. It perfectly outlined her fiery figure. With such a stunning beauty standing at the entrance, she naturally drew the eyes of everyone passing by. You jogged over from a short distance away because you were terrified of Tang Lemon catching you sneaking out to play. You were dressed incredibly casually. Sorry to keep you waiting, you said apologetically, then looked around in confusion. Oh, right. Did not Jiboda say he was coming too? Back when Lu Rian messaged to invite you, she specifically mentioned that Jiboda was coming. That was the only reason you agreed so readily. After all, if it was just you and Lu Rian alone, it would feel a bit weird. More importantly, if Tang Lemon found out once you got back, you would probably be kneeling on durian shells. The ultimate Asian punishment. Lu Rian spun a lie without batting an eye or skipping a beat. He just got a call, said he had an emergency to handle and left first. Hearing her say this, you did not overthink it, then let us head inside too. With that, the two of you walked into the exhibition hall shoulder to shoulder. This art exhibition did not look much different from previous ones. The paintings displayed in the hall were probably worth hundreds of thousands each. I remember the tickets for the Genesis exhibition hall being pretty pricey. How did you manage to get 3 tickets? You muttered in your heart. If memory served right, Liu Rian's family background was similar to yours. Pretty ordinary. A ticket for this exhibition hall cost at least several $100. Liu Rian's gaze drifted subtly toward your side profile. She casually told another lie. I went out with some friends and won these in a promotional lucky draw. In reality, the ticket money was saved up by being extremely frugal for a whole month.
All for today.
Because she was preparing to do something major. Liu Rian stared at the painting of blooming sunflowers in front of them and took a deep breath. As if she had made up her mind, she was finally ready to speak, sensing that Lu Rian's expression was a bit off. You asked with concern, what is wrong? Do not speak speak yet. You were only halfway through your sentence when Yu Ruyan bluntly cut you off. Her eyes were full of determination. She thought to herself, even if she gets rejected, she had to let out her true feelings today. I have actually liked you for a long time. Will you be my boyfriend? I know you have been getting very close to that Tang Lemon, but I have liked you ever since high school. Your preferences, your temper, I know them much better than she does. My feelings for you will absolutely not lose to Tang Lemon's. I care about you more than she does. As soon as her words fell, a deep blush rose to Lu Ruyan's cheeks. She pursed her lips nervously, waiting quietly for your answer. You were completely stunned. To be honest, it is not like you had not fantasized about this exact scenario before.
I actually really like you too.
And you definitely understand me better than that woman does. Meeting Lu Ruyan's gaze, you spoke solemnly. But I'm sorry, I can't say yes. Cue the tragic anime music. As soon as those words came out, Liu Ruyan's eyes instantly reddened. Tears rolled down uncontrollably. She choked back a sob and asked, "Is it because of Tang Lemon?" Your heart ached, but you still nodded heavily. Perhaps cutting the tangled mess swiftly was the best outcome for both of you.
The commotion on your side
Quickly attracted the gazes of a circle of onlookers. All sorts of stares were simultaneously cast your way. Knowing full well this was not a place to linger, you grabbed Lu Ruyan's wrist and quickly walked outside. The moment you stepped out of the exhibition hall, a flashy red Maybach was already waiting by the curb. The backseat window rolled down, revealing Tang Lemon's flawless face.
Right, as you were holding hands with the tear-stained Liu Ruyan.
Walking out, Tang Lemon's gaze swept over. Her face was so calm it made your heart panic, stumbling right into this Shura-field carnage zone. Your heart skipped a beat, thinking, I am dead. You instinctively wanted to pull Liu Ruyan forward to explain. But the moment you took a single step, Tang Lemon's icy voice smashed over you. I know what you want to say. Get in the car first. Let us go home and settle this slowly. You glanced at Lu Ruyan beside you. After a brief struggle, you let go of her hand. You softly comforted her. Do not cry anymore. I will have Jibota come pick you up right away. With those words, you resigned to your fate, walked around to the other side of the Maybach, opened the door, and got in. Greeting you face to face was Tang Lemon's beautiful yet frosty face, accompanied by the low roar of the engine. The car slowly started moving, but Lu Ruyan stared at Tang Lemon inside the car, the stubbornness in her eyes not fading in the slightest due to your rejection. She suddenly yelled at Tang Lemon in the car at the top of her lungs. Do not think you have won just like this. I hope you cherish him well. Do not give me any opportunities. Otherwise, I will mercilessly snatch him right away from your side. Declaration of war. Tang Lemon's face dropped a few degrees colder. She turned her head and glanced at Lu Ruyan, letting out a disdainful cold snort. If you have the guts, come and try to snatch him. As soon as the words were spoken, the red Maybach roared away, leaving only a desolate Lu Ruyan standing there, staring at the resolute taillights. Looking in the direction the car disappeared, Lu Ruyan squatted down weakly, murmuring to herself, so this is what heartbreak feels like. It hurts more than any bitterness I have ever tasted. The air inside the car felt as if it had frozen solid. You peeked at the frost-faced and completely silent Tang Lemon beside you. You forced a stiff smile onto your face. Why did you come? Actually, Jibota said he was coming too, but he had a sudden emergency and left first. So, in the end, it was just me and Lu Ruyan. Really? I'm not lying to you. Tang Lemon slowly turned her head, staring dead into your eyes. Beneath her tranquil tone was anger like an erupting volcano. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Why should I believe you? What? The moment I take my eyes off you, you run off with another woman to an exhibition to have a little romantic getaway. Is that it? You opened your mouth, but found you could not utter a single word of defense. This attitude of tacit admission made Tang Lemon even more furious. I already gave you a chance last time. She enunciated every single word, as if every syllable carried shards of ice. Get ready to accept your punishment. I will not let you off easily this time. If I do not engrave a lesson into your memory, this matter is not over. Hearing this, a chill ran down your spine, and you could not help but shiver. In the second-floor bedroom of Tianyun Villa, Tang Lemon expressionlessly drew the curtains shut. With a click, she locked the bedroom door and casually tossed the key into the bathroom. Only then did she cast a gloomy look at you by the bed, and you still wanted to make a final struggle. You really misunderstood. Unfortunately, the suppressed anger in Tang Lemon's heart had already detonated. Without another word, she kicked you squarely in the stomach. You were instantly seized by terror, your body involuntarily scooting backward. Finally, you shrank into the corner, watching her approach in horror. You defended yourself with a trembling voice. No, it is not like that. Lu Rian and I, we really do not have the kind of relationship you are imagining. It is all a misunderstanding. Tang Lemon advanced on you step by step, her tone bone chillingly cold. Of course, I know there is nothing going on between you and that woman, but what I am truly angry about is, it is own thing to sneak out with another woman behind my back. But you actually dared to hold hands with her, before her voice even faded. Tang Lemon's hands were already clamped tightly around your throat, a terrifying murderous intent flashing in the depths of her eyes. She gritted her teeth. I was too lenient with you before, which gave you the guts to repeatedly anger me. You are way too disobedient. As soon as she finished speaking, a fist rapidly magnified before your eyes. You let out a miserable scream, clutching your eye in pain. Endless indignation surged in your heart. The slight affection for Tang Lemon that had finally begun to blossom over the past few days was shattered to pieces in this instant. You were so incredibly wrong. This woman is fundamentally a lunatic. If this keeps up, you're definitely going to be toyed to death by her. You jerked your head up, glaring fiercely at Tang Lemon. The indignation and rage in your eyes were practically erupting. Seeing you look like this, Tang Lemon released her grip on your throat and instead stroked your cheek with her warm little hand. A playful smirk curled the corner of her mouth. What? Looking at your eyes, you seem very defiant. The law of the jungle is just how this world works. You can't beat me, so you just have to endure it. But what good is endurance? You will never be my match in your entire life, nor will you ever escape my grasp. After Tang Lemon finished this speech, she leaned down, forcefully sealing your mouth with her alluring red lips, maintaining provocative eye contact with you under your hatred-filled gaze. The clothes on your body were violently torn to shreds by her and thrown messily onto the floor. You gritted your teeth until they nearly shattered, roaring, "You crazy witch. It does not matter how much you torture me. I will never love you in this lifetime. I curse you to a horrible death." This was probably the most vicious thing you had said in your entire life, and its effect seemed to completely exceed your expectations. This undisguised malicious remark pierced Tang Lemon's heart like a sharp knife. She completely froze in place, staring blankly at the disgust and resentment in your eyes. The crazed expression on her face, as if seeing the shadow of someone else through you, unexpectedly and slowly subsided. Tang Lemon stood up from on top of you, looking down at you from above, forcing a single word through her teeth. Hearing this, you were also completely stunned. You looked at Tang Lemon in disbelief. What did this mean? Was she planning to let you go? Tang Lemon lowered her eyes, staring into yours, her voice carrying a trace of disgust. But that disgust did not seem aimed at you, but rather at herself. Disappear from my sight immediately. Get as far away as possible. Do not let me see you again. You scrambled up from the floor, thoroughly confused, completely failing to understand the situation.
Only a second ago.
She looked like she was going to torture you to death. How did getting cursed at make her willing to let you go? Whatever. Why overthink it? Taking the opportunity to bolt was the main priority. You looked down at your torn clothes shredded on the floor. With no other choice, you rummaged through the closet to find the new clothes Tang Lemon had bought for you and put them on. After hurriedly throwing the clothes on, you bolted out of the villa without looking back. Terrified, the woman would change her mind and drag you back. You had absolutely no idea that behind the second floor window of the villa, Tang Lemon was standing barefoot coldly watching your fleeing figure. A single clear tear quietly slipped down her cheek. The plot thickens. A few minutes later, you looked back at the gates of the villa district, so thrilled you almost laughed out loud. You finally got rid of that crazy witch. That woman was simply terrifying. You thought to yourself you needed to hurry back and pack your things. Best to go home and hide out for a while first. God knows if that woman will suddenly regret her decision. Having finally escaped this demon's den, you definitely did not want to get dragged back to face annihilation, but you had barely taken a few steps when the roar of an engine echoed from a distance. A black Porsche came roaring over. You did not pay much attention to it at first, but the very next second, accompanied by the ear-piercing screech of brakes, that luxurious Porsche came to a steady halt right in front of you. You frowned slightly, unable to figure out what kind of trick this driver was pulling. The window on the driver's side slowly rolled down, and a face you could not be more familiar with came into view. Cliffhanger. Tang Yaoying, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, lazily cast a glance at you. Get in. I want to talk to you. If you dare refuse, I will have you kicked out of Modu University. Hearing this blatant threat, the joy of having just escaped danger was instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water. You gritted your teeth and asked, "Do you rich people all like threatening others this much?" Tang Yaoying smiled and waved his hand. Do not be so nervous. I really do not mean any harm. I just want to have a chat with you. You hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately opened the back door and got in. What else could you do? Your fists were not as hard as theirs. Inside an internet-famous cafe in Modu, you and Tang Yaoying chose a seat by the window. Tang Yaoying took a sip of his coffee and said in a flat tone, I'm looking for you today to talk about something. But before that, let me ask you a question. I found out your parents moved to Sichuan 20 years ago. Do you know where your family lived? Before that, you set down your coffee cup. Even though you did not understand the purpose of his question, you still shook your head honestly. Tang Yaowing gave you a meaningful look, then sighed, and did not dwell on the question any further. He slowly began to speak. My wife, that is Wonner's mother, had an accident when giving birth to her and lost her ability to have children, which means Wonner is my only child and naturally the sole heir to the Tianmu group. Recalling these past events, a flash of unbearable pain and sorrow crossed Tang Yaoing's eyes, but he still continued. Wonner, her personality used to be incredibly bright and lively. She is completely like a different person now, although she has to shoulder the entire Tang family in the future. We originally planned to wait until she graduated, before letting her get involved in the company's affairs. But later, something happened, and we had no choice but to force her to get involved in the group's operations prematurely. You could even say we forced her to grow up, hoping she could take charge of everything in the shortest time possible. You sat to the side, listening silently, waves rising in your heart. According to Tang Yaoing's words, the Tang Lemon of the past and the Tang Lemon now were two entirely different people. Then how did she turn into what she is today? Words like lively and bright would probably never have a single connection with that crazy woman Tang Lemon in this lifetime. Tang Yaoing turned his head to look out the window, threads of worry lingering between his brows. He asked, do you know about the Su family of Modu? You thought about it carefully in your mind, and then shook your head. It sounds a bit familiar. Tang Yaoing said, the eldest son of the Su family, Su Jinqing, is studying right here at Modu University. It is normal if you have heard the name in passing. Tang Yaoing seemed to think of something. A look of danger and deep hatred appeared in his eyes. Then he began to introduce the background of the Su family to you. The Su family in Modu is a family second only to our Tang family in many high-level departments. Their presence can be found down to the heads of standard departments in towns and villages. In short, their power is unimaginably vast. But for the Su family, who only commands the wind and rain in the political arena, if they want to go a step further, they must face own difficult problem. Hearing this, you roughly guess the clue. Public officials cannot engage in business, and businessmen cannot enter the system. And listening to Tang Yaoing's description of the Su family, they had pretty much reached the absolute peak in the political world. So, when it came to their flaws and ambitions, it could only be business. As expected, Tang Yaoing continued. The people of the Su family have been wanting to dip their hands into the business sector for more than just a day or two for them. If they could add massive financial power to the authority they hold, it would undoubtedly be a beautiful thing. And our Tang family is exactly what they set their sights on. The Su family and our Tang family, when Wonner was 8 years old, signed an engagement. The goal was purely for our Tang family's Tianmu group. They want to catch a white wolf with bare hands. There was not a single ripple in your heart. After all, whatever happened to the Tang family had absolutely nothing to do with you. But the deceit and scheming between these major families was truly intense. You never would have thought that plots only found in novels would actually appear in reality. Tang Yaoing was not at all surprised by your attitude, given his daughter's current personality. He figured a kid like you must harbor quite a bit of hatred for her in your heart. He pulled out a golden bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table. With a serious expression, he said to you, I came here today without telling my wife. Even though I hope my daughter can stand on her own as soon as possible, I still hope that at least for these 2 years in university, she can be a little happier. There is 30 million in this card. As long as you accompany Wonner well for us during university. Consider this the only thing I as a father can do for her. Saying that, he stood up, his gaze almost pleading as he looked at you. Then he slowly bowed his waist, because he had actively ripped off the scab. His heart felt incomparably heavy with pain at this moment. His daughter's current personality was almost entirely the result of him and his wife. Endless cultivation and pressure. They could not bear to do it, but they had to. Once the Su family truly swallowed up the Tang family, in order to completely control the Tianmu group, the Su family would absolutely use the most covert methods to eliminate his daughter. But if his daughter could grow strong enough, there might still be a sliver of hope for survival. After hearing these hidden secrets, you suddenly felt that Tang Lemon's paranoid personality was not entirely incomprehensible. While you were still running around the streets playing with friends, Tang Lemon had no choice but to start learning all sorts of business knowledge. The process must have been something an ordinary person could hardly endure. You stood up from your seat, did not even spare a glance at that bank card, pursed your lips, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Tang Yaoying's face froze. He did not expect you to reject him. You have to know this was a full 30 million just for keeping his daughter company for 2 years. You could get 30 million for someone from an ordinary family like you. This should be a dream you would not even dare to dream of. He subconsciously asked why, just as you were about to say that you and Tang Lemon had already broken things off. The glass door of the cafe was suddenly kicked open violently. This massive commotion instantly startled everyone inside the shop. Everyone looked toward the door in terror. A group of bodyguards in black suits cleared a path, and Tang Lemon walked in with a cold face. Her gaze quickly swept across the room and rapidly locked onto you sitting in the corner, especially when she saw her own father was also there. Her face grew even darker. She casually took out a bank card, placed it on the counter, and said, "I am clearing out this place today. Deduct all losses from this." With that, Tang Lemon walked straight towards the corner seat. As for the customers, they swiftly fled the scene. Seeing the icy-faced Tang Lemon walking this way, you could not help but shiver all over.
Why did she come here?
Could she have regretted letting me go? Tang Yaoying was just about to speak when Tang Lemon cut him off. Tang Lemon stood in front of the table, looking coldly at her father. There was nothing but apathy in her eyes. She said in a deep voice, "I do not need anyone to pity me." With that, she grabbed your hand and walked straight out of the cafe. You were passively dragged along by Tang Lemon, her grip on your wrist so tight you could not break free at all. Tang Lemon pulled open the car door and got into the driver's seat. She turned her head and coldly looked at you, still frozen in place. "What are you standing there for? Get in," perhaps because you had learned about Tang Lemon's past. The hatred you felt for her had lessened a bit, so you did not refuse. After all, if Tang Lemon did not want to let you go, you definitely would not be able to escape the palm of her hand. As the accelerator was pressed, the red Maybach shot forward like a red blur, speeding off into the distance. The atmosphere inside the car had an oppressive heaviness. Tang Lemon stared coldly ahead and spoke apathetically. "What did my dad tell you?" You curled your lips. What else could he say? Did not you already guess it? With your brain? I do not believe you could not figure out his goal. Tang Lemon's expression remained unchanged. "Did he want you to pity me?" Tang Lemon asked in a detached tone. "How could that be?" You shook your head without hesitation. You looked calmly out the window at the rapidly passing road, as if thinking of something. Your voice became a bit heavy. "To be honest, not only do I not pity you, I actually admire you a little. The things you have experienced since childhood are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. If it were me, I absolutely could not do what you did. Give everything for something I have no interest in. If it were me, I probably would have completely broken down a long time ago. When I was young, I actually encountered something similar, but I just chose to give up right away." Hearing this, the ice in Tang Lemon's eyes thawed slightly, but her tone remained unchanged. "Do you know what you're doing? If you really want to get away from me, you should not be saying things like this at all. As long as you said you pitied me, I would throw you out of this car without a second thought. Then you would be free." You waved your hand helplessly. "I can't help it. Doing what I want to do and saying what I want to say is my life motto. That is just the kind of person I am. When it comes to things that cross my bottom line, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he could not force me." About 10 minutes later, Tang Lemon slowly stopped the car at the gate of Modu University. She said coldly, "Get lost." Your expression was calm. You directly pushed the car door open and walked towards the dormitory buildings on campus. But just then, you heard Tang Lemon's voice from behind. "Get a good rest. Starting tomorrow, you will be working for me at the student council. $2,000 a month. It is a deal we made." You froze? What does that mean? From the sound of it, is she still planning to pester me? You turned back and looked at Tang Lemon sitting in the car and yelled loudly, "Holy shit, was not it 20,000? How did it turn into 2,000? Besides, did not you say you were letting me go?" Tang Lemon looked at your expression, the corners of her lips curling up slightly. "Be on time. If you're late, I will deduct it from your salary. Do not even think about running away. Otherwise, I will be very unhappy." With that, the car window rolled all the way up. The red Maybach roared and sped away from the school gate, leaving you with nothing but a face full of exhaust fumes. You sighed. "And here I thought Tang Lemon had finally gotten sick of me. Turns out she was just messing with me." You had just walked to the entrance of your dorm building when someone stopped you. Su Jincheng, with his hands in his pockets, blocked your path. He examined you with interest. "So you are Mu Avocado?" You looked suspiciously at the young man in front of you. He looked to be about your age, and his looks were more or less on par with yours. Su Jinsheng reached out his hand to you, a gentle smile ever present on his face. "Let us get to know each other."
I am Sujin Cheng.
"But you might be more interested in my other identity. I am also the fiancé of the eldest miss of the Tang family." Hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed your face. You had just finished hearing about the Su family's engagement from Tang Yaoying. You did not expect that not long after. The main character would appear right in front of you. You reached out and simply shook Su Jinsheng's hand. You said flatly, "Mu Avocado, sophomore." Su Jinsheng nodded. "It seems you must have heard about the affairs between the Tang and Su families." Your expression did not show any fluctuation. "You sought me out to tell me to stay away from your fiancé." However, Su Jinsheng shook his head and smiled. You're overthinking it. I am purely just a bit curious about you, although I am somewhat interested in that woman. She is not my type. Among the peers of our generation in Modu, Tang Lemon is probably the only person I relatively acknowledge, so I was very curious. Hearing this, you spread your hands. Then I will probably have to disappoint you. I am just an ordinary college student. I do not think so. Su Jinqing reached out and patted your shoulder. An eerie smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A person's eyes can't lie. After knowing my identity as the eldest young master of the Su family, the fact that you can remain so calm is a special trait in itself. And your eyes tell me that you and I are the same kind of people. If this world were divided into classes, then you are someone standing on the same level as me. With that, he walked towards the sports field in the distance. From start to finish, he kept a smile on his face. He seemed like the kind of person who could get along with anyone quickly. You frowned as you watched him leave. Your intuition told you this guy was definitely not simple. Returning to the dorm after a few days away, you pushed the door open, only to see Boda hiding under the covers, doing something improper. The sudden noise of the door opening scared the life out of him. He did not even have time to pull his pants up. You cast a disdainful look at him. Bro, you need to exercise some restraint. Hiding under the covers in broad daylight. Be careful, or you will die from exhaustion one day, and I will have to collect your corpse. Screw you. Boda laughed and cursed. Why are you suddenly back? Did the eldest miss of the Tang family get bored of playing with you and kick you out? You sighed. If only that were true, that would be great. How is Liu Riyun doing? She should be fine, I guess. She seemed pretty normal to me anyway. Should not be any major issues. Hearing this, you gave a soft, closed your eyes and just fell asleep like that. The next day, inside the student council office, Tang Lemon sat with her legs crossed, looking impatiently at the time on her phone. Shen Yui beside her was still eating breakfast. It was already 10 minutes past clock-in time. Just as Tang Lemon's patience was about to run out completely, the main door to the student council finally opened. You walked in yawning, still holding a half-eaten steamed bun in your hand. You were late. Tang Lemon sat on the sofa, glaring at you coldly. You found a random seat and sat down, took a bite of the bun, and said unhurriedly, according to student council, Regulation number 16. As long as you clock in within 15 minutes of the standard time, it does not count as being late. Tang Lemon sneered. You sure know a lot about the student council's rules, do not you? Saying that, she snatched the half-eaten bun right out of your hand and ate it all in a couple of bites. She even licked her fingers. Rules are made by people. If I say you are late, then you are late. Tang Lemon said nonchalantly. Shen Yu, sitting on the side, silently grabbed her breakfast and walked out. She even very considerately closed the office door behind her. Now, only you and Tang Lemon were left in the office. She directly hauled you up from your chair and kissed you dominantly. About 10 minutes later, when Shen Yu walked back into the office, the originally energetic Yu was now lying on the sofa, completely devoid of the will to live. Tang Lemon sat next to you, occasionally pinching your cheek, like she was playing with a favorite toy. Did you sleep well last night? She asked. You pursed your lips. Not bad. Tang Lemon teased, but I did not sleep well yesterday. Then you are really pitiful. Staying up late gives you dark circles. Hearing this, Tang Lemon's face darkened. Even though she knew you were saying it on purpose, she still could not help but feel angry. Go pour me a glass of water. Tang Lemon ordered with a frown. You casually picked up her light pink cup, walked over to the water dispenser, filled it with hot water, came back and handed it to her. However, she did not take it. She just looked at you flatly and said, I want imported water. Imported, your brain did not process it. You scratched your head and asked, where am I supposed to get you imported water right now? Besides, does not all water taste the same? Seeing you did not understand her meaning, Tang Lemon pointed at her own mouth. Imported. Mouth to mouth. Understand? You finally realized, reluctantly took a sip of water, and leaned toward Tang Lemon's red lips to deliver it. You thought to yourself, we have already kissed anyway. Imported it is not like I'm losing out. Tang Lemon reached out and wrapped her arms around your neck. After a good while, she finally licked the corners of her lips in satisfaction. She saw your face was slightly red, and teased, we are basically an old married couple now. And you still get shy. You huffed in deep dissatisfaction, and wiped the saliva off your lips. Who is an old married couple with you? I'm just a bit hot. You suddenly thought of something, sat down next to Tang Lemon and asked, do you know that guy? Su Jinqing? Tang Lemon narrowed her eyes. Have you met him? You nodded. Met him once yesterday. Seems like a weird guy. Do you know him well? Want to know? Tang Lemon pointed at her cheek, a smile curving at the corner of her mouth. Kiss me, and call me wifey again, then I will tell you. Hearing this, the curiosity on your face instantly vanished. Never mind, I'm suddenly not curious anymore. However, in Tang Lemon's hand, a small knife suddenly appeared. From God knows where, the gleaming reflection of the blade shone on the side of your face. What did you just say? She asked. I do not think I heard you clearly. Could you repeat that? As she spoke, she even casually twirled the knife between her fingers. You thought to yourself, holy shit, could you make this threat any more obvious? Feeling helpless, you had no choice but to lean in and plant a kiss on her pale cheek. Wifey, can you tell me now? Good boy. Tang Lemon smiled in satisfaction. Then she beckoned to you with a finger and pointed at her thigh. The meaning was very clear. 1 minute later, with a slightly burning face, you were resting your head on Tang Lemon's delicate thighs. Her fragrance continuously wafted into your nose. Tang Lemon's hands ran through your hair, and she said in a low voice, Su Jincheng is not a simple person. From now on, stay as far away from him as you possibly can. He is bad news. Feeling Tang Lemon's softness, you frowned and said, just how not simple is he? Tang Lemon chuckled. Your balance is insufficient. If you want to know more, please top up. You were speechless for a moment. You had no choice but to open your mouth and call out wifey again. Only then did Tang Lemon continue. Actually, this Su Jincheng was not originally the heir to the Su family. He is the illegitimate son of the Su family head, Su Peng, born out of wedlock, and he was not my original fiancé either. But shortly after the engagement was established, Qin Peng's second and third sons, while out on a trip, were unexpectedly kidnapped by a group of murderers. I only heard about it by chance. Rumor has it, those people happened to be enemies of the Su family. So after kidnapping Qin Peng's 2 sons, they killed them in the most brutal way imaginable, and even recorded a video and sent it to Qin Peng. After saying this, Tang Lemon stopped talking again. You had no choice but to call out once more. Tang Lemon then continued. Afterwards, that entire group of murderers died in a remote ravine. They were poisoned to death by someone. A theory instantly bubbled up in your mind. Are you saying they were poisoned by Su Jincheng? Tang Lemon shook her head. I do not know for sure either. This is just my speculation. After all, the biggest beneficiary of that incident was Su Jincheng, and after securing his status as the heir, he displayed an astonishing business acumen and a depth of cunning that is anything but ordinary. Even I do not dare underestimate him. That man's ambition is too great. You said getting such a capable fiancé. Should not you be happy? Hearing this, Tang Lemon smiled and pinched your cheek. Are you jealous? Relax, I have already spoken to him in private. As long as I help him with one thing after graduation, this engagement can be called off. Who is jealous? You were just about to sit up, but Tang Lemon pressed you right back down onto her lap. Just stay like this for a while. No one's going to bother us anyway. Shen Yu, who was playing a mini-game nearby, had dark lines dropping down her face. Third wheeling at its finest. President, hearing you say that really breaks my heart. I am a human being too, you know? Watching you two show off your PDA like this makes me feel pretty uncomfortable. Anyone, please come date me. Inside the chairman's office of the Tianmu Group, Tang Yayon, dressed in a sharp suit, pushed the door open and walked in. Jiang Shui, who was busy processing documents, looked up. She gave him a glance, then looked away, and asked lightly, so how did it feel meeting that kid? Nothing ever gets past you, does it? Tang Yaoing let out a bitter laugh, sighed, and said, to be honest, he is a bit hard to read. This kid named Mu Avocado always manages to pull off something unexpected. Just when you think you have him completely figured out, he makes moves completely out of left field. I feel like something's not quite right, whether it is the guy himself or his background. It all gives me this incredibly surreal feeling. Jiang Shui paused her pen. That is rare, to think there's actually someone you can't see through. It seems the youth of this generation are anything but simple. Whether it is that Su Jincheng or this Mu Avocado, they both possess extraordinary traits far beyond their peers. Tang Yaoing frowned, a hint of worry showing between his brows. How do you plan to handle this Mu Avocado? Our daughter is absolutely smitten with him. Jiang Shui replied nonchalantly. Let them be. Wanner is grown up now. She knows how to walk her own path. Her future is no longer something we can interfere with. How did it go with the person I asked you to contact? If we can secure their help, the Su family will definitely hesitate out of fear. And at least for the short term, they would not dare make any reckless moves against us. Tang Yaoing shook his head, his voice sounding a bit heavy. I failed. I did not even get to see them. Hearing this, Jiang Shui felt a wave of disappointment in her heart. Looks like we will just have to let nature take its course. As lunchtime approached, the students of Modu University swarmed out like a hive of bees, all rushing toward the cafeteria. Determined to snatch a good seat inside the student council office, you stared at the closed bathroom door, thought for a moment, and ultimately walked out. You only had a single steamed bun for breakfast to begin with, and Tang Lemon ended up robbing half of it. Your stomach had been growling for a long time. Suddenly, your phone vibrated slightly. You picked it up and took a look. It was a message from G. Boda. My good son, does your godfather need to bring you some food? Boys will always claim to be each other's dad. I managed to charge into the first wave of the lunch rush this time. You replied, since my dear son is so thoughtful, then his majesty shall graciously accept, exciting the chat interface. You wore a faint smile on your face as you walked downstairs. Right now, sitting quietly in your mobile account was a solid 2,000 bucks. You were feeling pretty damn confident. Tang Lemon happened to walk out of the restroom just then, seeing that you had vanished without a trace. She looked in confusion at Shen Yu sitting in the corner. Shen Yu took a bite of her lobster and said softly, he just went downstairs, probably heading to the cafeteria to eat, hearing that you actually ditched her to go to the cafeteria alone. Tang Lemon narrowed her eyes. She quickly strode out of the office. She thought to herself, unbelievable. I just go to the bathroom and you dare to make a run for it.
Is food seriously more important than me?
Yes. Yes, it is. Meanwhile, inside the loud and bustling cafeteria, Jiboda and a very calm-looking Lu Rian were sitting at a dining table. You hurried over, and seeing only one portion of food on the table, you asked Jiboda in confusion, did you get food for me? I did not even get full from breakfast, and I am starving right now. Do not tell me you forgot? Before Jiboda could even speak, Lu Rian brought up a bento box from under the table. She smiled at you and said, I have been practicing my cooking lately, and I happen to make an extra portion today, so I told Jiboda not to buy food for you. Saying that, she opened the lunchbox, revealing the exquisite meal inside. It was clearly way more high class than the cafeteria slop. Looking at the hot, fragrant food, you gulped. But thinking about your current relationship with Tang Lemon, you hesitated a bit. If she found out about this, you definitely would not escape a session of loving discipline. But turning your head, you glanced at the massive lines in front of the cafeteria windows, making it a really tough choice. Seeing your hesitation, Lu Rian spoke up again. Do not just stand there. Hurry up and sit down to eat. Even if you go get food now, there'll only be scraps left. Besides, Tang Lemon is not even here right now. What are you afraid of? Hearing that, you thought she had a valid point. In the end, your desire for food completely overpowered your rationality. Rip logic. Hello calories. You plopped straight down on the chair and started scarfing it down like a starved wolf. Liu Rian rested her chin on her hands, smiling gently as she watched you. She did not forget to remind you, eat slowly. Do not choke. Sitting right next to you, Jiboda suddenly felt like an absolute third wheel. He looked up at the exquisite bento in your hands, then looked down at the slop in his own bowl, and instantly lost his appetite. Comparing yourself to others will only piss you off, he thought. I, Jiboda, am at least handsome and elegant, dashing and charming, right?
Why does not anyone like me?
Suddenly, he caught something out of the corner of his eye. His pupils shrank. He then glanced back at you, eating happily in blissful ignorance. Countless chaotic thoughts swirled in Jiboda's mind. Ultimately, a sinister grin formed on his lips. He settled back into his seat, ready to watch a fantastic show. Meanwhile, Lu Rian's gaze had been glued to you the entire time, so she completely missed this detail. She just kept resting her face on her hand, watching you eat. A faint, sweet smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Just as you were about to totally annihilate this bento box, you suddenly felt the surrounding atmosphere drop to freezing point. It seemed to get a whole lot quieter around you. A familiar, icy voice rang out from right behind you, making your hair stand on end. Hemph, looks like you're really enjoying your meal, huh? Your hand, holding the bowl and shoveling rice, instantly froze. After gulping down the braised pork in your mouth, you put the bowl down. Moving as stiffly as a rusty robot, you turned your head, making direct eye contact with those chilling, apathetic eyes. Tang Lemon sneered. Eat. Why did you stop eating? Your face instantly broke into a smile that looked uglier than crying. Do you want some? I can share a little with you. Bro. Worst save ever. The moment those words left your mouth, Jiboda, who was sitting on the side, enjoying the drama, burst out laughing. He laughed out loud without an ounce of sympathy. Share a little with you.
What the actual hell?
Tang Lemon's expression grew several degrees colder. You also realized you said the wrong thing and hurriedly begged for mercy. No, wait. I am wrong. That is not what I meant. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan stood right up and proudly admitted, I made this meal for Mew Avocado. I wanted him to taste my cooking. Do not tell me you are so controlling, you would even micromanage this. You were on the verge of tears inside. Sis, I am begging you. Please shut up. Are you trying to get me killed? Only then did Tang Lemon notice the food you were eating was clearly completely different from the cafeteria food. The fury in her heart was like a volcano ready to erupt. But after thinking it over, she decided to hold it in for now. She walked over and sat down right next to you, glanced at the bento box in front of you and shoved it aside. Soon after, a bodyguard in black walked over from a short distance away, carrying a massive 5 or 6 tiered tiffin box in his hands. You could smell the heavenly aroma seeping out even through the bag. The surrounding students could not take it anymore. Owned by ON, They grabbed their bowls and fled this battlefield. They were grinding their teeth into dust from sheer jealousy. Damn it, two goddesses delivering food to him. Why does not this bastard just go die? The crowd has spoken as the bodyguard set the food carrier down. Tang Lemon slowly opened the lid, revealing layer upon layer of luxurious dishes. The air was instantly filled with a tantalizing fragrance. She directly picked up a piece of braised pork knuckle with her chopsticks, brought it right up to your lips, and said with a beaming smile, "Hubby, open up." You looked at the perfectly cooked piece of meat right in front of you, hesitated for a second, but still opened your mouth and ate it. After chewing twice, your eyes immediately lit up because you knew how to cook yourself. You were extremely picky about food, but this pork knuckle was clearly prepared by a top-tier master chef. The taste was absolutely perfect. Tang Lemon smilingly picked up another piece of meat and offered it to you, her lips slightly curled up. You cheerfully opened your mouth and took the bite, acting incredibly obedient and docile. Your interaction with Tang Lemon, to outsiders, looked flawlessly intimate and affectionate. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan felt a sharp pang of discomfort in her chest. She did not even grab her bento box before quickly storming out of the cafeteria. Jiboda also knew it was time for a tactical retreat. He hurriedly grabbed the leftover bento you were eating and sprinted out of there. Tang Lemon cast a disdainful look at Li Ruyan's defeated, fleeing silhouette. She thought to herself, and she thinks she can steal my man with just that. How delusional. You were still sitting there with your mouth dumbly open, dutifully waiting for her to feed you. But Tang Lemon simply shoved the chopsticks into your hand and snapped, "What are you looking at?
I am hungry too.
If you do not want to die a miserable death, you would better start feeding me right now." You stared at the chopsticks in your hand, feeling deeply wronged. This girl flipped faster than the pages of a book.
You were not even full yet.
The cafeteria was unusually quiet today. It was lunchtime, yet hardly anyone was in sight. Only the two of you were sitting in the deepest corner. You picked up a piece of bright green bok choy and placed it into Tang Lemon's mouth. Then you used the chopsticks to grab a savory piece of meat and popped it into your own mouth. Tang Lemon rested her face on her hand, smiling sweetly at you, but her gaze carried a dangerous edge of threat. Eating another girl's bento. "Tell me, how should I punish you?" Saying that, she reached out and pinched your cheek. This made you break out in a cold sweat. "We are highly educated intellectuals here. Let us not resort to violence." You shrank your neck back, looking genuinely scared. You were seriously terrified this woman would just throw hands. If that happened, you might end up lying in a hospital bed for days again, and she probably would not even cover your medical bills. Tang Lemon smiled, studying your expression for a moment before thinking it over. She then pulled your head directly into her embrace. Looking down with her beautiful eyes, she stared right into yours. "I heard that woman is Lu Ruyan. And you joined her club too? Did not you? Darling, for my sake, you're going to quit that woman's club, right?" Held against her soft, fragrant chest, you let out a sigh of relief. "So it was just about this." You curved your lips into a smile and said in the most disgustingly cheesy voice possible, "Of course, darling. As long as it is for you, I would climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire." Smooth talker alert. The recording club barely had any activities throughout the year anyway, so quitting was no big deal. Either way, surviving this immediate crisis was the priority. "That is my good boy." Tang Lemon pushed aside the bowls and chopsticks on the table, let you lie comfortably in her arms, and began hand-feeding you. "As long as you obediently listen to me. How could I ever bear to hit you?" A single meal dragged on for a whole hour. After eating, Tang Lemon dragged you back to the student council office to get to work. After all, she was the student council president. The fireworks festival was the day after tomorrow, so there were naturally a ton of arrangements to be made. Inside the office, Tang Lemon sat at her desk, looking at you lying on the couch, playing games with absolutely nothing to do. She thought for a second, then rummaged around for a document and yelled at you, "Get over here." You, currently deeply engrossed in Genshin Impact, glanced at the spiral abyss chamber you were just about to clear, reluctantly put your phone down and walked over. Tang Lemon tossed the document straight at you. "You are the vice president of the student council now, for heaven's sake. This is a notice. Go run some errands and distribute it to every club." You curled your lips in slight annoyance, took the thick stack of papers, and turned to leave the office. Fortunately, all the clubs were concentrated in Oan area. Otherwise, navigating the dozens of clubs in Modi University would literally run you to death. Just as you stepped out of the office, you heard Tang Lemon's cold voice behind you. "You would better behave yourself if I catch you sneaking off during work hours to run to other clubs and flirt with other girls. I guarantee you will suffer a horrific death." Relax, you turned around, scratching your head awkwardly, then quickly jogged downstairs. 10 minutes later, inside the recording club's room on the second floor of the club building, your shouting voice echoed out,
Ah! Are you totally useless, or what?
"You actually got own-shotted by that duck. Go eat some kidney supplements, bro." "Bullshit, you dog. You shameless rat. hiding behind a DPS like me? Can you have some decency? Boda yelled back, flustered and exasperated. Lu Ruyan's exhausted voice chimed in. Could you two please pipe down? It is high noon, and I would just like to take a quiet nap. Inside this narrow classroom that could barely fit a dozen people, you were practically about to start a physical brawl with Boda. Neither of you was willing to back down. Lu Ruyan, resting her head on a desk nearby, was already used to this. Her face was filled with utter resignation. As for the notices you were supposed to distribute, you had already handled all of it. Just sliding on under the door of every club was enough anyway. The most time-consuming part was just walking down the stairs. Just then, the classroom door was aggressively shoved open. 3 towering guys walked in, radiating an aggressive aura. They clearly were not here to make friends. The leader, Qin Shou, looked at you two messing around, a flash of contempt crossing his eyes. Which one of you is Mu Avocado? Hearing that, you and Boda let go of each other almost simultaneously. You glared at the intruders defensively. What is it to you? You need something from me. Qin Shou looked at you with disdain and bluntly degraded you. Nothing much. Just wanted to see what kind of man that crazy woman Tang Lemon chose. I originally had some expectations, but seeing you in person is a massive disappointment. The grand eldest miss of the Tianmu group actually picked a little punk like you. Boda seemed to recognize the guy's identity at this point. He turned to you and whispered, "This looks like Qin Shou from the Qin family. I heard he tried hitting on Tang Lemon when he first enrolled, but she completely ignored him. He ended up becoming the laughingstock of the whole school back then." Hearing this, you put on an exaggerated look of realization and looked at Qin Shou with sheer pity. "Oh, so it is a blind bear. Are you just overwhelmingly jealous of yours truly? So you came here looking for trouble to soothe your pathetic inferiority complex." Boda played along perfectly, shaking his head and sighing. So pitiful. A child? Lacking a mother's love. Qin Shou's expression instantly darkened. Normally in this school, who would ever dare talk to him like this? He did not want to stay a second longer. He threw down a cold warning. Stay the hell away from Tang Lemon. She is not someone you can touch. Otherwise, if you accidentally get dragged into a dark corner one day and beaten to a pulp, do not blame me for not warning you. With that, Qin Shou let out a hostile scoff and slammed the door shut. Lu Ruyan, who had been watching this whole scene, could not help but shake her head. What a pitiful child. Staring at the closed door, you and Boda wiped the goofy smiles off your faces. You exchanged deadpan looks, perfectly reading the silent message in each other's eyes. Next up, it is hunting time. Cue the boss music. You said to Boda, "It seems I, Mu Avocado, have not been active in the underworld for too long. People are starting to forget my existence. Now any random cat or dog dares to come knocking at my door." On the other side, Qin Shou and his posse, having just left the club building, bumped right into Su Jinqing, who had just finished playing basketball. Seeing his cousin's gloomy face, Su Jinqing said with a smirk, "Looks like you already paid him a visit. I advise you to just give up. You are no match for him." Qin Shou looked at Su Jinqing's seemingly harmless face and gritted his teeth. "Stop interfering with me. Just you wait. I will make you watch with your own eyes as your chosen guy gets ruthlessly stomped under my boots." As soon as the words left his mouth, he stormed off without looking back. His hands were already clenched into tight fists, with blue veins popping out. Su Jinqing watched him leave with an amused smile, shaking his head. "Idiot." After Qin Shou left, you and Boda picked up your phones again and resumed your gaming session. Today, you were dead set on destroying that damn duck boss. Watching Boda painfully dragging his feet to change his gear, you urged impatiently, "Hurry it up. I even brought out my shogun. Just lie back and enjoy the carry." Boda smirked dismissively. Someone says that every single time, and ends up rage quitting 3 seconds into the fight. You were just about to fire back an insult when the clubroom door was suddenly kicked open violently. It scared the absolute living daylights out of you, thinking it was Qin Shou coming back for round 2. You aggressively spun around. "Are you freaking endless? Believe it or not, your daddy here is gonna beat you until your teeth scatter." Before the word teeth could even fully leave your mouth, you silently swiveled right back around and loudly gulped. Even though you kept your head down looking at your phone, your mind was light years away from the game. A terrifying chill crept up your spine. A freezing little hand patted your hair. Who exactly were you going to beat until their teeth scatter? Like a child caught stealing candy, your entire body went weak. With a trembling voice, you sputtered, You heard wrong. I did not say anything." Tang Lemon stood directly behind you, radiating an aura of absolute zero. Her expression was frighteningly dark. She reached out and viciously pinched your cheek. "I recall giving you a warning. Did not I? Did my words already go in one ear and out the other? You have got some real guts, Mu Avocado." You stiffly turned your head, meeting Tang Lemon's pitch-black, frost-filled eyes. An overwhelming sense of dread hit you like a truck. Wearing a miserable grimace, you tried to explain, Well, I finished all the work. Taking a quick break to play a game is perfectly reasonable, right? Reasonable. Tang Lemon kept kneading your cheek, then lightly slapped it twice. When did I ever give you permission to do that? Seeing the atmosphere instantly drop to sub-zero, G Boda, who was sitting nearby, shrank his neck in pure terror. He bolted to a corner and crouched down like a frightened rabbit. Ever since getting brutally beaten last time, this crazy woman had left him with an inescapable lifelong trauma. Rest in peace, bro, he prayed silently. Tang Lemon violently twisted your ear, dragging you towards the study room. You endlessly begged for mercy.
Lighter. Lighter.
I really know I messed up. I won't dare do it next time. Reaching the door of the study room, Tang Lemon kicked it open, dragged your wailing self inside, heavily slammed the door shut, and locked it.
Oh boy.
You curled up, trembling in the corner by the window, staring fearfully as Tang Lemon approached. This exact scenario felt suspiciously familiar. Inside the dead, silent study room, Tang Lemon stopped right in front of you. She glanced down at her little leather shoes, thought about it for a second, and took them off. She stood barefoot on the cold floor, looking down at your terrified, shivering form. She slightly raised her pale, delicate foot and aggressively stomped it down towards you. You reflexively squeezed your eyes shut. A loud bang echoed right next to your ear. When you opened your eyes, that little pale foot was just a fraction of an inch away from your head. At the very last second, she still held back. She stared down at you icily, seemingly doing everything she could to suppress her raging fury. You would better coax me right now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I will miss next time. You gulped hard, knowing this was your very last chance. You hurriedly scrambled up from the floor and somewhat clumsily wrapped your arms around her soft waist, sitting her down on the chair. Tang Lemon sat on your lap with her bare feet, a flash of curiosity in her eyes, wanting to see exactly how you would sweet-talk her. At this moment, your brain was running in absolute overdrive. Having never been in a relationship before, what did you know about coaxing girls? Countless ideas flashed through your mind. Finally, a spark of inspiration hit you, and you came up with a master plan. Time was ticking. You just had to go for it. You wrapped both hands around Tang Lemon's slender waist, lips slightly parted, seemingly brewing up something big. Seeing you like this, Tang Lemon could not help but feel a little expectant. Suddenly, in the study room, a singing voice comparable to a squawking duck echoed out. Holding the person in your arms, you closed your eyes, thinking you looked incredibly handsome, and belted out, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star." Oh no, bro, what are you doing? How? I wonder what you are. As you sang, your voice gradually faded into an embarrassing whisper. You muttered awkwardly, give me a second to think. I forgot the lyrics. Tang Lemon did not know whether to laugh or cry at your sheer stupidity. She reached out and pinched your cheek, her eyes flashing dangerously. You are trying to coax me with a nursery rhyme. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Or are you just asking for a beating? You sat in the chair, looking pitifully wronged. But that is the only ON I know. How about I sing you the national anthem? I'm super familiar with that ON. I promise I won't forget the lyrics to that. Patriotism over romance, a bold strategy. Forget it? Seeing that you did not look like you were lying, her tone softened. She leaned down and snuggled into your embrace, whispering, "Hold me tight."
Let me just rest for a bit.
With that, she closed her eyes, curling up in your arms like an obedient kitten. Having dodged a bullet, you breathed a heavy sigh of relief. You reached out and held her even tighter. Her sweet fragrance constantly lingered at the tip of your nose, smelling incredibly soothing, making you want to stay in this moment forever. Warm sunlight spilled through the window onto the two of you. Bathed in light and shadow, the embracing couple rested with their eyes closed. The scene was picturesque and heartwarming. A long while later, Tang Lemon contentedly opened her eyes in your arms and said softly, "Put my shoes on for me." She waited a while but got no response. Turns out, you had completely fallen asleep. Your chest was rising and falling rhythmically. Tang Lemon sat up from your lap, looking helplessly at you, snoring away. She suddenly remembered that the first time you met, you were also taking a nap. It seems you really are uncommonly lazy. A moment later, totally oblivious, you found yourself resting on Tang Wan's soft, pale thighs. What a huge lazy pig. Tang Lemon stroked your hair, a faint smile playing on her lips. It was not until late evening that you slowly woke up from those snow-white thighs. Your face was right up against Tang Lemon's skirt, and you accidentally caught a glimpse of something. You subconsciously blurted out, "Holy shit, black lace." Bro, you gotta keep the inside thoughts inside. Suddenly, a frigid voice rang by your ear. "Is it pretty?" Tang Lemon stroked your head, a dangerous smile on her face. "I told you to coax me. And not only did you sing a nursery rhyme, you also flopped onto my lap like a pig and slept for the entire afternoon. Driven by pure survival instinct, you immediately sat up, placed Tang Lemon's delicate legs onto yours, and started gently massaging them. "How's this? Is the pressure okay?" you asked with a cheeky grin. Seeing this, Tang Lemon snorted coldly. At least you know your place. After massaging for a little while longer, you both walked out of the study room together. Just then your phone rang. You took it out and saw dozens of unread text messages. Is it the end of the world or something? You thought to yourself. Walking down the quiet corridor, your phone kept vibrating nonstop. You instinctively glanced at Tang Lemon beside you, then finally chose to answer the call and put it on speaker. Tang Lemon, silently observing all of this, revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed her man had made some progress after all. As soon as the call connected, Jibota's frantic, exasperated voice blared from the other end. Holy crap, Mew Avocado, where the hell are you? If you did not pick up, that son of a bitch would have gotten away. I have been working my ass off tracking him all afternoon. Understanding what Jibota meant, you laughed embarrassedly. Accidentally fell asleep. Of course I'm going. Wait for me. I will be right there. With that, you promptly hung up. You then turned to Tang Lemon and asked, I have a little something to take care of. How about I clock out for the day? Tang Lemon kept walking with a calm gaze and asked flatly, when are you coming home? You put your phone away and scratched your head. Depends on the situation. I will head back as soon as I'm done. Tang Lemon nodded without saying a word and walked toward the parking lot alone, leaving you with a solitary silhouette. You stood there watching her leave, suddenly feeling that this woman had changed a lot. If this were the past, she definitely would have tied you up and dragged you home without a second thought. Now she was actually open to discussion and willing to listen to your input. Once Tang Lemon's silhouette disappeared, you turned around and sprinted toward the school gates, a wicked grin on your face, thinking to yourself, that bastard actually dared to threaten me. If I do not beat you until you doubt your very existence today, I, Mew Avocado, will slit my own throat right here. Soon enough, after sprinting all the way, you found Jibota waiting at the school gates. He was holding a bulging small black bag. Seeing you finally arrive, Jibota urged discontentedly, hurry it up, will you? If he runs off, we will lose our chance. Where is he right now? You asked? While expertly scrolling through your phone's contact list, Jibota glanced over. In the bubble tea shop across from the university, hitting on girls. He curled his lips. That prick is having the time of his life right now, surrounded by freshman girls on his left and right. Jibota said with a hint of envy, such a scumbag. No wonder Tang Lemon rejected him. This guy deserves to die in a woman's bed. By this time, you had already dialed a number and familiarly joked with the person on the other end. Hey sis, you got time right now? Got a job for you? You in. Ask for the price, I will add 200 on top of the usual. Since we are old partners after all, the massive fortune of 2,000 bucks sitting in your account made you speak with absolute confidence. Big spender coming through. A mature female voice came from the phone, laced with teasing. Little brother Moo got rich, huh? Always thinking of your big sis when good things happen. I wonder which unlucky bastard you have targeted this time. Right, send me the location. I will head over right now. Meanwhile, Tang Lemon, who is currently driving, was wearing a tiny Bluetooth earpiece. Flashing with a blue light, she thought to herself, as a qualified girlfriend, taking advantage of my boyfriend sleeping. To tamper a little with his phone is perfectly reasonable, right? Yandere vibes intensifying. She thought it would be a while before anything happened, but she did not expect that barely 10 minutes after you left, you would be calling up some strange woman. A job, add 200. Old partner. Tang Lemon's originally decent mood visibly darkened to storm cloud levels. She slammed on the brakes, pulled a U-turn, and sped back toward the school. You dog of a man, tomorrow I'm buying a padlock to chain you right by my side, to stop you from running wild everywhere. As the sky grew dark, out of the bubble tea shop opposite Modu University, Kinsho, having bagged over 10 freshman girls' contacts, strutted out, looking extremely satisfied. Just as Kinsho was happily leaving the shop, his footsteps abruptly stopped. His eyes locked straight onto a girl. Standing under a street lamp not far away, she was wearing a mini skirt, exposing her pale, slender legs, paired with a simple white t-shirt. Judging from her back, she was an absolute top-tier beauty. Kinsho immediately adjusted his posture and clothes, and walked over with a confident smirk, relying on his status as the young master of the Chin family. Aside from that woman Tang Lemon, he had never failed to get a chick he fancied, so right now he was brimming with confidence. He quickly walked up behind the woman and smiled like a perfect gentleman. Hey beautiful, it is not safe out here alone this late at night. Are you waiting for someone? Lin Mu, who was waiting for a car, turned her head to look at the suddenly appearing Kinsho. She replied politely, I am waiting for a ride. Kinsho casually brushed back his hair, exposing the multi-million-dollar green Rolex Submariner on his wrist. He said, it is pretty dangerous out this late. Why do not I drive you home? As he spoke, he whipped out the latest Porsche car key and pressed it. A black Porsche parked by the road flashed its headlights. The aggressive and cool design of the car radiated an aura of expensive elegance. How about it? I just picked up this car today, worth over 20 million. I happen to want to go for a spin, and I can drop you off along the way. Hearing the car was worth over 20 million, Lin Mu's eyes lit up, thinking to herself, this is a top-tier rich kid. She feigned hesitation. I do not think that is appropriate. Seeing she was taking the bait, Qin Shou was secretly thrilled. He laughed modestly. It is fine. I'm just happy to help out. You would not deny me this opportunity, would you? Ultimately, under Qin Shou's relentless bombardment of wealth flaunting, Lin Mu half-heartedly relented and got in the car. About 10 minutes later, inside a secluded, quiet alley, the black Porsche slowly rolled to a stop. Lin Mu smiled as she stepped out, waving to Qin Shou in the driver's seat.
Thanks.
Qin Shou, having successfully secured her contact info, smoothly tossed his hair back. Do not mention it. Let us hang out next time you're free. Before Lin Mu, standing outside the car, could even speak, a muffled voice suddenly rang out right next to Qin Shou's ear. No need to wait for next time. Let us do it right now, young Master Qin. The smug Qin Shou froze before he even had the chance to speak. He was violently yanked out into the darkness. Who is there? Getting roughly shoved headfirst into a sack, Qin Shou struggled frantically in absolute panic. The space was filled with the overwhelming stench of fertilizer. Nothing screams mob justice like a fertilizer sack. I am Qin Shou from the Qin family.
Let me go right now.
And I might just spare your miserable lives. What followed immediately was a savage beatdown, accompanied by two disguised, muffled male voices. You act like a big shot every day, and now you dare try it on me. Have not you heard the legendary name of the fertilizer god of war? The other person chimed in, seriously. You have a death wish. I have not even held a girl's hand yet, and you managed to pick up over a dozen chicks in a split second. If you do not die today, who will? Incels striking back, tragic. In the isolated alleyway, Qin Shou's agonizing wails echoed continuously. Every inch of his body received the royal treatment, leaving him covered in bruises, inside the alley having changed into a black balaclava, with only her eyes showing Lin Mu. Reminded you, watch yourselves. He is from the Qin family after all. If you take it too far, it will be hard to clean up the mess. In the pitch-black alley, you and Jiboda were also wearing black balaclavas, fully geared up as you battered the squirming sack on the ground. Your force was controlled to absolute perfection. Clearly, you guys were way too experienced at this kind of thing. Even this sack was something you bought months ago, completely brand new, guaranteeing untraceability. After beating him up for a while, you felt the timing was about right. So you stopped Jiboda, who still wanted to throw a few more punches. Jiboda crouched down and spoke in a faux deep voice, if you do not want to keep getting clobbered. Then obediently answer my question. Who told you to go cause trouble for Mu Avocado? Qin Shou lay beaten black and blue inside the sack, his voice trembling. It was me. I have hated that Mu Avocado guy for a long time. Plus, Su Jincheng said I was inferior to him, so I just... You revealed an expression of understanding. You thought to yourself, I knew it had something to do with Su Jincheng, just like Tang Lemon said. That guy is bad news. They have only met once, and he is already stirring up trouble. After interrogating him for a few more details, you finally left. Asked for the cleanup work. That was best left to the professionals. On the bustling street filled with people, you and Jiboda had already taken off your gear, chatting as you walked. Man, if you had not stopped me just now, I definitely would have laid into him with a few more combos, Jiboda said, swinging his fists. You patted him on the shoulder. That was enough. Come on, let us find a BBQ stall and grab a bite. Right at that moment, a gray van suddenly sped up from behind, stopping dead in its tracks right in front of you. Before either of you could even react, out poured 3 or 4 men dressed in black wearing ski masks. You were just about to open your mouth when the back of your neck took a massive blow. You were instantly knocked out cold and hauled into the van. Jiboda was still standing there dumbfounded. By the time he finally processed what happened, he realized $200 had mysteriously been shoved into his hand. He pretty much guessed exactly who your kidnapper was. He silently mourned for you in his heart for a few seconds, then pocketed the free cash, and walked toward a nearby BBQ stall with zero guilt. He thought as he walked, today is my lucky day. Not only did I get to beat up a scumbag, I also scored a free BBQ meal. It just cost me ON bro. Meanwhile, top 10 anime betrayals. On the other side, you groggily opened your eyes. Before you could figure out what on earth had happened, a teasing female voice entered your ears. Finally awake, you really kept me waiting. You instinctively turned your head to look, and your cheeks instantly burned up. At the same time, you rapidly recalled the scene right before you got knocked out. Did you arrange for those guys? You asked, feeling a bit uncertain. You were utterly baffled. You clearly had not provoked Tang Lemon. She actually seemed to be in a pretty good mood when she left. It had not even been that long, So why did she have you kidnapped? A stunning figure barely concealing her charms lay right beside you. Tang Lemon stared at you, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. She was wearing nothing but a white slip nightgown. Two extremely thin straps were barely hanging onto her shoulders. The hem of the skirt only just covered the crucial areas. Staring at that bottomless cleavage, you subconsciously gulped. You then quickly averted your gaze. Oh my god, this is totally unfair. How can she be this seductive? The next second, a freezing little hand caressed your face. Tang Lemon's voice suddenly turned frigid. Tell me, how should I punish you? The moment I stepped away, you called another woman and even offered to add $200. I give you money and you use it to find other women. Feeling the little hand on your face gripping tighter and tighter, you immediately spilled the beans on absolutely everything. You did not dare hide a single detail. Everything I said is true. I even have a video recording. If you do not believe me, look for yourself. With that, you frantically pulled out your phone. About to open the photo album, Tang Lemon snatched the phone right out of your hand and chucked it violently against the wall. The screen instantly shattered into a million pieces. My phone. I bought it less than 5 months ago. That cost me 3,000 big ones. You clutched your chest in sheer heartbreak. Rip phone gone too soon. Cut the crap. With a cold face, Tang Lemon flipped over and straddled you, staring down into your eyes from above. I do not care what you did tonight, but right now I am very angry. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? You asked weakly. Well, what kind of compensation do you want? Let us be clear first. I do not have money, only a life to give. Who cares about that? Tang Lemon, sitting on your abdomen, curled her lips into an enchanting smile. She leaned down and whispered into your ear, of course I want physical compensation. Can we negotiate something else? You cried, feeling completely helpless. My flesh is not tasty at all. As soon as the words left your mouth, Tang Lemon's face darkened. She reached out and yanked hard. The clothes on your body were ripped clean in half and casually tossed aside. She lightly brushed the straps off her shoulders, looked at your terrified expression, and licked her lips. Suppressing her excitement, she sneered. It is too late. You are in my territory now. You do not seriously think you can escape, do you? With that, unable to hold back any longer, she grabbed your head and fiercely kissed you, with no fabric standing in the way. You clearly felt that indescribable softness. Your teeth had already been pried open by her little tongue, running completely wild inside. Gradually, your breathing grew heavier. Tang Lemon stopped, still wanting more. Seeing the fiery look in your eyes, she leaned in close to tease you again, staring so intensely. Want to touch? As she spoke, she blew a puff of sweet breath into your ear. You pursed your dry lips, tempted. Upon hearing this, Tang Lemon lay on top of you and laughed, her voice growing much gentler. You big pervert, if you want to touch, just touch. Well, do not mind if I do. In the silent night, soft whispers and sounds continuously echoed in the candlelit bedroom. Early the next morning, in the quiet bedroom, Tang Lemon lay on the soft bed with her eyes closed, her perfect body covered only by a thin quilt. At that moment, the sound of slurping noodles echoed. Woken up by the noise, Tang Lemon opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw you sitting nearby holding a bowl and eating noodles. You noticed she woke up? After swallowing the noodles in your mouth, you flashed a smile. You were awake. I only cooked own bowl. How about you sleep a little longer? I will have the chef make you breakfast later. Saying that, you even drained the soup in the bowl until it was bone dry. Tang Lemon just lay there in bed, watching you blankly.
I'm hungry.
I want to eat what you make. Ah, man, it is just 30 minutes. Just bear with it for a bit. Okay? You put down your bowl and dove straight back under the covers with lightning speed. Clearly, you had absolutely zero intention of getting out of bed. Lying in bed, Tang Lemon looked at you hiding under the quilt and frowned. Then a dangerous smile crept onto her lips. A moment later, a tragic scream rang out. You were kicked straight off the bed, clutching your butt and gasping in pain. Ouch! What are you doing? Tang Lemon lay near the edge of the bed, tilted her head to watch your movements, and said lazily, You're getting more and more disobedient. Do not think just because I favored you last night, you can act recklessly. If you do not go make it, you can resolve your own urges next time you feel uncomfortable. Hearing this, your body halfway back under the covers instantly stiffened. This threat was far too lethal to you. Tang Lemon lay on the bed, tilting her head and staring at you with a wicked smile.
What, you got a problem with that?
After a brief moment of dead silence, you laughed sheepishly. Not at all. Cooking for you, sis, is my absolute honor. The very next second, Tang Lemon's expression completely changed. I hope this is the absolute last time I hear you call me that. You call me wifey, understand? Yes. Yes, you agreed with a forced smile. Your attitude was now infinitely more submissive than before. You then quickly dashed downstairs to prepare breakfast. Tang Lemon picked up the nightgown dangling off the edge of the bed and slipped it on, showing off her perfectly pale, tender skin to the absolute fullest. About 10 minutes later, you walked back into the room carrying an exquisitely plated steak. The aroma wafted through the air. After you sat on the bed, Tang Lemon immediately draped herself over your chest. She said lazily, "I do not want to use my hands. Feed me." You sighed helplessly and had no choice but to cut the steak into little pieces and feed her. You felt like if you went out and dated anyone else right now, with this level of attentiveness, you could flawlessly win them over. After finishing the meal, you and Tang Lemon arrived outside Tianhua Mall. Looking down at the SIM card in your hand, you complained in pure frustration, "My perfectly good phone is just gone like that. You have to pay me back for it." Tang Lemon looked at your incredibly gloomy face and found it incredibly cute. "It is just a phone, is not it? Seeing as you performed pretty well last night, I will buy you the best and most expensive phone later." You nodded speechlessly, but in your heart you were absolutely roasting her. "Why does it feel like I'm a sugar baby?" Tang Lemon linked her arm through yours and headed straight for the second floor escalator. "Let us go. We are buying you a phone first. We have all day to go shopping today. Buy whatever we need. Tomorrow is the fireworks festival." The school deliberately gave everyone a day off in advance, so students could prepare what they need. Soon, you arrived at an Apple store. A female sales associate recognized Tang Lemon. She immediately came over to greet her respectfully. "Miss Tang, is there anything you need?" She looked at the two of you walking arm in arm. Her eyes filled with surprise. Tang Lemon simply glanced over the glass display cases and directly told the saleswoman, "Bring me the best and most expensive phone you have here," while the saleswoman went to fetch the phone. During that brief gap, you glanced at the phone prices in the display case and could not help but click your tongue. Any random phone here cost over 10,000 bucks. That is enough to fund your Genshin Impact pulls for 10 years. Gacha addiction is real. Even though you were naturally cursed with hitting hard pity every time, Tang Lemon saw your shocked expression and asked with a smile, "What is wrong? Think it is too expensive?" You nodded somewhat awkwardly. "I never expected that I would be able to use such an expensive phone in my lifetime." Tang Lemon's lips curled into a teasing smile. She suddenly wrapped her arm around your waist and whispered in your ear, "Now that you are my man, you can spend money however you like." You curled your lips, suddenly remembering something important. Then, "Are you going to give me a raise?" Madam President had previously said that working for the student council would pay 20,000 a month. But the moment this woman got angry, she directly wiped off a zero. That was a massive fortune of 20,000 bucks a month. It almost rivaled your entire savings from 3 years of high school. Meanwhile, in a hospital on the other side of town, Qin Shou, who had been brutally beaten, just woke up. He sat on the hospital bed with a vicious expression. He was absolutely certain that the ones who ambushed him last night were you and your sidekick. A raging fire of revenge burned in his heart. "Damn it, those two are absolutely ruthless. I just threatened them a few times, did not I? I did not expect their revenge to not even wait for the next day. They actually bagged and beat me the very same night." His father, standing nearby in a formal suit, coldly snorted. "What am I even supposed to say to you? I told you a long time ago not to have any contact with Su Jinsheng. But look at you. He instigates you with a couple of sentences, and you happily go act as his pawn. How did I end up with such a stupid son? Now, you have been beaten up and we can't even find any evidence." Being scolded by his father, Qin Shou did not dare to look up. He could only grip the blanket tightly. His hatred for you skyrocketed in his heart. "Just you two wait. If I do not avenge this, then my last name is not Qin." As he kept fuming, in his mind, Lu Ruyan's figure suddenly surfaced. A sinister plan instantly took shape. Meanwhile, you were carrying bags big and small, following behind a leisurely Tang Lemon. Looking at the various clothes and cosmetics in your hands, you secretly swore in your heart, from now on, whoever asked you to go shopping with women again would be your mortal enemy. Shopping with girls is an extreme sport. Of course, Tang Lemon did not count. You were absolutely no match for her. After shopping for a whole day, you were exhausted and panting heavily, your legs turning to jelly. Seeing this, Tang Lemon had no choice but to head back home. Actually, she did not usually like coming out to shop. Whatever she wanted, someone would have it prepared for her. But being with you was a completely different story. "Let us go. That is enough for today." Outside the mall, you stuffed the mountain of bags into the car, finally breathing a sigh of relief as you got in. Tang Lemon followed right after, skillfully sitting on your lap, not minding your sweaty state in the slightest. The next second, she suddenly asked, "Tell me, will we be together forever?" Impossible. You blurted out that word without a moment's hesitation, showing off your ultimate rebellious flair. "Bro is asking for a death sentence." Slap, slap, two crisp sounds echoed. Tang Lemon expressionlessly pulled her hand back, looking at you with both cheeks red and swollen. She asked nonchalantly, And now, you covered your face and said, wanting to cry but having no tears, "Please, absolutely let me be with you forever. These are my true heartfelt words. Whoever tries to stop me from being with you is my mortal enemy." Tang Lemon satisfyingly rubbed your face and chuckled softly. "That is more like it. You would better watch your mouth from now on. Do not just talk back about everything. Otherwise..." As she spoke, she raised her hand and fake slapped the air twice. You trembled in fear and immediately reached out to hug her soft waist. Tang Lemon ruffled your hair, seemingly very much enjoying your reliance on her. Even if for now it was purely physical, in the blink of an eye, the day to leave for the fireworks festival arrived. Right now, you and Tang Lemon were sitting on the school bus, attracting the gazes of almost everyone on board. Tang Lemon took off her shoes and snuggled into your embrace. You wrapped an arm around her slender waist and asked softly, "I thought a grand young miss like you would definitely drive over. Why'd you decide to take the school bus?" Tang Lemon kept her eyes closed and said calmly, "I occasionally want to experience the life of an ordinary person too. Besides, if I act all privileged at a public event like this, would not it make me look arrogant?" The surrounding students watched your intimate display, filled with envy and jealousy. They felt like they were being force-fed dog food until they burst. As evening approached, the school bus arrived at its destination, in front of a large artificial beach in Modu. Quite a crowd had already gathered. The scene was extremely noisy and bustling. At this moment, holding Tang Lemon in your arms, you gently patted her cheek. "Lazy pig, wake up." Tang Lemon groggily opened her eyes. The very first thing she did upon waking up was slap you. She pinched your cheek and smiled darkly. "What did you just call me?" You covered your face and frantically begged for mercy.
Wifey, I was wrong.
"I won't dare do it next time." Tang Lemon huffed coldly and finally let you off the hook. She hooked her arm through yours and said softly, "Let us find a quieter spot." But right as you got off the bus, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and sunglasses walked straight toward you. He was Tang Lemon's mother's bodyguard. Rumor had it he was a retired Special Forces king. "Eldest Miss, the people from the Chin family are here. Madam wants you to head over there right now." Tang Lemon's originally cool expression turned incredibly sour, but she also knew that since she chose to be with you, this was an unavoidable situation. So she turned to look at you, stepped forward, and kissed you. "I need to go for a bit. I will definitely be back before the fireworks start." You nodded, with a look of concern on your face. "Stay safe. Call me if anything happens." Watching Tang Lemon get into the black sedan and drive away, you felt an inexplicable sense of unease in your heart. You subconsciously clutched your chest, a cold flash passing over your face. Not long after, Tang Lemon arrived at a 5-star hotel near Chunhu Lake. Inside a private VIP room at the hotel, she walked in with a cold face and scanned the room. She found Sujin Chang sitting silently next to Chin Shou. He merely glanced at her upon her arrival. Tang Lemon looked straight ahead coldly, her eyes filled with unwavering determination, and said without a hint of hesitation, "I absolutely will not agree to the engagement with the Chin family." Qin Peng's face instantly darkened. He violently slammed the table and stood up. "Fine. Well done, Tang family. It seems I have been too lenient with you in the past. In Modu, no one has ever dared to defy my Qin family." With that, he flicked his sleeves and stormed out. Meanwhile, Tang Yaowing just gently patted Tang Lemon's shoulder. "Since it is your own choice, your mother and I both support you. Go ahead and do it with confidence, at least for this year. The Qin family won't dare pull any petty tricks." Before leaving, he suddenly turned back around. "When you have time, remember to bring that kid home. Your mom has not even met him yet." Meanwhile, at this moment, you were standing by Chunhu Lake, your face full of worry, in a corner of the beach. Why is not she back yet? You raised your wrist to check the time, the expression on your face growing increasingly anxious. After watching her father leave, Tang Lemon ran out of the hotel, her heart burning with anxiety. It was already past 7 p.m. Getting a taxi now definitely would not make it in time. This was her first proper date with you, and she was actually going to be late for the fireworks. How could she let that happen? The next second, you came rushing over on a bicycle, completely drenched in sweat. You smirked at a shocked and overjoyed Tang Lemon. "Hey, beautiful, need a ride?" Tang Lemon spun around rapidly, her face filled with unhideable joy. "How did you find me?" You took a deep breath and smugly lifted your chin. "Is not it because a certain little idiot did not come back? I had to come pick you up myself. If I had not asked Shen Yu to track your phone's location and found where you were, tonight's fireworks would have definitely been a bust for you." The moment you finished speaking, Tang Lemon stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on your cheek. A gentle smile rippled at the corners of her mouth. "That is your reward." With that, she hopped onto the back seat of your bicycle, wrapping both arms tightly around your waist. You laughed helplessly. "This is a total ripoff. I busted my ass rushing all the way over here, and the reward is just one single kiss." You said that. but immediately turned the bike around, pedaling as if your feet had caught the wind. You sped frantically back toward the Chunhu lakeside, but right at that moment, a few massive booms echoed from the sky. In the distance, colorful fireworks bloomed in the night sky and slowly cascaded down. You two still did not make it in time. Tang Lemon's heart was filled with self-blame. It was all her fault that you missed the fireworks show because the tall buildings ahead blocked the view. You did not even get to see a single complete firework. You could only hear the booming explosions. The fireworks festival had perfectly drawn to a close, yet you still did not give up. You were still pedaling for your life toward the venue. Tang Lemon looked at your back and said with a bit of disappointment, "Forget it. It is just some fireworks. If we missed it, we missed it. At worst, I will host a private show just for you tomorrow." But you did not say a word. You just kept your head down, gritted your teeth, and kept charging forward. Tang Lemon thought you just could not accept defeat, so she did not try to persuade you further. She just silently held you tighter, pressing her face against your sweat-soaked back. 10 minutes later, you finally arrived late back at the beach. But by this time, there was barely anyone left. You found a spot with the best view and sat down. Panting heavily, you gasped, "I'm dead tired." Tang Lemon took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from your forehead, her eyes full of heartache. "Why did you push yourself so hard? Just for a fireworks show that is already over. Was it worth it?" Hearing that, you broke into a brilliant smile.
Of course not.
With that, you pulled out your phone and dialed a number. "If you're ready, start it." As you hung up, Tang Lemon looked at you in utter confusion.
Start what?
You turned to her and placed an index finger over your lips, making a shush gesture. Then you reached out and pulled her into your arms. You whispered softly in her ear, "Look up at the sky. I prepared a huge surprise for you." Just as Tang Lemon lifted her head, from a few small boats on the lake in the distance, massive launching sounds suddenly erupted. A streak of light shot into the sky like a meteor. Following that, with a deafening boom, the firework violently exploded, painting the pitch-black night sky into a breathtakingly gorgeous, vibrant masterpiece. At that moment, on one of the distant boats on the lake, Jibota collapsed there, completely exhausted and sweating profusely. He muttered regretfully, "Damn it. I really took a massive loss on this ON. If I knew, I would have asked for more money. Giving me this little. Am I a beggar?" Tang Lemon stared in awe at the fireworks blooming across the sky. You spoke softly by her ear. "How about it? Is this surprise big enough? I spent a fortune on this. A fireworks show prepared exclusively for you." Satisfied, Tang Lemon's lips curved into a blissful smile, and she gently nodded. The fireworks continued to blossom in the night sky. You turned your head and looked at her focused side profile, suddenly thinking of the Tang family breaking off the engagement. Your eyes dimmed for a brief second. You inexplicably blurted out, "Sometimes, I really do admire you," but this whisper of yours was instantly drowned out by the thunderous sound of the fireworks. Tang Lemon did not hear it at all. Because of this delay, by the time you and Tang Lemon returned to the villa, it was already very late. You strolled out of the bathroom wearing a pair of loose shorts, casually flipped off the lights, and dove straight under the covers. Tang Lemon immediately wrapped herself around you, rubbing her little face against your cheek. She said softly, "It is late. Go to sleep." Early the next morning, you groggily opened your eyes, only to see Tang Lemon staring at you with a beaming smile, and her warm little hand was already roaming over your abs. "Oh my, how did I never notice before? You're actually pretty well built." Tang Lemon's hands were inside your pajamas, naughtily wandering all over. She even let out occasional gasps of admiration. You let her do as she pleased with a deadpan expression, and suddenly blurted out, "I really could not tell. Not only are you bossy, you are also a total female pervert." The moment those words left your mouth, Tang Lemon's hands instantly froze. The delightful mood from enjoying your good physique just a second ago completely vanished into thin air. Soon enough, the villa echoed with your pig-slaughtering wails. Tang Lemon was holding a leather whip, barefoot, chasing you all the way from upstairs to downstairs. It did not take long before you were tragically pinned down by her delicate little foot. You felt like crying but had no tears.
I just called you a female pervert.
Is this really necessary? Tang Lemon furrowed her beautiful brows and flicked the whip right onto your butt. She coldly warned, "Know your place, man. Do not think that just because you made me happy, you can do whatever you want." The next morning at 8 a.m., just as you and Tang Lemon arrived at the school gates, she suddenly pulled a bank card out of her bag and handed it to you. She said plainly, "There is 500,000 in here. Consider it a reward for your good performance last night." You stared at the shiny gold VIP card in your hand. You hesitated for a second, but eventually shoved it back into her bag. You chuckled. "No thanks. If I even have to use your money
To buy gifts for my girlfriend.
then what kind of man am I?" Moo avocado. Tang Lemon cast a surprised glance at you, but did not insist. As an understanding girlfriend, she knew she had to leave her man some pride. Around noon, inside the student council office, Tang Lemon was lying on the sofa, curled up in your arms like a little kitten. "I have to go to the company tomorrow. You stay here at school and behave. No running around. Hear me?" You gave a perfunctory, While your mind was already plotting how to make some side cash. You definitely delivered on the surprise last night, but your wallet was also completely emptied out. If you did not make some money before graduation, you would probably have to get a normal 9-to-5 job. This was way too far off from your dreamed of slacker life. Tang Lemon immediately noticed your absent-mindedness and pinched your cheek in dissatisfaction. She threatened with an eerie tone. You would better stay put at school if I catch you flirting with other girls. Saying that, she viciously bit down on your neck. You yelped in pain, grimacing and complaining, "Are you a dog or something?" Tang Lemon admiringly inspected her exclusive mark on your neck with satisfaction. She stuck out her little tongue and gently licked it. You shivered all over. How could you show weakness? You grabbed her slender waist and kissed her red lips. I am a dignified man. Like I would let a little girl like you completely dominate me. A triumphant smile flashed in Tang Lemon's eyes. She immediately turned the tables with even crazier intensity, sweeping away your everything. Your eyes instantly widened in shock. You wanted to cry but had no tears. Your arm pinned down by her could not exert any force for a while. After quite a while, Tang Lemon finally let you go. Leaning close to your ear and whispering, "You can't blame me for this. It is mostly because your reaction was just too cute. I really could not hold back." You pouted, feeling wronged, displeasure written all over your face. At that very moment, you realized you seemed to be poisoned, and Tang Lemon was the only antidote. By evening, the Modu University sports field was buzzing with voices. Students were busy moving things to prepare for the gala. A massive bonfire stand was erected in the middle of the field. Wearing an elegant evening gown, Tang Lemon gracefully walked to the center of the stage to give a speech. Afterward, the ball officially began. Pairs of dance partners moved passionately on the dance floor. Only Tang Lemon stood there all alone, her aloofness completely out of place with the surrounding liveliness. You casually turned your head, caught sight of this, and instantly understood. You immediately put down your BBQ skewers and strode toward her. Tang Lemon was just about to leave when she bumped right into your chest. Her exquisite little face was full of question marks.
Why did you come over?
You smiled and offered your hand, naturally taking hers. "My beautiful lady, would you care to dance with me?" Tang Lemon was startled for a moment, then regained her aloof expression. "Since you asked, I will reluctantly agree." You and she moved with standard dance steps, gracefully dancing beside the bonfire. That elegant posture left everyone around staring in awe, unconsciously stopping in their tracks. In this moment, you and she became the sole focus of the entire venue. You pulled her slender waist in with own hand and whispered softly in her ear in occasions like this, "You're actually really lonely. Are not you?" As soon as you said that, you swiftly stole a quick kiss on her red lips. Wearing a smug, joyful smile on your face, Tang Lemon furrowed her brows, but noticing the surrounding gazes, she forcibly held back from lashing out. She merely threatened through gritted teeth, "You smelly man, how dare you take advantage of me in public? I will settle this score with you when we get home." The moment the party ended, Tang Lemon indeed grabbed you by the ear and dragged you straight into the car. That night, you spent 2.5 hours in a mix of pain and pleasure, your entire body thoroughly blessed by her ruthless affection. The next morning, you woke up with sleepy eyes. You subconsciously reached out to hug the person beside you, but ended up hugging thin air. You whipped your head around to look. The space beside you was completely empty. There was only a sticky note on the nightstand. Turns out, she had already gone to the company. Suddenly, your phone rang. After answering, Tang Lemon's lazy voice came through. Still not out of bed, you let out a massive yawn. "Just woke up. Why did you go to the company so early? It is only 8 a.m. A light chuckle came from the other end of the phone. "Do not, I have to work hard to make money, so I can feed a certain big lazy pig." Then her tone shifted completely. "Strictly warning. I will be extremely busy these next few days. I probably won't have time to keep you company. You better behave yourself at school. If I find out you are out there messing around with other girls, you know the consequences." Remembering that little leather whip from last night, you instantly shivered and quickly promised, "Relax. Do you still not trust my character?" After hanging up the phone, you wiped the cold sweat off your forehead. You were not fully awake when you were in the basement, so you had no choice but to accept your fate. Get out of bed and head to school. Just as you arrived at the school gate, your homeroom teacher Wang Lixing's voice rang out.
"Oh, Mew Avocado."
It is really hard to catch a glimpse of you. Your mouth twitched, feeling a bit awkward.
Heh.
Old Wang, I'm doing self-study now. Technically, you're not in charge of me anymore. Wang Lixing froze for a second, then suddenly grabbed your collar and started yelling. "Show some respect. Who told you to call me Old Wang? Believe it or not, I will call your dad right now and have him teach you a good lesson." You pursed your lips dismissively, muttering in your heart, this trick again. Your dad and Wang Lacing were absolute bros. Plus, he did not have a son of his own, so he usually treated you like his own flesh and blood, disciplining you strictly. And exactly because he treated you like his own son, you suffered a lot under him. In the end, you really could not take it anymore and applied for self-study. Wang Lixing stared dead at you, a smug, wicked smile suddenly appearing on his face. Besides, your self-study qualification seems to have been revoked, has not it? Your body instantly went rigid. Only then did you suddenly remember. Tang Lemon had previously actually threatened to cancel your self-study qualification. Holy shit, a stampede of 10,000 alpacas charged through your mind. You thought she was just joking around, but she was actually serious. You shook your head frantically. I am not going. Even if you beat me to death, I am not going. Just give up. Wang Lixing knew your temper way too well. Thinking about the bet he made with the other teachers, he immediately started coaxing you. It is just own class. After this class, you can do whatever you want. Saying that, he leaned in closer, lowered his voice, and added, as long as you're willing to come, I will personally give you 200 bucks as pocket money. Hearing there was 200 bucks on the line, your eyes instantly lit up. After some intense haggling, you successfully drove the price up to 350. It was not really about the money, you thought to yourself happily. Mainly, Mr. Wang is the homeroom teacher after all. I have to give him some face, right? After helping old Wang solve his face issue, Jiboda sneakily slid into the seat next to you and whispered, bro, got a big gig. You in or not? As long as you sell your looks a little bit, I will cover your living expenses for the whole month. Hearing the words sell your looks, you looked at him suspiciously. Damn, you are a real piece of work. Failing to chase the girl and becoming a backup tire is own thing. But you actually went after her mother? That detective day? Jiboda chuckled sneakily. Just tell me if you're in or not. In the end, under the pressure of making a living, you still chose to yield.
Sigh.
I never thought I would have to do something like this for money, but on second thought, maybe this was a rare life experience with complicated feelings. You started looking forward to what would happen next. At 3 p.m., you were dragged by Jiboda to the entrance of a cafe. He pointed viciously at a couple inside and said, "It is that girl." Not only did she play with my feelings, she also made me buy her all kinds of bags and gifts. If I had not accidentally bumped into her making out with another guy, I would still be kept in the dark. You looked through the glass window feeling a bit speechless. So, you somehow got her mom's contact info and planned to use this method to get revenge on her. Your brain is really something else. Unexpectedly, Jiboda scratched his head awkwardly. Who knew her mom would actually agree right away? I am still stunned even now. You had no choice but to follow Jiboda into the cafe. Walking towards the table right next to the couple, an elegantly dressed middle-aged woman had been waiting there for a while. The girl at the next table looked up, saw Jiboda, and was somewhat surprised. Jiboda, why are you here? Are you seriously stalking me all the way here? Are you some kind of creep? Hearing this, Jiboda grew even angrier. He then nudged you and whispered rapidly, Moo avocado. It is your turn. You looked at the middle-aged woman next door, the corner of your mouth twitching. You braced yourself and sat down. Hey sis, nice to meet you. The girl named Xiaoli looked at her mother in shock. Mom, you know them. Jiboda sat down triumphantly and said to Xiaoli did not see that coming. Did you? I found out you were messing around behind my back a long time ago. Since I can't be your baby, then I can only work hard to be your mom's baby. Do not worry. You will still be my baby in the future. Bro played the Uno reverse card. After saying that, he turned to the middle-aged woman with a smile. Hello sis, I am Xiaoji. You look way prettier in person than in your photos. You felt a wave of nausea in your stomach. This guy sure knows how to lay on the cheese. You thought to yourself, if it were not for the living expenses, I would not be here even if you beat me to death. The middle-aged woman looked at the two of you, smiling constantly. You flatter me. Do not be strangers, we are all going to be family from now on. You forcefully held back your discomfort, wondering how much longer you had to act out this play. The next second, Xiaoli seemed to realize something, her face turning pale. She completely had not expected this kind of situation. If word of this got out, how would she ever show her face at Modu University again? Jiboda, however, was still happily making introductions. Sis, this is my friend Moo Avocado. Like me, he is a sophomore and currently single. Seeing that couple look defeated, Jiboda could not even describe how good he felt inside. You gave a bitter smile and dryly called out, Sis. The middle-aged woman stared at your sharp, handsome features, her eyes practically turning into heart shapes. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the cafe plunged to freezing point. Tang Lemon, with a dark, ominous expression, stormed right in. She immediately dragged you straight out of the cafe. In the blink of an eye, You were tossed onto the floor in the back seat of the car, all alone and helpless. The atmosphere inside the car was suffocating. No one spoke a word. But you knew. This was the calm before the storm. 15 minutes later, you were dragged up to the second floor by Tang Lemon and thrown into the familiar corner of the wall. She drew the curtains, plunging the bedroom into darkness. You croaked dryly, "Listen to my explanation, I really—" Smack. A clear handprint appeared on your left cheek. Tang Lemon glared at you with icy eyes. "What is there left to explain? Going on a blind date with that old woman right in front of me. Do you know the way she was looking at you? She looked like she was about to eat you alive." Your heart sank. You realized this was far more serious than you thought. How could you explain this misunderstanding? And how could you quell Tang Lemon's fury? Your brain was working in overdrive, searching for the absolute best response. But hearing Tang Lemon's icy interrogation, you felt exceptionally uneasy. She continued speaking angrily. "I just warned you this morning." And yet, on the exact same afternoon, you're sitting with another woman, and an old woman at that, having a meal. This scene clearly dealt a massive blow to Tang Lemon. Even if you had been sitting with Lu Rian, she would not be this angry. But being with that old woman who obviously looked like she was up to no good, was not that indirectly saying that she could not even compare to that old woman? The scene she had just witnessed, coupled with the anxiety accumulated from her father being arrested, caused Tang Lemon's long suppressed emotions to completely erupt. Do not rip my clothes and my pants." Your wails echoed throughout the bedroom. In a flash, you were stripped completely bare by Tang Lemon. She said with a dark expression, "The only way to deal with a disobedient dog is to train it ruthlessly." Tang Lemon slipped off her dress, exposing her snow-white skin to the air. You watched in terror as another figure joined you under the covers. "Are you a dog? Do not bite me." "Holy shit, you can't bite there. My Italian cannon." "Rip, bro. I really know I was wrong." Your tragic screams lasted for a solid half hour. When the noise finally ceased, your body was covered in bite marks. Some of them were even oozing tiny traces of blood. After venting her frustration, Tang Lemon's mood was visibly much better. After listening to your explanation, she finally, grudgingly forgave you. You lay in her warm embrace, devoid of any will to live. With bite marks all over your arms and legs, Tang Lemon rubbed your wounds for you, while comforting you. "Right? Stop being angry. It is your own fault for being disobedient anyway." Seeing you remain silent, seeming genuinely upset, Tang Lemon sighed. She flipped over and lay on top of you, her red lips pressing against yours, her hands also beginning to wander over your body. Soon, you realized that your Italian cannon was starting to rise to the occasion. Tang Lemon smiled knowingly. She leaned in close to your ear and whispered softly, "Even though it is my dangerous period these few days, if you really want to, I do not mind letting you." Those words were like opening the floodgates in your heart. You flipped over and pinned her underneath you and said resentfully, "You said it yourself. Do not regret it." Tang Lemon held your face and smiled.
Of course.
"As long as you want to." Soon, the bedroom was filled with you and Tang Lemon's indescribable sounds, brimming with supreme bliss. This night was destined to become an unforgettable memory in your life. Early the next morning, Tang Lemon dragged a sleepy-eyed you into a car heading to the police station. After getting out, she linked her arm through yours and walked into the station. But even in a place like this, she could not muster a smile. After registering, you were led by a middle-aged police officer to the front of a holding cell. Wearing handcuffs, Tang Yoing saw you too and squeezed out a smile. "You are here." Tang Lemon sat down. Her tone was somewhat heavy. "How long will you be locked up?" Tang Yaoang sensed his daughter's worry and comforted her. "Do not worry. They framed me, but with only a witness. I will be out after 10 days or so." Tang Lemon nodded.
I understand.
After that, the room fell into an eerie silence. The father and daughter quietly looked at each other, as if communicating silently. You stood awkwardly on the side at a total loss for what to do. Fortunately, this atmosphere did not last long before a commotion could be heard outside. Police Chief Liu Wei had just returned from a business trip when he heard from his subordinates that they had arrested a VIP yesterday. His face instantly darkened.
Why was not I notified in advance?
With an ugly expression, Liu Wei opened the door to the holding cell, but froze right at the entrance. His pupils shrank drastically, as if he saw someone who absolutely should not be there. Tang Yaoing noticed him and greeted him with a smile. "Chief Liu, long time no see." Liu Wei stood at the door, his smile stiffening considerably. His voice even trembled slightly. "This is your daughter, right? She is very beautiful." Tang Yaoing did not notice this detail. He nodded with a smile, then turned his head to introduce you. "Mu Avocado, this is Chief Liu of the police station. Say hello." You politely bowed slightly. "Hello, Chief Liu. I am Mu Avocado, Wonner's boyfriend, the kind that is heading towards marriage." Tang Lemon shot you a look and muttered under her breath, What are you so proud of? Hearing this, Lu Wei's already stiff expression grew a bit panicked, especially when he saw your humble smile. He felt a chill wash over him even more. He coughed twice and said, "Then you guys take your time. I need to go handle some matters." With that, he immediately closed the door and left. You withdrew your gaze, gently stroked Tang Lemon's long hair, and said softly, "Let us go too. Let us not disturb Uncle's rest." Tang Lemon swatted your hand away, glared at you warningly, and then said to her father, "Dad, we will be leaving now." Inside the chief's office, Liu Wei furiously scolded his subordinate. "Who told you to arrest Tang Yaoying? Do you have any idea how much impact this has? He is the representative of the Tianmu group. They make massive donations to Modu every year, and you just arrest him without saying a word." Owen of the subordinate officer said impatiently, "If we arrested him, we arrested him. I have a witness. What are we afraid of? Handling things impartially, who can cause trouble over that?" Unable to tolerate it any longer, Liu Wei cursed him out in sheer anger. "Do you know how big of a disaster you have caused? Do not think that just because you have the Qin family backing you, you have nothing to fear. If this is not handled well, not only you, but even I won't be able to keep my job." Hearing this, the officer was a bit stunned. "Huh, what do you mean? What big backer does Tang Yaoying have?" Liu Wei sneered at him. "Now, you know to be scared. It is too late. If the people at the top find out about this, let alone you, even the Qin family won't be able to protect themselves. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and release him." Coming out of the police station, you were focused on driving home, but could not help stealing glances through the rearview mirror at the silent figure in the back seat. Tang Lemon was staring blankly out the window the entire time, her expression completely cold. In the end, you could not suppress your gossipy heart. "I'm actually pretty curious. Your parents support you now, so why do you still have this attitude towards them?" Before you could even finish your sentence, Tang Lemon whipped her head around, her gaze as sharp as a knife. "I am in a very bad mood right now. If you do not want a beating, you would better shut up." Looking at her instantly frigid face, you very tactfully closed your mouth. Right at that moment, a crisp notification sound from her phone broke the silence in the car. Tang Lemon irritably grabbed her phone, glanced at it, and then ordered with an unquestionable tone, "Turn around. We are going to the Lanjiang Grand Hotel." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the police station, Chief Liu Wei was seeing Tang Yaoying out, with a face full of apologetic smiles. "Brother Tang, I am truly sorry. It is all because my subordinates did not follow proper procedure.
I have really wronged you."
Tang Yaoying's mind was full of question marks. Even though he was the general manager of the Tianmu group, he also knew that his status was not high enough to make Liu Wei act this subservient, especially seeing the forced, fake smile piled on Liu Wei's face. It made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. However, since he was able to get out early, he did not bother overthinking it. He figured his wife must have pulled some strings on the outside. "Chief Liu, then I will be taking my leave. I will invite you for tea another day." Tang Yaoying gave a polite salute, got into the car, and left. Watching Tang Yaoying leave, the smile on Liu Wei's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of deep worry. He hesitated for a moment, but still took out his phone and made a call. His tone was heavy. "Old Wang, I have something I need to report to the higher-ups. My clearance level probably is not high enough." Inside a luxurious private room on the top floor of the Lanjiang Grand Hotel, Su Jinqing, wearing a sharp suit, exuded an aura of absolute nobility with his every move. Suddenly, your complaining voice drifted in from outside the room. "I say, eldest miss, can't you do it yourself next time? Why do you always insist on me helping you?" The moment your voice faded, Tang Lemon walked into the room, twisting your ear. Her delicate little face was written all over with displeasure. Su Jinqing rested his chin on his hand, watching the drama with interest. "You two really have a great relationship." Tang Lemon dragged you to sit opposite him and asked coldly, "Why did you call us here?" Meanwhile, your attention had long been completely captivated by the table full of delicacies. You were already stuffing your face, pricking up your ears to listen to their conversation while eating. Su Jincheng narrowed his eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at his lips. "For the Qin family's matters, of course. Did not we have an agreement before? Now you have suddenly completely derailed the plan, putting me in a very passive position. Since when is it your place to tell me how to do things?" Tang Lemon snorted coldly. She turned her head, saw you eating like a starved dog, and smacked the back of your head. You rubbed your head, feeling wronged, and whimpered, "What are you going crazy for now?" Tang Lemon pointed at the crawfish on the table with her chin. The message in her eyes could not be any more obvious. You sighed helplessly, wiped your mouth, accepted your fate, pulled a plate of crawfish over, and expertly started peeling them. You then fed the tender white meat to her lips. Only then did she satisfyingly open her mouth and chew elegantly. Every movement radiated the graceful demeanor of a grand young miss. Su Jinqing watched you acting completely subservient, an indescribable, unclear look flashing in his eyes. Let us put that aside for now. The main reason I called you here this time is to remind you to be careful. That dad of mine is not someone to be trifled with. As soon as Su Jincheng left, Tang Lemon instantly abandoned all her image, kicked off her white shoes, and rested her tender little feet on your lap. Her face was full of a contented smile. You cast a look of disgust at the feet on your lap. Hey, I'm still eating here. Could you mind your image a little? Tang Lemon's brows shot up. Her slender fingers directly pinched your cheek and pulled hard. Were you just acting disgusted by me? You're getting pretty bold, you're not you? I did not. You immediately explained pitifully. I was just thinking, wifey, you work so hard every day. How about I give your feet a massage? Hearing this, Tang Lemon immediately beamed with joy. Oh, is that so? Then it seems I wrongly accused you. Inside the Tang family's luxury mansion in Modu, Tang Yaong returned home and asked his wife, only to realize that it was not her connections at the police station that got him out. Even the investigations into their branch companies in various regions had all been completely dropped. This good fortune dropping from the sky left him a bit stunned. Over the next few days, you finally managed to enjoy a few peaceful days. Every day you just went to school to help Tang Wan deal with those trivial student council matters. As for her, she went to work at the group from 9 to 5 every day. Watching her work so hard really made your heart ache for her. You wished you could bear the exhaustion for her. Unfortunately, you knew absolutely nothing about corporate operations, so all you could do was offer verbal support. Right around noon, you had just rolled out of bed when your phone rang. Jibota's name was flashing on the screen. Just seeing this guy's name pissed you off. Last time, you risked your life to help him. And not only did you not get paid, you even got ruthlessly punished by Tang Lemon. You picked up the phone in a bad mood. What do you want? Let me tell you right now. If you want me to do your dirty work again, forget it. The tragic memory from a few days ago is still fresh in my mind. You muttered to yourself, there is no way I'm daring to interact with other women again. However, on the other end of the phone, Jibota's voice sounded incredibly frantic. What are you talking about? Something happened to Lu Ruyan. Hurry up and come to Modu Hospital. What happened? Explain it to me, clearly, right now. Your heart skipped a beat. Lu Ruyan, no matter what, was a friend you had known since high school. And for some reason, you always felt an inexplicable, unclear sense of guilt towards her.
Yeah, just get over here first.
I can't explain it clearly over the phone. After yelling that Jibota hung up directly, you quickly changed clothes, grabbed a random car from the garage, and sped straight to Modu Hospital. Outside the consultation room in the hospital, Jibota was pacing back and forth anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. It has only been 10 minutes or so. You arrived out of breath. At the door of the consultation room, how's the situation?
What the hell happened?
Was not Li Ruyan perfectly fine just a few days ago? Jibota pulled you into a corner, gritted his teeth, and said hatefully, it must be the work of Chin Shou and his gang of bastards. Someone sent me a location pin this morning. When I rushed over, I found Lu Ruyan unconscious in a dirty ditch, covered in injuries. Those animals could not beat us, so they actually went after a woman. The veins on your forehead instantly popped, forcing down the raging fire in your heart. You asked, how is she doing now? The doctor said they seem to be just superficial wounds for now. She was clearly punched and kicked. Right at that moment, the door to the consultation room opened. A female doctor walked out. You and Jibota hurriedly gathered around her. The female doctor took off her mask and breathed a sigh of relief. She did not sustain any major internal injuries. She was likely beaten up before passing out. It is nothing too serious. She should be fine after resting in the hospital for half a month. She is awake now. You guys can go in and see her. You initially wanted to rush in immediately, but the foot you just stepped forward with pulled back. You then grabbed Jibota, who was about to charge in, and sighed. I won't go in. Go check with the cashier to see how much it costs. Cover the bill first and I will transfer the money to you tonight. Watching you retreating back with clenched fists, Jibota's heart was filled with self-blame. At the end of the day, Li Ruyan was dragged into this mess because of you guys, which is why that bastard Chen Shou ambushed her. She was just too innocent in all this. What Jibota did not notice was that the moment you turned around, the anger in your eyes instantly morphed into a bone-chilling ice. Cue the boss music. Your entire aura became somewhat unfamiliar and terrifying. Inside an office at the Tianmu Group in Modu, Tang Lemon, dressed in formal business attire, was focused on reviewing documents. The phone beside her suddenly rang, interrupting her train of thought. She frowned slightly and picked up the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, the annoyance in her eyes instantly melted into a smile. This guy is actually taking the initiative to call me. Could it be that he misses me? Tang Lemon felt a sweet warmth in her heart. With the corners of her lips turning up, she answered the call. I want want to borrow some money from you, probably tens of thousands of bucks. Your voice sounded a bit hoarse. Inside the office, the smile on Tang Lemon's face instantly froze. She felt both disappointed and confused. Why do you suddenly need to borrow money? Did not you refuse the money I tried to give you before? You briefly explained the situation with Liu Ruyan. Hearing the guilt in your tone, Tang Lemon's voice also softened. I will transfer 500,000 to your card in a bit, but this money is not free. Where are you right now? You knew full well in your heart that given this little demoness's temper, it would be totally out of character for her not to seize the chance to make a demand. Half an hour later, under the jaw-dropping gazes of all the employees at the Tianmu group, Tang Lemon held your hand and walked right into her office. The crowd instantly exploded. The flames of gossip burned brightly.
Holy crap! Who is that guy?
To actually be able to get so close to our eldest miss. This is the first time I have ever seen her hold hands with a guy. Not even the chairman and general manager get this kind of treatment. Okay? But dang, that guy is seriously handsome. Tang Lemon dragged a chair over to her desk, lifted her chin, and issued an order to you. From now on, for an entire week, you will stay here to serve me tea, pour water, and massage my shoulders and legs. Understood? Is not this just being a glorified servant? You curled your lips, feeling super reluctant inside, but you still obediently sat down on the chair and started massaging her shoulders. As soon as your hands went to work, the slight displeasure in Tang Lemon's heart slowly dissipated. The very first time you took the initiative to look for her was actually for another woman. That made her feel pretty sour inside, but she also knew she could not blame you for this. After all, sending Liu Ruyan to the hospital in time was indirectly tied to her too. Tang Lemon soon realized she could not calm her mind at all. Her beautiful eyes glared right at you. It is all your fault. I did not even say a single word. How is it my fault again? You looked utterly speechless, feeling like you were just catching strays for no reason. Tang Lemon's deep, beautiful eyes stared intently at you. A moment later, her red lips curled up slightly, and she beckoned you with a finger. Come, sit here. She stood straight up, making you sit in her executive chair. Then she spun around and sat right on your lap, smoothly wrapping her arms around you. You had no choice but to helplessly hold her impossibly slender waist. Your nose was filled with her pleasant, fresh scent. The anger in her heart had finally subsided a bit. Only then did Tang Lemon curl her lips in satisfaction, pick up her pen again, and rapidly process the documents. You seem to have made a mistake on this document. There is clearly a much simpler way to handle this. You suddenly spoke up, pointing at Owen of the files. The tip of Tang Lemon's pen abruptly stopped, following the direction you pointed. With just one glance, she realized you were absolutely right. She then suddenly remembered, at your age, the value of being a top student was not just for show. That perfect score of 100 was only because the test paper maxed out at 100. Bro's intellect is capped by the system hardware. 10 minutes later, inside the office, there was a new desk piled high with documents. Tang Lemon directly ordered with a straight face. Finish processing all of these for me before getting off work today. Otherwise, I'm docking your pay. No way, I would not be a corporate slave even if you beat me to death. You looked at the mountain of documents and shook your head violently like a rattle drum. Is that so? Tang Lemon leisurely pulled out a long red leather whip from her drawer and gave it a light flick in her hand. It made a spine-tingling, cracking sound as it broke the air. She tilted her head, a cold sneer tugging at the corner of her mouth. Did you misunderstand something? I'm not negotiating with you. This is an order. Smack! The long whip lashed fiercely against the desk, instantly leaving a clear whip mark. You shuddered in fear and scrambled nimbly over to sit at the desk. You were dying of frustration inside, but could only resign yourself to reviewing the documents. You mentally cursed like crazy. What kind of normal person keeps a whip in their office? This woman definitely has screws loose in her head. Only then did Tang Lemon nod in satisfaction, enjoying the sight of you. Burying your head in hard work, she brewed a cup of coffee, kicked off her high heels, and lay lazily on the sofa. She quietly admired your focused appearance, happily thinking to herself, her boyfriend was not just good for playing around with, he could even help out with work. The more she looked, the more she liked it. Meanwhile, inside a luxury VIP ward at Modu Hospital. The moment Tang Lemon's message arrived, the hospital immediately used the guise of charity to move Liu Ruyan into a luxury private room and wiped all her medical expenses clean. He did not come. Wearing a hospital gown, Liu Ruyan sat on the edge of the bed. Her voice revealed a disappointment she could not hide. Jiboda, peeling an apple, comforted her softly. He came originally, maybe he felt too guilty, and left once he knew you were okay. Do not take it to heart. Only then did Liu Ruyan's pale face regain a bit of color. She thought to herself, so he does still care. Jiboda took in her entire expression, and could only sigh inwardly. Trying to persuade her felt wrong, but not persuading her felt wrong too. He was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Having known her for over a year, he understood Liu Ruyan's stubborn temper too well. the kind that would not turn back until she hit a brick wall. Even if you and Tang Lemon really became a couple, she would probably still choose to watch over you silently and wait indefinitely. You finally managed to finish the work at hand. You stared at the thick stack of organized documents in front of you. Just then, female CEO Tang Lemon strutted over gracefully with her coffee and handed you the half-finished cup in her hand. Not bad. This is your reward. You stared at that half cup of coffee and could not help but complain.
You black-hearted boss.
You're actually giving me your leftovers? With a face full of disgust, you slammed the coffee down on the table. You had absolutely no intention of drinking it. Who would have thought that this action of yours would make Tang Lemon's eyes turn instantly icy? The next second, she actually grabbed the coffee straight up, took a huge gulp and held it in her mouth before you could even react. She forcefully pinned you down and locked lips. You struggled with all your might, but could not break free at all. After a long while, Tang Lemon finally let you go in satisfaction.
She held your cheeks
And asked with a beaming smile, "How's the taste? Pretty good, right?"
You looked completely dead inside.
You felt utterly defiled, but you could only console yourself mentally. A good man does not fight a woman. I will endure it. That night you held her and closed your eyes. Although your bodies were pressed closely together, your hearts were 100,000 miles apart. The next day, you woke up very early because you had to make a trip to the university. You specifically asked Tang Lemon for a leave of absence. The result was she ruthlessly bit you a few more times. The bite marks were still burning with pain. You washed up casually and hurriedly drove to school, but you never would have dreamed that the moment you left the villa, bodyguards in over a dozen luxury cars quietly started trailing you. Inside one of the cars, the head bodyguard, Li Hu, was reporting to Tang Lemon, "Miss, young Master Mew has left the villa. What should we do next?" Tang Lemon's icy voice came from the phone. "Follow behind him. If he is going out to settle a score, remember to wipe his ass clean afterward." Li Hu respectfully replied, "Yes, miss." Right around that time, after driving for half an hour, you finally found that bastard Qin Shou's trail. In a dark corner near the school gates, that guy had his arms slung over a few lackeys' shoulders, his face full of smugness. It seemed like he was bragging about some grand achievement. You watched them swagger away from the school, a cold sneer curling at the corner of your mouth. Then, expressionless, you trailed after them. But the instant you followed them, a group of bodyguards suddenly popped out from the corner. They cautiously kept their eyes on you from a distance, especially the head bodyguard, Li Hu. He felt uneasy all over. Why did it feel like there was a pair of eyes hiding in the dark, staring dead at him? Carrying this lingering suspicion, Li Hu led his men to quietly follow up once again. However, after just a short 10 minutes, they completely lost track of you. In the end, Li Hu had no choice but to helplessly call Tang Lemon on the phone. His tone was full of shame. "Miss, we lost him." Right at that moment, the sky became heavily overcast with dark clouds. It was clearly high noon, but the sky was as dark as late evening. Soon after, a torrential downpour came crashing down. The entire city fell silent. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Modu, the cold wind howled mournfully, carrying an eerie, sinister vibe. In a dark corner, the strong beam of a flashlight was piercingly bright. Under the beam, you stood there expressionless, coldly staring at Qin Shou, who was tied up like a mummy. His mouth was completely sealed tight with duct tape, only able to let out muffled whimpers of terror. Freezing rainwater dripped down from the broken roof, smashing right onto Qin Shou's forehead and sliding down his terror-stricken face. You expressionlessly raised your fist. It was wrapped in thick layers of tape to guarantee no traces could be traced back to you afterwards. Your thin lips parted slightly, your icy gaze locked onto Qin Shou. You chose this path yourself. Since you had the guts to do it, you should have the resolve to bear the consequences. The moment those words left your mouth, you mercilessly smashed your fist down. Bang! A heavy thud. Just one single punch was enough to make Qin Shou experience a world of agonizing pain because his mouth was taped shut. His mouth instantly filled with the taste of iron. The way he looked at you was like looking at an evil spirit that had crawled its way out of hell. To all of this, you did not show a single ounce of mercy. It was as if you had grown completely accustomed to scenes like this. Your heart did not ripple in the slightest. Amidst the howling wind, another heavy punch landed. Flesh met flesh. Outside, the rain poured down relentlessly, but the dull thuds of the beating inside the factory never ceased. It was not until half an hour later that you finally slowed down and stopped. In the dim corner, the flashlight illuminated Qin Shou's face. It was completely covered in bruises and grime, looking absolutely pathetic. A solid 0/10 for aesthetics right now. Blood mixed with rainwater trickled down his face. Yet, surprisingly, this guy was still conscious. He stared at you, his eyes filled with absolute terror. He wanted to beg for mercy, but was so scared he could not spit out a single word. You turned around, walked toward a dust-covered shelf, and from it, you grabbed the video camera you had prepared earlier. Then you walked back to Qin Shou, waving the device in your hand. With a bone-chilling tone, you said, "You see this camera, right? If there is a next time, this footage is going completely viral online. For the most promising second young master of the Chin family, that would definitely be a fatal blow. Seeing him unresponsive for a long time, your eyes turn cold. If you do not want another beating, answer me honestly. Only then did Chin Shou muster a trace of courage, trembling as he nodded.
Yes. Yes.
Having gotten your answer, you turned around, but did not forget to aim at the guy on the floor, dropping own last ruthless threat. I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, next time, I will really kill you, and I promise to leave absolutely no evidence. Just like today. Smooth criminal vibes activated. Leaving those words behind, you walked out of the dilapidated factory without looking back. Who would have thought that just as you reached the door, your footsteps would halt abruptly? Because in the pouring rain, a figure dressed in black was holding an umbrella. Slowly walking over, he was clutching an ancient brick-like flip phone in his hand. You stood at the doorway, looking at the man approaching you. A flash of undisguised disgust crossed your eyes. You cursed inwardly. They sure arrived fast. The man in black did not say a word, just silently handed the old phone over to you. You took the phone and pressed it to your ear. From the other end, an old freezing voice immediately came through. Do not you even want to say a single word to your grandfather. Your voice was as cold as ice. I have nothing to say to you. Hearing this, the old man on the other end flared up instantly. Do you really hate me that much? Then, his tone suddenly shifted. I heard about what you have been up to lately. Got yourself a girlfriend at the university, but listen to your grandfather's advice. That girl is not right for you. Just this own sentence instantly ignited your fury. You could not hold it back anymore, roaring right into the phone. My business does not need your interference. This is my own choice. You have no right to meddle. Rebellious phase going strong. The old man on the line coldly snorted, his tone even icier than before. Since you do not need my interference, then stop using my name to back up your little girlfriend. If you are so capable, do not use my connections. I certainly do not remember raising you like this.
I have already put the word out.
Go deal with the Chin family yourself. Let me see just how much you have grown these past few years. Call me back when you can't hold on anymore. With that, the phone was abruptly hung up. The man in black took back the phone, glanced inside the factory, and plainly asked, "Do you need me to clean this up for you?" Elder Mew would not mind this little mess. You coldly rejected him. No need. After saying that, you plunged headfirst straight into the torrential rain. The downpour instantly soaked you to the bone. In the heavy rain, you walked alone on a remote path. Right at that moment, headlights lit up in the distance. A familiar car drove toward you, stopping steadily right in front of you. The next second, the rear door was forcefully yanked open, and a hand simply dragged you inside. The car door slammed shut with a bang, and the vehicle immediately pulled a U-turn heading toward the city center. The back seat was filled with that familiar, delicate fragrance. You could not find a second scent like this in the whole world. Tang Lemon, dressed in a snow-white dress, was leaning sideways, her gaze falling on your soaking wet figure. She seemed to notice your completely lifeless eyes, and her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. That look does not suit you at all. Immediately after, her eyes fell on the tape wrapped around your hands, and the bloodstains being washed away by the rainwater. She asked softly, "What happened?" You lowered your eyes, remaining completely silent, a rare sense of disappointment welling up in your heart. Seeing that you did not want to talk, Tang Lemon did not press the issue. Instead, she picked up a towel and started gently wiping away the rainwater from you. But who knew that in the very next second, she would directly strip off your shirt. "Whoa, madam. Buy me dinner first," exposing your sharply defined muscles. Following that, she pulled out a gray blanket, wrapping the two of you tightly together. Inside the blanket, your bodies were pressed closely together. Tang Lemon even took the opportunity to gently press your head against her chest, while stroking your hair, her cheek resting against yours. She softly comforted you. Just get a good sleep. You closed your eyes, wanting to use sleep to wash away the frustration in your heart. Not long after, you fell into a deep slumber. Looking at your sleeping profile, the corners of Tang Lemon's mouth curled up slightly. She gently caressed your cheek with her hand. This man looks even more handsome when he is quiet. But in the very next second, Tang Lemon pulled out her phone. A cold glint flashing in her eyes, a text message was instantly sent out. And it was exactly this message that made Chin Shou on that very night thoroughly experience the agonizing pain of suffocation, leaving him with a lifelong psychological shadow. Never mess with the protective girlfriend. The next day, when you opened your eyes in bed, you realized you were actually completely naked, and the first thing you saw was Tang Lemon's smiling, beautiful eyes. She spoke in a gentle voice. "You are awake." The window was not closed properly, and a gust of cold wind made you shiver. You felt the silky touch of midsummer sheets, your mouth twitching as you asked in disbelief, "Did you undress me?" Tang Lemon nodded matter-of-factly, smiling sweetly as she fired back. "Of course I did. Who else would it be?" Saying that, She leaned in close to your ear with a wicked grin, teasing you with her breath like orchids. Got to admit, it felt really smooth. You yelled, "You pervert," and fiercely ducked back under the covers. Hearing this, Tang Lemon's expression instantly darkened. She thought to herself, this man really does not learn his lesson, does he? The next second, a series of panicked screams echoed from the bedroom, wrapping yourself in the blanket. You were jumping around the bedroom running for your life, while Tang Lemon, wearing only a nightgown and barefoot, chased right behind you. She was not even in a hurry to catch you, just occasionally giving your rear end a little smack. She seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself. Classic morning cardio. Before long, you were half dead from exhaustion, lying flat on the floor, your stomach growling loudly from hunger. At that moment, Tang Lemon finally crouched down, pinched your cheek, and playfully said, "Can't run anymore. I have not even played enough yet. Get up and keep running." After a violent release on a rainy night, you had shown a rare moment of vulnerability in Tang Lemon's arms, finding solace in her comfort. Although the next morning seemed like just another playful fight, that night's reliance and intimacy had quietly changed something between you two. Outside a certain hospital room in the Magic City, Tang Lemon leaned against the wall, her beautiful face showing clear displeasure. Meanwhile, you were hesitating nervously outside the door. Unexpectedly, a massive force suddenly hit you from behind. With a yelp, you were brutally kicked right into the hospital room. Immediately after, Tang Lemon stood at the doorway, looking down at you sprawling on the floor like a boss. She said coldly, "I'm only giving you 10 minutes, not a second more." As soon as the words left her mouth, she slammed the door shut in extreme annoyance. Inside the room, Lu Ruyan was leaning against the bed reading a book. Her complexion visibly improved. She looked at you bursting in so suddenly, her face full of surprise. "Why are you here?" You awkwardly picked yourself up from the floor, walked over to the bed, and smiled. "I am here to see you, of course. I had to handle some things, which is why I'm only visiting now." However, Lurian simply closed her book gently, her perceptive eyes seeming to see through everything. Pointing at your shadow, she whispered, "Do not I know exactly what kind of person you are? You definitely went to cause trouble for Chin-Shou, did not you? Because of me." The moment those words came out, a massive bang from a kick echoed against the door outside. Tang Lemon was out there already regretting letting you in. The jealousy is real, but you completely ignored the noise from the hallway. Your eyes were only focused on Lu Ruyan. In the next second, your expression turned incredibly serious, and you gave her a deep bow. "I'm sorry, if it were not for me, you would not have suffered like this. You solemnly promised, if you have any requests, just name them. I will do my best to fulfill them." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan looked at your earnest face and suddenly tilted her head. She asked playfully, "Really anything at all?" You had no choice but to bite the bullet and nod. "As long as it is within my power." To your surprise, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "You really can't take a tease?" "I'm just joking." "Why so tense?" Then Lu Ruyan withdrew her smile, her eyes turning incredibly gentle. "If you really want me to make a request, then my only condition is that you stop doing such dangerous things from now on." Hearing Lu Ruyan's concern, you nodded seriously. "Right, I will keep that in mind." The atmosphere in the ward was entirely harmonious, but right at that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly lowered her eyelashes. She asked faintly, "Did you think I was going to make that kind of request?" You instantly scratched your head in awkwardness. The thought crossed my mind. Who knew Lu Ruyan would lower her head, slowly slipping into memories. "I can tell that you really like Tang Lemon now. Honestly, I'm very jealous of her." Then her tone shifted abruptly, filling with deep reluctance. "Every day I think to myself, if I had confessed to you before you even met Tang Lemon, would things have turned out differently?" The next second, she raised her head, looking at you with unwavering determination. "Mew Avocado, I will always wait for you until I finally let go of my obsession with you. I will keep waiting to avoid any misunderstandings." She quickly added, "But do not worry. I won't interfere between you and Tang Lemon. You liking her is your business. Me liking you is my business." The moment she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. You stayed silent for a long time, and just as you were about to say something in a panic, the hospital room door was violently kicked open. Unable to endure it any longer, Tang Lemon rushed in with a freezing expression. She grabbed the back of your collar and dragged you straight out. She said to you coldly, "Your 10 minutes are up." Then she turned to look at Liu Ruyan, wishing you a speedy recovery. Ass. The door slammed shut heavily. You were literally dragged out of the ward by Tang Lemon. The second you were out, the anger Tang Lemon had been holding back completely erupted. She grabbed your ear and yanked it hard, sneering, "You are so generous? Are not you? Whatever you request, just name it, huh? Oh boy, you're dead." You grimaced in pain from the pulling, hurriedly begging for mercy.
Ow.
I was wrong, wifey. I messed up. But begging was completely useless. The very next second, a shocking scene unfolded in the hospital corridor. With a bright red earlobe, you were sprinting frantically toward the hospital exit as if your life depended on it. Panic was written all over your face. And right behind you, Tang Lemon with a dark, threatening aura chased after you while shouting, "If you have got guts, keep running. You better pray I do not catch you. Otherwise, I'm going to kick you to death." In the blink of an eye, you had fled all the way to the hospital entrance like a fugitive. Under the shocked gazes of the bystanders, you actually turned and yelled loudly at Tang Lemon. "How did I even provoke you again? You crazy woman? I bet you're just looking for an excuse to torture me." The moment those words left your mouth, you instantly regretted it. Your face dropped. Crap. In a moment of panic, you actually blurted out your innermost thoughts. Now, you were completely doomed. Sure enough, hearing those words behind you, Tang Lemon's fury flared up even more.
Oh, really?
"So that is how you see me in your heart. You scumbag. You are absolutely dead today." At this moment, cold sweat was pouring down your back. Glancing quickly at the busy streets going in all directions, you hurriedly found a crowded spot and dove right into it. But the very next second, you sprinted back out even faster. Your face was filled with sheer terror. Looking at the massive formation behind you, you could not help but roar at Tang Lemon ahead. "Are you insane? Did you really have to go this far?" But Tang Lemon simply stopped in her tracks, watching you run toward her. She sneered, "As long as it catches you. No scale of operation is too much." Only to see on the bustling street, a whole squad of men in black suits suddenly surged out, chasing straight after you. There had to be at least 20 of them. Did she just summon the Secret Service? This uniform attire and massive display of force instantly drew the attention of countless pedestrians who stopped to watch. They probably thought someone was shooting a Hollywood blockbuster. However, as the main character, you were drowning in despair. All the escape routes around you were completely blocked off. Tang Lemon walked over slowly, not rushing at all, coldly pinching your cheeks. "Darling, why did you stop running?" You immediately grabbed onto her like a delicate little bird, placing her icy cold hand against your chest. With the most sincere gaze ever, you said, "Darling, with you here? How could I ever bear to run away?" Half an hour later, in the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa, having been firmly restrained once again, you looked up at Tang Lemon, who was sitting right on top of you. You begged frantically, "Wife, I really messed up. I swear I won't dare do it again. Please just let me go this once." Right at that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the bedroom door. From outside came a maid's respectful voice. "Miss, I have brought what you asked for." Hearing this, Tang Lemon finally spared you, stating coldly, "Bring it in." Then the door opened, and a maid walked in with her head bowed. She completely avoided looking at the scene inside the bedroom, placed down some dry bread, and hastily left. Meanwhile, with your hands and feet tied up, you were gasping for air on the bed. Fine beads of sweat had already formed on your forehead. That was a close call. You genuinely thought you were going to suffocate to death. Right at that moment, Tang Lemon stood up from you, walked over and picked up a piece of dry bread. Then, she sat back down on top of you. "What are you trying to do now?" You stared at the bread in her hand in confusion, your heart filled with doubt. Was she trying to feed you a final meal before execution? But Tang Lemon just looked at you with icy eyes, tore off a small piece of bread, and shoved it into your mouth. She commanded with an authority that allowed no refusal. "Eat." Truth be told, you were actually a bit hungry, so you just chewed and swallowed it, but after a couple of bites, you commented with disgust. "This bread is way too dry, is not it? Where did you even buy this? It tastes terrible." At the same time, you grew even more puzzled. Why had this woman suddenly changed her tune? A second ago, she wanted to torture you, and now she was actually feeding you. This bread probably was not poisoned, right? However, Tang Lemon, still sitting on you, did not say a word. She just kept feeding you piece after piece. A hint of anticipation unexpectedly surfaced in her eyes. Gradually, after a large chunk of bread went down to your stomach, you soon felt unbearably thirsty. So you spoke up, "Wife? Can you get me some water? Eating all this bread. I am dying of thirst here." Unexpectedly, a smirk appeared on the corners of Tang Lemon's mouth. She casually wiped her hands and lay sideways next to you. "Thirsty? Sure. But I only have the imported kind. Do you want to drink it?" Hearing this, you finally realized what was going on. Your previous doubts instantly cleared up. No wonder she suddenly changed her attitude. So this was her trap all along. 1000 IQ play right there. Therefore, you turned your head away without hesitation, stating firmly, "Then I'm not thirsty anymore." A cold glint flashed in Tang Lemon's eyes, but she did not lash out. Instead, she waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Your mouth felt even drier, your lips almost cracking. You could only look at Tang Lemon beside you with a pleading gaze, your voice much softer now.
Water.
At this, the curve of Tang Lemon's lips grew even wider. She grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the bedside table and actually took a gulp straight into her own mouth. The next second, she leaned in right in front of your face. Barely an inch away, she pointed at her own lips and then pointed at you. Her intention literally could not be any more obvious. By this point, you had been tortured completely out of your mind. Your mouth was terribly dry, almost splitting open, looking at the red lips right in front of your eyes. You finally closed your eyes and kissed her directly. With a gulp, crystal clear drops of water trickled down the corners of your mouths and dripped onto the bed. A moment later, having absorbed the moisture, you finally felt a bit better. However, Tang Lemon's breathtakingly beautiful face leaned in close again. You instantly felt your body running hot, but you still stubbornly turned your head away. This time, you absolutely refused to kiss her. But Tang Lemon's patience had reached its limit. Seeing that you still were not cooperating at this point, she directly delivered a sharp slap to your face. With a crisp smack, your cheek instantly gained a bright red handprint. Then, Tang Lemon stared straight into your eyes with a frosty gaze, warning you with a freezing tone, "I think I have tolerated you enough. You would better be a little more sensible, otherwise I can't guarantee what I will do next." The next morning at dawn, while sleeping incredibly soundly, you were suddenly jolted awake by Tang Lemon's violent kick. You rolled straight right under the bed, only to hear her say softly, "I am hungry. Go make me something to eat." The instant you were kicked awake, your first instinct was to get angry. But the moment you saw Tang Lemon's face, your heart gave a violent shudder. Hungry? Okay, so you helplessly trudged out of the bedroom. Watching your retreating figure, Tang Lemon wearing her silk nightgown was exceptionally satisfied. Sure enough, men need to be trained well to become obedient. Then she lazily lay back in bed and took a little nap, until you walked in carrying the food. A short while later, Tang Lemon stared blankly at the bowl of clear, bland broth, and the few pieces of pickled vegetables floating on top. She suddenly raised her head to glare at you, asking coldly, "Do you want to die?" Yet you demolished your own bowl in 3 bites. Letting out a loud burp, you smiled sheepishly. "It is early in the morning. We should eat light. It is good for the stomach." But Tang Lemon only narrowed her eyes. "Is it really good for the stomach, or were you just being lazy?" Cold sweat instantly broke out on your back. Soon enough, your miserable screams echoed through the bedroom. A moment later, the scene shifted. Tang Lemon was lying comfortably on the bed, while you, with half of your face completely red, were spoon-feeding her. You cursed inwardly. Women really are violent creatures. After reluctantly finishing the meal, Tang Lemon got up to change her clothes. She actually did not hold back at all, just stripping off her nightgown right there in front of you. She casually found a white dress and slipped it on. Behind her, you stared until your eyes practically went straight. The curves of her exposed body ignited a wave of heat in your chest. But thinking back to your tragic suffering last night, you shook your head vigorously and started changing into your own clothes, because today was already the second day since the semester began. Magic City University held an exam every single month to determine the rankings and credits for all students, and this particular exam was of utmost importance to you. At this moment, after changing clothes, you two were about to head back to campus. Meanwhile, Kim Pang was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. A sudden wave of wild ecstasy washed over his face. Gripping his phone tightly, his voice trembled. "Are you telling the truth? The Tang family really has no backing." The voice on the other end was steady, but carried a hint of warning. "That is right, but you went too far last time and drew attention from the higher-ups. We must get our hands on the Tianmu group, but do not push the Tang family into a life-and-death struggle." Kim Pang immediately bowed and scraped. "Rest assured, I have my own plans. As long as the Tangs have no backing, they will be completely at my mercy." But the other side suddenly changed their tone. "If you fail again this time, I do not mind switching partners to the Bai family." That single sentence made Chin Peng's expression change drastically. He hastily and respectfully guaranteed, "Please, do not worry. This time will definitely be a success." However, the moment the call ended, Kim Peng immediately deleted the call history. The respect on his face completely vanished. Replaced by endless gloom, he suddenly smashed his fist against the window, letting out a dull thud. "Damn bastards. How dare you threaten me?" His eyes turned vicious. "Just wait. Once I take control of the Tianmu group, the very first one I will deal with is you." At this moment, at the entrance of Magic City University, you stepped out of the car leisurely, a steamed bun hanging from your mouth. Tang Lemon followed right behind, looking dead serious, but you were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, you reached out your hand. Only then did Tang Lemon interlock her fingers with yours in satisfaction. The two of you walked toward the teaching building, fingers tightly clasped. While you were eating with relish, Tang Lemon firmly spoke up. "You better take this exam seriously. I'm going to take back the first place." Yet you just chewed your bun nonchalantly. "Then do your best." That own sentence instantly made Tang Lemon blow her top. The next second, the campus witnessed the classic scene of you fleeing and her chasing. Finally, you were caught at the bottom of the teaching building. Tang Lemon gripped you tightly, issuing her final ultimatum with a freezing gaze. You would better be serious about this exam. If I find out that you deliberately bombed the test just to let me win, I will show you the true meaning of cruelty. As soon as her words fell, you, being held by the collar, stiffened slightly. You had absolutely no doubt about the authenticity of her threat. You nodded hastily. I will definitely be serious. Do not worry. Following that, you quickly changed your tune and started buttering her up like crazy. Besides, with your strength, my dear wife, you definitely do not need me to go easy on you. I was purely just lucky last time. Smooth save, buddy. Sure enough, after this barrage of sweet talking, a trace of satisfaction flashed through Tang Lemon's beautiful eyes. Only then did she let you go. She turned and walked toward her own exam room. Watching her back, you immediately stood up, patted the dust off your clothes, and muttered softly, "What a female T-Rex." But grumbling aside, you still had to take the exam. After all, you had promised old Wang you had to be his bragging capital after meals. You should know that among the students you were virtually unknown, but in the teacher's circle, thanks to your mentor old Wang's hype, your reputation was absolutely through the roof. A few minutes later, you walked into the exam room, took a casual glance around, and walked straight to the window seat in the last row. The classic anime protagonist seat. Soon, the school bell rang. The classroom instantly fell silent. Before long, a man wearing a black long-sleeved shirt walked in holding the exam papers. He walked into the room. It was none other than Wang Lixing. The moment he entered, his gaze locked precisely onto you in the corner. A smile curled on Wang Lixing's lips.
You brat.
You better test well. My bragging rights for next month depend entirely on you. Then he started distributing the test papers and explained the exam rules. You may hand in your papers early once you finish, but you can only hang around the sports field. No loitering in the teaching building. After speaking, Wang Lixing raised his hand to check his watch. The time was just right. He directly announced the start of the exam. In an instant, the only sound left in the classroom was the scratching of pen tips across paper. All the students looked focused, burying their heads in the test. Meanwhile, Wang Lixing started pacing casually around the classroom. Wang Lixing was observing the examinees to prevent anyone from cheating. But right at this moment, you, sitting in the last row, suddenly turned pale and violently clutched your stomach.
Holy crap.
My stomach is acting up. You instantly thought of the street side bun you bought this morning. You secretly cursed the vendor for being a shady businessman, but regretting it now was useless. Enduring the sharp pain, you picked up your pen and started writing furiously. Luckily, this was a science exam, so there were not many words to write. You had not even studied, yet a mere glance was enough to figure out the answers. Your answering speed was outrageously fast. On question, 2 questions, 3 questions. As a result, less than 10 minutes into the exam, a flurry of page-turning sounds instantly caught Wang Lixing's attention. He looked over curiously, only to find it was you. He immediately felt something was off. Did not this kid usually just mess around while taking tests? Why is he acting so out of character today? Did getting a girlfriend actually change his personality? However, right as the 15-minute mark passed, you abruptly put down your pen, stood up, and slapped the test paper in front of old Wang. "Teacher, I'm handing this in early." Before your voice even faded, you turned around and bolted out of the classroom. This commotion made the entire class look up, staring at your back with faces full of sheer disbelief. Good lord, you handed it in before we even finished the multiple choice questions.
Right? Alright, so we are try-harding like this now.
Seeing this, Wang Lixing coughed coldly. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and answer your questions." After scolding the students, he finally sat back at the podium, put on his reading glasses, and carefully checked your paper. This was his precious student after all. He had to check if there were any mistakes, but that thought was entirely unnecessary. After checking the final few essay questions, Wang Lixing took off his glasses in satisfaction. Meanwhile, in another exam room, Tang Lemon was working on the last few major questions. Only a little over 20 minutes had passed since the exam began. This speed was nothing short of terrifying. Right at that moment, the sound of urgent running echoed from the corridor. Tang Lemon, deep in thought, furrowed her brows and looked out the window. The next second, her exquisite face froze in shock because that figure sprinting past was none other than her scumbag man. How did he get out of the exam room so fast? Even though it was just for a split second, Tang Lemon still caught the fleeting look of discomfort on your face. She could not help but worry involuntarily. Is he heading to the restroom? That idiot must have eaten something bad. I told him ages ago not to eat street food. So Tang Lemon, still taking her exam, took one glance and quickly turned her head back. The pen in her hand suddenly accelerated and her answering speed increased significantly in an instant. Just 10 minutes later, Tang Lemon abruptly stood up and placed her test paper on the invigilator's desk. With an icy voice, she said, "Teacher, I would like to hand in my paper early." Without giving the teacher any time to react, she walked straight out of the classroom, heading quickly in the direction of the restrooms. The invigilator rubbed his bald head, picked up the paper and sighed. "Ah, Miss Tang. Whether I can brag in front of old Wang next month depends entirely on you." Meanwhile, in the second floor restroom, you were rubbing your stomach, leaning against the wall as you walked out, still muttering, "That damn shady vendor. He better pray I do not see him again. Otherwise, I will definitely give him a fertilizer sack over the head." A very specific, creative threat. Who knew that right at the corner, you would crash headfirst into something soft, your body instantly tilted backward. If you fell on the back of your head like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. You had no time to react. Your line of sight was already fixed on the ceiling. Your pupils shrank sharply. However, right in the nick of time, a hand suddenly pulled you into a tight embrace. A familiar, delicate fragrance wafted over, followed by a young woman's scolding voice. "How can you be so careless?" Tang Lemon held you with both hands, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. She looked at you with dissatisfaction. "I told you not to eat food from street stalls. You did not listen, and now you have suffered the consequences, right?" You finally snapped back to reality. Getting scolded like this, you did not dare talk back and could only mutter in your heart, "Who the hell knew those buns were unsanitary?" But Tang Lemon saw right through your thoughts in a single glance. Exasperated, she supported you as you both walked toward the sports field. "If you ever dare eat outside food again, I will beat you to death."
True love language right here.
Meanwhile, in Lianian City, Zhejiang province, inside a small restaurant with only 7 or 8 tables. It was incredibly quiet because it was not mealtime yet. There was not a single customer. And in the back kitchen, a middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat was on the phone, his face showing a complex expression.
Right?
I understand.
A moment later, he hung up. Mu Guodong put away his phone and let out a heavy sigh. Beside him, Zhang Mijuan immediately walked over, asking with a worried tone, "Was it Dad calling?" Mu Guodong nodded, plopping down into a chair. His face was full of sorrow. "Back then, we brought Xiaogi and ran away to here. We have not contacted the family for so many years. You can't even imagine how our dad feels." Then, he dropped a bombshell. He said the girlfriend Xiao found at school is the daughter of Magic City's wealthiest man. Her status is way too sensitive. So he wants us to persuade Xiaoji to break up with her. Hearing this, Zhang Mijuan fully understood. They wanted their son to break up with that billionaire, Heiress. For a moment, dead silence fell over the kitchen. However, Mu Guodong leaned against the back of his chair, slowly letting out a breath. "Let us have our son come back for a visit next week, and tell him to bring his girlfriend along while he is at it. After all, his life is his own. He has to choose his own path. As parents, we just need to support him silently." Only then did Zhang Meijuan nod. "That works too. Besides, knowing Xiaoji's temper, he definitely would not listen to our persuasion anyway." Her words carried a deeper meaning. After all, ever since he was a kid, he hated this kind of meddling the most. Meanwhile, on the sports field of Magic City University, on a stone bench under the shade of the trees, you were resting with your eyes closed, lying on Tang Lemon's lap. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Tang Lemon's cool little hands slid under your clothes, gently rubbing your stomach. Her other hand was idly playing with your hair. Right at that moment, the phone on you suddenly rang. You opened your eyes, picked it up to look, and a hint of surprise flashed in your eyes. It was actually a call from your own mom. You answered the call and put it straight on speakerphone. You spoke lazily. "Hey mom, what is up?" Immediately, Zhang Mijuan's exasperated voice came from the other end.
You brat.
"How long has it been since you last came home? When do you plan on coming back?" Tang Lemon just quietly stroked your hair, not interrupting. Hearing this, you replied helplessly, "Did not I just go back the month before last?" But Zhang Meijuan on the other end did not care at all whether you agreed or not. She just laid down the law. "I do not care. You must come back next week. And I heard you got a girlfriend at school? Bring her along too." After saying that, Mother Zhang did not give her son any chance to negotiate and directly hung up the phone. Only the busy signal remained from the phone. Now you looked at Tang Lemon helplessly. With a pleading look in your eyes, you heard her. Tang Lemon, however, looked down at you, a wicked smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. "It is fine if you want me to go back with you," she asked with great interest. "But how are you going to compensate me?" Lying on her lap, you instantly lost all your confidence.
Then what kind of compensation do you want?
Tang Lemon's beautiful eyes stared intently at you. As she slowly held up 3 fingers, as long as you agree to 3 of my conditions, I will go back with you. That is not asking too much, is it? You stayed silent for a moment, then tentatively asked which 3 conditions. Surprisingly, Tang Lemon just reached out and pinched your cheek. She leaned in close to your ear, blowing a breath of fragrant air, and whispered softly, "Well, as for that, I have not thought of them yet. I will let you know when I have figured it out." A blank check. Dangerous game. However, the matter was not over. She changed the subject abruptly. "But since you want me to go back and meet your parents, you definitely have to visit my family too. We will have to go sooner or later anyway, so let us make it tomorrow." Meanwhile, the office was already packed with teachers. They were nervously grading your test paper and hers, near the office door. Tang Lemon was resting her head on your shoulder, her gaze calmly looking at the setting sun outside the window. She spoke up softly. "If you can manage to take first place again this time, I will make an exception and grant you ON request. But if you can't get it, from now on, you will follow me to the corporation to work every day. Your monthly salary will be 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. Your mouth twitched, thinking of those mountains of documents, and only getting paid 1,000 bucks for it. How ruthless of a capitalist can she be? My god, this problem can actually be simplified like this. These 2 kids are absolute geniuses. The earlier sections are all perfect scores. The winner will be decided by the last 2 major questions. Your homeroom teacher, Wang Lixing, and another balding teacher were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Right at this moment, a gasp broke the silence. They are out. The scores are out. Immediately following that, your homeroom teacher Wang Lixing burst into excited, hearty laughter. He forcefully slapped the shoulder of the balding teacher beside him, shouting excitedly, "Oh, old you, I'm really sorry, but our class's Mu Avocado won again," even though it was only by ON point.
A win is a win.
However, old you swatted his hand away. Sitting in his chair, he snorted heavily. "What are you so smug about? You guys just got lucky. And it was just own missing symbol. Otherwise, it would have been a tie." The surroundings instantly became noisy, but Wang Lixing did not care at all. He turned around excitedly, walking straight toward you. Looking at his momentum, he looked like he was going to plant a kiss on you. But the moment he turned around, you and Tang Lemon had long vanished without a trace. At this moment in the corridor, Tang Lemon was walking ahead with a highly displeased expression. She lost. Once again, she lost to you. Is she really inferior to you? Meanwhile, you were casually strolling behind her, chuckling mischievously. Wondering in your head, how should I use this own request? Who knew that she would actually overhear this? Tang Lemon abruptly turned around, gritting her perfect teeth tightly. Her eyes were bone-chillingly cold. "You dare make a request." The next second, you took off running. She pursued you like a vengeful spirit chasing after a soul, not letting up for a second. You yelled as you ran, "Are you being reasonable? You have to accept defeat if you lose a bet." But those words completely ignited her fury. Her speed surged drastically, and she lunged forward, kicking you ruthlessly right in the rear end. Afterwards, just to coax her back into a good mood, you had no choice but to give up the hard-earned get-out-of-jail-free card. Rip your own wish. At the same time, inside a bedroom of a certain villa in Magic City, Qin Peng looked expressionlessly at the bed, where his son lay covered in injuries. His eyes were filled entirely with disappointment. His voice was deep. "You're forbidden from going out and causing trouble for the next 2 days. I have already requested a leave of absence for you at school." But Qin Shou on the bed just stared blankly, completely unresponsive. It was obvious the trauma from that night had not faded yet. Qin Peng shook his head in disappointment and turned to walk out of the bedroom. He gave a cold order to the bodyguards at the door. "Keep an eye on him. Do not let him out without my permission." Early the next morning, Tang Lemon pulled you, completely dressed to the nines, and got into the car heading to the Tang family estate. In the car, just like usual, she snuggled into your arms. Soon, the car drove into the Tang family courtyard. This place covered a massive area, built at the foot of a large mountain right next to the city center. Currently inside the estate, Tang Lemon's parents, Tang Yaoying and Zhang Shui, uncharacteristically did not go to work. They were both at home waiting for you too. But Zhang Shui was a bit too restless to sit still. She looked at her incredibly calm husband beside her. "Say, should I prepare some kind of meeting gift?" Tang Yaoying, who was looking at his phone, raised his head and confidently waved his hand. "We are the parents-in-law. He should be the onin preparing gifts for us." He chuckled and continued. "I have met that kid before. He is not bad. At first, he stubbornly refused to accept our Shaowen, but has not he been whipped into complete submission? Now, right at this moment, the roar of an engine sounded outside the courtyard. "The car's here." Tang Yaoying stood up with a smile and walked toward the main doors. They got here pretty fast. However, his wife Zhang Shui sat absolutely still, but her eyes were fixed intently on the entrance, clearly caring immensely in her heart. The grand doors opened. You walked in first, wearing a smile on your face, and greeted Tang Yaoying, who opened the door. Hello, uncle. Then Tang Lemon followed right behind. Her face instantly reverted to an icy expression. She had absolutely zero intention of greeting her own father. Fortunately, this family had long grown used to it. You walked into the living room, approached Mother Tang, and gave a humble smile. Hello, Auntie. This is our first time meeting. My name is Mu Avocado.
I know.
Jiang Shui raised her eyes to look at you, her gaze perfectly even. Then she immediately pulled out a bank card from her pocket and forcefully shoved it into your hand. She spoke in a flat tone. There is 100 million in this card. It is not much. Just treat it as some pocket money from Auntie. Take it and spend it however you like. You were completely dumbfounded.
Holy sweet mother of pearl.
This is on 100 million, and it is just pocket money. Does not this instantly make me a multi-millionaire? But before you could even warm it in your hand, a sudden blur flashed before your eyes. When you blinked again, the bank card in your hand had miraculously vanished. You turned your head expressionlessly. Sure enough, it was Tang Lemon. She was casually playing with the card. She raised an eyebrow.
What, you got a problem with that?
You squeezed out a stiff smile. No problem at all. A moment of silence for the lost millions. Auntie Tang beside you, however, watched this in a pretty good mood, with a smile on her lips. Just then, Tang Yayong smilingly called out to you both, all right now. Hurry up and come eat. I cooked personally today. Tang Lemon simply pulled your hand and sat down at the dining table. Her face was still as cold as an iceberg. Only then did you realize that ever since entering her house, not only did she not show a single smile, but she also barely spoke a word. Compared to her usual domineering, yet cute self, she was literally like a completely different person. The ensuing meal had an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. From beginning to end, not a single person uttered a word. You even suspected the Tang family had a no talking during meals rule. This made you feel uneasy all over. After dinner, Tang Lemon found an excuse and went straight back to her room to rest. But you were yanked onto the sofa by Tang Yoing. His face instantly turned serious. Now that Xiaowan is not here, I will ask you straight out, just how far have you two progressed? In an instant, Mother Tang's gaze also shot over. Being stared down like this by your future parents-in-law, you awkwardly scratched your head, your voice dropping a few octaves, the kind of relationship where we absolutely must get married in the future. The moment your words fell, the smile on Tang Yaoing's face instantly froze. He scolded sternly, nonsense. You two are only in college, yet you have so little self-control. Following that, a barrage of questions smashed down on you from all directions. You were completely stunned, but this future father-in-law just went on and on, with absolutely no intention of stopping.
Right at this critical juncture,
The sound of a door opening suddenly came from upstairs. Tang Lemon, wearing a thin, flimsy nightgown, was looking down at you coldly from the second floor. I am sleepy. Come upstairs and sleep with me. A true lifesaver, asserting dominance. That single, short sentence immediately ended this family trio. Tang Yaoing could only shut his mouth resentfully and shot you a flat glance. Go on. There's a banquet tonight. You and Xiaowan have to come with us. You instantly nodded your head like a pounding garlic pestle and bolted up the stairs as fast as your legs could carry you. I really do not want to stay here for another second. An entire afternoon quickly slipped away in dreams. Who knew it would already be dark when I opened my eyes? You jolted awake instantly, because beside you, a pair of icy eyes was staring at you unblinkingly. Tang Lemon's red lips parted slightly, her voice cold. Finally awake. Calling you a lazy pig is absolutely an understatement. You stiffened your neck and stubbornly retorted, this is called deep sleep. I'm actually very diligent, okay? Tang Lemon shot you a sidelong glance and directly issued an order. Carry me to the bath. Change clothes and get ready for the banquet. You let out a howl and bounced right up from the bed. The next second, with a Princess Carrie, you steadily carried Tang Lemon into the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of splashing water came from the bathroom, accompanied by Tang Lemon's angry, muffled growls. Just wash me properly. Can your hands behave themselves? You cheekily talked back. Is this my fault? Who told you to be so beautiful? My hands have a mind of their own. Smooth operator. This time around, bath time seemed to take a little longer than usual. It was not until the bathroom door opened that you finally walked out, holding a heavily flushed Tang Lemon.
ass for you?
You had a look of utter satisfaction, even with two stinging handprints on your face. The corners of your mouth still could not help but curl up wildly. Seeing your goofy look, Tang Lemon could not help but coldly snort, idiot. You did not mind at all. Chuckling foolishly, you said, Fools have fool's luck, taking the opportunity to gently place her on the bed. Following that, the two of you began to get dressed. Tang Lemon had already prepared everything for you. A sharp, tailored black suit, paired with a tie and exorbitantly expensive leather shoes. Your whole body immediately exuded the aura of an aristocratic young master. At the same time, in the mirror, Tang Lemon had also changed into an evening gown. It was actually a long black dress, exactly the same Oen she wore when you two first met. Let us go. Tang Lemon elegantly extended her hand. Understanding perfectly, you let her link arms with you. The two of you walked downstairs side by side.
Tonight, you're in Tang Lemon's destination.
Was Magic City's most luxurious 5-star hotel. Right now, the place was already bustling with noise and excitement, because the entire hotel had been booked by the Tang family, exclusively to host this grand banquet. It is safe to say that every prominent figure in Magic City's business world had arrived by now at the hotel entrance. A group of bosses worth hundreds of millions gathered together, chatting and whispering among themselves. Have you heard? I'm afraid the Tang family this time is really going to completely fall out with the Qin family, but that is the Qin family after all. They have official government backing. Just throwing money around won't shake them in the slightest. Outside the hotel, the lot was already packed with 10 million level luxury cars. Each owned more eye-catching than the last, as if silently showing off their owner's net worth. But right at this moment, the violent roar of a raging engine suddenly tore through the clamor of the scene. Swoosh! Everyone's gaze was drawn straight to the hotel's main entrance. They saw an explosively styled black Bugatti, accompanied by the piercing screech of brakes, stop steadily at the hotel entrance. Someone in the crowd immediately gasped in shock. Is not that the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, the global limited edition? The base price alone is at least 130 million. The debut of this god-tier car, with an absolute king's demeanor, instantly crushed every other luxury car present, closely followed by a white McLaren stopping right behind it. Anyone who knew cars recognized at a glance that was the exclusive ride of the Tianmu Group's chairman. Then, the car doors slowly opened, and 4 figures stepped out one after another. Leading the way were the general manager and chairman of the Tianmu Group, and following right behind them were you and Tang Lemon, both exuding an otherworldly aura. The very instant you appeared, the lingering doubt, hovering in everyone's minds present, was finally and completely confirmed. That rumor was actually true. The Tang family was willing to break an engagement, and even go as far as tearing up relations with the Qin family, all because the eldest young miss of the Tang family had taken a fancy to you. A poor kid. Initially, some people were skeptical, but when they saw you and Tang Lemon walking over, intimately linking arms, that last shred of doubt vanished completely without a trace. Beaming with pride and a face full of springtime breeze as you stepped out of this 100 million yuan luxury car, you grinned widely. Never thought I would actually have the chance to ride in a 100 million yuan luxury car in this lifetime. This life was not a waste at all. But Tang Lemon beside you shot you a look of utter disdain. Is this the limit of your ambition? It is just a broken car. At this time, Tang Yoing also caught up from behind. With a wave of his large hand, he patted your shoulder. Xiaowan is right. It is just a car. If you like it, just drive it away. You were instantly stunned on the spot by your future father-in-law's casual flexing. That is a luxury car worth over 100 million, and he just offered to give it away like it is nothing. But you were not someone greedy for small advantages either. You could only give an awkward yet polite smile. I would better pass. The car is too flashy. It does not match my vibe. Now Tang Lemon's eyes were full of surprise. She actually thought you would excitedly accept it. After all, that was 100 million. You shook your head, taking her small hand to walk towards the hotel, and softly explained, we are only boyfriend and girlfriend right now. Accepting something this expensive is not appropriate. Who could have guessed that when these words reached Tang Lemon's ears, the meaning would completely change flavor? The smile on her face instantly froze, her voice as cold as ice. After we meet your parents, we will go get our marriage certificate before you could even process her earth-shattering decision. The group had already stepped through the hotel's main entrance. Tang Yoing and his wife mingled effortlessly, exchanging pleasantries with the crowd. Tang Lemon, however, without saying a word, dragged you straight to a corner of the grand hall. You grumbled inwardly. We are the hosts, for crying out loud.
What is the point of hiding in the corner?
But Tang Lemon ignored you completely. She simply grabbed a drink from the table and poured you a full glass. Only then did Tang Lemon speak faintly. These kinds of occasions are just a formality. Having my parents handle it is enough. Immediately after, her tone shifted. Her icy eyes locked onto you. What? You want to go up there and hook up with those rich heiresses? That freezing gaze made your scalp tingle instantly. Cold sweat broke out on your forehead. You hurriedly smiled apologetically.
Wifey, you're so good at joking.
Where would I get the guts to do that? Only then did Tang Lemon coldly snort, withdrawing her gaze. You better not have the guts, otherwise I will break your legs. Time ticked by. minute by minute. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew more and more lively. Right at this moment, Tang Yaoying, who was chatting with someone, exchanged a glance with his wife. He shot a look at the hotel manager nearby. The manager immediately understood. With a smile, the manager handed over a microphone. The entire venue instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze landed squarely on Tang Yaoying. Tang Yaoying took the microphone, swept his gaze across the room, and smiled calmly. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence and giving me Tang this face. As for the purpose of inviting everyone here today, I believe you all know perfectly well in your hearts. Following that, his expression darkened and his tone became incredibly serious. I, Tang Yaoying, will lay my words right here today. As long as you're willing to lend a helping hand this time, I will certainly offer generous rewards in the future. The moment these words came out, many people present immediately showed hesitation. The Tang family's reputation was worth its weight in gold. If they helped, it would be like catching a ride on a tailwind, soaring straight up from then on. But the price to pay was offending another titan. Right when the entire hall was in dead silence, and everyone was undecided, an out-of-place voice suddenly rang out from the hotel entrance. Tonight's banquet is certainly bustling with excitement. Since Patriarch Tang did not invite me, then I Chin can only come uninvited. The crowd looked towards the source of the voice. They saw three figures taking large strides into the hotel. The one leading the group was none other than Qin Peng. He was followed by the two main pillars of the Qin family, Qin Wu and Qin Wei. Tang Yaoying's expression changed instantly. He knew very well in his heart that his plans had now completely fallen through. However, Qin Peng merely stood at the entrance, his sinister gaze locked onto Tang Yaoying, then swept across the bosses present. He pulled a playful smirk. Everyone, do not be fooled by certain people's sweet talk. Your massive family businesses did not come easily. Every step must be taken carefully. Otherwise, be careful not to lose everything. This naked threat who could not hear it. As long as they dared to cooperate with the Tang family, they would better prepare for their companies to go bankrupt. In an instant, many people were already backing out in their minds. Immediately following that, the third brother of the Qin family, Qin Wei, also stepped forward. His cold voice echoed through the hall. It is getting late. You all might as well head home early to rest. Spend more time with your wives and children. When these words came out, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. This was clearly using their families as a threat. The Qin family was truly more ruthless than the other. The venue fell into a brief dead silence. Not long after, a small boss finally could not handle the pressure and became the first to slip out of the hotel. This action was like flipping a switch. The crowd that was just laughing and chatting a moment ago instantly swarmed to their cars and fled. Meanwhile, the three men of the Qin family just watched this scene with smiling eyes. Since their goal was achieved, they also turned to leave. Anyway, the bigger show was still to come. No need to rush. In the blink of an eye, the guests in the hotel had completely cleared out. Tang Yaoying stood at the very front, his face pale. Zhang Shui stepped forward and softly comforted him. So what? Did not? We already anticipate this. At worst, we will just fight the Qin family to the bitter end. Tang Yaoying's complexion finally improved slightly, and he nodded heavily. At the same time, in a corner of the hall, Yu quietly pulled out a tissue and helped wipe a grease stain from the corner of Tang Lemon's mouth. Only after doing all this did you finally speak up? Are you not worried at all? Having eaten and drank her fill, Tang Lemon finally stood up slowly. She replied coldly, "What is the use of worrying? That own sentence left you utterly stumped. Seems like she has a point." And just like that, the banquet ended on a sour note. When it all comes down to it, it is still a life and death struggle between the Tang and Qin families. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Qin family mansion, Qin Bang was sitting on the sofa in his bathrobe, holding his phone. He ordered faintly, "Just do as I said, since Tang Yaoying insists on going against us. Then do not blame us for showing no mercy." Who knew that an abrupt voice would suddenly ring out from behind him? "Can this matter be handed over to me to handle?" Qin Peng whipped his head around, staring in shock at his son Su Jincheng, who had appeared out of nowhere. On Su Jincheng's face still hung that same indifferent smile he showed to everyone. Qin Peng furrowed his brows, looking at this eldest son, who was usually quite distant from him. Give me a reason. He had never been able to see through this son. Volunteering for a task like he did today was utterly unprecedented. However, Su Jincheng had no intention of hiding it either. He stated straightforwardly, "I am quite interested in that guy named Mu Avocado. I would like to meet him." Mu Avocado. Qin Peng muttered the name. Is not that the poor kid the Tang family's eldest miss has set her sights on? What is so special about him? Although puzzled in his heart, Qin Peng still agreed. He nodded and spoke in a deep voice. "Since that is the case, then I will leave it to you. Remember to keep things clean, okay?" Su Jincheng gave a sound of acknowledgement, turned around and headed upstairs. Kim Peng stared deeply at his son's retreating back. Who knows what he was thinking? But he could not have imagined in his wildest dreams that the moment Su Jincheng stepped into his room, the smile on his face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by bone-chilling coldness and an uncontrollable murderous intent toward his father. Just wait. Everything you did to my mother back then, I will make you pay back tenfold. Scenes from his childhood flashed continuously in Su Jincheng's mind. When he was 8 years old, he watched helplessly as his mother was torn apart by a pack of wild dogs. From that moment on, he had buried his hatred deep within his heart. Until today, bright red blood dripped, drop by drop, from his tightly clenched fists. Saturday morning, inside a small restaurant in Lianyun City, Zhejiang Province, in order to welcome their future daughter-in-law, Mu Guodong and his wife got up before the sky was even bright. They were just the owners of a small restaurant. But the girl their son was bringing back was reportedly a mysterious, wealthy heiress. Zhang Meijuan's heart was drumming nervously. About Dad's side of the family. Have you figured out what to say? However, Mu Guodong just smoked his cigarette, his eyes deep and contemplative. Let us meet our daughter-in-law first. The couple felt utterly unsure and could only suppress their anxiety by busying themselves constantly. At the same time, on a highway hundreds of kilometers away, a 10 million yuan red Maybach was speeding along inside the car. The future daughter-in-law, Tang Lemon, looked deeply conflicted. Say, should I have prepared some gifts? What are your parents like? Who knew that you driving the car could not care less? You chuckled casually, no need. Is not the best gift just you? Tang Lemon rolled her eyes at you and gave a cold snort, but in her heart, she grew even more nervous. At 1 p.m. in the afternoon, this 10 million yuan Maybach finally drove into Lianyun City. In this small town, such luxury cars were practically as rare as phoenix feathers. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. The next second, this red shooting star drove straight towards a certain street. Ultimately, under the shocked gazes of pedestrians, it stopped steadily at the Mu family's unremarkable little restaurant's entrance. At this moment, Mu Guodong and Zhang Meijuan were already craning their necks at the door. But surprisingly, they did not look very shocked upon seeing this luxury car, because they already knew their son's girlfriend was a genuine rich heiress. Right at this moment, you opened the driver's side door, dressed impeccably, and walked out with a smile. You went straight up and gave your parents a big hug. Mom, Dad, your precious son is back. Seeing you, Zhang Meijuan's face instantly bloomed with a wide smile. Though she playfully scolded, at least you still have a conscience, you brat. The atmosphere seemed perfectly harmonious. However, Mu Guodong on the side silently stubbed out the freshly lit cigarette in his hand. A trace of complexity flashed through his eyes. He just nodded. It is good that you're back. Just then, the passenger door opened. A girl wearing a pink dress stepped out. Her elegance and grace were simply stunning. She actually walked proactively over to the two elders. With a sweet smile, she said, "Hello, uncle and auntie. I am Mu Avocado's girlfriend, Tang Lemon." This single auntie instantly melted your mom's heart. She had originally thought the corporate heiress would have a bizarre temper. Who knew she would be so well behaved? She immediately took Tang Lemon's hand. "Oh, Xiaowan, hurry. Come sit inside. Auntie saved some food for you guys." However, Tang Lemon's next action caused everyone's jaws to drop even further. She naturally linked her arm with Mother Zhang's, as intimate as if they were biological mother and daughter. "Thank you, Auntie. Then I won't be polite." This scene completely stupefied you. Your mouth hung wide open, your face full of question marks. Who is this? Where's the bossy female demon I know? Then the family happily walked into the restaurant together. The moment the hot dishes hit the table, Tang Lemon's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Smells so good, Auntie. Did you make all of this?" You, on the other hand, curled your lip on the side, muttering under your breath, "Faker, keep acting." But the very next second, your expression instantly twisted, revealing a look of pure agony. Underneath the table, both your left and right feet were ruthlessly stomped on simultaneously. You jerked your head around. Tang Lemon was smiling sweetly at you, but her eyes were full of warning. What was even worse was, on the other side, your own mother was giving you a fake smile. Watching you, your mom pressed her foot down hard. Her smile was dangerous. "Son, your mother is getting old." "I did not quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Two waves of intense pain shot up, and your face turned green. You hurriedly changed your tune. "I meant, my mom's cooking is the absolute best. Wifey, you have to try some."
Oh, really? Tang Lemon smiled.
Her foot pressing down even harder. Your face completely froze. You nodded repeatedly.
Of course it is true.
As soon as the words left your mouth, you abruptly stood up, made up an excuse, and bolted upstairs. "If I stay any longer, My feet are going to break. Your family's small restaurant was just a 3-story building located in a remote area, but the two women downstairs, Owen was your birth mother. The other was an heiress with a mysterious background. This bizarre combination made your scalp crawl. As soon as you ran off, Tang Lemon's smile slightly stiffened, watching you retreating back. She had already thought up 108 different ways to torture you in her head. However, things were not exactly peaceful upstairs either. Your dad, who was smoking on the balcony, called out to you just as you came up. Father and son sat facing each other. Mu Guodong's gaze was profound. Have you really thought this through? He spoke word by word, his voice incredibly heavy. If you actually marry the Tang family's eldest daughter, you can forget about ever entering the national government departments in this lifetime. The moment these words were spoken, the air instantly froze. Owen must know the Mu family's name in China's top circles was absolutely thunderous. To put it simply, even 10 Qin families added together would not equate to half a Mu family. The two were simply not in the same weight class. But after hearing this, you lowered your head without any hesitation. Your tone was completely earnest. Dad, you know, I can never go back. The next second, your voice carried a slight tremble. It took everything I had to escape from that living hell. Did not it? In the blink of an eye, it was evening. The atmosphere in the living room downstairs was entirely different. Having chatted with her future daughter-in-law all afternoon, your mom was practically blooming with joy when she stood up to prepare dinner. Tang Lemon smiled and stood up as well. Auntie, let me help you out. Your mom's eyes instantly widened. You know how to cook. Tang Lemon just chuckled softly. I have learned a little, but it is nowhere near as good as yours, Auntie. Now, your mom was satisfied beyond belief. She shot a fierce glare at you on the sofa and spoke with dripping sarcasm.
Sigh.
Xiaowan is so much more sensible, unlike a certain giant baby, who only knows how to lay around when he gets home, without a single ounce of consideration for others. You were instantly speechless. You might as well just read out my ID number. Is this the legendary forget the son once you get a daughter-in-law? And right at that moment, Tang Lemon even raised an eyebrow at you, her eyes full of triumph. Following that, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law happily entered the kitchen together, leaving you all alone on the sofa. You could not help but sigh. Ah. It is really good to be home, being spoon-fed and dressed without lifting a finger. You were just a bit curious about what the culinary skills of that bossy young miss were actually like. However, at the exact same time, 1,000 miles away in Magic City, in the underground parking garage of the Tianmu Group, a middle-aged man holding a briefcase was stepping out of the elevator, walking toward a luxury car. It was Tang Yoing. However, what he did not know was that a storm targeting him had long been brewing in Magic City. He was stepping step by step right into the inescapable net set up by his enemies. You should know, the greatest crises always descend upon people when they least expect them. At this moment, Tang Yoing looked utterly depressed. Ever since that banquet, the Qin family had begun crazily suppressing the Tianmu Group, leaving him thoroughly exhausted and overwhelmed. Just as he walked up to his Bentley, the very instant he pulled out his car keys, the car door abruptly sprang open violently from the inside. Two large hands shot out like lightning and yanked him right inside. In the darkness, Tang Yoing's pupils shrank sharply. He instantly realized he was being kidnapped. Just as he was about to resist, a wet cloth was brutally clamped over his nose and mouth. The next second, his vision went black, and he completely passed out. In the passenger seat, a man wearing a baseball cap coldly spat out 2 words, "Drive." The black Bentley then silently slid into the night, without drawing anyone's attention. Right at this moment, deadly traps were also laid out all around the Tang family's ancestral home. 2 vans braked sharply to a halt. 9 burly men swaggered out. Following them, a man wearing a black hoodie stepped leisurely out of the car. This man was exactly Su Jincheng. In his hand, he was surprisingly holding a remote control, with just a light press. Within a 1-kilometer radius, all electronic devices would be instantly fried, but he was not in a hurry at all. He just casually waved a hand to his subordinates. Go give Madame Tang a surprise. After saying these words, he actually just sat right down on the ground. It was very clear that his target was not the Tang family at all. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to test your strength. Meanwhile, you, in Lianyun City, were completely kept in the dark about all this. The family had just finished dinner. The atmosphere was perfectly peaceful. In the living room, you skillfully brought over a basin of hot water, placed it at Tang Lemon's feet, and expertly helped her take off her shoes and socks. Starting to wash her feet, Tang Lemon closed her eyes, looking utterly relaxed. Obviously, she was long accustomed to this, but this scene made your mother feel intensely sour in her heart watching it. She shot a dagger like glare fiercely at her husband who was watching TV. Mu Guodong instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning his head, he got the message in a split second. He quickly put down the remote control, trotted over to his wife eagerly, crouched down, and also started washing her feet. At this moment, he had already cursed you 10,000 times in his heart.
You brat.
It is bad enough you have zero status in the family, but you had to drag your dad down with you. A moment of silence for dad. On the sofa, Tang Lemon opened her eyes and looked at this scene. An inexplicable trace of envy bubbling up in her heart. This scene deeply stung her heart because from childhood to adulthood, she had never experienced this kind of warm family affection. Her eyes were full of unconcealed envy, but you acted as if you did not see anything. Without saying a word, you just silently finished washing her feet. After pouring out the water and washing your hands, you came back, opened your arms toward Tang Lemon on the sofa. Let us go, my princess. Tang Lemon proudly raised her chin and naturally opened her arms. The next second, you smoothly swept her into a princess carry, taking large strides toward your room. This scene was once again unbearable for your mom to watch. She shot a look of pure disgust at her own husband. Looking at him huffing and puffing, she shook her head. Forget it. With your build, you would better not push yourself. Your dad instantly flared up. Who says I can't do it? A real man can never say he can't. As soon as he said that, he forcefully tossed the towel aside, used every ounce of strength he had to pick up his wife, and stumbled his way toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside your room, you hooked the door shut with your foot and gently placed Tang Lemon on the bed. Immediately after, your hands sneakily wrapped around her slender waist, ready to get a little naughty. Who knew that Tang Lemon would push your face away, ordering coldly, "I'm exhausted. Come, massage my shoulders." You instantly lost all your attitude and had no choice but to obediently take off your shoes, climb onto the bed, and massage her shoulders without complaint. You worked hard today, putting up with my parents for a whole day. You spoke softly while kneading her shoulders. Who knew that Tang Lemon's voice would suddenly carry a murderous tone? Good that you know. If you ever dare to run away, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will chop you into 8 pieces. Ah. True love. You were just about to show a bitter smile when Tang Lemon abruptly flipped over, fiercely pinched your cheeks, her eyes as cold as ice. Your answer is, you could possibly never leave me your entire life. Say it again, properly. This time, you dropped the playful attitude. Instead, you pulled Tang Lemon tightly into your embrace and solemnly promised in her ear, "Okay, I swear I will never leave you for the rest of my life." The lights dimmed, with fingers tightly intertwined. Both of you believed that as long as you held each other's hands, you could grasp eternity. Before dawn broke, you were once again all alone. Sitting on a lounge chair on the rooftop, your deep eyes gazed at the first light of dawn about to rise on the horizon. This was once the most unreachable sight of your childhood. Back then, even though you woke up at this hour every single day, you simply had no time to appreciate what at the time seemed like a meaningless view, because just the daily hellish training and massive amount of studying had already left you utterly exhausted. Where would you find the leisure time to watch any sunrise? So ever since escaping that godforsaken place, every day you would be just like this, quietly watching the sun about to rise. For others, the sunrise might only represent the start of a new day, but for you, it proved one thing: you're free now. Right at this moment, the large iron door leading to the rooftop was suddenly pushed open by someone. Tang Lemon, currently wrapped in your black jacket, was holding 2 portions of piping hot steamed buns in her hands, walking step by step toward you. Hearing the noise, you turned your head in some surprise. Why are you up so early today? Did you have a nightmare? Who knew Tang Lemon would set the buns down beside you and yell at you in annoyance? Who told you to sneak out without waking me up? You made me sleep terribly. You were instantly dumbfounded on the spot. How is this my fault? Talk about getting shot while lying down. The next second, Tang Lemon glared fiercely at you, her eyes looking fierce. What? You got a problem with that? You immediately forced an awkward smile, scratched your head, and decisively chose to shut your mouth, terrified of bringing some bloody disaster upon yourself. Following that, Tang Lemon looked down at you, her tone leaving no room for argument. Arms out. How could you dare to refuse? You immediately and obediently spread your arms wide. Then Tang Lemon satisfyingly kicked off her slippers, and like a haughty little cat that found its exclusive bed, nestled comfortably into your arms. You casually picked up a bun, took a big bite yourself first, and then naturally brought it to her lips. After she took a bite as well, you asked casually, "What do you think of the atmosphere in my family?" While chewing the bun, she gave a nonchalant review. "It is pretty good. With parents like these, you must have had a very happy childhood." You tightened your grip on the person in your arms, smelling the light fragrance in her hair, and your eyes instantly softened. No need to be jealous. You will have all of this in the future. All the family affection you missed out on in the past. I will make it up to you double in the future, so that you can also have a complete life. Hearing these words, the corners of Tang Lemon's mouth curled up uncontrollably.
Leaning against your chest?
She murmured in a muffled voice, then for my sake, you have to work twice as hard.
Of course.
You responded with a smile. As long as it is for you, I am more than willing to do anything. As your words fell, you lowered your head and pressed a kiss onto her smooth forehead. Your arms subconsciously tightened their hold even more. Tang Lemon, in your arms, however, gave a soft hump and shot you a reproachful glance. Saying this kind of cheesy stuff so early in the morning? Are not you embarrassed? Instead, you flashed a wide grin, your face full of pride, saying sweet nothings to my own wife. What is there to be embarrassed about? Look at you. She rolled her eyes at you affectionately and did not say anything more. Right at this moment, a red sun burst forth on the horizon. The dazzling light instantly bathed the entire city, dyeing the clouds a golden hue. Your and Tang Lemon's attention was instantly drawn. The two of you instinctively snuggled closer, quietly enjoying the serene beauty of this moment. The two of you just quietly embraced like this for over half an hour. It was not until you yawned from sleepiness that you slowly prepared to get up. You turned to look at Tang Lemon, who was still lounging motionlessly on the chair. You asked softly, I'm going back for some more sleep. What about you, Tang Lemon? Bathing in the warm morning light, replied lazily, I'm going to laze around a bit longer. Seeing her looking so deeply relaxed, you smiled dotingly. You picked up the empty plate, turned around and went downstairs. However, while Tang Lemon was half asleep, the phone on her suddenly rang sharply. She groggily picked it up to check, and the caller ID was actually her mother. After hesitating for just a second, Tang Lemon swiped to answer. The very next second, her mother's panicked voice came through the phone immediately. Xiao Wan, listen. Whatever you do, do not come home. The Qin family has already... But before she could finish speaking, only the beep 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 of a busy signal remained. The signal had also completely vanished without a trace. Tang Lemon stared blankly at the disconnected call, completely stunned. But the next second it hit her. Something happened to Mom and Dad. She sprang up from the sofa and charged downstairs like a mad woman. There was only one thought in her mind. This was absolutely the Qin family's doing. Tang Lemon sprinted downstairs, her teeth clenched tightly. How did they dare? Dad was just released. How dare they make a move at such a critical juncture? With absolutely no time to think, Tang Lemon rushed downstairs like a gust of wind towards the car parked by the roadside. Your dad was cleaning up the first floor, seeing Tang Lemon in such a frantic state. He was just about to ask what was going on, but without a word, she jumped into the car, slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and the car roared out of sight. And right at this very moment, on the second floor, inside your room, you actually had not gone to sleep at all. Your eyes were locked dead onto your phone screen. On it was a map. Owen of the two red dots was rapidly fleeing the city. Really can't do anything with her. You put away your phone, let out a helpless sigh, then unhurriedly put on your clothes, and slowly walked downstairs. Then you dialed a number. Hey, Dada Sima. Do me a favor? After a brief chat, Jiboda on the other end fell silent. Then he asked in a deep voice, have you really thought this through? For a woman you have not even known for a year, is doing this really worth it? By this time, you had already walked out of the house. You waved to your dad, then turned around and walked toward an ordinary family car parked on the side of the road. You chuckled lightly into the phone. It has nothing to do with whether it is worth it or not. Tang Lemon is the woman I love most. A true hero entrance. Meanwhile, time ticked away, minute by minute. On the highway, a red Maybach was roaring along at over 100 miles per hour, its target aiming straight for Magic City. Inside the car, Tang Lemon's breathtakingly beautiful face was written with worry. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Her foot stomped the gas pedal all the way to the floor, time and time again. She could not figure it out herself. She clearly hated her parents so much in her heart. But when someone actually made a move against them, she turned out to be the one worrying the most. At this moment in Magic City, outside the Tang family's ancestral home, that man named Su Jinqing had already waited painstakingly for an entire night. Yet there was not a trace of impatience in his eyes. He just sat leisurely in the car, enjoying the air conditioning. Beside him, a thug with a scorpion tattoo on his arm finally could not hold back anymore. He frowned. Brother Su, we have been waiting for ages. Are we still not making a move? Why do not we go in first and deal with that old hag? Her daughter will definitely deliver herself right to our doorstep. Who knew that Su Jincheng, who was resting with his eyes closed, would merely shoot him a flat glance? And then what? He abruptly opened his eyes, his tone grim. My target was never the Tang family. Now that my dad is not here, you all have to listen to me. If anything goes wrong, I will take the fall. As soon as the words fell, Su Jincheng could not be bothered to entertain them anymore and went back to waiting on his own. Those tattooed men looked at each other in dismay, their eyes full of helplessness. They were nothing more than the lowest level thugs of the Qin family. How could they dare disobey the orders of this future young master? And right at this time, inside the Tang family estate, Tang Lemon's mother, Jiang Shui, was wearing her loungewear. She was pacing anxiously back and forth in the second-floor living room. Her gaze constantly drifted toward the window involuntarily. Staring at those Qin family thugs guarding outside, the signal for the entire estate had been cut off. Outside was crawling with thugs watching them like prey. As a woman, she had no way to fight her way out, and she had no idea how old Tang was doing either. Jiang Shui's heart was overflowing with worry. She was desperately praying in her heart, "Daughter, whatever you do, please do not come back. Otherwise, the great Tang family will truly be destroyed." But deep down, she knew perfectly well, with her daughter's unyielding personality, 9 times out of 10, she would come back. That phone call this morning was far too brief. She did not even have time to finish her sentence. Otherwise, she definitely would have told her daughter to call the police. Maybe there would still be a glimmer of hope. Starting from yesterday, all the bodyguards of the Tang family had lost contact. It was highly likely those people had met with foul play. Otherwise, how would the Qin family dare to be so arrogant? The atmosphere was oppressively suffocating. Time ticked away, minute by minute. Soon, it was 12:00 p.m. Right at this moment, there was finally movement on the road leading to the estate. 9 thugs instantly gathered together. Their eyes were all locked dead onto the end of the road. A red Maybach was speeding towards them. That was exactly Tang Lemon's car. That tattooed man had long lost his patience. He quickly ran to the side of the van and asked Su Jincheng urgently, "Young Master Su, the Tang family's eldest miss is back. Do we strike?" No need for his nonsense. Su Jincheng in the car had already heard the commotion. He pushed open the car door and stepped out. His gaze instantly locked onto that red Maybach. But the very next second, a flash of disappointment swept across his face. Because there was no sign of you inside the car. He immediately waved his hand at those thugs, issuing a cold order. Clear the way for her. Also notify the people at the mall to make their move. Remember to wipe your asses clean. Yes, sir. The tattooed man heard the order, immediately stepped aside and pulled out his phone. At the exact same moment the group of thugs cleared the road, that red Maybach roared past, crashing straight into the estate courtyard. Immediately following that, the piercing screech of brakes shattered the silence. The car door opened, and Tang Lemon stepped out with freezing eyes. She merely cast a cold, detached glance at Su Jincheng outside the courtyard. Sensing her gaze, Su Jincheng actually turned around, flashed a smile, and waved at her. But that smile in Tang Lemon's eyes was nothing but utterly disgusting. Her murderous gaze swept over Su Jincheng's own. More time. Before she swiftly dashed towards the villa's main doors, she reached back and locked the door tight. She knew perfectly well in her heart that Su Jincheng's retaliation would come sooner or later. It was her breaking the engagement that ruined his entire plan, after all. But she really did not expect this guy to be in such a rush. However, the most important thing right now was to confirm whether her parents were safe. Fortunately, she had felt something was wrong on her way here, so she had already called the police. However, Tang Lemon was completely unaware that every single one of her moves had already been perfectly calculated by Su Jincheng. Right at this moment, on the mandatory bridge leading to the Tang family estate, a massive, roaring fire suddenly broke out. All the police cars were completely blocked off. They could not get through at all. What was even worse was that the fire also required evacuating the surrounding civilians. This meant the police cars would not be able to cross the bridge for at least an hour. At the same time, inside a luxurious private club in Magic City, the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. Inside the private room, Qin Peng and Tang Yoing were staring each other down. Qin Peng took a slow sip of wine and smiled at the ashen-faced Tang Yaoying. Brother Tang, have you thought it through? Just for the sake of Ontianmu Group, are you really planning to ignore the lives of your wife and daughter? When those words came out, Tang Yaoying's bloodshot eyes fixed dead onto Qin Peng. Through gritted teeth, he roared, "You despicable scumbag, to steal my Tang family's assets. You actually resort to such underhanded tricks. Are you not afraid of the law?" The law? Qin Peng let out a mocking laugh. He swirled his wine glass and retorted coldly, "Stuff like the law was always meant to govern the weak like you. So what if you're the richest man in Magic City? Are not you completely at my mercy right now? The rules are always dictated by the strong." In an instant, Tang Yaoying glared fiercely at Qin Peng, but only endless despair remained in his heart. He knew very well that the Tang family had no connections in the political sphere, and the Qin family was the exact kryptonite to his Tang family. He could not beat them at all, even if Qin Peng really made a lethal move. With the Qin family's network, at most he would just hide abroad for a bit. Once the storm blew over, he would still be that high and mighty patriarch of the Qin family. Just thinking about his wife and daughter waiting for him at home, Tang Yaoying's heart was filled with powerlessness. He simply had no choice. In an instant, Tang Yaoying looked as if he had aged over a decade. With a hoarse voice, he said to Qin Peng, "I will sign the contract." But he abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with an unprecedented murderous intent. "But if you dare to touch a single hair on my wife or daughter, I swear I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." It was precisely this look that made Qin Peng immediately make up his mind and his heart. Once the Tianmu group is in my hands, there is no need for Tang Yaoying's family to exist anymore. Thinking of this, a smile actually appeared on Qin Peng's face. He pulled out the contract he had prepared long ago and handed it over. "Do not worry. Your wife and daughter will definitely be safe and sound." As he spoke, Qin Peng pulled out his phone and sent a text message to his son telling him to back off. He even shoved the screen right in front of Tang Yaoying's face. Looking at the message on the screen, Tang Yaoying's hanging heart finally dropped halfway. After a brief internal struggle, he finally picked up the pen from the table, and on that share transfer agreement, signed his own name, the shares of the Tianmu Group. He and his wife hold 40% of the shares. The remaining 20% is in the hands of retail investors, meaning as long as the Qin family wanted to, tomorrow, they could turn the chairman of the Tianmu Group into their absolute puppet. Although on the surface, the group did not bear the Qin surname yet, this was more than enough. He had to remain cautious. After all, many things still required avoiding unnecessary risks. Qin Peng looked at Tang Yaoying with a beaming smile, but deep down a freezing, murderous intent was churning. "Without the Tianmu Group, let us see what you can possibly use to fight me. When the time comes, not only you and your wife, even your daughter will be completely at my mercy." Meanwhile, at the exact moment Tang Yaoying signed the agreement, on the other side, inside the Tang family villa, the moment Tang Lemon stepped through the door, she was yanked upstairs by Mother Tang, who had rushed over upon hearing the noise. She looked at the vicious thugs swarming outside the courtyard and anxiously growled at her daughter, "You stubborn child. Did not I tell you not to come back? Can't you just listen for once and hide safely out there?" Looking at her mother's panicked and anxious face, Tang Lemon's heart felt a surge of warmth. But when the words left her mouth, they completely changed flavor. Her voice was icy. "This is my own decision. I do not need you to interfere." As soon as the words were spoken, Tang Lemon instantly regretted it. But over the past decade or so, she had grown entirely too accustomed to using this attitude with her parents. Hearing this, Mother Tang trembled with anger. She raised her hand, wanting to slap her, but that hand just hovered in midair and simply could not bring itself to strike down. Right at this moment, the crowd outside the courtyard suddenly made their move. Everyone gathered together and violently charged straight into the yard. Seeing this scene, Mother Tang's heart skipped a beat. She hastily grabbed her daughter's hand and ran toward the storage room on the second floor. Her eyes were filled with sheer terror. At the end of the day, she was just a woman. Running into something like this saying she was not scared would be a lie. But even if it meant her death, she absolutely had to protect her daughter. Outside the yard, watching the 9 thugs storm in, Su Jinqing expressionlessly turned off his phone. He never had any intention of listening to that man's arrangements anyway. Right now, everything was proceeding exactly according to his own plan. Su Jinqing's face was calm, muttering to himself in his heart, "Mew,
Avocado, please."
Whatever you do not disappoint me." By now, the group of thugs had already rushed to the main doors. They exchanged glances. Then, the lead tattooed man took a few steps back, did a fierce running start, and kicked the door with all his might. The villa's main door was blasted open by his kick. The combat strength of these guys was not something those ordinary bodyguards could compare to. To be able to work as enforcers for the Qin family, which all of them did not have a criminal record weighing them down. As the grand doors were kicked open with a loud crash, the remaining 8 thugs immediately rushed excitedly toward the second floor. They had long heard rumors that the Tang family's eldest miss was a famously aloof beauty in Magic City. If there's a little physical contact while capturing her later, that is just normal, right? These scumbags hovering on the edge of the criminal underworld had terrifyingly low moral bottom lines. When they did things, they had absolutely zero scruples. At this moment, inside the pitch-black storage room, Mother Tang, her eyes full of fear, tightly covered her daughter's mouth. They hid behind the door, not daring to make a single sound, terrified of being heard by the thugs outside. Outside, the thugs were kicking open doors room by room, searching. The chaotic footsteps were getting closer and closer. A barrage of foul language echoed from the hallway. "Damn it, where did those 2 bitches hide? When I catch them, I'm gonna make them feel like they are in heaven. Hurry up and find them. They must be hiding in those last few rooms." Unexpectedly, the footsteps actually bypassed the storage room and headed toward the other end of the corridor. The noise grew fainter and fainter. Mother Tang had just let out a sigh of relief, thinking they had dodged a bullet, when suddenly the storage room door was violently kicked by someone. With a loud bang, Tang Lemon was so startled she violently flinched. Mother Tang quickly hugged her, gently patting her back. Do not be afraid, Mom is here. They can't get in. But Tang Lemon tightly gripped the crowbar in her hand, hardening her resolve. If they really broke in, she would fight them to the death. Unfortunately, the noise they made from being startled just now still exposed their location. The tattooed man outside the door noticed it immediately. He was exactly the ON who had just kicked the door. In the hallway, the tattooed man stared at the tightly shut wooden door, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Found you. You two little sluts. So you were hiding in here all along. You sure made me look for a while. Hearing this, the other thugs also surrounded the door with lecherous grins. Their minds were already filled with obscene images. Boss, let me clear the way, a burly man roared, stepping forward ready to smash the door to pieces with own kick. But the very instant he raised his foot, a cold, detached voice drifted from behind them. Wait. The tattooed man suddenly turned around. Only then did he notice Su Jincheng standing there, appearing out of thin air. He froze for a second.
Young Master Su.
What are you? Su Jincheng, unhurried, walked forward. He curled the corner of his lips. The main guest has not even arrived yet. What is the rush? He was actually toying with a sharp little knife in his hand, but the blade of this knife was much thinner than a standard blade. As he spoke, Su Jincheng even reached out and knocked on the wooden door. His face clearly wore a smile as warm as a spring breeze, but his voice was incredibly soft. Eldest Miss Tang,
I came here as a guest.
is hiding in a storage room really how you entertain me? From inside the door immediately came Tang Lemon's ice-cold voice.
A guest.
I think you're just here to act like a loyal dog for your good daddy. She quickly followed up with another stinging remark. It seems your mother's death did not really have much of an impact on you, did it? Oof. Emotional damage. The moment these words came out, the smile on Su Jincheng's face instantly froze solid. His eyes turned as cold as ice. A cold glint flashed. The thin-bladed knife in his hand made a sudden squelch sound, piercing straight through the heavy wooden door. In the darkness of the room, Mother Tang seemed to have sensed something. Her pupils contracted sharply. Subconsciously, she violently shoved her daughter out of her embrace. Squelch. The sickening sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed out. Boiling hot blood immediately gushed from Mother Tang's abdomen, instantly dyeing her clothes red. Before Tang Lemon could even process what happened, she turned her head and saw this exact scene. She felt like she was instantly suffocating. In those beautiful eyes of hers, genuine, pure terror welled up for the very first time. Like a madwoman, she lunged to her mother's side, trembling as she reached out to plug the wound that was bleeding profusely. Mom, how are you? Blood trickled down the corner of Mother Tang's mouth. She seemed to know she was not going to make. Andy, Instead, she revealed a gentle smile and tightly hugged her daughter. Her voice was trembling. Mom is fine. It has been so long since I last heard you call me that. Mom is truly so happy. Being held tightly, Tang Lemon was crying frantically, tears streaming down her face. She just wanted to help stop the bleeding. Mom, you also... But she only got halfway through her sentence before being weakly interrupted by Mother Tang. Mother Tang only felt all the strength draining from her body. Her head felt incredibly heavy. She knew she did not have much time left. Meanwhile, right at this moment, outside the storage room, Su Jincheng slowly pulled out that thin-bladed knife. He stared expressionlessly at the blood droplets on the tip of the blade. The thugs, however, acted as if they were watching a great show, bursting into wild laughter. Haha, young Master Su, this move is awesome. Stabbed right through with ON strike. Those two bitches inside are probably scared out of their minds. As expected of the man Lord Chin favors, this method is so damn clean and ruthless. His ears were filled with nothing but flattery. But Su Jincheng's eyes remained completely glacial. His plan was only just beginning. But just as these men were getting carried away with their smugness, the roaring sound of an engine abruptly came from outside the villa. And it was getting closer and closer. The tattooed man had the sharpest ears. His face changed color and he hurriedly rushed to the window. His heart skipped a beat, terrified that the cops had arrived. Even though arrangements had been made on the roads, they were still terrified of accidents for people in their line of work. Once they go in, they can forget about ever coming out. But when he peered out the window, the heavy stone in his heart instantly dropped. The vehicle that arrived was just a beat-up, pitch-black, ordinary car. Su Jincheng also strolled over unhurriedly. But when he clearly saw the person driving, a cold smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Waited so long for you. You finally decided to show up. At the exact same time, inside the dim storage room, Mother Tang leaned weakly against the door. Beneath her was a massive, blinding pool of blood. The sight was absolutely horrifying. She hugged her daughter tightly, her eyes already beginning to lose focus. Her voice was as faint as a dying breath. Her lips were completely devoid of color. I'm sorry, Xiaowan. Mom was not a good mom to you. You must hate me so much in your heart, right? It is all my fault. Since you were little, I forced you to learn all those things you did not even like. I did not even let you have a proper childhood. Tang Lemon lifted her beautiful, tear-stained face, shaking her head desperately. No, Mom, you're gonna be okay. Please, I'm begging you stop talking. However, Mother Tang's consciousness was getting blurrier by the second. She gently stroked her daughter's long, raven black hair. The corners of her mouth struggled to form a bitter smile. Our family's Xiaowan is so beautiful. I really wanted to see the day you put on a wedding dress with my own eyes. She smiled with profound maternal love. Exhausting the very last ounce of her strength, she whispered softly, Mom loves you. The moment those 3 words left her lips, the smile on her face actually grew deeper, but from the corner of her eye, scalding tears mixed with blood rolled down. Dripping onto the floor with a tick-tock sound, Tang Lemon only felt a gentle caress on the top of her head, and beside her ear was her mother's faint, smiling voice. I finally managed to say it. Xiaowan, Mom loves you, but in the very next second, that hand that was still stroking her hair suddenly grew heavy, sliding down powerlessly. Mother Tang's eyes slowly closed. She did not show a single trace of life anymore, just like a cold statue. It was not until this moment that Tang Lemon stared blankly at her mother. She grabbed that fallen hand and pressed it against her own face. A heart-wrenching, agonizing wail instantly tore through the entire storage room. Devastated, she stared at her mother's face. Only now did she truly notice, for the very first time, the crisscrossing wrinkles on it. Perhaps those wrinkles had always been there. It is just that she had never taken a good proper look at her own mother, even for just one moment. The mother in her memory had remained frozen at the age of 8, so young, without a single wrinkle on her face. But right now, at this moment, you were glaring coldly at Su Jincheng. What did you do to her? Su Jincheng simply spread his hands in an indifferent gesture. A wicked smirk curled on his lips. Nothing. Just gave eldest Miss Tang a little bit of stimulation, that is all. His tone suddenly shifted, instantly turning sinister and chilling. For instance, letting her taste the pain of losing a mother. Before his voice even faded, his finger abruptly pointed at the storage room next to them. From under the door crack, bright red blood was slowly seeping out bit by bit, accompanied by the sound of muffled, agonizing sobbing. In a fraction of a second, an overwhelming, monstrous, murderous aura erupted from you, sweeping fiercely through the entire corridor. Those 9 thugs were actually scared into a violent shudder. They, from you a universally recognized pretty boy, actually felt the genuine terrifying threat of death. And the instant you heard that crying, within those bottomless eyes of yours, the killing intent had already reached a boiling point. You locked onto Su Jincheng with a deadly gaze, enunciating word by word, you're looking for death. Bro just casually dropped the hardest line. The moment the sound fell, your figure instantly vanished from the spot. With fists clenched tight, you blasted towards Su Jincheng like a cannonball. He was so terrified, he backed up frantically. Hiding straight behind the human wall of thugs, he roared at his subordinates. What the fuck are you all standing around for? A muscular brute immediately stepped horizontally in front of you. He let out an explosive shout, taking up a defensive stance. Just a pretty boy toy. Stop acting tough in front of me. The next second, just as your iron fist was about to smash into his arm, you abruptly pulled your power back and instead delivered a ruthless, crushing kick straight to his groin. Critical hit. Good. That brute's face instantly turned ghastly pale. His eyeballs nearly bulged out of his sockets. His facial features twisted together in absolute agony. He hissed through gritted teeth. You? Despicable. But you gave him absolutely no chance to catch his breath. Another clean, sharp kick sent him flying flat onto the ground. He passed out cold on the spot, witnessing this tragic scene. The remaining 8 thugs subconsciously clamped their legs tight. But what followed was a surge of endless fury. You brat, you dare use lethal moves, then go down to hell and keep that old hag company. Looking at the 8 men swarming toward you like a hive of bees, there was not a shred of despair in your eyes. Trash like this. You had eliminated countless numbers of them in the past. Meanwhile, Su Jincheng, hiding far in the back, had a smile playing on his lips. He watched the battle with great interest, seeing you alone, firmly suppressing 8 burly men. His heart was filled with only 2 words: wild ecstasy. He really bet right. You were definitely no ordinary pawn. In a mere 5 minutes, all 8 elite enforcers of the Qin family had completely fallen at your feet, groaning in pain. In contrast, you, aside from a few scrapes on your knuckles, were entirely unscathed.
Clap, clap, clap.
Su Jinsheng actually smiled and started applauding for you. Very impressive military CQC. Absolutely top tier, the best I have ever seen. I'm afraid even those so-called retired Special Forces kings are only at your level. Blood dripped down from your scraped knuckles, your icy gaze locked onto him. So, are you ready to die? Unexpectedly, Su Jinsheng merely shook his head. He pulled a key out of his pocket and casually tossed it straight to you. His face even carried a faint, relaxed smile. Madame Tang can't hold on for much longer. There was an anesthetic on the blade. If she is not treated within half an hour, she is done for. After dropping those words, he actually turned around and walked away. His footsteps even carried a hint of excitement. Your instinct was to chase him down. But after glancing at that tightly shut storage room door, you ultimately held yourself back. Saving a life was more important. You swiftly used the key to unlock the door. With own glance, you saw Mother Tang lying in a pool of blood, and Tang Lemon sobbing uncontrollably over her body. Seeing her tear-streaked face, your heart violently ached. You immediately rushed over and crouched down, inspecting the wound on Mother Tang's abdomen. Luckily, the blade was very thin and did not cause fatal massive hemorrhaging. After confirming the injury was not life-threatening, only then did you turn around and with that blood-stained hand, gently stroke Tang Lemon's cheek. You squeezed out a reassuring smile to comfort her. Do not worry. Auntie is going to be fine.
Stop crying.
Tang Lemon raised her red, swollen, tear-filled eyes, and asked between sobs, "Really?" You smiled gently and nodded. Of course it is true. When have I ever lied to you? By the time you wake up from a good sleep, all of this will have passed. Wake up. A trace of confusion had just barely surfaced on Tang Lemon's face. The next second, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her mind. Then her vision went black, and she went limp, falling right into your arms. Classic anime protagonist move, the gentle neck chop. You slowly withdrew your hand, gently holding Tang Lemon in your embrace. Gazing at her peaceful sleeping face, you softly promised everything will get better. From now on, you will be able to live like a normal person, having family and friends. Everything you have lost will return to your side once again. Then you carefully laid her aside and began using highly professional techniques to treat Mother Tang's wound. Thank God this stab did not hit any vital organs. Otherwise, she would never have held on until you arrived. However, before you even finished treating the wound on your end, outside the Tang family villa, the piercing wail of ambulance sirens rang out. Downstairs instantly fell into chaos. Several nurses and doctors were frantically rushing up to the second floor, and the person running at the very front was actually your ironclad bro still wearing his school uniform. Jiboda he had left in such a hurry. He did not even have time to change out of his uniform without even glancing at the 9 burly men groaning on the floor. He led the medics straight into the storage room. By this time, your emergency bandaging was just finished. You finally let out a sigh of relief. You looked at him and spoke from the bottom of your heart. Thanks a lot for this time. Jiboda, however, waved his hand dismissively. Man, with our relationship, what are you saying that for? Good brothers for life. Soon after, the unconscious Mother Tang was swiftly carried downstairs on a stretcher. Jiboda also tactfully led the others away, leaving the storage room. With instantly only you and Tang Lemon inside, you sat quietly beside her, holding her small, cold hand. Following that, you pulled out a white butterfly necklace from your pocket. The necklace emitted a soft glow in the dim light. That butterfly looked as if it was about to spread its wings and fly. You reached out and gently placed it around her neck. This necklace you had prepared for a long time. You softly stroked her cheek, murmuring to yourself, I hope you won't despise it. You have given me so many expensive gifts, yet I can only give you a cheap street stall necklace in return. A butterfly. It represents freedom. It was not until the wailing sirens of the ambulance completely faded away that you walked to the main gates of the Tang estate and stood quietly. Jiboda walked over, his face full of bewilderment, and asked you, I seriously do not get it. How long have you two even known each other? Is this woman really worth you risking absolutely everything for her? Your gaze remained fixed on the end of the road. My ride is here. Without looking back, you waved your hand and took large strides forward. Even though it was clearly a moment of parting, you suddenly laughed. You will understand someday. This thing called love is just that unreasonable. Remember to look after her, for me. When she wakes up, she will probably throw a little tantrum again. Jiboda shook his head helplessly. You brat. You sure know how to boss people around. You just let out a hearty laugh. Then I am leaving it in your hands, my great young master G. Having fulfilled all your promises to protect her, only then did you entrust this temporary peace to your brother. As for yourself, you smiled and marched toward the final battlefield. Soon at the end of the road, a military green off-road vehicle appeared. The driver was none other than the man in black from that rainy night.
Yu Ying.
Owen of grandfather's most trusted guards, the absolute ace among elite soldiers. The vehicle stopped steadily in front of you. Without a word, you pulled open the door and sat in the passenger seat. Yu Ying immediately handed over a military-grade encrypted phone. Following that, the off-road vehicle whipped a U-turn, kicked up a cloud of dust, and disappeared into the night. Inside the car, you picked up the phone and placed it to your ear. From the other end of the line came a voice you were both incredibly familiar with and utterly despised. Have you finally made up your mind this time? If you still have not thought it through, do not come back and waste my time. You responded with an icy tone. I have made up my mind, but I have Owen condition. After a long silence, that old authoritative voice finally came through the phone. Fine. I agree to this request, but I am not helping for free. Come back to the capital. Keep this old man company and let us have a good chat. At the exact same time, far away in Sichuan province, your parents were packing their luggage in their room. Your mother, Zhang Meijuan, sighed.
Ah, Xiaowan!
I really like that child. If only our Xiaoji was just a kid from an ordinary family, how wonderful that would be. Your father, Mu Guodong, gently patted her shoulder. Right, now. It is not like we will never see them again. Then the couple dragged their suitcases and got into a commercial van. The driver in the front seat turned his head around, smilingly greeted, Madam, it has been a long time. Your father nodded, leaned back in the comfortable seat, and instructed plainly, drive. The commercial van carrying your parents slowly drove out of the city. He could not help but sigh. Leaving this time, I really do not know when we will be able to come back. Honestly, this kind of peaceful life was quite nice. Meanwhile, inside a high-end villa in Magic City, the three Qin brothers were sitting smugly on the sofa. Right on the coffee table lay a document for the transfer of Tianmu Group's shares. Qin Peng took a huge gulp of wine and burst into hearty laughter. After waiting all these years, we finally got our hands on the fat piece of meat that is Tianmu Group. We really have to thank the Tang family for working for our Qin family for free all these years. The two brothers beside him, Qin Wu and Qin Hui, echoed his sentiments with loud laughter. But in their hearts, they were both calculating how to snatch this family fortune away from their eldest brother. Classic sibling rivalry in a villain family. While the three brothers were sitting there, each harboring their own dark motives, the main door of the villa was suddenly violently kicked open. Immediately following that, a squad of heavily armed soldiers rushed in. Nobody moved. The leading captain pressed the muzzle of his gun hard against Qin Peng's head, shouting sternly, "We are from the Special Operations Division. If you do not want to die, put your hands on your heads and crouch down." The rest of the soldiers instantly raised their rifles as well, aiming right at Qin Wu and Qin Hui. The three brothers were so terrified on the spot that their legs went weak, barely able to stand. But Qin Peng, after his initial shock, seemed to realize something. He forced himself to stand up and scolded with full confidence.
Which unit are you guys from?
Do you have any idea what this place is? Your commander, Long and I are old friends. You dare trespass into a private residence. Are you trying to stage a rebellion? Bro really tried to outrank the SWAT team. Bold move. However, the captain's expression did not change at all. He stared coldly at Qin Peng and issued his final warning. I will give you Owen last chance. Crouch down, hands on your head. But Qin Peng, who had always lived a pampered and arrogant life, how could he possibly listen to the orders of a mere grunt? You, just as Qin Peng was about to curse him out. The words got stuck in his throat. The captain pulled the trigger without a second of hesitation. Bang! A bullet accurately pierced straight through Qin Peng's thigh. Plot armor denied. In the quiet villa district, the gunshot startled countless wealthy residents. Inside the villa, Qin Peng's agonizing, heart-wrenching screams instantly echoed out. Blood stained the expensive carpet red. Qin Wu and Qin Hui turned pale with fright. Seeing their eldest brother rolling on the floor, they finally snapped back to reality and hastily crouched down with their hands on their heads. These soldiers actually dared to open fire. The Qin family is probably finished. The captain holstered his pistol, his eyes completely devoid of emotion. He walked up to the coffee table, picked up that share transfer agreement, and after confirming it was the original document,
Rip. He tore it straight into pieces.
He turned to look at Qin Peng and announced in a strictly business tone, Qin Peng, you are suspected of multiple illegal business operations. You are ordered to turn yourself in within 5 days. Otherwise, you will be apprehended according to the law. After saying that, the captain turned and led his men away. This group came fast and left just as fast. But for the Qin family, this was merely the beginning. Late at night in a high-end ward of Magic City Hospital, Tang Lemon groggily opened her eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar white ceiling, she instantly snapped awake. I am in the hospital. Where is my mom? Right at that moment, the ward door was gently pushed open. A haggard-looking Tang Yoing walked in holding a thermos lunchbox. Seeing that his daughter had woken up, joy immediately appeared on his face. Xiao Wan, you are finally awake. Tang Yaoying closed the door behind him and walked quickly to the bedside. How are you feeling? Is there anywhere that still hurts? But Tang Lemon anxiously scanned the room and asked with a trembling voice, Mom, how is my mom doing? Hearing the word mom, Tang Yaoying was visibly stunned. How many years had it been since he last heard his daughter call her that? Then the smile on his face grew even brighter. Do not worry. Your mom is fine. The doctor said she just needs to rest for a month and she can be discharged. Hearing this, the heavy stone in Tang Lemon's heart finally dropped. But then she immediately thought of something else, pressing further than what about Mu Avocado? At this, a complex expression flashed across Tang Yaoying's face, but he silently pulled out an envelope. Written on it was to be opened by Tang Lemon personally. That familiar handwriting, she recognized at a glance that it was written by you. Tang Yaoying handed the letter to Tang Lemon and sighed. Read it yourself.
I still have to go look after your mother.
Get some rest. With that, he turned around and walked out of the ward. He knew very well in his heart that this good son-in-law of his probably could not be kept around anymore. In order to protect his true love, you ultimately chose to return to that family you absolutely despised, using that to exchange for a massive power capable of crushing the Qin family. The price was leaving quietly. When the letter you left behind was handed to the newly awakened Tang Lemon, she could not wait to tear open the envelope, but upon seeing the very first line, Tang Lemon completely froze. To my most beloved wife. Tang Lemon's hand gripping the letter paper subconsciously tightened. I have to go to a place very, very far away. Perhaps I won't be able to stay by your side anymore. Before leaving, I prepared a gift for you. I'm sorry. I could not keep the promise we made, but I believe that even without me, you won't be lonely anymore. Now you can enjoy the love of your parents and live like a normal girl. Maybe you will even get married and have kids in the future. Just thinking about this drives me absolutely crazy. Lastly, I hope there will be a day when we can meet again. At the end of the letter was your signature. A single teardrop slipped down silently, smudging the ink on the letter paper. It was not until this moment that Tang Lemon realized there was a delicate butterfly necklace around her neck. Her tears instantly broke the dam, rolling down her cheeks. In the quiet hospital ward, Tang Lemon tightly gripped that necklace, large teardrops falling endlessly. Tang Lemon could not control herself any longer. Clutching the blanket, she broke down and sobbed loudly. You bastard, who gave you permission to leave me on your own? I have not even played with you enough yet. Still domineering even through the heartbreak. Who allowed you to leave? Scene after scene from the past flashed through her mind, leaving behind only endless sorrow. I will never leave you for the rest of my life. We will be together forever. Your words seemed to still echo in Tang Lemon's ears, yet the person was already gone. Outside the ward, Tang Yaoying leaned against the cold wall. Listening to Tang Lemon's crying, he could only shake his head helplessly and turn away. Early the next morning, Tang Lemon arrived at another ward and gently knocked on the door. The door opened. Tang Yaoying looked in surprise at Tang Lemon, whose eyes were red and swollen. Tang Lemon spoke with a hoarse voice. I'm here to see Mom. A relieved smile appeared on Tang Yaoying's face. He quickly stepped aside. Come in quickly. Your mom just woke up too. Tang Lemon walked in, looking at her frail mother on the hospital bed. She had just finished breakfast. Seeing Tang Lemon come in, her face was full of surprise. Tang Lemon walked up to the bed and somewhat awkwardly, softly called out, Mom. Just this single word made Zhang Shui so overjoyed she almost jumped up. Tang Lemon leaned over and hugged her, burying her face in her warm embrace. It was still that familiar scent from her memory. Zhang Shui also hugged Tang Lemon tightly and secretly shot a look at her husband nearby, signaling him to step out for a bit. But how could Tang Yaoying be willing to leave? He immediately leaned in close to Tang Lemon and said with a goofy smile, Xiao Wan, Dad is here too. Do you want to give Dad a hug as well? Unfortunately, Tang Lemon, fully immersed in her mother's love, ignored him completely. Seeing this, Mother Tang on the bed shot her husband a smug, triumphant look. She gently patted Tang Lemon's back. After so many years, this family was finally able to experience once again the warmth that blood is thicker than water. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Kyoto, as the center of power in China, the prosperity here was far beyond what Magic City could compare to. A military green off-road vehicle was driving down the ancient and solemn streets. Finally, it stopped in front of a heavily guarded traditional courtyard. After traveling through the entire night, you stepped out of the car with a trace of exhaustion on your face. Looking up, you gazed at this courtyard that felt both familiar and alien. At the entrance, two armed guards stood firmly at their posts, ready to respond to any sudden situation at a moment's notice. The surrounding area was fully stationed with security personnel, conducting 24-hour patrols with zero blind spots. In the entirety of China, the only ones who could enjoy such top-tier security were those four stabilizing pillar-like elders of the nation. Right then, Liu Ying also stepped out of the car and said to you plainly, Let us go. Elder Mu has been waiting for a long time. With that, he took the lead and stepped into the courtyard. You withdrew your complicated gaze and quickly followed behind. That is right, your grandfather is precisely one of the top 4 leaders of modern-day China, known as the Grand General of the nation, Mu Zhengguo. Now that is an overpowered background. Looking across the entire country, those who could even dream of standing shoulder to shoulder with him could be counted on one hand. The furnishings in the courtyard remained exactly the same as before. It was as if time had stood still here, following Liu Ying through layers of courtyards. You arrived in front of a study room, located at the very deepest part. Liu Ying stepped forward and respectfully knocked on the door. Elder Mu, your grandson, Mu Avocado, has arrived. A moment later, an old yet powerful voice came from inside the room. Let him in. Liu Ying nodded and stepped aside to gesture for you to enter. Standing at the door, you hesitated for a few seconds, carrying a trace of apprehension in your heart. You pushed the door open and walked in. The moment you entered, you saw at the calligraphy desk inside, a white-haired yet straight-backed old man, wielding a brush and splashing ink onto the paper. It was exactly your grandfather Mu Zhengguo. He did not even bother to look up. He just commanded coldly, "What are you standing there like an idiot for? Come over here and grind some ink for me." You subconsciously took a step forward. Even though you were 100 times unwilling in your heart, your body honestly began to grind the ink. Mu Zhengguo lifted his brush and slowly wrote the character T in heaven on the rice paper. He asked casually, "How have you been doing out there these past few years?" You replied calmly, "Pretty good." "Is that so?" Mu Zhengguo wrote down another character, Xing movement. His voice was deep and resonant. "You have been living quite comfortably, have not you? Pity this old man, without even a single person by my side to talk to. It is truly lonely." You did not say a word. You just silently set the freshly ground ink aside. Mu Zhengguo continued writing until he finished the entire phrase. "As heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-perfection." You stared at the calligraphy on the rice paper and said faintly, "Your calligraphy has improved a lot compared to before." Unexpectedly, Mu Zhengguo put down his brush, turned around and sat on the chair nearby. His tone instantly became serious. "I helped you solve the Qin family's trouble, and you promised me on condition? It just so happens I have a matter on hand that needs someone to handle. I am leaving it to you." As he spoke, he pulled a file out of the drawer and tossed it onto the desk. At the same time, he called out toward the door, "Liu Ying, come in for a second." The next second, the door was pushed open. Liu Ying walked in respectfully. "Elder Mu, what are your orders?" Mu Zhengguo picked up his teacup and took a sip of water. He then issued an order to him regarding that matter. "Accompany Xiaogi on a trip, and while you're at it, restore his file for me. He is officially back in the game." Mu Zhengguo then instructed Liu Ying, "This time around, you do not have to do a thing. Just focus on keeping Mu Avocado safe. That is your only mission." "Yes, sir." Liu Ying immediately replied with dutiful respect. Not long after, Mu Avocado followed Yu Ying out of that suffocatingly tense room. Inside, however, Mu Zhengguo picked up the phone and made a mysterious call.
Hello.
"It is me. Pull all of my people out of Chuan province. Every last one of them." At the same time, the Qin family estate was in utter chaos. The head of the family, Qin Peng, had actually been taken to the police station for questioning. The sheer power behind this move was terrifying to even consider. You have to understand, in Magic City, even Commander Long had to show Qin Peng a certain degree of respect. Late that night, inside the Qin family villa, a dark figure slipped silently into Qin Peng's room. The intruder began searching for something. This man was none other than Su Jincheng. With a furrowed brow, he meticulously checked every corner of the room. After a few moments of careful searching, his gaze, finally, locked onto the enormous bookshelf in the center of the room. Su Jincheng approached the bookshelf, cautiously removed one of the books, and tapped the space behind it. Knock. Knock. Hearing the faint echo from within, his pupils contracted. A look of pure ecstasy washed over his face. "Finally. I have finally found it." Next, he quickly pulled all the books off the shelf. A hidden compartment was revealed right before his eyes. Inside, a small safe sat waiting patiently. After waiting all these years, the opportunity has finally arrived. Su Jincheng's heart pounded with excitement. Mu Avocado? I really owe you NN for this. He had long suspected that the safe contained a USB drive with records of Qin Peng's dealings with foreign powers. With the Qin family's influence in the country, it was simply impossible for them to gather hundreds of wanted criminals on their own. The only logical explanation was collusion with outside forces. As long as he could get his hands on these transaction records, the mighty Qin family would crumble in an instant. Using his professional skills, Su Jincheng cracked the code. The safe door slowly swung open. Inside, lying quietly, was a USB drive and several old yellowed photographs. He quickly grabbed the drive, muttering to himself, Kinpeng used to carry this thing on him at all times. I never had a chance to get near it. If I had not won this gamble, who knows how long I would have had to wait. Probably until pigs fly. That is right, from the very beginning he was gambling. Gambling that the power behind Mu Avocado was even more formidable than the Qin family. Gambling that Mu Avocado was the long-lost second young master of the Mu family. He had used the Qin family's own intelligence network to find a few traces of Mu Avocado's whereabouts. This led to that calculated confrontation at the Tang family courtyard, where he deliberately provoked him, ensuring he and the Qin family would become mortal enemies. Mother, just wait for me a little longer. Just then, Su Jinqing's eyes were drawn to the old photographs. He reached out and picked them up. The moment he saw the contents of the pictures, his pupils shrank violently, his fists clenched instinctively, veins popping on his arms. In an instant, it was as if he understood everything. In the photos, 3 men were assaulting a woman, their faces twisted in sadistic, maniacal laughter. He quickly put the photos back where he found them, copied the data from the USB drive, and restored the bookshelf to its original state. From this moment on, Su Jinqing's objective had changed. It was no longer just about getting revenge on his biological father. Now he wanted the entire Qin family to pay for their crimes in blood. September. The autumn chill was setting in a luxurious villa in the heart of Magic City. Tang Lemon's family was enjoying a happy, peaceful meal together. After the harrowing incident they had endured, her father had decisively moved the family to a new home. Her mother had also fully recovered and was out of the hospital, now gently placing food on her daughter's plate. With the threat of the Qin family gone, the icy mask she once wore had long since melted away. The meal soon came to an end. Tang Lemon said her goodbyes and drove off towards Magic City University. Behind her, a convoy of more than a dozen bodyguards followed closely. At the villa's entrance, her father watched his daughter's car disappear into the distance and could not help but let out a sigh. That girl won her. She still can't forget about Mu Avocado, can she? Beside him, Tang Lemon's mother leaned gently on her husband's shoulder. That boy means the world to her. Letting go is not going to be easy. Half an hour later, at the gates of Magic City University, Tang Lemon, driving that flashy, fiery red Maybach, stepped out with an expression so frosty you could chill a drink on it. Who would have thought that Liu Ruyan, having just finished class, would happen to be walking out of the school gates at that exact moment? She recognized Tang Lemon instantly, and her steps froze on the spot. Tang Lemon saw her too, but could not be bothered to acknowledge her, and walked straight towards the campus. In the split second they passed each other, Liu Ruyan, clutching her books, asked in a calm voice, "What are you doing here?" Tang Lemon's stride faltered. She turned her head, staring coldly. "This is a university. Why should not I be here?" With just those 2 sentences, the atmosphere plunged to absolute zero. Just then, Liu Ruyan turned to face her, meeting Tang Lemon's gaze with a calm of her own. "I know everything. I also know Mu Avocado's real identity, so why can you still act as if nothing's happened and show up here?" As she said this, her emotions suddenly flared. She began shouting at Tang Lemon. "I know what you're thinking. Because of who Mu Avocado is, you do not dare to go find him, do you? You are afraid it will affect your precious family life. The own you just barely managed to patch back together." As soon as those words left her mouth, Tang Lemon's eyes became dangerously cold. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan's emotions calmed down again. She met Tang Lemon's glare without a hint of fear, and said slowly, "My family is ordinary. There's very little I can do." Then, she actually pulled a small folded piece of paper from her pocket, walked over, and took Tang Lemon's hand, pressing the note into her palm. "But you're different. You are the daughter of Magic City's richest man. There's so much more you can do than I can. Mu Avocado's homeroom teacher gave this to me. It is up to you what you do with it." With that, Liu Ruyan turned and walked away without a second glance. In a surprising twist, she had just given her last chance to Tang Lemon, her rival in love. Tang Lemon stared at her retreating figure and slowly opened the note in her hand. On it was a single address, Yan City, Chuan Province. Staring at the address, Tang Lemon subconsciously touched the butterfly necklace around her neck. A promise from the past seemed to echo in her ears. "We will always be together, right?" Tang Lemon stood there, lost in thought. The autumn wind sent a chill deep into her heart. In the next second, Tang Lemon clenched the note tightly in her fist, turned, and sprinted towards her car. She did not know if this was the right thing to do, or if it would bring trouble to her family. But Tang Lemon knew one thing for sure: if she did not go, she would regret it for the rest of her life. And rather than live with regret, it was better to be a little crazy for love. Just this once, you and Liu Ying were ordered to Chuan Province to carry out an unknown mission assigned by your grandfather. Meanwhile, Su Jinqing, having successfully obtained the damning evidence against the Qin family, had already upgraded his revenge plot. Chuan Province, the starting point of your mission, and now the new epicenter of a brewing storm. Your trip was for a murder case. A millionaire tycoon had brutally raped and murdered a recent female college graduate. Yet you looked completely nonchalant, like you could not care less. Just then, your personal bodyguard, Liu Ying, glanced at you in the rearview mirror. He spoke slowly. The person who reported this case is Owen of Elder Mu's sworn brothers. That is why this case got the attention of the higher-ups. You simply gave a soft and continued flipping through the file in your hands. The perpetrator's name is Gong Jian. Liu Ying's voice was laced with disgust, but for some reason the Yan City police can't find a shred of evidence. Given the informant's status, the case reached a stalemate. That is how it ended up on Elder Mu's desk. However, you closed the file with a look of annoyance.
Shaking your head.
What has that got to do with me? It is not like I'm some kind of detective, but Liu Ying just smiled. His tone was filled with absolute confidence. You are no detective. You are far more professional than any detective. After all, he was once your instructor. He knew your capabilities better than anyone. And so the car weaved through the winding mountain roads. Half an hour later, a city finally came into view. At the same time, at Magic City Airport, thousands of miles away, a mother named Jiang Shui was watching her departing daughter with a face full of worry. You, of course, had no idea that at the very moment you were entering Yan City, a certain girl was on her way just for you. Back at the airport, Tang Youing told her, "Bring that boy back to me. Worst case, I will donate the entire Tianmu group to the country. Then you two will have nothing to worry about." Tang Lemon just gave a slight determined nod, turned, and boarded the plane. She was traveling without a single bodyguard because she knew, in Chuan Province, a certain all-powerful bodyguard was waiting for her in a small county. And that bodyguard was you. At that moment, as the plane soared to 30,000 feet, Tang Lemon gazed at the sea of clouds outside her window. She whispered to herself, "You stupid man, running off all alone without my permission. You just wait, Mu Avocado. You just wait." However, at that very same time, outside the Magic City police station, the tycoon Qin Peng, released due to insufficient evidence, had a smug look on his face. He thought he had won. Suddenly, a blue Hummer screeched to a halt in front of him. The window rolled down. A man in sunglasses said coolly, "Get in. The boss wants to talk to you." Qin Peng understood immediately and quickly got into the passenger seat. Taking the phone, he asked cautiously, "What are your orders?" But then, a cold voice came from the other end of the line. "Orders? Do you really think you're of any use to me now?" Qin Peng froze instantly. The voice continued, "That kid, Mu Avocado, is from the Mu family in the capital. You did not even bother to check that before making a move. You useless piece of trash. Now, your entire Qin family network has been paralyzed. Everyone connected to you has been taken in for questioning by the military. So tell me, what use are you to me now? What?" Qin Peng's face was a mask of disbelief. Anyone and everyone associated with the Qin family had all been taken in for questioning. Did not that mean their family was completely finished in an instant? He felt as if he would have been plunged into an abyss, slumping helplessly into his seat. Yet, the voice on the phone showed not a shred of sympathy. "I'm giving you Owen last chance. That brat from the Mu family is in Yan City right now. Go there and take him out for me. Do not let him find out what is going on in Yan City." The voice was as cold as ice. "If you can't even handle this, then there's no reason for you to stick around." With that, the call was abruptly ended. Qin Peng's expression flickered between fear and fury. He handed the phone back to the man in sunglasses. The man immediately removed the SIM card and violently threw the phone out the window, letting it be crushed into pieces by passing traffic. And you, of course, were completely oblivious to all of this. At high noon, you were already inside a hotel in Yan City. The mayor of Yan City, Wang Defa, was holding a special reception just for you. This was not just because you were that old man's grandson. It was also because you held an official military rank, a rank as high as Brigadier General. At that moment by the hotel entrance, Mayor Wang Defa was smiling as he shook your hand. "Mu Avocado, right? Elder Mu has already said that Elder Song's case is entirely in your hands. Just say the word, and the city's resources are yours to command." However, the few middle-aged men behind him were sizing you up with scrutinizing eyes. "So this is the legendary child prodigy from the Mu family. He does not look like anything special." You simply extended your hand politely, a humble smile on your face. "Then thank you for your cooperation, Uncle Wang. If I do anything out of line, I hope you will bear with me." Hearing you call him Uncle Wang made Wang Defa's face light up. He waved his hand magnanimously. Of course. You must be tired from your long journey." The mayor then began the usual pleasantries. "Uncle Wang here is usually swamped with work. This reception was put together in a bit of a hurry, so I hope you do not mind." You immediately played along. Your smile as warm as a spring breeze. How could I, for Uncle Wong to take time out of his busy schedule to welcome me? I could not be happier. In just a few sentences, you had already established a friendly rapport with the mayor. Your bodyguard Lu Ying, following behind, saw this and gave a silent nod of approval. Soon you all arrived at the private dining room. To your surprise, all of Yan City's top officials were present. The server's hands were shaking as she brought in the dishes, constantly wondering who you were. Which prominent family does this young master belong to command such an impressive welcome? However, you were not in the mood for small talk. You just wanted to wrap up this business in Yan City as quickly as possible, and then go somewhere to clear your head. An image of Tang Lemon even flashed through your mind. You wondered how she was doing. So after some initial conversation, Mayor Wang finally got to the point. He suddenly put down his chopsticks, his brow furrowed. I have investigated this matter. The female college student who was raped and murdered came from a very poor family. She relied entirely on a scholarship to finish university. Then his tone shifted. But here's the strange part. The primary suspect, the boss of TMing Company, is the very person who provided that scholarship. Every year, he provides over 500,000 yuan in scholarships to Yan City University. 500,000. In this remote small city, that was an astronomical sum. Hearing this, your brow instantly knitted together. The whole case suddenly became incredibly bizarre. In a low voice, you voiced the question on everyone's mind. So you're saying that a great philanthropist who helps nearly 100 students a year raped and murdered one of the very people he sponsored. A great philanthropist. Why would he murder a female student he was sponsoring? Was there some kind of grudge? But how could a recent graduate have a life or death feud with a company boss? These questions swirled relentlessly in your mind. By the time the dinner ended, you still had not figured it out. Shortly after, Mayor Wang and his entourage made excuses about official business, and all left. They got into their cars and headed straight back to the city government building. You and Liu Yun walked aimlessly along the street, observing the somewhat underdeveloped city. You were hoping to spot something. Anything. Just then, Liu Ying glanced at an old man on the roadside and suddenly spoke in a low voice. Did you notice? You nodded, your eyes casually sweeping over the surroundings, but your voice was ice cold. That Mayor Wang and all those men with him, they are all hiding something. Their reactions were far too calm, disturbingly calm, logically. When a case in your jurisdiction gets the attention of the top brass in the capital, you should be in a state of panic. And yet, I did not see a single trace of anxiety or worry on any of their faces. In your view, there was only one possible explanation. This case is about much more than just a rape and murder. Your tone was flat, but your eyes were as sharp as a blade. There must be a bigger secret hidden here. So big that even a city mayor is involved. So big that they are confident we won't find any clues. So they do not even bother to put on an act. Meanwhile, in the Mu family compound in the capital, your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo, was sitting leisurely by the pond, from the military communicator in his hand. The voice of another old man could be heard. Old Mu, you're really something else. You actually threw your own grandson into such a messy situation. Besides, have not you already investigated most of it? You are ready to close the net, are not you? So why send him over now? But Mu Zhengguo just replied slowly. You do not need to worry about that. If anything happens, I will take care of it. He paused, a slight smile even touching his lips. And if he suffers a little hardship along the way, all the better. The next morning, at Chuan Province Airport, a plane slowly touched down. A beautiful figure with long flowing hair walked out briskly. It was Tang Lemon. Her stunning beauty immediately caused a stir among the crowd. However, she paid it no mind. Turns out, Yan City was too remote. It did not even have an airport. She had to land in the nearest city. From here, the drive would take at least half a day. Tang Lemon had only one thought in her mind. She hoped that by the time she got there, you would still be in Yan City and had not left yet. Although you appeared carefree on the surface, your sharp intuition told you that the waters in Yan City ran deep. The unsettling calmness of Mayor Wang and the others made it clear that the tycoon's rape and murder case was just the tip of a much larger, more sinister iceberg. At this moment, you were looking at a frail old man before you. With trembling hands, he offered you both a bowl of water. He chuckled faintly and said you were the spitting image of your grandfather in his youth. You are the absolute spitting image of him. Then his next words made your heart clench. The old man heaved a long sigh and unsteadily sat down. This kind of thing, it is not the first time it has happened. The number he revealed next made your head spin. In Yan City, this is already the 18th rape and murder case this year. You could hardly believe your ears. A single case like this would be enough to send an entire city into an uproar. But here, in the small city of Yan, there had been 18 of them. You instantly understood this was no simple matter. As the old man turned away, you saw a tear of despair roll down his cheek. Your heart sank. Without saying a word, you took out a wad of cash from your pocket and gently placed it on the table. Then, you and Liu Ying turned and left. Your car headed straight for Yan City University. But you had no idea that a much bigger storm was hurtling towards you at 120 miles per hour. At that very moment, on the only major road leading to Yan City, a red Rolls-Royce was speeding like a bullet. Inside, Tang Lemon had not had a single drop of water, driven only by the desire to see you sooner. The mere thought of your name made her foot press down harder on the accelerator. Meanwhile, you had just stepped into the principal's office at Yan City University. A moment later, Liu Ying leaned in and whispered a few words in your ear. Your expression changed in a flash. Tang Lemon is here. She is about to arrive in Yan City. You shot up from your seat, forcing an apologetic smile at Principal Huang.
I am so sorry.
Principal Huang, something urgent has come up. Before the words were even fully out of your mouth, you were already dragging Liu Ying out of the office. Your mind was racing with questions. How does she know I'm here? I definitely removed the tracking device. Plus, I have state-of-the-art anti-tracking tech. There is no way she could have hacked it. But there was no time to figure it out now. You just wanted to get away. You wanted to see her more than anything, but you knew all too well that your grandfather would never approve. It was better to rip the band-aid off now, better than a heart-wrenching reunion, followed by an even more painful separation. However, just after you left in such a hurry, Principal Huang, still in his office, frowned and made a phone call. His voice was chillingly dark. It is me. That kid has already traced things back to me. Tell everyone to lie low. This Mu Avocado's background is not simple. Once this blows over, Yan City will be ours again. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the capital, your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo, also received the news. He looked at the photo in his hand, a cold smirk playing on his lips. His aide asked in a low voice, "Should we send someone to intercept her?" "Intercept? Why would we do that?" Mu Zhengguo put down the photo, his eyes as cold as ice. "Is not this the perfect opportunity to test Mu Avocado? Let her go." People, they grow faster when they have something they truly want. This young lady of the Tang family, is not she the perfect whetstone to sharpen him? As evening fell, a fiery red Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of an office building in Yan City. It was parked right at the entrance. An Yuan, the general manager of Yunding Company, had been waiting respectfully for some time with a group of senior executives. He reverently opened the car door. A devastatingly beautiful woman stepped out, bringing a palpable chill with her. An Yuan immediately bowed. "Young miss, I am An Yuan. It is my greatest honor to be of service to you." Tang Lemon's face was a blank mask, but a hint of nervousness, almost invisible, flickered in her eyes. She asked coldly, "The matter I had you investigate. Do you have the results?" An Yuan immediately replied with deference, "Yes, we have found him. Half an hour ago, Mr. Mu Avocado was indeed at Yan City University, but he left in a hurry after only a few minutes. As of now, our people have not been able to track his exact whereabouts. But it is almost certain that he has already left Yan City." That single sentence sent Tang Lemon's heart plunging into an icy abyss. She bit her lip hard, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of hurt and righteous indignation. She had crossed half the country to find him, and he did not even have the courage to see her face to face. In the next second, a tidal wave of fury completely swallowed her feelings of hurt. Tang Lemon spun around and got back into the car. The roar of the engine ripped through the night sky. In the blink of an eye, that flash of red was gone, and you at this moment were completely oblivious to all of this. You were sitting in a black BMW, staring out the window in annoyance as it bounced along a rough mountain road. Just then, your phone suddenly rang. You picked it up and saw it was an unknown number. Without a second thought, you answered. But from the other end of the line came a voice so cold it could freeze bone, a voice seething with unrestrained rage. "I am on the roof of Yan City University right now. If you do not show up within the hour, I'm going to jump." You could even hear the whooshing of the wind in the background. Your stomach dropped. She was not joking. However, before you could even say a word, the call was abruptly disconnected with a sharp click. At the same time, on the rooftop of a teaching building at Yan City University, Tang Lemon stood alone at the very edge. The cold wind whipped her long hair around her face. One more step and she would be shattered to pieces. She lifted her wrist to check her watch. 10 minutes of her 0-hour deadline had already passed. Meanwhile, on that winding mountain road, the BMW you were in had completely died. Black smoke was billowing from under the hood. You were pacing back and forth like a caged animal. How much longer is this going to take? Liu Ying, his face smudged with soot, shook his head. He sighed. "At least half an hour, I would say. Half an hour." You nearly bit through your teeth when you heard that. You turned and started sprinting down the dirt road in the direction of Yan City. You did not forget to shout back over your shoulder, "I'm going ahead. Catch up once the car's fixed." Watching your frantic figure disappear into the night, Liu Ying quietly took out his phone and reported the situation to your grandfather. But right now, you had only one thought in your head. Faster. Faster. You burst into Yan City. Gasping for air, you were covered in mud, a truly pathetic sight. You knew Tang Lemon's personality all too well. That girl was a certified lunatic, capable of anything. The thought of what could happen made you run even faster. But human stamina has its limits. Your face was deathly pale. You looked at Yan City University, still 2 kilometers away, and your feet felt as if they were filled with lead. Your legs were buckling. You could barely run anymore. Of the own-hour deadline, only a dozen minutes remained. There was no way you could make it in time. Just as you were about to lose all hope, a deafening roar suddenly erupted behind you. The blinding headlights made you turn instinctively. Then came the screech of tires. A Kawasaki H2 motorcycle came to a perfect stop right in front of you. Hey, handsome. Need a ride? It will cost you, though. The rider, a woman named Bai Wanjun, dressed in a full racing suit, took off her helmet, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. You looked at this woman who had appeared out of thin air, hesitated for only a second, and then swung yourself onto the back of the bike. You blurted out, your voice trembling slightly, "If you can get me to Yan City University in 15 minutes, name your price." Anything. Hearing this, Bai Wanjun flashed a triumphant smile. She put her helmet back on. "Do not you worry," she said with confidence. "I will stake my reputation as the racing queen on it. I will get you there in 15 minutes. Guaranteed." The moment the words left her mouth, the motorcycle beneath you roared to life like a wild beast. The next second, it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The wind howled furiously in your ears. The speed was so intense you had no choice but to reach out and wrap your arms tightly around Bai Wanjun's waist. But your mind was racing. This woman's appearance was far too convenient. You could not help but demand, "Who are you?" The motorcycle's speed was still climbing. Bai Wanjun's voice came through her helmet. "Bai Wanjun, of the Bai family from Magic City." She even let out a little laugh. "Little brother Mew? Avocado? You really do not recognize me." Hearing that nickname, the corner of your mouth twitched violently. You were about to ask something else, but you suddenly saw the outline of Yan City University. In the distance,
You immediately shut your mouth.
on the side of the road, a dazzling red Rolls Royce was parked quietly. You recognized it instantly. That was definitely Tang Lemon's car. 3 minutes later, the motorcycle executed a beautiful drift, stopping perfectly at the school gate. You practically leaped off the bike and sprinted towards the teaching building like a madman. You threw your head back, and your eyes immediately locked onto the resolute figure. At the edge of the rooftop, in that moment, a wave of cold fear washed over you. Thank God you had made it. But behind you, Bai Wanjun's voice called out, "Hey, handsome. I will be waiting for you at the hotel." With that, she gave a dashing smile, revved the engine, and vanished into the night. On the rooftop, Tang Lemon had seen everything with perfect clarity. She had watched with her own eyes. As you held on to that other woman's waist, she ground her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. The chill in her eyes was so intense it could have frozen the air solid. 1 minute later, you slammed open the heavy iron door to the rooftop. You had run up 6 flights of stairs in one go, and were panting heavily. Seeing that back, standing on the precipice, you could not hold it in any longer. "Are you insane?" You roared. "Is your life that worthless to you? You would just throw it away like that?" In the moonlight, Tang Lemon slowly turned around, seeing that the first thing you did was yell at her. The frost in her eyes deepened. You started walking towards her, intending to pull her back. But when you were just a few feet away, she spoke, her voice ice. "You are just like you have always been, late." Hearing those words, your pupils shrank violently. The hour deadline she gave, you were over by exactly 1 minute. You instantly understood. You lunged forward, screaming in desperation, "Do not." But it was too late. Tang Lemon gave you an last, deep look, and let her body fall backward. In the darkness, she drifted from your sight like a falling leaf. In that split second, life or death moment, you dove forward with all your might. One hand latched onto the rooftop railing with a death grip. Veins bulged on your arm. Your other hand wrapped around Tang Lemon's body, holding on for dear life. Your eyes were bloodshot. You screamed again, "You're fucking insane." Your eyes were wide with terror. If you had been just 1 second slower, it really would have been too late. But in this critical moment, Tang Lemon held tightly in your embrace, actually smiled. She reached up and gently caressed your face. Her gaze a chilling, obsessive mix of coldness and adoration. "I will give you 2 choices now. Owen, we fall together, right now. 2. You come home with me, and you can never ever think about leaving me again." Her voice suddenly became piercingly cold. "Otherwise, I will die right here in front of you." It was the most blatant threat imaginable, but you were in no position to argue. The strength in your arm was fading fast. Gritting your teeth, you managed to force out 3 words. "I choose 2. Hearing your answer, the smile on Tang Lemon's lips deepened, but she wanted more than just an answer. She wanted to make you truly understand the taste of loss. The next second, the hands wrapped around your waist, suddenly pulled down with immense force. This unexpected yank made your pupils shrink to the size of pinpricks. Your hands slipped from the railing. Your body immediately went weightless. You instinctively hugged her tighter, and with the last ounce of your strength, you twisted your body to shield her from the impact. And just like that, the two of you plummeted from the 6-story rooftop, hurtling towards the cold, hard concrete below. The next second, you felt yourself land in something huge and soft. Your body bounced a couple of times, and then came to a gentle stop. You cautiously opened your eyes. The first thing you saw was a sky full of stars. You muttered to yourself, "Is this heaven? What nonsense are you talking about?" Tang Lemon's voice echoed beside you. She stood up from the thick inflatable cushion, completely unscathed. She held out her hand to you, her tone flat. "The show's over.
Take me to dinner."
Your mind was still a complete blank. You took her soft hand and stood up. It was only then that you realized that the ground below the building, at some point, had been covered with thick rescue air cushions. So, you were alive, but the memory of that terrifying freefall still had your legs shaking. You were completely powerless. As Tang Lemon pulled you toward the school exit, in a dark corner, and Yuan, drenched in sweat, watched you both leave. He finally let out a long sigh of relief. The security captain behind him asked cautiously, "Boston, is there anything else you need us to do?" And Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. "You can pack up the cushions. The 50,000 yuan I promised each of you will be in your accounts by tomorrow." With that, he also started walking toward the exit. Tonight had been absolutely exhausting, but judging by the young Mrs. Mood, it was definitely a profitable venture. Hearing the words 50,000 yuan, the dozen or so security guards' faces lit up with joy. 50,000 just to move some stuff around. That was more than their annual salary. 8 p.m. in a private room at a hot pot restaurant. The bubbling pot gave off an enticing aroma, but the atmosphere was cold enough to freeze water. "Tell me,
Who was that woman?
Tang Lemon had own hand wrapped around your neck, pinning you against the sofa. Her eyes were ferocious. That look seemed to say, "If you dare say own word out of line, I will kill you." You did not dare to resist at all. Your face flushed red as you confessed. I do not know either. She said she is from the Bai family in Magic City. Her name is Bai Wanjun. I swear, I do not know anything else."
Really?
Tang Lemon's beautiful eyes stared at you icily. You put on a pained expression and nodded frantically.
Really?
"I would lie to anyone before I would lie to you." Seeing that your eyes were not darting around, Tang Lemon finally released her grip. "I'm hungry," she grunted coldly. You took a few deep breaths, then immediately picked up your chopsticks, grabbed a piece of tripe, blew on it gently, and carefully brought it to her lips. But in the next second, her tone turned cold again. "And what about that letter? Were you trying to dump me?" Annoyed, she lifted her slender leg and placed it directly on your lap, adopting the posture of someone interrogating a criminal. You felt utterly helpless. You had no choice but to put down your bowl and expertly remove her shoes and socks. You started massaging her foot while explaining, "I was just preparing for the worst case scenario." You tried to change the subject. "By the way, how did you know I was in Yan City?" "Do not you worry about that." Tang Lemon huffed. She reached out and pinched your cheek hard. She leaned in, her eyes locked on yours. She said menacingly, "Do you remember what I told you before? The only way you leave is if I get tired of you and dump you. Otherwise, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down and drag you back." With your face stretched out, your voice was distorted. "I won't do it again." But Tang Lemon just offered a chilling smile. "It is okay. You will never get another chance." With that, she leaned in, and her soft red lips pressed against yours, carrying a hint of spice from the hot pot. The first ray of morning sun streamed through a gap in the curtains, landing on your face. You were sleeping soundly, but you felt a small hand constantly kneading your cheek. The hand was pulling and stretching your face as if it were a piece of dough. You could not take it anymore. You groggily opened your eyes. An icy voice immediately sounded in your ear. "The lazy pig is finally awake." First thing in the morning, and you felt a hand roaming all over your body. Your eyes shot open. Tang Lemon pressed her forehead directly against yours. Her eyes were filled with ice. "Get up. Now, you're taking me shopping." "No," you refused without hesitation, your face a mask of reluctance. After being rejected, Tang Lemon's expression instantly darkened. The next second, your miserable screams echoed throughout the hotel suite. Your voice was filled with indignant grief. "Do not you go too far. I'm a really good fighter now. You know." Hearing this, she just gave a cold laugh. "Oh, really? Are you planning on fighting me?" You immediately lost some of your confidence. All you could manage was a weak threat. "Do not push me." 10 minutes later, you were fully dressed, with Tang Lemon gripping you by the collar, dragging you out of the hotel suite like a pet. But your eyes were glued to Tang Lemon's legs. Those black stockings were incredibly distracting. You were screaming internally, These stockings must be enchanted. How can they make me lose all focus? Today, Tang Lemon was wearing a loose white hoodie, a black pleated skirt, and most fatally, a pair of dazzling legs wrapped in black stockings. Paired with white sneakers, it was the absolute pinnacle of pure yet seductive style. Tang Lemon, walking ahead, of course noticed your mischievous gaze. However, she did not say anything. After all, it was a form of approval. Under the shocked and envious gazes of the front desk staff, you were dragged right out of the hotel by your collar. Outside the hotel, a black business van was already waiting. Tang Lemon pulled open the door, kicked you inside first, and then gracefully sat down beside you. The car started with a roar. In the back seat, Tang Lemon, just like old times, sat directly on your lap, her whole body curled up in your arms. She glanced at an Yuan who was driving and gave a faint order to the branch office first. And Yuan's heart leaped with joy. He quickly responded, "Yes, young miss." Then Tang Lemon's beautiful eyes turned to you. You were mischievously stroking her stocking-clad leg. Her gaze turned cold. "Right, now it is your turn. Explain." As she spoke, she slapped away your wandering hand. You held her, feeling a bit wronged. "What is there to explain? I really do not know that woman from the Bay family. I'm not talking about that." Tang Lemon pinched your face, her expression flat. She asked calmly, "Your skills are obviously incredible. So back in Magic City, when we were kidnapped, were you just acting with me?" As she said this, Tang Lemon's expression turned glacial. Back then, she had been just inches from death. And now you were telling her that you dog were holding back the whole time. Did not that make her life and death struggle look like a complete joke? With your face being pulled, you struggled to say, "No, I had my reasons." Tang Lemon let go, crossed her arms over her chest. "What reasons? Let us hear them." You looked conflicted. That memory was not a pleasant one. Seeing your expression, Tang Lemon knew it was time to feed her pet. The next second, she actually took your hand and placed it back on her leg. The doors slowly opened, and the group walked towards the office, and Yuan, a half step behind, pushed up his glasses. He spoke as he walked. "I only found out about this by chance. Mr. Mu Avocado, you're aware of the scholarship fund, correct?" You nodded. "You had just learned about it in relation to the murder case on the way here. Is it connected to this?" "Oh, it is more than just connected." And Yuan's expression turned serious. "Based on my speculation, this so-called scholarship fund is a complete fraud." He proceeded to reveal a shocking conspiracy. More than 10 business owners in Yan City had colluded to amass wealth. Under the guise of sponsoring students, they would specifically donate to certain female students. After the sponsorship, they would gain access to these students' personal files. Then the bosses would use those files to select suitable prey. As soon as he said this, it was not just you who was shocked. Even Tang Lemon, who had been listening distractedly, had a flash of stunned surprise in her eyes. The three of you quickly entered the office, and Yuan poured you both a cup of tea and continued where he left off. It is not uncommon for female university graduates to meet with accidents. It happens quite a bit in Yan City. But because this place is so remote, and because they have people in high places, the news is always suppressed. You stroked your chin thoughtfully. "So you're saying that Mayor Wong has someone powerful backing him up. Otherwise, a mere city mayor would not have the guts to do something like this. We're talking about dozens of deaths every year, but you did not care about the politics. Your only job was to clean up all of Yan City." And Tang Lemon's next words brought a look of sheer ecstasy to Yuan's face. She linked her arm with yours, held up 2 fingers, and said to him, "With your abilities, staying in a small place like Yan City is a bit of a waste. I will give you 2 choices. Owen, I will recommend you to a branch in a more developed city. 2, you continue to stay in Yan City, and I will have the group increase its investment and resources here." Hearing these 2 options, and Yuan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and chose the second Owen.
I am a Yan City local.
"I am confident I can boost the local economy and take it to the next level." Tang Lemon nodded. For her, this was a decision that required nothing more than a few words. And Yuan, thrilled with his reward, looked at the 2 of you acting so intimately and cautiously suggested, "Young miss, we have some very scenic spots here in Yan City. For example, there is the Lover's Sanctuary. They say any couple who visits is guaranteed to get married." You scoffed at the idea. You were a staunch materialist after all. But Tang Lemon just raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I need something like that?" In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on Yuan's back. Just as he was about to apologize, Tang Lemon nonchalantly asked, "So, where is this place?" And Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly recovered with a smile. "Not far. As it happens, I'm free today. Allow me to take you." Tang Lemon nodded in agreement. You were still a bit reluctant. You were in a hurry to work on the case after all. But under own withering glare from Tang Lemon, you obediently stood up from the sofa. You could not help but grumble to yourself. It is the same old story every time. All she knows how to do is threaten me. The group headed downstairs. Today was just for show anyway. Tang Lemon casually took your hand and placed it on her waist, clearly satisfied with your cooperation. However, at that very moment, thousands of miles away in the center of Magic City, a massive fire suddenly broke out in a skyscraper. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky. This sudden commotion startled everyone. Holy crap! What is going on? Is not that the Shangyu Group building? At the same time, fire trucks and ambulances were racing to the scene. At the sight of the fire, flames were spreading down from the top floor. The employees of Shangyu Group were fleeing for their lives, but own figure moved calmly through the chaos. Su Jinxing walked out of the building with a serene expression, even glancing up at the top floor office. Goodbye, sinner. Afterward, the fire department extinguished the blaze in record time, but what they found was surprising. In a fire that had engulfed nearly 10 floors, only 2 people had tragically lost their lives. Later, the police determined that the fire originated in the general manager's office on the top floor, and the 2 executives in the office at the time, Qin Wu and Qin Wei, had been reduced to 2 charred corpses. Ultimately, the incident was ruled an accidental fire by the police, and you of course were still completely unaware of this. By the shore of Yan City's Jin Lake, you were strolling slowly with Tang Lemon. There was hardly anyone around. The atmosphere was unusually quiet. You held Tang Lemon's small hand, and your eyes fell on the necklace around her neck. Do you still like that necklace? If you do not, just toss it. I will buy you a better one. But as soon as the words left your mouth, Tang Lemon's gaze turned instantly to ice. She squeezed your hand with surprising force. This necklace is more important to me than you are. If anything's getting replaced, it is you. The corner of your mouth twitched. You quickly pleaded for mercy. All right, spare me. You quickly changed the subject. If I remember correctly, your birthday is in 7 days, right? September 29th. Tang Lemon gave you a quizzical look, nodded, and did not say anything more. The 2 of you walked in comfortable silence, the atmosphere quiet and surprisingly warm. Just then, you suddenly spoke. Once I am done with things in Yan City, you should head back. I will come find you after I have sorted out my family matters. The moment you said it, you were already bracing yourself for a beating from Tang Lemon. But to your surprise, she replied casually, "Okay, I will wait for you." She agreed with almost no hesitation. Tang Lemon just agreed. You both stopped walking. You reached out, brushed her hair from her face, and felt her forehead. You pulled your hand back and muttered, "That is weird. She does not have a fever. Did she hit her head or something?" The next second, Tang Lemon's face darkened instantly. She stomped her foot down hard on yours. You sucked in a sharp breath of air, forcing yourself not to cry out in pain. Seeing your pained expression, Tang Lemon huffed coldly. "You have got some nerve." Just then, your phone rang. It was an unknown number.
Hello.
"Who is this?" you asked as you answered. At the same time, you took Tang Lemon's hand, ready to walk back to the car. But from the other end of the line came a familiar and boisterous female voice. "It has not been that long. You do not recognize me already. It is me, Bai Wanjun, handsome Mu Avocado." Beside you, the moment Tang Lemon heard a woman's voice, she completely lost her composure. She snatched the phone right out of your hand. Then, she shot a deadly glare at you as you were about to grab it back. You immediately behaved yourself and could only lean in closer, listening intently to the conversation. On the other end, Bai Wanjun's playful voice came through clearly. "Little brother Mu Avocado, do not forget what you promised your big sister yesterday. I will be waiting for you at the hotel tonight. We are going to have a nice long chat." And she was not done. "Oh, right. I am at the Jiangji Grand Hotel right now. Just got out of the shower. It would not be a problem if you wanted to come over now, you know." The moment she finished, the call was quickly disconnected. In the next second, you felt an ice-cold, bone-chilling gaze from beside you. You swallowed hard. You were cursing inwardly. "Damn it, that Bai Wanjun is trying to get me killed." Alarm bells were screaming in your head. This might be it. I'm actually going to get beaten to death. You made a split-second decision. You were about to casually turn and make a run for it. But just then, a hand clamped down on your arm like a vice. Then, Tang Lemon's low voice whispered in your ear, making your heart freeze. "The hotel. A nice long chat. Just got out of the shower." She squeezed the phone in her hand and looked up at you with a smile, but her face was so dark it looked like it was about to rain. "Little brother Mu Avocado, looks like you have been having quite a bit of fun." Tang Lemon waved the phone in her hand. Her expression was absolutely foul. "So this is your unfamiliar woman. You were so scared your soul was about to leave your body. Seeing that escape was impossible, you quickly put on a pitiful face and explained, 'Wifey, let me explain. This is definitely a misunderstanding. That woman is just trying to stir up trouble between us. You can't fall for it.'" But Tang Lemon just raised an eyebrow. "So did you or did you not promise to go to the hotel with her?" she retorted. Your face froze. You suddenly remembered. You did in fact say something along the lines of, "Name your price." Seeing your silence, Tang Lemon's recently softened expression was once again covered in a thick layer of frost. Just as you were trying to figure out what to do, she suddenly let go of your arm before you could react. A swift kick sent you sprawling to the ground. The next second, the enraged Tang Lemon was sitting on top of you. And then came the first hard slap. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Not the face. Please, wifey. Hey, you can't bite there. You howled in pain. You even started making empty threats. You psycho? Do not push me. When I get angry, even I'm scared of myself. After a while, by the deserted shore of Jin Lake, you were bruised and swollen, sobbing and begging for mercy. Wifey, I was really wrong. Please just forgive me this once. I will never say anything so stupid again. By now, beads of sweat had formed on Tang Lemon's forehead. She looked down at your pathetic state and nodded with satisfaction. Then, she patted your cheek with her now reddened palm. She warned in a cold voice, I will let you off this time, but if there's a next time, I will strip you naked and hang you up for all to see. Got it. Hearing the words strip you naked for all to see, your body shivered violently. You nodded your head repeatedly. Seeing your cowardly demeanor, Tang Lemon finally gave a cold huff, stood up and walked towards the car. Without looking back, she threw over her shoulder, beating you for so long has made me tired. You have to make it up to me. You lay on the ground, feeling incredibly wronged. Wait, who was beating up who here? I'm pretty sure I was the Owen getting beaten. Right? At this moment, you pulled the Rolls-Royce to a smooth stop at the hotel entrance. You tossed the keys to the valet, and then turned to pull the still pouting Tang Lemon out of the backseat. You looked at her icy, beautiful face, and knew she was still sulking about what happened earlier. You could only try to coax her in a soft voice, but Tang Lemon just glanced at you coolly. I'm not angry. At this point, you were truly out of ideas. You decided to go all in, stopping in your tracks. You wrapped your arms around her and pulled her into an embrace. You leaned in and pressed a fierce kiss onto her tempting red lips. Good heavens, this was in public. The gazes of the onlookers instantly focused on you two. But to your surprise, Tang Lemon only hesitated for a moment. Before, as if by some magic, she started to respond. This only spurred you on. You tightened your arms around her waist. After a full 2 minutes of this, you reluctantly pulled away. You leaned in close to her ear and whispered, Are you still angry? My little ancestor, hearing this, the fire in Tang Lemon's heart finally subsided. She gave a haughty huff, broke free from your embrace, and strode into the hotel. You immediately understood her meaning and trotted after her, taking her small hand in yours once again. The moment you stepped into the lobby, the hotel manager came over, all smiles, and personally escorted you to a private room on the second floor. You pushed open the door and saw Bai Wanjun smiling and waving at you both. But the moment she opened her mouth, the words she spoke made your scalp tingle. Bai Wanjun pointed at the bruises on your face and asked sarcastically, Oh my, little brother Mu Avocado, what happened to your handsome face? Did you perhaps trip and fall? You could only roll your eyes in annoyance. It is all thanks to a certain someone. But beside you, Tang Lemon instantly exploded. She stared daggers at Bai Wanjun. What exactly are you trying to do by getting close to Mu Avocado? She demanded. Did the Bai family send you?
Bai Wanjun
At first put on a pitiful act, but seeing that neither of you were buying it, she decided to drop the pretense. She suddenly turned to you and got straight to the point. Little brother Mu Avocado, you are the ON who promised that I could name whatever price I wanted. The moment she said that, you instantly felt a sharp, twisting pain in the soft flesh of your waist. Tang Lemon's small hand had just executed a perfect 180-degree twist. The pain was so intense, your eyes nearly popped out of your head. You cried out in your mind, My God, this little vixen is ruthless. This is straight-up attempted murder of a husband. Just then, Bai Wanjun changed her tune. Her gaze shifted to Tang Lemon. Actually, the main reason I came here today was to speak with you, Miss Tang. I was hoping we could cooperate. The moment she finished speaking, the room fell silent. Tang Lemon slowly released her grip on you. You felt as if you had been granted a royal pardon and quickly started rubbing your nearly broken waist. You heard Bai Wanjun continue. The Bai family's development in Magic City has hit a bottleneck. We are preparing to expand our market into a new province, so my father sent me here, hoping you could act as a bridge and help us cooperate with your Tianmu group to ensure a smooth entry into the Yang province market. The Bai family is willing to offer a 2% share. Unexpectedly, Tang Lemon's demeanor changed instantly. She leaned back in her chair and gave a cold, indifferent laugh. 2%. Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Then she looked at Bai Wanjun with a burning intensity and made an outrageous counteroffer. Seeing as you helped my man, I will take 40%. You listened from the side, your jaw on the floor. You thought to yourself in amazement, wow, that is my wife. All right? She just doubled their offer with a single sentence. Now it was Bai Wanjun's turn to frown. That is too much. The most we can give you is 30%. A 30% share was already a huge concession, but Tang Lemon just furrowed her brow slightly and tapped her fingers slowly on the table, as if she were still calculating something. Just then, Bai Wanjun saw an opening. She suddenly smiled and held out her hands. How about this? To show our sincerity, I will personally throw in some extra dirt. For example, the criminal evidence against that mayor of Yan City. Now, is not that interesting? As soon as she said that, your gaze sharpened instantly. You snapped your head towards Bai Wanjun. You are not kidding.
Bai Wanjun
Triumphantly pulled a stack of photos from her bag. She waved them around. My people spent over a month getting these. Is that sincere enough for you? You stared at the photos, your mind in turmoil. But you did not speak. You chose to let Tang Lemon make the decision. To your surprise, Tang Lemon barely hesitated. She gave a crisp nod. Fine, I accept this cooperation. With the deal settled, Bai Wanjun smiled with satisfaction, took a sip of her drink, placed the photos on the table, and left with a flourish. Late at night, you and Tang Lemon walked out of the hotel, hand in hand. You casually asked if she was hungry, and if she wanted to grab a late-night snack. But a hint of weariness appeared on her face. She said softly, "It has been a long time since I have had your cooking." Your heart warmed at her words. You nodded firmly. The next second, you bent down and swept her up into your arms. "Tonight, I will cook you a Manchuhan Imperial feast, and I guarantee I will satisfy this little glutton of yours." You carried her towards the parking lot carefully, placing her in the passenger seat, and even thoughtfully buckled her seatbelt for her. However, just as you got into the driver's seat and were about to start the car, in a dark corner of the lot, a shadowy figure suddenly raised a weapon. The cold crosshairs were locked squarely on your head. In that split second, life or death moment, a much stronger arm shot out from behind him like lightning. One hand clamped over his mouth, while the other instantly snatched his gun. The assassin's eyes widened in shock. He had no time to struggle. A sharp blow landed on the back of his neck. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed, unconscious. The next morning, in the Mu family compound in the capital, your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo, was enjoying his breakfast at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, an aide burst into the room and reported with a grave expression, "Elder Mu, we just received news from the national security team. Qin Peng hired an assassin. The target was your grandson." An assassin? After hearing the report, Mu Zhengguo's knuckles turned white as he gripped the newspaper. Your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo, let out a cold snort. The good mood he was in was instantly ruined. He slammed the newspaper down, his eyes filled with frost. "I spared his miserable life last time, and he has already forgotten the pain and started acting up again." He then gave a dismissive wave of his hand, his tone so casual. It was as if he were talking about squashing an ant. "Clean it up and find out who is pulling the strings." The aide immediately bowed and took his leave, disappearing as silently as he had come. Meanwhile, you hung up the phone and immediately dialed the private number of Zhang Hongfei, the governor of Chuan province. On the other end of the line, Zhang Hongfei's expression went through a rainbow of changes, from utter confusion to uncontrollable rage. Finally, he was practically roaring through the phone. "Is what you're saying true, you brat? If you dare to joke with me about something like this, I will go straight to your grandfather and report you." But you just gave a relaxed laugh. "Uncle Zhang, whether it is true or not, why do not you come see for yourself? Then you will know." With that, you hung up the phone. Sure enough, not long after, Zhang Hongfei, in a thunderous rage, personally drove straight to Yan City. You put down your phone, and your gaze fell on Tang Lemon, sleeping soundly on the bed. You suddenly felt an itch you had to scratch. You quietly reached out and pinched her little cheek. "Heh, feels pretty good." You thought to yourself smugly, "She is always the one pinching me. A little payback now and then is only fair, right?" And so, you grew bolder and started kneading her cheek. The next second, a pair of beautiful ice-cold eyes filled with murderous intent snapped open and stared daggers at you. 1 minute later, you were kneeling ramrod straight in front of the bed. Tang Lemon was elegantly crossing her pale, slender legs, viciously pinching your cheek and interrogating you in a cold voice. "Getting bold, are we? I show you a bit of kindness for a few days, and you forget who is in charge." You immediately cowered like a quail and pleaded pitifully, "Wifey,
I was wrong. I was really wrong."
Seeing your pathetic state, Tang Lemon sighed helplessly. "Fine, I will let you off this time." With that, she stood up and started walking barefoot towards the bathroom. Your eyes lit up instantly. You sprang up from the floor and shamelessly followed her. "Whiffy, let me scrub your back. My skills are top-notch." Tang Lemon just gave a cold scoff, not even bothering to call you out on your filthy little thoughts. Around noon, a official car with a license plate ending in 888 slowly pulled up. You were already waiting by the roadside. Before you could even speak, Zhang Hongfei, exuding an aura of sharp authority, strode over The photos, give them to me. You handed him the stack of photos and reminded him calmly, you will need to handle this matter with care. After all, the number of female students involved is at least in the hundreds. When Zhang Hongfei saw the obscene images in the photos, he exploded with rage. He was trembling with anger.
Scum!
How dare these bastards? He was so angry he could not even finish his sentence. His face was beet red. He spun around and stormed back to his car. It looked like he was going to personally lead the charge and handle this case that was sure to shake the entire province. As for you, you could not be bothered to get involved any further. You took Tang Lemon's hand and started strolling leisurely down the street. You said softly, I will probably have to go back to the capital. In a couple of days, we will have to go our separate ways for a while. Unexpectedly, Tang Lemon just gave a faint nod, her face showing not a hint of emotion. Your stomach dropped. Something's not right. This reaction is not right at all. You had no idea that at this moment Tang Lemon was busy plotting something else, something earth-shattering. At the same time, in the Yan City Mayor's office, Zhang Hongfei kicked open the door and threw the stack of photos right in the face of Mayor Wang Defa. Zhang Hongfei's roar was loud enough to shake the entire office. You son of a bitch. You have got some nerve. Have you forgotten what I warned you about? When I promoted you, Wang Defa looked at the photos, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor with a thud. He knew that this time he was well and truly finished. The next second, several plainclothes police officers burst in. Without a word, they hauled the now broken Wang Defa away. Then Zhang Hongfei's sharp, knife-like gaze then turned to the police chief standing beside him. You better hope I do not find out that you had a hand in this. Now, immediately arrest every single person in these photos and interrogate them until they break. I want to know in the shortest time possible every single dirty secret hidden in this city. The police chief was so terrified he could barely breathe, bowing and scraping with frantic nods. Soon it was as if a massive bomb had been dropped on the entire upper-class circle of Yan City, sending everything into complete and utter chaos. At least a dozen well-known entrepreneurs were thrown in jail, and 9 officials were immediately removed from their posts. It was only then that Zhang Hongfei realized the cesspool he had stepped into was far deeper than he had ever imagined, and so, after much hesitation, he finally made the call to your grandfather. Hello, Elder New. I have an urgent matter here that I need to report to you. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The political storm that Zhang Hongfei had unleashed in Yan City seemed to have nothing to do with you. You cherished these past few days, savoring every single second you had with Tang Lemon, because you knew in your heart that once you returned to the capital, the next time you would see her would be a long, long time from now. At this moment, on the lake in the heart of Yan City, a small boat drifted gently with the waves. Tang Lemon was curled up in your arms like a little kitten, and you held her slender waist. You spoke softly. Tomorrow is your birthday. Just tell me what you want, and it is yours. But she just lay there lazily, her voice soft and sweet. No need. A birthday is just a formality, after all. In this tender, quiet moment, a shrill ringtone shattered the peace. You picked up your phone and saw, of course, it was your iron-willed grandfather. You reluctantly answered the call. From the other end, a strong, aged voice immediately came through. Enjoying yourself in Yan City with that little girlfriend of yours. Living the good life, I see. Have you forgotten about this old man already? Your expression instantly became placid. You replied calmly, so you already know, old man. Mu Zhengguo let out a cold snort. I won't rush you today. Say a proper goodbye to that little girlfriend of yours, and tomorrow morning you will get your ass back to the capital. And do not say I did not warn you, boy. You two are not from the same world. Best to cut ties now, to avoid a world of heartbreak later. With that, the call was abruptly ended. Your heart felt as if it had been plunged into an icy abyss. Your simple wish of celebrating her birthday with her had just been completely shattered. It was all gone because you knew better than anyone that your grandfather's word was law. If you dared to disobey, the Tang family would be the next to suffer. All you could do was hold Tang Lemon tighter, your voice thick with suppressed guilt. I'm sorry. Tang Lemon closed her eyes in pain and just gripped your shirt tighter, refusing to let go. She understood, better than anyone, your helplessness and inner struggle at this moment. That night, in the luxurious hotel suite, you held each other in silence. Neither of you said another word. Only the howling wind outside seemed piercingly loud in the quiet room. Time ticked by second by second. You wished that time could freeze right then and there, so you could stay by Tang Lemon's side forever. However, the sky eventually began to lighten in the east. The brilliant sun slowly rose. The moment of parting had arrived mercilessly. You whispered, I am leaving now. You have to take good care of yourself when you're alone. With that, you got out of bed, got dressed, and turned to go to the bathroom. But just then, Tang Lemon sat up without a word and walked straight to the kitchen. When you came out of the bathroom, she was walking towards you with a glass of warm milk. She handed you the milk, the reluctance in her eyes almost overflowing. "I will be waiting for you in Magic City." You nodded solemnly and gently pressed a kiss to her smooth forehead. Then you drank the warm milk in one gulp. "I'm going now." You did not dare to hesitate any longer. You turned and walked towards the door. But just as your hand touched the cold doorknob, your head suddenly felt heavy. A powerful wave of dizziness washed over you. Everything went black. Your consciousness faded completely. Your body fell backward, stiff as a board. In that split second, Tang Lemon, who had been prepared, caught you in her arms. She leaned in close to your ear, and in a voice only the two of you could hear, she whispered softly, "You are the best birthday present I could ever ask for." With that, Tang Lemon gently laid you on the floor and took out her phone. Soon her head bodyguard, Tang Da, arrived with another bodyguard who was built almost exactly like you, and they quickly entered the suite. Tang Lemon gently stroked your hair, but her eyes were filled with unyielding determination. She said only 2 words to Tang Da, "Begin." The next second, they quickly stripped off your clothes and had the other bodyguard put them on. And you, unconscious, were dressed in a bodyguard's uniform. Tang Da took out 2 plane tickets and handed them respectfully to Tang Lemon. "Young miss, the tickets were bought from a scalper. There is no way they can trace us." Then the bodyguard disguised as you put on a scarf and strode confidently out of the hotel. Sure enough, Liu Ying, waiting downstairs with his guard down, was immediately distracted. A few minutes later, Tang Da received a message and nodded to Tang Lemon. They immediately carried you to an SUV that was already waiting outside. Once Tang Lemon was also in the car, it sped off, quickly disappearing down a remote road leading out of Yan City. At the same time, Liu Ying, who was driving, started to feel that something was wrong. He slammed on the accelerator and gave chase, but the car in front also sped up wildly. "Something's wrong." Liu Ying realized in an instant the person in that car was not you at all. He immediately took out his phone and called your grandfather. His voice was filled with self-blame. "I'm sorry, Elder Mu. I lost him." But to his surprise, Mu Jingguo on the other end of the line was not angry at all. In fact, he laughed with great interest. "Interesting. Very interesting. You can come back now." After hanging up the phone, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He muttered to himself, "It seems that bit of courage my grandson is lacking. This little girl has in spades." He knew with crystal clarity that, with your personality, you would never dare to defy his orders. The only possibility was that the Tang Lemon girl had pulled some strings. Around noon, amidst the roar of a massive airplane, you groggily opened your eyes. You found yourself lying on Tang Lemon's lap, the familiar scent of her perfume filling your senses. But a jolt of alarm shot through you, and you were instantly wide awake. You looked at her in disbelief, a crazy thought flashing through your mind. You asked urgently, "Are we on a plane to the capital?" But Tang Lemon just shook her head silently. She gently pushed your head back onto her lap, stroking your hair. She said softly, "I'm afraid to tell you, this is a flight to Magic City, and as soon as we land, we will immediately transfer to an international flight. By then, not even your all-powerful grandfather will be able to stop us." You swallowed hard and could not help but say, "This plan of yours is a little too crazy. Do not you think?" But Tang Lemon just leaned down, her beautiful eyes meeting yours. Her voice was so gentle it could melt hearts. "Is not this crazy side of me what you love? It is about time you were a little crazy with me. Do not you think?" Hearing this, your heart was suddenly filled with an absurd, outrageous thought. And this thought instantly took over your entire mind. Maybe this was not such a bad idea after all. Realizing how rebellious this thought was, you could not help but give a wry smile. "So I guess we are eloping then?" You then asked. "I can't believe you drugged my milk, but where did you get the sleeping pills? You were with me the whole time. You did not have a chance to get any." At this, Tang Lemon gave a playful wink. "From your good buddy, of course." She then added with a grin, "I never would have guessed that he was the sole heir to that famous Wangkang pharmaceutical group in Sichuan province. So that is how it is." You shook your head helplessly. The next second, you suddenly rolled over and wrapped your arms around Tang Lemon's slender waist. You whispered lazily in her ear, "Then I guess it is time for this old master to be a little crazy for once. But from now on, you have to take full responsibility for me." A wicked curve appeared on Tang Lemon's lips, her eyes filled with unconcealed possessiveness.
Of course.
"Did not I tell you before, until I get tired of you, you are not allowed to leave my side. Not even the Jade Emperor himself can take you away from me." And just like that, a grand whirlwind elopement had begun. The seemingly delicate girl had planned a shocking elopement for you, even managing to deceive your all-seeing grandfather. This was the second time in your life that you had disobeyed your grandfather's will. The first time was a distant 10 years ago. That time you had gained your precious freedom. But this time, what kind of ending awaited you? At the same time, 7 hours later, at Magic City Airport, night had already fallen. Tang Yaoying was standing alone at the entrance, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Suddenly, a plane slowly descended from the sky. It was by no coincidence the Owen you were on. Just then, a Hongqi limousine, flanked by several bulletproof cars, roared to a stop. The spectacle was truly grand. Seeing this, Tang Yaoying immediately straightened his collar and walked briskly towards the stopped limousine. A dozen guards instantly raised their guns, intending to stop him. But from inside the car came your grandfather's aged yet powerful voice. No need to stop him. Let him approach. Then the car door opened. The gray-haired Mu Zhengguo slowly stepped out. His sharp eyes were fixed on the approaching Tang Yaoying. A faint, indifferent smile touched his lips. What is this? Did you come all this way just to wait for an old man like me? When Tang Yaoying reached him, he bowed respectfully. Elder Mu, your presence graces us. As a junior, it is only natural for me to come and greet you personally. I trust you won't hold it against me, Elder. Is that so? Mu Zhengguo snorted. I suspect you know why I have come to Magic City. So, am I to assume that you have come specifically to stop me? The moment he finished speaking, a dozen black gun barrels swiveled in unison to point at Tang Yaoying. With just one word from your grandfather, they would not hesitate to turn him into Swiss cheese. However, even in this tense, high-stakes situation, Tang Yaoying's expression did not change in the slightest. He still wore that signature smile. He just waved his hand casually. After all, this concerns my daughter's lifelong happiness, asked her father. It is only natural for me to do everything in my power to fight for it. Mu Zhengguo glanced at his watch, waved his hand, and had the guards lower their weapons. He started walking towards the airport entrance. Fine, since you are here, you might as well come in with me. It will be a good opportunity to collect that disobedient daughter of yours. With that, the large group began to walk towards the tarmac. At this point, the international flight was about to close its boarding gate. Your grandfather calmly walked up to the plane you were on, as the cabin door slowly opened. 2 guards immediately rushed into the empty cabin. Mu Zhengguo glanced at the perpetually calm Tang Yaoying beside him and suddenly smiled. You do not seem worried at all. But to his surprise, Tang Yaoying turned his head with an air of confidence, his smile full of hidden meaning. Elder Mu, when it comes to matters of state, 10 of me could not compare to you. But when it comes to playing a few harmless little tricks, how could you possibly compare to me? The moment he finished speaking, the 2 guards who had entered the cabin walked back out, frowning. They reported to your grandfather in a low voice. Elder Mu, this is an empty plane. There is not a single person on board. You tampered with the airport system. Your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo's gaze instantly became as sharp as a hawk's, locking onto the still calm Tang Yaoying. No wonder this guy had been so composed the entire time. He had an ace up his sleeve, but Tang Yaoying just stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. You worry too much. Elder, how could I possibly presume to show off in front of you? The airport's registration system is a matter of top national security. How could I possibly tamper with it? But then, his tone shifted dramatically. He looked at this all-powerful old man, his voice filled with unparalleled self-assurance. But when it comes to spending money in all of China, I, Tang Yaoying, am second to none. He did not have the ability to modify the system, but he was so wealthy that he had simply chartered every single departing plane. At this, the guards behind Mu Zhengguo were all stunned. The number of people who would dare to speak to Elder Mu with such a tone, you could probably count on one hand in all of China. However, after hearing this, your grandfather did not get angry. Instead, he started to laugh. He actually laughed out loud. Not bad. For a junior to be able to say something like this in front of me is a testament to your ability and your courage. Tang Yaoying bowed his head slightly, but his voice remained firm. You are too kind, Elder Mu, but unfortunately today, those 2 children, no one will be able to stop them. At this moment, in the dark of night, 10,000 meters in the air, you were sitting comfortably on a plane bound for the United States, holding the sleeping Tang Lemon tightly in your arms. You rocked her gently as if she were an infant, patting her on the back. However, in your heart, you knew a cruel truth better than anyone. This plane was never going to make it to the United States, and your so-called craziness was far more than just eloping with her. The scene shifts. Back on the airport tarmac, Tang Yaoying knew that this time he had well and truly offended this powerful old man. He was a dead man, but at that moment, your grandfather calmly took out his special military-grade phone. He said slowly, you do not really think that just because the plane has taken off, they are home free, do you? Tang Yaoying was instantly stunned. Then, your grandfather made a call. His voice was deep and authoritative. It is me. Transmit my order. All international flights that departed from Magic City this afternoon are to be ordered to return immediately. I, Mu Zhengguo, will take full responsibility for any and all consequences. As he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Tang Yaoyuing's expression finally changed completely. He could no longer maintain his earlier composure. He could only give a bitter laugh. Do you really have to be so ruthless? This is a matter for the younger generation. Would not it be better to let them choose for themselves? Your grandfather shot him a cold glance, his voice filled with the coldness of a supreme ruler. I do not care who your daughter wants to marry, but my grandson will listen to me. With that phone call, the military's communications department sprang into action. An order instantly echoed across the skies. This is the official Chinese communications department. All aircraft receiving this transmission, please be advised. Return to your point of departure immediately. I repeat, please return to your point of departure immediately. With that order, nearly 20 passenger planes, in perfect unison, turned around at 10,000 meters and began flying back towards Magic City Airport. And the first to arrive was the very plane carrying you and Tang Lemon. At this moment, it was slowly landing on the runway. On the tarmac, your grandfather watched the massive aircraft come to a stop and turned to Tang Yaoying beside him. They should be on this plane, right? Tang Yaoying could only nod helplessly. At this point, he had truly done all he could. Just then, the cabin door finally opened. You and Tang Lemon, hand in hand, walked down the stairs together. You looked at your grandfather standing in the distance and turned to Tang Lemon beside you. You asked softly, "That is my grandfather. Are you scared now?" Scared. Tang Lemon squeezed your hand tighter. Her eyes filled with determination. With you by my side, what do I have to be afraid of? You smiled with relief. Then you took her hand and walked step by step to stand before your grandfather. Your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo, had regained his usual unruffled composure. He looked Tang Lemon up and down and actually commented, "Just as beautiful as your grandmother was. You have good taste. I have given you plenty of time to say goodbye, and now I have even given you a little extra. It is time to come home with me now. Is not it?" The moment he finished speaking, Tang Lemon was about to lunge forward and attack, intending to subdue the old man, but you put your arm out and held her firmly behind you. "Yes, it is time to go home," you nodded calmly. But the next second, your tone shifted dramatically. "But I'm taking my little wife back to the capital with me." In an instant, your grandfather's brow furrowed tightly. He stared at your calm, unwavering eyes and stated with certainty, "That is impossible." But you just shook your head slowly and said to him, clearly, I said, "Today, I'm taking her back with me. I, Mu Avocado, always keep my word. I said we would not be separated, so we won't be separated." Your grandfather looked at you with interest. At your confident demeanor, he said lightly, "Do you have another trick up your sleeve?" The next second, you suddenly let go of Tang Lemon's hand. With a flick of your wrist, a sharp knife slid into your palm, and then you pressed it firmly against your own neck. Behind you, Tang Lemon's face went pale with fright. She immediately grabbed your hand, her voice a trembling shriek. "What are you doing?" But beside her, Tang Yaoying suddenly understood everything, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. However, even seeing you with a knife to your own throat, your grandfather's expression did not change in the slightest. He knew you too well, trying to threaten me with your own life. He stared at you coldly. Do you have the guts to go through with it? But the moment he finished speaking, in the instant he thought he had everything under control, something that made everyone's skin crawl happened. Without the slightest hesitation, you suddenly moved the sharp knife from your neck and plunged it deep into your own abdomen. In a flash, blood went flying, and you lost consciousness in an instant. This shocking turn of events caught everyone present completely by surprise. The previously composed Mu Zhengguo's expression completely crumbled in that moment. He never ever imagined that you would actually dare to harm yourself, and you would aim for a vital area, no less. He spun around and roared like a madman at the guards behind him. "What are you all staring at? Get me a hospital now." And just like that, you collapsed into a pool of your own blood. Crimson liquid gushed uncontrollably from the wound in your abdomen. At that moment, inside Magic City Hospital, bang! The doors to the operating room slammed shut, sealing you off from the outside world. But your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo, only let out a long sigh. The next second, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Not a hint of sentimentality in his posture. Liu Ying and the other guards could only follow helplessly, casting one last worried look back before they left. In that instant, Tang Lemon, her face streaked with tears, erupted with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. She shot to her feet, about to charge after your grandfather's retreating figure. "Are you insane?" Beside her, Tang Yaoying grabbed his daughter's arm, hissing with the classic "I'm so disappointed in you, Dad" fury. Before his words even faded, he pulled from Tang Lemon's sleeve a sharp, blood-stained knife. "Give it back." Tang Lemon struggled desperately, but she was already emotionally and physically exhausted. She did not have the strength to fight back. Tang Yaoying stared at his daughter's crazed eyes, his voice turning to ice. If you do this, and Mu Avocado wakes up, what do you think he will feel? Will you let him find out that for his sake, you murdered his grandfather, and then get a death sentence for it? Those words were like a bucket of ice-cold water, instantly extinguishing the fire of Tang Lemon's madness. Her body went limp, and she slumped back into her seat. Meanwhile, in the car leaving the hospital, Liu Ying was cautiously asking your grandfather about the next steps. Mu Zhengguo stared out the window, his tone chillingly calm. The plan proceeds as scheduled. However, we will give him a short break first. Let him finish university. As for that mess in Yan City, especially that principal, I want the evidence of his crimes released to the entire nation. With that, he gazed at the Magic City skyline and whispered to himself, my time is running out, and so an entire night passed. The light above the operating room never went out. Your parents and Tang Lemon's father rushed to the hospital, waiting anxiously outside the doors. However, while everyone was fraught with worry over you, another bloody slaughter had already concluded in silence. At this moment, the Qin family villa reeked of blood. In the middle of the living room, a corpse lay in a pool of gore, its eyes wide open in death. And on the second floor,
Su Jinsheng, with a completely blank expression,
looked down upon the body of his own father. A cold light flashed in his eyes. As of today, the Qin family has ceased to exist. The moment the words left his lips, he kicked over a nearby barrel of oil. A gushing torrent of fuel spilled from the second floor down to the first. He then struck a match and casually tossed it into the gasoline-soaked living room with a deafening whoosh. A raging inferno instantly consumed the entire villa. Decades of the Qin family's filthy sins were reduced to ash in the towering flames. Su Jincheng leaped from the second-story window, his eyes filled with the ecstasy of release. Down below the villa, Bai Wanjun was already waiting for him on her motorcycle. She tossed him a helmet with a stylish flair and a grin. All done. Then, let us get out of here. The cops will be here any second. Su Jincheng did not hesitate. He vaulted onto the back of the motorcycle and wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. With a ferocious roar of the engine, the motorcycle vanished into the night. They had barely left before 3 police cars, sirens blaring, arrived on the scene. However, by the time the fire was extinguished half an hour later, the villa was nothing but a smoldering ruin. After the police rushed in, they quickly discovered a charred body in the living room. An officer went to examine it and immediately reported Chief Chen the deceased as Qin Peng, but it looks like he was tortured to death before being burned. But who would have thought that the police chief, Chen Wei, would just wave his hand, a knowing look in his eyes? No need to investigate. As long as we can confirm Qin Peng is dead, that is enough. The major headache our superiors were worried about has been dealt with. It was obvious that someone had secretly eliminated a massive threat for them. At the same time, back in Magic City Hospital, you were still lying in the operating room, your life hanging by a thread. Your family and Tang Lemon's family had kept vigil for you all night. The atmosphere in the hallway was as heavy and suffocating as a tomb. Just then, the operating room door opened. A weary-looking doctor walked out. Tang Lemon was the first to rush forward, her voice trembling as she asked, "Doctor, Mu Avocado, how is he?" However, the doctor's next words were like a sledgehammer, crashing down on everyone's hearts. The situation is not optimistic. The patient's life is in danger at any moment. You should all prepare for the worst. He might not make it through the night. Just a few short sentences, and Tang Lemon's world came crashing down. Her legs gave out, and she nearly collapsed to the floor, muttering in a daze, "How could this be?" The doctor looked at your family's despairing faces and simply sighed. "The patient needs absolute quiet. Do not disturb him. All we can do now is pray for a miracle." But as soon as he turned around, a strange smile crept onto his lips. He thought to himself, smugly, earning that $1,000,000 was way too easy. So it turns out, your life or death diagnosis was nothing more than a dirty backroom deal. And the news that you were critically ill immediately reached the ears of your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo. However, in his military office, your grandfather just hung up the phone with a blank expression, his face betraying no emotion whatsoever. He turned to the general beside him and began discussing a young man named Mu Chen. "That boy, Mu Chen, you will need to keep a close eye on him." With that, he stood up and left, without asking a single additional question about your condition. Meanwhile, Su Jinsheng was kneeling before his mother's tombstone. He kowtowed 3 times, his forehead hitting the ground. "Mom, I have avenged you. Those 3 old bastards from the Qin family. I tortured them all to death with my own hands. You can rest in peace now." But beside the tombstone, at some point, a deep pit had been dug, just for him. The next second, he raised a dagger, ready to end his own life. However, a hand shot out and gripped his arm tightly. Su Jincheng snapped his head around and saw it was Bai Wanjun. She grinned cheerfully. A pleasure doing business with you. We got half of the Chin family's fortune. But for you to just die like this, do not you think it is a bit of a waste? Su Jincheng's eyes were like daggers.
Let go.
I have no interest in discussing my future with you. But Bai Wanjin just gave a mysterious smile and held her phone up in front of his face. Take a look at this first. I guarantee you will be interested. It was a screenshot of a chat log, and the main character was Qin Peng. Bai Wanjin knelt down and whispered in his ear like a devil. Your mother was Qin Peng's first love. Why would he want to harm her? Was it really just for money? But the woman he married later came from a mediocre family. She was of no help to the Qin family at all. Staring at that glaring screenshot, Su Jincheng's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. At the same time, a Hongqi sedan pulled to a stop at the entrance of Magic City Hospital. Your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo, strode inside. At this moment in the intensive care unit, only Tang Lemon was keeping watch by your bedside, staring blankly at your lifeless face. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open. Mu Zhengguo entered with his guards. He gave a single cold command, guard the door, and the door was slammed shut. Seeing him, Tang Lemon shot to her feet, her gaze as sharp as a knife. You should not be here. You are the Oan who killed Mu Avocado. The next second, she actually grabbed the fruit knife from the bedside table and pointed it straight at Mu Zhengguo's heart. But your grandfather did not even blink and even praised her. You little girl, you have got some courage. No wonder you have our Mu Avocado completely wrapped around your finger. With that, he walked right up to your bedside and grunted coldly, how long are you going to keep up this act, boy? Your grandfather is here, and you're not even going to get up to greet me. Those words instantly ignited Tang Lemon's fury. She was about to charge at him with the knife, but a familiar yet incredibly weak voice stopped her. Do not move. Tang Lemon froze. She looked back in disbelief and saw that you, who was supposed to be on death's door, had at some point slowly opened your eyes. It turns out all of this, from beginning to end, was a trap you had set. Your grandfather let out a sigh of relief, followed by a hint of annoyance. He stared at you and said coolly, you win this time, boy, but do not ever joke with your own life again. With that, he turned to leave, but paused at the door. He glanced back at you. This girl, she is not bad. When you have recovered, bring her home to meet your grandmother. You gave a weak nod, a slight smile on your lips. You knew your plan had succeeded, but you completely failed to notice that Tang Lemon's face beside you had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. She had just realized that you had been playing her for a fool. The audacity of this man. Maybe she should just go ahead and stab him again. On the bed, you suddenly felt a wave of intense killing intent, and a shiver ran down your spine. You quickly pulled the blanket over your head and began your over-the-top performance. Oh, I feel so awful. But the next second, the blanket was ripped away. Tang Lemon was staring coldly at you, curled up in bed.
When exactly did you wake up?
You scratched your head awkwardly and answered uncertainly. Probably about halfway through the surgery. Hearing this, Tang Lemon's gaze grew even colder. So when the doctor said you would not survive the night, that was also part of your plan. Seeing her face, which was about to freeze over, you managed a weak nod.
Probably, yeah.
At this, Tang Lemon completely snapped. She lunged at you, one hand clamping down on your neck. Your gazes clashed in a fiery battle.
So you were lying to me from the very beginning?
You felt the pressure on your neck increasing, and quickly came up with a desperate excuse. I was only doing it for our future. If I did not do this, do you think my grandfather would have ever given in? Then, you put on a pained expression, which combined with your pale face, made it look like you were about to pass out. The trick worked like a charm. Tang Lemon, terrified, immediately let go, but still glared at you. When you have recovered, I will settle this score with you. You let out a silent sigh of relief. You immediately opened your arms with a cheeky grin. Wifey, are not you going to give your husband a loving hug? Hug your big fat head. Although Tang Lemon said that, seeing the wound on your body, her heart ultimately softened. Finally, she took off her shoes with a sigh and gently lay down in your arms. But the moment you tried to get frisky, she immediately warned, what are your hands doing? You are injured like this, and you still can't behave. But you just chuckled. I'm not doing anything. I'm just doing what any proper gentleman would do while you two were being all lovey-dovey. Yan City had been turned completely upside down. In the principal's office at Yan City University, Huang Deming was the only Own who had escaped the net. But right now, he was panicking like a cornered animal, clutching his phone and wailing. You have to save me. From the other end of the line came a cold, synthesized voice. You useless piece of trash. You're good for nothing but messing things up. You are on your own? The next second, the call was brutally disconnected. Huang Deming instantly collapsed, as if his bones had been removed. Slumping into his chair, his pupils trembled with fear. Just then, the office door was violently kicked open. A dozen police officers rushed in, and without a word, slapped a pair of cold handcuffs on him. Huang Deming struggled with all his might. What do you think you're doing? I am the respected principal of Yan City University. From the doorway came a voice as cold as frost. Were. The word is were? The stern-faced Liu Ying walked in and announced coldly after a thorough investigation. Huang Deming is suspected of multiple counts of corruption. His position as principal is hereby revoked. Take him away. And just like that, under the watchful eyes of the entire school, Huang Deming was dragged away pathetically by 2 police officers. Liu Ying turned and ordered the police chief behind him. Go to Huang Deming's house immediately. Confiscate every last cent of the money he embezzled. It will be used to create a relief fund for Yan City University. He then added, I believe he has a 3-year-old daughter. Do not involve the family in this. Do not let this leave a scar on the child's heart.
With that,
Liu Ying picked up the phone from Huang Deming's desk and thoughtfully put it in his pocket. Then he turned and left. Before you knew it, half a month had passed. In the top luxury suite of Magic City's #1 hospital, you were lying comfortably in bed, lazily opening your mouth. Tang Lemon, with a blank expression, picked up a piece of food and placed it perfectly into your mouth. For the past 2 weeks, she had been waiting on you hand and foot. Life was pretty good. You were enjoying this heavenly existence of having every whim catered to and every meal served to you. With all the rich food you were eating, your wound had mostly healed. But just then, Tang Lemon, who had been silently feeding you, suddenly stopped. She looked up and stared at you intently and asked out of the blue, your injury. I remember, it was on your stomach, right? Before you were weak and needed me to feed you. But it should be all better by now, should not it?
with that,
She slammed the lunchbox down on the table beside you and stood up. Her gaze locked on you like a searchlight. You instantly froze. A cold sweat broke out on your back. Her unfriendly stare was making your skin crawl. You could only answer meekly, I guess it is pretty much healed, yeah. But after hearing this, Tang Lemon suddenly flashed a smile that made your scalp tingle. A very, very unsettling smile. She slowly stood up, and with a click, she locked the door to the hospital room. Then she slowly rolled up her sleeves, revealing a pale, slender arm, and began to walk towards you step by step. The next second, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the room. It was a truly tragic sound. Coincidentally, at that moment, Tang Yaoying and the others happened to be right outside the door. They were just about to knock. When they heard the commotion inside, the 4 of them looked at each other, and a look of mutual understanding passed between them. With a silent, unspoken agreement, they all turned and walked away. Young people these days.
They have their fun.
Inside the room, you were still screaming in agony. Wifey, let go. You can't bite there. But Tang Lemon just retorted viciously. I'm going to bite you to death today. Your wound was already healed, and you still had the nerve to make me serve you for so long. You must have a death wish. 10 minutes later, the tables had turned dramatically. You looked pitifully at Tang Lemon, who was now lounging comfortably.
On your hospital bed?
You picked up a piece of meat, and with a trembling hand, brought it to her lips. You felt incredibly wronged. What is this nonsense? I am the patient here. Then the scene shifted again. You were now being pinned to the floor by Tang Lemon's foot, begging for mercy. Wifey, I really know I was wrong. Please, just let me go. But Tang Lemon just looked down at you and sneered. Let you go? So you can stab yourself again next time, and then play dead to trick me? Is that it? You were on the verge of tears. You wailed. You have got it all wrong. I really won't do it again. Please, just take your foot off. What if my parents come in? It will be so embarrassing. But she just tilted her head and actually pressed down harder. Do not all you men like this sort of thing? You should be enjoying this, right? You instantly blew a fuse. Enjoy this. What am I, a pervert?
I'm not into that.
Just then, you really did hear your parents' voices outside the door. Tang Lemon finally gave a cold huff and removed her foot, letting you off the hook. For now, you let out a huge sigh of relief and scrambled up from the floor, scurrying over to give your wife a shoulder massage. You chuckled and tried to bargain with her. Let us make a deal. You have already punished me, so you can't bring this up again in the future. She shot you a look that could kill. Are you telling me what to do? Before you could answer, the door to the room was pushed open. Your mother, Zhang Meijuan, saw her daughter-in-law and immediately walked over with a huge smile.
Oh, Warner.
Have you been comfortable here at the hospital? And you have had to take care of our Mew avocado. You must be exhausted. As for you, her actual son, she did not even give you a single glance. Your dad, Mu Godong, walked over and picked up the suitcase. He said calmly, all right, we can chat on the plane. We are running out of time.
with that,
Your mother took Tang Lemon's hand and walked out of the room, leaving you all alone. You were completely dumbfounded. Wait, who is the patient here? The difference in treatment is a little too obvious, is not it? Just as you were having an existential crisis, Tang Lemon glanced back at you and said coolly, what are you standing there for? Let us go. You instantly broke into a wide grin and trotted after her, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. My wife really is the best, but your mother looked back at you with a disgusted expression. Look at you, so pathetic. You are a grown man, acting like a child. However, you had no idea that as you and your family were heading to the airport, in a corner, you completely failed to notice. Lu Ruyan was staring intently at your departing car. Her heart had sunk to an all-time low. The next second, she spun around and threw the bouquet of flowers she had meant to give you viciously into a nearby trash can. Then she walked away, alone and dejected, but she had barely left when a figure emerged from around the corner. Jiboda bent down and picked up the discarded flowers and sighed helplessly. Such beautiful flowers. What a shame to just throw them away. With that, he started walking in the direction Lurian had gone and followed her. At the same time, the storm you had kicked up in Yan City was now sweeping through Magic City with devastating force. With the collapse of the 3 pillars of the Qin family and the acquisition of Shangyu Group by the Bai family, the once invincible Qin family, in less than a month, had completely fallen apart. Their members were either dead or had fled. Some had even been reduced to beggars living on the streets. The entire upper crust of Magic City was shaken to its core. Everyone knew without a doubt that the Qin family had messed with someone they absolutely could not afford to mess with. Someone with connections that reached the heavens. And your father-in-law, Tang Yaoying, was probably laughing in his sleep. The Tang family had seized this opportunity, swallowing up countless of the Qin family's assets, and truly establishing an empire that held absolute power in Magic City. In the blink of an eye, you had brought Tang Lemon back to the capital with you, at precisely 12 of the clock noon. In the Mu family's ancestral hall, your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo, was dressed in a solemn black robe. He held 3 burning incense sticks in his hands. He bowed slightly towards the ancestral tablet before him. Wisps of white smoke curled slowly upwards. Below the tablet was a black and white photograph of a young woman. In the photo, she wore a gentle smile. Just then, you knocked on the door of the ancestral hall. You said in a low voice, "Grandfather, I am back." Your grandfather's gaze remained fixed on the photograph. He said slowly, "Come in." You immediately pushed open the door and walked in, shoulder to shoulder with Tang Lemon. Your grandfather stared at his wife's photo for a while longer, lost in thought for a few moments. Then he turned around and, without looking back, said, "It has been many years since you have been back. Pay your respects to your grandmother. I will be waiting for you in the study." You shrugged at Tang Lemon, first handing her some incense and then lighting 3 sticks for yourself. But unlike your grandfather, you took Tang Lemon's hand and knelt down on the prayer cushion in front of the tablet. You bowed 3 times to your grandmother's photograph, a look of solemn respect on your face. After you were done, you helped Tang Lemon to her feet and explained softly, "My dad told me that my grandmother passed away in her 30s. My grandfather raised him all by himself, and in a way my grandfather raised me too. He can be a bit eccentric, so do not take it to heart." Tang Lemon just nodded silently. Then, you took her hand and walked out of the ancestral hall. At the entrance, you told her, "You can walk around the courtyard for a bit. I'm going to the study. I will come find you in a little while." 10 minutes later, you knocked on the study door. After waiting a moment and hearing no response, you pushed the door open and walked in. I still remember it vividly to this day, sitting at a large desk, flipping through a book. He did not even look up. When he spoke, "I can agree to your marriage with that little girl, but you must agree to a few conditions." You walked silently to the chair in front of the desk and sat down. Out of the corner of your eye, you saw the red household registration book on the corner of the desk. You said in a deep voice, "I am listening." Only then did your grandfather look up and take off his glasses. His eyes, though aged, were incredibly sharp. He stared at you intently. He said slowly, 3 conditions. First, and at the same time, you were facing off with your grandfather. Tang Lemon, with nothing else to do, was wandering around the courtyard. She was amazed by the sheer scale and grandeur of the place. Gardens, a swimming pool. It had everything. It was far beyond any ordinary courtyard house. She also noticed that the so-called male servants doing chores around the courtyard were all highly skilled. They were all elite soldiers handpicked from the military. But just as she was wandering into a more secluded part of the courtyard, a sudden voice startled her from behind. "So you are the girlfriend Mew Avocado brought back. Looks like the kid's got good taste." A young man in a flashy studded leather jacket had at some point appeared behind her. Tang Lemon's eyebrows knitted together. She asked coldly, "Who are you?" The young man had his hands in his pockets, a roguish smile on his lips as he walked towards her. "You could say, I'm that kid Mew Avocado's older brother. You can call me Mu Chen." Hearing how he referred to you, Tang Lemon's expression immediately turned hostile, but she restrained herself and just gave a cold nod. Her woman's intuition was screaming at her that this guy was even more deserving of a punch than you were. But just as Tang Lemon was about to turn and leave, Mu Chen's voice rang out again. "Want me to show you around? I know quite a few embarrassing stories about him from when we were kids. You must be curious, right?" He then added with a meaningful look, "And even if you ask him, he probably won't tell you. That That much, I can guarantee. Sure enough, Tang Lemon's steps faltered. She really did want to know about your past. She had to turn back. She warned Mu-chen coldly, you would better not try anything funny. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your personal safety. Ha! How scary. Mu-chen gave a mock whistle. He then walked in front of Tang Lemon to lead the way. Let us go. We can talk as we walk. Tang Lemon immediately followed. She refused to believe that in this heavily guarded compound, Mu-chen would dare to pull any tricks. At the same time, inside the study, after hearing your grandfather's 3 conditions, you agreed without a second thought. Only then did your grandfather nod with satisfaction and push the household registration book across the desk to you. Then, without even a second glance, his eyes returned to his book. You eagerly picked up the registration book, stood up, and gave a deep bow. Then, you turned and walked out. Besides the 2 of you, no one knew what those 3 conditions were. But no one could have imagined what a devastating impact they would have on your future. They would change everything. At this moment, in front of a 100-year-old tree in the courtyard, Mu-chen pointed at the thick trunk and said to Tang Lemon with a smile, when we were kids. Mu Avocado tried to sneak out to play, so grandfather hung him from this tree and whipped him. It was a bloody mess. I still remember the scene clearly even now. Faced with Tang Lemon's increasingly cold gaze, Mu-chen did not hold back at all. In fact, his smile grew wider. That day, he was hung up for an entire night, and it was winter too. You should have seen the look on his face. It was absolutely priceless. I bet if you look at his back now, you can still see the scars. Tang Lemon's voice was dripping with ice as his brother. You seem to really enjoy watching him suffer. Do not you? The smile on Mu-chen's lips widened. He was about to speak, but just then, you walked out of the study. But when you saw Tang Lemon and Mu-chen standing together, the smile that had just appeared on your face instantly froze. This subtle change was not lost on Mu-chen. He immediately sneered. Well, look at you, boy. Since when did you learn to make such a sickeningly sweet smile? You did not even bother to acknowledge him. You walked over with a blank expression, took Tang Lemon's hand, and turned to walk out of the courtyard. It was only after you had both disappeared that Liu Ying slowly emerged from a corner. He relayed a cold message to Mu-chen. Your ride is here. Elder Mu told me to tell you to stay out of Mu Avocado's business. Mu-chen just gave a disdainful snort, turned and strode away. Meanwhile, you led Tang Lemon straight out of the courtyard and drove towards a high-end villa complex in the capital. You sped off. In the passenger seat, Tang Lemon sat with her arms crossed. Looking at your somewhat cold profile, she asked coolly, was what that guy said true? Of course not. You blurted out without a second thought, your eyes still on the road. The moment the words left your mouth, a small cold hand suddenly pinched your cheek. Tang Lemon stared at you with a dangerous look in her eyes. Really? Are you sure? Ugh. You felt helpless. Finally, you had to nod. Those events were part of your past you never wanted to revisit. That is why you did not want her to know. Unexpectedly, Tang Lemon let go and gave a cold huff. She ordered menacingly, do not you ever lie to me again. Otherwise, I will put you in the hospital for a few days. Repeat that back to me. The corner of your mouth twitched. So she was threatening to beat you into a hospital bed. You could only mumble a placating response. Yes. Yes. Yes, Mu Avocado will never lie to her again. Is that good enough? That is more like it. Only then did Tang Lemon retract her glare. But in her heart, she felt a pang of sympathy for what you had gone through as a child. A boy only a few years old, in the dead of winter, covered in wounds and hung from a tree. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. And you had actually lived through it? So after a moment's hesitation, she took off her shoes and sat cross-legged in her seat. She suddenly asked, I have been meaning to ask, why does your grandfather treat you like that? Was Mu-chen treated the same way when he was a child? You shook your head, your hands on the steering wheel, your gaze fixed on the road ahead. Your voice was flat, emotionless. Mu-chen is different from me. He is the grandson of my grandfather's comrade in arms. After his parents died in an accident, my grandfather brought him home. You gave a self-deprecating laugh, your voice full of bitterness. The funny thing is, I'm the ON who is actually related by blood, but the way we were treated was like night and day. To put it simply, he got to run around and play without a care in the world, and eat whatever delicacies he wanted. And me, I was lucky if I got to eat meat once a day. Hearing this, Tang Lemon was suddenly overcome with maternal affection. She reached out and stroked your head, and said soothingly, do not worry. From now on, whatever you want to eat, I will buy it for you. I will make sure you eat well and live well. Then her tone shifted. She added with a wicked grin, all you have to do is offer up your body in return. You were instantly speechless. By the time the car pulled up to the hotel in the capital, you got out, walked around to the passenger side, and gently helped Tang Lemon out. You explained softly, I do not know why my grandfather treats me like this. Maybe he just does not like me. Maybe he prefers someone like Mu-chen. Seeing the disappointed look on your face, Tang Lemon cleverly changed the subject. We have got the household registration book. When are we going back? Tomorrow, you said as you walked. This afternoon. I will show you around the capital. And so, after a simple lunch at the hotel, you took Tang Lemon to the most bustling commercial street in the capital. In the crowded streets, you held her hand tightly. Your combined good looks instantly attracted the attention of countless passersby. You suddenly said a few days ago was your birthday, and I did not get you a present. Let me make it up to you today, okay? Tang Lemon pursed her lips, her delicate face like a porcelain doll. She replied softly, okay. But it can't be more than 100 yuan. You asked with a baffled look. Why? Tang Lemon immediately slid her arm through yours and even shot you a playful wink. To stop you from spending a fortune, you big oaf. You could not help but crack a wry smile. She really has no idea, you thought. A few $1,000 was pocket change. After all, right before you left, you had made a tactical withdrawal from your dad's secret stash. But since it was an order from the missus, you decided to happily obey. You turned and gave her a once-over from head to toe, then nodded thoughtfully. The two of you continued your stroll. Tang Lemon was now buzzing with anticipation, wondering what kind of surprise you had in store for her. You wandered around like that for the whole afternoon. It was not until dusk that you led Tang Lemon under a maple tree. The autumn wind whispered, and leaves danced in the air. The area was now deserted. You turned to face her and spoke softly. Close your eyes. Tang Lemon obediently closed her eyes, her heart fluttering with excitement. A second later, a warm sensation flickered across her forehead. Tang Lemon's eyes snapped open instinctively, just in time to see you licking your lips as if savoring the moment. You flashed a mischievous grin. So how was that? You boasted smugly. Best gift ever, right? Consider this a reward for all that time you spent taking care of me in the hospital. A holy kiss from yours truly. Try not to fall too hard for me. In an instant, the air around you froze solid. Tang Lemon, with a completely deadpan expression, slowly raised her hand. It looked like she was preparing to teach you a very painful lesson. Since you were being so generous, how about I reward you too? Stand still. Do not move, just as her palm was about to connect with your face.
You, like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat,
Whipped something out from behind your back. It was a pink scarf and a matching pink butterfly hair clip.
Whoa, hold on. You pleaded desperately.
Have mercy, my queen. I was just messing with you. This is your real birthday present. As soon as you said that, Tang Lemon's raised hand froze in midair. The icy expression on her face finally began to thaw. She just shot you an annoyed glare. If you ever pull a stunt like that again, you are a dead man. Never, never again. You let out a huge sigh of relief and quickly wrapped the scarf around her neck. Then you carefully fastened the clip in her hair unexpectedly with just these two simple accessories. Tang Lemon's entire aura changed. The woman who was once as cold as an iceberg now had a touch of gentle sweetness. These two little pink trinkets had somehow added a new layer of femininity to her. Your heart skipped a beat. She was the ultimate goddess, cool and aloof one moment, sweet and adorable the next. Tang Lemon glanced down at the pink scarf around her neck, then looked up at your dumbfounded face. Does this really look good? She asked, a little uncertain. You could not hold back any longer. You reached out and pulled her into a tight embrace. Breathing in the scent of her hair, you murmured, completely entranced, of course it looks good. My little fairy looks beautiful in anything. Hearing your cheesy sweet talk, Tang Lemon could not stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. But she still asked teasingly, why is everything pink? It looks a little silly. At that moment, you were completely lost in her beauty. Without a second thought, the words just tumbled out of your mouth. To add a bit more of a feminine touch, of course. You were even about to say that she looked good before, but was just missing that womanly charm. But as the words reached your lips, you slammed on the mental brakes. Your body went rigid. Oh crap! I think I just said the wrong thing. You quickly let go of her, and just as you feared, Tang Lemon's face, which had been beaming just a moment ago, instantly darkened. Your mouth twitched. Your survival instincts kicked into overdrive. You turned, ready to make a run for it. However, a small hand clamped down on your arm like a vice, then a voice like a demon's whisper slithered into your ear. Are you saying I was not feminine before? Tang Lemon's voice was as cold as an icicle. So this is what you have always thought of me. Being with a woman who lacks femininity like me. It must have been so tough for you, right? A cold sweat instantly broke out on your back. You were so scared that your legs gave way, and you collapsed right onto the ground, scrambling backward desperately. You watched as Tang Lemon advanced on you, step by step. Soon, a blood-curdling scream erupted from under the maple tree, echoing through the surrounding woods. The next morning, you had just arrived at the Kyoto airport when your mom grabbed you. She shoved a bank card into your hand. Then she gave you a stern warning. If you dare lose a wonderful wife like Tang Lemon,
I will break both your legs.
Clutching the bank card, your eyes instantly lit up. You grinned and puffed out your chest, making a guarantee. But inside, you were ecstatic. There has got to be at least 1 million in here, right? With a heart full of excitement, you boarded the plane. You had just settled in next to Tang Lemon. When she held out a hand, "Hand it over," she said, her voice frosty. Your smile froze on your face. You immediately started playing dumb. Hand what over? Tang Lemon was not falling for your act. Her face hardened as she started counting down. 10. 9. Seeing the increasingly terrifying look on her face, you could only, with a long face, hand over the massive sum you had barely had a chance to warm up. Honey, you pleaded pitifully. At least leave me some lunch money. I'm going to starve. Tang Lemon snatched the card and then pulled you into her arms. Do not worry, she said, gently stroking your head. I won't let you starve, but seeing you on the verge of tears. She sighed helplessly. Right, I will give you a little reward as compensation. The moment she finished speaking, she actually grabbed your hand and guided it under the hem of her shirt. In the blink of an eye, you were back at Modu University. The weather had turned bitterly cold. You pulled up in your flashy red Maybach, stopping at the school gate. You instantly became the center of attention. Rubbing your frozen hands, you got out of the car. You played the part of the perfect gentleman for the passenger, opening Tang Lemon's door after you, my dearest wifey. But Tang Lemon looked completely displeased. Are you some kind of masochist? You have already dropped out, yet you come back here to freeze. You led the way and said with a smile without looking back, I am here to relive my youth. The words had barely left your mouth when a pair of ice-cold hands suddenly shot down the back of your shirt. You instantly sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, feeling as if you had just been plunged into an ice cave, just as you were about to struggle. Tang Lemon's low threat came from behind. If you dare move a muscle, I will strip you naked right here, right now, and make you streak across campus. Your face twitched violently. You instantly froze in place, not daring to move an inch. On the campus path, you and Tang Lemon, pressed together so intimately, one behind the other, became the most eye-catching sight in the entire school. With such a public display of affection, it was impossible to keep a low profile. Someone actually took a picture of this moment and posted it on the school forum. It instantly blew up the entire campus network. At the same time, inside the student club building, a notification suddenly popped up on Liu Ruyan's phone. Big gossip, student council president returns in high profile with her boy toy. Liu Ruyan stared at the forum title, completely stunned. You two finally made it official. Her finger subconsciously tapped to open it. On the screen was the intimate photo of you and Tang Lemon. Just then, the door to the club room was pushed open. Jiboda walked in, beaming. Yandere, that kid Moo, Avocado is back. Let us all go camping together after the exams. His face was full of anticipation. Our club has not had an activity in forever. If we do not do something soon, we won't have time in our 3rd year. Liu Ruyan quickly locked her phone screen and nodded. Yeah. I am good with whatever, she said, her voice inexplicably downcast. Jiboda immediately noticed her mood was off. He quickly sat down in front of her to comfort her. You know, being friends is great too. For the 3 of us to stay like this until graduation is a rare thing. But Liu Ruyan just lowered her head in silence, seeing her so dejected. Jiboda could only sigh and get up to leave. But before closing the door, he turned back seriously. I meant what I said just now. I do not have many friends. I just want to be friends with you guys forever. As his voice faded, the heavy iron door of the classroom slammed shut. Meanwhile, in the student council office, the heater was cranked up to full blast. But Tang Lemon was still like a little kitten, curled up in your arms, insisting that you were warmer. The chill on your back had not completely dissipated yet, so all you could do was hold her tiny waist even tighter, your body still trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Shen Yu, being the seasoned slacker she was wrapped in a thick blanket, secretly snacking in a corner. Suddenly, she poked her little head out of the blanket burrito. Tomorrow's the month-end exam. I heard the questions are different this time. Are not you guys going to review at all? Before Tang Lemon could say anything, you, who were currently using her as a human heater, laughed nonchalantly. It is just a sophomore exam. I could pass it with my eyes closed. That own sentence made Shen Yu silently retreat back into her blanket fort. She, a mere slacker, truly could not comprehend the world of academic geniuses. Just as you were closing your eyes, enjoying this moment of peace, your phone suddenly rang. Curious, you pulled it out for a look. Then you mumbled with a blank face. Oh, it is just a spam text. You said as much, and were about to shove the phone back in your pocket. But who knew Tang Lemon had reflexes like a cat? She snatched the phone right out of your hand, and in the same motion, wrapped own hand around your neck. She stared at the screen with great interest. It was a message from G. Boda. He said Lurian wanted to invite you to go mountain climbing and camping. The 2-day ON night not coming back kind. Tang Lemon's head snapped towards you, although there was a friendly smile on her face. Her eyes were terrifyingly dark. Were you trying to hide this from me? In that instant, you felt the grip on your neck suddenly tighten. Your face was turning red from the lack of air. It is a misunderstanding, honey, you quickly explained. I was just about to reject him, but Tang Lemon saw right through your shifty eyes. Without even looking up, she called out, Xiao Ye, give me your pillow. From her blanket fort, a trembling hand tossed over a small teddy bear pillow. Please be gentle, President, she squeaked. I just bought it. Tang Lemon swung her leg over and straddled you, and shoved the pillow under your head. Feeling bold recently, are we? She sneered. Thinking you can go on dates with other women behind my back? You were about to protest your innocence, but Tang Lemon's fists, like a hailstorm, began to rain down on you. But you were not Owen to take a beating lying down. You shot your hand out and grabbed her flailing little foot with a sharp twist. You flipped her over and pinned her underneath you in an instant. Your movements were as fast as lightning. You grabbed the pillow and slammed it over her face, then triumphantly planted your foot on it. Little lady, you roared with laughter, hands on your hips. You dare to rebel against me? Today, I will make you understand who is the real head of this household. Shen Yu in the corner watched with her jaw dropped, before silently retreating back into her blanket. You stood there, own foot pinning Tang Lemon down, laughing like a maniac. How about it? Beg me even if you beg me. I won't let you go. From under your foot, Tang Lemon's voice sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell. I will give you 3 seconds, or you can prepare for your own funeral. Your heart lurched, but you quickly leaned down and wrapped your arms around her tightly, giving her no chance to escape. But your words were still defiant. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Ass, if you would spare me, even if I let you go now. The moment you said that, Tang Lemon, under the pillow, began to struggle violently. Let me go, you held on for dear life. Not even if you kill me. But just then, you suddenly noticed that her violent struggles seemed to have stopped. And then, from under the pillow came the sound of muffled sobs. Your heart immediately started to pound with panic. You had no idea how you were going to get out of this own, but you still refused to back down verbally. I'm telling you, do not think you can fool me by pretending to cry. However, the sobbing under the pillow did not stop. Now you were truly panicking. What if she decided to get her revenge later? So you carefully freed Owen's hand and stealthily lifted a corner of the pillow. But before you could see anything, your head was met with a powerful blow.
Ow, damn it.
You cheated. You hissed in pain, instantly curling up on the floor. A large red mark immediately blossomed on your forehead. A pair of delicate bare feet padded across the cold floor. Slowly approaching you, you stiffly raised your head, and a shiver of pure terror shot down your spine. Somehow, Tang Lemon had gotten her hands on a rope, and she was staring you down with a chilling glare. Then, without any hesitation, she whipped it, striking you across the arm. Your eyes went wide with pain. Clutching your right hand where you had been hit, you fell to your knees before her with a thud, hugging her long legs and begging for mercy. Honey, I was wrong. I will never do it again. I swear. Tang Lemon simply lifted her foot and planted it firmly on your face. She dangled the rope in her hand. Did not you just say, her voice dripped with ice, that even if I begged you, you would not let me go? Well. Look at you, Moo, avocado. Getting real brave, daring to step on me. Kneeling on the floor, you were trembling with fear. You shook your head frantically. Never. I would never dare. Tang Lemon smiled coldly, her eyes locking with yours. Too bad. You are a little too late for apologies. And then, from the student council office, your blood-curdling screams began to echo. The sound was so loud, it could have shattered the windows of the entire building. A full hour later, your screams of agony finally subsided. With a face swollen like a pig's, you held a cup of freshly boiled water, your smile more painful than a grimace. Honey, you must be tired from all that exertion. Here, have some water to soothe your throat. Tang Lemon, lounging on the sofa, did not even bother to open her eyes. Too hot, she stated coldly. As she spoke, her hand casually drifted towards the rope lying beside her. You flinched, your whole body shuddering. You quickly blew on the hot water for what felt like an eternity and offered it to her again. Honey, it is not hot anymore. The temperature is just right. Tang Lemon still did not move. Out of options, you took a large gulp yourself, then leaned in and pressed your lips against her soft red ones. A moment later, your lips parted. Tang Lemon crossed her arms and announced coolly, I will let you off the hook for today. When we get home tonight, find yourself a keyboard to kneel on. How could you dare to argue? All you could do was nod frantically. Yes, of course. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of the Tianmu group, Tang Lemon's mother was crossing her legs, looking at an invitation in her hand. She directed a question to her husband behind her. So the Bai family's daughter is getting engaged, but the groom-to-be is the eldest son of the Qin family, Su Jincheng. How did he get mixed up with the Bai family? At that moment, Tang Yaoying, who was massaging her shoulders, frowned. When we took over the Qin family's assets, a large portion of them went missing. I suspect they ended up in Su Jincheng's hands. But him getting involved with the Bai family now, that is indeed puzzling. Tang Lemon's mother put down the invitation and immediately picked up her phone.
Let us have Xiao Wan go.
She can bring Mew Avocado along. Mew Avocado will have to take over our family business eventually. It will be good for him to experience this kind of event. Tang Yaoying nodded in agreement. Good idea. Once they graduate, they can get their marriage license and have the wedding. However, the moment the call connected, your heart-wrenching screams came through the phone. Honey, stop stepping on me. You said you would let me go. Why are you going back on your word? Then Tang Lemon's voice came through the line. Did I say that?
Did I?
It seems the lesson I taught you was not memorable enough. On the other end of the line, Tang's parents exchanged a look, utter shock written all over their faces. Kids these days are so wild. Can't even wait until nightfall in broad daylight too. And on the other side, in the student council office, Tang Lemon was standing on you with Owen foot, holding the phone in Owen hand and the rope in the other. She shot you a fierce glare, then put the phone to her ear. From the other end, her mother's voice came through. Give Mew Avocado some face when you're out. Do not let outsiders look down on him. With that, the call was mercilessly disconnected. Still pinned to the floor, you were on the verge of tears. See, even our mom said so. Could you please lift your noble foot and let me go? Honey Tang Lemon glanced at your pitiful face. Only then did she slowly lift her foot and lie back down on the sofa. Massage my feet. You have to come with me to a banquet tomorrow. The next morning, on the day of the Modu University month-end exams, you grabbed Tang Lemon's hand, your expression dead serious. Honey, please, I'm begging you. Just stay by my side today. Tang Lemon, who was about to head to the exam hall, turned her head. No, she said, her face devoid of emotion. You were so desperate you were about to kneel. Your eyes were filled with pleading.
I won't ask you to do anything.
Just sit quietly next to me. That is all I ask. But Tang Lemon just scoffed and disdainfully shook off your hand. In your dreams, she said with a cold smile, just give up that idea and stay as far away from me as possible. Hearing that, you completely broke down. You hugged her legs and started wailing. Why? All I'm asking is for you to sit next to me and let me peek at your answers. Shen Yu, holding a pen, happened to walk by. She gave you a sympathetic look and sighed helplessly. I told you, this exam was going to be different. You did not listen to a woman's advice, and now you're paying the price. You looked up your face, a mask of indignation. Who could have known our business management course would be testing us on how to raise a sow? This is completely unrelated to our major. It turned out in an effort to reduce student stress. The school came up with a creative new activity, allowing students to freely choose their exam subjects. And you had only found out about this bombshell this morning. What was worse, Tang Lemon had suggested another bet on the written test. The loser would not be allowed in her bed for a month. That punishment was worse than death itself. Well, may the odds be ever in your favor. Tang Lemon shook off your hand and walked downstairs with a triumphant smile. Inside, she was already plotting all the ways she was going to torture you. You picked yourself up from the floor in defeat and shuffled towards the exam hall like a zombie. But then, the most dramatic thing happened. You had just walked into the exam hall when Jiboda pulled you into a chair. So, you confident about this exam? You turned your head away, annoyed. What do you think? If I was confident about this, I would be seeing ghosts. But Jiboda just gave a mysterious smile and gestured with his chin towards the person next to you. Do not worry. We have got a secret weapon. You turned your head, puzzled, muttering under your breath. What secret weapon? Do not tell me you know how to raise pigs. The words instantly died in your throat. You stared, stunned, at Lu Ruyan sitting right beside you. She flashed you a sweet, knowing smile. Just then, Jiboda wiggled his eyebrows smugly. So, pretty impressive ace in the hole, huh? Passing is practically guaranteed. Now, but you just look troubled. This might not be a good idea. Inwardly, you were breathing a massive sigh of relief. Thank God. Tang Lemon is in a different exam room. If she saw this, she would skin me alive. But you completely failed to notice the nearly invisible Shen Yu in the corner, who had already expertly snapped a photo and sent it off. Then, looking guilty, she slumped over her desk, pretending to be waiting intently for the exam to start. Just when you thought this exam was in the bag, bam, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. A familiar, terrifying figure strode in. You scrambled to dive under the desk in terror, but it was too late. The next second, Tang Lemon, with an icy expression on her beautiful face, marched straight to your desk. She grabbed you by the ear and began mercilessly dragging you out of the classroom. Ow! 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 You yelped, wincing in pain. A little gentler, please. And so, under the watchful eyes of the entire class. You were hauled out by the ear and unceremoniously dragged from the room. Outside the exam hall, Tang Lemon clamped your head under her arm in a headlock and started walking towards her own exam room. She looked down at you and questioned in a frigid tone, "Living the good life, are we? Already learned how to juggle women, have you? You are killing me here," you cried out. "You have got it all wrong. It was a total coincidence. I do not care." Tang Lemon shot you a tyrannical glare. "Tonight, you are kneeling on a durian." You could only sigh in resignation. Fine. And just like that, you were dragged into Tang Lemon's exam room and forced to sit beside her. To make matters worse, the proctor was your homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Now forget about peeking. If you even tilted your head, he would be on you like a hawk. You instantly deflated like a sad, wilted vegetable and slumped onto the desk, devoid of all hope. Just then, Tang Lemon, who had received her exam paper, took advantage of the teacher turning his back to give your cheek a vicious pinch, adding a cold hump for good measure. Then the exam officially began. You stared at the paper in your hands, your face twitching uncontrollably. This might as well be written in ancient hieroglyphics. You snuck a glance at Tang Lemon beside you. Her pen was flying across the page as if guided by a divine spirit, requiring absolutely no thought at all. You were completely baffled. The heiress of a top-tier corporation, how on earth does she know how to raise pigs? Could this be her secret hobby? Tang Lemon seemed to notice your strange look. She immediately shot a glare back at you, an expression that clearly screamed, "You're so dead later." In the blink of an eye, the exam was over. You watched your blank test paper being collected, your heart sinking into a pit of despair. Not only did you bomb the exam, but a month on the couch was now an absolute certainty. But to your surprise, Tang Lemon stood up, grabbed you by the collar, and started dragging you out. "Let us go. Time to get ready for the banquet. I need to get you a new outfit." Being dragged across the floor, you let out a hopeless sigh. "I really wish I could just die right now." Tang Lemon's expression did not change. "Do not worry before I get tired of playing with you. Even if you actually went to hell, I would personally drag you back." "Oh, thanks a bunch, my hero." That afternoon, after the exams, you returned to the villa. Tang Lemon, with her long, slender legs, walked upstairs. She turned and ordered, "Go make lunch. I want Chinese food, and if it does not taste good, hemph." You know the drill. Hearing that, you could only trudge towards the kitchen in defeat, muttering under your breath, "Ch-ch, fine. I will cook." You were already making excuses in your head. "This is not being henpecked. I just can't bear to see her go hungry. That is all." Meanwhile, Tang Lemon was already back in the bedroom, picking out your attire for the evening's banquet. And you, having accepted your fate, walked into the kitchen and began to work your magic with the wok. But at that very moment, in the territory of the Bai family, Modu's second-ranked powerhouse, things were reaching a fever pitch. In a presidential suite of a hotel, a woman slowly got out of bed, casually picking up her lingerie from the floor and putting it on. This person was none other than Bai Wanjun. She looked at Su Jincheng, still lying on the bed, a seductive smile playing on her lips. All men are the same.
You say no with your mouth.
But your body is brutally honest. Now you should finally trust me completely, right? After all, no woman would joke about her own innocence. A glaring crimson stain on the white bed sheets was a testament to everything that had happened last night. Su Jincheng's gaze was fixed on that bloodstain. "What exactly do you want?" he asked, his voice hoarse. His mind was in a daze. "That was my first time." And he knew very well how important a woman's virtue was. But this Bai Wanjun, whom he had only worked with a few times, dared to play such a high-stakes game. Unexpectedly, Bai Wanjun walked over to him and planted a light kiss on his cheek. Her red lips brushed against his ear. "I have wanted a boyfriend for a long time, and you just happen to be a good man. Your character, your abilities, they are all top-notch, so you're qualified to be my husband and marry into our Bai family." She stood up and slipped on her high heels. As she bent over, she smiled faintly.
Of course.
"You won't have to change your name." Then she walked to the door. She turned her head, her smile radiant. "But you are my man now. No cheating on me with other women, okay?" As soon as she finished speaking, the door to the suite slammed shut, leaving Su Jincheng alone, lying on the bed in a daze, muttering to himself, "Should I try trusting her just this once?" At this moment, you were wearing an apron and holding a bowl, carefully bringing a spoonful of beef fried rice to Tang Lemon's lips. Tang Lemon chewed lightly and nodded slightly. "Not bad. It tastes all right." In that moment, you genuinely felt like you were feeding your own daughter. A silly grin spread across your face. You thought her obedient look was just the cutest thing ever. But the next second, Tang Lemon caught a glimpse of that goofy smile on your face, and her expression instantly turned cold. Your smile is an eyesore. It is ruining my appetite. You and your pink apron were immediately displeased. What is wrong with me smiling? They say on TV that a smile can make you 10 years younger. The moment the words left your mouth, the air around you instantly froze. Tang Lemon stood before you with a grim face and reached out to viciously pull at your cheeks. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Were you just talking back to me? Yi, you must have misheard. Your body reacted faster than your brain. You immediately put on a fawning smile. You quickly put down the bowl and smoothly pulled her soft body into your arms. How could I ever dare to talk back to you? There. Let us get back to eating, okay? Only then did Tang Lemon let it go. She sat on your lap with her arms crossed, coldly eyeing the fried rice you offered. After taking a small bite, her gloomy expression finally softened a bit, but then she reached out and patted your cheek, giving you a smile that did not reach her eyes. If there's a next time, you can go outside the villa and kneel for a full day and night, and I'm not kidding. Yes, of course. The smile on your face instantly froze, but seeing your stiff expression, Tang Lemon actually leaned in and lightly touched her lips to yours. As she pulled away, her little tongue playfully licked your lips. Instantly, your body trembled as if you had been electrocuted, and Tang Lemon saw it all. Her beautiful eyes were filled with affection. Then, her cool little hand caressed your cheek. She touched her forehead to yours and teased you by pinching your cheek. Your reaction is just too cute. Since I'm in a good mood, I won't make you sleep on the couch tonight. Really, your face immediately lit up with joy, but then you suddenly remembered that it was Tang Lemon's special time of the month. Your face fell instantly.
You pouted?
You know what? Never mind. I think sleeping on the couch is just fine. Safety first, you know? The moment the words left your mouth, a scream that could rival a pig's squeal echoed through the villa. You were chased right out of the house by Tang Lemon. You looked back as you ran, shouting indignantly, "What did I do to piss you off now? Is this really necessary?" However, a group of bodyguards blocked your path, leaving you with absolutely nowhere to run. Before your horrified eyes, Tang Lemon sent a slipper flying your way, and in the next moment, had you pinned to the ground. Looking up at Tang Lemon straddling you, you covered your face pitifully and begged for mercy. Let us just agree on one thing. No hitting the face, okay? I make a living with this face. If you mess it up, you are the ON who'll be embarrassed. But who knew? The Tang Lemon on top of you just tilted her head and smiled. She picked up the slipper, and without a shred of mercy brought it down on your face. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Outside a 5-star hotel in Modu, a procession of luxury cars was already gathered. Tonight was the grand banquet hosted by the Bai family, and more importantly, the engagement party for their heiress Bai Wanjun. Inside a Rolls-Royce, a familiar scene was playing out once again. Tang Lemon, in an elegant evening gown, was sitting firmly on top of you, and you were rubbing your bright red cheek, complaining helplessly, "I told you not to hit the face." Great. Now look, how am I supposed to be seen in public when Owen's side is red and the other is white? Hearing your complaint, a small smile graced Tang Lemon's lips. She reached out and began rubbing your face. "It is because you do not listen," she said softly. "Such a rebellious streak. Do you even believe that yourself?" You rolled your eyes at her and retorted, "It is obvious you were just itching for a fight and looking for an excuse." But she just blinked and raised an eyebrow. "I was just trying to discipline you. If I do not keep a dog like you on a leash, you will be tearing up the roof in 3 days. Hearing this completely unreasonable explanation, you let out a cold snort, and your mischievous hands began to wander wildly, as if to compensate for your emotional trauma. However, Tang Lemon seemed completely unfazed by this. Soon, the car pulled up smoothly to the hotel entrance. You stepped out, looking dashing in a striking black tuxedo, the polished black leather shoes on your feet. Your aura was that of a true aristocratic young master. You looked at the congratulatory banners hanging outside the hotel and could not help but sigh. The world of the rich is so gaudy. Then a black crystal, high heel elegantly stepped out of the car. Tang Lemon in a black evening gown followed suit. She walked up to you and carefully straightened your slightly crooked tie. "This is your first time at an event like this," she instructed. "Mind your image later. If you dare to embarrass me, you can look forward to sleeping on the floor when we get home." Your mouth twitched. Sleeping on the floor in this autumn weather. That is a death sentence. You pouted and grumbled. "Can't you be a little gentler with me?" After saying that, you took the initiative and tucked her small hand into the crook of your arm. You straightened your back and strode towards the hotel entrance. Unexpectedly, Tang Lemon gently rested her head on your shoulder. The moment you two appeared, everyone at the hotel entrance had a slight change in expression. Whispers immediately broke out. "Is not that the heiress of the Tang family? Why is she here too?" This is getting interesting. Everyone knows the Tang and Bai families are mortal enemies, and that man next to her, that must be the rumored second young master of the Mu family. In an instant, all eyes were on you, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. After all, you were the Oan who helped Tang Lemon solve her big problem with the Chin family. Your identity was no longer a secret in these circles. When the news broke that you were with the Tang family's heiress, the jaws of the entire Modu elite circle nearly hit the floor. Oan is Modu's richest woman. The other is backed by immense power. This pairing was bound to cause an explosion. Tang Lemon basked in the astonished gazes of the crowd. A hint of pride flickered in her beautiful eyes. As a result, her gestures towards you became even more intimate. To outsiders, you looked like a match made in heaven, but your noble young master image immediately shattered. "Why are you holding on so tight?" you whispered. "I can barely walk." The moment you said that, the smug look on Tang Lemon's face vanished without a trace. Her smile disappeared. The next second, you felt a sharp twisting pain in your side, and you almost cried out. But seeing the respectful gazes of the people around you, you could only endure it on the verge of tears. "My heart is breaking, but I can't say a word. What is with this woman's mood swings? I just made one little comment. Is this really necessary?" You heard Tang Lemon lean against your shoulder and say softly, her face blank. "When we get home tonight, you can just go sleep on the street." Your mouth twitched slightly. A river of tears was already flowing in your heart. And so, you walked into the banquet hall. The entire venue instantly fell silent. The gazes of all the elites swung towards you in unison. Just then, a portly man walked over with a smile. "It has been a long time. Miss Tang." Tang Lemon immediately stood up straight and smiled politely in return. "Boss Dong, it has indeed been a long time." You looked at Tang Lemon in disbelief. The way she chatted so effortlessly, it felt surreal. Is this really the same little demon who throws a fit at the drop of a hat? Could this be the legendary award-winning actress? Owen's second. She is as cold as ice. The next, she is all smiles and sunshine. After a few simple pleasantries, Boss Dong left with a smile. As he left, he gave you an extra glance and a friendly smile. Seeing that the banquet would not start for another 10 minutes or so, and with nothing better to do, you pulled Tang Lemon to a corner to sit down. Looking at all the pretentious elites, you sighed. "This is so boring." Tang Lemon's tone, however, was very calm. "Do not worry. You will be coming to events like this often in the future." Happy, you just pouted and gave her a heh-heh look. Just then, a commotion broke out at the hotel entrance. Then, surrounded by a crowd, the stars of the evening finally made their entrance. It was Bai Wanjun in a white evening gown. She was holding the arm of Su Jinqing, who was dressed in a blue suit. Su Jinqing spotted the two of you in the corner at once, and even smiled and nodded as a form of greeting. Then, the banquet officially began. Bai Wanjun, with Su Jinqing on her arm, slowly walked to the center of the hall. She took the microphone and smiled at the crowd. Bai Wanjun lifted the microphone and announced with a smile, "Our engagement ceremony is set for tomorrow, but tonight I mainly want to announce Owen Thing." As she spoke, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, but you, in the corner, were leisurely feeding a peeled shrimp to Tang Lemon and asked curiously, "What do you think she is going to announce?" Tang Lemon took a small bite of the shrimp and answered without a second thought, "What else could it be? The Bai family is no longer content with being number 2. And sure enough, Bai Wanjun in the center of the hall took a deep breath and said with a calm smile, "From today onwards, my Bai family will be shifting the focus of our group's development entirely to Modu." As soon as she said this, the whole crowd erupted in an uproar. The Bai family entering the Modu market, is not that a public declaration of war on the Tang family? Discussions broke out everywhere. Has the Bai family lost their minds? They actually dare to go head-to-head with the Tang family. Does not everyone know the Mu family is behind the Tangs? This is practically a death wish. However, listening to these whispers, Bai Wanjun's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, she raised the microphone, her gaze locking onto Tang Lemon in the corner. "Miss Tang Lemon," she said with an airy smile, "what do you think?" Instantly, all eyes whipped in your direction. But at that moment, you had not yet realized the impending crisis. You were happily peeling the shell of a lobster, thinking to yourself, "Top-grade Australian lobster, this is the life of the rich." The next second, your face fell, an ice-cold voice sounded in your ear. "If you do not want to sleep on the street tonight, get up right now and put on a good show." You froze on the spot. You looked at all the eyes on you, your face a mask of trouble. But what am I supposed to do? I can't just throw a sack over her head and drag her away, can I? In response, Tang Lemon's face instantly darkened. The hand pinching your waist did a full 180-degree twist. "Ouch!" you yelped in pain and shot up from your seat reflexively. Well, great. Now you had no choice but to say something. You could only bite the bullet and force a calm smile at Bai Wanjun. "It is rare to see Miss Bai being so ambitious. If you run into any trouble, feel free to ask. I'm sure my wife would not mind helping you out." The moment you said that, Bai Wanjun's delicate eyebrows furrowed. "Is this guy pitying me. Everyone else was also giving you strange looks, thinking you were being incredibly disrespectful to the Bai family. But you just looked awkwardly at Tang Lemon beside you and muttered, "Did I say something wrong? Is not it good to help each other out?" To your surprise, Tang Lemon let out a small laugh. She was genuinely amused by you. She stood up and patted your head in satisfaction. You did well. I am very pleased. As a special reward, you can sleep in the bed tonight. Then she turned to look at Bai Wanjun and in front of everyone said with a radiant smile, "You heard my husband? His meaning is my meaning. Miss Bai, if you ever find yourself unable to cope, feel free to come find me anytime. After all, I have always been a kind-hearted person. I especially enjoy helping stray kittens and puppies." After saying that, Tang Lemon took your arm, and under the astonished gazes of the entire hall, coolly turned and walked away, leaving behind a pale-faced Bai Wanjun and the own An, who had been silently watching it all, Su Jincheng. And after you two left, Su Jincheng, who remained at the venue, said to the embarrassed Bai Wanjun, "It seems she has never seen you as a threat. Not in the past and not now. After all, in Modu, there is only one recognized genius, and that is Tang Lemon." No matter how talented Bai Wanjun was, her light was dimmed by Tang Lemon's brilliance. First place is always the center of attention, while second place is destined to be forgotten. At the same time, outside the five-star hotel, you let out a long sigh. "I am not even full yet. Why'd we have to leave so fast?" Tang Lemon, walking beside you, asked softly in return. "With so many people watching, you could still eat, but you looked completely unfazed." "Of course I could. Nothing is more important than eating." And so this meticulously planned banquet ended on a sour note. Outside in the hotel parking lot, Su Jincheng was driving his car. The atmosphere inside was a bit tense. He looked at Bai Wanjun in the passenger seat and finally asked, "What is your next move?" At the end of the day, with your Bai family's current strength, it is unrealistic to go head-to-head with the Tang family. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? But who knew? Bai Wanjun in the passenger seat turned to look out the window, a cold smile forming on her lips. When all is said and done, is not it just because they have the Mu family backing them? A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Just you wait. In a few days, you will see that so-called Mu family is just being propped up by a single person. At this moment, at the Mu family residence in Kyoto, your grandfather, Mu Zhengguo, was practicing his boxing in the courtyard. Liu Ying, however, came running over in a panic, his face etched with anxiety. "Is it about number 2? Mu Zhengguo's tone was surprisingly calm, but Liu Ying nodded emphatically. "Mu Xiangbei has made another move, and this time it is bigger than before." Mu Zhengguo let out a helpless smile, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. "It seems I have been too lenient with him all these years, to the point where he has forgotten his place." With that, he put down his towel, his voice carrying an unquestionable finality. "I will have to make a trip myself this time. It has been so many years. It is time to put an end to this." Were you still in the dark about these undercurrents brewing within your own family? In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At school, you were hit with a bombshell. Tang Lemon was pinching your cheek, dangling a test paper with a big fat 0 on it in her hand. "So," she said, her face full of glee, "how should I punish you this time?" You could not believe it. You had never thought you would ever get a 0 in your entire life. Without a word, you crumpled the paper into a ball and expertly tossed it into the trash can.
I will let you have this, Oan.
Would not want you to say I'm bullying you." Just then, your phone rang at the most inopportune moment. With lightning speed, Tang Lemon snatched it away. On the screen, 3 characters were displayed in bright, bold letters. "Liu Ruyan." She immediately put you in a chokehold and whispered in your ear, her voice dangerously sweet. "It is your old flame again? You know what to say, right?" You nodded frantically, struggling to breathe. Only then did she shove the phone back into your hand, satisfied. The moment you answered the call, your hand started to misbehave, stealthily creeping towards her waist. "Hello." Liu Ruyan's voice immediately came through the line. "About that camping trip I mentioned last time. Have you thought about it?" You hesitated instantly, subconsciously glancing at the little jealous monster eavesdropping beside you. Your little desire to go camping could not possibly escape Tang Lemon's eagle eyes. The moment she saw your conflicted expression, she snatched the phone from you again. Then, speaking into the phone, she said in a breezy tone, "Camping? Of course. No problem. But you do not mind if I tag along, do you?" Liu Ruyan on the other end was clearly taken aback for a moment, but she quickly laughed. "Of course not. The more the merrier. Right then, you guys pack your things today, and we will head out first thing tomorrow morning." As soon as she finished speaking, the call was abruptly ended from the other side. On the sofa, Tang Lemon stared at the phone with a blank expression. Then she beckoned to you with a finger. "Get over here." You did not know why, but you felt incredibly guilty. You could only sidle over with a sheepish grin. "I was originally going to say no. You are the OAN who agreed. You can't blame me for this on." The next second, Tang Lemon pounced on you like a feral cat, straddling you, and unleashing a flurry of attacks on your face. Venting all her pent-up frustration, all you could do was hold onto her waist for dear life with a wronged expression, afraid she would fall off. Hey, easy there, Grandma. After a good 10 minutes of this roughhousing, Tang Lemon finally contentedly collapsed back into your arms. But a moment later, her face suddenly fell. She clutched her stomach in discomfort. You rolled your eyes at her, annoyed, but still placed a warm hand on her stomach and began to gently rub it.
Serves you right for messing around.
Hurts. Now, does not it? Her complexion improved slightly, but she still let out a defiant snort. What? Are you telling me what to do now? As she spoke, her mischievous little hand began to wander again. And at that very moment, another phone call shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Tang Lemon glanced at the caller ID, and her voice instantly turned so cold it could freeze water. Well, our dear young Master Mu is quite the ladies' man, is not he? Onan leaves, and another Onan calls. Your mouth twitched. You took the phone, feeling a bit guilty, and quickly answered it. From the other end, Bai Wanjun's giggling voice immediately came through. Little brother Mu Avocado, you did not even come to my engagement ceremony. You really hurt my feelings. My fiancé wants to have a chat with you. Are you free tonight?
Of course.
You can bring that she-devil of yours along too. No problem at all. She-devil, a cold sweat instantly broke out on your back. You felt as if you were being stared down by some prehistoric beast. You subconsciously turned your head to look. Tang Lemon's face was so dark it looked like it was about to drip ink. Seeing that a volcano was about to erupt, you quickly hung up the phone and pulled her into your arms. There, you cooed softly. Let us not stoop to her level. What? She-devil, my wife is clearly the most beautiful woman in the world. After a long time of this sweet talking, Tang Lemon finally wrapped her arms around your neck and planted a kiss on your lips. But the words she spoke next were as cold as ice. She wants to treat us to dinner? Does she? Fine. I would like to see what kind of tricks she has up her sleeve. You silently wiped the cold sweat from your forehead and could only hold her tighter. That is right. Should I bring a sack just in case? In the blink of an eye, the sky had darkened inside a small, unassuming roadside restaurant. The atmosphere was so tense you could cut it with a knife. A closed sign hung on the door, but two top-of-the-line luxury cars were parked right next to it. Tang Lemon had her arms crossed, eyeing Bai Wanjun opposite her coldly. Looking at you, you seem to be doing quite well for yourself recently. You think that just by finding some random man, you can be on the same level as me. But Bai Wanjun just let out a small laugh, not taking her seriously at all. Tonight, it is Su Jincheng who wants to talk to Mu Avocado. I am just reluctantly saying a few words to you. At the same time, in the restaurant's private room, you and Su Jincheng were sitting face to face. You took a leisurely sip of your tea and said casually, I never got to thank you for what happened with the Tang family last time. If it were not for you, the consequences would have been dire. But Su Jincheng just looked at you calmly and shook his head. We were just using each other. I helped you take down the Qin family, and the Tang family remains safe. At best, it was a collaboration. You let out a soft and then voiced the question that had been on your mind. So you specifically called me here today. Is there something you need? Su Jincheng shrugged nonchalantly. But then, his expression suddenly turned serious. As far as I know, the Bai family has someone backing them, and the fall of the Qin family was also that person's doing. Now that the Qin family is gone, so the Bai family has naturally become the next Qin family. Hearing this, your gaze darkened, and you fell into deep thought. All these twists and turns, it was not that you had not considered them, but you still could not help but frown and press. And then, you have not finished, have you? You knew very well that even at the height of their power, the Qin family could not have shaken the Tang family in the slightest, let alone the current Bai family. It would be child's play for the Tang family to suppress them. A smile appeared on Su Jincheng's face. I like dealing with smart people. Then, he finally dropped the real bombshell. Bai Wanjun seems to be particularly confident. She seems to think the Mu family won't help the Tang family this time, although I do not know where she gets this confidence from. The water here runs deep. You cut him off with a wave of your hand. Stop! I do not believe you would be so kind. My impression of you has always been of indifference, of keeping to yourself. If you did not have something to gain from this, I would not believe you even if you beat me to death. The two of you chatted for a while longer, until you started to get a clearer picture. You shot up from your seat and walked out of the private room without looking back. But as you reached the door, you turned and gave Su Jincheng one last look, your eyes as deep as a still pool of water. You seemed different from before. With that, you pulled open the door and left without a second thought. As expected, the atmosphere downstairs was already on the verge of exploding. Tang Lemon and Bai Wanjun were locked in a standoff. the air thick with animosity. You even suspected that if you had been a second later, the two of them would have started throwing punches right then and there. Without a word, you strode forward and grabbed the hand of the about to erupt Tang Lemon. "Let us go." You pulled her cold little hand and walked out just before leaving. Tang Lemon did not forget to shoot Bai Wanjun's own last vicious glare. She was clearly furious. That night, you were strolling through the park with Tang Lemon. She had her hand tucked into your pocket to keep warm. Suddenly, she spoke. "What did you and that Su Jincheng talk about?" Without a second thought, you opened your mouth and started spouting nonsense. "Oh, nothing much. That kid admires me so much. He insisted on calling me his big brother." The next second, Tang Lemon's eyebrows shot up. She yanked her hand out of your pocket and aimed a kick at your butt. You were prepared and easily dodged it, but before you could get cocky, you felt a solid smack across your face. The smack was crisp and loud. Tang Lemon grabbed you by the collar and questioned you again with a blank expression. "What did you two talk about? Tell me everything, from beginning to end. If I find out you dared to lie to me, you are dead." Left with no choice, you recounted the entire story, from beginning to end. The next morning, at the Tianyun Villa district, you were loading the camping gear into the car, one piece at a time. Behind you, Tang Lemon was rubbing her hands together for warmth. She blew out a puff of cold air and watched you with curiosity. "Do you like hiking and camping? It does not really seem like your style." You shook your head and said in a flat tone, "Not really, but I enjoy the feeling of freedom that comes with camping. It is easy to get addicted to." Then, you finished packing everything. You and Tang Lemon got in the car and headed straight for the meeting point. Then you picked up Jiboda and Liu Ruyan, and the four of you sped off towards the campsite. But at that very moment, the Modu military district was a world away from the city's tranquility. Most of the soldiers had already started their morning exercises. In the district commander's office, Mu Chen had changed into civilian clothes and walked out with a ramrod straight posture. From behind him came Commander Long's warning. "Remember to come back early. Since Old Man Mu entrusted you to me, I have a responsibility to look after you. And do not let me find out you have gone to see Mu Avocado, or I will cancel your weekly leave." Mu Chen did not say a word, just silently closed the door. He stared at the rising sun in the distance, his eyes filled with a sense of loss. He did not know where he was supposed to go. At this moment, you had finally reached your destination. You were just 100 meters or so from the summit. But just then, Tang Lemon's stomach started to hurt so much she could not take another step. You had to carry her on your back, grumbling the whole time, "I told you we should have driven up, but you insisted on walking." But Tang Lemon just snorted coldly and reached out to pinch your cheek. "Mind your own business. Are not you carrying me right now?" You sighed helplessly in your heart. Seeing the campsite just ahead, you could only grit your teeth and pick up the pace. And behind you, Liu Ruyan and Jiboda were chatting in low voices. "It was not easy to drag this henpecked husband. Mu Avocado out here," Jiboda said with a laugh. "You must have something planned, right?" But Liu Ruyan just shook her head, her gaze fixed on your back. She said in a flat tone, "At this point, what could I possibly have planned? I am really no match for her." Jiboda was full of surprise.
That does not sound like you.
A complex expression crossed Liu Ruyan's face. "When I found out Mu Avocado was at the Yanxi, my first thought was not to go find him. It was that even if I knew where he was, I would not have been able to help him at all. I do not have the kind of courage Tang Lemon has, to be able to just forcibly bring him back." She looked up at the sight of you and Tang Lemon bickering, a smile on her face that was a mix of envy and acceptance. "So this time, I just want to put an end to this chapter." Jiboda fell silent. He understood that Liu Ruyan was not admitting defeat, but that her deep-seated insecurity was making her back down. You finally reached the summit. Since it was not a holiday, the empty meadow was completely deserted. Jiboda let out a whistle. "Looks like we have got the whole place to ourselves today. Lucky us." Lying on the grass, you looked at Tang Lemon sitting on top of you and asked tentatively, "Should I set up a separate tent for you?" Tang Lemon, who was suffering from a stomach ache, was expressionless. Her voice was as cold as ice. "I do not care. If you're not afraid of me dismembering you in your sleep, go ahead and set up 2 tents. It makes no difference to me." Your mouth could not help but twitch. But just then, your peripheral vision caught something. In an instant, your pupils constricted. You immediately sat up and lifted Tang Lemon off you. "I'm just going to the bathroom," you said, forcing a calm smile. "You rest here for a bit. I will be right back." Tang Lemon nodded obediently and even leaned in to give you a peck on the cheek. "Go on." The next second, you immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the restrooms. And sure enough, right at the restroom entrance, a figure in a black jacket was blocking your path. It was Mu Chen. You stared him dead in the eye and said in a low voice, "Your being here is just a coincidence, right?" Mu Chen saw you, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Then he glanced at the few people setting up tents in the distance, and a small smile played on his lips. Who knows? Maybe I came here specifically to find you. So, care to take a walk with me? Your expression was a little strange. You could not, for the life of you, figure out what this guy was up to. But after a moment's hesitation, you still nodded. The two of you walked side by side towards a small grove of trees, not too far away. Walking on the forest path, Mu Chen suddenly said with emotion, "The last time the two of us were alone like this, I do not even know how long ago that was." You just replied flatly, "What did you want to talk to me about? Just say it." But Mu Chen just spread his hands and turned to look at you with a smile. What? Can't an older brother have a chat with his younger brother and clear his head a little? You think I would believe that? You retorted coldly. Right, I do not believe it myself either. Mu Chen's smile faded, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more of the game.
Why do you think that is?
But just then, the deafening roar of helicopter blades suddenly echoed across the mountaintop. A flicker of helplessness crossed Mu Chen's eyes. He stopped walking, his expression unusually serious, because the person in the game has too many things to consider. They often lose their judgment because of certain things. After this simple reminder, he looked at the helicopter landing in the distance and said to the utterly confused you, "Your ride is here." Think about what I just said. As soon as he finished speaking, in the distance, a familiar figure came running towards you. It was Uncle Liu. "What is he doing here?" "Uncle Liu, what are you doing here?" you asked, looking at the approaching Liu Ying with confusion. Liu Ying glanced at Mu Chen beside you, then turned to you. "There has been some trouble in Xijing. Old man Mu is going there himself. He wants you to go with him. Is not that where second uncle is?" Liu Ying nodded heavily. "Old man Mu said," he explained, "it is time for you to fulfill the third condition." You could only nod helplessly. You instantly understood that this trip was unavoidable. So you started walking, following Liu Ying towards the helicopter's landing spot, which just so happened to be your campsite. Such a huge commotion had already alerted everyone, especially Tang Lemon. A strong sense of unease washed over her, and sure enough, she saw you walking towards her. Following Liu Ying, her already pale face now looked even more ghostly. You stopped in front of Tang Lemon, and for a moment, you did not know how to explain. "You are leaving again." You could not tell if Tang Lemon's expression was one of happiness or sadness. Your heart ached, but you still nodded. You pulled her into a tight embrace. "This is something I promised a long time ago. Trust me, this will be the absolute last time, okay?" In your arms, Tang. Lemon's voice was very soft. "What if I do not let you go?" You let out a small laugh. "Then we will just run away together again. It is not like it is the first time." Hearing this, a small smile finally graced Tang Lemon's lips. She pulled away from your embrace and gave you a light, butterfly kiss on the lips. Her beautiful eyes just gazed at you quietly. "Since you said this is the last time, I will trust you one more time. Remember to come back soon. I will be waiting for you in Modu." "Okay." You nodded emphatically. Then you turned and strode towards the helicopter in the distance. On the helicopter, your grandfather had witnessed the whole scene, but he did not say a word. Finally, with Tang Lemon watching, the helicopter blades whirred to life, and the helicopter lifted off the ground, disappearing into the sky with a roar. Meanwhile, Ji Boda's phone vibrated. It was a message from you, and in the small grove, Mu Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, watching the disappearing black dot. "I hope you can figure it out," he muttered to himself, "and fulfill grandfather's wish." With that, he also turned around and walked straight towards the military district. Inside the cabin, you and your grandfather sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Mu Zhengguo was looking down at a document, not even bothering to look up. "You still remember the 3 conditions I gave you, right?" You nodded. "Of course I remember. First, no conflict with Mu Chen. Second, accompany you to a place. Ask for the third on." You never said, Mu Zhengguo nodded. "This trip to Xijing is to tell you the third condition." Your heart skipped a beat. Is not second uncle in Xijing? What could be so important that you have to go yourself? You had to know. Your second uncle is the top official in the entire Xijing province. He can handle anything, no matter how big. However, Mu Zhengguo finally looked up, his deep eyes fixed on you. "What if the problem is with your second uncle himself?" As soon as he finished speaking, he handed you the document in his hand. "See for yourself," he said, his voice flat and emotionless. Filled with confusion, you took the document and began to flip through it, page by page. Beside you, Liu Ying immediately began to explain. After the country entered the internet age, spies from various countries began a war without gunpowder. Inciting public opinion is one of the most vicious tactics. In the document you were holding, there were dozens of cases. Every single one was a malicious attempt to stir up trouble and incite public riots. If something like this had happened in the past, it would have been an undeniable death sentence. But now, in the age of the internet, people online can say whatever they want without consequence, making it nearly impossible to bring them to justice. The more you read, the heavier your heart became. All of these incidents, without exception, were aimed at inciting the masses and creating massive social unrest. By the time you finished reading all the documents, You seem to have understood something. You looked up at your grandfather's aged face and asked tentatively, could these incidents be? Your grandfather nodded heavily and said something that hit you like a bolt of lightning. That is right, these are all your second uncle's doings. Although he has been very good at hiding it over the years, I have still managed to find some clues. All the evidence points to him. The moment he said that, the expression on your face instantly froze. You could not understand it. Why would your second uncle do something like this? The Mew family has money, power, everything. What could he possibly gain from this? But your grandfather just said, when we get there, you will understand. With that, he slowly closed his eyes and did not say another word. As the helicopter flew towards Xijing, your mind was filled with shock and confusion. Xijing was not actually that far from Modu. It was only about half a day's journey. You could only temporarily suppress the storm raging in your heart and open Tang Lemon's text messages. But before you could even type a word, her message popped up first. A single, simple line of text appeared before your eyes. When are you coming back? Tang Lemon asked. You immediately replied, if things go smoothly, I should be back in 2 days. Tang Lemon replied with a single word, Humph. Worried, you added. While I'm gone, you have to take care of yourself. You're already not feeling well. If you catch a cold on top of that, I'm going to be really angry when I get back. Tang Lemon replied with another single word. Looking at this short conversation, you could not help but shake your head. You did not even have to think about it. That little Spitfire was definitely stewing in her anger right now. You would have to do a lot of coaxing when you got back. With that thought, you also closed your eyes and started to rest. When you opened your eyes again, the plane had already arrived in Xijing. It was already afternoon. Your second uncle, Mu Xiangbei, who had already received the news, had been waiting on the tarmac for a long time. Seeing the helicopter land, he immediately walked over with a beaming smile. Dad, he said, his voice filled with respect. It has been so long. You are still as energetic as ever. Mu Zhengguo just nodded faintly, sizing up this second son he had not seen in 3 years. Why did not Wang Li come? My granddaughter should be in elementary school by now, right? Xiangbei smiled and replied, Xiaoli just went to pick up the kids. So it is just me here to pick you up. Why the sudden urge to come to Xijing for a break? You did not even give me a heads up. If my older brother had not told me, I would still be in the dark. As they spoke, your group had already gotten into the car. You remained silent the entire way, just quietly following along. After all, you and this so-called second uncle had barely met a few times. Since you were not close, you naturally could not be bothered to say much. A dozen or so minutes later, the car pulled up steadily in front of a luxurious villa. You sized up the 3-story Western-style house before you. Your grandfather turned to his second son and said casually, this little house must have cost a pretty penny. It seems you have done quite well for yourself these past few years. Mu Xiangbei scratched his head in embarrassment. It is nothing compared to your courtyard house. This house took all my savings from all these years. Just then, the main gate was pushed open. A middle-aged woman walked out holding the hand of a little girl. Out of courtesy, you still called out, Second aunt. Wang Li smiled and nodded, then looked at the old man with respect. Dad, you are here. Mu Xiangbei also patted his daughter's head dotingly. Xiao Ke, hurry up and say hi to Grandpa. Hi, Grandpa. Mu Ke chirped in her high-pitched voice. Her little face flushed pink. Mu Zhengguo chuckled and squatted down, scooping his granddaughter up into his arms. Does Xiao Ke behave at school? He asked kindly. Mu Ke answered in her childish voice, yes, I am very good at school. The teacher praises me every day, but for some reason, your heart skipped a beat. Something just did not feel right. This cousin of yours was shy and had grown up in Xijing. She rarely came back for holidays, so you had only seen your grandfather a few times. How could she be so affectionate? But looking at her innocent, smiling face, you told yourself you were probably overthinking things. After all, she was just a little kid. Then the family walked into the villa, all smiles and laughter. On the surface, everything seemed perfectly fine. If your grandfather had not told you himself, you would never have believed that this kind and amiable elder before you was the mastermind behind it all. And at that very moment, at the Modu airport, a passenger plane bound for Xijing was slowly taking off. Inside the cabin sat a single familiar figure. Miss, you should rest for a few days before going to see young Master Mew. Looking at Tang Lemon, whose lips were completely drained of color, her eyes were filled with worry. But Tang Lemon just shook her head, gazing at the sunset outside the window. No need, she said, her voice faint. I'm not so weak that I can't even handle a plane ride. Understanding her stubbornness, she could only fall silent, and quietly stood by her side. Night fell quietly. After dinner, you were strolling down the street with your grandfather. Mu Zhengguo had his hands behind his back, gazing at the bustling city before him. Tell me, he suddenly asked, this afternoon, what did you notice that was out of place? You pondered for a moment, before slowly speaking. Something is off. If second uncle really is the mastermind, then knowing you were coming, he should have hidden everything. But whether it is that expensive villa or his overly familiar daughter, it is all just too strange. A provincial governor who has only been in office for less than 5 years. Can he really afford a $10 million mansion? But if he really is the mastermind, why would he expose all these flaws? Hearing your analysis, your grandfather abruptly stopped walking. He turned to face you and asked, "Is that all you saw?" His gaze instantly turned ice cold. A stark contrast to his earlier gentle demeanor. That cold, disappointed look made you subconsciously lower your head. Unable to meet his gaze, "Your heart is too soft." Mu Zhengguo snorted. "Not decisive at all. I'm really starting to regret
Letting you be with that girl.
I will give you one more chance. Tell me what you really think." Under the streetlight, you hesitated for a long time. Finally, you gritted your teeth and said it. "Second uncle's daughter is strange, and second aunt. They are not right." You knew very well that saying such a thing was tantamount to slandering your own family. In the Mu family, that was a serious offense. However, after hearing your words, Mu Zhengguo's expression actually softened. He turned and continued walking, his voice returning to its calm tone. But what he said next was earth-shattering. "Of course, they are strange. After all, they are both imposters." Imposters. You were completely stunned. Countless thoughts flashed through your mind. Could it be? The next second, your grandfather's words confirmed your suspicions. "That is right. Whether it is my granddaughter, Mook, or your second uncle's wife, Wang Li, they are all fake. All of this is just a show he is putting on to fool me, his own father." Then, you followed your grandfather to a bamboo pavilion and sat down. The night wind howled in your ears. Your grandfather gazed at the dark night and began to speak with a complex expression. "I will make an exception and tell you something today. You will have to know these things sooner or later anyway. Do you know why I have always been so strict with you, but so lenient with your brother and Mu Chen?" Hearing this question, you were instantly on high alert. This question had been weighing on your mind your whole life. You had asked several times as a child, but all you ever got in return was a stern scolding from your grandfather. You never thought that today he would finally tell you the answer himself. Your grandfather let out a long sigh and leaned back on the bench. He finally revealed the secret that had plagued you for years. "I have been an official for so many years. There are always people who do not dare to touch me directly, so they target you younger generation instead." Just then, a cold wind blew past. Your grandfather subconsciously shivered. Seeing this, you immediately stood up, took off your own coat, and draped it over him. Feeling the warmth of the coat, your grandfather sighed. "I am getting old. I can't even handle a little chill anymore." Then he continued. "Your second uncle is a living example. Under the deliberate influence of certain people, he still went down the wrong path. That is why I have always been so strict with you since you were a child. Your father is too honest and upright. He is too by the book. If the future of the Mu family is left in his hands, it will be torn apart by those people sooner or later." Hearing this, you were completely stunned. You never would have guessed this was the reason. But this reason was just too absurd. Your grandfather saw the doubt on your face. A rare smile appeared on his face. "You think this reason is ridiculous? Do not you? A powerful man like me, afraid of these little tricks. It is okay. You will know the answer tomorrow. In any case, this is all our Mu family's business. Your brother must not be involved. He is innocent." Your grandfather's tone shifted, and he dropped another bombshell. "Because Mu Chen is just our adopted son. So the next head of the Mu family will definitely be you, my biological grandson. I have already sent him to the Modu military district. You have already met. I know you two have a lot of conflicts, but I still hope you can get along." You nodded silently. Only then did you remember what Mu Chen had said to you in Jijing, so he knew the truth all along. In the end, the conflict between you two was just born from mutual jealousy. Just then, a dozen or so police cars sped past in the distance, sirens wailing. You watched the police cars and suddenly remembered that Uncle Yu had not come with you tonight. You hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Are you going to make your move tonight? Is not it a bit too rushed?" But your grandfather stood up and said simply, "Let us go. Time for a good show." The next second, he walked towards a black sedan that was pulling up nearby. You quickly followed, your mind a complete mess. A dozen or so minutes later, that 3-story Western-style house was surrounded by a dozen police cars. Dozens of armed police officers stood guard at the entrance. The atmosphere was extremely tense. When your black sedan slowly pulled up, all the police officers immediately lowered their heads, their eyes filled with reverence. Liu Ying quickly stepped forward and opened the car door. He reported respectfully to your grandfather as he got out of the car. "Everything has been taken care of. Mu Xiangbei's family is all inside, and we have also found information on that little girl." Your grandfather nodded and walked straight towards the house. "Stand by," Liu Ying ordered, and quickly followed. At this moment, the living room of the house was brightly lit. There were signs of a search everywhere, and your second uncle, Mu Xiangbei, was sitting calmly on the sofa, as if none of this had anything to do with him. The door was pushed open, and your grandfather walked in first. Mu Xiangbei remained seated, just turning his head, a mocking smile on his lips. Dad, you have really made quite a scene. And here I thought I could keep it from you forever. Your grandfather snorted coldly. Since you chose to do this, you should also be prepared to face the consequences. However, your second uncle, Mu Xiangbei, stood up and shrugged nonchalantly. He then sneered. Good thing I was prepared. I have already poisoned the dinner, if you do not want to die. How about you just let me go? Without my antidote, you won't even last half a day. You will be seeing my mom in the underworld. Hearing this, your pupils constricted. Your face instantly turned pale. But to your surprise, your grandfather laughed. He laughed so intimately. You really think your little tricks can work on me? When I was playing these games, you were not even born yet. As he spoke, he actually pulled out a pill from his pocket and handed it to the person behind him, without even looking back. This is the antidote. This scene made the smile on Mu Xiangbei's face instantly freeze, and then grow infinitely larger. He watched as you took the antidote, and then started to laugh hysterically. You really are willing to part with it, old man. That must be the last Oan, right? And you just gave it to this kid. You, who had just swallowed the antidote, froze, but your grandfather just waved his hand, signaling you to relax. Do not worry, I'm fine. Then, Liu Ying stepped forward and effortlessly subdued Mu Xiangbei and dragged him out. But after Mu Xiangbei was taken away, your grandfather's body began to tremble slightly. You noticed something was wrong and rushed over to support him. Grandpa? You asked, your voice trembling. You still have the antidote, right? However, your grandfather lay on the floor peacefully, gazing at the ceiling, his eyes filled with reminiscence. He raised his hand and gripped your arm tightly. The doctor said, Grandpa, I have lived a long life. I have no regrets. The only thing I can't let go of is you. You little rascal. I'm sorry, Xiaogei. Your eyes instantly turned red. Hot tears streamed down your face uncontrollably. But your grandfather reached out with his calloused rough hands and gently wiped away your tears. Why are you crying, you little rascal? Did not. You always want to get away from me. Now that Grandpa is really leaving, you can't bear to see me go. Remember all the skills I taught you. From now on, you're in charge of your own life. That little girl from the Tang family is a good kid. Do not you dare let her down. You won't have me nagging you anymore. Forget about this old man and go live the life you truly want. At this moment, your heart felt like it was being torn apart. All you could do was watch as your grandfather gave his last words and shake your head desperately. Finally, your grandfather's raised arm fell limply. Xiaojie, he breathed, his voice barely a whisper. You must be happy. As soon as he finished speaking, the light in your grandfather's eyes completely faded. The veins on his arm turned a deathly black, but a faint, contented smile still lingered on his lips. In the entire living room, only your heart-wrenching sobs remained, and Liu Ying, standing at the door, was in so much pain he could barely breathe. Old man Mu, he murmured, his eyes empty. Why did you have to go down this path? The wail of police sirens cut through the rainy night. You watched as they drove away. The heavy rain, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. Your grandfather's cold body was taken away. Just like that. Your eyes were bloodshot. Where are you taking my grandfather? You asked, your voice trembling. Where are you taking my grandfather? Liu Ying's voice was heavy. Old man Mu gave instructions before he passed. Wherever he falls, there he shall lie. He gently patted your shoulder. Come find me when you have recovered, he said comfortingly. Old man Mu left something for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and disappeared into the fog, leaving you alone to be swallowed by the endless darkness. Just then, the screeching roar of a sports car tore through the rainy night. A Rolls-Royce pulled up right in front of you. Then, a graceful figure holding an umbrella walked towards you. It was Tang Lemon. She looked at you, utterly heartbroken, with pity in her eyes. She glanced at the blood on the ground. I leave you alone for half a day, and you managed to get yourself into this mess. You slowly lifted your head, your throat as dry as sandpaper. What are you doing here? Tang Lemon rolled her eyes at you, annoyed. What if I had not come? She did not give you a chance to react. She grabbed your hand and pulled you towards the car, muttering angrily under her breath. If I ever let you run off on your own again, I will change my name to Tang Lemon Derer. And just like that, you were dazedly dragged by her, back to the presidential suite of the hotel. But to your surprise, she pulled you straight into the bathroom. You subconsciously struggled. I can do it myself. A crisp smack echoed through the room. Tang Lemon's voice was as cold as ice shards. If you do not want another beating, you will behave. Next time, it won't be your butt, it will be your face. Just then, back in Modu, Mu Chen also received the news. Hearing of his grandfather's death, his face remained impassive. He calmly turned and walked out of the office. But the moment the office door closed, a single hot tear silently slid down his cheek. The next morning, Tang Lemon, in a sexy nightgown, walked into the room with a bowl of hot porridge. And you were still lying in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Seeing no reaction from you, she smirked teasingly. Hey, do not tell me you want me to feed you myself. The pain in your butt brought you back to your senses. You obediently sat up. You had just taken the bowl ready to eat, when Tang Lemon kicked off her slippers and snuggled into your arms. I am hungry too, she pouted, completely shameless. You feed me. You were helpless against her. You could only resign yourself to picking up the spoon and feeding her a mouthful. Then you asked in a low voice, why did you suddenly come to Xijing? But Tang Lemon just let out a haughty hemph. None of your business. If I had not come, who knows who would still be lying on the street like a stray dog. Like a stray dog. And so, you took a spoonful. And she took a spoonful. The bowl of porridge was quickly finished. You put down the bowl. All you wanted to do was go back to sleep. But Tang Lemon, with her big sparkling eyes,
stopped you domineeringly.
No sleeping. First, you're going to tell me everything. What exactly happened yesterday? Her tone left no room for argument. She even gave him a final ultimatum. Or else, believe it or not, I will kick you to the floor. You hesitated for a moment, then sighed in resignation, and actually started to roll towards the edge of the bed. Tang Lemon was completely dumbfounded. The next second, her beautiful face was covered in dark clouds. She lifted her delicate little foot and kicked you squarely in the butt. With a yelp of pain, you were sent tumbling across the floor, rolling over several times. You winced, rubbing your backside, the stinging pain spreading through you. But before you could even recover, Tang Lemon suddenly leaped off the bed, and like a tiger pouncing on its prey, she lunged towards you. She even whispered a deadly threat in your ear. If you dare to move an inch, I will strip you naked and throw you out onto the street. The moment she said that, you froze on the spot, petrified. But in that split second of your hesitation, with a loud thud, your eyes instantly filled with shock. Tang Lemon was on top of you, looking down at you, demanding, are you going to talk or not? Looking at her domineering CEO-like demeanor, you could only suppress the sharp pain in your heart and roughly recount the events of last night. But your mind was a complete mess. Why would Grandpa eat the food, knowing it was poisoned? And why did not he expose Mu Xiangbei on the spot? All these mysteries could only be solved by asking Uncle Liu. After hearing everything, Tang Lemon was silent for a long while. Only then did she get off you, and muttered under her breath, annoyed. If you had just cooperated earlier, this would have all been over. You just had to force me to get rough. She shot you a sideways glance. What are you still doing on the floor? Are not you tired? Come up here and sleep with me. Left with no choice, you could only sigh, and climb back into bed in defeat. The moment you lay down, Tang Lemon's warm body pressed against yours. She even pressed your head against her chest, and cooed softly as if comforting a child. Go to sleep. There. You slept straight through until noon. You slowly opened your eyes and looked at the peacefully sleeping Tang Lemon in your arms. You carefully slipped out of bed. You had to go to the police station to find Uncle Liu right now. If you did not get these nagging questions answered, you would not be able to rest. You threw on your clothes in a flash and tiptoed to the door like a thief. But just as you cracked the door open, a huge dark shadow instantly loomed over you. Ningdao was standing there like a stoic guardian, staring at you with a blank expression. Young Master Mu, he said, his voice flat. You should probably just go back to bed. Do not make this difficult for me. You quickly put a finger to your lips, making a shushing gesture. You desperately tried to signal to Ningda with your eyes, letting him know you just had to run a quick errand and would be back soon. Xiaowan is still asleep. I do not want to wake her. But the moment the words left your mouth, Tang Lemon's lazy yet threatening voice sounded from behind you. Ningda, strip him naked and throw him on the bed. And remember, not even the underwear stays on. Yes, miss. Ningda replied respectfully at once. The next second, his gaze locked onto you like a predator on its prey. He even started rolling up his sleeves. Seeing this, a cold sweat instantly broke out on your forehead. No, do not trouble yourself. You quickly waved your hands, surrendering.
I will do it myself. I will do it myself.
Then, the bedroom door was slammed shut. You stripped off your clothes at a record-breaking speed and obediently crawled back into bed. Under the covers, a heated play fight ensued for who knows how long. Finally, after your repeated pleas for mercy, Tang Lemon, satisfied, gave you a hard kiss on the lips and let out a delicate humph. She warned you fiercely. If you ever dare to sneak off again, I will snip that thing off. We will see if you listen then. With that, the two of you finally slowly got dressed and prepared to head to the police station. The entire way, your hand was held tightly in Tang Lemon's. In the car on the way to the police station, she even reached out and gently rested your head on her lap. She gently caressed your cheek with her fingers, her voice as soft as a feather. I will make an exception and be nice to you for the next few days, so you would better not make me angry. Got it. All you could do was nod like a little chick pecking at grain. But a shiver of unease ran down your spine. Her sudden gentleness was actually a little creepy. Unexpectedly, the hotel was surprisingly close to the police station in less than 10 minutes. Ningda pointed to Lu Ying at the police station entrance. The moment the car stopped, Tang Lemon impatiently opened the door. You quickly followed. Seeing Tang Lemon, Lu Ying, showed no surprise on his face. He just looked at you, who had regained some of your spirit, and nodded. Good, you're here. Let us go. There is someone waiting for you. With that, he led you into the police station. No one spoke a word on the way, until you entered the office building. Liu Ying led you up 2 flights of stairs, and finally stopped in front of an office door. He turned to you and said, "You go in first. The person inside has a special status. Watch what you say." Then he looked at Tang Lemon, with a hint of apology. "Miss Tang, I will have to ask you to wait outside for a moment." But just then, from the office, a voice old yet powerful came through. "It is all right. Let the little lady come in and listen too." Hearing this, Liu Ying said no more, and simply pushed open the office door. You and Tang Lemon exchanged a look, and then walked in. The door closed behind you. You immediately saw the hunched figure, sitting by the window. "Grandpa Shu," you exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here?" The old man slowly turned around, a faint smile on his face. With something this big happening, if this old man did not make a trip, would that be right? As he spoke, he walked over to the sofa with his cane and sat down. "Do not just stand there like a fool. Come, sit." You nodded, and holding Tang Lemon's soft little hand, sat down on the sofa opposite the old man. Then, old man Shu slowly poured 3 cups of steaming hot tea. He took a sip, and with a single sentence struck a chord in your heart. "You feel like there's something strange about your grandfather's death. Do not you? Like something's not right." You nodded honestly. The bloody scene from last night flashed through your mind again. Your voice involuntarily dropped. "I thought about it all night, and I still can't figure it out. Just own Mu Xiangbei. How could he possibly have defeated my grandfather?" Old man Shu took a sip of his tea, and snorted disdainfully. Of course he could not have defeated Zheng Guo. Forget On Mu Xiangbei, even 10, 100 of them combined, would still be a joke in front of Zheng Guo. This made the cloud of doubt in your heart even thicker. "Then why?" you asked urgently, but old man Shu did not answer directly. He just picked up a hospital diagnosis report from the side and pushed it in front of you. He let out a deep sigh. "You should take a look at this first. The answers you're looking for are all in here." Full of doubt, you picked up the report. But when you saw the words written on it, your face instantly turned deathly pale. Your eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Seeing something was wrong, Tang Lemon, beside you, snatched the report from your hands, but after just one glance, she also froze on the spot. The few large red characters on the report were so glaring they hurt to look at. "Terminal cancer." When was this? You looked up at the old man, your voice trembling uncontrollably. Your eyes instantly turned red, but old man Shu calmly blew on the hot tea in his cup. "You already had a faint idea in your heart, did not you? When I first found out about this, my reaction was not much different from yours now." He paused, and then continued. "It was right after you were born. We tried every possible treatment, but nothing could cure it. All we could do was try to delay it, and we have been delaying it until now." The next second, old man Shu looked up and met your gaze. His voice was calm, but every word was a dagger to the heart. "Now, do you understand why your grandfather did what he did yesterday? It was not that he was poisoned. It was more like he was finally ready to let go of everything and leave, so he chose to die. To end his life in this way. He even said, Mu Xiangbei will regret his actions in the future and eventually return to a normal life. Your grandfather had already entrusted this to him. As long as Mu Xiangbei was truly repentant, he would be released one day." Then old man Shu's gaze shifted to Tang Lemon. A kind smile appeared on his face. Just as Zheng Guo said, "She is a good girl. No wonder he was always calling me to brag, saying he would found a real treasure of a granddaughter-in-law." Hearing this, your heart ached with a pain like 1,000 cuts. Only in this moment did you finally understand. Your grandfather's strictness towards you was all just an act. What grandfather in this world does not dote on his own grandson? Then, you still dejected, stood up with Tang Lemon to leave. After you left, old man Shu returned to the window, his eyes filled with an endless sorrow. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured to himself, "Back on the battlefield. Those days of fighting side by side are truly nostalgic to think about now. My old friend, Zheng Guo, to pave the way for his grandson. He endured his illness for over a decade. This heart-wrenching pain, his good brother Mu Zhengguo had actually endured it." At this moment, outside the police station, Tang Lemon had already gotten into the car, but Liu Ying quickly walked up to you and pulled an envelope from his pocket, stuffing it into your hand. He lowered his voice and said, "This is what old man Mu left for you. It contains the 3rd condition he wants you to fulfill." You silently took the envelope and nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Liu." Liu Ying let out a hearty laugh and clapped you heavily on the shoulder. "Right, do not be all sentimental with me. If you ever need anything in the future, just give me a call. I will always be your uncle." With that, you gave each other a tight hug. Then you turned, opened the car door, and got in. The car engine roared to life and soon disappeared into the stream of traffic. Then, Mu Xiangbei was directly escorted to Yunjin prison. As for how long his sentence would be, No On Nu, and Wang Li, on charges of child abuse, was also taken into custody. Her adopted daughter, Mu Care, was sent to an orphanage by the relevant authorities. All of this turmoil was suppressed by Old Man Shu using his connections. The official announcement only stated that Mu Zhengguo was of old age and had honorably retired. On the way back to the hotel, you hesitated for a long time. Finally, with trembling hands, you opened the letter your grandfather had left for you. The letter was filled with his concern and advice for you. You read it word by word, afraid to miss a single detail. Xiao Ge, by the time you read this letter, I am probably no longer in this world. For the past decade or so, Grandpa knows you have always hated me in your heart. As you read, a hot tear splashed onto the letter. Your eyes were red-rimmed. You fought back your grief and continued to read. Ask for the third condition I left for you. You could decide what to do with it. According to my investigation, after your second uncle got married, he secretly kept a mistress and had a little girl with her. That child is, after all, of our Mu family's blood. So the third condition I'm giving you is to find her and bring her back to the Mu family. However, at the very bottom of the letter were 3 words written in a trembling hand. I'm sorry. There were even the dried stains of tears on the paper. Just then, Tang Lemon silently pulled you into her embrace and gently stroked your hair. Do not be sad, she comforted you. You still have me. Do not you. At the same time, far away in the Bai family mansion in Modu, the family head, Bai Chongde, was on the phone with a furrowed brow. On the other end of the line was a distorted voice. That old geezer is dead. The favor between you and I is also cleared. But Bai Chongde retorted in a furious tone. You want to cut ties and walk away now? Is not that a little too easy for you? But the person on the other end just snorted coldly. This time, that old geezer brought it on himself. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have had to wait. I have been plotting with just Mu Xiangbei for decades. Now that the pawn is gone, what do you think I can do? I do not want to get involved in this mess anymore. You can deal with that kid from the Mu family yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was mercilessly disconnected. Bai Chongde's face instantly darkened to the point where it looked like it was about to drip ink. He knew very well that the Tianmu group was a massive mountain pressing down on his head. The scene changes. In the restaurant of the Yunjin Grand Hotel, night had already fallen. With a helpless expression, you picked up a spoonful of food and brought it to Tang Lemon's lips. Hey, you grumbled under your breath. Should not you be the Oan feeding me? But Tang Lemon just shot you a sideways glance and snorted. Men, know your place. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned in and gave you a peck on the cheek. I'm doing this for your own good, she said with a grin. When people are busy, they tend to forget about the unhappy things. So are not I being super nice to you? After another night of rest at the hotel, you were ready to set off early the next morning. You who were about to leave turned around and saw Tang Lemon's pale, weak face on the bed. You immediately stopped in your tracks. You let out a helpless sigh, took off your coat, and lay back down on the bed. You reached out and began to gently rub her stomach. Tang Lemon, in her extremely weak state, immediately clung to your arm like a little kitten. Fine beads of cold sweat dotted her forehead. Are not you going to pick up your cousin? She asked, her voice weak. Are not you going to pick up your cousin? Your large hand on her stomach gently moved in circles. You wiped the sweat from her forehead with a pained expression. With you like this, you said with a wry smile, how can I leave with peace of mind? With your free arm, you reached for the brown sugar water that was already prepared on the bedside table. But Tang Lemon stubbornly shook her head. I do not want to drink it right now. You could not help but nag a little. And you say you're going to take care of me. You can't even take care of yourself. The next second, you took a large gulp of the warm brown sugar water and then pressed your lips to hers, forcing her to drink it. You went back and forth like this several times until the cup of brown sugar water was empty. Tang Lemon, who had been tossing and turning all night, finally fell into a deep sleep in the warm bed. You held her tightly in your arms and slowly drifted off to sleep as well. At the same time, far away in the empty courtyard house of the Mu family in Kyoto, most of the guards had already been dismissed. In the old man's bedroom, Mu Gudong was silently packing clothes, folding them Oan by Oan and placing them in a suitcase. Outside the door, your mom watched this scene and could only shake her head helplessly. With the old man gone, all those relatives who used to fawn over them were nowhere to be seen. This was reality. When the big tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Finally, after a discussion between the 3 most respected elders in China, it was decided to hold a low-key funeral for him. But even so, all the top figures in China would come to pay their respects. The next morning, after you had repeatedly confirmed that Tang Lemon was feeling much better, you finally left alone with peace of mind. On the way to the Sunshine Orphanage, Ningdo was driving and reporting the situation to you. According to our investigation, at the Sunshine Orphanage, there is indeed a little girl named Mu Yue. After a DNA comparison, we can be 100% certain that she is Mu Xiangbei's biological daughter. Then he added, I learned from the director that Mu Yu was sent to the orphanage not long after she was born. A large sum of money was also left at the time. You immediately frowned and asked, "What about the child's mother?" Ning Day shook his head. "We are not sure yet to find out her identity. Will probably take some time." As the car sped up, it soon reached the outskirts of the city. 10 minutes later, the car pulled up steadily in front of what looked like a rather old orphanage. The surrounding walls were covered in moss, a clear sign of many years of wind and rain. You pushed open the rusty iron gate. Just then, a middle-aged woman with shoulder-length hair walked out from inside. When she saw you dressed in fine clothes, and Ning Da behind you, she instantly stopped in her tracks. "Are you?" You smiled politely and asked Auntie, "Are you a caregiver here? We would like to adopt a child." The woman nodded in surprise. "I'm a caregiver here, but I'm just on my way out to buy groceries. Why do not you go in and have a look first?" With that, the woman shouted towards the second floor. "Mayu, could you come down for a moment? Someone's here to adopt a child." As soon as she finished speaking, a young woman with a ponytail walked out of the building. She looked you up and down with curiosity, her face filled with surprise. "Are you the ones who want to adopt an orphan? After all, just your designer clothes alone made you look completely out of place here." You nodded gently. And then, under Mayu's guidance, you walked into the building and took the opportunity to learn about the orphanage. Mayu patiently explained, "Our orphanage's environment is one of the best in the entire city, and most of the children are well-behaved and obedient. It is free time right now.
I will take you to the back to have a look."
Following behind, you took the opportunity to ask, "Do you know a little girl named Muyu?" Muyu Wei, hearing this name, Mayu immediately turned to look at you. Then she nodded. "Of course I know her, but this child's situation is a little special." Then you walked through a long corridor and arrived at an open space in the backyard. The innocent laughter of children immediately filled your ears. As you looked out, 20 or 30 little tykes, no more than knee-high, were chasing each other across the lawn. But Mayu suddenly stopped in her tracks and pointed to a corner under a distant large tree. "Look, she is right there." That little girl was sitting there all by herself, unlike the other children. She looked a bit scruffy. Her head was buried deep between her knees, making it impossible to see her face. Mayu explained with a complicated expression, "The children who come to us are mostly already 2 or 3 years old, but children like Mu Yue, who have been abandoned at the orphanage since birth, are truly a rare sight." But just as she finished speaking, 3 slightly older children from a distance walked over to Mu Yu and began to taunt her loudly. "Look at this ugly freak sitting here all alone again daydreaming. Ha ha ha, what a pathetic little weirdo." Hearing the harsh taunts, the little girl named Mu Yu buried her head even lower. Mama Yu standing beside you saw this and could only sigh helplessly. "Oh, here we go again." Your gaze instantly turned to ice. You stared intently at the distant, small bullied figure. "Does this happen a lot?" Mayu nodded, slightly embarrassed. "Most of the children in the orphanage have unique personalities, and since Muyue is the youngest of them all, she often becomes their target." After hearing this, without another word, you strode in their direction. Under the large tree, the 3 little rascals were getting bored and about to leave. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell over them. They turned around, confused, to see you and Ningda, who had appeared at some point, standing right behind them. The leader of the group saw Ma Yu. His face changed instantly, and he turned to make a run for it. But Ningda, who was ready, grabbed him and hoisted him into the air. "So young and already up to no good. Already learned how to bully little girls, have you?" The boy struggled in your grasp, yelling, "Let me go. You big bully!" The commotion sent the other children scattering and hiding in an instant. You paid no mind to the brat's crocodile tears. You walked straight to Muye and slowly knelt down. You deliberately softened your voice, afraid of scaring her. "Lift your head." The ragged Muyue timidly raised her small dirt-streaked face. Glistening tears still clung to the corners of her eyes. You asked again softly, "Are you Muyu?" The little girl was timid, merely looking at you with frightened eyes. Not daring to make a sound, you had to be patient and ask again.
"Your name is Muyue.
"Is that right this time?" She finally, with an almost imperceptible movement, gave a small nod. Seeing the deep-seated fear in her eyes, you slowly held out your hands. You spoke in the gentlest tone you could manage. "Do you want to leave this place? If you leave here, you will be my Mu Avocado's little sister, and no one will ever dare to bully you again." After hearing the words "leave this place," Muyue finally mustered all her courage. In a trembling, childish voice, she uttered a single word, "Yes." Getting the answer you wanted, you smiled in satisfaction and scooped her into your arms. The little Owen was clearly startled and instinctively grabbed your collar, curling up in your warm embrace. You gently patted her back to soothe her, while turning to Mayu. "Let us go handle the paperwork. I am taking this child with me." As you spoke, you dotingly stroked the little Owen's messy hair, a smile playing on your lips. Muyue That name is not very nice. From today on, your name will be Mu Shuer, and I am your big brother. Mu Avocado. After a good half-hour of hassle, you finally walked out of the orphanage, and in your hands were several freshly issued adoption certificates. You took her back to the hotel and found Tang Lemon still sleeping soundly in bed. A mischievous grin spread across your face. You tucked little Shuer right into the covers with her. Then you lay down as well. But in her sleep, Tang Lemon's hand reached out and pulled the soft Mu Shuer into her arms. She woke with a start. A pair of large, sparkling eyes was staring at her curiously. Tang Lemon saw you by the bed and instantly understood everything. Not only was she not angry, she leaned down and gave the little Own a kiss. There, go to sleep. Just Own's sentence, from the girl who had never been treated with tenderness, brought an instant sense of peace to Mu Shuer. This was the most peaceful sleep she would had since she was born. But you turned and picked up your phone and started to discuss your grandfather's funeral arrangements. According to tradition, the burial had to be within 7 days. Time was of the essence. The next morning, when you opened your eyes, you saw Mu Shuer staring at you curiously. Just then, a voice called out, "Lazy pig, just waking up now." Tang Lemon was already fully dressed. She walked over and scooped little Shuer into her arms. Then, Tang Lemon, holding her, sat down at the vanity and began to gently comb little Shuer's hair. Surprisingly, little Shuer did not resist at all. In fact, she seemed to really like this big sister. Sitting up in bed, you thought this heartwarming scene was quite nice. But the next second, your eyes darted to the empty bowl on the nightstand. You were instantly confused. "Honey, where's my breakfast?" But Tang Lemon, without turning her head, snapped back 2 words. "It is gone." You were speechless. Well, I will be out with the old, in with the new. You had no choice but to head to the kitchen in your pajamas. At the same time, at the vanity, Tang Lemon took out 3 butterfly hair ties. "Which Own do you like?" she asked softly. Mu Shuer's eyes were instantly glued to the pink Own. She had never seen such a pretty hair tie before. At the orphanage, long hair was just something to be cut with scissors. The corners of Tang Lemon's mouth lifted. She took the pink hair tie and put Shuer's hair up in a small ponytail. Her milky white little face, paired with the cute hairstyle, was absolutely adorable. Tang Lemon could not resist planting a big kiss on her cheek. "Good girl, call me big sister." Mu Shuer obediently called out, "Big sister." Just then you walked out with a plate of scrambled eggs.
You pouted?
"Little Shuer, you have not called me big brother yet. You had cooked them yourself, and the delicious smell made little Shuer's nose twitch. But the next second, Tang Lemon stood up, holding her, and snatched your breakfast right out of your hand. She then said to Shuer gently, There. If you're hungry, eat up. If it is not enough, we will make your brother cook more." Mu Shuer nodded vigorously, picked up her chopsticks, and started devouring the food. You watched all this with a blank expression, then looked down at the empty knife and fork in your hands. This world is so cruel. Not only do I get no appreciation, but she even steals my food. As if sensing your displeasure, Tang Lemon whipped her head around and shot you a glare.
What? You got a problem with that?
Or, do you have something to say to me? Hearing that, your attitude did a complete 180. Of course not. You said with a fawning smile, "You caring for little Shuer makes me happier than anything." But just then, Shuer, who had already finished half the eggs, looked up and asked innocently, "Big brother, why are you afraid of big sister?" Tang Lemon sat down again and stroked her little head, "Because that is a woman's special privilege. But he can only be ordered around by me." Then her tone changed. She looked at Shuer. "If little Shuer wants, big sister can teach you how to train men in the future. Okay?" As soon as she said that, Mu Shuer's eyes instantly filled with curiosity and anticipation. You were speechless. "Oh, please do not." So after breakfast, you took the 2 of them and left the hotel, heading straight for the airport, and boarded a plane to Kyoto. After all, if you did not go back now, you would be late for your grandfather's funeral. The buffer of the last few days had lessened the grief in your heart a little. But thinking of your grandfather's 20 years of hard work and sacrifice, your mood instantly became heavy again. At the same time, all the top leaders in China were all flying to Kyoto at this moment. For own name only, Mu Zhengguo, this name, whether in the military or in politics, was like an unshakable pillar, more than a legend. He was a myth. Today, several planes landed in Kyoto. The media, catching wind of it, went into a frenzy. The passengers on board were all major figures from across the country. Now they were all gathered in Kyoto. What a shocking scene. But at this moment, inside the main hall of the Mew family home, a coffin lay quietly in the center. On it rested several medals, the lowest of which was a second-class merit because of their special status and high-ranking positions they had to come in advance. Each person came forward to offer 3 sticks of incense. Some of the old man's acquaintances were even overcome with tears. Just outside the main hall, Mu Guodong was dressed in black, his face etched with sorrow. Just then, your mom walked over abruptly. Having just gotten off the phone, her face was full of anger. These ungrateful wolves are getting more and more outrageous. Dad's first week of mourning is not even over, and they are already thinking about dividing the family assets. They have absolutely no shame. But Mu Guodong just shook his head and sighed. There is nothing we can do. With Dad and Shangbei both gone now, it would be strange if they did not have these ideas. Then, Mu Guodong's tone changed. When Xiaogi gets back tomorrow, we will see how he handles it, whether he is harsh or lenient. We will just support him. Your mom's eyes turned cold. If we do not teach these people a lesson, they will really think our family is a pushover, because they knew their son's personality inside and out. Although you usually put on a smiling face in front of the people you liked, when it really came down to it, you would show no weakness whatsoever. A plane slowly landed at the Kyoto airport. As you walked out of the cabin, you stretched lazily in the bright sunlight and let out a long sigh. Finally back. But behind you, Tang Lemon was following closely, holding Mu Xuer's hand. Seeing how much your wife doted on Xuer, you felt your own status in the family plummeting, so you immediately sidled up to her with a grin. Honey, how about a kiss? But who knew? Tang Lemon, who was playing with Xuer, just glanced at you and then softly uttered a single word. Scram. But just at that moment, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind you. Looks like you're having a pretty good time. You actually have the energy to be flirting here. You subconsciously frowned, then instantly relaxed. Your tone was calm. I did not think you would actually come. I thought you would not. Then you turned to Tang Lemon, who was holding little Xuer, and said, you take little Xuer and go on ahead. I will be there in a bit. But Tang Lemon just stared at you, her eyes cold. You would better not be running off again, or I really will break your legs. With that, she turned and left, holding the child. Your bodyguard, Ningda, immediately followed. Only then did you turn back to Muchen.
Let us talk.
I have something to ask you. Unexpectedly, he nodded with his hands in his pockets. I was thinking the same thing. The air was thick with tension. The two of you brothers walked to a corner of the airport. As you walked, you asked, you knew about everything else all along, did not you? Mu Chen nodded. I suppose, he said lightly, just a few years earlier than a certain someone. But the next second, you both spoke at the same time. Sometimes I really envy you. In that moment, you both froze. He coveted the weight on your shoulders, while you envied his freedom. Just then, you walked into a blind spot of the airport's surveillance. Mu Chen rolled his neck and stretched. I have checked, this is a blind spot. No matter what happens, no Owen will disturb us. You instantly understood what he meant. You rolled up your sleeves as well. The next second, your fists flew towards each other at the same time. This fight was to settle the years of resentment between you two brothers. An hour later, the Mu family courtyard. You and Mu Chen walk in, faces bruised and swollen. Mom and Tang Lemon, who are just about to head out, are completely stunned on the spot. What on earth did you two go do? As a result, both of you turn your heads away at the same time. We fell on the road. Mom immediately pulls Muchen away, her heart aching for him. Meanwhile, Tang Lemon drags you into a small side room without a word. What are you doing? Not the face. I was wrong? I am really wrong. Your miserable screams echo through the courtyard. Even Muchen subconsciously flinches when the door finally opens. Tang Lemon, completely expressionless, drags a very wrong-looking you out of the room. Mom quickly calls out, hurry, come apply some medicine. It would be bad if it leaves a scar. And so Tang Lemon is put in charge of applying your medicine. You watch as she mercilessly dumps the medicine right onto your open wounds. You instantly bare your teeth in pain. Wifey, are you trying to murder your own husband? Are not I applying medicine for you? Is it possible that the medicine in your hand is for oral use? Bro is fighting for his life right now. Finally, after the torturous application, you and Muchen are ready to head out. Just as Mom wants to get to the bottom of things, a tiny pink figure suddenly rushes in. She throws herself straight into Tang Lemon's arms. Big sister, little Xuer looks up, blinking her big, innocent eyes. Today, she's wearing a Lolita dress, looking just like a little princess. But when her gaze turns to you, under your expectant look, she tilts her head in confusion. Little calico cat, you instantly turn to stone. Mom is overjoyed seeing this adorable kid. Indeed, having a daughter is the best. Taking another critical hit. So, I was just an accident. Unexpectedly, your dad, Mu Guodong, also smiles a rare smile. When we are done with this busy period, we will get swear registered. It is about time for her to start kindergarten. Who is going to look after her then? Intimidated by Tang Lemon's glaring eyes, he can only curl his lips. I guess we will do it. Just then, as you're about to go offer incense to Grandpa, your dad suddenly stops you. Little G.E. Wait a moment. Under your confused gaze, your dad, Mu Guodong, actually takes out a ring. The ring looks incredibly expensive. On look, and you know it is no ordinary item. He explains, I found this in your grandpa's cabinet. There was a note inside saying it is for you, for when you marry little Juan. Confused, you take the ring and examine it closely. There seems to be a character engraved inside the crystal in the center. You nod and tuck the ring safely away.
I understand.
Then you turn and head towards the main hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Lemon is dotingly feeding Shuer some candy. Your mom watches this heartwarming scene and sighs emotionally when little Shui grows up. She will definitely be a beauty, just like little Juan. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is the day of Grandpa's burial. But early in the morning, the Mu family's distant relatives almost trample the threshold flat. Even though it is a funeral, everyone surprisingly has a hint of joy on their faces. Looking at this scene, you curse in your heart. Truly disgusting. When Grandpa was around, they were nowhere to be seen. The moment Grandpa is gone, they all show up eager to divide the inheritance. As the mournful sound of the swanna rings out, dressed in mourning white, you take a step forward and respectfully kowtow to the coffin. Over in the corner, 5 or 6 old men look solemn. Zhengguo, this old guy actually raised a pretty capable grandson. Should we intimidate those annoying flies for him? No need, it is their family business. Let us leave it to the kid. As soon as the words fall, the burly pallbearers step forward. The heavy coffin is lifted and carried out of the courtyard. Because it is a cenotaph burial site, it is only a half-hour walk from home. According to custom, Tang, Lemon, and Shuer can't get too close, but she still holds the child's hand, following far behind the procession. However, right at this moment, within the funeral procession, 2 bloated middle-aged women exchange a glance, hatching a crooked scheme. They came here specifically for the family fortune and are preparing an excuse to disrupt the funeral. At the same time, in a small alley in Kyoto, 10 thugs are plotting an even bigger conspiracy. Are we ready? As long as we wreck the funeral, it is $500,000 for each of us. Do not worry, boss. I have got the manure truck all prepped. As soon as they come by, I will drive straight into them. Seeing the funeral procession getting closer, just as a minion is about to go drive the truck, a figure suddenly blocks their path. It is Yu and Mu Chen. He still has a band-aid stuck on his face, suppressing his anger. He provocatively says, listen here, I heard you want to do something to my grandpa's funeral, so I came personally to entertain you scumbags. Cue the boss music. Mu Chen is about to go off. The lead boss instantly realizes they have been exposed. He roars, get him, finish him in a minute. The 9 underlings reveal ferocious looks and aggressively rush towards Mu Chen.
Kid, you asked for this?
But merely 3 minutes later, Mu Chen calmly lights a cigarette. All 10 thugs are lying on the ground wailing in pain. Nearby lies an iron pipe that has been snapped clean in half. Mu Chen exhales a puff of white smoke, walks up to the thug boss, and grabs him forcefully by the hair. I will only give you Oan chance. Who hired you? The boss trembles all over in fear, feebly spitting out a name. Getting his answer, Mu Chen nods and lets go, just as the thug thinks he escaped a disaster. Mu Chen's foot mercilessly aims at his third leg and viciously stomps down.
Ouch.
I felt that Owen. In an instant, indescribable agony sweeps through his entire body. The boss immediately lets out a blood-curdling scream. His piercing wails echo through the otherwise silent alley. Yet Mu Chen coldly says, do not worry. If you treat it in time, you might still be able to use it. Saying that, he casually tosses the half-smoked cigarette into the guy's mouth. Then your brother turns and leaves, heading back towards the departing funeral procession. Meanwhile, within the procession,
Xiao Melian, the instigator,
seeing that no Oan has come to disrupt things yet, secretly curses a bunch of useless bastards, taking the money but not doing the job. She originally wanted to use the chaos to apply pressure. Now her plan has completely fallen through, so she has to rack her brain for another way. 10 or so minutes later, the procession arrives at the destination. It is a picturesque feng shui treasure land with green hills and clear waters. This entire hill belongs to your Mu family. Just then, you look at Mu Chen walking up beside you and ask, taken care of? Yeah, Mu Chen nods, his gaze falling heavily on the already buried coffin. He then asks in return, how did you know someone would make trouble at that spot? You also watch the burial ceremony, eyes deep, slowly replying, it is simple, as long as you do not overestimate the people behind us. You could guess that while Grandpa was alive, they could not get a single dime out of him. Now that Grandpa is dead, their minds are definitely burning with greed. Just watch. There is a much better show coming up later. Hearing this, Muchen just glances at you. Suddenly, his tone turns unusually flat. Keep my share of the inheritance for yourself. You instantly snap your head to look at him in surprise. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Muchen nods with a bitter smile. The Mu family raised me for over 20 years. I can't even begin to repay that debt of gratitude. Do I have the face to take a share of the property? You reply earnestly. You know, we have never treated you as an outsider. That is exactly why I feel indebted. Muchen's answer makes your heart sink. As the solemn burial ceremony ends, you and Muchen, as direct descendants, walk up to the tombstone and kneel down heavily. Do not you also feel you owe Grandpa too much? Over the years, it was always Muchen who took care of Grandpa, while your family lived a life of peace and comfort without a second thought. The two of you speak in unison. Grandpa, have a safe journey. Seeing this touching scene, several elders at the back of the group also can't help but shed a few tears. At noon, after lunch at the Mu family mansion, the main hall is packed to the brim with distant relatives. They are all looking with thick, greedy smiles at the person sitting in the main seat. Finally, the scheming Zhao Million can't hold back anymore. She speaks up with a fake chuckle.
Gudong,
The old man is resting in peace now. We are relatives. We should step up and share the burden for you. These words act like flipping a switch. The aunts and uncles present instantly start chiming in. Yes, exactly. My nephew is going to college in Luoyang. He just needs a villa. Right. My daughter is starting kindergarten. She absolutely needs a house in the city. We are all ON family. We should help each other out, right? The previously quiet hall instantly erupts into a chaotic mess. Just then, your dad in the main seat, fighting back his immense anger, suddenly speaks up in a deep, booming voice. I do not have the final say in this matter either. Before the old man passed, he already left a clear will. All of the Mu family's assets are to be fully distributed by my son, Mu Avocado. Your dad's gaze sweeps across the room, piercingly cold. Besides, the old man was just put to rest. Are not you all being a bit too eager? Seeing the icy glare in your dad's eyes, the relatives immediately shut their mouths. But how could Zhao Million, the first to speak, tolerate this? She directly starts hollering in loud dissatisfaction. Giving it all to your son, is not the old man going way too far? Those are the Mu family's assets. What right does he have to give it all to your son? We worked ourselves to the bone for the Mu family, and in the end we get absolutely nothing. Is not this just blatantly bullying us? This last provocative sentence instantly ignites everyone's emotions. Wealth is right here for the taking today. Who cares about saving face? Can face be spent like money? Right at this critical moment, a voice abruptly echoes from outside the room. Immediately after, the door is pushed open, and you walk in. You wear a polite, harmonious smile. Looking at this group of hopelessly greedy relatives, what is going on? So lively, let me have a listen too. In your hand, you're holding a bulging black plastic bag. Seeing you, the main person in charge, appear. Zhao Million's cronies immediately jump out. Mu Avocado, you're just a junior. It is not your place to speak here. My husband did so much for the Mu family. Why should not we get a share of the property? She even drags your personal affairs into the mud. Do not you have the richest girl in Shanghai as your girlfriend? You do not lack money, so what is wrong with giving the assets to us? Hearing this utter nonsense, you can't help but burst out laughing. Your eyes instantly turn cold, staring sharply at that bitter woman. If I remember correctly, how many generations separated is your family from ours? What exactly did your husband contribute to the Mu family? The moment these words are spoken, the woman flares up, as if her sore spot was forcefully poked. My husband works diligently in the Mu family enterprise. Are you saying he made no contribution? This sentence instantly exposes her absolute stupidity. The surrounding relatives subconsciously distance themselves from her, full of disgust. Right then, you finally lay your cards on the table. You violently dump the black plastic bag onto the floor. Dozens of property deeds and land ownership certificates come tumbling out all over the ground with a loud clatter. In a mere split second, everyone's eyes are glued to them, unable to look away. You pick up a booklet, facing the crowd with a stern look. You state calmly, did not you all say you contributed a lot?
I will put it out there today.
In the last 10 years, whoever made a special trip to visit my grandpa even once,
I will give them a house.
However, I, Mu Avocado, will pay for it out of my own pocket. Watching their restless, eager eyes,
you give a playful smile?
but you better think clearly. Afterwards, I will personally check the surveillance footage own by own. If I find out anyone made a false claim, your voice suddenly turns freezing cold. Every single house here is worth millions. The crime of fraud is more than enough for you to enjoy a nice stay in prison. As soon as these words drop, all the relatives' faces drastically change. Lying now would literally be sending themselves straight to jail. For a moment, Not a single person dares to speak a word. Their eyes dart away, completely afraid to look at the deeds on the floor.
You have got to be kidding.
With the old man's temper, they could not hide from him fast enough. Who would dare to actually go and visit him? Seeing them all standing there dumbfounded, you scoff coldly. Were not you quite loud just now? Why is everyone suddenly mute? This sentence is undeniably a harsh, invisible slap to their faces. And the worst part is, they can't even refute it. Finally, someone thinks of a pathetic excuse to sneak away.
Oh my.
I left the stove on at home. I have to go. Right. My faucet is still running too. However, the moment they push open the door, the sight before them scares their souls right out of their bodies. In the courtyard, over a dozen armed police officers are lined up neatly, staring straight at them like hawks. Only then do you feign a sudden realization. Oh right, forgot to tell you, I heard someone wanted to sabotage Grandpa's funeral, so I specifically contacted some partners of justice to see who harbors evil intentions. Partners of Justice, bro, really called the cops and made it sound like an anime. As your words fall, the police in the courtyard immediately spring into action. They directly lock onto several figures in the trembling crowd, step forward, pull out ice-cold handcuffs, and arrest them all without hesitation.
Zhao Milian is shockingly among them.
She instantly struggles like a madwoman, yelling at the top of her lungs, "Let me go. I did not commit a crime. On what grounds are you arresting me? I'm going to sue every single one of you." However, the more she acts like this, the more she exposes her guilty conscience. You slowly walk out, looking at her with a beaming, dangerous smile. How could you have not committed a crime? You pronounce each word like a heavy, punishing hammer, attempting to sabotage a funeral and desecrating. The deceased has already touched the country's absolute bottom line. We could even pin a charge of treason on you. Tell me, how could you possibly be innocent? Hearing this, in Zhao Milian's widened eyes, boundless terror instantly surfaces. She only wanted a measly piece of the inheritance. Where did treason come from? That is a literal capital offense. Thinking of this terrifying outcome, Zhao Milian instantly throws a massive tantrum. She screams at you like a lunatic. "You little brat, you dare to frame me. I am your relative, and you actually want to kill me? How can you be so incredibly vicious?" The others around who are still in a daze, hearing this, all look at you with deeply fearful eyes. Chills run violently down their spines. How does this look like a normal young man in his 20s? His methods are unfathomably ruthless. Soon, under everyone's terrified gazes, all the troublemakers are forcefully taken away by the police. You look at the remaining so-called relatives, standing tall with your hands behind your back, and speak flatly.
"You have run your errands
and eaten your meal. Uncles and aunts, take care on your way out. I won't be seeing you off." Finishing your piece, you turn and walk into the house, shutting the door with a loud, resounding bang. The remaining relatives outside only feel like their faces have been slapped raw. They did not get a single benefit and just stirred up a massive heap of trouble for themselves. This mob of rabble instantly scatters like frightened birds, swearing never to harbor thoughts about the Mu family's assets again. Ignoring you, your dad, Mu Budong sighs heavily. If only they had waited until after the first 7 days of mourning to discuss this. For the sake of sentiment, it would not have ended up this ugly. You merely shrug your shoulders indifferently. To deal with these kinds of people, you have to crush them all at once. Make them never ever dare to offend us again. Just then, a tiny figure in a fluffy pink princess dress runs out happily from the side room. Brother Mu Shuer directly hugs your leg. After a few days of interacting, this little own is no longer shy around you at all. You chuckle and pick her up, playfully pinching her soft little cheek. How is it? Were you dazzled by how cool your brother was just now? When you look for a boyfriend in the future, you have to find someone exactly like me. As a result, Mu Shuer tilts her little head and asks in an adorable milky voice, "Brother, what is a boyfriend? What nonsense are you teaching her?" Tang Lemon steps right up and gives you a swift kick, snatching little Shuer back protectively. The Tang yelling couple also walks in at that moment. Looking at this lively scene, they smile. Anyone who did not know would think you three were a little family. The two families chat casually for a while, because the Tang Yoing couple is extremely busy with corporate affairs. They decide to head back to the Bai family in Shanghai first. Recently, there have been constant conflicts aimed at the Tianmu group. Someone needs to go back and hold the fort. And you decide to stay and keep vigil for Grandpa for 49 days. But you absolutely never expected that. Tang Lemon, who usually wishes she could glue herself to your side, is actually going back to Shanghai with her parents first. You are instantly shocked. This demon young miss is actually willing to let go. Is the world ending tomorrow? In the afternoon before leaving, Tang Lemon gently helps adjust your clothes. She leans dangerously close to your ear and asks softly, "While I am not by your side, You won't go out fooling around with other women, will you? Cold sweat instantly pours down your back. With a stiff expression, you laugh. Of course not. Do I look like that kind of person? You better not be. Tang Lemon's red lips plant a light, teasing kiss on your cheek. We will continue the rest when you return to Shanghai. Saying that, she takes little Shuer's hand and gets in the car. The little Owen is still waving her tiny hand, shouting in her sweet, milky voice, "Brother, bye-bye." You smile and wave, watching the car fade into the distance. Your mom walks over and says, "Little Wan is such a good girl. Do not you dare let her down." You push your mom towards the house. But in your heart, you know that besides keeping vigil, you still have a massive mountain of assets to liquidate. You still set your dad's share aside completely separately, just in case he might need it in the future. Meanwhile, far away in the luxurious Bai family villa in Shanghai, Su Jincheng walks down slowly from the second floor. He looks at Bai Wanjun sitting quietly on the sofa. Su Jincheng looks at Bai Wanjun and says flatly, "That man from the Mu family is dead. Things went exactly as you predicted. Just how many secrets is your Bai family hiding? Who knows?" Bai Wanjun smiles, looking back at him playfully. She narrows her eyes. Rather than overthinking this, you should think more about how to make arrangements for the next step. Su Jincheng walks over and sits beside her. He calmly analyzes, even if that man from the Mu family has fallen, the Mu family's network still thoroughly covers the entire country. As long as Mu Avocado's family is still around, they will always be a major threat to the Bai family. Therefore, what comes next is a fair and just contest between our two families. Hearing this, Bai Wanjun nods slightly in agreement. She hands over a classified document. We can't confine our gaze solely to Shanghai. What often determines ultimate victory or defeat are the tiny details that people usually overlook. A sharp, golden gleam flashes in her eyes. The internet industry is developing incredibly rapidly. The real opportunities lie right within it. Su Jincheng instantly understands her meaning. Back in the day, the Tianma Group became the richest in Shanghai, relying entirely on a single chat software. He suddenly looks up in realization. You want to leave Shanghai and expand to other provinces. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half flashes by. The 49 days of keeping vigil have officially ended, and you need to return to Shanghai for your sophomore final exams. Finishing these exams is equivalent to taking the very first step into society. The airport entrance is an absolute sea of people, exceptionally crowded. In front of the boarding gate, your mom grabs your hand tightly, speaking with earnest, heavy sincerity. "If you brat do not get first place in the whole school for me, just wait for a severe beating when you come home for New Year's." Carrying bags big and small, your mouth twitches helplessly. You grumble in your heart, "If I do not get first, you will beat me. If I do get first, your daughter-in-law will beat me even harder." The definition of suffering from success. Your dad, however, gives a steady, reassuring smile. "Right, hurry up and get on the plane. Even if you do not test well, the family can easily afford to support you." You nod emotionally and give a deep, respectful bow to the two elders. Then you turn and walk purposefully towards the boarding gate. You turn back and wave enthusiastically. "I'm going now. The weather is getting cold. You two make sure to take good care of yourselves." Your mom and dad exchange a warm glance, their eyes full of genuine smiles. After all, it is only a little over a month until the New Year reunion. At the exact same time, inside the lavish Tianhua Villa area in Shanghai, Tang Lemon looks at the little Owen curled up tightly in the blankets. She pats her little bottom gently. "Be good, time to wake up. Your brother is coming back today. Have not you been missing him terribly?" Hearing this, Mu Shuer struggles to open her sleepy eyes. Pouting cutely, she says, "Sister hug." Tang Lemon has absolutely no defense against this sheer cuteness, and can only pick her up lovingly, gently helping her change her clothes. For over a month, the Bai family seem to have halted all their operations, completely settling down in silence. For an entire day, Mu Shuer accompanied her sister at the company. Looking a bit bored, watching cartoons all by herself, night quietly fell. A plane departing from Kyoto, amidst the howling gales, slowly landed at the Shanghai airport. 10 minutes later, you drag your suitcase out of the terminal. Taking a deep breath, you declare, "Yours truly is finally back." Even though only a few months had passed, it felt as long as several years. Just at that moment, in the silent, dark night, a tiny figure runs towards you from a distance, accompanied by that familiar, sweet-voiced brother. But just as she is about to reach you, Mu Shuer's little foot steps on a stone, and her body suddenly falls backward. Your pupils shrink in alarm. Without a second thought, you drop your suitcase, dash forward, and catch the little On firmly in your arms. You gently scold her, Run slower. What if you fall and hurt your pretty face? Hearing this, little Shui just pouts and nuzzles into your embrace, looking a bit displeased with your lecture. At this time, another set of footsteps echoes. Tang Lemon is walking towards you at a leisurely pace. Looking at Tang Lemon approaching, you are just about to open your arms for a hug, but she instead grabs you by the collar and takes a hard sniff. Immediately after, Tang Lemon says coldly, "You have a woman's scent on you. It seems you have not been very obedient." Oh, the human lie detector is online. Hearing these words, your sturdy frame shudders. You hastily and nervously sniff your own clothes, then look at her in confusion. "No, I do not." Seeing your panicked reaction, Tang Lemon bursts into a beautiful laugh. She smiles playfully. "Of course, I'm just teasing you. I wanted to see if someone got a little too loose. During the month, I was not around. But right at this moment, Mu Shuer aggrievedly wiggles out of your arms, throws herself into her sister's warm embrace, and complains pitifully, "Brother yelled at me." Hearing this, Tang Lemon shoots you a genuinely cold glare this time, and reaches out to twist your ear. She hums slightly. "Look at you, growing some wings. You have learned how to bully kids now, have not you? I suppose I'm the next Owen you will be bullying." You quickly beg for mercy. It is a misunderstanding, wifey. While saying that, you smilingly wrap your arms around Tang Lemon's slender waist, pulling her into your embrace. You raise an eyebrow and say, "We have not seen each other for so long, and my wife still smells just as fragrant. Did you miss your husband?" Holding little Shui, Tang Lemon shoots you a side glance, but does not stop your affectionate actions. After intimately catching up for a bit, you drag your luggage with Owen hand and hold your wife's cool, soft hand with the other, heading out of the airport together. You tease little Shui. "Did you listen to your sister these past few days?" "Humph, you deliberately pretend to be angry."
Oh my.
"You little rascal, throwing a tantrum now. Watch me tickle you."
Ha ha ha, brother is a big meanie.
The next morning, the wind howls fiercely outside the villa. Inside the quiet bedroom, Mu Shuer is sitting right on top of you with her bare little feet, and generously rewards you with 2 solid slaps to the face. But because your exercises last night were a bit too intense, you're sleeping like a log, showing absolutely no signs of waking up. Nearby, Tang Lemon is already up and dressed in a long skirt. She walks over and pulls the grumpy little Owen into her arms. She says softly, "Be good. That is not how you wake people up. He is still your brother after all. You can't be impolite." Hearing this, Mu Shuer tilts her little head and asks in a milky voice, "Then how should I wake him up? I want brother to play with me." Tang Lemon affectionately pets her little head, then looks at the completely motionless you on the bed. She slips off her freshly worn shoe and viciously delivers a ruthless kick straight to your backside. A woo! You jerk awake in shock, eyes wide open. A fiery burning pain shoots up from your rear, making you let out a miserable wail. Seeing this, little Shu excitedly claps her hands. He is awake. He is awake. Only then does Tang Lemon put the little Owen back on the bed, letting her crawl all over you. "Brother, come out and play with me. How could you not understand what just happened?" Wearing a stiff, awkward smile, you hug little Shui and gently try to persuade her. "Shuer, be a good girl. It is way too cold outside. Let us just sleep at home, okay?" As soon as the words drop, Mu Shuer's bright eyes are instantly covered in a layer of mist. It looks like she is going to burst into tears in the next second. Right at this moment, Tang Lemon, standing by the bed, turns around expressionlessly. She walks over to her vanity table and picks up a pair of wickedly sharp scissors. The menacing cold gleam of the blades instantly reflects on your face. Top 10 moments before disaster strikes, you violently gulp down your saliva and hastily comfort the little Owen in your arms, laughing nervously at the verge of tears. "Kid. Okay, we will go out to play right now. Alright?" Hearing this, Mu Shuer blinks her big, adorable eyes. "Really?" Your smile is unparalleled in its stiffness. "Of course it is true. How could brother ever lie to you?" Saying that, you even plant a kiss on her cheek. In the very next second, Mu Shuer breaks into a bright, joyful smile and stretches out her tiny arms to hug you tightly. Seeing this wholesome scene, Tang Lemon finally puts down the scissors. She reaches over, takes the little Owen from your arms, and sits back down at the vanity table. Tang Lemon's voice floats over, "Hurry up and get out of bed. Today is the very last day of your vacation." Realizing tomorrow is the final exam of your sophomore year, you can't help but curl your lips. While getting dressed, you grumble, "If I end up stealing your first place this time, you won't beat me up, will you?" Unexpectedly, as Tang Lemon puts a cute bunny headband on the little Owen, she replies coldly, "If you do not want to kneel on a keyboard, you would better shut your stinking mouth." Hearing this, Mu Shuer also mimics in her milky voice, "Shut it." Tang Lemon, extremely satisfied, pats her little head and gives her a kiss. You can only helplessly accept your absolute bottom-tier status in this family. After a simple wash-up, the 3 of you step out of the house. Mu Shuer subconsciously shrinks her little body against the wind, feeling her tiny, cold hands trembling continuously. You look down and smile helplessly.
I told you it was freezing outside.
Now, you know I was not lying, right? Then, you reach out and pick her straight up into your arms, but before you can even react, a pair of freezing cold hands suddenly slips in from behind you. It is actually Tang Lemon. She shoves her hands straight under your clothes to warm them up, a delightfully cozy expression on her face.
You are thoroughly defeated.
You feel like nothing more than a walking, talking portable heater. You suddenly look up at the sky and sigh. So many things really have happened recently, huh? Hearing this, Tang Lemon seems to remember something. With her arms wrapped around you, she says softly, "Come to think of it, I think I forgot to say welcome home. I can make an exception and be a little gentler to you today." Hearing this, the corners of your mouth shoot wildly upward. You only feel that the world is an incredibly beautiful place. You shout in your heart, "I'm finally back." Then, for the entire rest of the day, you and Tang Lemon take the little Owen to tour every single fun spot in Shanghai, arcades, exhibition halls, and surprisingly, even a bridal shop. The next day, the exam bell rings through Shanghai University. Inside the exam hall, several invigilators patrol back and forth. The atmosphere is filled with intense, oppressive pressure. It is not until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon that all the subject exams finally conclude. However, as representatives of the student union, you and Tang Lemon still have to stay on campus to handle post-exam matters. You are kept busy until late evening. In the freezing winter night, two figures walk out of the school gates side by side. Jiboda and Lu Ruyan holding their respective luggage. Sigh emotionally. Once we hit junior year, we probably won't have the chance to hang out like before. I hope we can still meet up often in the future. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan simply gives a soft mhum, becoming somewhat silent. Jiboda knows this might be his very last chance. In the next second, he abruptly stops in his tracks. Lu Ruyan also stops, turning to look at him in confusion. At this moment, Jiboda's face carries an unprecedented seriousness, as if he has become an entirely different person. Gathering all his courage, he shouts loudly, "I like you." Terrified that Lu Ruyan might reject him immediately, he rapidly continues, "I have liked you for a very long time. I know the person you like is Mew Avocado, but if I do not say this right now, I will definitely never have another chance." Hearing this, a look of astonishment flashes across Lu Ruyan's face. Then she shakes her head apologetically. "You know, I really do not have the mindset to date right now." At this moment, Jiboda feels his heart plunge straight into an ice cave. But Lu Ruyan's very next sentence makes him feel like bathed in the warm spring sun. "So could you give me some time?" The first day of winter break.
You are living exactly like an exhausted old father.
First thing early in the morning, you have to go wake up the little rascal in bed. You reach out and poke Mewshware's soft cheek. "Little lazy pig, if you do not get up, you won't be a good baby anymore." As a result, she merely rolls over and mumbles without even opening her eyes. "Just 5 minutes. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes." You raise an eyebrow and start doing the math for her. If you wake up just 5 minutes earlier every day, you will have 30 extra hours in a year. Unexpectedly, she counters you flawlessly with a single sentence. "But what I love doing most is sleeping." Your face instantly darkens, throwing all reasoning out the window. You directly extend your demonic claws and fish her right out of the cozy blankets. Meanwhile, at this exact moment, downstairs, Tang Lemon is elegantly eating her breakfast, but her eyes are locked fiercely onto the news on her phone. Bai Wanjun actually went to Shenzhen. Her heart skips a beat. The Bai family is trying to take a bite out of the massive internet industry cake. They want to use this to corner the market and overtake the Tianmu group. Soon, your entire group arrives at the company. The employees, catching sight of the energetic little dumpling bouncing between you two, instantly explode into a frenzy of gossip. "Oh my god, that kid is way too adorable. That must be the young Mrs. Man, right? Good heavens. Their child is already this big." But all this gossip is swiftly shut down by the manager with a loud, booming shout. "What are you all chewing the fat for? Hurry up and get back to work." The elevator ascends smoothly all the way to the top floor. Tang Lemon holds Mewshware's hand and walks straight toward the chairman's office. "Sister, this backpack is so heavy. It is full of loving little snacks prepared just for you." Right as she says this, the tiny figure throws herself directly into Tom's welcoming embrace. Tom, the legendary employee, appears to save the day. "Good morning." Tom's eyes are completely full of doting affection, and he naturally lifts her up onto his lap. "Where are we going to play later?" Tom smiles and replies, "To your favorite amusement park, of course." Just like that, the little third wheel finally shakes off Tang Lemon, and Tang Lemon stealthily pulls you toward the vice president's office. Immediately after, the office door goes click. As she securely locks it from the inside, she forces you step by step into the corner, a wicked, seductive smirk curling on her lips. Next up is our long-awaited private couple time. Hubby, if you have any ideas, you better act on them quickly. You mutter quietly under your breath. You sure are impatient, yet your body is already moving completely out of your control. Time flies. Half a month flashes by in the blink of an eye. Every household has hung up festive red lanterns, and the entire city of Shanghai is blanketed in heavy, swirling snow. Right now, outside the Tang family villa, a tiny figure wearing a red padded jacket is squatting next to a snowdrift. Her little hands are frozen bright red. Yet she is still intensely focused on rolling a snowball. Suddenly, she comes happily trotting over from the yard, holding up a bizarrely shaped snowman high in the air. She shouts excitedly at you, who are busy shoveling snow, brother. Look, I made this snowman especially for you. You stop your snow shoveling. Look at the masterpiece in her hands, missing arms and legs, and can't help but chuckle, squatting down. So pretty, as expected of our family's little treasure, saying that you scoop her up in your arms and head towards the villa. As a result, in the very next second, Mom, seeing little Shu's frozen, flushed red cheeks, instantly cries out in heartache, "Oh, my precious baby, how did you get so frozen?" Yet Miu sure acts like she is presenting a treasure, holding up the snowman in her hands. Look, acting for her mom pulls her tightly into a warm hug, while not forgetting to shoot you a fierce, reprimanding glare. You can only awkwardly rub your nose, thinking to yourself that you have officially fallen out of favor. So you turn and head up to the second floor. You carefully push open the bedroom door, only to find Tang Lemon still entirely curled up under the covers. So you tiptoe your way inside. You immediately start calculating in your head. There is an 80% chance Aunt Flo is visiting her today. Looks like you have to serve her with utmost care. Wifey, time to get up. You give her a gentle nudge, but she gives absolutely zero response. With a look of utter helplessness, you can only pick up her clothes and willingly take on the role of her exclusive male nanny. After being fussed over by you, she finally wakes up. She sleepily glances at you, then naturally opens her arms for a hug. You give a doting smile and carry this little lazy cat straight into the bathroom, because today is New Year's Eve.
You had already brought your parents over to Shanghai.
It is only lively when the two families gather together. As night falls, the whole big family is sitting in the courtyard, getting ready to enjoy the brilliant fireworks. You hold little Shui's hand to help her light the sparklers, then quickly scoop her up and retreat swiftly to a safe distance. A loud boom echoes through the air. Colorful, magnificent fireworks instantly bloom splendidly. Right above your heads,
Wow.
the fireworks are so pretty. Little Shu's eyes are shining with thrilling, sheer excitement. Right at this moment, a pair of warm little arms suddenly wraps tightly around your neck. She plants a big wet smooch on your cheek and yells in her sweet, milky voice,
I like brother the most.
You laugh and kiss her right back. Brother likes Shuer the most too. However, Tang Lemon, witnessing this heartwarming scene from the side, instantly has her possessiveness maxed out. Her gaze turns exceptionally hostile, locking fiercely onto your back. She thinks to herself, I have been way too lenient with this guy lately. Looks like it is time to discipline him strictly. Meanwhile, you're holding the little kid happily watching the show, but inexplicably let out a violent shiver. A chilly draft runs down your spine, feeling entirely like you're being targeted by something terrifying. A few days later, a brand new year officially begins just like that. At the same time, in the Shanghai military district, Commander Long looks at the masculine Mu Chen standing before him and nods in deep satisfaction. He praises, not bad. Not bad at all. Old man Mu really underestimated you back then. He continues, since things are like this, I won't keep you here. The sky is high and the sea is vast. Go forge your own path. But you would better remember, kid, your grandfather is Mu Zhengguo. Do not you dare bring shame to his name. Hearing this, Mu Chen merely nods in absolute silence and then gives a deep, respectful bow to this uncle who has watched him grow up. He picks up his meager luggage and gets into the vehicle driving out of the military base. But where is he supposed to go next? He feels nothing but a sea of profound emptiness. In this massive country of Wa, he surprisingly can't find a single place that holds any nostalgia for him. In the end, he still decides to return to his hometown to pay respects to his parents. After all, it has been so many years since he last went back. On the other side, in the Tianmu group office, you and Tang Lemon are busy handling work. Unexpectedly, your father-in-law and mother-in-law are also present. Your father-in-law suddenly slaps the newspaper in his hand onto the desk. The government is stepping in to enforce anti-monopoly laws for the entire internet industry. This is undoubtedly an earth-shattering massive earthquake. It is glaringly obvious. They want to force the big bosses who tried to swallow the entire market cake in one bite to spit out all the illicit profits they have gorged on. Even our Tianmu group received a penalty notice. But the fines are a trivial matter. The truly thorny issue is this colossal storm that is about to sweep across the entire sector. You instantly grasp the very core of the problem. So you're saying, now is the absolute best time to expand into the internet sector. For example, like the deeply rooted Bai family. Your father-in-law nods in solemn agreement. Exactly. The Bai family has already started laying out their pieces over in Shenzhen. Tang Lemon abruptly stands up, a shrewd, calculating gleam flashing in her eyes. She reaches out to pinch your cheek, thinks for a moment, and says, "Then we will copy their homework. It is a perfect chance to expand our business operations anyway." Meanwhile, Mu Chen, having departed from the military district, feels an unprecedented level of lost confusion. After paying his respects to his parents, his direction in life remains thickly shrouded in fog. The Bai family, however, has not retreated due to the tightening policies. Instead, they are brewing an even deeper conspiracy. Because you're heading to Shenzhen soon, you and Tang Lemon have not been too swamped the past 2 days. Right now, you're strolling along the street in the brisk morning air, walking straight in the direction of the Civil Affairs Bureau. After considering it for a while, you two decided to just go ahead and get the certificate first. Of course, the most crucial reason is that Tang Lemon desperately wants that little red booklet. Without a marriage certificate in hand, she always feels like something is missing when she lectures you, just like eating instant noodles without the seasoning packet. My youth truly is a perplexing mystery. Standing by the road, you look up at the sky and dramatically sigh. Tang Lemon directly kicks you, stating flatly, "What? Dissatisfied with me again?" The moment she mentions this, you sneak up from behind Tang Lemon and sweep her right off her feet into a Princess Carrie. Laughing out loud, you sprint towards the Civil Affairs Bureau not far ahead.
What are you suddenly doing?
Are you asking for a beating again? I am just afraid my wifey will get tired from walking. So, I will carry you and run. Is not that much more relaxing for you. In the blink of an eye, you and Tang Lemon walk right out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, with 2 bright red booklets added to her hands. She smiles with triumphant smugness. From this moment on, you are my exclusive personal property. If you dare to mess around with any other women,
I will directly cripple you.
You can't help but curl your lips. Do you really have to be so ruthless? In the very next second, your ear is caught in her inescapable death grip. With a smile that does not reach her eyes, she asks, "What did you just say?" You instantly fold like a cheap lawn chair. "Nothing. I did not say anything at all." She aggressively grabs you by the collar, smiling with extreme domineering arrogance. Man, you would better pass your words through your brain next time. Otherwise, you will be eating good fruit when we get home. Eating good fruit equals facing harsh consequences. Facing this little demon, you have long since grown completely accustomed to it. Besides spoiling her rotten, what else can you even do? But just at this moment, your phone suddenly starts ringing. It is surprisingly a call from your mom. The moment the call connects, your mom's familiar voice comes through. "Son, I heard you guys are heading to Shenzhen." You reply, a bit confused. "Yeah, Mom? What is up?" As you speak, you push away Tang Lemon, who is leaning in close trying to eavesdrop. As a result, in the next second, a crystal clear, miserable shriek from you echoes through the phone.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Let go of your teeth. Your mom on the other end merely curves her lips up and casually remarks, "Wow, young people sure are full of energy." It is not until the commotion on your end dies down that your mom unhurriedly continues. "Did you forget? Your mom's hometown is right in Shenzhen. Since you're going over there, take the chance to visit your grandparents' graves for me. Also, I have heard your uncle has not been having an easy time these past few years. Help him out a bit while you're at it. He used to buy candy for you when you were little." With an utterly bitter face, you look at Tang Lemon, who is still stubbornly biting your arm like a bulldog. You can only mumble an unclear agreement. "Oh, all right. Send me the address." Your mom gives an listening to the playful wrestling noises from your end, and hangs up the phone with a bright smile. She mutters endlessly to herself, "Looks like I will be holding a chubby grandson very soon." Next, inside the car heading to the company, the driver looks at you two through the rearview mirror, his face written all over with sheer admiration. In the back seat, you have already trussed Tang Lemon up like a tied pig. Both your hands are tightly locking around her waist, making her completely unable to move an inch. She screams in anger, "Moo avocado.
Let me go right now."
You chuckle slyly. "Do you think I'm an idiot? If I let you go, you're just gonna beat me up again." "I won't let go. I would rather die than let go." But even though you are holding onto her waist for dear life, she simply shifts her gaze to the passenger seat. "Ning Da, pin this guy down for me." In the next second, Ning Da makes his move. Your previously advantageous situation is instantly reversed. You're immediately tied up completely solid, and are even ruthlessly stepped on by Tang Lemon. Looking at her little hand reaching over, you smile, a smile uglier than crying.
Wifey.
"I was wrong. How about we just let this go? Let it go! She suddenly pulls her hand back and surprisingly starts taking off her shoe. She even grabs a tissue and covers your face with it. Waterboarding, Tang Lemon style, she says viciously. If I do not teach you a harsh lesson today, you won't know who the real boss of this house is. As a result, from the Civil Affairs Bureau to the company, in just those short 10+ minutes, you thoroughly tasted the bitterness of pure suffering. When the car finally manages to arrive downstairs at the company, the security guards at the door are absolutely dumbfounded. You're actually grabbed by the collar and dragged straight into the elevator by Tang Lemon. The security guards mutter in their hearts, "This young Master Mu, his posture when coming to the company is different every single time. Are all rich people this freaky?" Yes? Yes, they are. A moment later, inside the chairman's office, your mother-in-law looks at you, who is dragged to the sofa by her daughter, and sighs helplessly. She advises, "You are a girl. Can't you be a little more gentle? Look at what you have done to little G. Careful, or he might not be able to take it and run away in the future." Who would have thought? Tang Lemon merely glances at you, who is currently massaging her feet, and asks coldly, "Are you going to run?" You immediately shake your head like a rattle drum. With a wife as beautiful as you, how could I ever bear to run away? Looking at you two acting like this, mother-in-law can only shake her head in resignation and cut straight to the chase. She picks up a document from the table, her tone instantly turning serious. The Bai family has already registered a new company in Shenzhen. They have even reached cooperative agreements with several mobile phone manufacturers to jointly develop a gaming software. She emphasizes, gaming is one of the most wildly profitable industries out there. Just a few simple lines of code can be sold for astronomical prices of hundreds of millions. This move by the Bai family is simply too ruthless. As long as the game's quality is passable, it becoming a massive hit is only a matter of time. After speaking, mother-in-law looks at Tang Lemon, her eyes clearly carrying a hint of a test.
Little Juan,
what are your thoughts? Tang Lemon, however, shifts her gaze to you and discreetly shoots you a look. You can only helplessly answer on her behalf. We just copy them. If they can make games,
why can't we?
Our Tang family has an absolute advantage, and that is money. You invest 5 million. I dare to invest 50 million, or even 500 million. However much you spend on marketing, I will spend double that amount. Although this method is simple and brutal, it is exceptionally effective. That boss Ma from Guangmei Group relied entirely on this exact trick to reign supreme back in the day. If your game is better than mine, then I will just acquire you outright. If you refuse, then I will smash even more money to clone yours and use even more money to promote it, leaving you with absolutely no way out. Newlyweds, the two of you are about to head to Shenzhen hand in hand. At this moment on the plane to Shenzhen, the flight attendant respectfully serves you a luxurious set meal. Not only is there a sirloin steak, but also braised lion's head meatballs. You turn to look at Tang Lemon beside you, who is currently flipping through photos of Schwer. You ask softly, "Want to eat?" She does not even raise her head. "No."
You roll your eyes playfully.
Cut a small piece of steak and hold it right to her lips. Sure enough, she obediently opens her mouth and eats it. Himph, a woman's mouth is indeed a deceiving ghost, saying she does not want it, but her body is completely honest, but she just keeps staring endlessly at Mushuer's photos. You intentionally sigh. There is really no love left. Your most beloved husband is right beside you, yet you're actually thinking about another woman. She coldly glares at you. "If you do not want to sleep on the streets tonight,
shut your dog mouth."
She continues scrolling through the photos in her hand. In the pictures, Schwer is smiling radiantly. Tang Lemon thinks to herself, if she gives birth to a daughter in the future, would she also be this adorable? But this thought is quickly and forcefully suppressed by her, because she has a much more important goal that needs to be accomplished before becoming the richest woman in the country. She has absolutely no intention of considering anything about having kids. Why? If the business knowledge she traded her entire childhood for cannot help her reach the absolute pinnacle of the business world, then she, Tang Lemon, would be far too cheap. At noon the next day, the plane arrives in Shenzhen on time. Walking out of the airport, you look at the bustling metropolis before you, yet your heart feels completely unbothered. After all, massive scenes like Kyoto and Shanghai, you have long since been accustomed to. Just then, Ningde drives over in a car, followed by 2 more cars fully loaded with bodyguards. When the grand eldest miss of the Tang family goes out, this level of prestige is an absolute must. After getting in the car, Ningde asks respectfully, "Eldest miss, where are we going? Should we go to the hotel to rest first?" Tang Lemon, however, comfortably snuggles into your embrace and replies flatly, No need. Let us go pick out a suitable villa first. Half an hour later, you arrive at Shenzhen's largest real estate trading center. At the entrance, the 3 million yuan luxury cars steadily park. It instantly attracts the gazes of all the salespersons. Their eyes all light up oan by oan, knowing that huge clients have arrived. Definitely multi-millionaires without a doubt. But the moment you step out of the car, a swarm of salespeople immediately surrounds you. Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy a house? I am the gold metal salesman here. Do not listen to him. I am the platinum salesman. Choose me. You helplessly shrug your shoulders. This bunch of people is treating you like a spoiled rich kid, though it seems that is indeed the case. However, Tang Lemon directly speaks up with a cold face. An order worth hundreds of millions. Can you guys swallow it? Call your manager over. The moment these words leave her mouth, all the salespeople are instantly shocked, their expressions changing drastically. An order worth hundreds of millions. Only the manager has the qualifications to handle that. Very soon, a mature and charming female manager comes out to receive you personally. She brings you to the villa section, points to a villa in the city center, and begins her introduction. Miss Tang, this is the crown jewel villa we have kept at the bottom of our trunk. A prime golden location with top-tier luxury amenities. Tang Lemon turns to look at you, asking softly, what do you think? If it is suitable, we will buy it. Manager Luo on the side has a golden light instantly flash in her eyes because this villa's price is too exorbitant. It has remained unsold for the longest time. This time, there's finally some hope. You immediately ask, how much is this villa? Manager Luo quickly smiles and replies, the total price is 130 million. However, I can apply for some discounts for you. Good heavens, 130 million? That is enough to save you how many years of hard work. But right at this moment, a young man with arrogant eyes walks over. His gaze brazenly sweeps up and down Manager Luo's body. He speaks up, Manager Luo, have you thought about what I told you yesterday? As long as you agree to have a meal with me, I will before he can even finish his sentence. His gaze suddenly freezes, his pupils instantly constrict, and the rest of his words get completely stuck in his throat. He saw Tang Lemon. It was as if he had seen a fairy descending from heaven. His eyes are glued straight onto her. You immediately frown, taking a step to completely block your wife from his view. You stare at this guy with a hostile glare. You son of a bitch. How dare you stare so shamelessly at my wife right in front of my face? Hu Jun looks at you, who suddenly blocked his view, and his brows instantly knit tightly together. He is just about to open his mouth to scold you, but Manager Luo on the side, sensing things going sour, quickly steps in first. Young Master Hugh, these two guests are currently planning to purchase our top-tier villa. Hearing that you are about to buy a villa worth hundreds of millions, Hu Jun's gaze finally retracts a fraction, but he still looks at you with extreme displeasure. He curls his lip. So what if you buy it? What is there to show off about? It is only a little over 100 million anyway. My dad is the chairman of the Tianjiang Group. Looking at his irritated, arrogant face, you feel a wave of amusement in your heart. You directly shield Tang Lemon behind you and smirk. Since young Master Hugh is so wealthy, do you dare to buy this villa? Who knew this kid is so used to being arrogant? He can't swallow this provocation on the spot. He directly whips out a gold VIP card, sneering coldly at you. Just 100 million. I can easily take that out. Unlike some pretty boys who only know how to talk big. Just then, that Manager Luo even adds a sentence. Young Master Hu Jun is the eldest legitimate son of the Hu family. His father's company has a market value of tens of billions. Hearing this, Hu Jun puffs out his chest even more triumphantly, but he has not been smug for long before. You speak up calmly? I bid 200 million. Instantly, the smile on Hu Jun's face freezes solid. His eyes are entirely filled with pure disbelief. He grinds his teeth and asks, who the hell are you? A full 200 million in liquid funds. He finally realizes that your identity is anything but simple. Yet you merely raise an eyebrow and pull your wife's slender waist securely into your arm. Mind your own business. Do you still want to buy the villa or not? Are you still buying the villa? Tang Lemon has not even looked at him properly this entire time. Towards this kind of dancing clown, she does not even have the slightest interest in speaking. Now Hu Jun is completely backed into a corner with no way to step down. Manager Luo quickly smiles and comes out to smooth things over. Gentlemen, why not give me some face? Hu Jun finally finds his way out of the embarrassing situation. He snorts coldly at you. Today, on account of Manager Luo's face, I won't bicker with you. Just you wait and see. Saying that, he walks out of the store with his tail tucked between his legs, but you simply refuse to let him off the hook. Oh, young Master Hugh, you are quite lacking after all. Next time, you would better keep your head down and act properly. Daring to stare at my wife. If I do not teach you a lesson, you would really think you're a big shot. Immediately after, Tang Lemon takes out her phone and sends a text message. Then she hands Manager Luo a card, stating flatly, Swipe it. We are moving in tonight. Manager Luo takes the card and looks at it. A look of utter shock instantly flashes across her eyes. It is actually the top-tier black card from the Bank of Hua. It is said that only those with funds exceeding tens of billions are qualified to hold Owen. Her attitude instantly becomes incomparably respectful.
You two.
Please wait a moment. I will go handle the paperwork for you right away. Meanwhile, outside the real estate center, Hu Jun, holding a belly full of rage, has just walked out before he can even figure out how to exact his revenge on you. Several people wearing hoods suddenly appear behind him. The next second, his vision goes completely black, and his entire body is hoisted straight up into the air. Who are you? Let me go. My dad is before he can finish. A pair of smelly socks is shoved directly into his mouth, gagging him. Classic mob tactics. Then he is ruthlessly tossed into the trunk of a car. Inside the car, the bodyguard who took action asks, "Boss, how do we handle him?" Ning Da looks at the message on his phone, ordering in a frosty tone, "Eldest miss, said to strip this guy completely naked, and then toss him out onto the streets. Very soon, you and Tang Wan walk out of the trading center holding the property deed. Manager Luo is still respectfully sending you off from behind. As soon as you walk out the door, you ask with a face full of confusion, 'Where are Ning Da and the others?' Tang Lemon casually replies, 'Probably went to take out the trash.' This excuse is honestly far too far-fetched.
Your mouth twitches.
And you instantly understand exactly what happened, but you do not say a word and directly get into the car. Just as you ask, 'Where are we going next?' Tang Lemon directly orders the bodyguard, 'Go to the nearest 4S dealership. Let us buy a good car.' It turns out there's a high society gathering tonight. Many tech bosses will be attending. This is a prime opportunity to understand the market conditions in Shenzhen. Immediately after Tang Lemon touches your abdomen, her eyes instantly turning cold. You have been way too lazy lately. Your abs are gone. You nonchalantly wrap your arms around her slender waist. What use are abs? I have already brought a wealthy wife home. As you speak, your hands start moving dishonestly. As a result, in the next second, Tang Lemon raises her hand and delivers a sharp slap. Smack caught completely off guard. You yelp in pain. Ouch. You look at her with a face full of grievance. What are you acting crazy for now? Tang Lemon, however, pinches your cheek, stating in an unquestionable tone, within 3 days. I want to see your abs again. Otherwise, you're just a weak dog.
You immediately retort, "You're the weak ON."
Unexpectedly, Tang Lemon is even more domineering. If I say you are weak, then you're weak. Still dare to talk back. Looks like you're asking for a beating. Smack. Another slap lands. Half an hour later,
You drive a brand new red Ferrari out of the dealership.
wearing a pair of sunglasses perched on your head, yet the bright red 5-finger mark firmly planted on your left cheek looks exceptionally glaring. The price of talking back to the rich wifey. That night, inside the Jinjiang villa,
You finally snap.
you roar at Tang Lemon, who is currently applying a face mask on the bed. Woman, I really can't stand you anymore. If you hit my face again, I will divorce you. However, Tang Lemon unhurriedly peels off her face mask, glances at you sideways, and her red lips part. Come here. Your confidence instantly crumbles, while your mouth still mumbles, "What for?"
Your feet foolishly shuffle over to her.
Who knew the corners of Tang Lemon's lips would unexpectedly curl into a playful, wicked smirk. The next second, she actually launches a swift kick straight towards your face, but your reflexes are lightning fast. You grab her little foot with own hand and instantly become incredibly smug. Is that all? Miss Tang? Looks like you're not so tough after all. You burst into arrogant, triumphant laughter. I practice martial arts. You know, I can take on 100 of you with just own hand. Listening to your wild, arrogant laughter, Tang Lemon merely sighs. Immediately after, in her hand, a gleaming little throwing knife unexpectedly appears. The smile on your face instantly freezes. You hear Tang Lemon speak to you with a beaming smile. This blade is coated with my specially made aphrodisiac. Do you want to test it out? Aphrodisiac. Your expression turns completely rigid. While you say you do not believe it, your heart is aggressively pounding like a drum. With this fierce girl's personality, she is absolutely capable of doing something like this. Just then, Tang Lemon slowly makes a throwing motion. You suddenly remember a terrifying fact, and cold sweat instantly pours down your back. This woman is a literal archery champion. Tang Lemon smiles innocently. You would better not move recklessly. Otherwise, where this knife ends up stabbing in the next second. I absolutely cannot guarantee. As soon as those words are spoken, you subconsciously let go of her foot. But before your words begging for mercy can even leave your mouth, with a loud whoosh, that little knife is violently thrown by Tang Lemon. The blade flies with unparalleled precision, grazing right past your skin and embedding itself deeply into the wall. The bedroom instantly falls dead silent. A single drop of blood drips onto the floor. Your legs give out completely, and you nearly collapse onto the ground. You You were actually serious. However, Tang Lemon simply sits quietly on the bed and begins to count down 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ends, you suddenly feel a massive wave of scorching heat sweeping through your body. Your expression drastically changes. Good God, that blade was actually coated with an aphrodisiac, and the effects are way too insanely potent, are not they? Taking effect in mere seconds, Tang Lemon observes your reaction, the corners of her lips turning up slightly. She surprisingly gets right out of bed and walks towards the door barefoot. You can stay here alone and slowly enjoy the sensation of burning up in lustful flames. Seeing that this woman is actually about to leave,
you thoroughly panic.
You rush forward and desperately grab onto her, begging miserably, "Wifey, I will never dare to do it again. Please, just help me out this once." However, Tang Lemon just pries your fingers off her and resolutely heads straight for the door without turning back. Is she trying to teach you a profound lesson? But who knew? She still vastly underestimated the drug's potency. Your eyes are instantly flooded with bloodshot veins, completely unable to endure it any longer. Like a ravenous wolf or a ferocious tiger,
you pounce directly onto Tang Lemon.
By early evening, you groggily open your eyes, only to hear Tang Lemon muttering to herself beside your ear. Was the effect really too strong? Looks like I need to reduce the dosage next time. Just as you try to pretend to be asleep, Tang Lemon swiftly kicks you. Hurry up and change your clothes. We need to get ready for the banquet. Having successfully relieved your stress, you chuckle happily and immediately scramble out of bed. Next, you put on a sleek black tuxedo, holding Tang Lemon's hand. You both get into that brand new Ferrari. With a loud roar of the engine, you speed straight towards Shenzhen's most luxurious Huangguo hotel. At this moment, outside the hotel, a massive fleet of luxury cars is already gathered. Suddenly, a white Porsche 911 pulls up and parks. A man and a woman step out of the car. The entire scene instantly falls quiet. That is the chairwoman of the Wanjun group, Bai Wanjun. Bai Wanjun hooks her arm around her husband's, wearing a confident smile on her face. Thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, she used merely 2 short months to firmly establish her footing in Shenzhen. But just as she takes 2 steps, another loud engine roar sounds from behind. A red Ferrari executes a beautiful sleek drift and parks flawlessly right next to the Porsche. When the woman steps out of the car, a wave of pure awe washes over the entire crowd. A rich heir on the spot exclaims in shock, "Holy crap, is not that the Ferrari FP3? The on-road price is a staggering 20 million. The people who have arrived are none other than Tang Lemon and you." Her beautiful eyes shoot a sideways glance at that 4 million Porsche, then looks at Bai Wanjun, who is turning back to look from a short distance away. The corners of Tang Lemon's lips instantly curve upward. You immediately catch on to her intention and speak up with a sly smirk. "Oh my, is not this the latest Porsche 911?
Tisk, tisk, tisk."
Hearing this mocking tone, a smile instead surfaces on Bai Wanjun's face. Her gaze meets Tang Lemon's in midair. "It seems you two arrived a bit late?" Her words are absolutely brimming with heavy sarcasm. But Tang Lemon, holding onto your arm, chuckles and retorts, "Arrived late? How could that be? I actually think I arrived at the perfect time, just in time to thoroughly crush you, right? When you're at your most confident." Hearing this, Bai Wanjun laughs coldly. "Heh, then I will wait and see. I just hope you're not merely talking big." The atmosphere instantly becomes tensely drawn, like swords ready to clash. The surrounding bosses all sense that something is very wrong. These 2 pairs of young people actually have a massive grudge against each other. Seeing this, the guests present mentally drew a clear line immediately. No one dared to take the risk of offending the Wanjun group. Soon, the banquet officially began, but there was a strict hierarchy here. Those with millions in assets could only stay on the first floor. Those with tens of millions could go up to the second floor. And the threshold for the top 3rd floor was a staggering billion. Bai Wanjun and Su Jincheng headed straight for the 3rd floor, casting a critical mocking glance before they left. But just as Tang Lemon was about to take you upstairs, a shout suddenly came from behind. "Little Wan." Tang Lemon turned around to look, and it was surprisingly a familiar, beautiful silhouette running excitedly towards this side. Yun Luo. Your peripheral vision, however, accidentally caught sight of something. A saying instantly popped into your mind. When a woman looks down and cannot see her toes, she is truly a peerless beauty in this world. Bro is observing respectfully. I swear, the next second, a piercing pain shot up from your foot. Tang Lemon, wearing her high heels, was stepping viciously on your foot. As her warning glare made your heart skip a beat. That girl named Yun Luo had already hugged Tang Lemon in pleasant surprise. "Little Wan, I missed you so much." Seeing this, your face was full of confusion. "You two know each other." Tang Lemon pushed away that well-endowed but scatterbrained woman and replied flatly, "We were friends in high school."
"Friends?
You were instantly shocked on the spot. You looked at your wife in sheer disbelief. You actually have friends. Before you could even finish your sentence, you gasped sharply in pain because the soft flesh at your waist was twisted a full 360 degrees. Yun Luo, however, naturally linked arms with Tang Lemon and looked at you curiously. You are. Tang Lemon's tone did not change a bit. He is my husband. As soon as these words dropped, Yun Luo was instantly dumbfounded. She covered her mouth, looking absolutely incredulous. How could that be? You actually managed to find a husband. Hearing these familiar words, Tang Lemon instantly flared up like an angry cat. She grabbed you right by the neck. You truly wanted to cry, but had no tears.
Why are you choking me?
I was not the one who said it. Tang Lemon casually tossed back a reply. Muscle memory. Got a problem with that? Then, she pulled you by the collar and introduced, he is my man. Miu Avocado. The legally registered kind. She also introduced that Yun Luo's family was in the entertainment business. After a brief introduction, Yun Luo dragged Tang Lemon upstairs, and you used an excuse to slip away to the restroom, finally escaping the little demon witch's control. You walked out leisurely. Ah, this is the taste of freedom. Right at this moment, a voice came from behind. Hey there, brother. Let us get acquainted. You turned around in confusion and found that a chubby guy had, at some unknown point, appeared right behind you. I am Zhang He, from the Zhang family of Shenzhen. Although you did not know him, you still shook his hand. Zhang He familiarly smiled. Bro, I saw you outside earlier clashing with the Wonjun group. Your interest was instantly piqued. You know them well. Eager to build a connection, Zhang He naturally spilled everything he knew. After all, you were a big shot driving a multi-million Ferrari, so the two of you found a corner to sit down. Chewing on a chicken leg, Zhang He said, Wanjin's biggest project is Apocalypse Games. It is just a tower defense game copying other massive hits. Nothing novel about it. Besides that, they have a food delivery app. The daily active users are decent. Hearing all this, you asked curiously, you said you're from the Zhang family. So what does your family do mentioning this? A trace of awkwardness instantly flashed across Zhang Hei's face. He glanced around, leaned close to your ear, and whispered a few words. Hearing that, your expression immediately turned incredibly peculiar. They actually sell sanitary napkins. But while the two of you were chatting casually, the appearance of a certain figure shattered this peace. Hu Jun, following his father, had arrived late. He spotted you in the corner at first glance, and a sinister, cold smirk instantly crept onto his lips. Truly, enemies tread on a narrow path. Hu Jun was now completely famous in the second-generation rich kids circle, getting stripped naked in broad daylight and tossed onto a commercial street, exposing his bird to the public. A literal public flashing rip his dignity. That was legendary. He glared at you fixedly, thinking through gritted teeth that this grudge was absolutely caused by this kid. He had to get his revenge. But thinking about your financial power, Hu Jun felt somewhat fearful. This guy's background is not simple. If he went at it alone, he probably would not gain any advantage. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his eyes lit up. He walked briskly towards the third floor, a treacherous smile appearing on his face. That kid's woman was so beautiful. If he let those top-tier second-generation heirs on the third floor see her, the good show was just beginning. Meanwhile, you in the corner of the first floor were completely unaware of this. Zhang He was cheerfully raising his wine glass. Bro, you gotta look out for your little brother in the future. You chuckled slyly and picked up your glass. Do not worry, I acknowledge you as my brother, saying that you downed it in own gulp. Immediately after, your face instantly scrunched up into a ball. What kind of wine is this? Why does it taste so weird? Zhang He, however, replied with a satisfied face, Oh, this is my homebrewed oolong liquor. It is only about 70 to 80 proof. What the heck? You were dumbfounded on the spot. Medical alcohol is only a bit over 70 proof. I am sharing my heart with you, and you're playing mind games with me. Seeing this, Zhang He asked carefully, Bro, do not tell me you can't handle it. As soon as he said that, for the sake of your pride, you immediately snorted coldly. You are the Oan who can't handle it. It is just a glass of liquor is not it. I usually drink 96 proof vodka like water. Just as you two were chatting enthusiastically, someone suddenly came rushing down from upstairs. A familiar figure. It was Yun Luo. Her eyes scanned the first floor anxiously, finally spotting you in the corner with slightly flushed cheeks. You let out a boozy burp and asked in confusion, Why is it just you? Where's my wife? Yun Luo, panting heavily, supported herself on her knees and forced out little Wan. She got into a fight with someone on the third floor. Boom. Your mind sobered up instantly. Your wife fighting with someone. How could this be acceptable? Under the confused gazes of the crowd, you charged towards the third floor like a madman. Hey, bro, Wait for me. Zhang He also excitedly followed behind. Today, not only did he cling to a big shot's thigh, but there was also drama to watch. This was absolutely worth it. At this time, the third floor was already a chaotic mess. In the center of the crowd, the atmosphere had instantly dropped to freezing point.
Psst, Tisk, who is that woman?
She is way too bold, actually daring to touch Wang Hu. That is the designated heir of the Wang family. We have got a good show to watch now. In front of the large round table in the very center, Tang Lemon stood alone, surrounded entirely by a tight ring of second-generation heirs, surrounded by the crowd. A man with slicked back hair was touching his burning face, his expression so gloomy it could drip water. He was the grand heir of the Wang family, and he actually got slapped in public. This loss of face was immense. At this moment, Hu Jun hurriedly supported Wang Hu, pointed at Tang Lemon, and cursed loudly.
You ungrateful woman.
Young Master Wang taking a liking to you is your blessing, and you actually dared to hit him. The surrounding rich kids also stared unpleasantly at Tang Lemon own by own. The eyes of these rich heirs suddenly lit up. Aside from being stunned, their hearts were filled even more with wild ecstasy. Was not this a heaven-sent opportunity to suck up to the Wang family? If they could get an investment from the Wang group, they would ascend to heaven in a single step. However, Tang Lemon simply looked at them coldly, casually pulling out a tissue to wipe her hands. Facing this group of jumping clowns, her voice was bone-chillingly cold. Next time before you hit on someone, you better take a piss and look at your own reflection. Slapping your faces, I even feel it dirties my hands. The moment these words came out, Wang Hu's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Was not this blatantly calling him ugly? In the entire city of Shenzhen, no one had ever dared to challenge him like this. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner, Bai Wanjun was enjoying this dramatic show with great interest. Beside her, Su Jincheng asked flatly, "Do we need to go help out?" "No need." Bai Wanjun let out a light chuckle, her gaze shooting straight towards the staircase. Her husband has already charged over. Why join in the fuss? Offending the Wang family right after arriving in Shenzhen. This whole situation is getting more and more entertaining. As for the private booth doors of those top bosses, she had already quietly locked them from the outside to watch a good show. How could she let others come and ruin it? At this moment, Wang Hu, consumed by rage, could not hold back anymore. He roared at the lackeys beside him. "All of you get her." But just as that group of people was about to strike, a voice explosively thundered from behind Wang Hu. Following that, a figure descended from the sky. "You motherfuckers dared to touch my wife. Taste my Mount Tai press." As your words fell, a miserable shriek echoed through the entire hall. Those lackeys who were just about to attack snapped their heads back to look, only to see the young Master Wang they were just trying to flatter was currently pinned firmly to the floor by Yu, and was being slapped wildly. Smack. Yu slapped Wang Hu ruthlessly across the face, cursing furiously all the while. "So you are the punk bullying my wife, huh? Look at your weak, pathetic bear-like appearance, carrying a toothpick around and still daring to hit on girls." Emotional damage 100. Your slaps landed one after another, slapping Wang Hu until he was seeing stars. Completely dizzy and disoriented, Wang Hu looked at the stunned crowd and roared angrily, "What the hell are you looking at? Hurry! Ouch! Hurry up and pull this maniac off me." Hu Jun, standing nearby, was the first to react. He immediately wanted to rush forward and lend a hand. However, just 3 seconds later, there was another person pinned beneath you. Another crisp slap resounded, landing viciously on Hu Jun's face. Half of his face instantly swelled up high. The surrounding rich heirs, watching you like a descending god of war, were all so terrified they kept gulping nervously. Is not this guy way too fierce? For a moment, not a single person dared to take another step forward before they could even come up with a countermeasure. You, tired from slapping, stood up unsteadily, sweeping your bloodshot eyes across everyone present. The next second, you charged into the crowd like a total madman, roaring excitedly as you went. "Let us all go completely crazy." You lifted your foot and sent Owen flying with a kick, yelping arrogantly. "You were the Owen sneaking glances at my wife just now, right? Taste my 18 subduing dragon palms," and the black tiger steals the heart. Despite being tightly surrounded by over a dozen people, you did not panic in the slightest. Instead, the more you fought, the fiercer you got. You only felt your entire body burning hot, as if you had an endless supply of energy. Who would have expected that Wang Hu, face swollen into a pig's head, actually managed to wobble back onto his feet? His eyes lit up as he roared at the arriving security guards. "Quick! Take this maniac down." As soon as he spoke, 10 hotel security guards immediately took action, lunging towards you menacingly. But seeing more people just made you even more pumped up. You directly took a sprinting stance and charged forward, brimming with battle intent, not forgetting to shout to catch bandits, "First catch the king." In a team fight, always dive the backline first. The gamer instincts are kicking in. Against you bunch of noobs, I can take on 100 of you with just one hand. At this moment, your wife, Tang Lemon was merely watching from the side with a cold face, making Yun Luo beside her almost die of anxiety.
Little Wan.
If you do not step in, something terrible is really going to happen. Unexpectedly, Tang Lemon just glanced over indifferently. Relax. He can handle just these few people. But her brow still furrowed slightly. Why is this guy unable to even stand steadily? Could it be he drank too much? In just that split second, the battle was over. Whether it was those security guards or the rich heirs, they were all wailing and howling like ghosts on the ground. Every single one bruised and swollen. And as for you, you stood completely upright in the middle of the crowd. Let out a loud, ringing burp. Your eyes already starting to glaze over. Right at this moment, Tang Lemon's voice suddenly came from right behind you. Have you had enough of making a scene? I really did not expect you to react so fiercely. Who would have thought that you, totally drunk, suddenly snapped your head around, looked Tang Lemon up and down, and actually shoved her hard to the floor? You even yelled arrogantly, "Who the hell are you? Hurry up and roll far away. I, your big brother, do not hit women." This single action instantly rendered the entire hall dead silent. Tang Lemon, pushed to the ground by you, had her small face written all over with sheer disbelief, her expression instantly turning as cold as an ice block. She gritted her teeth fiercely and squeezed a few words out from between her teeth. "Mu avocado. Are you trying to rebel?" Right then, Zhang He, finally realizing you were totally wasted, picked up a basin of cold water and splashed it straight onto your head. This piercing cold instantly woke you up a bit. Looking at your wife who was pushed down by your own hands, your brain buzzed loudly and cold sweat drenched your back. The next second, Tang Lemon climbed up from the ground with a terrifyingly dark face, cracking her knuckles until they popped menacingly. A pair of cold eyes locked onto you like death itself, asking coldly, "How do you want to die?" You, who were so awe-inspiring just a moment ago, were now so terrified your legs went completely soft. Taking a step back, you stuttered miserably. Wafy, listen to me, explain." But Tang Lemon absolutely would not listen. She was already taking step after step towards you. A wave of massive terror made you turn tail and run for your life. Your face was filled with sheer panic. Following closely behind came her bone-chilling roar. "Mu avocado." You stop right there.
You ran even faster.
Yelling loudly, "Only an idiot would not run. If I stop, I'm definitely going to get beaten." Tang Lemon relentlessly chased behind you, yelling, "Come here right now. I promise I won't use my hands." You did not even turn your head back as you retorted, "Go back. Do you even believe those words yourself?" It happened in the blink of an eye. The police arrived at the scene right at that moment. Your eyes gleamed brightly, like you had just seen a savior. You ducked swiftly behind a police officer, crying with snot and tears flying. "Comrade Police, I am the ON who hit people. Hurry up and arrest me." The police officers were stunned on the spot. In this day and age, there is actually someone fighting to be arrested. Consequently, the police stopped Tang Lemon and carted you, the drunken troublemaker, away, granting your deepest wish. You finally managed to temporarily dodge a disaster. Those bruised and battered rich heirs, their wealthy daddies behind them, were certainly not happy. Phone calls were made to the police station one after another, absolutely demanding a satisfying explanation. But surprisingly, Tang Lemon did not even bother going to the station to bail you out. When her bestie Yun Luo invited her to stay at her place, she actually agreed without a second thought. "We have a deal then. Tonight, I will just keep you company. As for that dog of a man, letting him cool off in the precinct is fine too." Early the next morning, Shenzhen Police Station. Chief's office. Chief Chen Dawen put down the phone with a face full of sorrow. The relentless, deadly barrage of calls from those tycoons had almost made his phone explode. But when he flipped open your file to take a look, he instantly gasped sharply. The live-in son-in-law of the Tang family in the capital, the biological grandson of that head of state in Chengdu. My God. These backgrounds were each more terrifying than the last. He waved his hand irritably. "Handle my ass. Hurry up and release him right now. If anything happens, I will shoulder the blame." Just like that, you, who slept like a dead log in the precinct, were released the next day while yawning. The moment you stepped out the door, Zhang He was waiting for you in a Mercedes-Benz. "Big bro, hurry. Get in. Your little brother is going to host a welcome party for you." You were just about to scold him with a dark face, when the corner of your eye caught a glaring flash in the distance.
Red.
A red Ferrari was rushing over with the speed of lightning. Your expression changed instantaneously. The very next second, you zipped straight into the passenger seat, roaring at Zhang He in absolute terror. "Holy shit. Drive fast." Zhang He understood immediately, stomping the gas pedal all the way to the floor. That Mercedes instantly flew out like an arrow released from a bowstring, but the red Ferrari behind, seeing this action, accelerated violently, biting closely at your tail without letting go. Inside the car, Tang Lemon's face was so dark it could drip water. This dog of a man actually dared to run. She directly turned her head and ordered Yun Luo, have your people block that car ahead? Cut them off. Yun Luo nodded lightly, pulled out her phone and sent a message. At this moment, you were still completely immersed in the joy of escaping death. Zhang He was even stylishly steering with own hand, bragging triumphantly, bro, rest assured. I guarantee it with my title as the god of Mount Akina, Tokyo Drift vibes. They definitely won't be able to catch up to you. You finally relaxed, patting your wildly beating heart. Mommy, scared me to death. Looks like I can extend my life for another day. But before your words could even fall, all of a sudden, from the corner of the street, there violently rushed out over a dozen black sedans at a terrifying speed. Zhang He was so scared his soul almost scattered. What the heck? This formation is way too massive. Is this really just catching someone? This is clearly shooting a Hollywood blockbuster. Immediately after, your pupils abruptly constricted and you screamed at the top of your lungs in terror. Brake, hurry up and brake. You saw that on the street, not far ahead. Several black cars actually parked sideways right across, instantly blocking the entire road solidly. In your eyes, only endless despair remained. Looks like the severe beating today could not be avoided. Farewell, my beautiful world. 10 minutes later, inside a bamboo forest in the suburbs, smack. Smack. 3 resounding slaps were viciously drawn across your face. A burning pain exploded instantly. Tang Lemon, with a smirk that did not quite look like a smile, squatted down, looking at you who was tied up completely like a rice dumpling. Were not you quite good at running? Try running away from me again. Just as you opened your mouth to beg for mercy, wifey, I, Tang Lemon, directly interrupted you. You were wrong? Were not you? She gently rubbed your hair. Yet that smile made your entire body shudder. It is always this exact same phrase every single time. Do you think it is still going to work now? On the side, Zhang He, who was also tied up, wore a weeping face and pleaded with Yun Luo, big sister. This really has absolutely nothing to do with me. If you have any issues, take it out on my big bro. Yun Luo tilted her little head and asked the bodyguard beside her with a face full of innocence. This guy made us chase him for half the day. How should we deal with him? That bodyguard instantly revealed a ferocious glare, speaking with murderous intent, eldest miss. As long as you give the word, I will immediately send him to hell to repent. The surrounding bodyguards also roared in unison. Kill him, kill him, kill him. You instantly felt your scalp explode in terror. Good God, each one of them is more ruthless than the last. Tang Lemon smiled with keen interest. I think their proposal is quite good. Little G, what do you think? Hearing these words, you immediately squirmed against her hand like a caterpillar, smiling an incredibly sycophantic smile.
Wifey.
We are all law-abiding good citizens. If I'm gone, who is going to warm your bed, help you dress, and coax you to sleep? Who knew Tang Lemon would suddenly stand up abruptly, her eyes instantly turning freezing cold? Your words sound sweet, but unfortunately, it is too late. She directly issued an order to the bodyguards. Throw this guy into the pit for me. Yes, madam. You started, struggling desperately, but it was of no use at all. You and Zhang He were directly kicked into the freshly dug dirt pit. Zhang He almost peed his pants on the spot. Holy crap, no way.
You were playing for real.
The next second, your entire body was buried in dirt, leaving only your head exposed outside. Your eyes were filled entirely with pure terror, and your mouth was stuffed with a piece of bread, making even breathing a strenuous task. And Zhang He, right next to you, had his soul scared completely out of his body long ago. Yet the fear in your eyes was even deeper than his. However, in the car not far away, Tang Lemon was watching your struggling state with great satisfaction, while leisurely sipping on black tea. Her bestie Yun Luo, on the contrary, could not bear it anymore.
Little Juan.
It has been quite a while now. Why do not we just let them go? Who knew Tang Lemon would reply with a breezy, indifferent face, relax. It is not his first time anyway. These words made your heart sink heavily. Right at this moment, Tang Lemon's phone suddenly rang. As she answered the call, a sweet, milky child's voice came from the other end. Sister, can you hear Shuer talking? Hearing this voice, Tang Lemon's frosty eyes melted instantly, and the corners of her mouth subconsciously curled up. I hear you clearly. What is the matter? Our little Shuer. On the other end, little Shu asked happily, Sister, I miss you so much. When are you and brother coming back, brother? Tang Lemon immediately shot the bodyguards a look, signaling them to hurry up and dig you out. The next second, you covered entirely in dirt or hauled out. You immediately leaned in and chuckled foolishly.
Wifey.
I knew you still cared about me deep down. Tang Lemon merely glared at you sideways and shoved the phone right into your hand. Shuer is looking for you. You simply plopped your butt onto the ground and happily started chatting with little Shui. But what you absolutely never expected was Tang Lemon actually brought over a damp cloth and began carefully wiping the dirt off your body. That appearance looked exactly like a gentle, virtuous little wife. Zhang He, watching from the side, was completely dumbfounded. He had just sneaked an envious glance at Yun Luo, when as a result, over a dozen icy murderous glares locked onto him instantly, scaring him so badly he shuddered violently, never daring to look randomly ever again. Immediately after, your group drove back to the city center. In the car, you were acting exceptionally attentive, pounding Tang Lemon's back and massaging her shoulders.
Wifey, is this pressure?
Alright. Tang Lemon closed her eyes in enjoyment and suddenly asked, explain yourself to me. Exactly how much did you drink last night? You immediately put on a pitiful face. I only drank ON tiny cup. Who knew that stuff packed such a crazy afterkick? If you can't drink, why force yourself? If you do not get drunk, who will? Tang Lemon snorted coldly. The moment she remembered how you actually dared to push her yesterday, her anger flared up irresistibly. She reached out and started mercilessly kneading your face. Yet you did not dare to resist in the slightest, just grinning foolishly, trying your absolute best to coax her into a good mood. Soon, you guys sat down in a private room of a restaurant. Zhang He wolfed down his food while sighing heavily. Bro, last night, you offended every single big shot's son in Shenzhen. Might as well offend everyone. Our company is definitely going to be targeted and made miserable from now on. Especially that Wang Hu. You pinned him to the ground and rubbed his face into the dirt, right in front of so many people. He will absolutely not let this go. You simply curled your lip dismissively. He deserved it. Who asked him to dare touch my wife? I promise, every time I see him, I will beat him up again. Look at how capable you think you are. Tang Lemon lightly scolded. But in the next second, she surprisingly scooped some soup into a spoon, blew on it carefully, and personally fed it right to your mouth. While feeding you, she spoke calmly, do not worry about the company's matters. Yun Luo will help me establish a firm foothold in Shenzhen. It won't be a problem. She then reminded you, did not you say you needed to go see your uncle? Hurry up and go. Your heart instantly felt warm. Turning to look at Yun Luo, you started gossiping curiously. By the way, what exactly does your family do? Those bodyguards of yours do not look like good people at all. Zhang He also joined in, nodding frantically. Is not that right? What kind of proper bodyguard goes out packing heat? Who knew Yun Luo would just casually take a sip of tea with a completely innocent face? We just do a little entertainment business. Is there a problem? You immediately snapped your head towards Tang Lemon, only to see her nonchalantly drop a heaven-shaking bombshell. The Yun family controls all the gray areas in Shenzhen, like the bars and those legitimate casinos and whatnot. It turns out, to play around with these things in Shenzhen, you have to look at the Yun family's face. Hearing this, Zhang He's mouth instantly dropped open into an O shape, staring at Yun Luo in utter shock. Then, does not that make you the legendary underworld eldest miss? Good lord! This thigh is way too thick. The next second, Zhang He dropped to one knee before Yun Luo with a thud, acting incredibly sycophantic. Big sister, do you still need a lackey? I'm ready to go through fire and water for you at any time. But before he could even finish his sentence, a dagger flew out from the corner with a whoosh, embedding itself firmly into the floor right in front of him. Several dark, icy glares pinned him to the spot like sharp knives. Tang Lemon, however, dotingly pinched your cheek and burst out laughing. This underling you accepted, his brain does not seem to be working very well. Meanwhile, in another luxurious villa, Brother Hu, I really did not know that kid was so fierce. Please let me go. Hu Jun was pressed firmly onto the floor by two burly men, his face wrapped in thick layers of bandages on the sofa. Wang Hu's face was swollen like a pig's head. He glared at him with a murderous look in his eyes. You have got quite the guts, kid. Actually daring to scheme against me. That woman is the fecking precious daughter of the Tang family from Shanghai. And that bastard who hit me has a ridiculously hard background too. He went in yesterday and was released completely free today. Wang Hu's voice was chillingly sinister. Hu Jun, you deliberately set a trap for me, did not you? Hu Jun hastily explained with a crying face. Brother Hu, I really did not know. Enough. Wang Hu cut him off directly. He ordered the bodyguards coldly. Beat him half to death for me, then strip him naked and throw him onto the busiest commercial street in Shenzhen. Do not even leave him a pair of underwear. Yes, young master. Early the next morning, you dragged along your newly acquired lackey, Zhang He, and set off following the address your mom gave you. Driving on the road, Zhang He glanced at the GPS and could not help but start complaining. Bro, your uncle's place is way too remote. What is there to visit in a rundown town where birds do not even poop? Hearing this, your face instantly darkened. You warned through gritted teeth. You would better not mention anything about liquor to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back from beating you. Zhang He immediately laughed awkwardly. Then let us not mention it. Good thing I already drank my fill before leaving the house. What the fuck? You started drinking early in the morning. Looking at his completely calm demeanor, your face was full of question marks. Are not you afraid of getting pulled over for a Dewey? Who knew Zhang He would wave his hand dismissively? In a rundown place like this, who is going to check for DIEs? And besides, to be charged with a Dewey, you would need to have a driver's license first, right? After that wild chase and driving the wrong way yesterday, my license was revoked on the spot. You directly gave him a thumbs up. Good lord. Now, I understand, you are literally driving without a license. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Lemon was utilizing the Yun family's influence to begin establishing her own company. After all, this troublemaking dog of a man, had offended way too many local factions. She had to cut through the tangled mess swiftly. To achieve this, she paid a personal visit to the Yun family estate. In the main hall of the Yun family, Yun Luo's father, Yun Baitian, wearing a bathrobe, looked at Tang Lemon with a profound gaze. He spoke slowly. This place Shenzhen is not like Shanghai. You offended so many people all at once. If you do not have local factions backing you up, I'm afraid it will be incredibly difficult to move even a single inch. Tang Lemon nodded calmly. That is exactly why I came to ask Uncle Yun for help. If there is anything you need me to do, please just give the order. Yun Luo, standing beside them, also quickly hugged her dad's arm and acted spoiled. Dad, just help little Wan out. She is my absolute best friend. Yun Baitian looked at his silly daughter, who was constantly siding with outsiders. Feeling utterly helpless in his heart, he cleared his throat, and then spoke unhurriedly. In 2 days, there is a reception hosted by the Guangmei group. When the time comes, you can go with me. Yun Baitian slowly added another sentence. There are no eternal enemies in the business world, only eternal interests. It all depends on how big of a price you are willing to pay. However, Tang Lemon's brows instantly knitted together. This answer was far too vague and ambiguous. What she wanted was the Yun family's unreserved support, not an opportunity to go and put on a fake, apologetic smile. It seemed this matter would not be that simple. But how could Yun Luo understand all these complex underlying meanings? She thought her dad had agreed, and instantly beamed with joy. Right at this moment, after a full 2 hours of bumpy driving, you and Zhang He finally wobbled your way to the destination, the town of Banyao. This place was even more dilapidated and backward than you imagined. Zhang He looked at his precious car, now completely splattered with mud, his heart aching so badly it twitched. The surrounding locals, who had just returned from farm work, all sized you up with curious eyes, looking at you two uninvited guests, as if observing some rare, exotic treasures. Relying on the vague impressions in your memory, you led Zhang He deep into the town. On the way, Zhang He suddenly chuckled slyly. Bro, seeing how beautiful your wife is, why do not you ask her to introduce a few girls to me? You did not even turn your head back and just threw out an indifferent reply. Sure, if you are not afraid of being buried alive again. Go tell her yourself. I promise I won't stop you. On second thought, never mind. Zhang He instantly chickened out. Soon after, you zigzagged through a narrow alleyway, and a dilapidated earthen house finally appeared before your eyes. Let us go. This is it. You looked at that familiar earthen house from your memory and walked towards it. But just the moment you reached out to push open the courtyard gate, a voice abruptly came from behind you. Who are you guys looking for? You and Zhang He were startled and snapped your heads back. An old man wearing coarse cotton clothes had somehow appeared right behind you. You quickly squeezed out a polite smile. Grandpa, my name is Mu Avocado. My uncle is Zhang Guohua. My mom told me to come check on him. Hearing the name Zhang Guohua, Grandpa Li looked you up and down, his face full of confusion. Are you Mijuan's kid? You smiled and nodded at him. Who knew Grandpa Li would lean in on his cane and sigh heavily?
Sigh.
Even if you go in now, you won't see him. Just now, Guohua was called away by Xiaoman's teacher. He paused, then lowered his voice. They said that girl of his is dating early in school, fell for some blonde punk. What the heck? After getting the details from Grandpa Lai, you immediately dragged Zhang He and sprinted towards the school. Zhang He was still marveling behind you. Heh, in a rundown place like this, the species known as blonde punk actually exists. You could never have imagined that your uncle had been living so miserably all these years. Even your mom was completely kept in the dark. Thinking of this, your pace involuntarily quickened even more. And at this exact moment, the teaching building of Banyang Middle School was completely empty. Inside the teacher's office, a young female teacher was looking at the two students in front of her with a massive headache. Standing beside them were their respective parents. Teacher Zhang, Li Kai and I truly love each other. Zhang Xiaoman actually pleaded directly, please, just give us your blessing. But before the teacher could speak, your uncle Zhang Guohua stood up in sheer anger and scolded,
You are just a kid.
What do you know about love?
Shut your mouth.
Who knew? That blonde punk beside Zhang Xiaomin Li Kai would instantly explode. He violently rolled up his sleeves, pointed right at your uncle's nose, and started cursing loudly. You old geezer, watch your mouth when you talk to me. Xiaomin is now my girlfriend. No OAN but me is allowed to lecture her. What was even more ridiculous was that Li Kai's mom not only did not stop him, but instead smiled from the side and fanned the flames. Xiaomin's dad, this is the kid's own business. We adults should not blindly interfere. Besides, my Xiao Kai actually went to school in the city. You should be secretly thanking your lucky stars that he is willing to marry your daughter. Facing this situation, the newly appointed teacher Zhang was entirely out of ideas. Your uncle's eyes widened in sheer fury, the fire in his heart surging rapidly. He practically roared it out. Is this how you act as a mother? Encouraging kids to date when they are still so young? My Xiaomin used to be top of her grade. Now her grades have plummeted to the bottom. Do not you feel the slightest bit of shame? This time that woman also got furious. She instantly threw a tantrum right on the spot. You old thing, keep your mouth clean. My son taking a liking to your daughter. Is your ancestors' graves smoking green? It is your own fault. You're so dirt poor. You deserve to be stuck in this mountain ravine for the rest of your life. Seeing the situation spiraling more and more out of control, teacher Zhang quickly stepped forward to break up the fight. But right at this moment, over on the other side, Zhang Xiaomin and Li Kai were actually secretly whispering to each other.
Xiaomin, come to my house later.
Do not go back tonight. Li Kai seized the opportunity to manipulate her. What is the point of going to school anyway? Once I am an adult, I will go out to work and support you. You just stay home and give birth to my babies. Dazzled by the illusion of love, Zhang Xiaomin hesitated for a moment and, as if possessed, actually nodded her head. Just when the office was in absolute uproar, Yu and Zhang He violently pushed the door open and entered. Those expensive, high-end outfits, and that extraordinary aura. Your appearance was like a pack of wolves barging into a sheep pen. In an instant, the entire office fell dead silent. Teacher Zhang looked at you both in confusion. Who are you looking for? Your uncle, Zhang Guohua, also noticed your face. He felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. The next second, you took a large stride and walked right up to him. You smiled and spoke. Uncle, do you not recognize me anymore? Uncle, that bitter, sarcastic woman was stunned on the spot. This poor sap surnamed Zhang actually had a relative like this. Are you? Little G, your uncle asked with uncertainty. You nodded. Then your icy gaze swept past that bitter woman. Finally locking onto Zhang Xiaomin, you spoke flatly. What do not you know how to greet your cousin when you see him? Hearing this, that Li Kai beside her immediately wanted to open his mouth and curse. But before he could even make a sound, your freezing glare instantly locked onto him. As your eyes met, the words that were right at the tip of his tongue, surprisingly, could not be spoken at all. Your tone was bone-chillingly severe. When adults are talking, kids should not interrupt. Did not your mother even teach you this most basic level of manners? Li Kai, who was so arrogantly unbearable just a second ago, instantly withered like an eggplant struck by frost. He could only look helplessly at his mom. Seeing that the woman was about to throw another tantrum, Zhang He behind you took a step forward. He flamboyantly flipped his hair and said with a fake threatening smile, Auntie, you would not want your kid to lose his chance at going to school in the future, would you? This single light sentence from Zhang He beside you instantly froze the atmosphere once again. Under your icy gaze, the blonde punk Li Kai kept completely silent like a winter cicada. Seeing that arrogant kid being thoroughly suppressed, your uncle instantly felt immense joy blooming in his heart. He quickly urged his daughter, why are you still standing there like a fool? Hurry up and call your cousin. Your cousin made a special trip all the way from Kyoto just to come see you. The moment the word Kyoto dropped, Teacher Zhang and that bitter woman were completely dumbfounded on the spot. Anyone who came from that place were all prominent figures of immense wealth and power. Only then did Zhang Xiaomin finally lower her head bashfully and call out, cousin. You nodded faintly, walked right up to her, and crouched down. You began speaking in a calm tone. I heard that you used to be one of the top students in the school. Since you now want to drop out of school for this blonde punk beside you, then as your cousin, I need to give you a wake-up call. Your uncle also quickly chimed in from the side.
Exactly.
Your cousin graduated from a prestigious university. You have to listen to his words carefully. Then, you met the eyes of this cousin you had never met before, your gaze as calm as still water. Right now, there are only two paths laid out in front of you. You raised a single finger and cast a sideways glance at that cowering blonde punk. First, for your so-called love,
You drop out of school with this guy named Lee Kai?
then you marry into his family and serve that bitter, sharp-tongued mother of his. You stared intently into her eyes and asked, pronouncing every single word clearly, how did his mom just argue with your dad? You saw it with your own two eyes? Do you honestly think you will have a good life if you marry into that family? As expected, Zhang Xiaoman subconsciously sneaked a peek at Li Kai's mom. She was so frightened she instantly shrank her neck back, not daring to let out a single squeak. As for the second path, you slowly raised your second finger, a profoundly meaningful smile curling on your lips. You and your dad follow me to study in the big city. I will completely take care of all your living and eating expenses. All you need to do is focus solely on your studies. Hearing this, your uncle's internal scale instantly cleared up. The child's future was definitely the most important thing. But right at this moment, Li Kai's mom, seeing the cooked duck about to fly away, actually jumped out violently. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "What is wrong with you? Everyone advocates for freedom of marriage nowadays. You are violently beating the Mandarin ducks." Saying that, she wanted to bolt out of the office, probably wanting to go call for backup. Who knew? Zhang Hei's massive fleshy frame would instantly block the doorway. He revealed a malicious smile and spoke sinisterly, "Auntie, did you forget what I just said a moment ago? You absolutely must not force me to get physical. When I go crazy, I even beat myself up." This single sentence directly terrified that tantrum-throwing woman into completely freezing. So you turned back to look at your cousin and issued your final ultimatum. Well, have you made your decision? You only get this own chance. Your uncle was also stomping his feet anxiously on the side. Do you really want to be like me, your dad, and be trapped in these mountains for the rest of your life? If you dare to drop out today, tomorrow you get out to the fields and start doing farm work. At this, Zhang Xiaoman finally broke down. With a crying tone, she nodded her head. I choose the second Owen. Is not that right? Getting a satisfactory answer, you turned your head to look at teacher Zheng and said with a smile, "Then teacher, please help us handle the school transfer procedures." Your uncle smiled with deep relief, tightly grasping your hand. "Little G, I really owe you a big own today." You just smiled slightly. "It is nothing, uncle. This is all what I should do as a cousin. Besides, my mom specifically told me to come this time." You tell your uncle that this was all mom's idea. She kept talking about how much she missed him, but because some things happened at home recently, she has not been able to get away. Just like that, a vigorous so-called epic romance, before it even officially began, was directly declared dead. Li Kai's mom blushed bright red out of sheer embarrassment. She grabbed her son and scurried away with her tail tucked between her legs, too ashamed to stay there a second longer. Then, after finishing the school transfer procedures, you simply took your uncle's family and left. You did not even bother packing their luggage. After all, you could just buy them new things when the time comes. Just as the car door was about to close, who knew a big yellow dog would suddenly squeeze its way inside from out of nowhere? Even though it was covered in dirt, its doggy eyes were shockingly bright. Zhang Hei instantly flared up like a startled cat, howling in heartache. "Ah, my new car. Bro, hurry up and get this dirty dog out of here." But that dog clung to you like superglue, lying by your feet and drooling nonstop. Your uncle recognized the dog at a single glance. This dog has been wandering around town for almost a year. It only survived till today by relying on food tossed by passers-by. As soon as those words fell, that big yellow dog actually barked at you with incredible human-like understanding. It looked exactly as if it was saying, "Big bro, please adopt your humble little brother." Your interest was instantly piqued. You looked down and asked tentatively, "You want to come with me?" That big yellow dog actually seemed to understand, nodding its head frantically. It even kept nuzzling its head affectionately against your leg. Your uncle chuckled heartily from the side. Dogs from the countryside are very spiritually aware. If you do not want to keep it, just kick it right out. Hearing this, a flash of inspiration struck your brain. A brilliant, absolutely genius idea suddenly popped up. You could not help but reveal a totally wicked grin. Women are naturally afraid of dogs, right? If you unleash the dog to bite your own wife, would not your status in the household skyrocket? Hee hee. Top 10 worst ideas ever conceived. Unable to hold it in, you literally snorted out loud like a pig. Zhang Xiaoman looked up at her dad and roasted you weakly. Cousin's smile looked so creepy. After pondering for a brief moment, you still decided to adopt this little guy. You slammed the car door shut with a loud bang and ordered Zhang Hei, "Drive. Let us try to get back before dark." Saying that, you looked down at the big yellow dog by your feet. You casually patted its doggy head and bestowed a name upon it with a beaming smile. Since you are my dog, I must give you a domineering, awe-inspiring name today. Looking at your scrawny, bony little frame, from this day onward, your name shall be Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior. Everyone in the car was instantly petrified on the spot. Woof. Woof. Yet, Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior barked twice in sheer excitement. It seemed extremely satisfied with this new name, so you looked down, petting its head, and began your earnest teachings, remember?
You are my dog from now on.
You cannot listen to anyone else's words, understood? Especially the words of pretty women. The prettier the woman, the less you should listen to her. Rushing as fast as you could, you finally made it back to Shenzhen before nightfall. You originally thought you could sneak the dog home completely unnoticed. Who knew, the moment you tiptoed through the door, an icy voice drifted over from behind the sofa. Why are you back so late? Your body stiffened instantly. You turned around awkwardly, only to see Tang Lemon wearing a face mask. Slowly sitting up from the sofa, immediately after, her gaze locked firmly onto you. Seeing something squirming under your bulging clothes, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. What are you hiding under your clothes? You instantly felt guilty to the extreme. Biting the bullet, you blurted out, if I said I'm pregnant, would you believe it? As a result, Tang Lemon did not buy that nonsense at all. She hooked a finger at you, her eyes completely unwelcoming. Be a good boy. Come here. You walked over like a kid who just did something wrong, unexpectedly right in the middle of your walk. A dog's head suddenly squeezed out from your collar and popped straight out. The air fell dead silent in an instant. You hastily explained, I saw that he looked pretty pitiful, so... Who knew that Tang Lemon, seeing this dog, would actually wave her hand at it? That yellow dog named Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior immediately trotted over obediently and intimately rubbed against her hand without any hesitation. Just as you breathed a sigh of relief in your heart, cold sweat popped out on your back in the very next second. You saw Tang Lemon petting the dog's head, pointing at you, and asking with a smile, was this guy planning to use you to attack me? That damn dog actually nodded humanly, and without any hesitation, it turned around and barked loudly at you. Top 10 anime betrayals. Wifey, I'm innocent. This dead dog is framing me. Seeing things taking a turn for the worse, you hurried forward to suck up to her. Just then, you saw Tang Lemon peel off her face mask, the corners of her eyes carrying a deep sense of exhaustion. Your heart ached for her. You immediately changed the subject, gently wrapping your arms around her slender waist. With a gentle voice, you said, you have worked really hard today. Tang Lemon rolled her eyes at you, but smoothly snuggled into your embrace. Her tone was sleepy. I am tired. Carry me back to the bedroom to sleep. You looked down at her exhausted face, and a wave of self-blame suddenly washed over you. Having been in Shenzhen for several days, you had not seemed to be of any help at all. So you fiercely warned that traitorous dog, if you dare to tear the house apart, I will slaughter you and make dog stew tomorrow. Having said that, you scooped Tang Lemon up in your arms and headed straight upstairs to the bedroom. After helping her change into her pajamas, you also slid right into the covers, expertly pulling her delicate body into your arms. The moment the bedroom light was turned off, the room plunged into pitch darkness. A pair of legs wrapped around your waist, and Tang Lemon's steady breathing drifted over. You looked at that breathtakingly beautiful sleeping face right in front of you, leaned in, and planted a kiss on her. You made up your mind to finally start doing serious business tomorrow. Early the next morning, quietly getting out of bed and going downstairs,
you reached under the sofa
and dragged out the dead dog that betrayed you last night. You grabbed its doggy head and said viciously, well played. Little tyrant, I did not expect you to be such a fence-sitter, selling me out in the blink of an eye. Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior whimpered pitifully twice, but how on earth could you understand dog language? Just as you were preparing to thoroughly warn this damn dog, your peripheral vision caught a beautiful figure walking downstairs. You immediately dropped the dog in your hands and happily ran over to hug Tang Lemon.
Wifey,
you woke up so early.
Give me a hug. Seeing this, that yellow dog also hurriedly trotted over to rub against its female owner's feet. Who knew Tang Lemon would simply hold your face, give you a kiss, blink, and ask softly, where's breakfast? I kept it for you in the kitchen. You chuckled slyly, and even threw a smug, showing off glance at the dog by her feet. As a result, Tang Lemon turned around to leave, and did not forget to wave at the yellow dog. Little Gezi, come here. She really just named the dog after you. You were instantly rendered speechless. This dead dog was actually bestowed the name Little Gezi, watching it run incredibly fast on its dog legs, sticking its tongue out and following right behind her. Just as you were getting ready to take a shower, Zhang Hei's phone call suddenly came in. On the other end of the line, he sounded overwhelmingly excited. Bro, I have a massive project here. Are you in? You curled your lip. What? Massive project? What kind of massive project could a guy selling sanitary napkins have? However, Zhang He spoke enthusiastically. Bro, did not you want to make games? My dad just rejected a game investment. I play tested it. And based on my 10 plus years of experience as a hardcore gamer, it absolutely has a bright future. You gave a dry laugh. How big is the initial investment? A sheepish laugh came from the other end. Not much. All in all, just about 50 small targets. Internet slang, own small target equals 100 million. So he means 5 billion? Hearing this number, you hung up the phone without a second of hesitation. Are you kidding me? Over 5 billion in initial costs. Only an idiot would believe that. But you never expected that. Not long after, the doorbell would start ringing frantically. At this time, you were feeding Tang lemon soup, bite by bite, enjoying the private two-person world. That traitorous dog was still barking excitedly nearby, as if it also wanted to be spoon-fed. You directly kicked it away. Shoo! Shoo! Go play somewhere else. Immediately after, you grumbled as you went to open the door. As it turned out, the person standing outside was none other than Zhang He. He rubbed his hands together as he walked in, giving a cheeky smile. Good morning, bro. Good morning, sister-in-law. You looked at his dust-covered, travel-worn appearance and said speechlessly, do not tell me you really came here just for the game. No way. Just try playing it first. Then we will talk. Zhang He pulled out his phone, insisting on handing it to you. Right now, only RPGs have real potential. If you want to gain a solid foothold, you have to rely on a masterpiece. You took the phone and walked over to sit on the sofa. Having eaten and drank her fill, Tang Lemon draped a coat over her shoulders and sat down right next to you, looking curiously at him and then at the character on the screen. She asked in confusion, is this game fun?
You did a quick hands-on test?
It felt decent. It is just that the production was too rough, and it did not really have any standout features. But right at this moment, Zhang He beside you hastily explained, this game is different. It focuses heavily on story development. Story-driven RPGs are very rare in the market right now. As long as the modeling and special effects can keep up, it will definitely be a massive hit. You continue to roast it while playing. Even so, it already costs over 5 billion in the early stages. Would not the late stage costs go straight to the moon? You play tested it for a while longer, then casually handed the phone to your curious wife beside you. It definitely has potential.
You gave your evaluation.
But trying to rely on it to establish a foothold. The price tag is not small. Just when Zhang He thought the deal had fallen through, you suddenly changed your tune. However,
you are lucky you ran into me.
You wrapped your arm around Tang Lemon's slender waist, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. If it were anyone else, who would dare gamble with this much money?
Right, wifey.
Tang Lemon just gave an objective evaluation. It is all right. We can give it a try. Following that, she peeled your wandering hands off her waist, yawned, and started heading upstairs. I am going back up to sleep for a bit. If you want to do it, just do it. We are not short on this bit of money anyway. Hearing this, Zhang He was thrilled beyond belief. He threw his arms tightly around your waist. Bro, you are truly my best big bro. You pushed him away in absolute disgust. A grown man acting like this are not you grossed out. Let us go. We are going to meet the producer of this game. And coincidentally, I also have a game idea of my own. Zhang He froze instantly. Bro, what kind of game do you want to make? You stood up with a devilish smirk. Ever heard of a virtual girlfriend? At this, Zhang He was completely baffled. Can something like that even get popular? You proudly crossed your arms. Only a loser truly understands what a loser wants. Do not you desire a beautiful girlfriend every day, who wears different black or white pantyhose just for you? Do not you desire that when you're sad, a gorgeous campus belle is there to comfort you? Hearing all this, Zhang He's mouth dropped wide open. His brain had already started picking out names for their future kids. He nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with intense yearning. Of course I do. Bro, are you going to introduce a girlfriend to me? Looking at his completely foolish expression, your mouth twitched. This idiot must have slept himself stupid. Just keep daydreaming by yourself. I'm going upstairs to change clothes. Who knew? The moment you turned around, that dog ran over barking loudly, as if saying this dog lord wants to go too. Zhang He actually squatted down, smirking wickedly and rubbing its head. Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior, I am absolutely not letting you come along. As a result, when you came back downstairs after changing, you saw Zhang He being chased all around the living room by the dog. Brother dog, I was wrong. Do not bite my butt. Ouch, before he could finish. Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior sank its teeth right in, watching these two comedians. You casually blew a whistle. The dog ceased its pursuit instantly and ran over to your side on its stubby little legs. You pulled out 2 pairs of sunglasses, put them on man and dog, and stepped out looking fly as hell, followed closely behind by Zhang He, clutching his bitten butt, looking completely out of place. Just as you got into the car, a message popped up on your phone.
It was from your wife.
Come home early tonight. We have a difficult gathering to deal with tomorrow. Yes, madam. After you finished being affectionate over text. The car had already parked in front of an old rundown neighborhood. Zhang He locked the car and led you and the sunglasses-wearing dog towards a residential building. He banged loudly on the heavy iron gate on the first floor. Ah, hua. Open the door. I brought a VIP to see you. However, the entire building was frighteningly quiet. After the knocking echoed a few times, the rusty iron gate opened with a loud clank. The person who opened the door was a frail, exhausted-looking man. On look, and you could tell he suffered from chronic malnutrition. Sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, Zhang Hua glanced at you, and then looked at Zhang He with deep resentment. What are you here for now? You already raided all 10 gigabytes of my USB drive stash, caught in 4K. Young people should really practice some moderation. Hearing this, Zhang He's face turned completely green. He frantically waved his hands to stop him. Wait. Immediately after, he proudly introduced you to Zhang Hua. This is my big bro, Mu Avocado, even though he might not look like a rich guy. My sister-in-law is the legitimate daughter of the richest man in Shanghai, with a net worth of tens of billions. We're not used severely lacking funds. I pulled my big bro over here for you. Before he could even finish his sentence, Zhang Hua, who was previously utterly dispirited, instantly had golden light bursting from his eyes. The very next second, he actually lunged forward in a single stride, dropped to his knees with a loud thud, and hugged your thigh tightly. Big bro, I have finally found you. You absolutely have to take a look at our game. He even shouted excitedly towards the inside of the room. Boys, we have a big bro here to invest. Quick, serve the tea. As soon as these words dropped, the previously dead silent room instantly erupted into absolute chaos. What? Investment. That is my biological sugar daddy. I'm going to serve tea to my daddy. You idiot. Why did you pour boiling water on me instead of making tea? Listening to the chaotic commotion inside, you looked down wordlessly at Zhang Hua, who was still clinging to your leg. I say, could you let go first? Since I'm here, I'm not going to run away. Zhang He hurriedly pulled him up and explained awkwardly, they are just too excited. If they do not secure an investment soon, they will have to sleep under a bridge this month. A moment later, you walked into the cramped room. The air was completely filled with the smell of pickled mustard instant noodles. I did not know you were coming, so we did not tidy up in advance. Sorry about that, big bro. Zhang Hua scratched his head awkwardly. You, however, did not mind at all. Sitting down casually, you cut straight to the chase. Where is the specific plot for the game? Bring it here. Let me have a look. A guy with glasses nervously handed over a stack of papers, densely packed with words. You did not expect that in such a terrible environment. This detailed plot script would be kept so impeccably clean, without a single stain. You quickly began flipping through it. Rows of neat, tidy handwriting entered your vision. Meanwhile, Zhang Hua's group of 4 was so nervous they barely dared to breathe. As the pages turned on by on, the general storyline was about a young man possessing the bloodline of humans and demons. He continuously gained power, yet continuously lost the people most important to him, ultimately ascending the throne in absolute solitude. A look of satisfaction flashed across your eyes. Only then did Zhang He cautiously lean in and ask, Bro, what do you think? Under the nervous gazes of the group, you put the proposal down and gave an okay gesture. Overall, it passes, but if you want to launch it, it requires a massive overhaul. The characters, modeling, and special effects must all be completely replaced from top to bottom. Zhang Hua and the others immediately nodded their heads in deep agreement. With money, everything is negotiable. You saw the potential of this game at a single glance. It would either fail to be accepted by the masses, or it would completely wash away the entire gaming industry and crown a new king. However, you suddenly changed the topic before doing all that. Let us improve your living environment first. This place is way too messy. The moment you said this, the entire studio instantly burst into renewed vitality. Everyone was cheering with pure joy, watching their excited appearances. You merely shook your head helplessly. Then you left a bank card behind, turned around, and walked straight out of the room. I will have the company registered in the next 2 days. You guys start working on the update proposals first. As for food, clothing, and housing, just take the money directly from the card. Seeing this, Zhang He gave Zhang Hua and the others a thumbs up and hurried to follow you out. Walking out of the residential building, he immediately leaned in and asked, Bro, Where to next? Without even looking up from playing on your phone, you replied. To the hotel where my uncle is staying, of course. Oh, right, that virtual girlfriend idea I mentioned this morning. Do not forget to bring it up with Zhanghua. If there are not enough people, just hire more. ON Studio responsible for ON game. Guarantee the quality. You got it. Zhang He nodded repeatedly. He realized that tagging along with you was way more promising than going home to inherit a sanitary napkin factory. Priorities set straight. Meanwhile, right at this moment, inside a hotel in the city center of Shenzhen, a dispute was breaking out. Where did these country bumpkins come from? Is this a place people like you can afford? In the hotel lobby, a woman dressed in luxurious clothes was looking with extreme disgust at your uncle Zhang Guohua and your cousin Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Guohua glared back angrily, but thinking that as newcomers they should not cause trouble for you, he forcefully swallowed his rage. Who knew the female receptionist nearby, seeing this scene, actually silently allowed everything to happen? The luxuriously dressed woman became even more arrogant. Why are not you rolling as far away as you can? You are so filthy. I think the truly filthy own is you. Just as Zhang Guohua was preparing to take his daughter and leave, two figures walked through the hotel entrance. It was none other than you and Zhang Ha. The luxurious woman frowned and looked over. Her gaze landed on your clothes, knowing instantly that they were high-end designer brands, but she completely ignored Zhang He behind you. You walked up to the woman with cold eyes, and without saying a single word, delivered a harsh slap. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the entire lobby. Even the receptionist was dumbfounded. The woman was slapped silly, just as she was about to explode in anger. You stated flatly, my net worth is in the billions. The woman's momentum instantly weakened by half. You then continued, my wife is the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai. My family has deep connections within the police department. After stating these 3 sentences, you carelessly revealed that black card. The woman's pupils shrank in terror, her heart filling with absolute regret. Only then did she realize she had kicked a titanium plate. For an existence like this, crushing her to death would be as easy as breathing. Thinking of this, the woman, her body trembling uncontrollably, walked stiffly over to Zhang Guohua and apologized. I'm sorry. You looked at the tactful woman and snorted coldly. Why have not you rolled away yet? You staying here is polluting the air. I am leaving right now. Right now. Not daring to offend you further, the woman lowered her head and fled miserably. Behind you, Zhang He directly gave a thumbs up.
Awesome, bro.
Snobs who look down on others like that deserve to be taught a harsh lesson. Only then did you walk over to your uncle's side, seeing that they were fine. You asked with a smile, is everything all right? I got held up by something on the way, so I am a bit late. Zhang Guohua, however, smiled and waved his hand. It is nothing serious. The old ladies in our village say things way harsher than this. As long as you're okay, you nodded. Then you casually glanced at that female receptionist and said flatly, if you know what is good for you, you would better resign on your own. Being a receptionist. This job does not suit you. As soon as these words dropped, the female receptionist's face instantly turned deathly pale, filled with immense regret. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. That guy Zhang He even gave her a mocking smirk. Oh my, so pitiful. Gotta go job hunting again. Must be so tough. Ha ha ha. Then you led your uncle's group out of the hotel before sending them to the airport. You first went to buy a complete set of new gear for your uncle.
Smartphones.
Brand new clothes, not a single thing could be missing. If they had dressed a little better, what happened today would not have occurred at all. An hour later, with everything bought, Zhang He drove straight to the airport before boarding. You forcefully stuffed a bank card into your uncle's hands. Uncle, there's $1 million in this card. You hold on to it for now. If it is not enough, just ask my mom for more. No matter who suffers, the child's education cannot suffer. $1 million. Hearing this number, Zhang Guohua hastily tried to refuse. He had never seen this much money in his entire life. No, no, no. You take this money back. But you and Zhang He exchanged a glance and did not give him a chance at all. You turned around and walked away, not forgetting to wave. Uncle, do not be so polite with me. If it were my mom, she would probably give you even more. Watching your retreating backs, Zhang Guohua could only shake his head helplessly, muttering to himself, how am I ever going to repay such a massive favor? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoman looked at your retreating figure, her eyes full of sheer admiration. Outside the airport, you looked at Zhang He, who was panting heavily after just jogging a few steps. You curled your lip. You really need to start working out. You are way too weak. Zhang He was instantly unconvincing. He patted his chest and hollered. What do you mean? When I was skinny, I could go 16 times in own night. Sure you could, buddy. Heh. Heh. You scoffed dismissively. Then you both walked towards the car. Only then did you begin inquiring about information regarding the Wang family to prevent being caught off guard. Zhang He immediately poured out everything he knew.
The Wang family, huh?
What they are most famous for is their food delivery platform, Starve to Death. It is one of the top 2 most popular food delivery platforms in the country. Shortly after, you returned home. It was exactly noon. Tang Lemon had already gotten up and was currently lying barefoot on the sofa, reading through documents, hearing the sound of the door opening. She looked over, raising an eyebrow. You're back this early. How was that game?
It is all right.
You smiled as you sat down on the sofa, expertly taking her soft, pale little feet into your hands and massaging them. The game's setting is not particularly novel, but it does not matter. Our goal was never to produce a god-tier masterpiece. It is just to stop by Wanjun and her group from swallowing up the internet sector cake. You smiled confidently. It is not like we are short on money, even if the game is just average. As long as we smash enough money into it, we can still easily grab market share. Moreover, I have also prepared a massive surprise for them. Seeing the mysterious smile on your face, Tang Lemon frowned. She put down her documents, directly pulled your head into her embrace, pinched your cheek and asked, "Is my little Gizzy trying to play mysterious now?"
What exactly is this surprise?
I'm not telling you. You stubbornly decided to keep her in suspense. Tang Lemon, however, narrowed her eyes dangerously. Who knew, catching you off guard? She violently sat right on top of you, and even fiercely grabbed you by the throat, threatening viciously. Are you going to tell me or not? If you do not speak, I will choke you to death. Dog of a man, remember your status in this house. If you do not want to be disciplined, you would better speak up right now. You were shaken so hard you were dizzy. You hurriedly begged for mercy. I will tell, stop shaking me. If you shake me to death, where are you going to find such a perfect husband like me? Tang Lemon only snorted lightly, mocking playfully. If you die, I will just turn you into a specimen and keep you by my side day and night. Yandere Heiress mode activated. You took 2 deep breaths, blinked at her, and started acting cute. Then, is there any reward for telling? Who knew Tang Lemon, after thinking for a moment, would actually lean down and leave a lipstick mark on your forehead? Is this enough? Do not push your luck. You chuckled happily, quickly sat back up on the sofa, and pulled her firmly into your embrace. You leaned down and whispered softly in her ear. Actually, it is nothing major. It is just something someone mentioned to me a couple days ago. After listening to your explanation, Tang Lemon, snuggling in your arms, raised an eyebrow. Really? Such an important matter, yet there was not a single leak of news. Of course it is true. Your hands, however, were dishonestly slipping under her clothes, a satisfied smile appearing on your face. The main thing is, it has not been officially finalized yet, but it should happen within the next half a month. Tang Lemon's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She scolded coquettishly, swatting your wandering hands away. Have some shame in broad daylight. But you just looked down and chuckled. I'm working so hard. Asking for a little reward is perfectly reasonable. Just as your words dropped, a black bra unexpectedly slipped right out from under her clothes. Quick hands, bro. You even gave it a squeeze, raised an eyebrow and asked wifey, have you gotten a little bit bigger recently? The next second, Tang Lemon stood up directly and delivered a powerful kick right at you. The immense force knocked both you and the sofa over completely. Bigger your head. I think you're just begging for a beating. Ouch, my mom and dad. You let out a miserable shriek, rolling several times across the floor before finally stopping. Your stomach was burning with pain, with your face contorted in agony. You gritted your teeth and looked up. Could not you be a little lighter? Even I'm afraid of myself when I get angry. If you keep doing this, I'm really going to get mad. Tang Lemon simply sneered coldly. She kicked off her slippers and walked towards you barefoot, step by step. Seeing this, you backed away repeatedly in terror. What do you want? Do not come any closer. I usually do not hit women. Do not force my hand. But you quickly backed yourself right into a corner. Tang Lemon got closer and closer, a playful smirk on her lips. Force your hand. Just try and make a move. At this exact moment, you had nowhere left to retreat. You could only grit your teeth. No, I must stand firm today. I have to reclaim my dignity as a man. You stood up from the floor, looking at her with stubborn eyes. Your voice even grew a few notches louder. I am a grand 7-foot man, living upright between heaven and earth. How can I remain depressed and suppressed under another for so long? Today, I'm going to show you some coal. As a result, before you could even finish your sentence, Tang Lemon launched another kick at you, landing mercilessly squarely on your stomach. She said coldly, "What did you just say?" "Say it again." The sharp pain in your abdomen intensified, yet you still looked up unyieldingly. Bam! Another kick struck. Your body trembled violently, cold sweat pouring down. Immediately after, a foot violently slammed against the wall right beside your face, missing you by merely a millimeter. Looking down at you condescendingly, Tang Lemon retracted her foot. Raising an eyebrow, she asked coldly, I did not hear you clearly. Say it again. You were instantly rendered utterly speechless. This woman is setting the pace to literally kick you to death own strike at a time. She is absolutely terrifying. Therefore, fighting through the intense pain, you forced a stiff smile onto your face and spoke sheepishly, wifey. I love you just like mice love rice. A classic cheesy Chinese pop song lyric. How could I ever survive in a world without you? Who knew Tang Lemon would reveal a gentle, kind smile? Smiling sweetly, she asked, is that really what you think? Did not you just say you were going to show me some colors? Of course not. You definitely misheard me. You hurriedly supported yourself against the wall to stand up. Then you pulled a small red box out from your pocket and handed it over. You said with a guilty conscience, I was trying to say, when I was buying things for Uncle's family, I also bought a gift for you along the way. It is a pink diamond ring. I picked it out, especially for you. Tang Lemon reached out and took it. Opening the box, inside, a pink diamond heart-shaped ring rested quietly. She slipped it onto her left hand with satisfaction, looked at it, and nodded. Not bad, on account of this ring. I will only repay you for 10 minutes this time. The breath you had just relieved was instantly sucked right back in. After all that messing around, you still had to take a beating from this demon-like woman. In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the next day. You, with your thick skin and sturdy flesh, surprisingly walked out of the villa completely unscathed. You stretched lazily. The weather is really nice today. Hurry up and go get the car. Behind you, stepping in high heels and wearing a stunning black dress, Tang Lemon approached. It turned out there was a gathering of Shenzhen's big shots today. You, having suffered a severe beating, had become exceptionally obedient at this moment. Honestly and obediently driving out that red Ferrari, Tang Lemon sat in the passenger seat and spoke slowly. If what you told me is true, at this banquet, just perform as you please. No need to care about the opinions of those people. You slammed the gas pedal hard, and the car roared out of the gate. The leading figure of this gathering was none other than the Ming family of the Guangmei group. Although the number of attendees was small, every single one of them was a prominent, resounding figure in Shenzhen. Unexpectedly, Bai Wanjun and Su Jincheng had also arrived. They were even chatting joyfully with Ming Teng, chairman of the Guangmei Group. Even the controller of Shenzhen's gray industries, Yun Beitian, was laughing and talking cheerfully with Ming Teng. At this time, Ming family's eldest young master, Ming Hosheng, was holding a wine glass, smiling humbly and politely at Bai Wanjun. Miss Bai can be considered the most beautiful person I have ever met. Sitting not far away, Wang Hu curled his lip and muttered under his breath, so fake. Bai Wanjun merely pursed her lips into a smile and replied gracefully, I'm afraid when young Master Ming sees Miss Tang later, you probably won't say that anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, the doors to the private hall slowly opened. Two figures walked in. Arm in arm, Bai Wanjun turned her head to look, her eyes narrowing instantly. Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives, because she had not attended the previous banquet. Ming Hosheng looked over curiously, and Wang Hu, seeing the confident smile on your face, gritted his teeth tightly. For a moment, everyone's gaze was entirely focused on the entrance. They saw you walking with your head held high, chest puffed out, your eyes full of confidence, and your sharp aura on full display. And Tang Lemon beside you caused Ming Hosheng, who had just been praising Bai Wanjun, to feel massive waves crashing in his heart. He instantly understood why Bai Wanjun said what she did. Bai Wanjun was indeed beautiful, but the Tang Lemon before his eyes, whether in figure, looks, or aura, surpassed her in almost every single aspect. Even Ming Hosheng could not help but put down his wine glass, feeling a sense of awe. Such a woman must belong only in the heavens, rarely seen in the mortal realm. However, right at this moment, you glared sharply at Ming Miaosheng, who was staring dumbly at your wife. You aggressively pointed a finger at him and yelled loudly, what the hell are you looking at, kid? Never seen a handsome guy before. A grown man staring at me like that is not it gross. Beside you, Tang Lemon helplessly massaged her forehead. The carefully dressed up image you had was shattered in a single second. Being pointed at by you, Ming Hosheng was also stunned. His face instantly darkened. Who, the feck, has never seen a handsome guy? A ghost would be looking at you, but out of politeness, he still stood up, wanting to explain. Who knew? You would just wave your hand dismissively and say nonchalantly, whatever, just look, if you want. After all, I am so incredibly handsome. It is entirely understandable that you like looking at me. You can only blame me for being too handsome. The narcissism is off the charts. Hearing this, Wang Hu directly burst out laughing with a piffed. The way others looked at Ming Hosheng also became rather peculiar. Right then, Yun Beitian at the main table cleared his throat twice. Let us find a seat and sit down first. Seeing this, Tang Lemon nudged you and whispered, it is time for your performance. Let them get a good look at your true talents. Little Gezi. Hearing this, and looking at the gathering gazes of the crowd, you suddenly felt a bit nervous. You leaned in close to Tang Lemon's ear and whispered, "Why do not we just forget it? There are so many people here." Who knew at this moment, another voice suddenly rang out. "Bro, why do not you drink some water to calm your nerves?"
Sure.
Before your brain could even process it, you subconsciously took the water offered from beside you and took a big gulp. The next second, you completely froze in place, and indescribable, burning flavor exploded violently in your mouth. You turned your head with an ugly expression, looking at Zhang He, who had appeared from who knows where. You asked through gritted teeth, "What the hell did you just give me to drink?" Zhang He took a step back, his eyes darting away. "You can't blame me, bro. This was sister-in-law's order. This is just a tiny bit of water of life. It is only a teeny bit stronger than the oolong liquor from last time." You did not believe a single word he said. Immediately after, you were forcefully shoved to the main table by Tang Lemon, with a mouthful of 96 proof vodka in your stomach. Your courage instantly skyrocketed. A mysterious flush appeared on your face. Meanwhile, Tang Lemon and Zhang He, as if having planned everything, actually walked straight out of the private room and locked the door behind them. Inside the room, you let out a loud, boozy burp, glaring with utter disdain at all the powerful figures gathered in front of you. The corners of your mouth curled into a smirk. You slowly raised your hand, flipping the middle finger at Ming Tang and the others. What I'm trying to say is, everyone sitting here is just a weak little brother. Let the chaos begin. What kind of bird shit are the Guangmei group and the Wang group? Being able to become stepping stones for me. Mu avocado is something you should all be proud of. Ha ha ha. As soon as your words fell, Ming Tang abruptly stood up. He said to you coldly, "It is a good thing for young people to have vigor, but being too arrogant makes you a frog at the bottom of a well." Being mocked by him, you currently in a drunken haze furrowed your brows. You said with extreme dissatisfaction, "Are you fecking asking for a beating? Do not you know that when adults are talking, kids should not interrupt?" Ming Tang was instantly choked, speechless. Inside the private room, massive commotions quickly broke out. Meanwhile, outside the door, the corners of Bai Wanjun's lips curled up. She actually repeated her old trick, directly locking the room from the outside. Tang Lemon crossed her arms and looked at her, asking with a beaming smile, "I heard you have been doing quite well for yourself lately. Just average. Just slightly better than a certain someone." Bai Wanjun retorted without showing any signs of weakness. Just as she was walking past Tang Lemon, she suddenly gave a light chuckle. "I heard Mu Avocado has a little sister, Tisk. Leaving such a small child in Shanghai, it is probably very unsafe, is not it?" Hearing these words, Tang Lemon frowned deeply, turning around to demand, "What exactly do you mean by that?" However, Bai Wanjun did not stop her steps. Without even turning her head, she tossed back a sentence. "Just yesterday, my mother-in-law, who was out traveling, returned. You must have heard of her esteemed reputation, right?" As her words dropped, her figure vanished at the end of the corridor. Tang Lemon instantly froze in place, an intense wave of unease rising in her heart. The old matriarch of the Bai family was vicious, sinister, and ruthless. She would use any unscrupulous means to achieve her goals. Could it be the Bai family is planning to make a move on little Shui? Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed across Tang Lemon's eyes. Not wanting to stay a single second longer, she directly took out the key, unlocked the private room door, and walked briskly inside. At this moment, inside the room, you had gone completely wild. Right in front of several group CEOs, you were actually kneeling on ON knee, right on top of the dining table. Holding an empty plate like an instrument, you were screaming at the top of your lungs. "Just like that, I was conquered by you. Cutting off all avenues of retreat, bro, is putting on a full concert." The faces of Ming Tang and the others were all as black as the bottom of a pot, yet they did not dare to step forward and stop you. Right at this moment, the private room door was suddenly thrown open. Tang Lemon walked in with a freezing cold face. Seeing you acting completely out of line on the dining table, her brows knitted tightly together. She immediately scolded coldly, "Mu Avocado, roll over here right now." This bone-chilling tone instantly triggered your deeply ingrained henpecked husband's cells. The reaction was immediate. Your consciousness sobered up in a flash. Looking at your wife, who was on the absolute verge of furious explosion, you immediately jumped down from the table and walked over. Tang Lemon grabbed your hand, turned around, and left the room. Looking at her icy profile, you followed behind her cautiously and asked, "Wifey, what is wrong? Are we not pretending anymore?" Meanwhile, on another street, Su Jincheng looked at Bai Wanjun beside him and spoke slowly. "Just telling her old Madam Bai's plan like that. Are not you afraid she will come causing trouble for you?" Bai Wanjun stared at the passers-by, giving an indifferent smile. "If she knows, she knows." Do you think she does not know about my dissatisfaction towards her? She looked up at the sky, her eyes narrowing slightly. What I want is to compete fairly and squarely with Tang Lemon to see who is superior, not rely on some despicable, dirty, underhanded tactics. I want to prove to everyone that I, Bai Wanjun, am much more outstanding than Tang Lemon. Su Jinxing gave a light chuckle, his gaze calm. Just as the two fell silent, his phone suddenly dinged. He unlocked the screen, and a message from you came into view. The amount of information in it, however, was massive. Who sent it? Bai Wanjun asked curiously. After reading it, Su Jincheng simply handed the phone over. He smiled faintly. It seems the eldest miss of the Tang family does not like owing favors either. We managed to escape a disaster by a stroke of luck. After reading the message, Bai Wanjun snorted coldly in unconvincing denial. Just luck. But Su Jincheng fell into deep thought. He muttered to himself, looking at Ming Teng's reaction. It is obvious he does not know about this new policy. The Guangmei group will definitely suffer a massive blow because of this. This is actually a great opportunity. Bai Wanjun nodded in agreement. She could not help but laugh out loud. Originally, we needed a long time to prepare. Now it seems our plan to swallow up the Guangmei group can be realized very soon. Exactly. Their goal from the very beginning was never cooperation, but complete annexation. For this, they even gave up 50% of the profits, just to infiltrate the core circle of the Guangmei group, coupled with the Bai family's connections. As long as they gain control over Owen Moore, veteran executive of Guangmei, swallowing it whole would be just around the corner. And Ming Teng's biggest failure was arrogantly believing he could rival the Tang family of Shanghai, while being completely ignorant of the Bai family's true strength at the same time. On the other side, because you had been drinking, Zhang He, who was just planning to go to a foot massage parlor, was dragged over to be the designated driver, covering his face in despair. And in the back seat, your head feeling heavy and dizzy, you lay your head directly on Tang Lemon's lap. You muttered, "Such a great opportunity. It is really a pity. You were surprisingly willing to give it up. You must know, if you had not leaked the news about the anti-gaming addiction policy to them, Tang Lemon could have completely held the absolute upper hand. But Tang Lemon just stroked your head, her small hand gently grazing across your face. Her tone was flat, but brimming with confidence. If I gave it away, I gave it away. Without relying on these little conveniences, does that mean I am inferior to her?" Hearing this, you directly rolled over, wrapping both arms tightly around her slender waist, and buried your face in her fragrant, soft embrace. You chuckled foolishly and said, "Of course not. Who is my wifey? She is the most incredible woman in the entire world." This answer made Tang Lemon stroke your hair with great satisfaction. At least you know how to talk. Meanwhile, right now, in the main hall of the Bei family's old estate, Bai Chongde looked full of worry. "Mom, both the Mu family and the Tang family place extreme importance on that girl. The risk of us making a move is way too high." Who knew old Madame Bai would suddenly snort coldly? Woman's benevolence? If you're not ruthless, how can you stand firm? The more important that Mushuer is, the better. As long as we hold her firmly in our grasp, I would like to see what the Mu and Tang families can possibly do to us. Facing his mother's harsh reprimand, Bai Chongde could only lower his head and say yes. However, with his head lowered, a vicious venomous glint flashed in his eyes before disappearing rapidly. He then immediately asked, "Then what about the plan over in Shenzhen? Should we call Wanjun and the others back?" However, the old madam waved her hand. A terrifying, bone-chilling smirk appeared on her face. "You must always have a backup plan for everything." The next second, her words sent a violent chill through Bai Chongde's heart. "Secretly send some people to Shenzhen. If we fail on this end, eliminate that daughter born from that cheap war, and then seize all the businesses in her hands." Hearing these words, Bai Chongde was completely stunned. That is his own biological daughter, Mom. Wanjun. She is... Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by the old madam's freezing glare. "Do not think. I do not know. That daughter of yours is secretly rallying factions within the Bai family. That kind of person, born from a mistress, is born with treason in their bones. She must be eliminated as soon as possible." The old madam's tone contained absolutely zero warmth. "Otherwise, once she accumulates enough power, she will inevitably return to overthrow my Bai family." Following that, she even issued a fatal threat. "Eldest son, if you do not want to be the head of this family, I do not mind bringing your second brother back to replace you." This single sentence instantly crushed Bai Chongde's psychological defenses. His body shuddered, and he hastily changed his tune. "I understand, mother." It was not until Bai Chongde respectfully backed away, the moment he turned around, that his eyes were filled with nothing but an icy, murderous intent. At the same time, far away in Shenzhen, you, were still completely ignorant of this earth-shattering conspiracy. You had just learned that little Shu was in danger. Tang Lemon was already burning with anxiety, preparing to return to Shanghai. And you not only had to accompany her back, but you also had to properly handle the newly started mess of a business here in Shenzhen. For this, you directly smashed down 5 billion, establishing the new Century Gaming Company, preparing to publish the game created by Zhang Hua and his team, the Immortal King. But the immediate problem was, once you and Tang Lemon left Shenzhen, there absolutely had to be someone capable of holding the fort here. Right at this moment, Zhang Hua barged in with hair looking like a bird's nest. His face was full of excitement. Bro, the initial production of the game is complete. We can launch the closed beta test very soon. Hearing this good news, you currently looking up information, merely nodded calmly, without even raising your head. Your eyes still glued to the computer screen. Just proceed step by step. We can't rush this. Zhang Hua's face was full of excitement, following your line of sight. He saw that on the computer screen was surprisingly information about mobile phones. He instantly felt confused. Bro, are you changing your phone? There is a fruit brand store right downstairs. Fruit brand equals Apple. You shook your head. I'm not buying a phone. I'm thinking about our marketing strategy. Perhaps we can start from the smartphone aspect. Saying that, you clicked the mouse lightly. The screen immediately popped up the interface of a mid-sized mobile phone manufacturer. Zhang Hua suddenly realized, oh, I know this one. Linglong Mobile focuses heavily on ultimate cost performance. They have always been doing the low-end market. Their reputation is not as loud as those big three giants. Having confirmed the target,
you stood up to leave.
Before leaving, you did not forget to instruct Zhang Hua. I might have to leave Shenzhen for a while. Keep things steady with the new game. If anything happens, call me. Receiving Zhang Hua's chest padding guarantee. Only then did you feel relieved, but the moment you stepped out of the office building, looking at the bustling streets filled with traffic, you let out a deep sigh. Where on earth can I go to find an all-around talent who is also trustworthy? This is really a massive headache. Right at this moment, from the corner of your eye, you suddenly caught a glimpse in a dark alley across the street. A familiar figure, a flash of inspiration struck your brain. You immediately jogged across the street towards it. At this moment, inside the alley, several thugs had a man and a woman surrounded in the middle, their eyes filled with greed. Bro, we are a bit tight on cash. Lend us some. Otherwise, letting your girl keep us company for a few drinks works too. Mu Chen, wearing a black jacket, had his face turned freezing cold instantly. But the woman beside him, Huang Yao, was so terrified her legs went soft. She grabbed his arm tightly. Ah Chen, what should we do? They have knives. Let us just give them all our money. Hearing these words, Mu Chen sighed helplessly. Can you let go of me first? But Huang Yao just hugged his arm tightly, refusing to let go. Shaking her head stubbornly, I won't let go, I won't. Seeing the two of them pulling and tugging in public, the thug was completely enraged. We are robbing you here. Can you show some fecking respect? Motherfucker boys, get them. Let us beat this dog couple down first. The 5 thugs instantly closed in. A cold glint flashed across Mu Chen's eyes. The next second, he actually directly picked Huang Yao up with own arm. Immediately after, waves of miserable shrieks echoed through the alley. But the ones shrieking were that group of thugs. You watched as Mu Chen, holding a person in his arms, using only Owen hand, strolled through the alley like he was taking a walk in the park. In less than a moment, all 5 thugs were knocked to the ground. The lead thug finally realized they had kicked a steel plate. He yelled out loudly, "It is a tough Owen, retreat." Watching the group flee in panic, Mu Chen finally put Huang Yao down. But without even turning his head, he spoke coldly to the seemingly empty space behind him. Have you seen enough? Huang Yao looked confused. Ah Chen, who are you talking to? The next second, with your hands in your pockets, you walked out from the corner. Your face carried a thick, beaming smile. The way you looked at Mu Chen was exactly like looking at a patch of fresh, tender chives ready to be harvested. Slang for someone ready to be exploited. Mu Chen turned around, being stared at by you, his brows furrowed deeply.
What kind of look is that?
It is disgusting. You just waved your hand. The smile on the corners of your lips was as hard to suppress as the recoil of an AK-47. It is nothing. You could not suppress the smile at all. Since we coincidentally ran into each other, do you have time to chat? No! Mu Chen refused without the slightest hesitation, turning around ready to leave. He understood you way too well. A weasel paying respects to a chicken absolutely harbors evil intentions. But in the very next second, Huang Yao pulled him back.
Looking at you in confusion, you are...
Opportunity knocks. You immediately smiled and answered. I'm his younger brother. Just call me Mew, Avocado. Immediately after, you deliberately dropped a massive bombshell, Are you my sister-in-law? I finally managed to run into my brother and wanted to chat with him, but he seems very unwilling. You deduced that with Mu Chen's cold personality. If he was not being completely held back by this woman, he never would have fought like that just now. So you were not afraid? As expected, hearing the word sister-in-law, Huang Yao's face instantly blushed red, but she felt extremely happy inside. The next second, she directly turned around, hugging Mu Chen tightly to prevent him from leaving. Mu Chen's face darkened. Having no other choice, he could only helplessly agree to you. You walked over with a beaming smile, resting your hand on his shoulder. Perfect, there is a cafe nearby. Let us go there and chat, brother. Mu Chen, full of gloom, was completely speechless. A moment later, inside a high-end cafe in Shenzhen, the waiter handed over the menu. Every single item on the price list was over 4 digits. Huang Yao instantly became incredibly stiff and nervous, muttering endlessly in her heart. "One cup of coffee here costs 2 months of her salary. They would not be forced to stay and wash dishes to pay for this, right?" You acutely noticed all of this and merely smiled. You picked up a pen, calmly checked off a few items on the menu, and handed it back to the waiter. 3 portions of each of these, and prepare one more portion for takeout. As soon as the waiter left, Mu Chen spoke coldly. "Spit it out. What troublesome matter did you come looking for me for?" You chuckled and laid your cards on the table. How could it be a troublesome matter? It is a good thing. You briefly explained the plan for the new company and the Tianmu Group. The underlying meaning was self-evident. You lacked a talent capable of taking charge of everything alone, and Mu Chen was the fattest sheep ready to be sheared. After listening to the cause and effect, Mu Chen crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "You want me to help you run the company? You want me to work under you? Humph. Do you think that is possible?" But Huang Yao beside him asked curiously, "Running a company, is it a management position? How much is the salary?" You mysteriously raised 5 fingers. Huang Yao boldly guessed 50,000. To her, that was already an astronomical figure. Yet you smiled and shook your head. An annual salary of 5 million. You paused for a moment and threw out an even more explosive condition. "If you're willing to stay long-term, I will also give you 30% of the shares. Year-end dividends, 5 million. Huang Yao cried out in sheer shock. Her small face was written all over with absolute astonishment. That is 5 million. And there are even shares and dividends. She excitedly shook Mu Chen's arm, while Mu Chen glared at you, who was smiling cheerfully across the table with a gloomy face. His gaze looked like he wanted to swallow you alive. Huang Yao's eyes had already been completely blinded by money. She coquettishly urged Mu Chen, Chen, just go do it. Please, please. But just relying on her was not enough. You immediately smiled and delivered the fatal blow. Exactly, brother. You are not the same as before. If it was just you alone, it would not matter. But do you have the heart to make sister-in-law live a hard life with you? Immediately after, you twisted the knife again. Getting married? Having kids? Buying baby formula? Which of these does not require money? Take advantage of this time to earn more. It is not a loss. These words accurately struck Mu Chen's softest spot. His cold expression instantly shifted. He was definitely hesitating. Your eyes lit up. We got him. You immediately struck while the iron was hot, throwing out a condition he absolutely could not refuse. Furthermore, if you take over the new company,
you are the boss.
I will absolutely not interfere with your decisions. Your status won't be any lower than mine. Just consider it a partnership between us. With this, under Huang Yao's persistent offensive, Mu Chen completely caved. Finally, he let out a sigh. Right then, on account of Huang Yao, I will help you this time. But he did not forget to put on a cold face, saying stubbornly, "But you remember this? There will absolutely not be a next time."
Sure.
Getting a satisfactory answer, the smile on your face grew even more radiant. "Little punk, now that I know your weakness, you think I can't control you. When it comes to being a henpecked husband, if I, Mu Avocado, claim to be second, no one dares to claim first." Soon, the waiter pushed the dining cart over. A table full of exquisite snacks filled Huang Yao with delight. You casually handed over your card to pay the bill. The waiter respectfully informed you that the takeout order was already at the cashier's desk. Then you briefly explained the development direction of the gaming company to Mu Chen. With his brilliant mind, almost the instant your words ended, he already had several marketing strategies formed in his head. Because you were incredibly curious, you asked about the relationship between the two of them. Mu Chen explained with a face full of helplessness. "Huang Yao, was his childhood playmate. It was not until he returned home a while ago that you finally understood it was actually a own nightstand that sealed the deal. Coupled with her incredibly clingy personality, no wonder Mu-chan was completely under her thumb. After finishing the tea and snacks, Mu-chan took Huang Yao directly to the company, while Yu drove towards the core commercial district in the city center. That was the production headquarters of the Tianma Group, an over 50-story tall skyscraper, generously rented out entirely by Tang Lemon. At this moment inside the chairman's office, Tang Lemon, wearing an elegant pink dress, was looking down at some documents. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Enter. Tang Lemon did not even raise her head, her voice cold. The next second, the door was pushed open. Carrying an exquisite box, you walked in with a face full of smiles. Tang Lemon raised her head, seeing the silly grin on your face. She looked at you with disdain. Could you act a little more normal? What happened to make you so happy? I brought you some snacks. You placed the box on the desk and casually sat down right next to her. Did not. I managed to find a top-tier management talent. I do not have to worry about the gaming company anymore. How are things on your end? Looking at her exhausted appearance, you picked up a piece of pastry and fed it to her mouth with an aching heart. Tang Lemon took a small bite while feeding her. You smilingly shared the gossip. Let me tell you, I just ran into Mu-chan. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I never would have thought that someone like him would actually be completely controlled by a woman too. You finally concluded, as expected. Being a henpecked husband is truly the ultimate destiny of all men, and Tang Lemon just leaned on the desk, listening to your stories, waiting for you to feed her. Such a warm, heartwarming scene. You wish so badly it could last forever. But right at this moment, an urgent phone ringtone pierced through the tranquility. It was Tang Lemon's phone. Seeing the caller ID was her mother, a wave of intense unease instantly rose in her heart. Little Shui has not even finished school at this hour. Why would her mom be calling? Answering the call, Tang Lemon felt extremely apprehensive. The next second, from the other end of the line, came Tom's utterly panicked and anxious voice. This is bad, little Wan. Something happened to little Shu. The kindergarten just called and said little Shui inexplicably disappeared from inside the school grounds. Tang Lemon shot up from her seat in a flash, her face instantly turning deathly pale. The unease in her heart thoroughly morphed into sheer panic. She gritted her teeth and forced out only a few words, I'm returning immediately. Before her words even finished, she hung up the phone directly, and you, sitting right beside her, heard absolutely everything loud and clear. The smile on your face vanished instantly, your fists clenched tightly, without a single word of nonsense between the two of you, immediately making a resolute decision. He vigorously and swiftly arranged for a plane, while you dashed out of the office, driving like a madman racing straight home. You had only ON thought in your mind. Little Gezi's dog nose is very sharp. I hope it comes in handy. The Bai family actually dared to lay their hands on a little girl who is only a few years old. It is simply psychotic. The moment you thought of the danger Schwer might be facing, you slammed the gas pedal directly to the floor, speeding wildly towards home. At the same time, on the outskirts of Shanghai, inside an abandoned, desolate factory completely devoid of people, the lighting was incredibly dim. Over 20 figures lurked in the corners and tied to an iron pole. Right in the very center of the factory building was a chubby, adorable little girl. It was none other than Mu Shuer. She was currently unconscious. At the entrance of the factory, a scrawny man looked at the girl, his face full of confusion.
Big bro!
Who exactly is the golden sponsor this time? Paying this much money just to watch a kid? Could it be a trap? The burly, massive leader snorted coldly. Do not ask what you should not ask. I have been in the kidnapping business for so many years, and this is the very first time I have ever seen an employer personally deliver the target right to our door. The scrawny man instantly smiled. Just keep an eye on this brat, and we get 5 million in 2 days. This is literally a pie falling from the sky. And at the exact same time Mu Shuer was kidnapped, the people from the Bai family had already approached the Tang family. The person who came was none other than the head of the Bai family, Bai Changde. Inside the conference room of the Tang group, Mother Tang's face was chillingly grim. She stared at him in a tense standoff. It really is your Bai family. After all these years, that old hag's methods are still just as utterly shameless. Spit it out. What will it take for you to release the child? Bai Changde merely gave an indifferent smile. This was the old madam's idea. You can't blame me. Her venerable self said she wants all the shares of your Tang group. His tone suddenly took a sinister turn. If you dare to play any tricks, then you won't be able to keep that little girl. Despicable Tang Yaoying gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Bai Changde, however, just shrugged indifferently. Being despicable is also a tactic. You can only blame yourselves for being too naive. You never ever would have guessed that we would make our move starting with the school's teachers. Did you? Digging that tunnel took us a massive amount of effort. The atmosphere instantly froze solid. With the child in the enemy's hands, the Tang family had absolutely no right to negotiate. A moment later, Mother Tang stood up abruptly, glaring coldly at Bai Chongde. This concerns the entire Tang group. We need time to discuss. Bai Chongde smiled and raised a hand. Of course, no problem. You only have 2 days. Saying that, he turned and left with a victor's smile. Inside the conference room, Tang Yaoying's face was etched with deep worry. He asked in despair, "What do we do now?" They currently had absolutely no clues whatsoever. They had no idea where the child was taken. Mother Tang clenched her jaw tightly, her voice resolute. If we can't find her within 2 days, then so what if we satisfy their conditions? This was half a lifetime's worth of blood, sweat, and tears for the couple. But what the Bai family wanted was not money at all. It was the Tang Group's position as the leading powerhouse in the country. They would absolutely not stop until their goal was achieved. At 3 or 4 a.m. on the first day, you and Tang Lemon, leading little Gezi, walked hurriedly out of the airport. You split into 2 groups. Tang Lemon went home to assess the situation, while you headed straight to the kindergarten. You absolutely had to figure out exactly how little Shu was kidnapped. You must know. You had arranged bodyguards both inside and outside the school. Even if the enemy dug a tunnel without an inside mole, it would have been absolutely impossible to deceive everyone on the way. You stroked little Gizzy's doggy head. Your eyes grave? I have raised you for so long. It is time for you to show your worth. Find little Shui, and I will provide you with the best food and drinks for the rest of your life. Hearing this, little Gizzy's doggy eyes gleamed brightly. It barked excitedly twice, as if saying, "Do not worry, with brother dog here, there won't be any accidents." Very soon, you arrived at the kindergarten gate with little Gizzy. The bodyguards stationed inside were already waiting there. Seeing you, they lowered their heads in deep shame. "We are sorry, Mr. Mew. It is our dereliction of duty." You waved your hand irritably, your voice hoarse. "Things have already come to this. Tell me what you have found." The lead bodyguard immediately led the way, speaking as you walked. "We quickly found that tunnel inside the school. Miss Shuer was taken away from here. There used to be construction signs placed here, so we did not pay too much attention to it. After the incident, we went looking for the principal, and found that he had disappeared as well. Vanished completely into thin air. The principal is compromised." A sharp glint flashed in your eyes, and a decision was instantly made. You immediately took out your phone, dialed a number, and ordered coldly, "I need all the flight and train ticket registration records for Shanghai over the past 3 months." Hanging up the phone, you also arrived at the corner of the playground. The sky was gradually brightening. You saw a black hole about 2 meters deep, just wide enough for 2 people to pass through. A bodyguard handed over Miu Shore's school uniform jacket. It still held her lingering scent. You took the jacket, crouched down, and placed it right in front of little Gezzy's nose. "Well, can you smell this exact scent?" Little Gezzy sniffed the uniform a few times, its dog nose twitching violently. The next second, the entire dog darted straight into the tunnel. It caught the scent. You did not dare to delay. You immediately ordered the bodyguards behind you. "Go investigate. Investigate every single teacher in this kindergarten thoroughly." Having said that, you leaped directly, jumping right into the tunnel. "This tunnel can only fit 2 people. I am enough." In the early morning, just as the sky was faintly lighting up, in a rare stretch of woods in Shanghai, Owen Man and Owen Dog were sprinting wildly. Following little Gizzy, you were already starting to feel exhausted, but you absolutely did not dare to slow down your pace in the slightest. You knew very clearly that the longer this dragged on, the more danger little Shui would be in. You had to find her as soon as possible. However, exactly 3 hours later, at 8:30 a.m., Mother Tang, who was at home discussing countermeasures, suddenly received a phone call from Bai Chongde. From the other end of the line, Bai Chongde spoke with a cheerful smile. "Madam Tang, it seems you did not take my warning seriously. I must congratulate you. That excellent son-in-law of yours is currently rushing towards the little girl's location." His tone shifted, carrying a hint of mocking sarcasm. "It is just a pity. What use is relying on him alone? At most, it just means adding Owen more hostage." Hearing this, Tang Lemon's heart tightened painfully. She immediately dialed your number, but all that came from the phone was the ice-cold voice prompt saying it was powered off. The GPS tracking function had also completely failed. Tang Lemon's hand gripped the phone tightly, her face turning deathly pale in an instant. Mother Tang roared into the phone. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The person on the other end suddenly switched. An aged, elderly voice came through. It was the old madam of the Bei family. "The kidnappers over there have over 100 men. If you want that Mew family kid and his sister to live, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., Longtang Grand Hotel. Remember to bring the contracts. This time, both hostages are in my hands. You have absolutely no right to negotiate." With that, the phone was hung up forcefully. The other side gave them absolutely no chance to refuse. Father Tang stood up abruptly. sighing heavily. I will go prepare the contracts first, just in case. You guys call up as many men as possible. Today we absolutely must find the kidnapper's location to break this deadlock. Hearing this, Tang Lemon did not say a single word of nonsense. She quickly sprinted out of the house. Her face was as cold as ice, yet the depths of her eyes were filled with overwhelming worry.
Dog of a man.
You absolutely must not let anything happen to you. At the same time, in the Bei family's old estate, old Madame Bai hung up the phone. She coldly ordered her son, Bai Chongde, go back and tell those people when they make a move to know their limits. After all, they are from the Mu family. Going too far will bring apocalyptic disaster upon the Bai family. Bai Chongde's expression was grave. He nodded heavily, turned around and left. This was a massive gamble. If they won, the Bai family ascends to the top. If they lose, eternal damnation. After her son left, old Madame Bai pulled out a specially made phone. There was only one single number in the contact list. She dialed it. The phone rang for over 10 seconds before connecting. A heavily accented Chinese voice came from the other end.
Old Madame Bai.
Are you bringing me good news? A flash of sheer disgust crossed old Madame Bai's face, but her tone remained as calm as still water.
Of course.
Mr. John, I will have the item you want prepared very soon, but I must first verify whether that medicine is real or not. The man on the other end was overjoyed, laughing out loud without hesitation. No problem. Someone will deliver the item to your hands this afternoon. I hope old Madame Bai will not disappoint our Black Cross Society. The call disconnected. Old Madame Bai lay back in her grand armchair, her cloudy eyes filled with dead, absolute silence. Right at this moment, inside a highly classified conference room in the Red Star building in Kyoto, 3 people were staring fixedly at the footage on the projector screen. The director of the Special Operations Department pointed at the powder on the screen, his expression incredibly solemn. This is the newest type of narcotic that has recently infiltrated our country. Its effects are hundreds of times stronger than any previous drug. Many organizations in the US are secretly smuggling it in massive quantities. We have only intercepted a small portion. The whereabouts of the rest remain unknown. Inside the conference room, Liu Ying, who had just returned to the military, was wearing a crisp, immaculate military uniform. She looked at the screen and asked with a frown since a meeting was called. It means there are clues. The director of special operations nodded. He clicked the remote lightly. A portrait of a person instantly appeared on the screen. It was none other than the old madam of the Bei family who had just returned from traveling. This is our only breakthrough point. Bai Yuang, she has been in frequent contact with foreign factions over the past 2 years. I estimate she holds crucial information. Furthermore, this old woman has been using the guise of tourism to secretly help foreign factions traffic these drugs. Hearing this, Yu Ying understood everything in an instant. She stood up abruptly, her tone as firm as iron. I will go arrest this old hag right now. When it comes to reconnaissance and interrogation, Liu Ying is at the absolute apex in Hua country. She is indeed the best candidate to capture old Madame Bai. Seeing this, Elder Wang finally spoke up. He looked at Liu Ying and instructed earnestly.
You absolutely must act with caution.
Do not alert the snake by beating the grass. Do not tip off the enemy. Liu Ying nodded seriously, then turned around and strode out of the conference room. At the same time, in the outskirts of Shanghai, having been running for an entire day, you were on the verge of complete exhaustion. If you had not found some food along the way, you would have collapsed long ago. And little Gezi beside you was also exhausted beyond belief. Its dog legs were numb, looking like it was about to completely wilt. Right at this moment, you spotted an abandoned factory area not far away. You immediately tried to entice little Gezi. Hang in there, doggy. After this is over, I will find you 100 pretty female dogs. Hearing this, little Gezi's doggy eyes instantly gleamed with radiant light. Its dog legs began churning rapidly once again, but neither you nor the dog knew that dozens of pairs of eyes were currently locked deadly onto your every single move. Night fell. In front of the abandoned factory area, you crouched down, stroking little Gezi's doggy head, and instructed seriously, it must be extremely dangerous inside.
You wait right here.
If anyone other than me comes, run away immediately, understand. Little Gezi actually nodded humanly and sat obediently by the iron gate. So you stood up, and using the cover of the night, infiltrated the factory area. You moved with extreme caution, investigating every single independent factory building. Very soon you discovered clues. You crouched down and looking at the messy footprints on the ground. Your scalp tingled. Looking at these footprints, there were at least over a dozen people. Kidnappers who could be bought by the Bai family were absolutely no ordinary thugs. Your heart tightened. You decided it was best to call for backup. But just as you took out your phone, You suddenly realized that no matter how hard you pressed, the screen would not light up. It had run out of battery at this most critical moment. Now you only had two choices left. Either go back and call for help, or charge in entirely alone. The moment you thought of little Shui possibly being abused, your heart was instantly consumed by absolute terror. You gritted your teeth. Finally, your eyes hardened fiercely.
Feck it.
Let us do this. You continued moving forward along the footprints, your eyes vigilant of the surroundings. A few minutes later, you arrived in front of a dilapidated factory building in the corner. You cautiously peeked inside. Inside the dim factory building, a single beam of moonlight cascaded down, shining perfectly on an iron pole in the center. And on that iron pole, there was astonishingly an unconscious figure tied to it. It was Miu Shuer. That red padded jacket she was wearing was the own you bought for her with your own hands. Your heart ached sharply. You pushed open the rusty iron door. A harsh screeching sound was especially ear-piercing in the silent night. But surprisingly, there was absolutely no movement around. The kidnappers are not here. Your gaze swept the surroundings. It was pitch black. You could only see abandoned machinery. You did not have time to think too much. You swiftly rushed in, wanting to save little Zhu first. But in the very next second, with a massive bang, the wide-open iron door behind you was violently slammed shut. Immediately after, the lights overhead flared brightly, instantly illuminating the entire factory building. An arrogant voice rang out from above. Ha ha ha. Big bro is so wise. This kid really just charged in here all alone like an idiot. Your steps, which had just reached little Zhui, abruptly halted. Your pupils shrinking violently, you looked up. Scanning the surroundings, you could only smile bitterly. Looks like things are truly going to be difficult this time. You saw dozens of people standing in the corners of the factory building. Every single one of them was holding steel pipes and knives. The environment was too dark just now. You had not even realized you had marched straight into a tiger's den. A burly, massive leader jumped down from a machine, blocking your only path of retreat perfectly. He laughed with absolute confidence. Kid, be a good boy and surrender without a fight. The employer demanded that we should not go too far, but if you refuse to listen and end up missing an arm or a leg, you can't blame me. Looking at the circle of people closing in, you ignored him entirely. You first untied little Shu from the iron pole and laid her flat on the ground. Then you took off your own coat and gently draped it over her. Following that, you pulled a pair of earphones from your pocket and plugged them into the little Own's ears. Seeing this, the burly man scoffed dismissively. Seeking death. Boys, teach him a lesson. Just make sure not to kill him. Otherwise, the employer will deduct our pay. The group of lackeys approached you with wicked smiles, their eyes full of mockery. 60 against Oan, they felt they had already won for sure. Looking at this group of people, glaring like tigers eyeing their prey, you merely sighed, I hope I can still see the sun tomorrow. If I get back late, wifey is going to be angry. As soon as your words fell, your eyes instantly became dead serious. The next second, you actually took the initiative and charged towards the crowd. The speed was not incredibly fast, but your face showed absolutely no fear. Seeing this scene, the burly man laughed out loud. This kid's got some guts. Looks like that girl is very important to him. The scrawny man beside him mocked even more. He could have just surrendered and lived, but he insists on seeking death. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. But just as they thought the victor was already decided, the scene that unfolded before their eyes completely dumbfounded them. Miserable shrieks echoed one after another. They saw you like a fierce tiger let loose into a flock of sheep, knocking one out with every single punch. Those thugs could not even get close to you. Useless trash. Attack him together. Wear him down, seeing his lackeys afraid to step forward. The burly man's veins bulged violently, and he roared furiously. The group of people swarmed towards you once again, like a hive of bees. But right at this moment, under the massive disparity in numbers, you quickly began to feel your strength failing. This kid is reaching his limit. Let us get him together. A lackey yelled, swinging a punch right at your face. You abruptly ducked to dodge it, and in the next second, sent him flying with a powerful kick. Blood was seeping from your forehead, yet you sneered coldly, who said, I'm reaching my limit. How can a man ever say he is reaching his limit? Never say a man can't do it. Then you took a deep breath, pounded your chest twice heavily, and roared, come on, I have not even enjoyed fighting enough yet. None of you are getting away today. Like a sharp sword, your entire body plunged back into the crowd. You started trading injuries for injuries, completely ignoring the wounds accumulating on your own body. Watching your completely insane, suicidal fighting style, a trace of pure terror flashed in the scrawny man's eyes. He is fighting to the bitter death. However, seeing this, the kidnapper boss's brows instantly tightened. He knew your true identity. He clearly understood that you absolutely could not die by his hands. He was only doing this for money, not looking to get himself killed. if you died here. He did not even dare to imagine the apocalyptic consequences. Thinking of this, the burly man directly ripped off his shirt, revealing a body packed with solid explosive muscles. He walked straight towards you in the middle of the crowd. Brother Neng? You are going to fight personally? The scrawny man was greatly alarmed. Brother Neng was a retired elite military veteran. His close-quarters combat skills were absolutely top tier. Lu Neng did not even turn his head, snorting coldly. What else? If this kid dies here, every single one of us will have to be buried with him. Before his words even fell, Lu Neng executed a rapid sprint. With a vicious kick, he sent you, who was currently throwing a punch, flying several meters away. You crashed heavily against a solid steel plate. Blood instantly trickled from the corner of your mouth. Looking at the severely injured you, Lu Neng hooked his finger provocatively as he walked closer, his tone icy and arrogant. Come on, kid.
I will personally entertain you.
In the silent night, the atmosphere inside the factory building was exceptionally intense, under the watchful eyes of dozens of people. You bathed completely in blood, were going on end, fist to flesh with their big boss. Fist to flesh. You were both using military CQC close-quarters combat techniques, but your techniques were clearly far more refined and mature. You were practically suppressing Lu Neng the entire fight. However, your current physical condition was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Running on fumes, the prolonged, intense combat was rapidly draining your stamina. Even if you defeated Lu Neng, there were still so many lackeys glaring at you like hungry tigers. This was an almost certain death situation. Right at this moment, you, with your face covered in blood and dirt, nimbly dodged a heavy punch from Lu Neng. You immediately counterattacked, landing a vicious crushing blow right to his abdomen. Good hit. Blood seeped from Lu Neng's mouth, but he surprisingly laughed heartily. He launched another fierce assault at you, swift and utterly ruthless. Who taught you those combat skills? You are a fecking monster. You do not deserve to know. You took a step back, replying coldly. The two of you fought back and forth intensely. For a time, neither could secure a decisive victory over the other, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell Lu Neng's injuries were much heavier. If the fight continued, he would undeniably lose. Right at this moment, the face of the scrawny man standing by the door completely changed. He slowly pulled out a handgun, taking aim silently, and you and Lu Neng were currently locked in high-intensity combat, completely oblivious to the hidden danger. Just as you two landed punches on each other and pulled away once again, bang! An ear-piercing gunshot rang out. A bloody flower instantly bloomed on your abdomen. Your pupils shrank in pure agony. Losing your footing, you collapsed onto the ground. Lu Neng had not expected this scene either. He glared furiously at the scrawny man. Good thing it is not a fatal wound. He immediately ordered his lackeys, hurry up and find a doctor. Everyone thought it was completely over. Yet you struggled and actually stood back up. Taking advantage of Lu Neng's distraction, with bloodshot eyes you gritted your teeth and charged right at him. The lackeys wanted to warn him, but it was already too late. The next second, Lu Neng, unable to react in time, was caught in a chokehold by you and smashed violently into the ground. Before Yu Neng could finish his sentence, he passed out cold. Enduring the excruciating pain, you stood up and faced the surrounding lackeys once again. An untamed, defiant smile surfaced on your face. Owen down. Who is next, or do you all want to come at once? Seeing this scene, all the lackeys trembled internally, their eyes filled with absolute terror. Taking a gunshot and still managing to take down their big boss in own strike. Is this guy a fecking demon? At this moment, they all understood that you were truly fighting with your life on the line. So there really are people in this world who are not afraid of dying. A night passed. At 8 a.m. the next morning, inside a private room at the Longtang Hotel, the people from the Bei family and the Tang family arrived. The old madam of the Bei family personally took charge. She stared at the Tang couple, whose faces were incredibly grim. Bring the contracts here. If you delay any longer, the lives of your son-in-law and that little girl will be in danger. Mother Tang gritted her teeth and threw the contracts onto the table, saying coldly, you would better pray they are unharmed. Does she even have the right to speak to me? Old Madam Bai snorted coldly. Just as she was about to pick up the contracts, a sudden noise erupted. Crash. The private room doors were violently kicked open. Over a dozen fully armed soldiers rushed in. Owen's figure moved even faster, instantly pinning old Madam Bai down against the table. Lu Ying, dressed in plain clothes, pulled out a pair of handcuffs. She stated coldly, Bai Yuang, you are suspected of instigating a major criminal case. Come with us. All the members of the Bai family were instantly subdued, their eyes filled with sheer panic. Only then did Tang Lemon recognize Lu Ying. Remembering something in a flash, she hurriedly stood up. Little Shu and Mew Avocado are in their hands. Could you please help find out where they are? Lu Ying looked down at the terrified old Madam Bai and interrogated coldly, spit it out. Where are they? I in the abandoned factory area in the eastern suburbs, old Madame Bai answered, trembling uncontrollably. She kept praying incessantly in her heart that these people were here for you. Otherwise, she was absolutely a dead woman. Upon learning your location, Tang Lemon did not hesitate for a single second. She turned around and rushed out of the room. She could not wait another moment. Seeing this, Lu Ying immediately ordered her subordinates to secretly escort the suspects back. After speaking, she personally followed closely behind Tang Lemon, also rushing towards the eastern suburbs. Just half an hour later, in front of the abandoned factory area in the eastern suburbs, a Rolls-Royce executed a sleek drift and parked domineeringly. The car door opened, but Tang Lemon saw that your dog little Gezi was actually sound asleep. She frowned deeply, walked up, and delivered a swift kick. Where is Mew Avocado? Tang Lemon grabbed the dog's head and demanded coldly. Little Gezi was startled awake, barking twice, and frantically dashed straight into the factory area. Right at this moment, Liu Ying also arrived by car, following closely behind. Very soon, little Gezi led them to a completely sealed-off factory building. As soon as they approached, Liu Ying's brows instantly furrowed. A dense, overwhelmingly thick stench of blood hit their faces. A terrible premonition instantly surged in her heart. She immediately pushed open the iron doors. However, the scene before them rendered both of them completely stunned on the spot. Their pupils contracted violently. The entire factory building was a literal sea of bodies. The floor was completely covered with people lying down. Every single one of them was injured. Their appearances incredibly gruesome. The stench of blood was suffocating, and weapons were scattered all over the floor. Lu Ying even noticed that one of the men was still clutching a handgun, and at the very back of the factory building, Little Shu was lying unconscious, covered by your coat, while you were sitting cross-legged with your back facing the entrance, completely motionless, like a statue. Lu Ying was the first to react and rushed over. She swept her gaze around. There were over 60 people down, Owen against 60. This guy actually managed to pull it off. But when she ran to your side, she realized you had long since passed out completely. Your entire body was covered in wounds. The gunshot wound on your abdomen was an absolutely gruesome sight. She hurriedly checked your pulse. Thank goodness. Although it was weak, you were still alive. I will take him to the hospital first. Lu Ying did not dare to delay. She picked you up and dashed outside. Tang Lemon also rushed to Little Shui's side. Thank God it was only a fever. But just as Tang Lemon was about to pick up Little Shuer, that scrawny man lying nearby actually groggily opened his eyes. Tang Lemon's movements paused. She snapped her head around. At a single glance, she saw the gun right by the man's hand. Instantly, she connected it to the gunshot wound on your abdomen. This was the man who fired the shot. The next second, Tang Lemon's face was completely covered in a layer of absolute frost. She picked up a small knife from the floor, and without a single hint of hesitation, flung it violently at the man. A cold gleam flashed. The dagger did not take his life, but with pinpoint precision it slashed right across both his eyes. Ah, my eyes. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the factory area. The man rolled on the floor in absolute agony. However, Tang Lemon remained entirely expressionless. She walked straight over, picked up the handgun from the ground, looked down coldly at the screaming man, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Click. The imagined scene of blood spraying like a fountain did not occur. The magazine was already empty. Tang Lemon was just about to step forward and finish the job. But right at this moment, the piercing sound of police sirens drifted in from outside. She stopped her steps, turned around, picked up the unconscious Little Shuer, and walked away. As for that man, simply going blind was already a luxury for him. Daring to hurt her man is literally digging his own grave. Very soon, the police rushed into the factory building, brushing past Tang Lemon. A police officer immediately reported to the captain. There is still Owen awake over here. His eyes are... The captain cut him off coldly. What eyes? I only saw him accidentally slip and fall, and he happened to fall right on his own eyes. Do you understand what I'm saying? You understood. At the same time, Shanghai, no. To People's Hospital, you had been rushed into the emergency room at top speed. The doctor's expression was incredibly grave. Speaking rapidly, patient has a gunshot wound to the abdomen. Over a dozen knife wounds across the body. Pulse is weak. Prepare for blood transfusion and resuscitation immediately. The next second, the operating room doors shut tight. The red light flashed on instantly. Liu Ying took Owen look from outside the door, turned around and left. She was burdened with highly classified missions. She could not stay for long. Immediately after, Tang Lemon, holding Little Shu, barged into the doctor's office. Quickly look at what is wrong with the child. A doctor showed a displeased expression. Miss, you need to register before seeing a doctor. Shut up! Tang Lemon shouted furiously at the doctor, placing Little Shu gently on the examination table. She glanced at the time and stated coldly, 10 minutes. I'm giving you exactly 10 minutes to find the cause. And I will invest 30 million to fund your hospital. As she spoke, Tang Lemon threw several top-tier VIP bank cards directly onto the desk. 30 million. The eyes of several doctors lit up instantly. This woman was a massive VIP. Promotions and pay raises were right before their eyes. They immediately dropped everything they were doing and swiftly crowded around. In just a few minutes, they found the problem. It was not an illness. She was fed sleeping pills. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside your operating room remained extremely
tense.
The doctor, profusely sweating, was suturing your final wound. Right at this moment, the nurse delivered good news: the patient's heart rate is recovering. But the chief surgeon did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Dozens of knife wounds, plus a gunshot wound, before the surgery was completely finished. Absolutely any accident could happen. At the same time, inside a gloomy interrogation room at the Shanghai police headquarters, Liu Ying slammed a box of vials heavily onto the table. She coldly interrogated old Madame Bai. Spit it out.
Who gave you this stuff?
Inside that box were exactly 5 vials of an eerie blue liquid. One of the vials had already been used. And at this moment on the other side, old Madame Bai was still trying to talk her way out of it in the interrogation room. Her eyes darted around evasively, and she stammered, I do not know. Officer, someone is definitely trying to frame me. Seeing that this old hag was still being stubborn, Liu Ying smashed her fist violently onto the table. With a loud bang, she snorted coldly. This stuff is called holy water of life extension, but the side effects are massive. Once you get addicted, taking too much will cause insanity and eventually turn you into a vegetative state. And you were diagnosed with a severe illness half a year ago, with not long to live. Do you really think such coincidences exist in this world? Hearing these words, old Madame Bai's body trembled violently, but she still refused to admit it even to the bitter end, because she knew that once she confessed, it meant the death penalty. Liu Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. She gave a signal to the soldier behind her. The soldier immediately understood. He picked up the box of vials and walked right up to old Madame Bai. According to the reports, taking more than 3 vials at once will make a person completely dependent on it forever. As soon as Liu Ying's words fell, the soldier took the remaining vials and injected them all into old Madame Bai's body at once. Instantly, old Madame Bai's body began to burn up. If she was not securely tied to the chair, she would probably be rolling all over the floor by now. Liu Ying spoke again, her voice freezing. I will ask you on last time.
Who gave you this stuff?
What is their contact information? I really do not know. Old Madame Bai let out agonized, miserable screams. She felt as if 10,000 ants were crawling under her skin. The itching was unbearable. Her body temperature kept rising rapidly. Please, I beg you, let me go. I was truly framed. But the very next second, the drugs fully kicked in. She actually began laughing maniacally for no reason. I really do not know anything. Wah-ha-ha-ha! Now is the time. Liu Ying seized the opportunity to press her. Who gave you these vials? The now completely insane old madam laughed frantically.
Them, of course.
As long as I help them transport the goods, they will let me live forever. Transport to where? What is the exact time? Haiwan Port, the night after tomorrow. As her words dropped, the old madam could not endure it any longer. She actually passed out completely. A dense cluster of red rashes seeped out on the surface of her skin, looking extremely terrifying. Liu Ying ordered coldly, "Get a vial of the antidote and test it on her." Saying this, she walked out of the interrogation room and picked up her walkie-talkie. Attention all special ops units, secretly deploy to Haiwan Port immediately. Prepare to give our foreign friends a grand and spectacular Hongmen banquet. A trap disguised as a feast. At the same time, at 3 p.m., the doors to your operating room finally opened. Tang Lemon stood up immediately. The nurses wheeled you out towards the intensive care unit, while the doctor, wiping off his sweat, stopped Tang Lemon. Are you the patient's family member? The patient is out of critical condition. However, due to massive blood loss, his body is extremely weak right now. Coupled with the fact that he is still running a high fever, his condition is very unstable. Hearing this, Tang Lemon nodded her head. She stated directly, "You have worked hard, doctor. I will apply to the hospital director to promote you to vice director, and your monthly salary and bonuses will be tripled.
You can go rest now."
As soon as those words dropped, the male doctor was instantly petrified on the spot. His mind went completely blank. He just watched Tang Lemon turn around and walk briskly towards your hospital room. A long while later, the doctor finally stared blankly at his own hands. Did I just save some unimaginably huge VIP? This is literally gold falling from the sky. On the other side, the now completely cured Mu Shuer woke up in an unfamiliar hospital room. Doctors were crowded around her, examining her from head to toe, terrified that any accidents might happen. Right at this moment, a doctor pointed at Mu Shuer, who had just opened her eyes to a slit, and shouted in pleasant surprise, "She is awake. Look, everyone, the child is awake." Instantly, all the doctors swarmed over. "How are you feeling? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" "Good girl, uncle has candy for you." But in the very next second, they actually started arguing over who noticed her waking up first. The unfamiliar environment, the arguments of strangers. Mushuer's eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist.
Wah.
Her loud wailing cries echoed through the entire corridor. 2 days later, inside a room at Shanghai No. 2 hospital, sister, why has not brother woken up yet? Because he is a big lazy pig, and lazy pigs just love to sleep. Right at this moment, you slowly regain consciousness. Beside your ears was the noisy sound of conversation, along with the audio of a cartoon. Your dry, cracked lips moved, and you let out a low murmur. Water. Tang Lemon snapped her head back. Realizing you were awake, she hurriedly placed little Zhu on the other hospital bed, poured a cup of water, and fed it to your lips. After drinking the water, your consciousness became a bit clearer. Looking at the stark white hospital room, you realized you had survived. How long have I been out? A full 2 days and 2 nights. Tang Lemon helped you sit up with an annoyed yet relieved tone, letting you lean against the headboard. And little Shui, who was intently watching cartoons, hearing your familiar voice, whipped her head around. Brother is awake. The little Own was overjoyed with her bare little feet. She jumped right off her bed onto yours in one leap and threw herself directly into your arms. Brother is a big lazy pig, sleeping for so long and not playing with Shuer. Your body was weak, but you still struggled to raise your hand and gently patted her head. You smiled and said, "It is brother's fault. Will Shuer forgive brother?" "No." Little Shu turned her head away and humped in dissatisfaction. "Unless brother takes me out to play. I am not going to talk to brother anymore." Seeing her throw a little tantrum, a smile surfaced on the corners of your mouth. You intentionally acted distressed.
Sigh.
Then that is a real pity. I even prepared a special gift just for Shuer. A gift. Mu Shuer's eyes instantly lit up brightly. She acted coy. "Actually, it is not like I can't forgive brother." Tang Lemon helplessly picked the little Owen up and placed her back on her own bed. "Shuer, play by yourself for a bit. Sister is going to thoroughly discipline brother for you." The little Owen nodded vigorously and shifted her attention back to the cartoons. But right at this moment, Tang Lemon turned around, brought over a hot towel to wipe your face. Yet her tone suddenly turned freezing cold. "You're getting more and more capable, huh? New avocado actually daring to treat your own life like a game. Owen person taking on over 60 people?
You are really something. You're not you.
Do you know that if it was not for pure luck, you would already be down there meeting the king of hell right now?" Hearing these words, a cold shiver ran down your spine. Your sense of crisis instantly maxed out. You hurriedly explained, "Wifey, listen to me. The main issue was that my phone died. That is why so you could not have come back first to inform me." Tang Lemon glared fiercely at you, gritting her teeth. "Last time at the airport, it was the same. You never discuss anything with me. Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Seeing that she was truly angry, you tactfully lowered your head and mumbled, "I know I was wrong. Okay?" Tang Lemon glared at you dead in the eyes. In the end, she still forcefully held back the urge to beat you up. 2 times your life hung by a thread. She had completely run out of patience. She secretly made up her mind. "Once your body recovers a bit, I am absolutely going to thoroughly train you."
You reckless suicidal idiot.
Because heaven only knows if there will be a next time. You simply do not take your own life seriously at all. To avoid making your parents far away in Kyoto worry, Tang Lemon had not told them about this incident. During the time you were unconscious, you were entirely sustained by IV nutrient fluids. But now that you were awake, things were completely different. Right at this moment, Tang Lemon returned from the hospital kitchen. She was carrying a bowl of rice, and that rice was literally piled up into a small mountain. Good heavens, this was enough to cover 3 of your normal meals. You instantly gulped down your saliva nervously. Is she trying to feed you to death? But in the next second, Tang Lemon silently pulled up a chair, sat down right beside your hospital bed, stared at you with a profound, lingering gaze, and spoke in an abnormally calm tone. "Prepare yourself mentally. Enjoy your time thoroughly over these next 2 months." Saying that, she scooped up a spoonful of food and brought it to your lips. Looking at the look in your wife's eyes, you gulped down your saliva again.
You truly wanted to cry inside.
You felt that this time you were probably really going to be finished off. Rip Mu Avocado's waist. Meanwhile, inside the Bai family's old estate, Bai Chongde, who had just been released, was strolling through the courtyard. Looking at the rockery and the pond, he muttered to himself, "Mother, I never thought you would see this day. Trafficking drugs. And taking drugs, it seems you won't ever have the chance to return to the Bai family." Indeed. because old Madame Bai's operations were highly concealed, and she did not utilize any family resources. The entire Bai family actually benefited from this disaster. Not only was the family preserved, but Bai Chongde even seized this perfect opportunity to completely take control of all industries and decision-making power. He had become the true absolute ruler of the Bai family. I have waited far too long for this day. Walking into the main hall, Bai Chongde wore a wild, unbridled smile on his face. He sat directly down on the seat that originally belonged exclusively to old Madame Bai. However, after the brief moment of wild ecstasy, he quickly calmed down. Immediately after, he took out a phone and dialed a number. Hello. A familiar electronic voice came from the other end, but it carried a tone of sheer impatience. I thought I said, do not come looking for me again. You surnamed Bai, what exactly do you want? Bai Chongde merely smiled indifferently. There is a tiny favor I need you to help with. It is not about the Mu family. I guarantee the payment will satisfy you. What favor? The other end asked. Bai Chongde maintained his cheerful smile, but his words were terrifyingly calm.
I want you to kill my daughter.
Yes, Bai Wanjun. As the words dropped, the other end of the line plunged into absolute silence. A long while later, a voice filled with disbelief finally came through. Are you insane? Even if she was born to a mistress, she is still your biological daughter. Can you actually bring yourself to do it? To this, Bai Chongde simply countered with a flat question. If someone threatens your position and is constantly plotting against you every single second, would you just sit back and let such a person continue to grow? The other end of the line fell silent again. After a moment, the reply came slowly. No problem. But the risk of taking action right now is extremely high. As for the price, you name it, Bai Chongde did not hesitate at all. Once the job is done, I will transfer it directly to your old account. You were lying on the hospital bed, yet little Shu was treating you like a literal canvas. She was holding a marker, wildly drawing all over your face. She even shouted excitedly, brother turned into Zhu Bajie. Zhu Bajie equals Pigsy from Journey to the West. And what was even more unbelievable was that your wife, Tang Lemon, was actually hugging Zhuer and praising her to high heaven, saying that she would definitely become a master painter in the future. You truly wanted to cry, but had no tears. Weak, helpless tears slid down from the corners of your eyes. For this past half month, during the day, you were treated as a toy by Schwerer. At night, you still have to coax the big own. You have almost completely forgotten who the actual patient is. The thought of this kind of life lasting for more than another month made you completely lose your mind. So you looked at your wife with extreme grievance.
Wifey.
I feel like my body is completely healed. Let us get discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Who knew Tang Lemon would just glance at you sideways and state flatly, sure, I will go back tonight and prepare the tools. As long as you can endure it, you instantly shrank your neck in terror. With a fierce tigress at home, your status is absolutely non-existent. You secretly swore an oath. Sooner or later, Oende, you will stand tall above this crazy woman. However, right during these few days you were hospitalized. A massive storm was sweeping across the entire gaming industry nationwide. The authorities suddenly issued new anti-gaming addiction regulations. Minors are only allowed to play for 2 hours, exclusively on weekends. The moment this regulation came out, the domestic gaming industry instantly suffered a catastrophic blow. And as the absolute titan of the industry, the Guangmei Group bore the absolute brunt of the impact. Their daily active users experienced a cliff-like drop, bang, inside the Guangmei Group's conference room. Chairman Ming Teng smashed his fist viciously onto the table. His eyes were completely bloodshot. As he roared in sheer fury, who can tell me why I did not receive a single hint of a rumor? Before this policy was implemented, all the top executives stayed dead silent, cold sweat soaking their backs. It was blatantly obvious that someone was dealing a lethal blow from behind the scenes, and it was a fatal strike delivered directly from the highest level of authority. But exactly who was it? Miming Tang blew up the mayor's phone, but no one ever answered. He had been thoroughly abandoned. Meanwhile, in the Shenzhen mayor's office, the secretary could not help but ask Mayor, Guangmei is a local enterprise. Why did not we notify them in advance? Mayor Yu, however, just calmly sipped his tea and shook his head, cutting off Owen's own limbs. As long as you're not an idiot, no Owen would do such a thing. Immediately after, he changed the subject and threw out a question. Do you know exactly how much Guangmei Group's annual net profit is right now? The secretary answered uncertainly. It seems to be around 8 billion. Mayor Yu put down his teacup, an inexplicable smirk appearing on his lips. That is already in the past. Mayor Yu slowly raised 5 fingers, his eyes turning cold. Guangmei Group's net profit exceeds 100 billion, and their annual revenue surpasses 500 billion. However, the vast majority of this money flows straight into the pockets of foreign capital. They even use this money to turn around and suppress us. Tell me, would the higher-ups allow such a situation to continue existing? The secretary instantly had a moment of profound realization, so the higher-ups wanted to use this opportunity for a complete reshuffle and snatch the money back into their own hands. But Mayor Yu smiled mysteriously and shook his head. It goes beyond that. Someone has paved the way through the higher-up connections, intending to cultivate a faction that will completely surpass Guangmei. And that replacement will still be an enterprise right here in Shenzhen. As soon as these words were spoken, the fate of the Guangmei group was already sealed. They not only lost absolutely nothing, but instead grabbed hold of an even sturdier cash cow. Sure enough, the very next day, 2 new games burst out of nowhere, instantly exploding in popularity nationwide, directly stealing away absolutely all of Guangmei Group's users. Inside the New Century Gaming Company, looking at the back-end data, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Daily active users barely broke 100 million. On the other side, at the Tianjin Gaming Company headquarters, Bai Wanjun, looking at her slightly inferior data, showed a hint of dissatisfaction. She stood up abruptly, walking straight out of the office without looking back. Let us go. Time to go collect the corpse of our partner. Meanwhile, time arrived in May. Inside your villa, the long-absent screams of misery echoed once again. In the dim bedroom, you were trembling uncontrollably as you knelt on a washboard. The ultimate punishment for a Chinese husband. Looking at your wife Tang Lemon slowly approaching, you were terrified out of your wits.
Wifey.
I really know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Tang Lemon, holding a metal coat hanger, sneered coldly. Were not you quite the fighter? You did not even care about your own life. So why are you kneeling now? Get up and fight me. You shrank your neck in terror and spoke weakly. This lowly own would not dare. But Tang Lemon did not have the slightest bit of mercy. She lunged right at you, then obediently accept your death. The next second, your pig's slaughtering wails echoed through the entire villa. Down in the living room, Mu Shuer hugged her bunny doll, watching TV with a completely calm face, as if she had long since grown accustomed to it. At the exact same time you were being served with the family law, a flight made an emergency return landing. Several police cars were already waiting at the airport. As soon as the plane landed, the principal of Shuer's kindergarten was directly taken away, colluding with kidnappers to harm a student. This charge was more than enough for him to spend the rest of his life regretting in prison. Immediately after, the scene shifted. Inside a dark, damp holding cell at the Shanghai police headquarters, a mysterious figure slowly stopped in front of a cell door behind the iron bars. Sitting in the corner was shockingly the old madam of the Bai family, but she had long lost her former appearance. Her entire being looked like a ghoul that had crawled out of hell. Her skin was covered in red sores, and her limbs were nothing but skin and bones. Right at this moment, Lu Ying spoke coldly. The information you provided was very useful. We destroyed over a dozen drug manufacturing dens. On account of this, the higher-ups have decided to give you humane treatment. Remember, this is the final mercy the state will bestow upon you, until the day you die. Saying that, Lu Ying turned around and left. Who knew? The moment she walked away, old Madame Bai actually dug into her messy white hair, pulled out a black pill, and violently swallowed it. Shortly after, the police discovered she had committed suicide by taking poison. Before dying, a sinister, terrifying smile hung on the corners of her mouth. With this, the drug incident temporarily came to an end. Meanwhile, for you, the bedroom door suddenly opened. You wanted to cry but had no tears, desperately trying to crawl out to seek a sliver of survival. But before you could crawl even a few steps, a pair of hands grabbed your ankles in a death grip and dragged you right back into the bedroom. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut heavily. You wailed miserably, wifey. You're going too far. You have been beating me from morning till afternoon. Smack. A crisp slapping sound echoed. Tang Lemon's panting voice came through. Cut the crap. Today I absolutely must engrave an unforgettable lesson into your bones. This battle lasted unceasingly from sunrise to dusk. It was not until you were carried into the bathtub by the bodyguards that a smile of pure liberation finally appeared on your face. A grand, peerless master, who soloed over 60 people and did not die, was almost beaten to death by his own wife today. Ningda looked at your severely bruised backside and sighed. Young Master Mu, why do you always insist on provoking the eldest miss? The corners of your mouth turned bitter, full of utter helplessness. What else can I do? I do not dare to hit back, and I do not dare to curse back. I am completely no match for her. Ningda immediately offered you some advice. Women, young master, they need to be coaxed. As long as you coax her well, would not the eldest miss give you whatever you want? Hearing this, your eyes lit up instantly. Then how should I coax her? Are there any quick crash courses? Ningda immediately leaned into your ear and whispered, I heard a scenic village spot in Shanghai is opening tomorrow. The scenery there is literally a fairyland on earth. If you can take the eldest miss there. Your eyes lit up completely. A beautiful picture instantly surfaced in your mind. In a vast field blooming with flowers. Your wife, acting like a delicate little bird, throws herself into your arms. Thinking of this, you could not help but chuckle out loud happily. Who knew? This laughter was actually heard by Tang Lemon, who was resting in the bedroom. Here, she instantly gritted her teeth. Looks like I hit him too lightly. Early the next morning, the sunlight was beautiful. Your wife, Tang Lemon, was holding little Shui, pointing at a question on the test paper. Jumping for principal. Peacock dance, brother. How do you connect these into a sentence? Little Zhui answered in a sweet, milky voice, Principal. Grandpa jumped a peacock dance for me and brother. You, who were busy sweeping the floor, could not hold back and burst out laughing with a pift. An icy glare shot right at you instantly. You were so terrified you shut your mouth immediately. Tang Lemon shook her head and said to Little Shu, no, think again. A flash of brilliance struck Little Shu, and she hurriedly changed her answer. Brother, for me and Principal. Grandpa jumped a peacock dance. You were instantly speechless. Tang Lemon's face immediately darkened. Sensing that things were wrong, Little Shui quickly said again, no. It is Principal and brother for Grandpa me jumped. Her voice grew quieter and quieter. She guiltily shrank her neck. Right at this moment, Tang Lemon waved at you with a sinister, terrifying aura. Little Gezi, come here. You hurriedly dropped the broom and walked over sycophantically. Wifey, calm down. Calm down. The child is still young. Before you could even finish your sentence, smack, a harsh slap, landed viciously on your butt that had not even recovered its swelling yet. Holding your butt with a face full of grievance, she answered it wrong. Why are you hitting me? Tang Lemon merely cast a breezy, indifferent glance at you. The child is too young to be hit. When a child is not taught well, it is the father's fault. An elder brother is like a father. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with me hitting you, right? This twisted logic actually left you entirely speechless.
Slapped, silly.
You quickly checked the time and curled your lip. It is about time. We should get going. Only then did Tang Lemon let you off, placing Little Shui on the sofa. You smiled mysteriously and said to Little Shui, brother and sister are going on a date.
You hurry up and go watch cartoons.
Little Shui's eyes lit up. She immediately started pushing the two of you out the door. Bye-bye, brother and sister. It is totally fine, even if you do not come back tonight. Best wing woman ever. Tang Lemon gave some instructions to the maid, then linked arms with you and walked towards the garage.
You took the chance to ask her, wifey,
when are we holding our wedding? The corners of her mouth curled up. Getting impatient already. Let mom and dad pick a good date. Right. Look at that silly look on your face. Give me a kiss. While you and Tang Lemon were enjoying your romantic two-person world. On the other side, Shenzhen was completely thrown into absolute chaos. Ming family, Tang family. The three-way stalemate of the prominent families had been shattered. Downstairs at the Guangmei group building, Bai Wanjun and Su Jincheng got into the car heading back. Bai Wanjun looked triumphantly at the documents in her hands. I did not expect it to go this smoothly. Guangmei's most popular gaming company is now mine. However, Su Jincheng, who was driving, looked extremely grim. He glanced at the rearview mirror and frowned deeply. We are being followed. Bai Wanjun was greatly alarmed. Sure enough, she saw two cars tailing them closely from behind. Su Jincheng slammed the gas pedal. The Porsche 911 instantly accelerated. Su Jincheng stomped the pedal all the way to the floor, and the Porsche darted frantically through the traffic. The two black cars behind them finally reacted and immediately floored their pedals to keep up. Inside the car, a lackey asked the man in the back seat in a panic, boss, we have been spotted. What do we do? Lu San, addressed as boss, crushed his cigarette end, a vicious glint in his eyes.
Chase, we came all the way from the northern frontier.
This mission absolutely cannot fail. Saying that, he immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. His voice was ice cold. We have been exposed. You guys go to Bai Wanjun's house and company to lie in wait. If there is a chance, strike directly. However, due to the massive gap in performance, the black cars were quickly shaken off. That white Porsche left them far behind in the dust, vanishing completely from their sight. Half an hour later, Su Jincheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Bai Wanjun's face was incomparably ugly. Who could it be? The old madam is already dead. The only people who want me dead are... Su Jincheng spoke coldly. Could it be Tang Lemon? Bai Wanjun shook her head decisively. Impossible. With her pride, she would disdain doing such a thing. I would rather suspect that brute mu avocado before I suspect her. Names flashed through her mind, Owen by Owen, finally stopping on a single face. She could not help but murmur in a low voice, could it really be you, father? Meanwhile, you on the other side were completely oblivious to all this. Right now you are holding Tang Lemon's hand, strolling through the 10,000 acres of flower fields in the Shangkui village of Shanghai. You smiled and asked her, how is it? First time seeing a flower field in the countryside, right? Is not it beautiful? Tang Lemon looked around with eyes full of novelty. She replied softly, it is all right at this moment.
You suddenly took out your phone.
Took a few quick steps forward and aimed it right at her. Tang Lemon subconsciously stopped in her tracks. Click. She walked over and grabbed your phone. As a result, what she saw was surprisingly a selfie of you with the flower field in the background. You even wiggled your eyebrows smugly. How is it? Do I have a talent for photography or what? Tang Lemon was completely expressionless. She raised her hand about to hit you. You hurriedly hugged her in terror, laughing mischievously.
Just a joke. Just a joke.
Do not be mad saying that. You raised your phone again, your right arm wrapped tightly around her waist. But your wife maintained a completely icy, stoic face. You could not help but mutter, wifey. Give me a smile. This is for a souvenir. Seeing that she ignored you, you rolled your eyes playfully. The hand hugging her waist suddenly started tickling her. Caught off guard, Tang Lemon burst into laughter with a pff. You rapidly pressed the shutter button. Looking at her radiant, brilliant smile in the photo gallery, you bloomed with joy. Look how beautiful you are when you smile. Tang Lemon glared at you fiercely and snorted coldly. Did you eat the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Wait till we get back tonight. I'm going to teach you a lesson. The sun set in the west.
You finished touring all the scenic spots?
Just as Ningdao was about to step out to welcome you back, he saw you carrying a soundly asleep Tang Lemon on your back. Walking back, you made a shush gesture at him. Under the setting sun, a wildflower was still tucked in Tang Lemon's hair. Her sleeping face was peaceful and serene.
You just quietly
looked at Tang Lemon, sleeping soundly on your back. Then you and Ningdao worked together to carefully place her into the back seat. Only then did you breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at her sleeping deeply in the car, you shook your head helplessly. Plays all day, then falls right asleep, just like a little pig. I am exhausted to death. Ningda, however, raised an eyebrow and smiled. Are not you satisfied? Normally at this hour, the eldest miss would have started torturing you long ago. Hearing this, you nodded your head. That actually makes sense. So you got into the passenger seat. The car started up again. You looked down, flipping through the photos you took today on your phone. The corners of your mouth curled up subconsciously, even though your wife was not exactly a delicate little bird. This kind of youthful, lively side of her was also quite nice. However, what you did not know was, at this moment, in the remote suburbs of Shenzhen, a life and death pursuit was currently unfolding. The assassins dispatched by Bai Chongde had already launched a relentless to-the-death hunt against Bai Wanjun and Su Jinsheng in Shenzhen. A mud-splattered Porsche sped wildly down a dirt road. Behind it, two blinding sets of headlights pursued relentlessly. Inside the car, Su Jinsheng's face was utterly grim. He said in a deep voice to Bai Wanjun in the passenger seat, later, I will find a chance to drop you off. I will go lure them away. You take the chance to leave Shenzhen, and absolutely do not go back to Shanghai. Bai Wanjun knew the situation was critical. She nodded her head with a heavy expression. 3 cars, Owen in front, 2 behind. They quickly rushed onto a pitch-black forest trail. Su Jinsheng stomped the gas pedal all the way down, barely managing to pull ahead by a small distance. But he had no idea that Lu San in the car behind was laughing sinisterly. This road only has Owen exit. I already arranged for people to block it completely. Let us see where you can run. A few minutes later, Su Jinsheng seized an opportunity and slammed hard on the brakes. He made a prompt decision. Now, I will lure them away. You run into the mountains. But right at this moment, a trace of hesitation flashed in Bai Wanjun's eyes. The next second, she actually unbuckled her seatbelt, threw her arms tightly around Su Jinsheng, and whispered softly in his ear, Thank you. Without you, I would have died long ago. Just the instant Su Jinsheng wanted to push her away, a sudden sharp sting pierced the back of his neck. His vision blurred instantly. He looked at Bai Wanjun in sheer disbelief, opened his mouth but could not utter a single word. He passed out cold instantly. Immediately after, Bai Wanjun stepped out of the car expressionlessly and dragged Su Jinsheng out of the driver's seat. She struggled to push him down a gentle slope by the side of the road. As Su Jinsheng's figure disappeared into the darkness, her eyes instantly turned red. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Thank you. If only I could have met you earlier in my next life. However, The roar of the engines behind her was getting closer and closer. A single teardrop was blown away by the wind. Bai Wanjun's eyes instantly became resolute and determined. She got into the driver's seat, closed the car door, and stomped the gas pedal all the way to the floor. With a loud roar, the Porsche sped forward once again. A moment later, the black cars arrived in close pursuit, completely unaware that the driver had been swapped. Right at the exit of the trail, 3 cars had already completely blocked the road. Over a dozen men wearing masks were waiting to pull in the net. The target is here. Get ready to move. Everyone immediately hid behind the cars, preparing to catch the turtle in the jar, but they quickly realized something was wrong. That Porsche surprisingly showed no signs of slowing down at all. Someone realized what was happening. Scared so badly they practically wet themselves and roared furiously. What the fuck are you looking at? They never intended to hit the brakes at all. Are you waiting to die? As soon as these words dropped, everyone was seized by absolute terror. But it was all too late. With a massive deafening boom, the Porsche, going over 100 kilometers per hour, smashed viciously into the barricading cars like a cannonball. The car body flipped instantly, sliding for hundreds of meters with an ear-piercing screech of friction. But those unlucky bastards hiding behind the cars were not so lucky. They were directly sent flying into the air. The unlucky ones were even crushed into a pile of meat paste on the spot. In the distance, the Porsche, billowing thick black smoke, finally came to a halt. In the driver's seat, Bai Wanjun, whose life was saved by the airbag, was barely clinging to life. Her head was covered in blood. And it was exactly this out-of-control Porsche that violently forced another Lexus to make an emergency stop. Inside the car, Wang Yao screamed in terror, "Ah, a Chen, brake, quick, shut up." The car door was forcefully pushed open. Mu Chen stepped out of the car with a grim face. He glared fiercely at that Porsche that almost took his life. Huang Yao hid behind Mu Chen, looking in horror at Bai Wanjun on the ground, who was covered in injuries. "Ah Chen, is she dead?" Mu Chen swept a cold glance over. "She is not dead yet, but she is not far from it." Huang Yao gasped in shock, and quickly said, "Then let us hurry up and save her. This is a human life." But Mu Chen merely snorted coldly. "Why should I save her? Do I have nothing better to do?" Saying that, he turned around directly, ready to leave. He absolutely did not want to get involved in this mess. Achen, Huang Yao stomped her foot in anger and grabbed his arm tightly. "My grandma said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." Mu Chen curled his lip. "But I won't lose a piece of meat if I do not," trying to emotionally blackmail me. That only works on people who actually have a conscience. But right at this moment, 2 black cars sped over and stopped abruptly not far away. 5 or 6 burly men in black stepped out of the cars, spreading out on both sides. Immediately after, Lu San, with a terribly ugly expression, walked out. He could never have imagined that such a simple mission would cause him such heavy losses. Lu San cast an irritated glance at Mu Chen and Huang Yao and ordered directly, "What are you standing around for? Dispose of these 2 as well. Then find a random place and bury them." As soon as these words dropped, Huang Yao was scared completely out of her wits. She tugged tightly onto Mu Chen's sleeve. "Ah Chen, they want to?" Mu Chen, however, did not care in the slightest. He even nodded seriously. "Exactly. They are going to turn you into minced meat and feed you to the fishes." Huang Yao was so terrified she stammered. Unable to speak a word, she swiftly hid back inside the car and gave Mu Chen a "you can do it" cheering gesture. What a coward! Mu Chen glanced at her sideways. Then he looked at the 5 burly men in black, closing in step by step, and sighed. "Even just going home to pack some luggage, I run into this kind of crap, so troublesome." The next second, the 5 burly men exchanged a glance and charged forward together violently. A gust of fierce wind swept in. Mu Chen casually sidestepped to dodge a punch, but the sound of wind arose from behind him again, forcing him to take a few steps back. These 5 men coordinated ingeniously. They were actually all trained martial artists. Looking at the 5 men charging at him once more, Mu Chen instantly made a judgment in his heart. The next second, he took the initiative and charged right back at them. At the exact same time, Lu San walked up to the severely injured Bai Wanjun. He spat coldly. "Damn bitch, you actually still have a breath left." Saying that, he pulled out a gleaming military combat knife, preparing to completely end Bai Wanjun's life. But just in the split second he was about to strike, his shoulder was suddenly patted twice. Dealt with them that fast. Lu San, being interrupted, turned his head around in confusion. As a result, what entered his vision was astonishingly a fist bigger than a sandbag, smashing viciously right into the bridge of his nose with a miserable shriek. Lu San was knocked flat onto the ground. Blood gushed wildly from his nose. He looked at Mu Chen before him in sheer terror, and then looked at the 5 formerly energetic men in black not far away. Right now, they were curled up on the ground, wailing in agony. Massive waves crashed in Liu San's heart. Who the hell are you? The elite fighters he personally trained were actually all completely defeated by this young man in under 3 minutes. Mu Chen simply stretched his joints, looked at the constantly retreating Liu San, and stated flatly the unique combat techniques of the Northern Frontier Army. It is just a pity that once the flaws are known, they collapse at the first blow. Mu Chen looked at Liu San on the ground, continuing indifferently, "You're not even a match for those common street thugs." Liu San swallowed his saliva in terror, his voice trembling. "Are you a high-ranking officer in the Northern Frontier Army? The flaws of these techniques are absolutely not something an ordinary person could know." Mu Chen, however, just brushed it off lightly. "It is nothing really. In the past, relying on family connections, I just found a few soldier kings from the northern frontier to spar with." Before his words even finished dropping, under Liu San's horrified gaze, Mu Chen decisively delivered a vicious kick right to his head. Liu San's head smashed violently against the stone wall, knocking him out cold on the spot. But when Mu Chen finished handling everything and turned around, he realized that the woman, Huang Yao, had already surprisingly hoisted the severely injured Bai Wanjun into the car. Mu Chen could not help but marvel, as expected of a girl from the countryside. Her strength is truly impressive. After calling the police, the Lexus started up again and drove straight away from the scene. As for those guys on the ground, do not even think about getting up for the next hour or two. However, just an hour after Mu Chen left, Su Jinsheng's figure appeared, stumbling out of the woods. Seeing the twisted, mangled Porsche, his expression tightened. But just as he wanted to step forward, the piercing sound of police sirens drifted over from behind him. Early the next morning, Shanghai Pet Market. "You were leading your dog, Little Gezi, to fulfill an absurd promise. Little Gezi, even though I promised to find you 100 female dogs, our house is too small, so just go ahead and pick the prettiest own." This was literally you helping your dog select a concubine. Woof! Woof! Little Gezi barked at you twice, its doggy eyes entirely filled with disgust. "What happened to having a whole flock of wives and concubines?
You are just jealous that I get to have
a harem." Even though you could not understand him, you still reached out and smacked his doggy head. You threatened viciously, "I am your master after all. If you disrespect me again, I will have you neutered. I will let you taste what it is like to be a eunuch dog." Just then, Little Gezi suddenly broke free from your grasp and dashed wildly towards a stall. His doggy eyes were locked dead onto a cage holding a snow-white Samoyed. The stall owner was a middle-aged uncle with a balding Mediterranean hairstyle. He kindly warned you, "Brother, this Samoyed is not easy to tame." It almost scratched my face several times. Who knew Little Gezi, hearing this, would immediately howl arrogantly twice at the owner? You promptly helped translate. "My boy says he wants to give it a try. Open the cage and let him in." Seeing a customer at his door, the owner hurriedly opened the cage. Watching Little Gezi eagerly trot over, the owner laughed curiously. "This should be a local country breed, right? You raised it quite well, little brother." You curled your lip.
Of course.
"This guy is a pickier eater than me. He exclusively eats cooked beef." But just the instant Little Gezi entered the cage, several male dogs surrounding the Samoyed instantly went on high alert. They barked frantically at him. They were clearly warning Little Gezi to stay away. However, in the very next second, Little Gezi actually turned his head and barked twice at you outside the cage, his doggy eyes full of arrogance. This punk was actually ordering you around. "I'm going to stew you sooner or later." While muttering this,
you still pulled out
some premium beef wrapped in a plastic bag from your pocket. Immediately after, you tossed the meat straight into the cage. Instantly, the pack of dogs inside descended into complete chaos, fighting madly over it. Upon seeing the beef, those male dogs rushed forward to fight for it instantly. Little Gezi, however, merely threw a disdainful glance. "A bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. What is the use of being able to fight? To make it in this world, you need power. You need a strong background. This dog is out here teaching life lessons." Then he trotted straight up to that Samoyed. Two pairs of doggy eyes locked in an affectionate gaze. Who knew? That incredibly aloof snow-white Samoyed actually obediently followed him right out of the cage. The owner was utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, how is this dog so smart? Without saying much else, after paying, you led the two dogs and left the pungent-smelling market. On the way to the amusement park, you looked at the two dogs sitting obediently in the passenger seat and suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. What should I name her? How about Little Wanzi? Wanzi equals meatball, matching Gezi equals pigeon. You nodded in satisfaction. Little Gezi and Little Wanzi. A perfect match. Very soon, you arrived at the amusement park. At a glance, you saw Little Shui running towards you, with Tang Lemon following closely behind. "Brother, look at my new toy. Is not it pretty?" You crouched down and planted a big kiss on the little own's cheek. At this moment, Tang Lemon also walked over. You immediately spoke up with a smug face. I even picked out a name for her. It is Little Wanzi. As soon as the words fell, Tang Lemon instantly narrowed her eyes, reaching out and pinching your cheek hard. Are you asking to be disciplined again? Seeing this, Little Shu also giggled and pinched your other cheek, asking to be disciplined. You quickly planted a kiss on your wife's cheek to demonstrate your loyalty. However, while you guys were laughing and playing around, dark undercurrents were surging inside the Bai family villa in Shanghai. Inside the study room, Bai Chongde was frowning on a phone call. You did not find the body. A synthetic mechanical voice came from the phone. Relax. She was probably thrown from the car.
I got the job done for you.
I have also taken care of the police side. Coupled with that forged will, your daughter's assets will naturally belong to you. Remember to transfer the payment. The call disconnected. Bai Chongdae's expression flickered with uncertainty. Ultimately, he still opened the company's financial accounts and transferred 100 million to the other party. At the same time, at the Northern Frontier Military District on the border of Hua Country, a man with a buzz cut looked at a report and snorted coldly. What a bunch of useless trash, just killing a woman. And we suffered such heavy losses. Good thing I managed to fool Bai Chongde. As long as the money is in our hands, that is what matters. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Instructor Luo, the new recruits are fully assembled. Waiting for your speech.
Luo Shan nodded,
Destroyed all the report documents in front of him, put on his military cap, and walked out. The next day, right after you woke up, a phone call came in immediately. It was Mu Chen. You saved Bai Wanjun? You frowned and asked. From the other end of the line, Mu Chen's voice was freezing cold. She was sent to the operating room, but her injuries are too severe. The chances of her surviving are very slim. Hearing this, your brain started spinning rapidly right after old Madame Bai died. Bai Wanjun was assassinated. This is absolutely not a coincidence. You instantly thought of Su Jincheng's warning and the massive, invisible hand that controlled your second uncle back then. The Bai family is definitely connected. But why would they make a move on Bai Wanjun? You immediately pressed further. Was she the only own in the car at the time? Yeah, just her. Got it. You took a deep breath. Try everything in your power to save her. She might know who the mastermind behind the scenes is. Hanging up the phone, a wave of sighing filled your heart. For the sake of profit, they actually schemed against their own family. But you knew very clearly, you absolutely could not sit back and ignore this matter. This might be the sole opportunity to draw out the mastermind, hiding behind the Bai family. But all of this had one prerequisite. Bai Wanjun had to survive. Walking out of the bathroom, you scratched your head in frustration, turned around, and went downstairs. In the living room, Tang Lemon was holding little Shui, watching cartoons. The scene was as warm as a real mother and daughter, but right at this moment, she saw you fully dressed, looking like you were preparing to go out. You immediately put on a calm front, lying smoothly without your face turning red or your heart skipping a beat. I need to go back to Shenzhen. There is a little problem with the game. Saying that you tried to slip away. Come here. Tang Lemon's icy voice rang out. You froze instantly. You bit the bullet and walked over, your smile uglier than crying. Tang Lemon just looked at you coldly without saying a word. You felt increasingly guilty. It really is a problem with the game. I will be back in a day or two. Who knew? Little Shui in her arms would suddenly deliver a fatal stab in her sweet, milky voice. Sister, is brother going out to steal women? You were instantly petrified on the spot. Tang Lemon rolled her eyes at the little Own, then raised her eyes to look at you. She reached out, pinched your cheek, and smiled a smile that did not reach her eyes. Spit it out. What exactly are you going to do? Think very carefully before you speak. Thinking about the consequences of being disciplined, you did not dare to hide anything anymore. You had no choice but to spill the entire truth about Bai Wanjun being attacked. After listening, Tang Lemon thought for a moment. Surprisingly, she did not put up any obstacles. Since their target is her, then you're not really in any danger. You hurriedly smiled apologetically. Right, you stay home and take care of the kid. I will come back right after I finish handling it. The next second, Tang Lemon leaned in and planted a kiss on your cheek. She said softly, then come back early. I will be waiting for you at home. Your heart warmed. You hugged her tightly and whispered softly in her ear, once this is all settled, we will hold our wedding. Having finished reporting to your wife, you turned and walked out the door. An obsession burned in your heart this time. New grudges and old debts must all be settled together. However, what you did not know was, at the exact same time you left, an even more massive storm was brewing. Inside the high-level conference room of the Bai Group, a thick gloom hung heavily. Chairman, the Tianmu Group is relentlessly targeting us. If this continues, We will go bankrupt within a month. The top executives were in a complete state of panic, but Bai Chongde, sitting at the very front, was exceptionally calm. He spoke coolly. What are you panicking for? They want to crush us. It is not that easy. Saying that, he stood up directly and walked out without turning his head, leaving behind only a single sentence. Go assemble the reporters. In 3 days, I have an announcement to make. The conference room doors closed with a loud bang. Everyone was completely baffled. The group is about to be utterly destroyed. What could possibly be more important than this? Inside the elevator, Bai Chongde dialed a number. Assemble the men. Start the asset transfers immediately. Have that will ready as well. I'm going to need it in 3 days. Meanwhile, you were taking the fastest flight rushing towards Shenzhen, and on the other side, Su Jincheng was also taking a flight from Shenzhen to Shanghai. Because the police had not found Bai Wanjun's body, he mistakenly believed that Bai Chongde would not even spare her corpse. When you barged into the hospital's intensive care unit, Mu Chen was leaning against the window, casting a glance at the unconscious Bai Wanjun on the bed. The doctor has not said when she will wake up. His tone was freezing cold. Why do not I just inject her with some drugs to make her death a bit more valuable? There are drugs that can forcibly awaken a person, but the damage is extreme. You shook your head. If sister-in-law heard you say that, you would definitely get a harsh scolding.
You then changed the subject and asked,
When I was on my way here, I heard that the Bai group is assembling reporters to announce something in 3 days. They probably still do not know Bai Wanjun is alive. You paused for a moment. With the address I gave you, did you find Su Jincheng? Mu Chen replied coldly, did not find him. I checked the surveillance footage, and no one has entered that place at all. But I can confirm, when that group was chasing them today, Su Jincheng was definitely there. He probably got scared and ran away halfway. You immediately refuted. Impossible. That guy is not a coward. The hospital room fell quiet. You pondered deeply for a moment. Right now, only we know that Bai Wanjun is still alive. You stay here and guard her. Since there is no trace of Su Jincheng, he might have already left Shenzhen. Mu Chen merely snorted coldly without saying a word. You turned around and left the hospital room. This trip was a total waste of time. The Bai family will most likely in 3 days announce Bai Wanjun's death. Then her father, Bai Chongde, will inherit the fortune. And right at this critical moment, Su Jincheng has disappeared again. He probably headed back to Modu to avenge Bai Wanjun. Thinking about all this, you quicken your pace, rushing toward the airport. If you had known the Bai family was going to hold a press conference for her death, you definitely would not have made this pointless trip. Hindsight is 20/20, huh? Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit, Mu Chen turns his head to look at the comatose Bai Wanjun. He takes a few pills from his bag and mutters, it is fine. They are not lethal anyway. Once everything is sorted out, you can lie here as long as you want. Just as he is about to make his move, the ward door suddenly swings open. Huang Yao skips into the room, bouncing happily, holding a thermos in her hand. Mu Chen, startled, quickly retracts his hand. Ah Chen, what are you doing? Huang Yao's eyes are full of absolute innocence. Nothing. 2 days later, everything in Modu returns to a surface calm, but dark currents are surging underneath. Classic dramatic irony. Around lunchtime, down at the Bai Group building in Modu's core commercial street, it is bustling with noise and excitement.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Everyone knows by now that the Tang family is targeting the Bai Group. For the Bai family to gather reporters at this critical juncture, could it be they are planning to wave the white flag and surrender? No idea. But with such a massive setup, it is clearly not a trivial matter. Could the Bai family actually have a hidden trump card or some strong backing? Almost all the major media outlets in Modu have arrived, just waiting for the press conference to begin. In a residential building near the Bai Group, looking through the window, a gaunt-faced Su Jincheng watches silently in the shadows. These past 2 days have been the most agonizing of his entire life. The news of Bai Wanjun's death was like a massive, invisible hand, tightly strangling his throat, leaving him completely breathless. He raises his hand and glances at his watch. There are still about 10 minutes until 12 of the clock. By then, Bai Chongde will finally show up. The room is dead silent. So quiet that even breathing can be heard crystal clear. Just as he is about to mentally run through his grand plan, own more time, a heavy knocking sound suddenly comes from outside the door.
Thump. Thump.
Su Jincheng instantly furrows his brows. He literally just bought this place today. It is impossible for anyone to be visiting. Could it be property management? Who is it? He cautiously walks to the door. Mirror Su, we are from property management. We have a few things we need to discuss with you. Su Jincheng breathes a sigh of relief, checks the time once more, and opens the door directly. What is it? Before he can even finish his sentence, Ningingda, who had been waiting outside, barges right in and forcefully pins him to the ground. Surprise attack. 10/10 execution. Tsk. How can you survive with such weak vigilance? Be careful or one day you will be walking down the street and get kidnapped by some pretty older lady. You stroll in casually, light as a breeze, holding a grilled sausage you just bought downstairs, munching on it with absolute relish. Su Jincheng's eyes widen in shock. How did you know my location? Su Jincheng struggles a few times to no avail, so he has no choice but to glare at you. With his limbs securely clamped down by Ningda, and given his physical condition, he has zero chance of breaking free. You finish the last bite of your sausage, toss the skewer aside, and say with a cheerful chuckle, "There is absolutely nothing in this world I do not know. I came here specifically to stop you from doing something stupid."
You are welcome, by the way.
Pinned to the floor, Su Jincheng's face remains eerily calm, but deep hatred hides in his eyes. He says coldly, "You know that is impossible. Even if you stop me right now, as long as I'm still breathing, I will keep finding chances to kill that old geezer, to avenge Bai Wanjun." Listening to this dramatic villain-esque monologue, you slowly clap your hands and tell Ningda to let him go. Raising an eyebrow, you say, "I did not expect you two to actually be so deeply in love. I honestly thought you guys were just putting on a show." Su Jincheng gets up and heads straight for the door, his gaze resolute. "I will definitely avenge her." It seems there really is no room for negotiation. You do not try to block his path. Instead, you watch his retreating back with a broad smile. "Do you want to bet? That with just in sentence, I can make you come back and obediently call me brother." Su Jinchen scoffs inwardly, completely dismissive, not taking your words to heart at all, and continues walking downstairs. It is not until his figure completely disappears down the stairwell that you, taking your sweet time, pop a piece of candy into your mouth, and shout out the door, Bai Wanjun is not dead. She is lying in a hospital in Shenzhen right now. Beside you, Ningda facepalms. The classic "I knew this would happen" gesture. He had completely anticipated the chaotic scene that was about to unfold. And sure enough, the moment your words drop, frantic footsteps come thundering back up the stairs. In the very next second, Su Jincheng rushes back in, looking absolutely shell-shocked. "Brother, are you telling the truth?" "Of course it is true. Why would I lie to you?" You shrug. "I bet he is cursing at me internally right now, but who cares? Could you not have said that earlier? Did you really have to watch me act like I was ready to die?" "She is still unconscious right now, so you can go to the hospital and see her yourself." You pause for a moment, adding, "Let us hope this power of love thing actually works. Who knows, maybe if you give her a kiss, she will miraculously wake up." Sleeping Beauty vibes, anyone. The three of you temporarily leave the residential building, while the Bai Group's press conference goes on exactly as planned. Under the flashing cameras of numerous media outlets, Bai Changde, with red teary eyes, speaks mournfully about how much he misses his beloved daughter. At first glance, he truly looks like a loving, heartbroken father. Give this man an Oscar. Naturally, when the atmosphere reaches its emotional peak, Bai Changde brings out the forged will, along with a whole stack of fake documents, successfully claiming all of his daughter's assets. He did not leave a single penny for her husband, Su Jincheng. Little does he know, all of these theatrical efforts are completely in vain. That night, the moonlight is faint, and the cold wind rustles the trees with a soft swish. You return home, exhausted. Opening the door, the living room is pitch black, and you can't see a single thing. You mutter softly to yourself. "Went to bed this early today, huh?" Relying on the flashlight from your phone, you make your way upstairs to the bedroom. Pushing the bedroom door open, you sneak in quietly, without making a single sound. At this moment, Tang Lemon is in bed, hugging little Shui as they sleep. Suddenly, she feels a pair of hands wrap around her waist, followed by a familiar teasing laugh near her ear. "Wifey."
"I am back."
Right on time or not I?
Tang Lemon, snuggled under the covers, does not say a word. She simply lets go of Mu Shuer and rolls over straight into your embrace. Your bodies fit together perfectly, as you both drift off into dreamland. Early the next morning, the cheerful chirping of birds drifts in from outside the window, accompanied by the morning breeze. "Brother, wake up and play with me." Inside the bedroom, Mu Shuer is sitting on you with bare little feet, desperately shaking your neck. The ultimate alarm clock. "Ah! Stop messing around. Let your brother sleep a little longer." You pull the blanket over your head, hiding your entire self in the cozy sanctuary of the bed. Mu Shuer shoots a pleading look at her older sister, who is currently changing clothes. She puffs out her little cheeks, blinking her bright, expressive eyes, looking incredibly pitiful. Seeing this, Tang Lemon zips up her dress, hiding her breathtaking figure, and says flatly, "Little pigeon, time to get up. You who were just deep in slumber under the covers, hear those words and sit bolt upright out of pure reflex, a well-trained husband indeed."
You almost send Mu
Shuer tumbling right off the bed. She immediately gets upset. "Brother, you're playing favorites. No matter how much I call you, you won't budge." But the moment sister says "oh" and word, You are up, looking at a very grumpy little shui. You reach out, pull her into a hug and give her a kiss. Smiling, you coax her, be good. Do not be mad. Brother will take you out to play. Okay. Tang Lemon chimes in at this moment. Hurry up and change your clothes. Today we're going to pick out a wedding dress. Yes, madam, shortly after a quick wash. You change into a crisp, brand new shirt. Your hair, however, still looks a bit of a messy bird's nest. Tang Lemon, seeing this, steps forward with a comb and neatens it up for you. How old are you really? Still so sloppy and unkempt. He is not. That why I have a wonderful wifey like you? You reach out to embrace her, taking the opportunity to steal a quick peck on her soft lips. Tang Lemon rolls her eyes at you, but does not really mind. After she finishes making you look presentable, Tang Lemon scoops up the little ON, sits her at the vanity, and starts braiding her hair, clipping on a few adorable bunny hairpins. Sister, I want to eat candy. No, eating candy this early in the morning. Watch out, or you will get cavities. Just own. Please. Do not try that routine with me. I said no, and I mean no. Watching this heartwarming little family scene, the corners of your mouth lift into a smile. You turn around, leave the bedroom, and head downstairs to prep breakfast. What can you do? It is entirely because your wife loves the food you make from scratch, unlike some people out there, who can only read web novels while making creepy, giggling sounds having never even held a girl's hand. Oof, shots fired. 5 or 6 minutes later, the tall ON and the tiny ON make their way downstairs. The morning temperature is quite chilly, leaving the little kiddo's cheeks flushed and red. They walk over and settle onto the sofa. Not long after, you carry out 3 portions of eggs and milk from the kitchen. Since it is feeding time, Little Pigeon and Little Meatball also rush out of their doghouse in the yard and sprint inside at lightning speed, barking loudly at you, their designated servant. Woof. Woof. Hurry it up, kid. Us master dogs are starving to death here. Keep barking, and I will stew you both for dog meat hot pot tonight. You shoot a casual, fleeting glare at the 2 little fur balls, then go about eating your own breakfast. Mouchouer only takes a few bites before announcing she is full. With her energy fully restored, she immediately starts chasing the 2 dogs all over the yard. You follow behind, and Ning Da is there too, trailing them with extreme caution. Terrified the kid might trip and fall, a harsh, cold draft slips in through the crack of the door. Tang Lemon, wearing nothing but a light dress, gets so cold she instantly shoves her freezing hands straight down your back.
Ah, much better now.
I feel like you do not treat me as a husband at all, but rather as your personal portable space heater. That sudden icy shock makes you shiver violently. You twitch your lips in mock annoyance. Put down your chopsticks and pull her snugly into your arms. Tang Lemon nuzzles deeper into your embrace, blows out a soft breath, and scoffs coolly. What? You got a problem with that? You are my man. I will use you however I please. If you disobey, I will teach you a severe lesson. Watching her unapologetically soak up your body heat, while simultaneously talking tough, you nod helplessly and play along. Yes, yes, yes. I am entirely yours. Happy, now as you speak. Your hands trace up her soft, alluring, slender waist, lifting your wife right up and carrying her towards the stairs. It is freezing and you do not even know to put on a jacket. You are the textbook definition of choosing fashion over function. Tang Lemon rests quietly against your chest. Hearing you nag like an old man, she twitches an eyebrow, but decides to keep quiet. Seeing as she is in a good mood today, she will let this guy off the hook just this once. A moment later, back in the bedroom, you swing open the wardrobe and start digging through the clothes. You forcefully start layering them onto your protesting wife. Here, put this thermal top on. It is super warm. No, it is hideously ugly. I refuse to wear it. If you want it worn, wear it yourself. Be good now. You are not little Shu. You can't possibly expect me to coax you into dressing like a toddler, right? As you say this, you extend your demonic claws and aggressively shove the clothes over Tang Lemon. She puts up a fierce struggle, kicking her pale, delicate little feet wildly at the end of the bed. I told you I won't wear it. I'm going to bite you to death. A chaotic wrestling match ensues, dragging on for a solid half hour before it finally ends. You manage to secure a narrow victory this time, though the bite marks scattered across your neck do look rather tragic. Are you completely unreasonable? I was worried you would freeze, so I helped you dress. And you actually repay my kindness with utter violence? You cast a look of deep resentment, sitting sulkily on the edge of the bed, staring at Tang Lemon, who is now bundled up like a fluffy dumpling, looking visibly displeased, perhaps realizing she might have gone a bit too far. Tang Lemon takes 2 steps forward and lands 2 soft kisses on your cheek. Her eyes ripple gently, like autumn waves, and she blinks sweetly at you. Is that better now? Not enough. Absolutely not enough. I demand more. You pull her down onto your lap, intending to seize the chance to get a bit handsy. But before your lips can even make contact, you are ruthlessly shoved away by a tiny hand. Tang Lemon stands right back up, crosses her arms and snorts coldly. Do not push your luck, buddy. I have spoiled you far too much. Seeing your wife turn on her heel to leave, your evil plans thwarted, you have no choice but to get up and trail after her like a lost puppy. Wifey, just Owen more kiss, please. Just Owen get lost. Soon enough, the family of three hops into the car, driving towards the absolute most prestigious bridal boutique in Modu. They are going to custom tailor a dress for the most gorgeous woman in the world, getting her the most breathtaking wedding gown on the planet. On the way there, inside the car, Mushuer, clutching a stuffed white bear, is lying comfortably in Tang Lemon's arms. She tilts her head, blinks her beady eyes, and asks with immense curiosity, "Sister, our wedding dress is really pretty." Hearing this, Tang Lemon looks down, gently stroking her little head. She replies softly, "Yes, they are. Unbelievably pretty. Really, truly. Can I wear Owen then? Why do not you ask your brother? Whenever he says you can wear Owen, that is when you can... Smooth pass, sister." At those words, the little kid's eyes instantly lock onto her brother, who is currently driving. Her eyes are sparkling like stars, bubbling with sheer excitement. "As long as I, your brother, am here, do not even dream about wearing Owen in this lifetime." You crush her hopes without a single ounce of hesitation.
Your tone is
absolutely uncompromising and firm. Mushuer's little mouth instantly forms a massive pout. She huffs, stubbornly turning her head away, and announces in her milky, babyish voice, "I'm never talking to brother again. You big meanie." Right in the heart of Modu, overlooking a serene lake, sits a boutique that spans a massive 500 to 600 square meters. It is a clear testament to the owner's deep, bottomless pockets. They employ the top designers in the entire country, and the surrounding area is filled with impeccably manicured landscapes, making it a peerless gem in Modu. Naturally, with such outrageously luxurious setups, the price tags are equally astronomical. Even your average wealthy elites in Modu would not dare casually drop cash here. The breeze is warm and gentle as a sleek Rolls-Royce slowly glides to a stop at the entrance. Almost instantly, a young man and woman stride out to greet them. They look remarkably alike, giving off a distinct twin vibe. "Ah, okay. Brother was wrong. Forgive me, please." Tang Lemon struts ahead, bundled up so thickly that her famously alluring figure is entirely swallowed up in fabric. The only thing visible is her unimaginably stunning, peerless face, leaving everyone utterly breathless. On her fair, flawlessly delicate cheeks rests the faintest hint of a rosy flush, making people inexplicably want to reach out and give her a kiss. Trailing behind her, clad in a crisp white shirt, you are carrying a very grumpy toddler and whispering sweet apologies. A gentle smile plays on your lips. No more being mad. Okay, brother really knows he was wrong. Meanwhile, Tang Lemon has reached the store entrance. She waves casually to the young woman. "Sister Ru, I am here to commission a custom wedding dress." A wedding dress? Ouyang Ru is visibly stunned. Were not they just here for regular evening gowns? Tang Lemon nods, her expression completely serene, and gestures to you behind her. "This is my man, Mu Avocado." Flexing her man, she introduces the woman to you. "This is Ouyang Ru, heiress to the Mingsheng Group, and an internationally renowned master fashion designer. She's the genius behind almost all of my formal gowns." The young man standing beside her immediately offers a humble and respectful self-introduction.
"I am Ouyang Hao,
her younger brother." The group heads inside, and you quickly get briefed on the background of these rich siblings. Continued, you are slightly amazed to learn the siblings co-own this boutique, completely self-funded without tapping into a single cent of their family fortune. It is a solid testament to their top-tier talent. The older sister, Ouyang Ru, is the globally acclaimed fashion mastermind. The younger brother, Ouyang Hao, is a brilliant landscape architect. All the stunning scenery surrounding the boutique is entirely his handiwork. Stepping into the store, the interior is incredibly spacious. The decor leans heavily into pristine white tones, radiating a vibe that is effortlessly warm and inviting. Ouyang Ru looks buzzing with excitement, grabbing Tang Lemon's hand and practically dragging her toward an inner room. Barely containing her thrill, she gushes. "Honestly, I have used you as a muse ages ago, and designed a wedding gown based on your exact measurements. Xiaowan, you are hands down the most perfect model this sister has ever laid eyes on. If you pair that with a gown I specifically tailor-make just for you, we are absolutely going to break the internet and shock the world." That is way too much of an exaggeration. Tang Lemon's voice drips with helpless amusement, but knowing she can't out stubborn Ouyang Ru, she simply lets herself be pulled along. Over by the window seats, you exert the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers to finally, miraculously pacify the sulking toddler. Looking at her squishy, pink little cheeks, you can't resist leaning in for a quick smooch. "Wait, I recall Sister Wan has not even graduated college yet, right? How is your daughter already this big? Yu Yang Hao asks, practically bursting with curiosity. Because back in his youthful, reckless days, Yu Yang Hao had been thoroughly schooled and disciplined by Tang Lemon a few times. Since then, she has left him with some serious psychological trauma. That is why, even though he might be older, he still respectfully calls her sister. Pinching the little kid's chubby cheek, you chuckle and answer, "This is my little sister. My wife and I plan on getting married before popping out kids." The two of you chat for a bit, and the initially awkward dynamic quickly morphs into total brohood. This sudden bonding session leaves Mu Shuer feeling terribly bored. So she promptly scampers into the back room to hunt for the pretty ladies. Yu Yang Hao leans in uncomfortably close to your ear, whispering with a super secretive, mischievous grin, "Bro, dating Sister Wan must be absolute torture, right? I mean, an average guy definitely could not survive that fiery temper of hers." Hearing this, your spine instantly snaps straight.
You puff out your chest proudly,
radiating obnoxious levels of confidence. See, this is where you lack experience, my friend. My status in the household is something your mortal mind could not even fathom. Normally when I speak, she does not even dare to utter a squeak. I am the absolute king of the castle.
Please.
Utter lies? Holy crap, are you really that badass? Yu Yang Hao is positively shell-shocked by this revelation, immediately shooting you an awestruck thumbs up. To think that someone out there could actually tame Sister Wan's infamously bratty, tyrannical personality. No wonder you two ended up together. You look incredibly smug and pleased with yourself. But of course, women should know their proper place. They just need to behave and stay at home to handle the chores. As for men, if a man gets bossed around by a woman, would not he just be a total failure? A glorious 8-foot-tall man like myself simply must display total authority and dominance at all times. That is the only way to live. Oh boy, he is digging his own grave. Yu Yang Hao nods furiously, looking like an enlightened monk. Right in the middle of your absolutely shameless bragging spree, the door to the inner room creaks open. A gorgeous figure draped in a voluminous, fluffy wedding gown silently glides up right behind you. Because you're facing completely the wrong way, you tragically fail to notice the incoming doom. You are still chuckling away, completely oblivious. Let me tell you, back in the day when my wife was desperately chasing me, her attitude was so painfully humble. I straight up rejected her multiple times, but she just clung to me and would not let go. Eventually, I could not bear her pitiful persistence anymore, so I reluctantly agreed to date her as an act of charity. Is that so? Hearing a voice, you confidently thump your chest. But of course, at home, I am the literal god of the sky. Sitting across from you, Yu Yang Hao is frantically winking and contorting his face in sheer panic, desperately trying to send you a warning signal. But the adrenaline of bragging has fully fried your brain, and the word vomit just won't stop. It is so rare to get a chance to act tough in front of someone. How could you possibly let such a golden opportunity slide? You just had to ride this massive ego trip all the way to the end. Is that so? You're actually that amazing?
Little pigeon.
Just as you were passionately running your mouth, that sudden, chilling voice echoes right from behind you, without any prior warning whatsoever. That specific little pigeon, practically oozing with lethal danger. Like a sudden crack of thunder, your expression instantly stiffens. This voice sounds a little bit too familiar.
Gulp.
You swallow hard, your legs turning to jelly, turning your head mechanically.
You put on a bitter face,
looking at your wife who appeared behind you out of nowhere.
Stealth level 100.
The fluffy wedding dress fits her to absolute perfection, exposing her snow-white skin and bare shoulders. With a faint, alluring glimpse of cleavage on her already exquisite face, she now wears a touch of light makeup. While it is just icing on the cake, it undoubtedly adds a few extra hints of temptation. The ends of her snow-white hair curl up slightly, though it is a minor change. It gives Tang Lemon an added air of mature charm. For a moment, you are completely mesmerized, staring blankly at your stunningly transformed wife. All the fear in your heart is instantly suppressed. Wifey! You are so beautiful. Seeing you stuttering over your words, Yo Yang Ru laughs proudly. How is it? I told you it was perfect, did not I? It is absolutely guaranteed to steal your man's soul. What are you looking at? Tang Lemon grabs you by the ear, glaring and snorting coldly. Did you eat the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Are you trying to flip the heavens upside down? Mu Shuer walks out from the back at this exact moment. Seeing her brother's tragic state, she mercilessly twists the knife. Last time when sister was not here, brother said the exact same thing to me. He even said sister is a big idiot. Top 10 anime betrayals right here. Soon, the store is filled with your miserable wails for mercy, complete with a tearful tone. Ouch, wifey. I was wrong. I was just talking big. You are the absolute boss at home. How could I ever dare to go against your wishes? Is that so? You seemed pretty capable just a second ago. Are you just trying to brush me off now? Every word is the honest truth, wifey. If I moo avocado am lying. May I be struck by lightning right now. Sitting by the window inside the shop, Yang Hao watches you flip your attitude faster than flipping a book. The corner of his mouth twitching wildly. He finally understands now exactly why the two of you ended up together. With your utterly shameless double standards, anyone would be baffled. 1 second, you're bragging about how badass you are. And the next, you're on your knees without a shred of hesitation. A true survivalist. A full 10 minutes pass before Tang Lemon finally lets out a cold hump. Lifting the hem of her snow-white gown, she heads back to the inner room. Though inwardly she is extremely satisfied with your reaction just now, if she could not even tempt this stupid man. Would not wearing this dress be a total waste? You reluctantly turn your head, only to see Yang Hao actually staring blankly at your wife's retreating back. Smack. You slap him right upside the head. Without an ounce of politeness. What are you looking at? That is my wife. Only I get to look. Beside you, Mushuer perfectly mimics your actions. Hands on her hips, she repeats in her milky voice. That is my sister. Only I get to look. None of you are allowed to look. Watching the reaction of these two siblings, the Ouyang siblings' eyes twitch in unison. They desperately hold back the urge to roast the both of you. Seeing the little kid acting so bossy with her hands on her hips, Yueyang Ru's face fills with a beaming smile. She leans in and pulls this warm little dumpling into a tight hug, vigorously rubbing her cheek against the kid's soft, squishy face.
Oh my gosh, you're so cute.
Seeing this, Mushuer lets out an incredibly mature sigh. Reaching out with her chubby little hands, she pushes the older sister's face away. You adults really have no self-restraint. Even though I know I'm adorable, you could at least care about your image. As evening falls in a certain hospital room in Shenzhen, Su Jinqing is wiping the face of Bai Wanjun, who still lies unconscious in bed. Wiped the face. His expression is somewhat desolate. Bai Wanjun has been in a coma for 2 whole days now. Thanks to your help in covering things up, the Bai family still has not discovered that Bai Wanjun is not dead yet. From changing her blankets and hospital gown to carefully wiping her body, he has never taken care of anyone with such meticulous devotion. After finishing all these chores, Su Jinsheng slowly walks over and sits on the edge of the bed. He holds her slightly cold little hand against his forehead, praying to God endlessly in his heart. He was never a religious man, but if praying could make the person in bed wake up sooner, he would willingly do absolutely anything. In the quiet hospital ward, aside from the howling cold wind outside the window, there is only the sound of the man's heavy murmuring voice. Maybe I should have said thank you to you a long time ago. I just hope it is not too late to say it now. Thank you for pulling me back from the brink of death back then. It was then that I truly felt what it means to be alive. You made me experience the most beautiful things in this world. Since my mother died, I have never lived so fully. Thank you. Inside the ward, Su Jinsheng holds her hand, pouring his heart out. For a moment, his eyes actually turn red, and his heart sinks into an endless abyss of guilt. Perhaps in the beginning, the two of them only got together because they shared a common goal. That is why they joined forces. But without them even realizing it, the seed known as love had quietly sprouted, and Bai Wanjun risking her life was what completely shattered this already fragile wall between them. Just as a glimmer of tears appears in the corner of Su Jinsheng's eyes, Bai Wanjun, who had been lying quietly on the bed, suddenly pulls back the hand he was holding so tightly. Under his shocked and bewildered gaze, she rolls over. You are so noisy? Can't you just let me get some proper rest? Way to ruin the emotional climax. With her back to Su Jinsheng, Bai Wanjun keeps her eyes closed, but the corners of her mouth helplessly curve upward. A flush of crimson spreads across her cheeks, making her look a bit like a fully ripe apple. You're awake. Su Jincheng's pupils dilate in absolute shock, but immediately following that, remembering the words he had just poured out, his face instantly burns blazing hot. Even for a tough guy like him, at a time like this, he finds it incredibly cheesy. But all of this is completely trivial compared to the fact that Bai Wanjun actually woke up. The atmosphere in the ward remains awkwardly silent for a brief moment. Finally, unable to keep pretending, Bai Wanjun blushes and mutters softly, I'm hungry. Go get me something to eat. Hearing this, Su Jinsheng, whose mind is racing, nods quickly. He stands up and heads toward the door of the ward, just as his hand touches the doorknob. He does not forget to turn around and warmly instruct your body is still very weak right now. Just lie in bed and do not move around. Call me if you need anything. I will be right here. Lying in the hospital bed, Bai Wanjun gives an almost imperceptible nod to show she understands. Seeing this, Su Jinsheng finally feels relieved enough to step out of the ward. At the same time, he takes out his phone and sends a message. Uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes is not something only you care about. His hatred is equally profound. Dinner time. The sky outside has already darkened, The setting sun slowly dips below the horizon, signaling that the day's busy work is coming to an end. Inside the riverside villa, the heating is on full blast, making the house nice and toasty. Walking out of the kitchen, you cast a deeply resentful look at Tang Lemon, who is sitting on the sofa, playing games with little Shua. You then look down at the grease-stained spatula, still in your hand. Sometimes, you really have to wonder, your family is clearly filthy rich, and you have top-tier chefs on payroll, so why on earth do you still have to cook? Have not you just become a full-time house husband? Yumu Avocado, our prominent figure out there, is not your status in this house a little too low? Thinking of this,
You look up again at the two girls happily playing.
and a surge of nameless frustration rises in your chest. You directly toss the spatula aside and stride over quickly. Your footsteps are heavy and hurried, echoing loudly as you approach. Hearing the commotion, Tang Lemon frowns delicately. While still stroking little Shu's soft cheek, she turns her head to look. Seeing you march briskly toward her, she narrows her eyes and asks, "What do you want?" Hearing that, the cold look on your face instantly melts into a massive, blooming smile, with an incredibly flattering, obsequious expression. You laugh, wifey. I just saw how hard you were working taking care of the kid, so I thought I would give you a nice back massage. What do you say so much for the rebellion? Hearing this, a fierce glint flashes across Tang Lemon's beautiful eyes. She stares at you for a moment, before turning her head back, saying faintly, half skeptical, I suppose I can grant you that request. Lying barefoot in her arms, Mu Shuer follows suit. Raising a hand, she giggles. Brother,
I want to win too. I want to win too, you.
Might not be able to handle the older own, but are you really telling me you can't handle this little own? Tang Lemon casually shoots you a sidelong glance. No problem.
Your mouth twitches.
And you desperately want to slap yourself in the face twice. If you knew it was going to end up like this, you would have been better off staying in the kitchen as a house husband. Sigh, I guess I'm just born to be a simp. After dinner, Tang Lemon heads back to her room to rest early.
You sit on the sofa,
watching TV with the little kid. In the corner of the living room, the two dogs are currently in heat, their dog eyes looking hazy. Your gaze drops to your phone, a smile playing at the corners of your eyes. Naturally, it is because the previously comatose Bai Wanjun has woken up. With this development, you will be able to gather much more information, and then you can finally make a move on the Bai family. Over the past 2 days, the Bai group has practically stolen all the limelight. Relying on Bai Wenjun's gaming company, they actually have the nerve to clash head-on with the Tianmu group. Of course, this is only because you did not want to make your move just yet. Otherwise, the Bai group would not even be worth a second glance. According to Mu Chen's account, the people who attacked Bai Wanjun used combat techniques from Saibei. That means the mastermind behind the scenes is highly likely to be a military officer or top brass from Saibei. Just as you're deep in thought, you suddenly feel a weight on your leg. Looking down, Mu Shuer has fallen asleep leaning against your leg. Looks like she played herself to exhaustion. She really is cuter when she's asleep. You reach out and gently pinch her chubby cheek. With gentle movements, you pick the little kid up and head upstairs. Her little bare feet dangle in the air as you carry her. In the upstairs bedroom, Tang Lemon is currently handling documents remotely. Seeing you walk in carrying the child, she closes her laptop and lifts a corner of the blanket as you place the little kid into her arms. You remark, sounding a bit jealous, "Is this a child's exclusive privilege? How long has it been since you hugged me like that? Are you seriously competing with a toddler?" Tang Lemon rolls her eyes after tucking the blanket around the little kid. Seeing you just standing there with no reaction, she helplessly opens her arms. "Come on then, little kid Moo." Seeing this, you let out a cheeky laugh and dive straight into your wife's embrace, snuggling left and right. You close your eyes in absolute satisfaction, looking at the big kid and the little kid both hugging her tight. Tang Lemon's lips curl upward. She pets both of your heads affectionately, whispering softly to herself,
"I still prefer you."
When you had that rebellious, untamable attitude, now you're acting a bit too obedient. It feels like something's missing. Careful what you wish for. Hearing this, you, who are enjoying the cuddles with closed eyes, twitch your lips.
You are such a hypocrite.
Back when you were trying to tame me, you certainly did not have this attitude. Oh, do you have a problem with it? Tang Lemon arches an eyebrow, staring dangerously at the man resting on her chest. The hand stroking your hair secretly applies a bit of pressure.
You quickly shake your head.
No, not at all. Wifey is the sky. Wifey is the earth. Wifey is my entire world. That is more like it. Hearing your answer, Tang Lemon gives a soft hum of approval. She playfully pinches your cheek, then closes her eyes, getting ready to sleep. Yet beneath this heartwarming scene, undercurrents are still surging. The Bai group is using Bai Wanjun's industries to launch a massive counterattack, and the clues regarding the mastermind from the Saibei military have already escalated the conflict to an entirely higher level. Early the next morning, the moment your wife and kids step out the door, you immediately start plotting an earth-shattering event. This is an absolute top priority mission because your wife is so flawlessly beautiful. The wedding simply cannot be a sloppy, generic affair.
It absolutely has to be.
A grand spectacle that will make the entire world jealous. But then you think about it. Renting out a hotel for a banquet is just way too cliche. It would not do justice to your wife's peerless beauty at all. Unable to come up with a brilliant idea yourself, you decisively call up Young Hao, whom you just met. After all, those siblings are the true experts when it comes to wedding planning. But surprisingly, the moment the call connects, the phone is snatched away by his sister, Young Ru. Her voice is practically bursting with unconcealed excitement. Well, you have certainly asked the right person. Right after that, a totally insane, extravagant plan pours out of her mouth. Half an hour later, you sort of get it. Sort of do not, but you latch onto own core concept, buying an entire mountain. You will get married at the exact moment the morning sun rises, symbolizing the purple aura coming from the east, the sun rising from the orient. When the time comes, throwing in a few helicopters trailing massive banners, that scene would simply be unmatched in the human realm. Thinking of this, your heart instantly swells with excitement. You quickly press her, Sister Ru. Which mountain around Modu would be suitable? Is there still time to start construction now? But Ouyang Ru immediately shoots down your idea. She explains, 3 months is nowhere near enough time to remodel a whole mountain. Plus, the paperwork for buying a mountain is insanely complicated. The best solution is to buy Owen that is already developed. I happen to know a person who holds the deed to a perfect mountain. Have you ever heard of the Sun family in Modu?
You shake your head.
You have absolutely zero recollection of this name. Yang Ru then patiently explains. The Sun family used to be incredibly prominent back in the day, but they have completely fallen from grace now. There is only Oan old man left, struggling to hold things together, and that mountain is the very retirement estate the Sun family spent over $1 billion to buy years ago. Thanks, Sister Ru. I will definitely invite you to the wedding banquet. Hanging up the phone, you do not hesitate for a single second. You immediately call your buddy Zhang He. Get to Modu ASAP to be my errand boy. After all, with a project this massive, doing it alone would work you to death. Next, after looking up the Sun family's address, you slam on the gas pedal and speed straight out of the city center. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office of the Tianmu Group, Mu Shuer is dangling her little feet, bored out of her mind as she pulls on Little Meatball's ears. Doggy, why do not you talk? Little Meatball is sweating bullets internally, thinking if I could talk, I would be dragged to a lab and sliced into pieces tomorrow. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, Mu Shuer spots a massive bag full of candies on the coffee table. A bold idea pops into her head. There are so many candies. If I just sneak Owen, nobody will notice, right? Thinking this, she sneaks a peek at her older sister, who is currently focused on work. Sister Tang Lemon's safe. Her chubby little hand quickly darts toward the candy bag, her guilty eyes darting all over the room. After successfully grabbing a milk candy, she retracts her hand at the speed of light. Tears open the wrapper and pops it into her mouth. Her little face is filled with pure bliss. However, Owen candy is never enough, just as she plans to repeat her master heist and reaches her little hand out once more. A calm voice suddenly rings out right beside her. Owen is enough. If you eat any more, you're getting a spanking. Instantly, Mu Shuer's little hand trembles in fear. She quickly yanks her hand back, feeling lucky she was not caught red-handed. But her thieving heart refuses to give up. The next second, she runs barefoot to Tang Lemon's desk, hugs her leg, and acts incredibly cute. Sister, just Owen more. Please, please, please. But Tang Lemon is completely unfazed. She just pinches the kid's little cheek and snorts coldly. I said no, and I mean no. If you do not listen, you can forget about eating any candies in the future. That single sentence makes Mu Shuer's little face instantly crumple. Dejected, she has no choice but to trudge back to the sofa and continue harassing the dog. At the same time, you have already arrived at the outskirts of Modu, but the sight before you leaves you completely stunned. What happened to the so-called grand mansion of a wealthy family? This is clearly just a dilapidated, run-down courtyard.
You honestly can't believe it.
The Sun family, whose total assets once exceeded hundreds of billions, has actually fallen to this miserable state in just 10 short years. You park your car casually by the side of the road. As you walk towards the courtyard, you hear the sound of a fierce argument erupting from inside. Dad, just hand over the deed to that mountain already. Get the hell out. I do not have an unfilial son like you. The next second, the iron gate is violently shoved open from the inside. Owen Man and 2 women storm out, their faces dark with anger. The middle-aged woman leading the pack is still cursing under her breath, a look of pure disgust on her face. Damn old geezer. Sooner or later, we will make him hand that mountain over. They brush past you. In a flash, you understand perfectly. This is a classic soapy family drama over inheritance. You step into the ruined courtyard, just in time, to see a white-haired old man dressed in a traditional Mao suit, slowly standing up with the support of a young boy. Seeing an unfamiliar face like yours, the old man frowns. Who are you looking for? You just smile slightly. Cutting straight to the chase, I have long admired you, elder son. I am a junior here, specifically for Zidong Mountain. Name your price. I absolutely will not haggle. Your tone is incredibly confident, thinking this is a sure deal. Who would have thought that upon hearing this, the old man narrows his eyes, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. Name any price. Then this old man wants $1 trillion. Can you afford that, kid? As soon as those words drop, the smile on your face instantly freezes. Well, damn, this old guy is not playing by the rules at all. Seeing the old man let out a cold snort and turn around to head back inside, you quickly rush forward to stop him. Scratching your head a little awkwardly, you lay your cards on the table? Elder son, please do not take offense. My girlfriend is the daughter of the richest man in Modu. I want to use Zidong Mountain to hold our wedding. I will buy it at double the market price. The moment you say this, the old man's footsteps come to an abrupt halt. He suddenly turns around, his gaze piercing straight through you. The richest man in Modu? Are you that Tang family son-in-law everyone's been gossiping about lately? You rub your nose? If there is not a second person in Modu named Mu Avocado, then that should be me. The old man stares at you intensely for a long moment, before his attitude finally softens. He spits out a few words calmly, come inside and sit. You feel a surge of joy in your heart, knowing that buying the mountain is practically in the bag now. So you hurriedly follow the old man inside. Meanwhile, as it gets close to quitting time at the Tianmu Group, with a single order from Tang Lemon, all the employees gather in the grand conference room. Not a single person is absent. Inside the massive room, nearly 1,000 people are buzzing with discussion, all whispering and guessing what major event has happened. I would bet anything we are about to launch a massive strike against the Bai Group. Exactly. President Tang came down personally. She has definitely been charging up her ultimate move. Right at that moment, the doors to the conference room swing open. Tang Lemon strides into the room, with Mu Shuer trailing right behind her. The entire hall instantly falls dead silent. Everyone's gaze turns in unison, focusing squarely on Tang Lemon. This is the absolute aura of authority she commands as the richest person in Modu. Tang Lemon picks up the microphone, sweeps her gaze across the room, and gets right to the point. Today, this meeting was called simply to announce a new employee benefit. Effective immediately, I will be dedicating an entire floor to be remodeled into a kindergarten. All employees' children under the age of 6 can enroll completely free of charge. This statement leaves the entire room dumbfounded. But a split second later, most of the employees realize what is going on. Their eyes collectively shift, down to the little kid clinging to Tang Lemon's leg. They understand instantly. Classic CEO move. This is President Tang trying to find playmates for her little princess. The very next second, the minds of countless people instantly become active. If their own kids could build a good relationship with the little miss, would not that be a one-step journey to heaven? And those employees who actually need to pick up and drop off their children are so thrilled that their eyes turn red. This benefit is simply sweet rain falling from the heavens. President Tang is brilliant. President Tang is so wise. Amidst the cheers that sound like a tsunami, Tang Lemon nods in satisfaction. She then picks up Mu Shuer and chuckles softly. You are going to have so many little friends to play with now. Are you happy? Mu Shuer, however, shyly buries her face into her embrace, the tips of her ears completely red. After announcing the matter, Tang Lemon immediately gets off work. As she walks out of the building carrying little Shui, you having waited for quite a while, smile and wave. Brother, she calls out. The moment little Shui sees you, she immediately breaks free from Tang Lemon's embrace and runs excitedly toward you. After the family gets into the car, Tang Lemon directly asks you, have you chosen the wedding venue yet? You nod while steering the wheel. Pretty much. It should be all settled by tomorrow. Early the next morning, outside the Modu airport, you are driving the Rolls-Royce, picking up your buddy Zhang He, who rushed over from Xinqing. As soon as Zhang He gets in the car, he asks curiously, Bro, calling me over in such a hurry. What is the big emergency? You casually toss an invitation card to him and start the engine. Bam! You are the very first person to receive my wedding invitation. I have set my sights on a mountain to hold the wedding, but the owner of the mountain gave me a condition, which is a bit complicated to explain. It turns out the old master of the Sun family was backstabbed by his son-in-law, causing the family's downfall. Now he only has Oyen's single demand, which is for you to help him take back a toy factory. That was a gift he had prepared for his grandson back then, and it is his final lingering regret. Sex. This plot is dramatic enough for a soap opera. Cue the dramatic background music. Zhang He clicks his tongue. You nod in agreement? Right at this moment, as you drive up to an intersection and wait for the red light, the phone in your pocket suddenly rings. You answer the call nonchalantly, casually asking, "Hello, brother Ning? What is up?" But the other end of the line is exceptionally noisy. You only hear Ningda's helpless voice. "Young Master Mew, you would better come to the company quickly. Some guy is downstairs confessing his love, and he is a foreigner. The traffic is completely blocked." After hearing this, you let out a yawn. The light turns green, and you step on the gas. For something so trivial, just have the security guards chase him away. Why are you telling me? It is not like I can fly over there. However, Ningda remains silent for a moment on the other end, before dropping an absolute bombshell. But the person that foreigner is confessing to is the eldest miss. You instantly fall dead silent. In the back seat, Zhang He can't hold it in and lets out a poof, almost choking with laughter. But after you shoot him a ferocious glare, he is so terrified he immediately covers his mouth. The next second, you slam hard on the brakes. You crank the steering wheel, and the Rolls-Royce, which had just driven past the intersection, actually pulls off a massive cinematic drift. Turning completely around, you floor the gas pedal all the way down, speeding straight for the Tianmu group. A furious roar erupts from inside the car. "Son of a bitch. I want to see which bastard dares to make a move on my wife. I will chop off all 3 of his legs. Hello?" Meanwhile, downstairs at the Tianmu group, Ningda shakes his head, looking at the foreigner in the distance, with a face full of pity. "If you're here to talk business, just talk business. Why the hell are you confessing your love? When young Master Mu Avocado's here, he's going to knock all your teeth out." The scene is already surrounded by a massive crowd. Rose petals cover the entire floor, and there are even lit candles everywhere. A Caucasian man is kneeling on one knee, looking up at the top floor with a devout gaze, shouting loudly, "Miss Tang, you are the light of my life. I truly love you." The employees inside the building are also whispering among themselves, all waiting to watch the drama unfold. This youngest son of the Caesar Consortium is really brave, huh? Actually daring to confess to our President Tang. Their offline collaboration is probably doomed now. Who does not know that President Tang's boyfriend is not to be messed with? In the top floor office, little Shui is pressing her face against the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scene below, with eyes full of curiosity. "Sister, why are there so many people down there? There are even candles. Does that mean we can eat cake?" Tang Lemon puts down her pen, stands up, and picks up the little own with a look of exasperation. Eat. All you know is how to eat. Watch out, or you will turn into a little fatty." She looks down at the farce playing out below, her beautiful eyebrows knitted tightly together, filled with utter disgust, just as she is about to call security to kick them out. Out of the corner of her eye, she catches a tiny black dot speeding closer at breakneck speed. It is a Rolls-Royce frantically weaving through traffic. Tang Lemon's mood instantly clears up. She hums softly, "At least this guy has some conscience. Otherwise, he would be kneeling on a washboard when he gets home." Saying that, she carries little Shui and heads out, ready to watch the show. At this moment, downstairs, your Rolls-Royce is like an enraged bull, showing absolutely no signs of slowing down, charging straight towards the confession scene. Right after that foreigner named Torres finishes reciting his lines, seeing the car about to ram into him, he is so terrified he scrambles and rolls out of the way. The ring and roses are scattered all over the ground. Amidst the screams of the crowd, your car crushes all the roses and candles, performs a sharp tail whip, and parks perfectly in front of the building entrance. 10 for 10 for style, bro. Torres looks at everything that was destroyed, burning with sheer rage. Immediately after, Torres angrily marches right up to you and yells in broken Chinese, "You bastard. Do you even know how to drive? If you had hurt me, 10 of you could not afford to pay for it." Behind him, 5 or 6 of his companions also aggressively surround you. Yet you're not panicked in the slightest. You just look the pompous Torres up and down, raise an eyebrow, and ask, "So you're the kid, confessing to my wife in broad daylight. You're half a head taller than him?" Instantly crushing him in terms of aura, Torres finally comes to his senses. He straightens his tie and sneers with a face full of disdain. "I did my research. You are just that freeloader, the pretty boy toy hanging around Miss Tang, right? Talking to a peasant like you will only lower my class. I advise you to obediently leave Miss Tang. Roll as far away as you can." The moment he says this, you literally laugh out of pure anger. Confessing to my wife is own thing, but you actually dare to tell me to get lost? Who gave him the audacity? Behind you, Zhang He shoots Torres a deeply pitiful look, silently praying no on dies today. As expected, the very instant Torres's words fall, the crowd only sees a dark shadow flash before their eyes. The next second, Torres's agonizing scream echoes through the heavens. You lunge forward with a legendary, lineage-ending kick right to the groin, Ouch, the ultimate strike. Torres feels a sudden explosive agony from below. His eyes bulge out like brass bells, and he instantly collapses to the ground, twitching wildly. All the men watching the spectacle subconsciously squeeze their legs together, simultaneously taking 2 steps back. Good lord, that is way too ruthless, but you're still not satisfied. You deliver another heavy bone-crushing kick, swearing furiously. You think you're so damn arrogant, huh? Today, I'm gonna teach you why the flowers are so red. Confessing to my wife was bad enough, but you actually dare to tell me to roll away. How big is your face? After snapping out of their shock, Torres's 5 companions quickly rush up, trying to subdue you, but as anyone could easily guess, how could a bunch of pampered, rich playboys possibly be a match for you? Just 1 minute later, 5 more howling companions are added to the floor, each screaming more miserably than the last. Zhang He, standing calmly on the sidelines, takes out his phone to record this painfully familiar scene. Muttering in awe, as expected of Mew Avocado, he is this fierce even without drinking. The surrounding melon-eating crowd is even more thrilled. They all whip out their phones to record videos and post them online. Meanwhile, you're still dishing out the damage. All 6 of you line up? Weak little chickens like you actually dare to pull tricks in front of my wife. I'm talking to you. Why is your body shaking? Still not convinced. I will make you convinced. Under the continuous critical hits, Torres finally breaks down completely, crying out and begging for mercy, bro. Big bro, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please, show some mercy beneath your feet. The others also follow suit, crying for their daddies and mommies. Daddy, we really know we messed up. Please forgive us. Just as you're preparing to increase the force of your kicks, a cold, aloof figure suddenly walks out of the building. It is none other than Tang Lemon, holding little Shui. She looks at you, who are still kicking away frantically. However, Tang Lemon's brows furrow tightly, and she calls out coldly, "Little pigeon." The moment she speaks, the dog trailing behind her lets out a loud woof. You freeze your movements instantly, turning your head and seeing those icy eyes of your wife. Your heart gives a violent shudder. Seeing this, Zhang He immediately pockets his phone, sighing as he realizes the good show has come to an end. You instantly realize that your wife is genuinely angry this time. You quickly hustle over with a flattering smile, "Wifey, why did you come down? I will have this handled right away. I guarantee these pieces of trash will never pollute your eyes again." But to your surprise, Tang Lemon puts little Shu down, reaches out and violently grabs you by the ear. She narrows her eyes, her voice freezing cold. "From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to hit people. People who do not know any better will think that my Tang Lemon's man only knows how to solve problems with his fists." Mu Shuer, hugging her leg, immediately chimes in. "Exactly. The teacher said kids who hit people are bad kids. Brother is a bad kid, betrayed by the toddler again."
You are instantly deflated.
Meekly lowering your head. I just heard someone confessing to you. And got a little too emotional, you know? Next time, I will definitely change. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd is absolutely bewildered. After all that, this brutal tough guy who beats people up so savagely is actually a severely henpecked husband. It is true what they say. There is always someone to put you in your place. But Tang Lemon glares with her icy eyes, scolding you still dare to talk back. You have grown quite bold, have not you? As she speaks, the grip on your ear tightens significantly.
Wifey.
I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. You howl in pain. Right then, an even more outrageous move occurs.
Your dog, Little Pigeon, suddenly feels an urgent need to pee.
It glances around and actually trots right over to Torres, who is still moaning on the ground. Torres is currently wallowing in regret. If he had known you were this fierce, he would not have courted death. Suddenly, his vision goes dark and a massive splash of yellow liquid pours precisely onto his head. That pungent stench hits his brain instantly. He breaks down on the spot, rolling over and coughing violently. Pointing at the dog, he roars, "Motherfer! Even a garbage dog dares to bully me. I will slaughter you today." Hearing this, Little Pigeon instantly bristles. Woof. Woof, it waves its sharp claws, slashing directly at Torres' face. The already severely injured Torres has zero power to fight back. In an instant, a few bloody scratch marks appear on his face. He lies on the ground, completely devoid of the will to live, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Only one thought remains in his mind. China is absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, you're still getting your ear pulled by your wife. Your old face flushes red. Hey, wifey. There are so many people watching. Give me some face here." Little Shu is still fanning the flames from the sidelines. Brother is a coward. He is scared of his wife. The crowd erupts into roaring laughter. But Tang Lemon shows absolutely no intention of letting go. In fact, her grip only gets tighter. Finally unable to bear it,
You violently swat her hand away.
under the shocked gazes of everyone present, you say coldly, full of false bravado, "Can you give me a little bit of face when we are outside? I advise you not to push your luck. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Once the words are spoken, Tang Lemon's exquisite face instantly darkens, radiating a bone-chilling aura. The moment your voice fades, Tang Lemon actually lets out a cold sneer. "Fine, you want face, do you? Then I will give you your precious face." Hearing this, you actually think your bold strategy worked. You feel a little smug, patting her on the shoulder and saying earnestly, "See, is not this better? The most important thing for a married couple is mutual respect." However, before you can even finish your sentence, Tang Lemon swiftly pulls out her phone and dials a number, staring at you with icy eyes. She issues a chilling command, "Capture him for me. I want him stripped naked and paraded through the streets." The moment her words drop, over a dozen bodyguards in black suits rush out of the building, and the one leading them is none other than Ning Da, the guy who tipped you off. Do you really have to be this ruthless? The moment you hear "stripped naked and paraded," a cold sweat breaks out on your back. How could you dare to act tough now? You bolt like a startled duck, sprinting madly toward the Rolls-Royce nearby. This woman has gone completely insane. Hurry up, bro! If you are any slower, I will get to admire your graceful naked figure.
Zhang He.
That fat bastard actually managed to slip into the driver's seat ahead of time, waving at you with a wretched grin. You suppress the immense urge to beat him up, dive into the car at lightning speed, and slam the door shut.
Drive, drive, drive.
If you're 1 second late, you're parading the streets with me. The next second, the Rolls-Royce launches off like a rocket. Behind you, over a dozen black Mercedes give relentless chase. Tang Lemon stands exactly where she is, staring ominously in the direction you fled, grinding her teeth.
Dog of a man.
You better not come home tonight. After saying that, she turns and walks back into the building, not forgetting to order the security guards, tie those 6 up, and throw them somewhere secluded. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Yes, President Tang. The security guards look at the foreigners on the ground, feeling a wave of pity. President Tang is far too ruthless. This is literally going to end their family lines. Meanwhile, you are fleeing frantically through the city center, but you receive a call from Ning Da. "Young Master Mew, just surrender. If you come back now, the eldest miss might go a little easier on you." Looking at the convoy relentlessly tailing you, you force a laugh into the phone. "Brother Ning, you are my blood brother. Please put in a good word for me. I will have my wife raise your salary later." As a result, Ning Da calmly replies, "You probably do not know this, but as the captain of the Tang family bodyguards, I own 0.1% of the shares in Tianmu Group. You are rendered completely speechless. A single bodyguard is worth hundreds of millions. You have no choice but to pin your hopes on Zhang He." "Fatty, can you shake the cars behind us?" Zhang He shakes his head. "Under normal circumstances, impossible." Normal circumstances, just as you're feeling confused. You see Zhang He flash a mysterious smile. He actually pulls out a glass bottle entirely full of alcohol. "Wait, no. You frantically try to stop him. "Are you joking? Drunk driving is fatal." Sure enough, because Zhang He is unfamiliar with the roads, it does not take long before Ningda and his men force you to pull over. You can only watch helplessly as a hood is shoved over your head, and you are dragged away. "Hey, Brother Ning, go easy. How about I introduce you to a girlfriend? My kid is old enough to buy soy sauce already." More than half an hour later, someone knocks on the door of the Tianmu Group's general manager's office. Tang Lemon, who is currently playing with little Shui, does not even look up and says flatly, "Come in." The next second, the office door is pushed open, and you, trussed up like a festive dumpling, are tossed into the room. Ningda speaks respectfully, "Eldest miss, we have brought him back." Tang Lemon does not even spare you a single glance. Instead, she gently strokes Little Shu's head and says with a smile, "Little Shui, sister and brother have some things to discuss. Why do not you go play at the amusement park first?" "Okay." Little Shu obediently nods and leaves, but the very instant the office door clicks shut, the smile on her face slowly vanishes. Immediately after, she stands up and starts walking toward you.
You tremble in absolute terror,
hurriedly begging for mercy. "Wifey, no, baby. I won't dare to do it next time. I really know I was wrong." But Tang Lemon completely ignores you. She locks the office door and unhurriedly rolls up her sleeves. However, what she does not know is that your bound hands are rapidly sawing through the ropes with a razor blade. She glares at you coldly. "Did not you want face? If I do not slap your face until it is swollen today, let us see if I ever forgive you." Saying that, she prepares to sit on top of you. Right at this critical hair-raising moment, you forcefully snap the ropes, flip over and pin the completely off-guard Tang Lemon directly to the floor. The tables have instantly turned. You smirk with a wicked grin.
Wifey.
Things are a little different now. Be good and say a few sweet words for me. Tang Lemon is firmly pinned down by you, unable to move an inch. She can only grit her teeth and order furiously, "You would better let me go right now." But you just let out a surprised "oh" and plant a fierce kiss directly on her cheek.
You completely ignore her protests?
Showering dense kisses across her neck and earlobes. Hurry up and admit what you did wrong. Otherwise, I'm going to strip off your clothes.
You harden your heart.
I'm gonna get beaten up afterwards anyway. Might as well enjoy myself first. Priorities, man. You pin her beneath you with an evil smirk. After a session of heaven turning and earth, shattering chaos, you chuckle cheerfully as you put your clothes back on, fully believing that the incident is now water under the bridge.
Wifey, you can let me off the hook this time, right?
Who knew that Tang Lemon, her clothes disheveled, would turn around and deliver a direct kick right to your face. Her complexion is flushed, yet her voice is bone-chilling in your dreams. Starting from today, all your credit cards and allowance are completely confiscated.
You are instantly dumbfounded. You, a professional freeloader who leeches off his wife.
Quickly crawl forward to hug her waist and act cute. But Tang Lemon is not buying it at all. She pushes you straight away. She tosses her socks and shoes right in front of you, the corners of her mouth curling up. "Come on then, young Master Mew, put them back on me exactly how you took them off." Looking at her victorious smile, you can only pull a bitter face and kneel on one knee, helping her put on her socks and shoes. But before you can even breathe a sigh of relief, the phone in your pocket suddenly rings with a notification. "Dear Mr. Mew, the 5 bank cards under your name have all been frozen." In that instant, you genuinely want to die. Hundreds of millions of dollars gone. You have been reduced to a penniless beggar just like that. You only have yourself to blame for reaping what you sow. Tang Lemon lets out a cold humph. However, in the very next second, you forcefully scoop her right out of her chair, carrying Tang Lemon in your arms. You walk toward the office door with an utterly expressionless face. Tang Lemon, cradled in your arms, does not struggle. Instead, she blinks at you mischievously. "It seems the punishment was not enough, huh? What are you trying to do now?" You twitch your lips and push open the office door. "You froze all my cards, but I still have to buy out that company this afternoon. Since I do not have any money on me, I have no choice but to bring my sugar mommy along." Hearing this, Tang Lemon actually lets you carry her directly out of the office. Is not it your own fault? You do not care about the company at all. When the private elevator doors open on the first floor, the reception area instantly becomes as quiet as a church mouse. Immediately after, they witness an utterly shocking scene. You carrying Tang Lemon right out of the elevator. Looking incredibly sweet and lovey-dovey, Tang Lemon whispers softly, "There are so many people here. Is not this embarrassing?" But you puff out your chest, holding her even tighter. "I am holding my own wife. What is there to be embarrassed about?" The moment you two leave the reception area, the place absolutely explodes. Did you see that? President Tang and Mr. Mew are so deeply in love. Oh my god, I want a handsome boyfriend like that too. I ship them so hard. Meanwhile, Zhang He is already waiting at the entrance with the car. The moment he sees you, he grins and waves. "Yo, bro, you are surprisingly still alive. I thought you were a goner for sure this time." Your face darkens, just as you're about to lose your temper. But remembering my wife's words, I could only suppress my anger. After you carry your wife into the back seat, you give a fake, tight-lipped smile and say to Zhang He, "Your mouth is absolutely toxic, kid. Watch your back when you walk at night."
Zhang He hurriedly starts the car,
awkwardly changing the subject. This Rolls Royce sure looks nice. At this moment, Tang Lemon, who is sitting on your lap, sends a message, telling Ning Da to let the kid play a bit longer. You still have not given up and continue to beg wifey. "It is so embarrassing for a man to go out without any money. Just unfreeze 2 cards for me, please." Who knew Tang Lemon would domineeringly scold? "Get lost. Do not annoy me." After saying that, she directly pulls open your coat, curling up inside for warmth. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Tianxing Grand Hotel, Sun Qinghua and her husband are whispering a secret plot. Is the buyer really willing to pay 1 billion for that crappy toy factory? We looked for so many people, and the highest offer was only 20 or 30 million. Could it be a scammer? Sun Qinghua, however, is unbothered. "I heard they are from the Tang family. That piece of land has such a prime location. Why would not it be worth that price? Once we sell this bankrupt factory, we can perfectly discuss that old geezer at home." Just then, the private room door is pushed open. The waiter says respectfully, "Sir, madam, please come in." Immediately after, a handsome man and a beautiful woman walk in. Their auras are absolutely dazzling, and behind them, the fat guy, Zhang He, rubs his hands together, grinning at the waitress. "Hey beauty, my family makes sanitary napkins. Want to get to know each other? From now on, you can use all the sanitary napkins you want, completely free." What kind of riz is this? You are instantly speechless. This guy's pickup strategy is truly... Owen of a kind. Soon Zhang He walks into the room covering his face, looking thoroughly confused. I am so handsome. How could she still reject me? Meanwhile, Sun Qinghua, who had just stood up to greet you. The moment she sees you walk into the room, her face changes drastically. Losing her composure, she screams. Why is it you? Beside her, Wendao looks puzzled. You guys know each other? Sun Qinghua's smile instantly vanishes. She immediately realizes she just saw you at their doorstep yesterday. And today you want to buy the toy factory that the old geezer keeps longing for. If there is no shady business going on here, even ghosts would not believe it. While they are still stunned, you casually lead Tang Lemon to a seat. Mrs. Sun, President Wen, let us talk about the acquisition. Sun Qinghua's face is dark, and she asks directly, you're here for Zidong Mountain, are not you? Did that old geezer tell you to buy the factory? So he will sell the mountain to you. You nod openly. Yes, that is exactly right. Right after,
you spread your hands and smile.
We have no conflict of interest. That mountain is worth far more than 1 billion. You guys are not losing out on this deal. Tang Lemon sits quietly beside you, not saying a single word. She just wants to watch how you negotiate business. A full 1 billion. Sun Qinghua and Wen Dao exchange a glance. Their eyes are full of hesitation. They want to sell, but they do not dare to. They are obviously afraid you will discover the secret of that mountain. You instantly sense something is wrong. You narrow your eyes. According to your investigation, this couple's total assets do not even exceed 1 million. You offered a clear price of 1 billion, and they are actually hesitating. Either they do not believe your identity, or they just do not want you to get that mountain. After a brief exchange of whispers, Wen Tao grits his teeth, actually rejecting the temptation of 1 billion. Sorry, Mr. Mu, we suddenly do not want to sell this factory anymore. You still want to fight for it a bit. Are you really not going to reconsider? Beside you, Zhang He starts flaming them directly. That is 1 billion. Selling a crappy factory for 1 billion, you should be laughing in your sleep. What is there? A gold mine hidden inside. Who knew the couple's attitude would be unusually resolute? They refuse to sell, period. After saying that, they stand up and are about to leave. Halt. Right at this moment, Tang Lemon sitting beside you finally can't hold back anymore. She calls out, stopping the two immediately. She also shoots you a fierce glare, as if saying you can't even handle this tiny matter. You can only obediently start peeling shrimp. Wen Tao recognizes Tang Lemon, and his posture instantly lowers. Miss Tang, do you need anything else? Tang Lemon says coldly, do not say I'm bullying people. I will give you 2 choices. First, this factory is worth 15 million at most. I will offer double 30 million. Take the money and walk away. Second, I heard Boss Wen runs a liquor company. You probably do not want to go bankrupt tomorrow, do you? This is a naked threat. CEO mode activated. Sun Qinghua and Wen Dao's faces instantly turn blacker than the bottom of a pot. They know the eldest miss of the Tang family absolutely has the power to do it. The two of them regret it so much their intestines are turning green. If they had known, they should have just accepted the 1 billion. Now it is instantly shrunk down to 30 million. You hold the peeled shrimp meat to her lips, cautiously reminding her, Wifey, we should do things civilly. As a result, Tang Lemon glares at you, and you instantly shut your mouth. Wen Tao's face is ashen, and he actually dares to threaten back. Miss Tang,
you're going a bit too far.
My daughter's boyfriend is young Master John of the Senden Consortium in America. Tang Lemon just laughs coldly. Are you threatening me? Beside you, Zhang He immediately whips out his phone to check and reads out loud. The Senden Consortium has a total asset of 50 billion USD. The person in charge has 18 children. Good heavens. This John ranks dead last among the heirs. He has absolutely zero chance of inheriting the consortium. Now, having their bluff called, the couple is completely out of moves. They exchange a glance, their eyes full of helplessness and regret. They can only nod. We agree to sell right after signing a series of transfer contracts. Tang Lemon successfully acquires the toy factory, and you instantly turn into a massive simp. Hugging her waist, you praise her wildly. Wifey is so mighty and domineering. My admiration for you flows like a torrential river, yet in your heart you're thinking, being a sugar baby feels kind of addictive. Does not it? You cheerfully feed a piece of shrimp into Tang Lemon's mouth.
Wifey,
eat some shrimp. This intimate scene makes the single dog Zhang He's teeth ache on the spot. He turns around and flees the private room. If he stays any longer, he is going to be stuffed to death with dog food. After the meal, Tang Lemon pats your head in satisfaction, offering a rare compliment. Your service this time, this lady finds very acceptable. Keep working hard in the future. As she speaks, she actually leans down and plants a kiss on your cheek. You immediately nod with a dopey grin. Yes, wifey. At the same time, you subtly, without leaving a trace, Slide the transfer contract from the table behind your back. As long as the contract is secured, everything is worth it. After eating, Tang Lemon heads back to the company. You, on the other hand, bring Zhang He and eagerly rush over to the Sun family residence. Half an hour later, Sun Debang stares at the contract on the table, his eyes full of shock. You actually bought it, and you only spent 30 million. You take a smug sip of tea. But of course, old man, we had a deal. I get the toy factory back, and you sell Zedong Mountain to me? Sun Debang agrees readily. I, this old man, still have this bit of credibility, but unexpectedly he comes downstairs, holding a property deed in his hand, and says directly, "This mountain was originally meant for my retirement. Now I'm giving it to you for free." You are stunned on the spot. Giving it to me, old man, this mountain is worth hundreds of millions. Elder son waves his hand. No matter how valuable it is still just a mountain. If you want it, take it. But immediately after, his tone shifts, and he kindly warns you. However, my unfilial daughter has been dreaming about this mountain day and night. There is probably something in there that I do not know about. You need to be on your guard. You nod solemnly, feeling that something is indeed fishy. You do not stay long and leave shortly after. After you leave, son Yingkai comes down from upstairs. Elder son brings out the toy factory contract and says with a loving smile, "Little Ying, this is the 18th birthday gift your dad left for you." Afterwards, the old man pulls out a black card. Originally, this tens of billions in family assets was prepared to be exchanged for the toy factory. Now we do not need to. Keep it for your future startup funds and bride price. Just like that, China's youngest billionaire is born. At the same time, right after walking out of the courtyard, you immediately pull out your phone and call Tang Lemon. The call is answered instantly. You hastily speak with a cheerful laugh. "Wifey, the deal is done. They only wanted 1 billion. You see, who knew Tang Lemon on the other end would narrow her eyes? Are you sure it was 1 billion? You instantly feel guilty, but for the sake of money, you bite the bullet and say, yeah. Originally, they wanted 2 billion, but I haggled it down to 1 billion. Amazing, right? Tang Lemon, however, gently swirls her coffee cup. Her tone is terrifyingly calm. I forgot to tell you something. Last time after you got into a fight at the factory, I directly installed a little something in your phone. Spyware wife activated. Even if you turn it off, it can run for 360 days straight, and it can also record all the sounds around you. Your body instantly stiffens. Does not that mean? Sure enough, the next second, a cold yet smiling voice comes through the phone. "My dear husband,
I will be waiting for you in my office.
If you do not want to suffer,
you better not keep me waiting."
After saying that, the call hangs up directly. It gives you absolutely no chance to argue. You stare at your phone, the corner of your mouth twitching madly. You are truly dead meat this time. Early the next morning, a phone call wakes you up. Who is it disturbing people's dreams this early in the morning? You climb out of bed, yawning. Your left eye socket is red and swollen, looking incredibly comical. She really beat you up. On the other end of the line, a familiar yet indifferent voice speaks. Bai Wanjun confessed everything. Her father, Bai Chongde, is indeed connected to the military officers in Saibei. I already have a few suspects in mind. Do you still want me to go? You glance at Tang Lemon sleeping soundly beside you and immediately start thinking, Saibei is the enemy's territory. So you decisively say, inform those old guys at the top first. It is better to be careful. The other party gives a simple acknowledgement and then hangs up. But right at this moment, an abrupt voice rings in your ear. Looks like you really learned your lesson this time. If you had dared to agree to go just now, I would have had no choice but to tie you up. You see, Tang Lemon, who was supposed to be sound asleep, had woken up at some unknown point. Your manly body instantly shudders, seeing the satisfaction in her eyes. You immediately hug her with a guilty conscience.
Wifey,
who in the whole of China does not know that I listen to you the most. Yet in your heart you're muttering, thank God I noticed her eyelids twitch just now. Otherwise I would have gotten beaten up again. My entire life is like walking on thin ice. Early the next morning, you and Tang Lemon sit at the dining table, scrolling through the news. Who knew a piece of disaster news would shoot to number 1 on the trending list? Shocking. A magnitude 6 earthquake has struck Shenyang province. Casualties have already reached over 100. You are stunned on the spot. Immediately after, you quickly look up at Tang Lemon with a goofy grin.
Wifey,
look, such a major disaster has happened. I want to donate out of the goodness of my heart. After all, they are our compatriots. However, Tang Lemon unhurriedly takes a sip of porridge and smiles calmly. No need. Do not. I know exactly what kind of person you are. So just now, I already donated all the money in your cards. The supplies will arrive this afternoon. By then, you will be a charity ambassador. Are you happy? This angelic smile leaves your heart completely freezing cold. You pull a bitter face on the spot. Ah, that was 1 billion. You donated all of it. Tang Lemon nods with a smile. Yes, and I even donated it to the group under your name. Then the group used it to make the donation. This is simply too cruel. Using your money for the company's charity. And you do not even get the personal fame. But you do not dare to rebel at all. After eating breakfast, Tang Lemon drives away, and you receive a message heading straight for the Bai group. That jumping clown Bai Chongdae. It is time to drag him down from the clouds. At the same time, a plane slowly lands at the Modu airport. At 9 a.m., the Bai group conference room is filled with cheerful laughter. The Minister of Finance looks excitedly at the head seat. Chairman Bai, our profits have multiplied several times this month. If this keeps up, surpassing the Tianmu group is not entirely hopeless. Hearing this, the head of planning laughs even more smugly. Is not at all, thanks to me, spamming ads like crazy inside the game. So what if the players are not happy about it? What can they do? They still have to obediently accept it. But the head of sales has some doubts. The Tianmu group suddenly stopped targeting us. Could there be a trap? What kind of trap could there be? I think they are just scared. Still insisting on some gaming morality. It is absolutely idiotic. Just as everyone is chiming in Oan after another. Bai Chongdae, sitting at the head seat, finally speaks. He gives a nonchalant smile. Success is certainly a good thing, but do not let your guard down. Our goal is to trample the Tianmu group beneath our feet. However, right at this moment, the conference room doors are violently pushed open by a security guard. His tone is urgent. Chairman, a group of police officers have arrived downstairs. They say you are suspected of illegally inheriting assets. There is also a young man named Mu Avocado with them, saying he wants to see you illegal inheritance. Hearing these words, all the executives instantly exchange bewildered looks. Completely dumbfounded. Is not the chairman's daughter already dead? How could it be illegal inheritance? Bai Chongdae suddenly feels a strong wave of bad premonition surging in his heart. He frowns and orders in a deep voice. Bring them to the reception room. I will be there shortly. The security guard hurriedly leaves. The originally excellent atmosphere in the conference room dissipates into thin air. Instantly, the meeting is over. Everyone dismissed. Leaving behind ON sentence, Bai Chongdae walks out of the conference room, his expression fluctuating wildly. But a terrifying guess forms in his mind. Wanjun's body has never been found. Could it be that that guy failed? Forget it. The priority right now is to deal with those cops. At the same time, inside the Bay Group's reception room, you are casually chatting with a middle-aged man in a police uniform. Right then, the doors to the reception room are pushed open. Bai Chongdae walks in with a cheerful laugh. I was just in a meeting. Sorry to keep you two waiting. But the middle-aged police officer directly stands up, pulls out his badge, and looks stern.
I am Captain Lirong of the Modu Police Department.
Chairman Bai, we received a report that you used a fake will to inherit your daughter Bai Wenjin's properties. Care to explain? At this point, you smile and wave your hand.
Oh, by the way,
I was the Owen who reported you.
You are welcome.
Bai Chongdae's expression does not change. He looks at Captain Li and says deeply, the police require evidence to handle cases. Do you have any proof that the will is forged? Li Rong glances at you and says flatly, no rush on that. Before we get to that, I have a few questions. Bai Chongdae spreads his hands.
Of course.
The next second, Li Rong asks his first question. Your daughter's will was found in her room, correct? Bai Chongdae nods calmly. It was discovered by accident in her drawer. Is there a problem? Li Rong follows up with another question. The outside world says that you and your daughter had a very good relationship. What is the truth? No matter who her mother is, she is my biological daughter. Our relationship has always been harmonious. Following that, Li Rong asks several more questions, but Bai Chongdae's answers are absolutely flawless. They leave absolutely no loopholes for anyone to exploit. Just as Bai Chongdae is starting to lose his patience, the reception room door opens once again. 2 men and 2 women walk in, and the person leading them is the supposedly dead Bai Wanjun. Bai Chongdae's pupils dilate in sheer shock. You clap your hands with a smile, your voice turning cold, and now the evidence makes its entrance. Chairman Bai, how do you explain this? From the moment Bai Wanjun appeared, Bai Chongdae knew he had already lost half the battle. Captain Li, upon receiving a signal from your eyes, quietly retreats from the reception room. The upcoming scene is not suitable for him to witness. Once the door closes, Bai Chongdae's face turns completely frosty. He glares at you fiercely. Even if she is back, what is the point? I have already obtained what I wanted. You can't shake the current Bai group. Normally speaking, that would be true. You actually nod in agreement. But the next second, you drop your cynical, playful smile, and your aura suddenly turns razor sharp. These past few days, you have been living quite comfortably, have not you? But did you forget? The business world is a battlefield. Do you really think my mother-in-law has been doing nothing all this time? What do you mean? Bai Chongdae instantly furrows his brows. But right at that moment, an urgent phone ringtone abruptly shatters the silence. Bai Chongdae pulls out his phone impatiently, seeing that it is someone from the board of directors. He can only suppress his anger and answer, "Hello, it is me." However, just moments later, Bai Chongdae's face changes drastically. He abruptly stands up, screaming in disbelief, "Are you crazy?" The other party does not even give him a chance to argue, directly hanging up the phone. Before Bai Chongdae can even recover his senses, another call comes in. For the next 10+ minutes, calls from 5 or 6 board members bombard him one after another, and the content, without exception, is entirely about dumping their shares. You have to understand, the Bay Group is a family business. Bai Chongdae holds 50% of the shares, plus the 5% he inherited from Bai Wanjun. He thought he could rest easy, but now someone has actually secretly acquired all the director's shares. If you add the 5% still in Bai Wanjun's hands, Bai Chongdae suddenly looks up, staring dead at you. His arms are folded tightly, his face twisted with malice. You did this? In just a few short days? How could you possibly persuade those people? And completely under my radar. You slowly stand up from the sofa, seeing him lose all his composure. Your tone is as cold as ice. Some things once done can never be undone. If you can use shady methods to seek profit,
why can't I?
You were the ON who started this. I am merely striking back using the exact same methods. I will give you only ON chance. Tell me who the person behind you is, and I can spare your life. The reception room instantly plunges into dead silence. Bai Chongdae sits frozen in his spot, his face as gloomy as stagnant water. He speaks without hesitation. What are you talking about? I do not know. Hearing this answer, you understand completely in your heart it seems you won't be able to get anything out of his mouth. Subsequently, you prepare to leave with Bai Wanjun and the others. But before leaving, you do not forget to look back and provoke him with a cold sneer.
You would better pray
that the guy in Saibei does not get caught. Otherwise, you already know what your fate will be without me telling you. Hearing the word Saibei, Bai Chongdae's heart instantly sinks heavily. And right after you leave, Captain Lirong, who had been waiting outside the door the whole time, walks in holding a pair of silver bracelets, handcuffs, justice served cold.
Chairman, Bai, since you are done reminiscing,
come, have a cup of tea with me at the police station.
Very quickly.
The news of Bai Chongdae being taken away by the police spreads throughout the entire Bai group. In an instant, the whole company is plunged into panic. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the chairman's office of the Tianmu Group, an even larger storm is brewing. At the same time, inside the chairman's office of the Tianmu Group, a phone call has just ended. Tang Mu looks at her husband, who is leisurely drinking tea on the sofa, and says flatly, "Your son-in-law just called. Go take over the Bay Group's affairs." Hearing this, Tang Yaoying drinks the last sip of his tea and chuckles. The Bai family collapsed this quickly. I have not even exerted any effort yet. There is absolutely zero sense of accomplishment. The ultimate flex. A flash of disdain crosses his eyes. As he continues, they still do not even know why they lost. Looking at our financial reports from 3 years ago, did they really think they could arm wrestle with us? Just at this moment, the office door quietly opens. An adorable little kid pokes her head in and dives straight into Tang Yaoying's arms.
Yaoying!
Daddy, play with me. Tang Yaoying's face instantly fills with absolute doting love. He laughs heartily. Okay, Daddy will take you to play being the boss. Meanwhile, you're driving towards the Modu Hospital. You look through the rearview mirror at the intimate way Su Jinsheng and Bai Wanjun are acting, and ask with a chuckle, "You two are only engaged right now, right? When are you planning to get married?" Huang Yao, who had been feeling bored, also instantly looks over with curiosity. Hearing this, Su Jinsheng and Bai Wanjun exchange a glance, then shake their heads. We have not decided yet. We will talk about it after Wanjun's body fully recovers. When the time comes, we will definitely send you a message. Hearing this, you simply smile, faintly. Then, with a backhand motion, you pull out 4 wedding invitations from beside you and hand them over. Here, my darling and I are getting married in August. Remember to come. The moment the word darling leaves your mouth, Mu Chen sitting beside them instantly gets goosebumps all over. Su Jinsheng hastily takes the invitations and solemnly promises, "Do not worry. We will definitely be there." Huang Yao is even more excited, shouting, "If you're short on bridesmaids, remember to call me." After dropping Bai Wanjun and Su Jinsheng off at the hospital, you randomly find a hotel for the Mu Chen siblings. Immediately after, you drive straight to the police station. Once you finish dealing with the Bai family's mess, you need to focus entirely on preparing for the wedding. Ask for the mastermind behind the scenes. That is not something you can handle in a day or two. Right now, your wedding is the top priority. Early in the morning, You bring Ningda along to watch your local stray dog fight a professionally trained military dog. Ningda is full of worry. He feels that the military dog Tank is professionally trained, so there's bound to be an accident. But you just wave your hand dismissively in extremely high spirits. This is a perfect chance to humble him a bit and show him the sinister reality of society. Ningda thinks to himself that the outcome is already set in stone. How could a military dog possibly lose to a local stray? If the stray actually won, he would eat upside down. But the very next second, your little stray dog with lightning-fast speed directly pounces on the majestic-looking military dog, pinning it to the ground. Immediately after, it firmly presses the military dog beneath it, rendering it completely immobile. You instantly clap your hands and cheer, shouting excitedly, "Get him, Tank. If you win, I will give you extra meat, and I will find you 2 female dogs right at this moment." Your wife, Tang Lemon, and Little Shu walk out of the villa. Seeing this violent scene, and then seeing you fanning the flames from the sidelines, she is instantly furious. Smack. She delivers a solid slap right to the back of your head. The kid is right here. What if you scare her? Subsequently, she shoots an icy glare at the 2 dogs. Her overwhelming aura makes them stop moving instantly, not daring to budge an inch. You take the hit but do not dare to fight back. Then, Little Shu also runs over, grabs your stray dog's ear, and scolds in her milky voice, "Dogs that fight are bad dogs. You need to be punished." The farce comes to an end. Tang Lemon speaks up. "This weekend, the whole family is going out to relax." You instantly reply like a loyal lackey, "Yes, madam, my lady wife." A moment later, a white Lamborghini drives out. Your family speeds away. On the road, Tang Lemon, holding her phone, says casually, "Bai Chongdae was sentenced to 4 years for fraudulently claiming an inheritance. The management of the Bai group has also been replaced by my dad. The Bai family is completely a thing of the past." You instantly raise an eyebrow and ask with a wicked grin, "Then, how do you plan to deal with Ba Wanjun? Want to take advantage of this right now?"
Hee hee.
Tang Lemon shoots you an eye roll. "Be serious. I have no interest in her, but if she insists on begging me, it is not like I can't arrange a job for her." You instantly smile knowingly. "Understood." Boss lady moves at the same time. In the back seat, Little Shu is tugging on Ningda's beard playfully, who knew Ningda would lean close to the little kid and quietly whisper a few words. The next second, a miserable dog yelp abruptly rings out in the car, filled with absolute humiliation and reluctance. Your stray dog is screaming internally, "I might not be human, but you guys are real dogs." Just like that, about an hour later, your family finally arrives at the destination. However, right at this time, in a high-end residential complex in Modu, Sun Qinghua and her husband, who just acquired a massive fortune of 30 million, are sitting in their living room with sorrowful faces, sighing constantly. Right then, the door is pushed open. Sun Mei walks in supporting a man who reeks of a foul stench. That man is exactly her boyfriend, John. Seeing this, Sun Qinghua turns pale with shock. "How did you end up like this?" Sun Mei pushes her boyfriend into the bathroom and says with an ugly expression, "John and his friends were thrown into a stinking ditch by Tang Lemon of the Tianmu group. So what if they have money? Does that make them superior?" Hearing this, Sun Qinghua sighs helplessly. "Zedong Mountain has probably fallen into their hands too. We can't get it back." "What?" Sun Mei is shocked and asks blankly, "Then what about the gold mine under the mountain?" Sun Qinghua shakes her head. The meaning is self-evident. It turns out, Sun Mei accidentally discovered some crushed gold on Zedong Mountain a few days ago. After some investigation, they found out that right under the mountain was a considerably large gold mine. Initial estimates suggest there are at least 1,000 tons or more, worth tens of billions, but gold mines are state property, and private mining is strictly forbidden. This family is also incredibly greedy. When the higher-ups later came to ask the old man about buying the mountain, seeing a 10 billion gold mine right in front of them but being unable to touch it, anyone would be unwilling to let it go. Right then, a flash of inspiration suddenly hits Sun Mei. She leans close to Sun Qinghua and whispers, "How about we take advantage of the situation and secretly dig some out now? It is not ours anyway. We can even frame them for it. 2 birds, one stone." This proposal instantly tempts Sun Qinghua and her husband. The bold die of overeating, while the timid starve to death. They exchange a glance and immediately nod. Since we can't have it, then no one else will either. Talk about toxic. Meanwhile, up on Zedong Mountain, outside Modu, the cheerful laughter of a child and the barking of dogs rise and fall. Mu Shuer runs ahead, her little face flushed with excitement as she shouts, "Brother, sister, hurry up." Tang Lemon, trailing behind, is already quite exhausted. Fine sweat dots her forehead. She looks with dissatisfaction at you, who looks completely fine. Her eyes saying, "Are not you going to discipline her?" You rub your nose. Playing is a child's nature. What can I do? Saying that, you step forward and crouch down in front of Tang Lemon. You twitch your lips.
Come on, I will carry you.
If a delicate wife like you gets exhausted, my mom will definitely beat me to death. The corner of Tang Lemon's mouth lifts. I was just thinking that if you did not offer soon, I was going to resort to violence. You are instantly speechless, but the very next second, a pair of long, snow-white legs swiftly straddle your shoulders. Tang Lemon actually mounts right onto your neck. Her two small hands grab your head tightly, and she announces domineeringly, "No turning your head, otherwise you're kneeling on a keyboard when we get home." You immediately wail, "Oh, my great aunt, you are trying to work me to death. Are not you?" You can't help but warn her. If I do not stand steady, you will be the own suffering. Who knew she would actually counter with a seductive gaze, asking, "Then, would you let me suffer?" The next second, you firmly grasp her legs and stand up effortlessly. Then you steadily walk forward. It seems all those beatings were not for nothing. Your physical stamina is completely different from what it used to be. Riding on your shoulders, Tang Lemon's field of vision is wide open, and her mood improves significantly. She pats your head, saying with satisfaction, "Little Pigeon is doing well today. You will get a reward when we go back." Your heart instantly skips a beat with excitement. Really? Black silk or white silk? Is it a uniform? Smack! A crisp slap lands on your head. She snorts coldly. "Stop daydreaming in broad daylight. If you do not want to sleep on the sofa, keep quiet." You can only respond aggrievedly within half an hour later, you finally reach the top of the mountain. A massive lawn stretching for miles comes into view. You already start fantasizing about the scene of holding your wedding right here. Just then, the little troublemaker Muixure tiptoes over. She pouts her little mouth. "Brother, I am so tired." You look down and roll your eyes at her. "Who told you to run so fast?" Saying that, you call over the big yellow dog, Little Pigeon, and have Sure sit right on its back like a lounge chair. Shortly after, Uncle Ning, having finished his reconnaissance, catches up. He's carrying wild hare, seasonings, and a grill in his hands, and begins to prepare lunch. You meanwhile hold Tang Lemon's hand and stroll across the lawn. You chuckle, envisioning the future after the wedding is over. "Let us have a kid. You go out and make money, and I will stay home and raise the baby." Absolutely perfect. The moment you finish speaking, a foot ruthlessly stomps down on yours. Her icy words ring in your ear. "Remember your place, man." Soon, the two of you walk over and sit by the edge of the cliff. Enjoying the rare tranquility, Tang Lemon's head rests gently on your shoulder. Suddenly, she speaks up. "Sometimes I really care about ONN thing." You deliberately stay silent. After waiting a long time, she can't help but ask, "Are not you curious?" "Not curious." Smack. Another slap lands. And now, you hold your face, wanting to cry but lacking tears.
Wah!
I'm curious. Okay. Tang Lemon finally withdraws her hand in satisfaction. Looking at the distant mountains and rivers, she says slowly, "I was wondering, if you were given a chance to start over, would you still act all tough and fight against me from the start?" Deep philosophical question incoming. This question instantly throws you into a dilemma. Under Tang Lemon's expectant gaze, you slowly reply, "If I were given another chance, a bold idea would probably sprout in my mind." Your tone suddenly shifts. You flash a wicked smile. Abruptly stand up and run. "If that day really comes, I will definitely train you properly." Your voice echoes from afar. Tang Lemon, left sitting on the ground, freezes instantly. "Train? This dog of a man actually wants to train me." The next second, she snaps out of it. Her face turns completely dark as she chases after you. Grinding her teeth, she roars furiously,
"You are dead meat."
Meanwhile, at Maudu University, a man dressed in casual clothes appears at the door of a study hall holding a thermos. The girls around instantly explode with excitement. "Look, it is Senior Jiboda. He is delivering food to Senior Sister Li Ruyan again. I am so jealous I could die." A knock sounds on the door. A helpless female voice comes from inside the study hall. "Come in." Jiboda pushes the door open and enters. He immediately spots Lu Ruyan by the window. He closes the door, lifts the thermos in his hand, and says with a smile, "Eat first. You can't have spicy food lately, so I specifically had this custom made." Lu Ruyan closes her book, her tone helpless. "I just have a cold. You do not need to deliver food every single day." But Jiboda looks serious. "How can I not? If I do not deliver it, you will definitely skip meals again." Saying that, he considerately closes the window. Afraid she might catch a draft, Lu Ruyan has no way to refute him. She can only open the thermos, a full 5 tiers completely filled with her favorite dishes. While she is eating, Jiboda sits to the side and nervously asks a question. After graduation, where do you plan to go for your career? The hand Liu Ruyan uses to hold her spoon pauses slightly. She takes a bite of greens and says lightly, Shanyang province had an earthquake recently. They desperately need talent everywhere. That single sentence makes Chibota's heart plummet instantly. His family has already arranged everything for him, even threatening to kick him out of the house. Yet Li Ruyan, a top student at Modu University, who could clearly have vastly better options, resolutely chooses to go to the most arduous place. This means they will probably have to separate. Is it temporary? Or forever? In the blink of an eye, night falls. At the summit of Zidong Mountain, Yu Tang Lemon and Mu Shuer, a family of 3, are lying on the lawn, admiring the starry sky.
Yu Yan, getting ready to head home?
But when you turn your head, you discover that the 2 beauties beside you, Own Big and Own Small, have both fallen asleep. The corner of your mouth twitches slightly. These 2 heartless creatures are seriously trying to work me to death. Are not they? So annoying. I will definitely have to teach you 2 a lesson when we get back. Resigned to your fate, you stand up.
You first pull Tang Lemon into your embrace.
And then, with O on hand, you lift the drooling little troublemaker by her collar. In her sleep, Tang Lemon seems to feel the warmth, and even nuzzles deeper into your chest. You painstakingly carry both of them as you walk down the mountain, simultaneously sending a message to Ningda. Just at this moment, your ears twitch. You abruptly stop in your tracks. You instinctively look down the mountain, frowning. Low thudding sounds of a pile driver echo in the air. In the middle of nowhere, late at night, where did a construction crew come from? Just as you sense something is amiss, a burly figure runs out from the darkness. It is Ningda, who has just come up the mountain.
Young Master Mu, I'm late.
He takes Mu Shuer from you, but sees you standing rooted to the spot. He asks in confusion what is wrong. You hold Tang Lemon tightly in your arms.
Your expression grave?
You immediately make a shit gesture to Ningda. Frowning as you ask, is someone doing construction around here? Ningda is stunned for a moment, but then he also realizes something is wrong. He decisively shakes his head. Impossible. I did a lap around the mountain during the day. These are all ownerless, barren mountains. You can't even see a ghost around here. The 2 of you exchange a glance, instantly catching the scent of something highly unusual. There is definitely something shady going on here. You glance at Tang Lemon, who is sleeping soundly in your arms, and decide to head down the mountain first. I will have someone come check it out tomorrow. This is very suspicious. Ningda nods with a serious expression and follows behind you carrying Mu Shuer. Meanwhile, right on the southern face of the mountain, a group of miners wearing hard hats are digging frantically under the cover of night, their faces entirely filled with wild ecstasy. Early the next morning, in the Tang family villa, Tang Lemon slowly wakes up. She only feels a heavy weight on her stomach. She lifts the blanket to look, only to see little Zhu lying on her stomach, sleeping soundly, drooling everywhere. Tang Lemon mumbles affectionately, "What a little troublemaker." She gently picks up little Shuei, wipes away the drool, and then looks at you who are sleeping soundly beside her. The corners of her mouth curl up. She leans over and kisses your cheek. Good morning, husband. Unfortunately, you are destined not to enjoy this tenderness. The Tianmu group is busy taking over the Bai family's affairs. As the general manager, she has to rush to the company early. After washing up and changing clothes, Tang Lemon quietly closes the bedroom door. 2 hours later, you are finally kicked awake by a pink, fleshy little foot. Mu Shuer's sleep-talking echoes in your ear. I really can't eat anymore. You swat her little foot aside and feel the cold, empty blanket beside you. Checking the time. Good lord. It is almost 10 of the clock. You pinch Mu Shuer's chubby little cheek. Little lazy pig, time to get up. The little kid, annoyed from being woken up, throws a tantrum for quite a while before finally settling down. You dress her in a pink princess dress and carry her downstairs. The butler has already prepared breakfast, but the moment you sit down at the dining table, an urgent phone call rings. You pick up the phone and see.
It is Ningda?
You instantly recall the strange incident from last night. As soon as the call connects, Ningda's excited voice-cracking roar blasts through. Young Master Mu, it is unbelievable. You scratch your ear. Calm down. What did you find to be this excited about? Ningda finally realizes his lack of composure. He clears his throat twice, but his tone still cannot hide his sheer excitement. He speaks solemnly. It is a gold mine. Deep underground on the south side of Zidong Mountain, there is a massive gold mine, and the purity is extremely high. The commotion last night was because someone discovered it first, and tried to secretly mine it under the cover of night.
Clatter.
The hand you were using to pick up food pauses, with a face full of absolute shock. You lose your voice and shout, "A gold mine? instantly. You connect this to the strange behavior of Sun Qinghua and her husband previously? A flash of realization crosses your eyes. No wonder they refused to sell, even when I offered such a high price. It turns out they knew there was a mountain of gold hidden underneath. Everything makes sense in a flash. Those illegal miners must have been hired by the Sun family. Seeing that they could not sell the mountain, they wanted to make a massive fortune before I took over. They really have some nerve, minting gold privately. Do they want to experience life in prison? On the other end of the line, Ningda asks for instructions. Young Master Mu, should I take some men tonight and catch them? You ponder for a moment, then nod in agreement. Right. Send me the exact figures of the gold mine later. I have a use for them. After hanging up, you subconsciously glance to your side, only to see Mu Shuer stealthily scooping the food from her bowl into Little Pigeon's dog bowl. She even whispers a threat. Little Pigeon, you're not allowed to bark. If brother finds out, I will have sister take you to get neutered. Savage. You speak up with a wicked grin. And what happens if you get caught? Mu Shuer does not process who is speaking at all. She instinctively answers that my butt gets spanked, like a blooming flower, of course. Brother is a big meanie. The moment those words leave her mouth, the little kid's body instantly goes rigid. Her hands freeze mid-action. Why does this voice sound so familiar? The next second, you grab her little head and turn it around directly. You smile kindly, your eyes crinkling. So I'm a big meanie, am I? Then it is only reasonable for the big meanie to smack your little butt, is not it? Mu Shuer is so terrified she drops her bowl and chopsticks on the spot, and takes off running. Her little short legs pump furiously. She cries and screams as she runs. No, I was wrong. You can't hit me. Otherwise, sister will get revenge for me. Watching little Shwed disappear in a puff of smoke, you shake your head helplessly. This little smart aleck even knows how to call for backup. Immediately after, your gaze shifts to Little Pigeon by your feet, who is happily eating away. You reveal a sinister expression. Is it tasty? Little Pigeon looks up and barks, woof, as if to say it is not bad. You instantly narrow your eyes and pick up a pair of scissors from nearby. Looks like it is time to find you a partner. I happen to have pretty good surgical skills lately.
I will operate on you today.
In an instant, a mournful dog howl resounds through the villa. The place immediately turns into utter chaos. In the yard, you chase after own person and own dog, running all over the place. Seeing that you can't catch up, Mu Shuer actually turns around and mocks, brother, you are so slow. Come catch me.
Bleh! You were originally going easy on her.
But seeing her actually dare to stick her tongue out at you, your face instantly darkened and your speed exploded. The distance visibly shortened. Right then, watch me teach you a lesson today. Wah! I was wrong, brother. I won't dare to do it again. Woof, woof. You played around with them for a while. Seeing it was almost noon, you directly picked up own person and own dog by their scruffs. After giving them a fierce scolding, you drove off to the company.
Tough love, right?
Half an hour later, in the general manager's office of the Tianmu Group, Tang Lemon had just finished processing her documents. When the office door was violently pushed open, Mu Shuer charged in with Little Pigeon. Sister, play with me. Tang Lemon did not even look up and said steadily, play what? Starting today, you need to study. If you do not study obediently, prepare to have your butt spanked like a blooming flower. Who knew Mu Shuer was not scared at all? She dove straight into Tang Lemon's arms, acting cute in her milky voice. I do not believe it. I am so adorable. There is no way sister could bear to hit me. At this moment, you also walked in, opening your arms wide. Wifey, I missed you to death. Give me a hug. Saying that, your mouth honestly planted a kiss right on her cheek. Surprisingly, Tang Lemon did not stop you. Instead, she asked faintly, what was the commotion at Zedong Mountain last night? The moment those words dropped, you completely froze. The next second, you suddenly realized it, your face full of shock. You were faking your sleep yesterday. Tang Lemon, however, nodded calmly, asking back as a matter of fact, is there a problem? You were instantly speechless. Under your wife's threatening gaze, you had no choice but to spill everything about the gold mine. That little scheme of yours to take advantage of the situation, dig some gold, and frame others for it, was now completely ruined. Well, there goes the early retirement plan. After Mu Shuer was sent off to study, only you and Tang Lemon were left in the office. Just as you were about to beg for mercy, a sharp pain shot through your ear. Tang Lemon grabbed you firmly by the ear, snorting coldly. This is what you get for constantly thinking about hiding a secret stash of money. If you dare to hide money today, tomorrow you will dare to hide a mistress or two. You were punished by being forced to sit cross-legged on the floor, wanting to cry but having no tears. You just wanted to make some extra pocket money. How did it escalate to the level of having an affair? Of course, You also knew she was not truly angry. She just wanted to find an excuse to bully you. Holding your ear, you walked out of the office, having managed to cop a little feel along the way. Meanwhile, Tang Lemon contentedly dived back into her work. However, the moment you left the company, you immediately got into your car and dialed a mysterious number. The phone rang for a full minute. Finally, an elderly yet clear voice came from the other end. "You brat, you actually called me. How rare. Have you run into some kind of trouble?" Hearing this, you instantly chuckled. How could that be? Do not you know my character? Kind and honest. That is exactly me. Elder Shu on the other end of the line was instantly amused.
Right, all right.
As if I do not know exactly what kind of virtue you have. Spit it out if you have something to say. This old man is busy. You knew that because of the continuous earthquakes in Shanyang province. His entire central nervous system was tightly strung. So without wasting any words, you got straight to the point. I just wanted to report a piece of joyful news to you. By a stroke of luck, I discovered a gold mine. And the amount is not small. A conservative estimate puts it at over 1,000 tons. What? Elder Shu on the other end instantly lost his composure. He almost choked on his own breath. You could even hear the panicked shouts of his guards on the other end, calling for a doctor. After all, the world's largest known gold mine is only over 2,000 tons. The emergence of this gold mine would bring unimaginable benefits to the entire country of China. It took quite a while before Elder Shu recovered his senses, but he snapped at you grumpily.
You brat? Are you trying to scare me to death?
Despite his words, the wild ecstasy in his voice could not be hidden at all. Well done. Where is the gold mine? I will dispatch people there immediately. If it is true, I will record a massive merit for you. You just twitched your lips. Tsk. Merits are empty. Can we have something more practical? Like giving me some high-tech toys or something? But let us be clear first. I am holding my wedding there in August. If you want to mine it, you have to wait until my wedding is over. Unexpectedly, Elder Shu on the other end simply waved it off grandly. When the time comes, this old man will personally officiate your wedding. Is that reward enough? Your eyes instantly lit up. Deal. You old man better not back out. What a joke! Would I, the head of a nation, lie to a greenhorn like you? Do not test the top boss, kid. However, right at that moment, Elder Shu's tone shifted. The recent earthquake in Shanyang province. Have you heard about it? You nodded.
I know.
I even donated hundreds of millions. What are you going to give me an award for that? Award your head. Elder Shu snorted coldly, his tone instantly turning heavy. This earthquake affected millions of people. Losses exceed hundreds of billions. The country urgently needs money for reconstruction right now. We need at least 300 billion or more. This is an enormous expense for the country as well. Hearing this number, you could not help but twitch your brow. You did not expect it to be this severe. Just then, Elder Shu suddenly asked, "You have got a sharp mind, kid. See if you can come up with any good ideas." You instantly thought of many solutions, but deliberately spoke as if in a difficult spot. It is not like I do not have a way. It is just that it might be a bit wicked. I am afraid you might not be willing. Who knew Elder Shu would make the final call directly? What is there to be unwilling about? As long as it is beneficial, it works. Just say it. So, you had no choice but to lay your entire idea on the table. On the other end of the line, there was a long silence. Finally, Elder Zhu spoke slowly. "You really are a wicked brat. Fine. I am leaving this matter in your hands. I will dispatch Lu Ying to assist you." After hanging up the phone, you immediately called Ouyang Ro, asking her to arrange and set up the wedding venue. After all, to hold a wedding on a mountain, the entire mountain would need a massive makeover. This had to be left to the professionals, and right at this moment, in the Sun family villa on the other side, it was an entirely different scene. We are rich. We are rich. Sun Qinghua and her husband, Wen Tao, looking at the freshly extracted crushed gold, were so excited their faces turned bright red. They never expected the gold content of this mine to be so incredibly high. The two exchanged a glance. A flash of greed crossed Wen Dao's eyes. He boldly proposed, "How about, while we have not been discovered yet, we add more people and dig faster?" Sun Qinghua nodded immediately. "Okay, I will go find them right now. We will bring more men and equipment tonight." In the face of enormous profit, the greed of the two expanded exponentially. They were completely unaware of the terrifying consequences this would bring. At 2 p.m., in the Modu First Hospital, you pushed open the door to the VIP ward, smiling as you greeted Bai Wanjun and Su Jincheng. "Good afternoon, you two. You were both looking quite well." Su Jincheng nodded and brought over a chair for you. After these past few days of recovery, Bai Wanjun's condition had improved tremendously. She was already able to get out of bed and walk, and all of this was largely thanks to your help. After you sat down, you cut straight to the chase because of Bai Chongdae's disastrous operations. That game of yours is currently being cursed out entirely online. It is basically beyond saving. A hint of disappointment flashed through Bai Wanjun's eyes. After all, that was the project she had poured countless efforts into. Now, they could not even afford the server fees. The only way out was to sell the game. Just then, your tone shifted, and you said with a smile, "However, I am not the type to take petty advantages. I will give you 20% of the Bag Group's assets. In return, I need you to do own thing for me. If it goes smoothly, you might just be able to stage a comeback." Su Jincheng immediately frowned. "What is it? We won't do anything illegal." You smiled mysteriously and laid out the situation with the Shanyang earthquake in your plan. "The key to disaster relief lies with the enterprises in our country." You looked at them and said slowly, "If donating money could earn them massive profits, what do you think those enterprises would do?" Su Jincheng did not hesitate. "If it were me, I would pour in all my liquid assets." Bai Wanjun, however, was totally confused. "What exactly are you trying to say?" You held up on finger, your tone earth-shattering. "I want to create a scam that will drag in 90% of the enterprises across the whole country to lure them into making donations, so they will willingly fund the post-disaster reconstruction themselves." Bai Wanjun instantly reacted, staring at you in shock. "Are not you afraid those business bosses will chase you down with machetes?" You just shrugged innocently. "This is a gamble they choose to take voluntarily. Winning and losing is perfectly normal, is not it? Capitalism at its finest. Besides, they will earn a good reputation out of it too, won't they?" Beside you, Su Jincheng silently gave you a thumbs up. At the same time, you were also thrilled by this strategy. Once successful, the reconstruction and development of Shenyang province would far exceed its pre-disaster state. But to make those profit-driven entrepreneurs donate money, they needed to see someone actually striking it rich because of it. And the people who would strike it rich were Bai Wanjun and Su Jincheng. After hammering out the details with them, you stood up and left the ward. This matter also required discussion with your father-in-law and mother-in-law. After all, the Tianmu Group's prestige ranked in the top 3 nationwide, with them taking the lead. There would undoubtedly be countless followers. At 4:30 p.m., you walked into the office, carrying Mu Shuer, who was whining for candy. Tang Lemon, who was just about to leave work, walked towards you. The little kid immediately complained aggrievedly, "Sister, brother is bullying me. He promised to give me candy if I studied, but he lied to a little kid." A chill ran down your spine. You quickly hoisted her up. "Do not you falsely accuse a good person? I clearly gave you 2 pieces. I do not care. I still want to eat more." Mu Shuer pouted her lips. Tang Lemon snatched the little kid from your hands and rolled her eyes at you. "And you said you wanted to be a house husband. You can't even coax a child properly." You were left utterly speechless. You had no choice but to grab your wife's hand and walk out. "Mom told us to go over for dinner tonight." Tang Lemon nodded. Suddenly, she said, "The university notified me to prepare for the graduation ceremony."
"You are coming with me tomorrow?"
The moment you thought about waking up early, you refused without hesitation. "I'm not going." "Do not be fooled by how free I look every day. Actually..." Before you could finish your sentence, Tang Lemon suddenly stopped in her tracks, narrowed her eyes, and delivered a vicious kick right to your butt. "Ouch! What are you doing?" You stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching your butt resentfully, but Mu Huer in her arms clapped and cheered. "Good kick, sister." Tang Lemon stepped on foot on you, looking down from above with a cold snort. "Man, I'm giving you Owen chance to reorganize your words." However, your attention was completely drawn to her long, slender, jade-like legs, catching only a glimpse of that dark mystery. You suddenly spoke up, "Wifey. This black outfit you're wearing today is pretty nice. You should wear this style more often. It is very visually appealing." Tang Lemon was stunned for a moment. She abruptly realized she had just flashed you. She instinctively took 2 steps back, glaring at you fiercely. "What are you grinning like an idiot for?" Caught lacking. "Hurry up and get off the floor." "Oh." You immediately scrambled up and flatteringly began to massage her back and shoulders. "Wifey. I was wrong. Actually, I'm really very free. I will definitely accompany you tomorrow. As long as I can be with you, even if it is hell, I would not hesitate for a second." Tang Lemon gave a delicate humph. "You are useless at taking care of kids, but you certainly have a whole set of tricks for sweet-talking women." You laughed as you walked together. "Not at all. Not at all. It is all thanks to my wife's excellent training." This barrage of flattery made the corners of Tang Lemon's mouth curl up. She said smugly, "Well, obviously. Who do you think trained you?" That evening, at the dining table in the Tang family's old residence, you explained the Shanyang province plan once again, seeking the opinions of the 2 elders. Tang Yaoying looked serious. "No problem with disaster relief. This is our responsibility. Even if you did not mention it, the group would still take action." Tang's mother, meanwhile, held Mu Shuer, her eyes full of maternal love. Eat slowly. No ON is fighting you for it? But Mu Shuer said, puffing her cheeks in anger. If I do not eat it now, when we get home, brother won't let me eat it. He is a big meanie. You helplessly put food into your wife's bowl. You then heard Tang Yoing continue. As for the group's disaster relief efforts, I will go arrange it tomorrow. The next morning at 6 a.m. at the Modu Police Department. As soon as you walked in, you heard a chorus of begging for mercy. You saw over a dozen dirt-covered workers squatting on the ground, their faces full of terror. We were just momentarily confused. It was all that Wen Dao, who directed us to do it, Ningda, immediately walked up and reported to you in a low voice. A total of 15 people. They have basically confessed to everything now. Privately mining gold was no trivial matter. Even the Madu police chief Chen Wei was alarmed. He could never have imagined that someone would dare to pull off such a thing right under his nose. Chen Wei, dressed in his police uniform, walked over briskly, his face stern. We owe this all to Mr. Mu. Rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate this matter to the very end. There will be absolutely no leniency. You gave a modest smile. Then I will leave the trouble to Chief Chen. After this matter is resolved, you will definitely have high prospects for promotion. Chen Wei nodded seriously, then immediately turned around to continue the interrogation, simultaneously dispatching officers to arrest the Sun family couple. Seeing the situation, you did not stay long.
You had only come here to make a customary appearance anyway.
What was truly important was the press conference this afternoon. By then, the mayor of Modu Mayor Yu would personally make an appearance on the way to the company. You are scrolling through the news on your phone. The Sanyang province earthquake is still the top trending topic. You mutter to yourself that the death toll has already reached 2,000 and the injured count exceeds 100,000. Right at this moment, a phone call comes in. The second you answer, a cold voice snaps from the other end. Where are you? Why are not you here yet? Besides the little demon at home, who else could it be? Turns out, she was called to the police station early this morning. Tang Lemon has to drop Mushuer off at the company and then head to the university together for the graduation ceremony. A dozen minutes later, the car pulls up downstairs at the company. Wearing thin clothes, Tang Lemon dives straight into your arms for warmth. Freezing but fashionable classic. Her baby fat cheeks are flushed red from the cold. Yet she loudly complains, do not put your hands inside my clothes. I'm freezing to death. Who would have thought that in the next second, Tang Lemon just starts stripping off your clothes, grumbling, you are mine anyway. I can do whatever I want. Just behave. Looking at her desperately burrowing into your embrace, the soft touch and the slender legs so close at hand, you also feel a hint of awkwardness. 10 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulls up in front of Magic City University. The multi-million-dollar luxury car instantly draws everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, you and Tang Lemon step out of the car close together, immediately becoming the center of attention. Main character energy right here. Meanwhile, in a high-end residential complex in Magic City, Sun Qinghua stares at a handful of gold on the table, yelling excitedly, we are rich. We are rich. We are actually rich. Sun, Mei, and Father Wen are equally thrilled. But after the excitement fades, Wen Tao says in a deep voice, we can't be too greedy. This gold is enough for a lifetime. Do not forget we still need to frame the Tang family. Although Sun Mei and Sun Qinghua are reluctant, they have no choice but to nod. Right at this moment, a violent pounding on the door suddenly echoes. Sun Mei impatiently walks over to open it, cursing as she goes, who is it? Can you afford to pay if you break the door? Famous last words. Sun Qinghua and his wife quickly stash away the gold on the table, but the moment the door swings open, before Sun Mei can even react, 5 police officers storm straight in, knocking her to the ground. The dark muzzles of their guns are instantly aimed at Sun Qinghua and the Wen Tao couple. A police officer pins Sun Mei down hard, saying coldly, you are suspected of illegal mining. Come with us. Hearing the words illegal mining, Wen Tao's legs turn to jelly, trembling instantly. A look of sheer terror crosses Wen Tao's face. We have been discovered. How is this possible? Did not I run away taking those guys with me, and even frame them in return? In a split second, countless thoughts flash through Wen Dao's mind. In a daze, he is slapped with a pair of cold handcuffs. Next to him, Sun Qinghua tries to make a run for it, but gets tripped flat onto the ground. Panicking, a black hood is pulled over his head. What are you doing? I am less than a minute later. The entire family of 3 is completely subdued. Speedrun to jail. Just then, an officer opens the metal box on the table. A golden gleam shines. Captain, we found the gold. Take it all away. Leave 2 men to thoroughly search the house. Meanwhile, back at Magic City University, as you and Tang Lemon reach the club building, a familiar gasp of surprise comes from behind. You turn around to see J-Boda walking over in surprise, holding a plastic bag. He chuckles and curses as he walks. Have not heard from you in months, kid. I thought you got abducted by a monster. Your face darkens. Giving a fake smile, you reply, Do not worry. I will definitely outlive your ability to have kids. Seeing this Tang Lemon beside you, lets go of your hand and says softly, you guys catch up. I will head up first. Once Tang Lemon leaves, you throw an arm around Jibota's neck, grinning slyly. Not bad, Boda, looking good. Lend me some cash to spend. Jibota flashes his familiar smile. You have already bagged a sugar mommy, and you're still borrowing money from me. Your face immediately drops. Do not even mention it, bro. I am absolutely broke right now. I am just one step away from selling my own body. The struggle is real.
Bullshit. Keep bragging.
Jibota looks completely unconvinced. The two of you chat with arms around each other's shoulders. Your bond totally unchanged. Looking at the bag in his hand, you ask curiously, did you catch a cold? In the bag sits a box of cold medicine. Jibota shakes his head. It is not for me. It is for Liu Ruyan. She has got a cold. Catching on instantly, you lower your voice. How's the progress going? Jibota just lets out a bitter laugh. Not very confident. After graduation, she is going to Sanyang province to build her career. We are destined to part ways. Seeing him so down, you stop walking and say solemnly, nothing is destined. It all depends on whether you have the guts to fight for it. If you do not take a gamble now, I guarantee you will regret it for the rest of your life. But Jibota still wears a miserable frown. So, you just drag him toward the student union office, planning to knock some sense into him. Meanwhile, inside the office, Tang Lemon is sitting at the computer, planning the graduation ceremony. Her long, elegant legs are casually crossed. You drag Jibota inside, completely ignoring her, and head straight for the corner. Let me tell you, you can't drag your feet when it comes to feelings. You gotta be fast, accurate, and ruthless, just like taking a dump. What an elegant analogy. Wait too long and the chance is gone. As you speak, the two of you sit down. You even dig out a few bottles of beer and peanuts from the cabinet. Ready to get wasted, Tang Lemon furrows her brows tightly. This man actually dares to drink right in front of her. He is totally disrespecting her authority. But remembering there's a guest present, she swallows her annoyance and huffs coldly, drink less. Having just taken own sip, Jibota is terrified. Bro, is your wife okay with this? Maybe we should not drink.
You take a massive swig,
burp loudly, and say with total confidence what could possibly happen. She just has not been disciplined in a while. Saying that, you actually stand up and walk straight toward Tang Lemon, looking remarkably calm and completely fearless. A true brave warrior. Or a fool. Jibota wants to stop you, but it is already too late. He can only silently mourn for you in his heart. Seeing this, Tang Lemon's fair face instantly turns frosty. She raises an eyebrow, looking at you standing before her. What? Is your skin itching for a beating? You trying to rebel. You look down at her with a condescending glare. In the next second, you dive right in and kiss her on the lips. You even grab both of Tang Lemon's hands, making it impossible for her to break free. Witnessing this spicy scene, Jibota immediately gives a massive thumbs up. A full minute later, only when Tang Lemon stops resisting, do you finally let go of her lips, looking incredibly smug. Then you swagger back to your seat and resume drinking. How about that? Am I awesome? Or what? You look at Jibota, like a father looking at a disappointing son, and say deeply, out of 1 billion people in this country, the odds of meeting someone you like are lower than winning the lottery. This might literally be the only chance in your life, if you truly like her. Then bravely go and make her stay. Bet everything you have on it? Do you have that resolve? These words instantly ignite a fire in Jibota, his heart surging. He dashes straight out of the office and sprints downstairs. Very teachable indeed. You nod in satisfaction. Just then, Tang Lemon walks over holding a cup of hot coffee, casually sitting down beside you. She asks in confusion, where did you learn all these lines? It does not feel like you at all.
You take the coffee, take a sip,
and laugh goofily. Learn it from scrolling short videos. How was it? Super inspiring, right? Let me tell you, that kid used to have severe social anxiety. I always used to easily bluff him into a daze. As you speak, you pour out the remaining alcohol on the table. The liquid inside is actually crystal clear, completely lacking the golden brown color of beer. Only then do you reveal the truth. Good thing, my bottle was just plain boiled water. Fatty Zhang said the after effect of this booze is scary strong. Fake it till you make it. Tang Lemon is utterly speechless. At this moment, Jibota bursts open the door to the club's study room, but it is completely empty inside. Only a book sits there, its pages rustling in the wind. She usually shows up even if she has a cold. How could she not be here today? He places the cold medicine on the desk, his palm brushing over a page. It still holds a faint trace of warmth. Looks like she just left. He immediately turns around and bolts downstairs, dashing madly all the way. His mind is entirely consumed by the thought of finding her. The stairwell is full of people slowly making their way up. chatting and laughing. Only he seems so out of place. Damn kid, you rushing to get reincarnated. Bumping into me is Owen thing. But if you knocked over my goddess's breakfast, could you afford to pay for it? Sex. Tisk. This bro probably just got rejected after confessing. Seeing him look so devastated reminds me of a friend of mine. Truly a heartbreaking sight. Jiboda reaches the ground floor, his eyes quickly scanning the entire area. He is sweating profusely from anxiety, his breathing ragged. Just as he is burning with impatience, a loud shout suddenly erupts from the top floor, accurately piercing his ears. Leaning on the railing with both hands, you yell at the top of your lungs down to him, boss. She went towards the back mountain. You raise your hand, pointing straight to the small woods behind the club building. Nobody usually ever goes there. Earlier, when you were in the student union office, you accidentally caught a glimpse of her walking in that direction. Hearing this, he wakes up as if from a dream. He immediately spins around and charges toward the back mountain, screaming at the top of his lungs as he runs. If I succeed today, I will give you half my family fortune, and you won't even have to pay it back. You crack up instantly, thinking smugly, not bad at all. Your father has not loved you in vain. My good son, taking advantage of your bros since day on. Tang Lemon quietly steps up behind you, resting a hand lightly on your shoulder. She leans into your ear and chuckles softly, young Master Moo. Making your own entertainment now. Are we not bad? Your body violently stiffens. You quickly turn your head, squeezing out a nervous smile. Wifey,
you have misunderstood?
I just saw how hard you work, so I was thinking of helping you earn some side income. You vigorously pat your chest. I swear on Little Pigeon's 20 years of singlehood. Every word I say is the absolute truth. At this exact moment, Little Pigeon, who is currently at home cuddling with Little Maruko, suddenly sneezes several times in a row. The dog's eyes instantly narrow, looking around vigilantly. Caught a stray bullet while chilling at home. The scene shifts. At the entrance of the woods behind Magic City University. Along a quiet path, shaded by green trees on both sides, Lu Ruyan is walking slowly by herself. She just wanted to come out to clear her head. Panting heavily, Jiboda rushes to the spot, instantly spotting that familiar silhouette. He screams at the top of his lungs, Lu Ruyan. Her footsteps pause. She turns around slowly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Why are you here? He bridges the gap in a few huge strides, stepping right in front of her. Gasping for air, his gaze is incredibly firm. I have decided I'm going back to Sanyang province with you. He does not just say it. He immediately doubles down. Wherever you go from now on, I will follow. Even to the ends of the earth, I will be by your side. She stands there completely stunned, frowning as she retorts, have you lost your mind? Would your family ever let you mess around like this? He replies with total confidence. I do not care if they agree or not. Either way, I'm latching onto you for the rest of my life. So could you just give me a chance? Listening to Jiboda's desperate confession, seeing his impulsive willingness to throw away his vast family inheritance, rather than being moved, her frown only deepens. Falling out with your family for me, abandoning everything just to follow me. Do you think that makes me happy? This kind of love is too heavy. It is not what I want at all. Jiboda is instantly dumbfounded. His face is covered in embarrassment. Then what do you want me to do? For you to say yes. A gentle breeze blows past, fluttering her long hair and the flying grass blades around them. Ruyan gently purses her lips. At the very least, you have to convince your family first before coming to find me. Suppressing the wild joy erupting in his heart, Jiboda
eagerly presses on, so if
I convince them, does that mean you will be willing to be with me? The air around them seems to freeze. She gives a tiny nod, though her eyes instinctively dart away, lowering her head, too shy to look at him again. He feels a rush of hot blood shoot straight to his brain. Happiness came way too fast, but the very next second, with a loud thud, his entire body collapses onto the ground. The alcohol has completely gone to his head, his cheeks burning hot. As he straight up passes out, task failed successfully. Back in the student union office, you witnessed the entire thing. So useless. He barely started, and he could not hold it together. His constitution is way too weak. Suddenly, Tang Lemon roughly grabs your collar, pushing you straight down onto the sofa. What is so interesting to look at? Hurry up and get back to work. She snorts coldly in her heart, anger rapidly bubbling up. You dog of a man, how dare you stare at another woman right in front of me? Even if it is your friend's drama, it is a no. You shrink your neck in terror, begging for mercy. My good wifey, be gentle. Any harder, and you're gonna rip my ear off. And just like that, an afternoon of intense busy work is fully booked. Tang Lemon swiftly drafts an event plan and emails it directly to the principal right as school ends. She practically drags you out of the office. On that very afternoon, the wind shifts drastically. Tianmu Group holds a press conference directly announcing a massive 5 billion donation for Sanyang province's post-disaster reconstruction. This instantly blows everyone away. At first, people are puzzled. Is not a token donation usually enough? But they quickly understand why. Because on that same afternoon, the Magic City officials released some blockbuster news. The authorities have decided to take a prime piece of land in the core district and lease it to Tianmu Group for commercial production for free. Plus, every single administrative process is green-lit. Keep in mind, that is land in the core district, a treasure you could not buy even if you had the money. Only the officials have the power to be that generous. Right around this time, a famous orchestra in Magic City is also acquired, rebranded with a new name, Future Group, and the person who bought it is Su Jincheng. He just became the chairman and immediately threw out 1 billion for disaster relief. The Magic City officials are quite cooperative too, rewarding him with a bunch of perks. These unusual moves instantly make a lot of corporations start doing their own little calculations. Subsequently, the branch companies under Tianmu Group also follow suit with their donations, likewise snagging plenty of benefits. Once this news breaks out, the trend completely flips. A massive wave of companies gets red-eyed with envy, instantly jumping on the donation bandwagon. They figure worst case scenario, they lose a little cash. Even if they do not get any perks, they still earn a good reputation. It is a guaranteed win-win. Bright and early the next morning, a voice rings out in Pingjiang Villa. Hurry up and get up. You still have to go play with the kids today. You're currently on the bed dressing a very groggy Mushuer. Her little head bobs up and down as she dozes off. Meanwhile, Tang Lemon has long since gone downstairs for breakfast. Just as you're about to get out of bed, Mushuer grabs you from behind. She reaches out a tiny hand, handing you a folded exam paper, keeping her head down and pouting. She mumbles 2 words in a milky voice. Sign it. You raise an eyebrow. Signing a test paper. Why did you dawdle until now to show it to me? You take the paper that has been folded into a tiny square, and the moment you unfold it, everything makes sense. A massive, bright red goose egg is glaringly obvious, a spectacular 0. You slowly squat down and rub her little head. Come on, tell your big bro what happened here. You already know the truth in your heart. Even though this little girl hates studying, she is actually super sharp. Getting a flat 0 definitely means something fishy is going on. Mushuer keeps her head lowered, her cheeks puffed out like little steamed buns. After stammering for a long time, she finally says, I accidentally fell asleep during the exam. Unable to hold it in, you let out a pff and burst into laughter. So you fell asleep? Haha, you really inherited your big brother's style from back in the day. As soon as you say that, the bedroom door is pushed open. Wearing a pair of cool slippers, Tang Lemon walks in. Her long hair cascades down like a waterfall, paired with a slender maxi dress. Her feet are fair and flawless, making her look incredibly ethereal. Big sister is here. Little Shu lets out a panicked cry. Carrying a faint, orchid-like fragrance, Tang Lemon walks up beside you. She raises her beautiful eyebrows.
What were you laughing about just now?
Being so loud. You stand up, smiling as you hand over the exam paper. A certain little someone slept through her exam and brought home a massive goose egg. She scored a 0 and you are this happy. Her eyes instantly turn freezing cold. Her hand ruthlessly pinches your waist, delivering a deadly 360-degree tornado twist. Ouch. 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 You grit your teeth in pain, repeatedly gasping for cold air. Mushuer quickly runs over and hugs Tang Lemon's thigh, blinking her big eyes pitifully. Big sister, I promise I won't do it again. Tang Lemon snorts coldly. A 0 is a 0. Starting from today, your daily candy allowance is cut down to just own peace. She has her own principles, believing that clear rewards and punishments are necessary to raise a stellar kid. Immediately after, her knife-like gaze sweeps over to you. Your heart skips a violent beat, and you literally forget how to breathe for a second. You scratch your head awkwardly, giving a nervous laugh. So, I'm gonna head downstairs for breakfast first. You sisters take your time chatting before the words even finish dropping. You oil your souls and slip out of the bedroom, terrified that a second's delay will result in a bloodbath. Survival instincts 100. After you leave, Tang Lemon finally looks down at little Shui. She scoops her up into her arms, walking toward the vanity mirror, while reminding her, I will let you off the hook this time. But if you ever score a 0 again, you will be packed straight off to cram school. The family quickly finishes washing up and getting ready, then heads out together, driving toward the company. Right around this time, the graduation ceremony planning for Magic City University has been completely finalized. For the subsequent processes, Tang Lemon no longer needs to run around in person. But unfortunately, there's a certain embarrassing guy searching all over the world for you, desperate to have a friendly discussion about physical transcendence. blacking out from alcohol right in front of his crush. Yeah, it is safe to say G. Boda is going to remember this dark history in his little notebook for the rest of his life. And you, the mastermind behind it all, are directly dragged into the office by Tang Lemon to act as her full-time nanny. Her actual secretary was given a whole month of paid leave, leaving all the colleagues dying of jealousy. Inside the office, she focuses intently on reading the financial reports, while you are right beside her, busy brewing tea. Your technique is absolutely professional, making the tea fragrance overflow everywhere. Husband material acquired, you respectfully hand over the tea. How's the situation? How many companies followed our lead and donated to the disaster relief? Tang Lemon casually takes the teacup, takes a sip and nods calmly. The results are even better than expected. The total amount has already broken the 100 billion mark. She seems completely unsurprised by this. After all, businesses nationwide have mobilized, even small vendors and ordinary citizens have chipped in. Individually, it might not look like much, but combined, it is an astronomical figure. That is just how our people are. There is strength in numbers, and we are incredibly united. That is exactly how we managed to step over those major powers in the past and charge our way to the top of the world. Hearing this number, your jaw almost drops to the floor. Yet she still looks completely unfazed. The contrast between your reactions is hilarious. A whole 100 billion? Your eyes light up. Does not that mean after the disaster relief, the leftover funds can be used to help rebuild the local infrastructure? She rolls her eyes at you, amused but exasperated. Look at you, getting this hyped over a mere 100 billion. You chuckle cheekily, taking the opportunity to grab her small hand and give it a squeeze. For my almighty wifey, this little bit of pocket change is obviously nothing. She gives a proud little huff. You and that smooth mouth of yours, right in the middle of your flirting. Your phone suddenly rings. 2 words flash on the screen. Elder Shu. The moment you hit answer, Elder Shu's gratified voice comes through the line. Good boy, you handled this beautifully. And about that gold mine at the foot of Zedong Mountain. Let us cut to the chase. What kind of reward do you want? As long as this old man can make it happen, I absolutely won't hesitate. These are monumental contributions. After all, he even bluntly states, even if you want to play at being a general for fun, it is not impossible. Of course, it would just be an honorary title. Honorary general just for fun. Talk about crazy VIP privileges. You instantly drop your playful smile, quietly pulling your hand out from under Tang Lemon's dress. Your expression turns serious. Grandpa Shu, there actually is a favor I would like to ask of you. Go ahead, tell me.
I'm listening.
You take a deep breath and say word for word, I want you to do me a favor. Get my second uncle Mu Xiangbei back into the government system and arrange a decent position for him. The moment those words leave your mouth, the air seems to freeze. Dead silence falls over the other end of the line. After a long pause, he finally asks in a heavy tone, are you serious, kid? Do you have any idea what he did back then? Even if someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes, he was still the ON who committed the crimes. And now you actually want me to help him get back into the system? Give me a convincing reason. Otherwise, it is out of the question. Your gaze becomes incredibly resolute. First, I'm not doing this to forgive him. I'm doing it for my little sister. I do not want her to grow up knowing she has a criminal for a father. Second, he is not inherently a bad person. You know that better than I do. If he had not been deceived, he could have been a great official who truly served the people. Put yourself in his shoes. If someone brainwashed you for over a decade, who could guarantee they would not change? Your tone is heavy, so he was not the only own at fault. I just hope you can give him a chance to redeem himself. Plus, I believe this is exactly what my grandfather's spirit in heaven would want to see the most. The phone remains completely silent, save for the sound of heavy breathing. You know he is weighing the pros and cons, so you can only wait quietly. Every word you just said came straight from the heart. This world is too murky. It is inevitable for people's hearts to stray from the path, but are such people truly unforgivable?
You do not think so?
After all, people are born inherently good. How many are truly born evil? Are not most of them just ordinary people, driven into a corner by life? Calling them pure evil seems a bit unfair. After a long silence, Elder Shu finally lets out a long sigh. Fine, on account of the massive merit you have earned this time, this old man will make an exception today. But let me make the ugly truth clear up front. Do not expect me to hand him a cushy job. He changes the subject. It just so happens that Puxi in Sanyang province, the hardest hit disaster zone, is in ruins and needs to be completely rebuilt. They are short of a capable person to clean up that mess. But you know what kind of place that is? It is a blazing fire pit. Nobody dares to jump in. Hearing this, you instantly grin. Is not that perfect? I guarantee he will be more than willing to go. If a place is too comfortable, I would actually be worried he could not sit still. Deal. Then it is settled. Oh, and more thing. Tianmu Group made a massive contribution this time. He smoothly transitions to the next topic. The authorities will definitely provide some substantial rewards, but power is not something that can be handed out recklessly, lest it cause chaos. So you will have to make a trip personally to handle this. He pauses, his tone leaving no room for argument. This credit belongs to you anyway. Putting it in your hands is the only way us old folks can feel at ease. Besides, you're always idling around doing nothing all day anyway.
You are struck speechless.
That really hit where it hurts. What do you mean idling around? I will have, But upon second thought, you realize you actually have been pretty free lately, just wandering around like a jobless vagabond before you can retort. Elder Shu wraps it up directly. Right, that is it for now. I have a meeting to attend. With that, he hangs up.
You put your phone away?
And naturally flop your head onto her lap, letting out a long sigh.
Wifey.
Why do I suddenly feel like a piece of trash? Tang Lemon raises her hand and gently ruffles your hair, her smile full of absolute indulgence. Confidence, babe.
You are a little piece of trash.
But do not worry.
I will provide for you.
You are instantly silenced. That kind of comfort honestly hurts more than an insult. But somehow, you eat that up every single time. Tang Lemon looks down at you, her tone softening. I really did not expect you to be such a bleeding heart. After everything your second uncle did to you, you are actually still willing to help him. You nuzzle against Tang Lemon's long snow-white legs, pouting slightly. I am only doing this for the little girl at home. Our generation in the Mew family all had flawed childhoods. The least we can do is make sure little Shui's childhood is whole. Right at this moment, the office landline rings sharply. Tang Lemon's beautiful brows furrow slightly. She picks up the phone, and immediately a tearful voice comes through. Big sister. I accidentally fell asleep again. You two exchange a glance, both letting out a helpless sigh. Without a word, you stand up and head for the door. I am on it. I have to teach that little brat a lesson, because you know damn well in your heart, a childhood without the 7 wolves belt serving you. The classic Asian parent weapon of choice. Can you really call that a complete childhood? Before you know it, it is afternoon. After giving that mischievous brat a stern talking to, you are back to lounging around the office with nothing to do, openly admiring her as she works. Tang Lemon naturally exudes a cold, aloof aura. Her face is exquisite, and her figure is absolutely flawless. Those long, gorgeous legs peeking out from under her dress are a sight you could never get tired of, just as you're busy admiring the view and mentally calculating when to head to Sanyang province. Muchin's call comes in. He cuts straight to the chase as always. Target is locked. It is Luoshan, the head drill instructor of the Northern Frontier recruits. Your brows instantly knit together. Is there someone else? A mere recruit instructor could not possibly stretch his hands this far, all the way to Magic City. On the other end of the line, his voice drops lower as he continues. Behind Luoshan is the Dong family, the biggest powerhouse in the entire Northern Frontier. You know a bit about the situation up north. It has been a chaotic mess for years, with ongoing warfare, which has bred countless dark syndicates. The Dong family is the biggest fish in that pond. To put it bluntly, those guys are not even acting like citizens anymore. They are a mafia operating in a lawless no-man's land, robbing supplies, smuggling weapons. There is no evil they won't commit. You instantly understand the severity, your guard going up. Luoshan is easy to deal with, but the Dong family backing him is absolutely a tough bone to chew. You make a prompt decision. If the evidence is solid, arrest Luoshan first. Ask for the Dong family. Once I'm done with this current mess, you and I will go pay them a visit. I refuse to believe they are an unbreakable iron fortress. You are extremely confident about this. Walking the straight and narrow path might not be your forte, but when it comes to underhanded tricks and crooked methods, you are literally the grandmaster. Just as you hang up, Tang Lemon finishes processing her documents. She looks up and crooks a finger at you. Come here. Massage my shoulders. You happily trot over. You got it? Gritting your teeth, you bring it up, wifey. We are heading to Sanyang province tomorrow, but I literally have 0 cash on me. If word gets out, won't that be a bit embarrassing? She does not even bat an eyelid. She just smiles faintly. With me around, do you even need that stuff? You are instantly choked on your own words. Early the next morning, after wrapping up the work on hand,
you and Tang
board the plane to Sanyang province together. As for the little troublemaker at home, you naturally shipped her off to the old family mansion with glee. The weather is great today. The sun is high, and the temperature is a perfect 20-something degrees. The plane cruises smoothly through the clouds. In the massive cabin, it is just the two of you, along with a row of flight attendants standing by on standby. Right now, she has those flawless jade-like legs resting right on your lap while clipping her toenails. You can't help but grumble, wifey. Can't you do this tiny chore yourself? While scrolling through her phone, she shoots you a side eye. I'm letting you clip my nails. Should not you be secretly thrilled? Other men could not touch them, even if they begged.
You better cherish this.
Otherwise, the day I kick you to the curb, you won't even find a place to cry. And with that, she literally takes that delicate little foot and steps right onto your face. Smiling so radiantly, she says, "Here, this is your reward. Happy now." You are completely beyond words. Screaming internally, I'm stuck with this little demon of a wife. What do I do? Waiting for answers online? It is urgent. Blink twice if you need rescue, bro. Among all the provinces in the country, Sanyang province ranks quite low. It mainly relies on agriculture and basic industry. Its development is very average. However, the scenery here is exceptionally beautiful, quiet and livable. Unfortunately, a sudden earthquake affected 3 entire cities, with the rural townships being the hardest hit. While chatting, your plane has already landed, but the entire Hayang airport feels eerily quiet. Inside the waiting hall, over a dozen leaders of Hayang City have been waiting for a long time. Dressed in uniform attire, their eyes constantly dart toward the tarmac. Leading the pack is Mayor Huang Gang. He keeps his voice low, repeatedly instructing his subordinates. The people arriving today are from Magic City. They do not just represent Tianmu Group. They represent the face of the higher-ups. Do not drop the ball at this critical moment. Everyone looks sharp. Hearing this, the group in the back immediately straightens their postures, everyone trying to look as energetic as possible. Soon after, 2 silhouettes slowly walk over from the distance. It is you and Tang Lemon walking side by side. Your presence is absolutely striking, since you only plan to stay a few days. Neither of you brought any luggage. As you walk, you cover your mouth and whisper a complaint. You stinky woman. If you dare step on my face with your foot again, do not blame me for turning hostile. We are out in public. Give me a little face, will you? Her footsteps abruptly halt. Her gaze instantly turns unfriendly.
Oh,
turn hostile.
I would love to hear exactly how you plan to do that.
You look up and happen to see a crowd of people rushing toward you. So you instantly puff out your chest, talking tough with full confidence. If you dare mess around again, we are getting a divorce. She scoffs disdainfully. Fine by me. I will be waiting. You better keep your word. I really want to see if you actually have the guts.
Right in the middle of your bickering.
Huang Gang has already rushed over, his face plastered with a massive smile. He enthusiastically extends his hand. I am Huang Gang, the mayor of Hayang City. You must be the VIPs from Magic City, here for the inspection, right? I have already arranged the hotel. Please follow me. You and Tang Lemon briefly introduce yourselves and follow him out, with a massive entourage trailing behind. Along the way, Huang Gang keeps his posture incredibly low. The smile on his face is passionate and sincere. It is to the point where the party secretary following behind almost wonders if the mayor has been possessed by another soul. The power of money and status is truly magical. Usually if he manages not to scowl, it is already a blessing. But today, his smile is practically splitting his face open. The reason is actually very simple, because your identities are just too insanely overpowered. Thinking about it, the secretary understands, if it were him meeting you two, he would probably smile even more exaggeratedly. After all, she is the general manager of Magic City's Tianmu Group for this disaster relief. Her corporation and its subsidiaries alone donated over 10 billion RMB. That contribution is staggeringly huge. And as for you, Brother Mu, your background is even more absurd. According to rumors from the higher-ups, because of this incident, you are very likely to directly become the youngest general in the history of the nation, even if you do not have real military power. It is still a legitimate general title, flashing that identity around. Even a provincial governor would have to treat you with immense respect. Next, in the car heading to the hotel, Huang Gang, sitting in the passenger seat, sighs heavily. The number of casualties from this earthquake is just too high. Thank God aid from everywhere arrived quickly. Otherwise, the devastation would definitely be much worse. He looks out the window, his tone heavy. Right now in Suishi, Shulian City, and Jinggang City, the orphanages and nursing homes are packed to the brim, filled entirely with those poor souls who lost their parents or their children. Your heart clenches hearing this, so you earnestly comfort him. It is okay. There is still a long road ahead. Everything will slowly get better. You emphasize your tone. Although we can't stop natural disasters, we can do our absolute best to help those in need. Tang Lemon listens without showing much emotion on her face, but suddenly she reaches out and pulls you into her embrace. She gently pats you, soothing there. If you want to cry, just let it out.
I'm here.
You freeze completely.
Whispering. What kind of play is this? Why does it feel like a mother comforting her son? In the rearview mirror, Huang Gang happens to catch a glimpse of this scene. He instantly understands the dynamic, tactfully keeping his mouth shut, so as not to disturb you two. But internally he is amazed. Times really have changed, this whole roleplay stuff. Young people nowadays sure know how to play. You soon arrive at the hotel, after eating lunch.
You finalize the plan?
To inspect the hardest hit areas tomorrow. Since you're already here, you figure, might as well drag Tang Lemon out this afternoon to tour all the scenic spots around Hayang City, enjoying a rare world of just the two of you. At that exact same time, in the Red Star building in the capital, Kyoto, a knock sounds on an office door. Elder Shu is looking down at his documents. He merely raises a hand, signaling for the person outside to enter. The door is pushed open, and the captain of the guard strides in. After a sharp salute, he begins his report. Elder Shu, we have already captured Luo Shan. Should we move against the Dong family backing him? His tone is icy cold. We have already locked onto the Dong family's stronghold. Just give the order. And the Dongfeng Red Star missiles are ready to launch at any moment, leveling them to the ground with maximum speed. Those Dong family thugs are entrenched in a lawless zone that belongs to no country. So even if we flatten them with missiles, no one will dare say a word. The people in that place are mostly desperados and mobsters. Leaving them alive is just leaving a plague. They deserve no sympathy. After listening to the report, Elder Shu puts down his book, takes off his reading glasses, and places them steadily on the desk. Grandpa is out here living his best life while his grandson does all the heavy lifting. His voice is calm. Do not be so rash. If we strike recklessly, it will only bring trouble to our borders. His eyes shift. As he continues, this matter is technically the Mu family's private business. Let them try to resolve it themselves first. Have your men lay low. Just provide a little assistance at critical moments. The guard captain presses further. But what if they can't handle it? Elder Shu's gaze instantly turns razor sharp. His tone sounds calm but carries a terrifying edge. If they can't resolve it, then mobilize the army directly. Do not give the enemy any chance to struggle or bite back. Leave no one alive. The guard captain snaps a crisp military salute, then turns and leaves with long strides. As the door closes, the office returns to tranquility. Elder Shu picks up a specially made phone on his desk and dials a number consisting entirely of zeros. The call connects almost instantly. The sound of ocean waves crashing against rocks immediately comes through. It sounds like they are at the beach. Elder Shu speaks with irritation. You old bastard, living the good life or not you? Leaving me here to clean up your mess. A familiar burst of laughter comes from the other end. The person replies lazily, if you're jealous, you can come over anytime. I gotta say, retirement life is absolutely awesome. Elder Shu snorts coldly, curling his lips. Screw you. You think I am as free as you? He lowers his voice. Those two precious grandsons of yours have already tracked things down to the Dong family. Let us see how much longer you can keep this a secret. If that Mu kid finds out, you have been playing him this whole time. At this moment, the sunlight is perfect on the shores of Liberation Island. Mu Zhengguo stretches comfortably, his face full of nonchalance. I found him such a beautiful wife. That brat should be too busy thanking me to be mad. Early the next morning, at the entrance of the Haeyang City Grand Hotel, a private car has been waiting for a while. You and Tang Lemon walk out, shoulder to shoulder. Holding a cup of hot milk, you take a sip yourself before handing it to your wifey. There are so many people watching. Can't you leave me a little face while we are outside? She naturally takes it, taking a gentle sip as well. The sweet but not overly rich aroma of milk instantly spreads. She raises her eyelids and asks indifferently face. Raising an eyebrow, she mocks, how much is your face even worth? You are not some big shot VIP. What is the use of caring about empty vanity? The driver is very observant. He immediately gets out and hurries over. Bowing respectfully, he says, Mr. Mu, Miss Tang, I will be taking you to Suishi for your inspection now. Please get in the car. However, Huang Gang did not come along today. He is the mayor. After all, managing to squeeze out time to host you yesterday was already an emergency exception. Large numbers of disaster victims are flooding in, with a massive influx of disaster victims. How do they plan to house them all? The pressure is off the charts. The car starts slowly, heading steadily toward the highway. Haeyang is not too far from Suishi. It is about an hour's drive. Soon the destination appears in sight along the way. The driver, evidently armed with insider information, starts reporting on the specific situation. Right now, the victims in Suishi are mostly living in tents outside the city. They can only drink watery porridge every day, with 6 or 7 people crammed into a single tent. You frown? Blurting out conditions are that harsh. You press on immediately. Did not people from all over the country donate so much money? Do not tell me they do not even have the money to buy a few more tents. The driver's grip on the steering wheel tightens. He seems a bit hesitant, stammering as he speaks. I heard the mayor mention it in passing once. Apparently, only the donated supplies have reached the disaster area. As for the relief funds, they say it is still going through the approval process. It will probably be a while before it is distributed. Tang Lemon sharply turns her head to look at you. Your heart skips a beat. Both of you know perfectly well what this implies. This is a critical period, not to mention these are life-saving funds. How could it possibly still need an approval process? Someone is definitely playing dirty behind the scenes. You can't help but mutter under your breath. These scumbags really are everywhere. They actually dared to skim off disaster relief funds. Your eyes instantly darken. Tang Lemon tactfully stays silent. About half an hour later, the car exits the highway. The sides of the road should have been fertile farmlands, but several plumes of black smoke are rising into the sky in the distance. The city is situated within an imposing ring of ancient walls, said to be a relic from antiquity, patched up and used continuously until now. The city can house millions outside the city walls. A bright red banner flutters in the wind. Warm welcome to Mr. Mu and Ms. Tang for the inspection. Ah, the classic performative welcome. At the foot of the wall, Mayor Gong Shang is standing neatly with a large group of people, waiting for your arrival. Flanking the city walls are densely packed green tents. Inside sit many elderly people in tattered clothes, along with children who look utterly exhausted. Most of the young people in the townships have left for work in the cities, leaving mostly the elderly and children in the villages. So, in this earthquake, they became the primary victims. The air reeks with the pungent smell of disinfectant, and your ears are filled with the crying of children. The scene unfolding before you is like a living hell. You exchange a glance with Tang Lemon, realizing that this inspection has turned into a battle for justice that you cannot afford to lose. Right at that moment, at the end of the road, a black Santana comes speeding over. They are here. A commotion ripples through the crowd. Everyone immediately stands up straight, scrambling to present their best possible front. A few minutes later, the car slowly comes to a stop. You and Tang Lemon step out, your sharp, polished outfits, looking glamorous and striking against this grim backdrop. The elderly and children in the tents are all stunned, their eyes filled with undisguised envy. You scan the area. All you see are ash-covered, filthy faces of the old and young. You look up to meet Gong Shang walking over, immediately throwing a sharp question at him. Mayor Gong, where did all the money donated by corporations nationwide go? Why do I see people here who do not even have enough to eat? You represent the central government this time, carrying a heavy burden on your shoulders. Your tone instantly turns heavy, as sharp as a knife, making you look completely different from your usual goofy self, like two entirely different people. Just then, Tang Lemon gently holds your hand. She stares at your serious side profile, the corners of her lips turning up slightly. A warmth blooms in your chest. She's actually admiring your tough side. Gong Shang is visibly startled. He quickly tries to change the subject. Mr. Mu, why do not we head inside to chat? It is crowded and noisy out here. It is not very convenient to talk. You wave your hand dismissively. No need. You turn around and head straight into the tent area. I am here to inspect the conditions of the people, not to enjoy myself. Whatever needs to be said, let us say it clearly right here. Your tone shifts violently, turning icy cold. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I think your days as mayor are numbered. As soon as the words drop, his face changes dramatically. He shoots a look backward, signaling his entourage not to follow, and hurries after you alone. But the moment you step into the tent area, a putrid stench hits you in the face. It smells like rotten fish and shrimp left out for weeks, the odor piercing straight to your brain. Yet your expression does not change. You simply pull out a mask and hand it to Tang Lemon. She frowns, seemingly reluctant to wear it. Without a word, you raise your hand and put it on for her. Smooth move, making sure wifey is protected. To your front left, in a tattered green tent, 3 children about the same age as Mushwer are huddled in a corner. They have small wounds on their arms and scratches on their feet, likely marks left from their panicked escape. And to your front right, in a tent with a hole the size of a fist, a gray-haired, emaciated old man is lying on some straw. You can't even tell if he is dead or alive. The air is thick with despair and helplessness. Your chest tightens. You can't help but curse inwardly. What era are we in? How can people still be living like this? Without stopping your pace, your eyes narrow slightly, your voice chillingly cold. Mayor Gong, why does it look to me like they have not received any supplies at all? You point to the side? Look at that child's shoes. They are practically in shreds. And that old man looks like he is about to pass out from hunger. Do not tell me. You guys embezzled all the supplies donated from across the country. He waves his hands frantically in terror, his face turning deathly pale. He lets out a long sigh. There are simply too many victims. The supplies are nowhere near enough to distribute, and the funds are still undergoing approval. But rest assured, it should be approved today. I can absolutely guarantee it. You stare him dead in the eye, a cold sneer curving your lips. It has been so many days since the earthquake, and there has been no movement on the relief funds. You take a step forward, closing the distance. Yet, the moment I arrive, it is magically approved. Is not that a little too convenient? He gives 2 dry, nervous laughs. It is quite a coincidence. Over the next half an hour, you walk through the entire tent area. Everywhere you look, The sight is shocking. It is utterly tragic. Right at this moment, a loud rumble echoes from inside the city. Over a dozen large trucks slowly drive out. The drivers stick their heads out the windows, shouting loudly to the people in the tents. Everyone come out and get your stuff. The relief supplies are here. With that own shout, the crowd instantly erupts. Only they know best how they survived these past few days. Seeing the brand new clothes and food on the trucks, many people's eyes turn red. Some even burst into tears on the spot. Before long, a massive line forms. Under the direction of the staff, everyone lines up in an orderly fashion, taking turns receiving supplies. Brand new clothes, sweet-smelling bread, crispy biscuits, and clean drinking water. All of this was so hard to come by. The supply line flows continuously. Soon, the victims are finally fed and clothed. But you can't feel happy at all, because these things should have reached their hands days ago. Yet they were deliberately delayed until now. Gongxiang spreads his hands helplessly. Smiling bitterly, he explains that he is just a lowly mayor. He might look imposing, but there are not many things he can actually decide. Hearing this, your chest feels even heavier. Soon, everyone finishes receiving their supplies. Gongxiang raises his hand and shouts loudly, calling everyone to gather around. Fellow townsmen, this is Mr. Mew from Magic City. He specifically came here to inspect our situation. He raises his voice even higher. All the things you have in your hands right now are all thanks to Mr. Mew. Tell me, should not we thank him? Instantly, thousands of people surround you. Every single one with red-rimmed eyes. To them, you are the savior who fell from the sky, the great hero who rescued them. By a few intentional voices in the crowd, deafening cheers shake the heavens. Hero! Hero! Gongxiang shoves a microphone in front of you, his eyes full of eager expectation. Mr. Mu, why do not you say a few words to encourage everyone? You silently take the microphone, looking at the simple, honest faces before you. The word hero echoes in your mind. You bring the microphone to your lips and speak slowly. A so-called hero is just someone who carries the expectations of everyone in front of them. I am honestly not that great. The crowd instantly quiets down. Everyone looks bewildered. They stare at you intently, waiting for you to continue. You drop your smile, your expression turning intensely dark. There is something I feel I can no longer hide from you all. The truth is, the supplies in your hands should have been distributed to you long ago. But a bunch of parasites up top wanted to take advantage of this disaster to line their own pockets. That is why it took until today for you to receive them. Your words hit like a bombshell. Mic drop moment right there. Gongxiang's face instantly turns green. He knows the dirty truth behind this, and he knows exactly what consequences this revelation will bring. Instinctively, he tries to rush forward to stop you. However, a slender figure blocks him faster than he can move. Tang Lemon raises her hand, casually twirling a strand of hair by her ear. She sweeps a cold glance over him, her voice like crushed ice. If you do not want to end up lying on the ground, you better stand right there and stay put. As soon as she finishes speaking, over a dozen men in black suits suddenly emerge behind you, staring him down with icy glares, not giving an inch. Seeing this lineup, Gongxiang can only smile bitterly. By doing this, you're breaking the rules, but you completely ignore him, raising your voice over the chaotic noise of the crowd. Disaster relief is about saving lives, and now there are people treating your lives like a joke. Tell me, what should we do? The crowd's blood pressure instantly spikes. Rage flares up like a wildfire. When I was fighting on the battlefield, those turtle sons were still sucking on their mother's milk. We need to drag every single one of those parasites out. Where's the mayor?
You must give us an explanation for this.
Almost at that exact moment, your phone vibrates violently in your pocket. You swipe to answer, and the furious roar from the other end almost shatters your eardrum. You little brat, I sent you there to inspect the situation. What is all this nonsense you're pulling? Are you trying to stage a rebellion? You raise a hand, scratching your nose, and let out a chuckle. Stop pretending, old man. I do not believe for a second you do not know what is going on down here. If you have orders, spit them out fast. Otherwise, I'm hanging up. At that moment, in the Red Star Building office in Kyoto, a smile creeps onto Elder Shu's lips. He lowers his voice and quickly rattles off an address. I am giving you an address. It is in the suburbs of Suishi. He pointedly adds another warning, each word dropping like a hammer. Remember? You only have half an hour. In half an hour, the police will be there to maintain order. You nod, instantly understanding his meaning, but you still can't help asking, by the way, who is the big fish behind all this, to make it so inconvenient for you to act directly? He pauses for a moment. Do not worry about that for now. It involves some major players. You will naturally find out later. With that, without giving you a chance to ask more, he abruptly hangs up. You spread your hands helplessly. Nothing I can do. On the spot, you loudly announce the address you just received. Once the address is out, it turns out to be a manor on the outskirts of the city, not too far from here. the crowd immediately springs into action. A massive, unstoppable wave of people, each face twisted with fury, looking ready to drag that bastard out and settle the score. Left behind in their wake is only a group of clueless little children. The staff quickly take over, guiding them back into the city. Meanwhile, chaos has utterly erupted in several other districts as well. Disaster victims are rioting, and even many ordinary citizens have joined in. The crowds move like a tidal wave, all surging towards the suburbs, revolution mode activated. At this very moment, in the most secretive conference room of the Red Star building in Kyoto, a video conference is taking place simultaneously. Elder Shu hangs up your call and looks up at the two other elderly men on the screen. His voice is low but sharp. It has started. This time we must teach them a severe lesson. How dare they reach their hands into disaster relief funds? Elder Mo, one of the top 4 leaders, frowns deeply. But if we do this, the regional families will become even more cautious. It will be much harder to deal with them in the future. Another elder sighs softly. We will just have to take it one step at a time. We can't rush these things. Elder Shu nods, ending the discussion. A necessary warning must be given. We have to make them understand that there are some bottom lines they absolutely cannot cross. As noon approaches in Suishi, just as you're about to join the crowd for the excitement, Liu Ying, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly appears and blocks your path. He looks unusually calm. You have done what you needed to do. Go back to your magic city. Leave the rest to me. But your curiosity is fully ignited. How could you possibly hold back now? You chuckle, leaning in close, and decide to play the emotional card. Uncle Liu, I won't ask any questions. Just let me follow along and take a peek, please. Just pretend you did not see me. How about that? Liu Ying's eyes instantly turn icy. With a swift hand chop, fast and vicious, he strikes the back of your neck. Your vision goes black. He turns his head to look at Tang Lemon beside you, calmly instructing, take him back. If I remember correctly, underneath the sole of his shoe, there should be a hidden bank card. Tang Lemon, who had been looking perfectly calm, instantly turns freezing cold upon hearing this. She gives a crisp nod, steps forward, and grabs your unconscious body, dragging you away. Uncle Liu is a savage for that betrayal. After passing out, you do not regain consciousness until noon the very next day. Opening your eyes, you find yourself sitting on a plane heading back to Magic City. Next to you, Tang Lemon is casually playing with a premium bank card. Seeing you wake up, she narrows her eyes and smiles. Her tone is terrifyingly sweet. You dog of a man.
You are really something. You're not you.
Hiding a massive fortune behind my back. Several hundred million, no less. She raises her hand, her gaze closing in sharply. Spit it out. Where did this money come from? Your heart instantly drops. You realize immediately, oh boy, you have been thoroughly sold out. Seeing her on the verge of exploding, you quickly put on an apologetic smile, smoothly shoving the card into her hands. You even wink playfully. What do you mean, mine? Is not this all your money, wifey? Without a second word, Tang Lemon shoots out her arm and puts you in a headlock under her armpit. She issues a cold command. I do not care. I am mad right now. You better coax me back into a good mood right this second. She pauses, the threat in her voice intensifying. Otherwise, I will... Suddenly, a stroke of genius hits you. You throw both hands up, making bunny ears above your head, smiling as shamelessly as possible. Two little tigers running fast. Owen's skirt is flying high. Owen's boobies are jiggling around, and the mouth goes all awry. She instantly bursts out laughing, but still glares at you. How old are you? Have you no shame? You press on with thick skin. What is wrong with that? Pride does not put food on the table. Keeping the wifey happy is the most important thing. Top-tier survival instincts. After returning from Sanyang province, you are kept completely in the dark about everything that happens afterward. It is almost as if someone intentionally does not want you to know. And so, you return to your normal everyday life. On the first day of June, the temperature skyrockets to 29 degrees. The cicadas in the woods won't shut up, making you feel even more irritated. The villa, however, is a stark contrast. It is wonderfully cool inside. 3 air conditioners are blasting cold air into every corner. On the bed, wearing nothing but a pair of big boxers, you yawn and slowly sit up. But in the very next second, a snow-white little foot flies out of nowhere and kicks you. Caught completely off guard, you are sent flying off the bed. Tang Lemon, wearing a thin nightgown, lunges forward and wraps her arms tightly around your neck. With her eyes closed, her tone incredibly lazy, she murmurs, sleep. A delicate fragrance hits your face. She is hugging you so tight you can barely breathe.
Wifey.
It is getting late. Should not we get up? You struggle slightly. The massive assets hidden under her nightgown jiggle along with your movement, accidentally revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Sleep. She repeats it again, left with no other choice. You start peeling her hands off you inch by inch. However, a much heavier strike follows immediately. Ouch! The next second, your butt takes the hit. As she kicks you completely off the bed once more, you stand up rubbing your behind, muttering under your breath, this is domestic violence. It is illegal. Tang Lemon's delicate little foot swiftly retracts. Disappearing back under the covers, she coldly spits out a single word, scram. With that, she buries her head back under the quilt, going completely motionless. She is utterly unreasonable. Admitting defeat, you grab your clothes and sulk your way to the bathroom, looking exactly like a male concubine favored by an empress, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. After washing up quickly and dressing neatly, you drive out, heading straight for the Tang family's old mansion. Today is June 1st, Children's Day.
You have to go pick up that little rascal?
Halfway there, an unknown number suddenly calls you, thinking it is just spam.
You hang up without a second thought.
However, the other party is relentless and calls several more times. Impatiently, you finally pick up from the other end. A weathered, steady voice comes through. Do you have time to meet up? You instantly recognize the voice. Your eyes darken, and your tone turns cold. If it is to thank me, there is really no need. I only did it for little Shui. You do not owe me anything. Who else could it be but Mu Xiangbei? Ever since you got him released, the two of you have not seen each other even once. He lowered his voice. It is not about that. I will send you the location. There are some things I want to talk to you about in person. It won't take up too much of your time. You stayed silent for a moment, but eventually nodded. As soon as the words fell, the call disconnected. Right after, you received a location ping. You immediately pulled a U-turn, and so you drove straight toward the entertainment district in the city center. A little over 10 minutes later, inside a high-end cafe in Magic City.
Sir, do you have a reservation?
Seeing that your clothes were clearly custom-made, the waiter's attitude was incredibly respectful. You scanned the room and quickly spotted that familiar figure. Sitting in a corner, you waved your hand dismissively. No need. I am looking for someone. You casually placed an order in passing. Get me an Americano. Thanks. You walked straight to the corner table and sat down. Mu Xiangbei, who had been keeping his head down, finally looked up. His face looked much more weathered and aged. His dark circles were incredibly heavy. He spoke softly. You're here. Mu Xiangbei did not seem to mind your coldness at all. You looked a bit impatient. Spit it out if you have something to say. I am a very busy man. Busy doing what? Getting kicked out of bed. His tone was sincere. I still have to thank you. If it were not for you, I might never have had the chance to atone in this lifetime. Then he suddenly shifted the conversation, dropping a massive bombshell. There is one more thing. I suspect my dad, meaning your grandfather, is not dead at all. Your heart violently skipped a beat. Your gaze, which had been avoiding him, finally locked right onto him. Your brows furrowed tightly, your voice turning icy. Do not joke about things like this. Are you trying to say what I saw that day was just an illusion? That rainy night was the own nightmare you never wanted to recall in your life. Xiangbei shook his head, resting both hands on the table. He looked at you with immense gravity. I thought he was dead at first too. He stared at you intently, suddenly changing his angle. Could a person with terminal cancer really jump around as lively as a healthy person? He raised an eyebrow. Is not all of this just a little too coincidental? The more he spoke, the calmer he became. To make me turn over a new leaf and to properly train you up, the old man's goals have all been achieved. Would someone as shrewd as him really die so easily? Your heart pounded wildly in your chest. Countless thoughts instantly flooded your mind. You lowered your voice. Do you have proof? His eyes darkened as he fired back. Do you honestly think I would? He then stood up, revealing a bitter smile. The people picking me up are here. I should get going. Think it over carefully yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, your mind was thrown into utter chaos. Because the very next second, he actually turned and left. Outside the cafe, a black Santana was parked by the curb. They were there to assist him in going to Sanyang province, while simultaneously keeping an eye on him. After all, a former felon returning to a key position. The higher-ups were watching him like a hawk. You watched helplessly as the car faded into the distance, your emotions churning like a stormy sea. Sitting alone in the corner, your brain was an absolute tangled mess. Everything was just too perfect, yet you could not find a single flaw in it. It felt as if someone had set up a massive chessboard well in advance, and you were merely one of the pawns. The more you thought about it, the more frustrated you got. Tilting your head back, you downed the coffee in one gulp. Your mouth was filled with nothing but extreme bitterness. You stood up, just about to step outside to make a phone call, when the waiter suddenly stopped you, flashing an apologetic smile. He said, "Sir, you have not paid the bill yet." The total amount he stated felt like a knife plunging straight into your heart. 2 Americanos, that will be 3,000 yuan. Inflation hits hard in Magic City. Wow. Will you be paying by scanning a code or by card? You instinctively reached for your phone, but your hand abruptly froze. A fatal realization suddenly hit you. You literally do not have a single cent on you right now. You could only force a bitter laugh, your heart sinking halfway into your stomach. You even felt that a random beggar on the street was richer than you right now. About half an hour dragged by like this. The waiter's eyes were starting to look very suspicious. He was probably 80% sure you were trying to dine and dash. Right in the middle of this awkward standoff, a beautiful silhouette gracefully walked through the door. The moment she stepped in, she instantly commanded the attention of the entire room. Your eyes practically lit up like light bulbs. You immediately ran up to her with a huge grin.
Wifey,
you are finally here.
The person arriving was none other than Tang Lemon. Without a single word, she pulled a thick stack of cash from her bag and paid the bill neatly and efficiently. Then she grabbed your hand, turned around, and walked out. Sugar Mommy to the rescue. The customers in the cafe instantly broke into an uproar. Everyone was dying of jealousy. Owen Guy slapped his thigh, sounding incredibly sour. After all that, he is just a kept man, and his girl is so stunningly gorgeous. I am so mad I could die. Another unconvinced guy next to him yelled, "Damn it, why is not that me? I can even sing, dance, and rap." A wild idol trainee appeared. The second you got back into the car, Tang Lemon grabbed you by the collar. Staring you down with an unfriendly glare, she demanded, "Spit it out." Which fox spirit were you out on a date with? Your faces were dangerously close. You could clearly smell the fresh fragrance on her. Your heart skipped a beat, and you hastily explained, "It is a misunderstanding, wifey." "Do I look like that kind of guy to you?" You quickly explained the whole situation from start to finish. Only then did she huff coldly and let go of your collar. But suddenly she looped her arms around your neck and planted a loud, wet kiss on your cheek. She lifted her chin, proudly declaring, "You are my man. From now on, whoever you meet, you report to me first." "Got it." You immediately bowed and nodded, "Understood. Understood." You then wrapped your arms tightly around her slender waist and planted a solid kiss right on her red lips. You even licked your lips afterward, still wanting more. Shortly after, the car slowly started up, heading straight for the Tang family mansion. The drive there was quite smooth, with no unexpected accidents. After all, today was June 1st. Children's Day. Only the kids had the day off. The adults all still had to work as usual. In the courtyard of the Tang family mansion, the moment you walked in, you saw a little tornado. The little rascal was barefoot, running wild across the lawn. The few nannies chasing after her had their hearts in their throats. "Oh, my dear young miss, slow down. What if you trip and fall?" The little girl turned her head, giggling uncontrollably.
"You can't catch me.
"Come and get me." However, she was so busy looking backward that she completely failed to notice two people suddenly standing in front of her. In the very next second, you scooped her entirely up into your arms. You gave her little bottom a light smack.
"You wild little girl!"
Running around everywhere barefoot. "Are you asking for a scolding?" The nannies finally breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly hurried over, simultaneously wiping her feet with a wet cloth, and handing over a pair of little pink shoes. They swiftly slipped them onto her feet. You were just about to put her down when you heard her call out in a sweet, milky voice, "Big sister." Mushuer's eyes lit up. Her two tiny hands reached out directly for Tang Lemon. Tang Lemon smiled and caught her, holding her securely in her arms. You were instantly displeased by this blatant favoritism. Raising an eyebrow, you scoffed. "What is this? You see your big brother and you do not even greet me." The little girl stuck her tongue out at you, looking absolutely cheeky. You waved your hand helplessly. "I have some business to attend to. You go ahead and play with her first." The moment you turned around, Tang Lemon called out to stop you. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a gleaming diamond card flying through the air. Her tone was incredibly nonchalant, yet exuded peak overbearing CEO energy. "Here's some pocket money for you. If people found out that Tang Lemon's man could not even pay a cafe bill, it would be way too embarrassing." Your eyes lit up instantly. You dashed back over, grabbing her in a tight hug. "I love you to death, wifey." She shoved you away with a look of utter disgust, her red lips curling. "In broad daylight, have you no shame? Hurry up and scram." You waved back with a wide grin. "Yes, madam." The second you stepped out the door, you whipped out your phone to check the card balance, but the result made you freeze on the spot. Damn it, it is only 100,000 yuan. A whole 100K as pocket money, and he is complaining. You put the card away with a bitter face, sighing. Whatever, having something is better than nothing. You climbed into the car and started the engine, while simultaneously hitting the dial button, contacting Elder Shu. The call was answered almost instantaneously. A light chuckle came from the other end. "Brat." What happened this time? Gripping the steering wheel with own hand, you lowered your voice to an absolute whisper. "Elder Shu, Tell me the truth. Is my grandfather actually dead? Is he still alive? The voice on the other end suddenly vanished. A heavy silence spread across the line. Then he pressed back with a question. Did Mu Shangbei say something to you? The very fact that he asked this felt like a needle pricking your heart. The answer was already practically laid bare, and an even larger, more terrifying hypothesis sprang to mind. If he faked his death, what was his ultimate goal? And just when exactly did he start setting up this chessboard? The person on the other end clearly realized he had let it slip. He sighed, his tone softening. Forget it. Things have reached a point where I can't hide it anyway. That is right. Your grandfather is not dead. That slee old bastard is currently on Liberation Island, enjoying his cushy retirement. He even called me just yesterday to brag about it. Your head buzzed loudly, and your vision actually went blank for a second. Liberation Island. Those words exploded in your brain like a bomb. That place was a special sanctuary built exclusively for the families of top-tier military officials to ensure they could never be used as leverage or threatened. Its defense systems were the absolute best in the entire country. Every month, the mainland would ship massive quantities of supplies over, all completely free of charge. The people living on that island just had to sit back and enjoy life, with zero worries for the rest of their days. Because of this, getting in required passing through endless layers of security clearances. Ordinary people did not even have the right to know such a place existed. Only military officers of a specific high rank had the clearance to know about it. These details, you had only accidentally overheard them from Uncle Lou in the past. So you remembered it crystal clear? The thought that you had been kept completely in the dark all this time made your chest feel suffocatingly tight. What you hated most in this world was being lied to, and that awful, powerless feeling of being totally clueless. Just as you were drowning in utter frustration, Elder Shu seemingly guessed exactly what was on your mind. Through the phone, he burst into roaring laughter.
Right. All right.
He will naturally show up on your wedding day. Everything will be perfectly clear when that time comes. He then abruptly shifted topics, dropping an even more devastating spoiler. From the moment you were accepted into Magic City University, every single step you have taken has been meticulously planned by your grandfather. Even I only found out recently. Surprised or what? You twitched the corner of your mouth, shooting back coldly. Surprised. More like horrified. If you ask me, you did not want to drag the conversation out any further, cutting it off directly. Let us just leave it at that then. Enjoy your busy schedule, old man. I'm hanging up. The moment you ended the call, you instantly plunged into a swirling vortex of thoughts. Your brain was a messy pot of porridge. Irritation crawled all over your heart. So from the very beginning, your entire life had been completely orchestrated. A cold chill ran down your spine. Then a critical point violently hit you. Does that mean your fateful encounter with your wifey was also written into the script from the start? Thinking about it like that was absolutely terrifying. Truman Show vibes confirmed. You felt profoundly uneasy all over. So you immediately dialed Tang Lemon's number. Putting on a miserable face, you begged her for help, wifey. Your hubby has been traumatized. Hurry up and comfort me. She cleanly and decisively hurled a single word back at you. Scram. You stayed silent for 3 seconds, and yet you surprisingly were not angry at all. It was absurdly habitual at this point. Honestly, if there ever came a day where she did not treat you like this, you would probably feel incredibly uncomfortable. So your mindset instantly snapped back into place. Knowing that your family member was actually perfectly safe, you happily started humming a little tune, slamming your foot on the gas. You drove off towards Zedong Mountain to check on the construction progress. As you drove, you gleefully sang to yourself like a complete degenerate, my wifey's waist, my wifey's mouth, my wifey's thighs, so white and beautiful, hehe, peak degenerate husband behavior. Over the next few days, you lived a simple routine, commuting between 2 fixed points, shuttling back and forth between Zedong Mountain and home. Not only did you keep a close eye on the construction schedule, you even stayed on site to guard it every single night. As the project steadily advanced bit by bit, your heart also felt a bit more grounded. Time flew by amidst all this busyness. In the blink of an eye, the day of Magic City University's graduation ceremony arrived. Right now, the school gates were draped with massive red banners. The atmosphere was incredibly vibrant. The freshmen and sophomores also conveniently got a day off, and everyone was absolutely overjoyed. They held impromptu meetings on the spot, discussing where to go party the moment the ceremony ended. But as they talked, the topic strayed completely off course, ultimately unifying into a single battle cry, 5-man gaming party. But who could have imagined that this decision would utterly devastate the working ladies down at the foot massage parlors? With zero business, they were all sitting around looking miserable. Behind every single one of them was a family to feed. Thus, you could not help but joke self-deprecatingly, should not we extend a helping hand to them in their time of need? On graduation day, Magic City University was an absolute madhouse. The principal was delivering a profoundly passionate speech on stage. while the students below were dropping like flies asleep. The contrast was simply spectacular. You were currently hiding in a corner, holding the school beauty Tang Lemon in your arms. That subtle, alluring fragrance of hers was seriously going to your head. The sports field was already a sea of people. Two classmates next to you were whispering. The principal's speaking skills are truly unmatched. He has been yapping for a solid hour without repeating a single word. No kidding. He is the principal after all. He won't step off that stage for at least 3 hours. Would not it be better to just sneak in a few matches on our phones? Hearing this, you almost burst out laughing. But internally, you wanted to play something a little more exciting. So you quietly lowered your head and leaned into her ear. Are you really not planning to go up and say a few words? This is a prime opportunity to cement your legacy. You could show off in front of the entire school. Tang Lemon just rolled her eyes at you, happily lounging against your chest without the slightest desire to move. She could not care less about the old man chanting scriptures on stage. Your arm wrapped around Tang Lemon's slender waist tightened affectionately. You were feeling incredibly smug inside. The glaring daggers from all the guys around you were practically piercing your skin. The number-owned beauty of Magic City University was resting in your arms. How could they not be drowning in jealousy? And because of that, you felt even more relaxed and confident. Right at this moment, on the lawn in the front row, Ji Boda and Liu Ruyan were staring blankly at the podium. Their fingers accidentally brushed against each other, and they both instantly pulled their hands back like they would have been shocked. That awkward, innocent tension was practically bursting through the screen. Compared to your completely shameless PDA-heavy vibe over here, they looked way more like a textbook college couple. Unfortunately, the storms of their future had only just begun. On the podium, the old principal was getting more and more hyped, occasionally sneaking peeks at the script in his hand. His movements were incredibly practiced, and his face was full of immense pride. You watched the time tick by, minute by minute. Your brain was entirely consumed by O-N word. Sleep, enduring an agonizing 3 hours, precisely stopping right at noon. This graduation speech finally drew to a close. The college days were officially thoroughly over. From today onwards, everyone would go their separate ways, fighting for their own individual dreams. As soon as you walked out the school gate, you saw Ji Boda walking in your direction. You quickly cleared your throat and lowered your voice to Tang Lemon. You drive back first. I'm gonna hang out with my bro for a bit. I will be home later. Tang Lemon threw off your hand, marching toward the luxury car parked by the curb without even looking back. She coldly threw a single sentence over her shoulder. Be back early, otherwise you will be kneeling on a keyboard when you get home. Your heart jolted in fear, but outwardly, you had to act tough to maintain your dignity. Ji Boda slapped you hard on the shoulder, smiling like a blooming flower. Let us go grab a few drinks. I know a newly opened spot. He smirked wickedly, raising an eyebrow. Do you need to ask your household commander for permission first? Crossing your arms, you snorted coldly. Are you kidding me? With my status in the family, do you really think I need to submit a report just to grab a meal? Press X to doubt.
You raised your chin high,
oozing majestic bravado.
Let us go. We are not going home till we are wasted tonight. Boda looked at you, his face full of skepticism. Why do your words sound so incredibly guilty? And so, the two of you walked with your arms around each other's shoulders, arguing and laughing, all the way to the night market. You asked casually, where's Liu Ruyan? Why did not you invite her? He spread his hands helplessly. She has a ton of friends. It is graduation, of course she has to say proper goodbyes. She is not wandering around aimlessly like us, two bums. You instantly took offense. Do not lump me in with you. I have exactly 4 friends. You only have 2. He just burst out laughing at your logic.
Haha.
You are amazing. All right. Not long after, you two found that newly opened restaurant. The table was quickly covered in a mountain of beer bottles. The alcohol content was not very high, so you chugged glass after glass. It felt absolutely refreshing. You were not afraid of getting drunk at all. You even thought about that fatty Zhang Hai. Ever since you drank that insanely strong liquor he brought last time, you felt like your alcohol tolerance had skyrocketed. The sky slowly began to darken. It was not until night fully enveloped the city that you two finally felt like you had drank enough. Right after paying the bill, the phone in your pocket started ringing like crazy. Your heart gave a massive thump. Your first thought was not that the waiter was trying to find you, but that Tang Lemon was calling to do a spot check. But when you looked at the caller ID, you let out a huge sigh of relief. Swiping to answer, you asked Fatty, what is up? Over the line came his desperate, tearful, panting bro. This is an absolute emergency. Somebody's trying to ruin me. The alcohol in your system was instantly shocked away by more than half. Your expression immediately darkened. Where are you right now? Seeing your change in expression, Ji Boda understood in a split second that something had gone wrong. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face to sober himself up. What is wrong? Meanwhile, you rapidly question Zhang He about the situation, mentally logging every crucial piece of information. You hung up the phone, a ruthless edge lacing your voice. My bro just got backed into a corner by a bunch of thugs.
I need to head over there right now.
You two exchanged a single glance. Without needing to say another word, you both sprinted off with perfect mutual understanding.
Very quickly.
Deep inside a creepy, dark alley on a street in the entertainment district, where the streetlights flickered erratically,
Right at the end of the alley,
a figure wearing nothing but a pair of red boxers was running for his absolute life. Zhang He's face was completely pale with terror. Chasing behind him were over a dozen thugs wielding knives and metal pipes. The bald guy leading them was completely shirtless, sporting a massive dragon tattoo coiling over his shoulder. He was closing in step by step, sneering coldly. You little punk, you actually dared to touch the woman of over-shoulder dragon Wang Badian. If I do not completely destroy your little toy today, I will take your last name. Running for his life, Zhang He looked back and roared back in absolute exasperation. She literally barged into my private room by herself. She started taking her clothes off the second she walked in, and then you guys immediately rushed in. Believe it or not, I'm calling the cops to arrest you right now, the oldest scam in the book. Wang Badian let out a disdainful scoff, raising his chin provocatively. I am a gangster. You think I'm scared of those guys in uniform? Worst case scenario, I just sit in a cell for a couple of days. He held out a hand and sneered. If you know what is good for you, hand over that silver card. Otherwise, this is not over. It all happened in a flash. The distance closed in an instant.
Right at this critical juncture,
You and Boda violently charged out of nowhere. Two massive machetes gleamed coldly under the moonlight. You roared aggressively, "Nobody move. Whoever dares to take another step. Do not blame my blade if it does not have eyes." The gang of thugs slammed on the brakes instantly. Are you kidding me? Going up against half-human-sized machetes with tiny daggers. Is not that just straight-up feeding kills? Nobody wanted to throw their lives away for a few bucks. Seeing his men wimp out, Wang Badian's temper flared up immediately. He rushed forward and started cursing them out. You bunch of cowards? There are so many of us. Why the hell are we afraid of just two guys? You and Boda stood back-to-back guarding.
Zhang He.
He finally managed to catch his breath. He immediately pointed at the group opposite you and started complaining, "Bro, it is these bastards, relying on numbers to bully me. Teach them a good lesson for me." Out of the corner of your eye, you caught a glimpse of his giant red boxers. Good lord, it was an absolute eyesore. You literally could not bear to look. My eyes. The goggles do nothing. However, before the standoff could be broken, police sirens suddenly blared from the end of the alley. Everyone's faces changed in an instant. Turns out, someone had witnessed the chase earlier and directly called the cops, and the police had just arrived. The underlings panicked immediately. Someone sidled up to Wang Badian and whispered, "Boss, the cops are here. Let us retreat. If we get caught again, we will have to squat in a cell for another few days." Wang Badian's face cycled between green and pale. He stared dead at Zhang He, hiding behind you. How could he just let the fat piece of meat dangling in front of his mouth fly away? That was a silver VIP card from the Bank of China. It was worth hundreds of thousands at the very least. Letting him go now would only invite revenge later, which would be an even bigger headache. Meanwhile, the sirens were getting closer and closer. Your grip on the machete steadied, while Wang Badian gritted his molars even harder. With a clench of his jaw, Wang Badian issued a deadly order to his men. "Get him!" He followed up with a roar. "If we pull this off, we will have enough to eat and drink for a whole year. Who gives a shit about squatting in a cell for a few days? Do not any of you forget what your family's situations are." The moment those words left his mouth, the underlings' expressions hardened. Their families were their weakness. Now, no one dared to back down. The very next second, the gang of thugs lunged forward like rabid dogs. Every single one of them had bloodshot eyes. Your heart skipped a massive beat. Without even thinking, you tossed the machete straight to the ground, turned around, and bolted. As you ran, you did not forget to yell at Boda and Zhang He. "What are you standing there for? Run, damn it. If my wife finds out, I got thrown in jail for street fighting. I am literally a dead man. Priorities, wifey's wrath, thugs with knives." Boda and Zhang He instantly snapped out of it. Without another word, they turned and bolted after you. Right after, someone accidentally stepped on the two giant machetes you dropped. With a sharp crack, they shattered like they were made of paper.
Oh snap!
They were actually cheap plastic props. The jig was completely up. Wang Badian literally exploded with rage on the spot. We got bluffed by two plastic toys. Damn it all now. The thugs had zero fear, gritting their teeth. They chased after the three of you like their lives depended on it. Right at that moment, two police cars came roaring in. The officer in the passenger seat leaned out with a megaphone and shouted at the people in front, "Stop immediately." I repeat, The people in front stop immediately. You knew damn well that 2 legs could never outrun 4 wheels. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of officers piled out of the leading police car. With swift and practiced moves, they pinned all dozen or so thugs to the ground, but the second police car was driving straight towards the 3 of you. This area was an abandoned factory district. Usually, it was totally deserted, so the police car drove completely unobstructed. The distance closed rapidly. Zhang He was panting like a dying cow. He leaned over and begged, "Bro, we can't keep running like this. Think of something, quick." You steeled your heart and gritted your teeth. "Screw it. Let us gamble." You shouted, "This street is super narrow. It is hard for the cop car to turn around." On 3, we all turned back and run the other way. Jiboda and Zhang He exchanged a look. Both figured it was a desperate move, but they had no other choice. They nodded in agreement. You immediately started the countdown. 3, 2, own, run. As soon as the word left your mouth, Jiboda and Zhang He, without thinking, slammed on the brakes. Clinging to a final thread of hope, they turned around and charged straight toward the police car. However, then came the most treacherous play of all. They charged out only to realize something was wrong. Whipping their heads back, they roared at you, "Holy shit.
You backstabbing rat, you sold us out, bro."
You are completely devoid of basic human decency. Top 10 anime betrayals. But by then, you had already reached the corner. You even turned back and waved at them with a beaming smile. "Sorry, bros. Do not blame me. Society is just this cruel." Seeing the 2 of them charging right at them, the pursuing police car simply slammed on the brakes, stopping dead in the middle of the road. They effortlessly apprehended the 2 dimwits. One of the officers even chuckled. "Could not tell you 2 were so loyal to your friend." Just as you were about to breathe a sigh of relief, without warning, you found yourself completely cornered against a wall by a group of men in black suits. A familiar, icy voice rang out from behind the bodyguards. Tang Lemon stepped into the alley, her eyes narrowed. "Young Master Mew, I believe I reminded you to come home early. What kind of game are you playing here?" Terrified, you shrank against the wall, forcing out a smile that looked uglier than crying. "This is purely a misunderstanding. I just got so busy that I lost track of time." Just then, Ningdao walked briskly around the corner. He lowered his head and reported to Tang Lemon, "Miss, we have looked into it. It seems some poor bastard in red boxers got caught in a honeypot trap and was being chased by a gang of thugs." Tang Lemon shot you a sharp side eye. She raised her hand and gave the order, "Strip his pants off." "Yes, miss." Perhaps it was the will of heaven, because it was graduation day. You had specifically chosen to wear a pair of festive, bright red boxers. So the result, Tang Lemon's men made their move, and that flash of red instantly blinded everyone present. Instinctively covering your vitals, you waved your hands frantically to explain, "Wifey, please, you have to believe me. That was my friend. It really was not me." However, her face was so cold it could freeze water. The dinner had gone cold, and her heart had gone cold with it. She had been waiting so happily for you to come home, to share a warm, home-cooked meal, but you never showed up. Her mood had completely shattered. She coldly dropped a single sentence: "Tie him up and take him back." The bodyguards approached with awkward smiles. With practiced efficiency, they hogtied you securely with ropes. They even kept their heads down, apologizing with fake smiles. "Young Master Mu, these are the Mrs. orders. Please do not hold it against us." Immediately after, the door of the Rolls-Royce parked by the curb popped open, and you were shoved roughly inside. You landed perfectly at Tang Lemon's feet. The scene felt incredibly familiar. It was exactly like the first time you two met. The car door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Tang Lemon kicked off her high heels, planted her bare foot right on your face, and ground it down hard. She absolutely did not hold back her strength. You pleaded repeatedly through her foot. "Ow, ow, ow.
Wifey, I'm really sorry."
I promise I will be good and listen next time. Can you please move your foot first?" She narrowed her eyes, firing back. "Now you know you're wrong. Too late. I have not disciplined you in a while. Today is the perfect day to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Let us see if you ever dare to blow me off again." The car sped along the road. The entire way back, you were trying to figure out why she was so incredibly furious tonight. A spark of inspiration hit you. Could it be that it was her time of the month after getting home? You received another thoroughly sound thrashing. It was not until Tang Lemon got tired and collapsed onto the sofa that you dared to sit down, practically glued to the edge of the couch, not even daring to breathe too loudly. At that moment, the butler came out of the kitchen, carrying piping hot dishes. He lowered his voice and reminded you, "Sir, this is what the miss cooked personally for you tonight. Please eat while it is hot." Only then did realization dawn on you. That was why she was so mad. You immediately shuffled over to the coffee table, picked up the chopsticks, and started wolfing the food down, even though you had already eaten something earlier. Looking at these dishes, your appetite surged back to life. As you ate, you nodded continuously. As expected of my wifey's cooking. It is way better than the street food outside. So delicious. The morning sunlight was exceptionally gentle, spilling into the room through the golden silk curtains. The room was completely quiet, save for the soft rustle of the curtains occasionally shifting in the breeze. The floor, however, was an absolute disaster zone. Scraps of clothing were scattered everywhere, and underwear had been casually tossed near the bed. It was glaringly obvious just how intense last night's battle had been. A true warrior's battlefield. On the bed, Tang Lemon lay completely naked, sprawled across your chest. Her snow-white shoulders were exposed to the air. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze clear and bright. You were sleeping soundly, your chest rising and falling steadily. A faint smile lingered on your lips, as if you were having the sweetest dream imaginable. You even mumbled a few words in your sleep. On. 2. Tang Lemon, having just woken up, caught every single word. Her beautiful brows instantly knotted together. She could not help but curse internally. This dog of a man, he already has me and he is still not satisfied. The very next second, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the villa. The sound wave pierced straight through the courtyard, making the entire estate tremble. In the garden, several nannies were accompanying the little miss as she looked at the flowers. All of them looked completely unfazed. They were long used to this kind of screaming. Wearing a little pink blouse, Mouchouer reached out to pluck a freshly bloomed peony. Her tiny hand was immediately stopped. A nanny shook her head, reminding her, "Little miss,
you can't pick these flowers."
The miss went to a lot of trouble to have them transplanted here, caught red-handed. She had no choice but to pout and say fine. Then, she obediently pulled her little hand back. Meanwhile, the fires of war had reignited in the master bedroom. Sitting on the edge of the bed, clutching your red, throbbing ear, you stared at Tang Lemon, who was getting dressed. You could not help complaining, "My dear miss, how exactly did I offend you now? Why are you torturing me first thing in the morning?" With her back to you, her snow-white back looked even more stunningly cold in the morning light. The black stockings slid smoothly up the lines of her slender legs. She spoke in a flat tone. "Nothing. I just saw a mosquito on your ear, so I conveniently pinched it to death for you." You were left speechless, screaming internally, "I have heard of slapping mosquitoes, but I have never heard of pinching them to death. Are not you insulting the mosquito's intelligence?" She changed the subject, suddenly stating, "Hurry up, get out of bed and get dressed. Today we are going to the temple to burn incense and pray. My parents are coming too." You immediately jumped out of bed. While grabbing your clothes, you still tried to talk tough. "Oh, you actually believe in that stuff? Let me make it clear, I am a staunch atheist." She pointed at a pile of clothes.
"Wear this?"
She skillfully pulled a set of white casual clothes from the closet and tossed them neatly into your arms. Then she added, "It is a tradition passed down from my grandfather's generation, so every year my parents set aside a day to visit the temple and pay their respects." You whistled. "So do you believe gods actually exist in this world?" She looked at you like you were an idiot, seemingly unable to comprehend your question at all. After a brief silence, she pressed her red lips lightly against yours. Only then did she speak slowly. "Whether the Buddha cares about my life or death, I do not know, but you care. Do not you?" You chuckled cheekily, pointing a finger at yourself. "Then should not you be paying your respects to me?" You immediately started giving her a sales pitch on the spot. Limited time offer. Incense money is not $9.98. It is not $8.88. It is only $8.8 billion. Miss this village and you won't find this shop again. Bargain of the century right there. The faint smile on her face instantly vanished. Barefoot, she lunged forward in a single bound. Her foot aimed squarely at your butt, but you were prepared. The moment she raised her leg, you grabbed her ankle tightly. The gorgeous leg wrapped in black silk, the texture was absolutely divine. You even boldly stroked it a couple of times. Looking up at her icy cold face, you grinned smugly.
"Wifey,
The quality of these black stockings is pretty good today, but personally I would recommend two-tone stockings. With your aura, you could easily pull them off." Hearing you get more and more carried away, she threw herself at you completely, baring her little canine teeth. She snarled fiercely, "I'm going to bite you to death." You quickly caught her in a tight hug, terrified she might fall, but she viciously pinched your waist, making you gasp in pain. "Are you trying to murder your husband?" After you two finally had your fill of messing around, you both got dressed and headed downstairs. Naturally, during the process, there were a few more minor daily frictions. In the living room, Mouchouer had just returned from her stroll in the garden. Right now, she was pouting as she stared at her textbook. The butler was patiently tutoring her from the side. A short while later, the two of you headed out. The car turned and drove toward the old mansion. Meanwhile, In the distant eastern seas of the nation, the sea breeze blew gently across Liberation Island. The azure ocean stretched infinitely toward the horizon. Waves crashed against the rocks, scattering sparkling droplets of water
on the golden sands.
An elderly man wearing a sun yacht sen suit lay halfway reclined on a beach chair. A pair of round sunglasses rested on his forehead. He radiated the aura of an old prankster. Liu Ying walked up from behind him, leaving a trail of deep footprints in the sand. Standing behind the old man, his tone carried a hint of resignation. Elder Mu, the trap you laid this time was simply too massive. You even kept me completely in the dark. Mu Jingguo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. The oppressive aura he exuded was undeniable. He smiled faintly. The business with the Jia family and Sanyang has been dealt with. What was the result? Behind him, Liu Ying reported factually. 5 or 6 people from the Jia family are dead. Liu Ying continued his report. The 80 billion in disaster relief funds they embezzled, along with the 5 billion worth of supplies, have been fully recovered. The disaster victims have all signed non-disclosure agreements, guaranteeing no news will leak, he added. The other hidden families are likely aware as well. However, there has not been any movement from them yet. Mu Zhengguo snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. Do they dare have an opinion, relying on their status as local tyrants to do whatever they please? If I was not worried about them going crazy and affecting social stability, I would have sent them all to the afterlife with a missile long ago. Hearing this, Liu Ying did not doubt it for a second. If you really pushed this man too far, he was absolutely capable of doing it. Then, he pulled a bright red wedding invitation from his jacket and handed it over. For your grandson's wedding on August 8th, Elder Shu has been invited to officiate. A genuine smile finally broke across Mu Zhengguo's face. He took it, flipping through it and examining it repeatedly in his hands. A wedding. That is good. This old man has been wanting to hold a great-grandchild. Those ungrateful sons of mine are one headache after another. And my grandson is just as disobedient. Having a great-granddaughter will definitely be much more comforting. Liu Ying smiled and nodded. Yes, that would indeed be quite nice. After a brief silence, the old man suddenly remembered something. I remember there's a top-tier diamond over in the Neon Nation. What was it called again? The Star of something. Liu Ying prompted from the side. It is called the Star of the World. Mu Zhengguo realized instantly.
Right.
The Star of the World. I think that little trinket would suit my granddaughter-in-law perfectly. Go bring it over for me. It will be perfect to make a pair of earrings for her. Put it to good use. The moment this casual order was given, the corner of Liu Ying's mouth twitched involuntarily, but he still nodded and accepted the task. Understood. I will depart tomorrow to the Neon Nation to welcome it back. Ah, yes. Casually borrowing national treasures for earrings, the old man nodded in satisfaction. He continued instructing, remember to bring some gifts in return. Our nation is a state of etiquette, after all. We absolutely cannot let them look down on us. At high noon, the sun was scorching the earth relentlessly at Mingde Temple in Magic City. You and Tang Lemon, along with Mother Tang and the rest, were praying devoutly. But your eyes were glued to the loose change inside the donation box. You were secretly calculating in your head, with a box this big, there has to be at least tens of thousands in there, right? I have already prayed to the Buddha anyway. The Buddha is merciful, seeing how pitiful I am. He surely would not mind, right? But out of the corner of her eye, Tang Lemon caught your burning gaze. She immediately huffed coldly. What are you looking at, if you dare touch the donation box?
You are sleeping on the sofa tonight.
As she spoke, she glared down at Mu Shuer beside your leg, whose eyes were sparkling with the exact same greed. The threat was unspoken, but clear. As expected of true siblings, their virtues were exactly the same. Mother Tang, having just finished burning incense, saw her daughter threatening you. She advised softly, Xiao Wan, you are being too strict. Be a little nicer to the young man. Stop throwing your heiress tantrums all the time. You were instantly moved to tears. You nodded enthusiastically.
Exactly.
Mom is absolutely right. You need to be nicer to me from now on. Having found a backer, Mu Shuer also puffed up her chest. She raised her little head and said in her milky voice, and you need to give me more candy from now on. Seeing the two of you start to push your luck, Tang Lemon simply raised her eyes calmly, with own sweeping, tranquil glance. You and Mu Shuer instantly tensed up like you were facing a mortal enemy. You did not dare say another word. Seeing this dynamic, Mother Tang was completely at a loss. His submissive husband nature looks like he is never going to change. Afterwards, your family finished burning incense and walked out of the temple, heading down the mountain. Without lingering any longer, but on the way down, the smell of gunpowder sparked again. Tang Lemon coldly dropped a sentence.
You are sleeping on the sofa.
Or, you can go sleep in the doghouse with Little Black. You instantly caved. You quickly begged for mercy. No, please do not, wifey. How could I possibly sleep without you? Mu Shuer snickered from the side. Big brother is so lame. Tang Lemon shot her a death glare. What are you laughing at? You're going to sleep in the doghouse with him. Ah, big sister. I was wrong. Mu Shuer immediately apologized timidly. Just as you were about to breathe a sigh of relief, you realized the tense atmosphere instantly returned. The following days finally returned to normal. Although you and Tang Lemon still inevitably have your little bumps and squabbles, your relationship is steadily heating up. Meanwhile, Su, Jincheng, and Bai Wanjun seized the green light from the disaster relief policies. Relying on a special channel, they successfully listed their new company. After that, they went completely quiet, as if they were already completely satisfied. Your mind is as clear as a mirror. Money. Having enough to spend is fine. You can't bring it with you at birth, and you can't take it with you at death. Therefore, the things most easily overlooked in daily life are often the very things that will accompany you for a lifetime. Time flies, seasons change, and summer quietly draws to a close. 2 months later, the winds and clouds suddenly shift. On this day, all sorts of luxury cars in Magic City crazily swarm towards the suburbs. In the blink of an eye, pedestrians are utterly shocked. They almost think the apocalypse has arrived, and these rich people are fleeing en masse. Only after asking around do people finally breathe a sigh of relief. It turns out they're just attending a wedding. And so, the big shots gather, and tycoons from all walks of life make their appearance. On Zedong Mountain, flowers bloom like a beautiful brocade. Above the mountain peak, 8 helicopters hover back and forth, trailing massive red banners flowing with gold. The giant characters practically blind everyone. Congratulations to Mr. Mu and Miss Tang on their happy marriage. Wishing you both a precious son soon. No pressure or anything. At the foot of the mountain, a place usually devoid of people, is now packed with top-tier luxury cars. The road up the mountain is blocked watertight. Countless drones hover in the sky. This over-the-top setup leaves all the passers-by absolutely stunned. You call this a wedding? Never mind a wedding. If you told me the president of the US was visiting, I would believe it. The mountain peak is even more extraordinarily lively. People bustling about, laughter echoing endlessly. Rich people with a net worth of less than 100 million can only be considered the bottom tier here. Their seats are arranged in the most remote corners, yet they dare not utter a single word of complaint. In fact, they feel immensely proud. Just being invited is a monumental honor in itself. The crowd instantly explodes into excited chatter. I have never seen a scene like this in my entire life. I bet all the top tycoons in the country are here. Guess who I just saw? I think I saw Head of State Shu. Oh my god. I have got bragging rights for life now. I am a guy who has seen the head of state. Saying that out loud gives so much face. At the tables right in the center, Su Jinchen, Mu Chen, and the rest have all arrived, each own wearing top-tier luxury suits, pushing the prestige to the absolute max. Right at this moment, a deep, melodious bell tolls echoing between heaven and earth. The next second, everyone instinctively turns their heads. The entire venue instantly falls dead silent. A gentle wave of music slowly rises from all around. Delicate and soothing, your heartbeat flutters along with the rhythm. Right in the very center, your bride, Tang Lemon, stands quietly. She is wearing a custom-made pure white wedding dress. Her red lips are radiant, her aura gentle and soft, quietly waiting. Behind her, Bai Wanjun's expression looks a bit uncomfortable. Huang Yao, however, has eyes shining with excitement. The two form a stark contrast. Right now, they are both bridesmaids. Yu Yang Ru beside them can't help but look utterly envious.
Sigh.
When will I be able to have a wedding like this? This is a truly unique, own-of-a-kind wedding in the world.
You see Zhang Shui
and Tang Yoing both with red teary eyes off to the side, just watching their daughter put on her wedding dress. Your father-in-law and mother-in-law lean tightly against each other, their bodies trembling slightly, faces filled with excitement and gratification. Your family is naturally here as well. Your father and the others stand on Owen's side, while your grandfather Mu Zhengguo wears a festive red outfit, looking exceptionally conspicuous even though he looks old and frail when the old man first appeared.
Your dad,
Mu Guodong, thought he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Grandpa drops the ultimate jump scare and ended up getting a severe scolding as a result. In front of Tang Lemon rolls out a long red carpet. At the end of the red carpet, you dressed in a white wedding suit with an extraordinary aura are marching towards her with your head held high. The two of you gaze at each other from afar with zero distractions. Right now, there is only each other in your eyes, as if an invisible thread is tightly connecting your two hearts. Today, your energy and spirit have absolutely reached their peak. After all, this is the most important moment of your life. You look sunny and incredibly confident. The next second, under the witness of everyone present, you reach out your hand, smiling gently at Tang Lemon.
Wifey.
You look so beautiful today, more beautiful than ever before. The atmosphere instantly explodes with sweetness. Tang Lemon smiles, playfully scolding you for being a smooth talker. She reaches out her fair little hand, gently placing it into your broad palm. That delicate touch makes the corners of your mouth curl up wildly, and so, you hold her hand, looking up at Grandpa Shu on the steps. Seeing the junior he favors getting married, Elder Shu's smile has not stopped for a second. And the moment your lips meet Tang Lemon's, the ceremonial cannons roar into the sky. That momentary brilliance seems to be cheering for your wedding. Under this sky full of raining light, you hold each other tightly. From this day forward, no matter what hardships or obstacles you face, nothing will ever be able to stop your steps. Empathizing with one another, hearts and minds connected, you hold her tight, leaning close to her ear and whispering softly, "Wifey, I love you." She blinks gently. As spring goes and autumn comes, the seasons change. Year after year passes like an arrow leaving the bow, gone and never returning. Soon after 5 years of time vanish in the blink of an eye. Within these 5 years, our nation's power has been thriving day by day. Today, it is the #1 superpower on the blue planet, holding absolute speaking power internationally. The former US and Neon, among other developed nations, are now a thing of the past. Our country has developed at lightning speed, and its territory has grown increasingly vast. At the same time, the Tang family has become renowned throughout the entire country, firmly securing the throne as the #1 family in the nation, with no one daring to raise a single objection. Early morning, in the riverside villa in Magic City, you slowly wake up. Your face has gained a touch of mature charm, but the space beside you is completely empty.
You let out a yawn.
Getting up to wash your face, you grumble under your breath, "This little Tang. I am awake and breakfast is not even brought to my mouth. What a dereliction of duty. I definitely need to discipline her properly later." Big words for a guy who sleeps on the sofa. After a simple wash-up, you change into a comfortable set of loungewear and pull open the bedroom curtains. The glaring sunlight makes you squint instinctively. Another beautiful day. You stretch out your arms lazily, then slowly make your way downstairs. Just as you reach the top of the stairs, you hear the ethereal laughter of a little girl coming from the living room, echoing throughout the entire villa. There is a baby crib next to the sofa. Beside the crib, a delicate young girl sporting a single ponytail is holding a toy, playfully teasing the baby girl in the cradle. Taking a closer look, this baby girl is incredibly adorable and well-behaved. She looks at least 80% like Tang Lemon. A pair of bright, lively big eyes closely follow the dangling toy, blinking cutely. She reaches out her milky white chubby little hands, trying hard to grab it, but somehow she grabs empty air every single time. Mushwer watches from the side, giggling constantly. She tilts her head, teasing the little Own. "You want the toy. Little Shir can't be naughty. This belongs to Auntie. I am not playing with you anymore." Who knows if she actually understood, but Mushir, lying in the cradle, instantly gets a layer of mist over those big, lively eyes. Her little mouth pouts, looking beyond wronged. The very next second, wah, she bursts into wailing tears. Giant teardrops roll down the corners of her eyes, wetting her little white dress. Your heart clenches. You are just about to step forward. This crying is earth-shatteringly loud. Your temples throb violently. Shwer instantly panics as well, hurriedly handing the toy over and coaxing her softly. Aya, why are you crying? Auntie will let you play with it, okay? Please stop crying." But this trick does not work at all. The little Own in the cradle cries even fiercer, practically tearing her lungs out. The wails come in waves, each louder than the last. Just then, you raise your hand and give Shwer a flick, right on her little head. Your helpless voice follows, "I told you not to mess with her. Now look what you have done. You made your precious little niece cry." The moment the little Own in the cradle sees you, she immediately starts crying while pitifully, reaching out her tiny hands for a hug. Crystal clear tears are still hanging from her eyes.
You take the stairs 2 at a time.
Scooping her right into your arms, a milky scent hits your face. You gently pat her back, lowering your voice to coax her. "It is all Auntie's fault. We won't play with Auntie anymore. Okay." The little Own buries her face into your chest, calling out in a soft, squishy voice, "Dada." She just learned how to talk, and can only say Mom and Dad. The pronunciation is still a bit muffled. Mushwer is totally unconvinced. Putting her hands on her hips, she huffs, "Brother, you are way too biased. You are the OAN who slept in late. Why blame me?" Her little face is puffed up, written all over with indignation. Right at this moment, the noise in the kitchen stops. Tang Lemon turns and walks out. She casually tosses her apron to the side. Seeing that you have already calmed the baby down, she finally slows her pace and breathes a sigh of relief. The moment Mushwer sees her, she immediately pitter-patters over and hugs her sister-in-law's leg. Tilting her little face up, she complains dissatisfiedly, "Big sister, brother sleeping in is Owen thing, but he just framed me. Hurry up and discipline him for me, traitor." Hearing this, Tang Lemon's beautiful eyes lock straight onto you. 5 years have passed and she has only grown more charming, mature and intellectual. It is practically a crime how beautiful she is. Holding your daughter, You meet her gaze. You intentionally scoff coldly. Little Tang, what are you looking at? Hurry up and cook. Can't you see this master is hungry as you say this? You even pull Mushir a bit tighter into your embrace. The smugness in your eyes is practically overflowing. You are feeling absolutely incredible inside. He with daughter in hand. I hold the world, the ultimate meat shield. Tang Lemon slowly walks over to you. First, she rubs Mushir's head, then finally makes eye contact with you. The corners of her lips curl up slightly. What? Is your skin itching for a beating again? In need of some discipline. You instinctively gulp down some saliva, subconsciously taking a step back. Holding your daughter even tighter, you speak guiltily. You better not try anything. My daughter is still in my hands. If we start fighting and she gets bumped or bruised, what are we gonna do? This godly maneuver of holding your daughter hostage to command the Empress directly makes Mushir, who is watching the show, burst out laughing. She covers her mouth, trying desperately to hold in her laughter, thinking to herself, brother is totally dead this time. Should I go up and sneak in a couple of kicks in the chaos? Then you see Tang Lemon reach out her hands. Her tone instantly becomes incredibly soft. Her smile is full of maternal love. Come here, Ikshir, let mommy hug you. You immediately curl your lip. Tsk. Our daughter is so clingy to me. How could she possibly listen to you? However, the very next second, Mushir, currently in your arms, actually reaches out her chubby little hands without any hesitation at all, calling out in a milky voice, Mama, so good. Tang Lemon smiles as she takes her daughter over. Right after that, she narrows her eyes and looks at your utterly embarrassed face. That gaze is full of profound meaning. You seem to have said something just now. I did not quite catch it. You scratch your head awkwardly. Feeling incredibly guilty, you turn around and bolt straight for the kitchen, tossing a sentence back without even turning your head. Wifey, how could you possibly cook yourself? Just leave this kind of stuff to me. Honestly, in a puff of smoke, you vanish into the kitchen. Only then does Tang Lemon retract her unfriendly gaze. She gives a light huff, then looks down at the daughter in her arms, planting a loud kiss on her chubby little cheek. And as for you, you have already got the spatula in hand? Who would dare say you're not hardworking now? Little Sheer has played until she is tired. Her upper and lower eyelids start fighting each other. Before long, she closes her eyes and falls fast asleep in her mother's arms. Tang Lemon gently places her back into the cradle and tucks her in. Only then does she stroll towards the kitchen. Right at this moment, as her silhouette disappears into the doorway, from inside the kitchen, your pathetic begging noises quickly ring out. Wifey, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Ouch, wifey. Be gentle. Tang Lemon's voice echoes. Your skin is always itching for a beating. Now you have even learned to use our daughter to threaten me, huh? In the living room, Mushir sits on the sofa, swinging her little legs, listening to the tragic screams coming from the kitchen. She could not be happier. At the same time, little Sheer in the cradle seems to be dreaming of something delicious. The corners of her mouth curl up in a smile, and crystal clear drool dribbles down her chin. Over at the Tang family's old mansion, the two families have already prepared a table full of good food. They are currently sitting on the sofa chatting. Tang Yaowang smilingly offers a cigarette. Mu Gudong just takes it, when he is immediately chewed out by his wife beside him. Smoke, smoke, smoke. All you know how to do is smoke all day long. The kids will be here soon, making the whole house smell like toxic smog. Does that make you happy? At this moment, Mother Tang, who is chatting with her, also shoots her own husband a side-eye. Tang Yaowing instantly cowers and quickly puts the cigarette away, squeezing out a rather awkward smile on his face. Right at this moment, the doorbell rings. Ding dong! It must be Brother Mu and the rest arriving. Hearing the noise, all four elders stand up almost simultaneously and walk towards the door together. With a click, the door opens. There you are, holding your well-behaved daughter in your arms, with Tang Lemon holding the hand of Mushir, whose cheeks are flushed red from the wind. Behind you follow two big dogs. The two mothers instantly bloom into huge smiles. Each of them scoops up one of the soft, cute little ones. As for Father Tang and Father Mu, they can only stare at each other blankly, watching eagerly from the sidelines.
Zhang Meijuan joyfully cradles her precious granddaughter.
Looking into the little On's clear, lively big eyes, she can't help but reach out and pinch her chubby little cheeks. Smiling, she coaxes, "Little Jir, be good. Call me Grandma." The little On in her arms just blinks her big eyes without making a sound. Instead, she stuffs her pink little hand into her mouth and starts sucking on it. And so, After closing the door, the whole big family sits around the dining table, happily eating a reunion dinner together. 5 years have passed. Elder Shu, who held a high position, has already retired after a successful career. He is finally living the retirement life he always dreamed of. As a result, his freedom has been somewhat restricted. After all, he knows way too many state secrets, even though he would not go so far as to leak secrets. Owen still has to consider the next generation of successors. No one wants any unstable factors appearing on their turf. On Liberation Island, the sea breeze blows gently across the beach. It is exactly New Year's. Two old men with no visitors are sitting comfortably enjoying the scenery. Behind them stand over a dozen guards. Elder Shu turns his head and casually asks, "I say, old Mu, do not you want to go back and see your precious great-granddaughter?" Mu Zhengguo rolls his eyes irritably. "Save your breath with me. Why do not you go home and see that precious grandson of yours?" After looking at each other, they both smile with tacit understanding. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. These old bones have enjoyed all the blessings they could ever want. They won't go blindly meddling anymore. In the living room of the Riverside Villa in Magic City, little Mushir is sitting obediently on the sofa. Her two tender little hands are tightly gripping the pink teddy bear she just got. She looks unbelievably excited. Right after you finish washing the dishes and walk out of the kitchen, at a glance, you see your precious little cotton jacket daughter sitting there playing. In that moment, you feel your entire heart being healed. So you quickly walk over and sit down next to your daughter. With a goofy smile plastered on your face, you say, "Good girl, call me Dada, okay?" You stare at her eagerly. As a result, she just looks up and shoots you a glance, then lowers her head again, and goes right back to playing with her pink bear by herself. Denied. Just as you're feeling a wave of speechlessness, Tang Lemon, having changed into loungewear, walks over. She casually takes her hands, still dripping with water, and wipes them dry right on top of your head. The disrespect. However, the moment little Shir sees her mother arriving, her attitude immediately pulls a 180-degree turn. She instantly reaches out both little hands, asking for a hug. "I am Mama." Hearing this soft, squishy call, Tang Lemon drees her hands and scoops this clingy little creature right into her arms, planting a kiss on her while she is at it. You run a hand through your hair in frustration. Pouting, you complain, "I'm obviously the one who spends the most time with her. Why is she so much more clingy to you?" You look at the lively little Jir in Tang Lemon's arms. This massive difference in treatment makes your heart a bit sour. As a result, Tang Lemon merely shoots you a side eye. She gives a light huff. "That is, of course, because I'm her birth mother. What is there to cling to with a goofy dad like you?" You shrug helplessly.
Sigh.
You have long gotten used to this kind of differential treatment. After messing around for a bit, you check the time, so you pinch your daughter's soft, tender little cheek and speak adoringly. "Little baby, it is time for us to take a family photo." But the little Own just tilts her small head, her face full of question marks. Clearly, she did not understand a word you said. Before she can react, you scoop her right up into your arms. The little Own instinctively grabs tightly onto your collar. Her clear, big eyes are completely blank and adorable. Carrying your daughter with Oan arm, you take Tang Lemon's small hand with the other, leading them outside together. Soon, Father Tang and the rest are also ready. They slowly gather in the courtyard, each taking their positions. You quickly adjust the camera parameters. Giving an okay hand gesture, you press the shutter button. Then you immediately jog back to your wifey's side, throwing an arm around her shoulder. Countdown, 3, 2, Owen. Right a second before the camera shutter snaps, Tang Lemon suddenly turns her head and kisses you on the cheek. The camera perfectly captures this exact moment.
You are stunned for a second.
Then you lean in with a wicked grin.
"Oh, so that is how it is."
You dare to sneak attack your hubby? Watch me kiss you back. But just as you are preparing to return the kiss, who would have thought that little pigeon would suddenly dart out, chasing you wildly all over the courtyard? And the mischievous Mu Shuer is shouting encouragement from behind. Right now, little Jir is nestled in her mother's arms, watching you get chased in circles by the doggy. She suddenly starts giggling gedge. She even raises her two tiny hands and claps for you. End of series.